Welcome to the Black Ship Book 2, Volume 2. Volume 2 covers from Chapter 45 all the way through to Chapter 50. I just want to take a quick moment to thank Ekhinda for bringing us this wonderful story that so many of you enjoy, and also to you, the fans who make this story what it is. Thank you all from both Ekhinda and myself. It means a lot. Enjoy the story, and don't forget to leave us a comment, give us a like, and share this wonderful story with your family and friends. And now, back to the story. Noravio, War Room. The proof is undeniable. However, that doesn't solve this ever-increasing mystery, Cynthia said as she stared at the readings Jincho had discovered. Unlike previous times, the head officers were absent, leaving only the present 6 individuals to discuss the matter in privacy. A mystery indeed. Drazzen raiders rarely mount such large-scale offensives. This could be the prelude to another Scarlet Harvest, Redford commented, and the Ekhinda present let out a rasping hiss of disgust. It is not unheard of to see rebels, pirates, and other organizations work together with them to achieve their own twisted goals. But to this level, I can't begin to imagine what happened in the months leading up to what we found. A groan escaped his throat, and a frown adorned his brow. I am far more worried about the fact that Drazzen raider activity had increased at least half a standard Terran year before Corn, before Duke Draymore initiated his coup. Redford? Clara asked, delivering a curious glance at the older man. The Drazzen raiders, perhaps even the entire damn collective, were warned about the coming coup by someone. Most likely your uncle's benefactors, said the older man. Do you think the Duke had any hand in this? Clara asked, her voice cold as the touch of death itself, and her eyes narrowed dangerously. Redford shook his head while Cynthia reached out to squeeze her friend's hand gently. I can imagine your uncle recurring to many questionable decisions and tactics, but to purposefully fan the flames and stir the embers of the Drazzen, knowing full well the danger he'd unleash upon the Principality? I can't see him doing such a thing. And logically, it doesn't make any sense either. Why do such a thing if he first tried to convince the Council of Nobles to name him regent, and then has gone out of his way to avoid plunging us into a catastrophic civil war? Wyatt listened closely, trying to process everything he could understand. As always, he could barely grasp the weight of the political implications spoken, but he could see a clear picture of what was going on. Even with FTL and the new insights that Jincho had shared with them, time and distance were always factors at play in space travel. According to the prince, the Duke had been preparing for at least 2 years, but no concrete evidence was found during that time. Then the Drazzen were more or less invited to assault the Principality while it suffered from its internal conflict. More worryingly, at least in his opinion, the Duke had to be either aware of what was happening, choosing to do nothing, or he was unaware of the reason why the Drazzen were assaulting with such force. He didn't know the Duke, but from everything he'd heard about the man, he doubted the latter option was even worth considering, which left only one option available. With it, only one answer resonated in his mind. A gamble, he said weakly, more to himself than anything, but all eyes turned to him. What do you mean, Wyatt? Asked Milcades. I'm likely wrong about this, but Duke Draymore knows about the increased raider assaults and incursions. Maybe he didn't call them, but he had to know they were coming in some way, right? But since he doesn't want a civil war to happen, then he let the Drazzen in because he thought he'd be the Lord Regent, Wyatt explained. But as he spoke, the confidence behind his words grew little by little. Those that built the black ships called the Drazzen to put pressure on the Principality. If the Duke failed to become regent, they would be a threat, and they'd be able to move far more easily inside the Principality. But if the Duke became regent, then he could rally the Royal Navy against the Drazzen threat. And who else, what else? If the Duke's secret allies could tempt raiders into attacking, then maybe they also convinced the Arabians and the hierarchy. Astute observation, and one I fear is the most likely too. A gamble in which there are no losers, only profits. One is greater than the other, but both are beneficial. I personally do not believe the hierarchy will involve itself in our conflict. Otherwise, we would have heard about any possible incursion by now and beforehand, Redford confessed, crossing his arms. But the Arabian Commonwealth? They wouldn't pass up such an opportunity if they were informed. Whoever these secretive benefactors are, they do not wish to see the principality destroyed but rightfully under control of Duke Draymore. For what reason? I dare not speculate. Clara sighed softly. Her calm and collected mood returned. We don't have any indication as to who the culprit could be. We have 6 possible perpetrators, one of which I can certainly rule out, for such cloak-and-dagger tactics are not their way. She paused for a moment to move a strand of hair away from her face. The diviners. Figures, Milcades agreed with a nod. Too distant, too caught up in their own affairs, too isolationist. Just getting to message them is a chore, he said with a chortle. That leaves the Albion Federation, the Chin-Shu Commonality, the Imperium, the Zarma Compact, and though far away, I wouldn't be surprised if the Tilgor Alliance had a hand in this. You can rule out the Imperium, Jincho said all of a sudden. They couldn't make these ships. Oh? Clara beamed, looking at the Ekhinda with a charming smile. What makes you say that, my dear Jincho? The Imperium is far superior in almost every regard compared to the Principality. Because pretty eyes, they have the tech, but the way the ship was made, from top to bottom, from the reactor to the service tunnels, and all the way to the electrical bits, and the design would make Imperium officials weep. Too smooth, too elegant. Imperium ships are more cramped, have fewer people in them, more firepower. Have seen a few wrecks and schematics before. Trust me, pretty eyes, the Imperium didn't make such beautiful ships, Jincho proclaimed with absolute certainty. You wouldn't happen to deduce who is responsible, now would you? Cynthia asked, raising an eyebrow. Not a chance, Jincho countered. I could still be wrong. Main manufacturers and styles are one thing, but the Noravio and more black ships could have been made by private organizations, powerful groups, independent, unaccounted, narrow a point of origin. I can do that, but I don't have permission to dig deeper, to tear and open, to understand and learn. Silently, Clara and Redford shared a glance, their pupils flickering softly for a few seconds before the princess returned her attention to the Ekhinda. And if you had the permission? Jincho bobbed his head eagerly, 6 eyes fixated on the blonde woman. I could learn many things, do many things. I'll need to inform my brother dearest before I make any decisions on this matter, Clara replied. Then she turned to Wyatt, her voice softening slightly. Is something the matter, Wyatt? Wyatt turned to face Clara, then nodded slowly. I'm thinking, he said with a faint frown. Clara, if Duke Draymore had become regent, would the Drazzen raiders have been pushed back and exterminated? That would have been the most likely outcome, yes, Clara replied without reservation. My uncle is a capable man. He would have rallied the Royal Navy and every other military branch to not only secure the safety of the Principality, but to reclaim fallen systems and crack down on criminal, rebel, and other such organizations with extreme prejudice. Being the Lord Regent would grant him an almost supreme but temporary authority to oversee the Principality's affairs as he deemed best. Wyatt's frown deepened. If he had become regent, the prince? He asked, not wanting to voice his question in full out of precaution. If he had objected against the decision of the council, our positions would be reversed, with us as the traitors instead of him, Clara revealed with a tinge of sadness. There is no point in dwelling on such matters. What has been done is done. We have much to plan for and a situation to resolve thanks to your little faux pas, Wyatt, she remarked with no ill will in her voice. Wyatt's expression shifted to one of confusion. What do animal paws have to do with anything? Cynthia closed her eyes as she took in a deep breath. Clara giggled. Redford shook his head. Jincho chirped, and Milcades smiled widely at his question. Faux pas, my dear Wyatt, is a way to describe an indiscretion or mistake made in certain social circles, Clara answered. The black-haired pilot understood at that moment what Clara was referring to. I don't suppose an apology will be enough. I'm afraid not, Wyatt. Do you understand the gravity of what your outburst caused and why it can be dangerous? Cynthia asked. Wyatt nodded, crossing his arms. I insulted their way of life and everything dear to them. Thanks to one of my squad mates, I've come to understand the position of the least privileged nobles better. His tone was serious and his gaze solid as he continued. But I don't regret what I said. We were lucky the plan worked out the way it did. Otherwise, I don't think many of them would have returned. That is one aspect, Wyatt. The other is that your words could easily be interpreted as you questioning the system and the principality as a whole. It questions your loyalty and puts your superiors in a precarious position. They have every right to protest and point at what they perceive not only as an insult, but as a potential threat to the status quo. Redford sighed. It is all they know, all we know. It is an almost sacred thing deeply rooted in dogmatic tradition. It is how the principality works, is what they all think. To deviate from it is to question House Astor, the Council of Nobles, and the principality. Many rebellions, uprisings, and insurgent movements have been born of such opinions. To deviate from the norm is perceived as crass, barbaric, nefarious, dishonorable, and dangerous. Redford explained, and warned simultaneously. We will handle that issue later. However, know that you will be punished to some capacity. Bluster or not, I can't simply dismiss their complaints, but I will not allow them to undermine you. Wyatt bowed his head. I understand, Commander. I will accept whatever punishment deemed fit. Good, Redford replied, then turned to Clara. For now, I shall explain my current plan of action. The map came to life. Thanks to their jammers, it's impossible for us to know their exact positions, but our long-range cameras were able to faintly detect their precious cattle ship, crippled by Operation Weed Whacker. 2 small dots appeared moving slowly toward the last known location of the shipyard. The torpedoes are making their way to their objective. They will be detected once their timers end and their thrusters reactivate. The Drazzen will send out fighters to intercept and destroy them. The map focused on the Noravio, already leaving the 5th planet behind under moderate propulsion. Once I'm back on the bridge, I shall dispatch 2 more torpedoes directed at their cattle ship. That will force them to intercept the torpedoes. Wyatt, you shall take every available fighter we have and create a sphere around the Noravio within the protective curtain of our PD turrets. Redford paused, taking in a deep breath to calm himself. We're facing 2 cruisers and a minimum of 6 destroyers. 8 if the other 2 running patrol were ordered to return and protect the cattle ship, plus an unknown number of fighters, at least 4 frigates, and whatever other surprises their mobile habitat has to offer. Those fighters hunting our wing, for example, I've seen them before. An optimized model preferred by the collective itself, the commander revealed. Does this mean the collective is directly involved? Clara asked, as the whisper of worry could be detected in her tone. Hardly. The likely answer is that the collective built the ship and the, let's us say, colonists took it for themselves. Maybe they were raiders from the start, maybe not. It doesn't really matter since they are here and down on the planet. We lack any data of what's happening planet-side, but we all know what their objective is, Redford declared dryly. Can we do anything for the inhabitants? They may be rebels and traitors, but, Wyatt asked tentatively. There's nothing we can do right now. We must first secure space superiority, then we can worry about any theoretical next step. We've done everything we can to give us every possible advantage, but it won't last for much longer. We may be invisible to them, but with their jammers active, our assault capabilities are vastly diminished until we destroy their cruisers and the source of their jammers, explained the aged commander. You're not considering engaging them head-on, old man, Cynthia said, looking at the gray-haired man intently. Are you? I will sacrifice stealth in exchange for deadly firepower, but I won't announce my presence blatantly before I'm ready to strike, Redford clarified, smirking. A single ship will perform a thornback maneuver. Strike at the enemy with overwhelming firepower in a dedicated formation. His smirk widened. I'll simply forgo the formation part and strike from the black. I may be a commander, but I'm a fighter pilot. Old habits die hard. There was a moment of silence until Jincho stood to his feet and pointed at Cynthia. Question. Why not let Blue Ghost take command, like she did in Gintrax? Blue Ghost, Cynthia muttered with indignation as she stared daggers at the offending Ekhinda, much to Clara's amusement. Your insolence aside, I only took command of the Noravio out of necessity. Everything I know about ship command I learned from Redford. Jincho blinked with all 6 eyes, then nodded. Understood. Continuing with our stratagem, we know the Drazzen won't stray too far away from the cattle ship. This will limit their options, but they will be on high alert and fight with increased fervor. We will run hot once the battle commences. A full alpha strike will prove to be decisive, Redford pointed out. Once the battle commences, Wyatt, I want you and your fighters to peel off and swarm any target of opportunity as you see fit. Sir, Wyatt saluted, his gaze resolute. Milkades, you know what to do. Be ready, Redford said cryptically, and the captain nodded in understanding. Meeting adjourned. Return to your posts. Wyatt and Jincho saluted one last time and left together. After a few moments of silence, Wyatt looked down at his feathered companion with a faint smile on his lips. I felt your improvements at work. Think you can make more? Maybe. The data you gave me will help. Bring more data, more I can do, Jincho replied, rubbing his hands eagerly. Hope you survive. I like you, Wormbrain. Likewise, Jincho. Maybe it's because Volantis is infested with Clixal and other avian creatures, but I have a fondness for Yakanti in general, said Wyatt. You say that because you haven't met proper hierarchy Yakanti. Can't stand them. Rotten. Stupid. Feather brains, Jincho complained. I'll take your word for it, Wyatt replied, his smile widening for a second before he noticed a man escorted by 4 Marines making their way down the hall. He frowned and lowered his voice. Not this idiot. Who? Jincho asked before taking notice of the man and his escorts. Ah, the bloody one, he said, displeased. As the man approached, Wyatt and Jincho stopped, putting their backs against the wall to allow him passage. Unfortunately for them, the escort stopped, parted ways, and Istanel Ferentis turned to them. How may I serve you, Lord Istanel? Asked Wyatt with an unreadable expression. Please, Sir Wyatt, call me Istanel. You may be a knight banneret, but your direct service under House Astor elevates you immensely. Superior to you I'm still, but my respect is genuine, I assure you, Istanel remarked, then turned his gaze to Jincho. Ah, I was unaware that you were close to one of the delightful Ikanti on board. Magnificent specimen. Oh, the things I could learn from you. Sorry, but I don't fancy the idea of being on an operating table, Jincho replied, unamused but somewhat respectful. By his standards, that is. Who said anything of such barbarity? Istanel gasped, wounded. I was referring to a friendly discussion over refreshments and some Kazgali meat for you, technician. You have Kazgali? Jincho asked, his eyes sparkling for a moment, then shook his head. Tempted to accept, but not now. Much work to be done. Work never ends. Istanel laughed softly. Diligent. Now, with my personal interests satisfied, Sir Wyatt, when can we expect to board the cattle ship? I may not be welcomed on the bridge or in your strategic meetings, but my authorization within the network suffices. You crippled it easily, and it is ripe for exploration and collection. How long must I wait before the remaining Drazzen forces are dealt with? Our victory isn't guaranteed, Lord Istanel. We are doing everything we can to eliminate their combat capabilities before we can even consider doing anything else, Wyatt replied, his expression unchanging, though internally he wanted nothing more than end the conversation already. Every second that passed only served to lower his already dismal opinion of the elegantly dressed, long-haired, petty blue blood that fancied himself as a xenobiologist in front of him. Istanel shook his head slowly. Ah, Sir Wyatt, you once more remind me why the military was never of any interest of mine. I prefer to dwell in certainty, not probability. Victory shall be ours for the simple fact that Her Majesty is with us. There is no reason to fear when all you have to do is destroy the enemies that stand in our way. After victory is secured, the real difficult task shall be left to those of us privileged with far greater minds. I want to punch him. I've never met someone I'd want to punch in the face more than this arrogant blue blood, Wyatt thought, as he nodded once, noting that even the Marines escorting him were annoyed with their charge. Your confidence is reassuring, Lord Istanel. If I may ask, are you perhaps seeking Her Majesty's counsel? Why would I when she made it clear my presence is not desired? I do not wish to impose myself upon her and risk our silent agreement and amicable relationship. Istanel answered carelessly. I'm currently heading to the mess hall. Both Wyatt and Jincho's minds staggered for a second as they processed what Istanel had just said. You're going to eat now? With danger lurking? A battle closing on us? Jincho asked, incredulous. What my companion is trying to say, Lord Istanel, is this. Do you believe it is a wise choice? Wyatt quickly jumped in instinctively. Istanel waved a hand in dismissal. It may seem odd to you, but I had to reschedule my meal times thanks to that pesky battle. I must confess that I am quite famished. No general warning has been issued, so there is no reason for me to delay my meal any longer. It is a shame that your duties prevent you from joining me, Sir Wyatt. I would have enjoyed seeing your expression of succulent delight the moment a slice of cedar-planked salmon. A tiny, smug, almost mocking smirk appeared on his lips for just a moment, but it was there long enough for Wyatt to notice it. Enjoy your meal, Lord Istanel, Wyatt replied, bowing his head. As Istanel resumed his walk, a wicked idea wormed its way into Wyatt's mind. A terrible, maliciously petty, beautiful, wicked idea. Lord Istanel. Istanel stopped after only taking 5 steps, turning his attention to Wyatt with mild curiosity. After the cattle ship is secured, you'll be the first to board it, won't you, Lord? Wyatt asked humbly. Istanel turned around completely, confusion visible across his face. Pardon? I believe I heard you incorrectly. Sir Wyatt, are you implying I would join the fight at any measure and risk my life needlessly? Straightening his posture, Wyatt continued. Oh, it seems I was mistaken, Lord Istanel. I'm terribly sorry if my words were misunderstood. It would be naive of me to see you in any field of combat, said the pilot as he grinned internally. I merely thought that you, being a man of science and given your field of expertise, would personally oversee any possible captured Drazzen and take your pick, securing the best specimens for yourself once the enemy is dealt with and no danger may be encountered. He spared a second to measure the reactions from his escort, but their lack of surprise and vague exchanging glances told him enough. For several seconds, Istanel stared at Wyatt with calculating, inspecting eyes, but his gaze failed to even chip at his practiced mask of submission and indifference. You bring up a good point, Sir Wyatt. I admit I had not considered taking to the field myself to retrieve any specimens. I was simply going to take among the possible survivors and be done with it. However, your words have made me reconsider and see the logic behind it. Istanel smiled. It seems that His Majesty the Prince elevated you for more than your skills in the art of distributing death and mayhem against the enemies of the Principality. There is a spark of brilliance that I can now appreciate. I will consider your suggestion, Sir Staples. I wish you luck in your endeavors and hope that you survive the coming battle, he proclaimed with utmost sincerity. With a slight bow of his head, he turned around and continued on his way. Jincho and Wyatt stared at the man for several seconds. Then they, too, resumed their journey. A minute later, the Ekhinda spoke up. Blue Ghost is scary and sees me with hungry eyes, but the Bloody One is creepy. Have seen him stare me and my friends with ravaging stares. Fool wants to take Drazzen captives? Idiot, empty head. I do not like him. He's a butt. Wyatt chuckled in response. He really liked the Ekhinda now, but his plan wasn't complete. Not yet. Say, Jincho, could you hack into any suit aboard the Noravio? Comms are one thing. Links are easy too, but hack into armor suits completely? Depends. Royal Marines are out of the question, though. Why? Jincho asked with deep interest. Wyatt smiled. Would you like to help give Istanel a lesson? Jincho's eyes widened for a moment, then narrowed dangerously. Hack his armor? Not a difficult task. What do you need, maniac? Noravio, debriefing room. It is an outrage, Commander. Your Majesty? One noble protested as the rest of the pilots present nodded in agreement from their respective seats. Wyatt Staples should be removed from his position for his outburst. I concur, a lady added, arms crossed tightly with indignation. Can we trust a man who questions millennia-old tradition? No matter how skillful he may be, he's a potential danger to us all. What if he decided to defect to the traitors, or, worse yet, betray the Principality and the trust the Prince himself has bestowed upon his unworthy self? This is why commoners should never be considered to rise to nobility. They know nothing of the honorable ways to wage war, another added. It is clear that he wishes to retain all the glory for himself. His words were meant to shame us into compliance. The fool, treacherous backstabber, came a cry from the back. As more pilots made their concerns and opinions known, Redford, Clara, and Cynthia listened to their protests silently but intently. After leaving the war room, They came straight to the present debriefing room where every surviving pilot, minus the composters and the ones in medical, was present, summoned by the commander to voice their concerns. Expectedly, the more vocal ones had wasted no time in announcing themselves. The rest either gave them a silent approval or chose not to speak against them. A small group, mostly made up of commoners with only a handful of nobles in their midst, were disapproving of what was being said, but knowing they had no power or sway to compete, elected to do the only thing they could do: glare quietly. The aged commander glanced at the stoic Clara, awaiting her signal. She barely had to lift an index finger a few seconds later for him to act. Slowly, he stood up and the barrage of complaints ceased. He looked around his gathered pilots, 62 in total. He stood straight, pressed his uniform, and took out his handkerchief only to properly fold it and return it to his chest pocket. He truly preferred his armor given their precarious situation, but protocol forced him to present himself in his uniform. When he was finished, he gazed upon his pilots again with a steely, unwavering gaze. "I understand your frustrations. I've reviewed not only the battle footage, but the formal complaints and your own recordings as well. Her Majesty, Princess Clara Astor," he said, glancing at her and nodding once, "has done the same, and we've reached certain conclusions regarding this delicate matter. However, it is prudent to make certain observations." "Respectfully, Commander, but what else is there to consider?" asked one of the protesters. "Wyatt Staples has insulted us. He has insulted you, his direct superior. He has insulted Her Majesty, Princess Clara. He has insulted the prince himself and the principality at large. His words cannot be interpreted in any other way." "I agree on that last remark," Redford concurred, leaving the speaker and half the pilots present stunned for a moment. Lieutenant Wyatt Staples was reckless and didn't measure the weight of his words. There was no consideration in his claims. However, where you hear only insults and suspect treason, deception, and threats, I hear a deep-rooted lamentation and a genuine concern for the lives of others. Before any protests could arise, the large screen above him came to life. It showed not only sensor data, but the perspective from Wyatt's cockpit. Firstly, as you can see and remember, you were being pursued by a considerable force of enemy fighters and 4 frigates in hot pursuit. I'll be completely frank with you. Once I was informed of the number of enemies hunting you down, I expected no more than 20% of you to survive that encounter. If that. I considered a total loss to be more than likely. Can any of you argue against this information? He was met with silence for several seconds. Only grimacing faces and unintelligible grumbles could be discerned among his pilots until one was brave enough to speak up. "Commander, while this is true, the tactics Lieutenant Wyatt Staples employed and had us follow were unconventional." "Unconventional shouldn't be a surprise anymore when dealing with Sir Wyatt Staples," Redford replied, and the screen changed again, this time showing a very different situation. "You've all seen the scanner recordings on Gintrax. Specifically, I am talking about the now infamously named the Woodshaft Ace. I have been authorized by Her Majesty to show you the fighter recording itself. Observe." Redford looked up, watching the recording he'd now memorized. The recording wasn't complete. It began from the moment Wyatt detected the Drazzen fighters and ended moments after the last one was destroyed. And so it began. The desperation in Wyatt's voice, the quick turn from panic to righteous fury and resolution. It all happened so fast. The split-second decision to use his tactical mind in such a manner, the hard, bone-breaking turns, the lightning-fast reflexes, and that indomitable, terrifyingly focus and disregard for his own safety. But in the end, it resulted in his victory. Barely. The recording ended and he analyzed the expressions of his pilots. Most were in disbelief, others were simply stunned silent. Sir Wyatt Staples is an unconventional man who relies on unconventional methods as demonstrated. I do not have to remind everyone that, thanks to his planning, one stealth cruiser was taken down, and more importantly, how his unconventional tactics ended up saving not only my life, but that of our beloved princess, Redford said firmly, and everyone shuddered, unable to counter his argument. The screen shifted back to the first recording before he continued. "Secondly, Wedge leaders, could any of you propose to me a viable strategy against such odds?" The Wedge leaders, Alpha 1, Beta 1, and Gamma 1 exchanged glances. The first two stared down Gamma 1, the one among them who openly questioned Wyatt's orders in the field, and one of those who had sent a formal complaint. Outnumbered and feeling the pressure around him, he succumbed. Without relying on the lieutenant's tactics, I would have ordered the activation of our afterburners and a scattering of our forces. I would have also used the commoner pilots as a screen to delay as many enemies as possible, sir. Thank you, Rupert Jelani. What about you, Samshal Ortensi and Viviano Divisetti? Redford pressed on. An all-out counter-assault. Better to die in glory than to allow capture or worse, replied Viviano Beta 1. Scatter and follow standard procedure, replied Samshal rather unimaginatively. Know this, I do not condone your answers. They are expected. Our general strategies, contingency plans, emergency protocols, and battlefield tactics are ingrained into us from the moment we enter the academy. To think that we, as pilots, are offered far more liberty of independent thought as battlefield circumstances are ever-shifting speaks volumes. Redford, stopping himself from saying anything too damning, but just enough to let his words sink in. Now watch, he said as the video began to play. Panicked cries and declarations of certain death were heard, but Wyatt never wavered. The audio had to be edited slightly, eliminating or altering some of Wyatt's private comments to avoid fanning the flames of the offended nobles. The recording proceeded until the first missile minefield was reached and its subsequent result and discussion. The video paused. As you can clearly observe, Lieutenant Wyatt was quick to understand that a head-on engagement was preposterous and would end in a total loss. Instead, he opted for another approach. The screen zoomed to the reading that showcased the potential shield strength of the enemy fighters. His focus was not to destroy, but to search for an alternative. He found it. The video continued up until his new strategy was formed and then shared with the wedge leaders, seeking their input. I want you all to think deeply about what just happened here. Your wing leader was not only able to form a viable plan of attack, he did so under pressure, knowing his limitations, taking into account the enemy's strength, and how were they likely to respond, and then shared the information with those that needed to know about it, not as a direct order, but seeking more options to further adapt his plan, all to increase the probability of success as much as possible. Cowardly tactics conjured by an honorless cretin, one complained. That may be so, but had he chosen a conventional approach, it is likely none of you or just a handful would be here now. Redford knew he was laying it thick on them, but they had to acknowledge that Wyatt had saved their lives. The recording continued up until the plan was executed, and Wyatt issued the command to engage the surviving enemy. Unconventional plan. Thinking outside the box. Wyatt Staples is callous and brutal, efficient and deadly. His plan showed no remorse for his enemies. A cowardly trap to some, a brilliant gamble to others. Had just one element failed, the consequences would have been devastating. Before we continue, and despite your protests, I wish to congratulate you all for obeying your wing leader's orders. I am aware of your personal misgivings and doubts leading up to this precise moment, but you all decided to follow him, for he signified your best chance of success and survival. Lastly, look closely. The recording resumed playing, and the battle was revived before everyone's eyes. Redford glanced back at Clara, who pretended to remain stoic and ever dignified, but he just knew she was screaming internally. He wondered how many times she'd replay the footage in her private time. The battle ended mere moments later in their astonishing victory, even if 3 more pilots died in the process. The recording ended, as Wyatt's outburst was not necessary at the moment. Did anyone detect the oddity? Redford asked, the instructor and teacher in him surfacing. A voice at the back, meek but valiant, made itself heard. Lieutenant Wyatt Staples focused all of his efforts in supporting and trying to save others instead of preoccupying himself with seeking kills. Redford smiled as over half of his pilots nodded in agreement, whilst others slowly realized the truth in those words. Exactly. This is the reason why his outburst, crude and crass as it was born not from a place of malice or treason, but out of genuine concern and frustration. To him, victory and fulfilling his mission is more important than increasing his status, earning accolades, or covering his name with glory, honor, and prestige. Take into consideration the high stakes and the weight set upon his shoulder at that moment. Adrenaline and tempers were running hot. It does not excuse him, for he shall be properly punished. Be assured of that. Even if you say that, Commander, it is easy for him to make such claims. He was elevated and catapulted to a high position of honor and reverence. We don't know where he came from or what his true goals are. That man is dangerous and a fake. He's a selfish, arrogant manipulator. He has to be. The nonconformist's gaze landed on the blonde princess for a second before looking away. If you are so discontent with him, then you can resign, for I shall not remove him from his current position and rank, Redford replied, his voice heavy, firm, and solid as titanium. I personally picked you all to serve in this ship, not for your status, but for your skills. You were the best I had at my disposal, and this is all you can offer? His cybernetic eyes set upon all of them at the same time. You dare insinuate that he's been privileged to an obscene capacity, that I, and Her Majesty, no less, are here before you, listening to your complaints and giving you due credit, isn't proof enough that you are valued? I could have disregarded your complaints without giving further thought or notice. Or have you forgotten that this vessel is not part of the Royal Navy itself? Taking her cue, Clara stood up and every pilot present froze. This is my ship. Royal Navy standards and their usual regulations are, simply put, a mere suggestion to me, for it is I who hold supreme authority on the decisions carried at all times. I have heard you all, and I respond with the following. Resign those who cannot accept the coming changes, for there will be many to come. If you are so weak-willed as to be timorous, defeated by actions performed out of necessity and circumstance, then leave in shame, return to your homes, and don't pester me again with your infantile misgivings, said the princess with absolute authority. Or, she continued, her tone shifting to a warmer, welcoming one that made every pilot look at her in mild confusion. You can stay and serve diligently as loyal sons and daughters of the principality. As proof of your service, your records shall be treated as special postings. Your salaries will remain the same, but each year of service will count as 2. Your records shall also carry the Astorian feather, undeniable evidence that you served directly under the orders of House Astor, she proclaimed with a gentle smile as everyone was left stunned. Cynthia, if you will. Gladly, my princess. Cynthia cleared her throat and her voice boomed slightly, echoing in the room. Due to the concerns presented by one Wyatt Staples, Her Majesty Princess Clara Astor has agreed to repair and refit your combat armor and equipment, free of charge, as a suitable recompense for not only carrying out your mission to success, but for scoring a devastating victory set against overwhelming odds. Furthermore, it has been decided that every surviving pilot shall receive a mark of veterancy, and a formal commendation shall, too, be added to your records. That is all. The silence that followed was so thick it could be cut with a knife. Loyalty is its own reward, said the princess, and a reward can come in many forms. Sadly, those repairs and maintenance can't be performed until the battle is ended. Rest assured they will come, and Lieutenant Wyatt Staples shall be punished. As a precautionary measure, every scored kill achieved during the skirmish shall be denied to him. Now, you're all dismissed. The pilots, one by one, stood up, bowed deeply before the princess, or proclaimed their unflinching loyalty to the principality. Sometimes both. Once the trio was alone, Cynthia shook her head. Was that needed, Clara? So much unnecessary flair. Where is your love theatrics and drama, Cynthia? Clara argued, crossing her arms. Don't you agree, Redford? It has its uses, replied the older man in a non-committal manner. You are quite fond of them after all. Only if they can serve a purpose, Clara countered, and serve us they did. You're not concerned that you may have overindulged them? Cynthia asked with disinterest. I'll shatter the fangs of any pretentious snake who believes they can bend you to their capricious, tedious, and selfish needs, my princess. It is always a possibility, but a moment of annoyance is not worth my attention. By giving them the small things and some praising words to stroke their egos, the loud voices will be silenced, the undecided shall find new purpose, and the silent supporters will be emboldened, reassured and put to ease. Her good mood shifted instantly, and her serious expression returned. Can we win, Redford? I like our odds, replied the aged commander. They're not the best, but they are favorable. He paused for a moment. Battles can be chaotic and ever-shifting, he warned. Clara closed her eyes, then opened them as she turned to her bodyguard. Then let us prepare for any outcome. If we must flee, you have my permission to do so. Don't let that be a last resort, Redford. If you deem the situation to be unwinnable, do as you must, the blonde woman ordered. And may fortune favor us. Wyatt Staples rechecked his systems for the 7th time in a row in an attempt to quell the nervousness that coursed through his veins. Equally so, the fire in him burned brightly for the same reason. Cold and warmth to different forces that collided within him until only that familiar, welcoming, sometimes gentle, sometimes strenuous focus would eventually remain once the chaos of battle started. All systems checked. No deviations or errors were detected, the AI announced once again, his only company as he flew closely to the Noravio alongside the rest of his fellow pilots. The wing had been reduced to a little over half its original strength, from 80 fighters to now only 54. The technicians and mechanics had done everything in their power within their limited window of opportunity. 14 fighters had been deemed too damaged to serve another mission so soon properly. The rest had been restocked, checked, and finally given the green light to be manned. And now here he was, minutes away from another battle against the beings he hated more than anything. His armored fingers danced over his controls, and with a simple command, one of his screens presented to him what the external cameras were seeing. Off in the distance, zoomed in, he could see the cattle ship slowly spinning in place. Moving its focus to the side, the smaller figure of a cruiser, the almond-like shaped ship that was Commander Redford's first objective. It wouldn't be much longer before it detected them. Out of reflex, Wyatt shifted the camera's attention to the Noravio, just in time, too, as he witnessed the bays opening to reveal the 8 plasma cannons, 4 at each side of the ship. Unlike the black exterior of the Noravio, the cannons had an opaque yellow color across their surface. They stood out against the ship's hull in a beautiful contrast that was soon joined by the heavy laser turrets and the railguns. The laser turrets were enormous, a single long, thick barrel that promised death. Much like the railguns, though placed closer to the ship's center, 2 turrets were located on the top and 2 on the bottom, 1 on each side. The missile pods also came out. Though smaller compared to the other weaponry, they were located closer to the stern, lined up in 2 groups of 4. Finally, the PD turrets, all 50 of them, were scattered across the hull of the ship in what at first glance would look like a haphazard distribution. But after seeing them in action, they created a bubble of death that could defend the Noravio effectively from any direction. The torpedo launchers were located at the bow of the ship. That only left the most deadly weapon at their disposal, the spinal-mounted pulse beam cannon. After his limited experience commanding the deadly assault destroyer, he was more than aware that missing was not an option. The pulse beam cannon was meant to be either a decapitating first strike or a finishing blow. It would need at least half an hour before it could be fired again. "We can't afford to miss if we want to survive," Wyatt muttered weakly. Already his sensors could detect a quick buildup of energy coming from the Noravio. As much as he hated the Drazzen, their jammers were inadvertently helping them in that regard. Thanks to what information he was able to scrounge up in the past, he knew the Drazzen were not immune to their own jamming effects. They could only significantly diminish their effect. He didn't understand the science and mathematics beyond how the jammers worked. All he knew was that it worked similarly to the scanners, but in reverse. Both required a tremendous amount of energy, so only big capital ships, at least cruisers, could mount them. Most scanners were relegated to large stations or habitats for that same reason, where the scanners worked by creating small FTL ripples across the hyperluminical dimension to detect pretty much anything on a small corridor and see their movements practically without time lag. The jammers disrupted whatever the hyperluminical dimension was in small ways. The Drazzen, through the use of their jammers, were able to disrupt the electromagnetic laws in subtle ways in a large area. It made communication basically impossible at long ranges, and sensors had their range vastly reduced. And unlike scanners, which due to their constant focus alerted anything capable of detecting warp signatures to know they were being watched, jammers didn't give their location away right away. It was a brutish form of stealth, but one that worked well and gave them a significant advantage in combat against any conventional enemy. The Noravio wasn't. Staring at his screen, he marveled at the now fully armed and prepared black ship, ready to deliver a devastating alpha strike upon the murderous, wretched Drazzen. Outwardly, he could only imagine what Commander Redford was going through. Internally, a tinge of envy touched his heart, but he shook his head a second later. Focusing on the task at hand, he noticed that the heat signatures of the Noravio suddenly spiked, and a blue light appeared at the ship's bow. The time had arrived, and he clutched his controllers tightly. "Burn, burn, burn," he muttered through clenched teeth. A second later, a beam of superheated particles erupted forward, but not alone. The railguns too fired, each firing against different targets. A swarm of missiles was let loose as every pod launched missiles as fast as the system could reload them. The heavy laser turrets and the plasma cannons remained silent, the former out of necessity, and the latter because it needed to be close to its objective. Wyatt switched the view of his external camera just in time to see the pulse beam impact the shields of the Drazzen cruiser, lightening up in an almost blinding spectacle as the ship's shields were pushed to their absolute limits in a futile attempt to withstand the devastating assault. The shield glowed brightly, then they were gone faster than his eyes could perceive. A second later, the cruiser was pierced and gutted. Commander Redford had aimed for their center, where their main deck would be located. The blue beam of light died off, revealing a gaping hole on the cruiser's hull that exited on the other side. The pilot had only a moment to smile before the cruiser was beset by several internal explosions that ended in a powerful detonation that created a small star that illuminated the dark side of the planet, floating peacefully behind the accursed cattle ship. The response was immediate, as his sensors picked up more details, its strength severely reduced in but an instant. Now he could see the Drazzen's movements. The remaining cruiser and the 8 destroyers moved in response to the aggression, taken entirely by surprise. 2 of the railgun shots missed their mark by a fraction of a second, but the other 2 hit, pummeling against the shields of 2 destroyers. Fighters began to pour out of the remaining cruiser, quickly adopting attack formations now that the Noravio had been detected. Commander Redford's decision to sacrifice stealth for more firepower was a risky one, but given their circumstances, it was their only viable option if they wanted to end the conflict as quickly as possible. It made sense to him, too. Sure, the Noravio could have struck against the cruiser and run away, trying to remain hidden as it slowly vented out the heat generated by the spinal mount. In theory, that was the more sensible option and a feasible one, too, since the Noravio was faster than the Drazzen ships, but that would only end up playing in the Drazzen's favor. But a single fighter maintaining visual confirmation of the Noravio could easily ruin its stealth capabilities. More importantly, however, if the damage done to the cattle ship's systems were repaired, there was no telling what the Drazzen would do then. Losing that ship over a protracted battle and a constant chase that could last days was something they couldn't afford. He wanted secure that damn ship as much as Clara did, that was for certain. As much as he disliked headstrong assaults, he recognized the need for them in such circumstances. Suddenly, his sensors detected something that froze his blood for a moment. The cruiser, the destroyers, and the 4 frigates were launching missiles without stopping. In just 10 seconds, over 2,000 missiles were flying toward the Noravio, with more following. Of course, the Noravio's swarms of missiles continued to pour out, all of them well underway toward their objectives. The shields of the Noravio lit up across several sections, easily withholding laser fire coming from the Drazzen ships. 2 torpedoes were launched, aimed at the cattle ship itself. The railguns kept firing, scoring more hits as the distance between the 2 opposing sides closed with each passing second. To him, every moment that passed was a mere flash before his eyes as the PD turrets began to fire. Scores of explosions illuminated the darkness of the void as missiles that threatened the Noravio were destroyed. Across the blackness, the Drazzen did the same. But in both cases, not all missiles could be stopped. Several impacted invisible space before they could touch the ship's hull, momentarily glowing with an intense azure color at the center of impact. A lonesome destroyer was overwhelmed by the sheer volume of missiles, flickering out its shields before 2 railgun shots pierced it. Seeing an opening, two heavy laser turrets shifted their focus to it. The sides of the turret glowed with an intense violet color, and while he couldn't see it with his own eyes, his sensors picked up the focused beams that tore the starboard side of the claw-shaped destroyer, melting its hull and cutting through bulkheads, though it wasn't enough to kill it. A frigate wasn't so lucky, as missiles took away its shields only for the other two heavy laser turrets to bisect it, turning it into lifeless hunks of metal. Now it was the Noravio's turn to feel the sting of railgun strikes, with a dozen focused impacts that put its double-layer shielding to the test. Commander Redford replied to the gesture in kind, with 3 railgun strikes impacting another destroyer. 2 ruptured its weakened shields, and the third hit its engines, shearing off one of them clean with an explosion that made the destroyer tumble for a moment. Wyatt focused on it. "Everyone, target the destroyer designated D2. Alpha Wedge, ready your tactical mines. Everyone else, clear the way and aim for their PD turrets," he ordered, while already burning fast for their designated target. Noravio Bridge. Redford Kalin frowned deeply, gritting his teeth as his attention was divided across several possible objectives. Over 500 fighters were burning fast and would be within PD range in less than a minute. Already, laser and kinetic PDs were at top performance trying to decimate the incoming missiles. For every dozen that were destroyed, 1 got through, and there were so many that it was frankly ridiculous. With a mere thought, he noticed that the 2 torpedoes currently heading toward the shipyard came to life, burning at max speed. In the span of only 10 seconds, the railguns fired again, a shot missed, 2 impacted against the remaining active cruiser, and the last one hit another frigate, nearly depleting its shields. He focused for a moment on the heavily wounded destroyer and thought it would run away or move to a more advantageous position. Instead of playing into his plans, however, the destroyer charged in, firing its remaining railgun, laser, and particle cannons with murderous intent. Cursing internally, he aimed the port plasma cannons and unleashed a full barrage against it. The plasma bolts traveled quickly, not quite as fast as a railgun shot, but at their current distances it mattered little. The cannons fired once every 2 seconds, and though many of the shots missed their mark, the wounded, suicidal destroyer cared not for its own safety. With every impact, the plasma bolt detonated against the ship's hull, tearing and melting huge chunks of it only to allow another bolt of plasma to strike deeper with even more devastating consequences. The Drazzen vessel was dead by the time Redford's attention was taken by the 2 frigates moving to intercept the second wave of torpedoes he'd launched not too long ago. With concentrated fire, the 2 frigates were able to knock the torpedo's shields down and pierce its heavily armored head. A great detonation was triggered as the antimatter warhead was punctured far earlier than he'd predicted it would. The Drazzen were apex predators through and through, and it showed in their tactics and strategies. For all their arrogance and sense of superiority above all other species, they worked together as a unit to achieve a singular goal. They never argued or fought amongst each other, but that was as much a strength as it was a weakness. They were vulnerable to surprise attacks as they could not comprehend the idea of someone else hunting them or preparing for an unseen foe. Who would even dare do such a thing? But if allowed to dictate the flow of any encounter, be it on space or ground, then there was little anyone could do against them without holding a significant advantage over them. He had used his advantage to its fullest potential given the circumstances, and as far as he knew how to employ it, so now he had to end this quickly. "First shield at 71%, second shield is at 92% and holding," announced a specialist. "Reroute power to shields, engines, and weapons. Minimal life support," Redford replied, and took a moment to think before continuing. "Once the fighters enter the effective range of our PD turrets, focus on them. Ignore the missiles. I don't want a single mine to go off." "Sir, but they're missiles," Galt questioned worriedly. Redford understood his worry, but now was not the time to be cautious. "Our shields can handle them. If the fighters manage to deplete our shields, we're dead," he said, as he gave the mental command that shifted the Noravio's course slightly, just enough to dodge a volley of railgun strikes. At the same time, it put him in the perfect position to fire his starboard plasma cannons and heavy laser turrets to unleash their wrath against another destroyer. "Understood, sir," replied Galt as he carried out the commander's orders. Seconds before the fighters arrived, they all fired their missiles to act as a curtain, a cunning tactic, but one that he was ready for. Several missiles were fired at the curtain, detonating in their midst and clearing most of it in an instant. PD turrets shifted their focus to the arriving fighters, focusing entirely on them, and 4 of the missile pods joined in, looking to deplete their shields or outright destroy every single one of them. Tens of fighters were destroyed with each passing moment. Easy prey that the superior targeting the Noravio possessed was ready to claim. In exchange for focusing on one danger, the barrage of Drazzen missiles struck the shield unchallenged. "First shield at 59% and dropping quickly," announced another specialist. Redford remained as collected as he could, firing all railguns at the cruiser as it changed trajectory, revealing a collection of particle cannons. It fired, and a second later every shot impacted, but the railgun shots hit their mark, finally depleting the shields of the monstrosity. "Hard turn to starboard," Redford ordered, and the entire ship seemed to groan as the dampeners worked overtime to keep everyone from fainting or worse. With a mere thought, his order was carried, and 2 more torpedoes were launched directly at the cruiser. It was soon followed by a barrage of missiles that quickly flew past the torpedoes, covering its advance. Some fighters turned around in hot pursuit of the torpedoes. Shifting his attention to the crippled destroyer, he saw his fighters peeling away from it. A few moments later, and while trading shots with 3 destroyers at the same time, Redford watched the destroyer, D2, turn into debris thanks to well-placed tactical mines. His momentary joy didn't last long as his 3rd wave of torpedoes was destroyed. A few Drazzen fighters had sacrificed themselves in order to stop them. Suppressing a wave of frustration, he focused his attention on another wounded destroyer. Unleashing the heavy laser turrets, all 4 of them gutted the claw-shaped ship until another brief, miniature star illuminated the darkness of the void. "First shield at 23%. Second layer is at 80%. Drazzen fighters eliminated, shifting targeting to missiles. Drazzen frigates have destroyed the remaining torpedo before it could reach their objective. Drazzen cruiser has us locked in. They're firing again." 5 remaining cruisers, 3 frigates, and the cruiser still remained, and he was starting to feel the strain of commanding such a powerful vessel creep into his mind. Regardless, his task was not yet done. But why haven't any of them moved to intercept the first torpedoes? The shipyard is of no strategic value as it is now, but the docked cruiser should be... What are they planning? He thought worriedly. Pushing his concerns aside, he took quick notice of his fighters and saw, with great delight, that with no enemy fighters near to protect the damaged frigates, they were now going after them. The lonesome frigate would be their first target, or so he thought, but much to his surprise, only 2 squadrons moved against it. The composters were leading the rest against the other 2. Simultaneously, he fired 2 railguns at the nearest destroyer and fired a barrage of plasma fire against the cruiser, happily pummeling his shields with railgun, particle, and laser fire. The shields won't hold out for much longer. If I were commanding a battlecruiser set against these same enemies, I would have lost in half the time under this amount of firepower. Then again, if I were commanding a standard battlecruiser, I wouldn't have considered assaulting the Drazzen in the first place, he thought grimly, as he watched with satisfaction the power signatures of the destroyer dying off quickly, reduced to a crippled, drifting hulk. The cruiser proved to be a much tougher target, and while the plasma barrage was doing damage, the 3-kilometer-long, kilometer-and-a-half-wide ship had enough armor to simply absorb the damage and keep firing undisturbed. Suddenly, as he was about to fire on the cruiser once more, the signals of his first torpedoes went out. He didn't need to guess that the 2 other destroyers were responsible and were rushing to aid their brethren. "Missile ammunition at half capacity across all pods. We're burning through them too quickly." "Heat sinks all across the ship are reaching their maximum capacity. We're now well above the recommended battle-approved limitations. Commander, the first shield has been shattered. The second layer is at 62% capacity and dropping." Redford winced as a painful shock coursed through his mind. He felt the shield die before the officer made the announcement. He, too, could feel a gradual but intense heat spreading across the entirety of the Noravio's interior, threatening to suffocate, burn, and cook everyone aboard if the temperature kept rising past the limits the heat sinks could provide. For a brief moment, the aged commander considered the option to retreat, to flee in disgrace from the enemy, but by doing so, ensure the survival of Clara and everyone on board. He had her blessing and permission. There would be no shame in fleeing. Undeterred and ignoring such thoughts, he pressed on. He could still see the possibility of victory at hand. With a thought, the Noravio made another turn, this time adjusting its angle to face the cruiser head-on. With great fury and determined to bring his enemy down, all weapons fired upon the cruiser, while the PD turrets struck down scores of missiles now coming from every conceivable direction. The heavy lasers scarred its hull, the railguns pierced through several bulkheads, but failed to hit anything vital. The plasma bolts struck with great impacts while digging into the ship's entrails, and finally, amidst the chaos, 2 more torpedoes were unleashed, their thrusters burning at full capacity from the start. No bold strategy was needed this time, no underhanded tactic, no unusual approach. The Noravio made a hard turn upward and then to port, moving as quickly as possible away from the cruiser that too late realized what was going to happen. It tried to take down the torpedoes, but several of its particle cannons and railguns were now ruins alongside. Its available PD turrets lacked the firepower to chew through the shields and armor, and its only viable weapon, their favored laser turrets, wouldn't be able to deplete their shields in time. The cruiser fired its retro thrusters and tried to veer off, but it didn't work. It was of no matter, for the result would be the same. The torpedoes made their mark within moments, easily passing through its many gaping wounds. Then, a huge detonation erased the cruiser from existence in a cloud of pure energy. With its death, the jamming came to an abrupt end. Redford let out a breath of relaxation as the strain on his mind diminished considerably now that the ship's sensors and communication arrays were restored to normal. But the battle wasn't over yet. Seemingly distressed by the destruction of their last remaining active cruiser, the destroyers staggered long enough for him to adjust his vector approach and fire another barrage of missiles and railgun strikes. The railguns struck instantly now that the destroyers were within effective range, scoring another kill as the reactor was punctured and went critical. That shook the remaining 3 destroyers out of their stupor, firing their weapons and calling for retribution. "Gah!" Redford exclaimed, gritting his teeth as the shield was impacted by a barrage of railgun strikes and particle fire that finally took it down. The shock had been far more intense than he thought it would, but the pain passed quickly. A quick inquiry revealed that the Noravio's shields had been severely depleted by the cruiser's last assault, and the shock wave of its cataclysmic destruction punished it further. It had been just a momentary respite, and it cost him dearly. "Commander!" Galt and several others cried out, worried. "Keep firing! Keep firing! Destroy the remaining ships!" Redford cried out as several impacts tore apart the outer hull of the Noravio. To him, it registered as nothing more than a numb, hollow sensation, but it was there. Its reinforced titanium armor provided spectacular protection, while its nano-enhanced carbon polymer ensured that while damage would be taken, it would be minimized as much as possible. "Taking damage, sir! Our bulkheads are holding, but they won't be able to withstand any concentrated fire for much longer," someone announced, but he paid it no mind. He had 3 destroyers to kill before the 2 remaining destroyers arrived within range. Already they were launching missiles, but with their numbers lessened and ammunition severely depleted, they were now only a nuisance. Checking the heat skins, he made a split-second decision to unleash a final full barrage of plasma cannons and heavy laser fire upon 2 of the remaining destroyers. It wasn't a difficult task, as the 3 of them were now on a suicidal run, attempting to ram themselves into his ship. If there were any doubts before, they were gone now. The cattle ship was too important for them, enough to willingly sacrifice themselves if need be in order to protect it. The first destroyer, already heavily wounded by railgun strikes and several holes left by missile explosions, was turned into a drifting hulk as it was struck by several plasma bolts. The second destroyer was unable to resist the focused fire of all heavy laser turrets aimed at its center. There were a series of explosions, and the ship split in half, each part drifting in different directions. But the Noravio didn't come out unscathed. "Deck 22B has been breached. Lockdown is in effect. Deck 3C has been destroyed. No survivors detected. Multiple hull breaches and fires detected across decks 6 to 9. Superior starboard heavy laser turret destroyed. I repeat, Superior starboard heavy laser turret destroyed. PD turrets 4, 17, 22, 23, 25, 31, 37, 45, and 49 have been destroyed. With a thought, Redford fired all railguns at the remaining destroyer, puncturing it without remorse. The ship didn't explode, but as its power signature died out, he could now focus on the coming 2 destroyers. Just then, he remembered the frigates and checked his sensors to discover that they were no more and that 52 out of the 52 fighters that left were still alive. Opening a link with Wyatt, he spoke. "Report, Lieutenant."
"Sir, we were able to destroy the frigates. Some of our fighters suffered minor to considerable damage, but no casualties or heavy injuries are reported."
Wyatt paused for a moment.
"Commander, shall we engage the remaining destroyers in harassing maneuvers?"
"Negative. Do you have enough mines and missiles to deliver a Staplian assault?" Redford asked.
"Staplian assault?"
Wyatt asked, confused. "I'm still coming up with a name for it. Since you were the one who came up with it, it is only proper that you receive recognition for it. I had my doubts that it could work in real combat. Operation Weed Whacker proved it can be incredibly effective," Redford replied, and before Wyatt could protest, he continued. "Now do you?"
"We have enough for 7, Commander. 3 haywire and 4 tactical mines are at our—" "Wait, Commander, something's happening to the cattle ship,"
Wyatt warned. Borrowing a still-intact external camera, Redford focused on the cattle ship and found that, indeed, something was happening. There was a small series of explosions that tore apart what used to be sealed doors. Out of the new gaping hole, though, a swarm of fighters, dozens of bombers, and 20 gunships flew out, their thrusters pushing their pilots to their limits as they had a single objective to reach, the Noravio. There was a moment of silence across the entire bridge as they stared in horror at what was coming for them. Over 1,000 fighters, 112 bombers, and 20 gunships, all of them with the sole intention of destroying them utterly. Redford waged his options, and he didn't like any. He had less than 25% missile stock left, the heat sinks were near full capacity, and the intense heat was present even on the bridge, which meant that it was worse everywhere. The shields were still recharging, and while they could provide limited protection as they were now, it wouldn't be enough to withstand so many small foes all at once, and even if they could, the destroyers would finish them off. He was without conventional options at his disposal, so he did the only logical thing he could think of at that moment. "Wyatt, do you have any ideas?"
"Just one, Commander,"
Wyatt replied, unafraid and strong as titanium.
"We could deploy every available mining drone."
Mining drones? Redford asked himself, intrigued. Some pirates and rebel groups had been able to use mining lasers as weapons in the past. Potent and effective, but not viable in the long run. Mining lasers were powerful, they needed to be, but they lacked the refinement to be true military-grade weapons. Their effective range was the problem, but up close they could be devastating. "Mining drones would make for subpar fighters," he commented, but not as a rebuke, as he too wanted to know what his heterochromatic second was thinking about. A second later, Redford could hear and feel the wicked smile that formed on Wyatt's lips before he replied.
"What if we use them as shields?"
Gallant Venture War Room. Several hours ago. Maximilian, the roaring thunder Userek, was quietly staring at the tactical map as he quietly stirred a cup in his hand. The beverage had long since turned lukewarm, but he had no intentions of drinking it. He just needed something to occupy his hands as the mounting anticipation and dread coiled around his stomach. Taking a quick glance to his left, he found Javier Wunder focused on a datapad. Next to him, Casimir Caiston was muttering quietly, too low even for him to hear more than gibberish. Interestingly, the young Caiston had his eyes focused on the tactical map too. Finally, to his right, sat Felicity Centaur. What a sight to behold, he thought with amusement. Centaurs, he'd come to learn quickly, were, for the most part, morally flexible, charismatic, manipulative, and always in control of their feelings and actions. But they also tended to be arrogant, self-righteous, and insufferable to a fault as they proclaimed how much better they were than others through actions and deeds. But when they were knocked out of their cushy thrones, they showed just how fragile their egos really were. Felicity Centaur's downfall was a prime example. Outwardly, there was nothing wrong. She was as beautiful and collected as ever, a symbol of the power and standing of House Centaur. But her little mannerisms, the way she constantly fiddled with her fingers, how her eyes darted around the room, and the heavy air surrounding her betrayed her at every waking moment. Regardless of the morbid satisfaction he was experiencing, his focus remained on the tactical map. "How did they do it?" he asked rhetorically. Try as he may, he couldn't comprehend how, in Julius's name, had the Samuel's glory arrived in the system without alerting the Drazzen. Worse yet, when had they entered? The probes that were dispatched at his behest alerted the Drazzen immediately, and they cleverly dispatched some of their forces, 2 destroyers, as a quick response task force that could either engage the enemy or move to join the rest of their fleet with only a few hours of difference. So how had Redford Kalen arrived in Hastrung without alerting the aliens? It was a question that plagued his mind with no answer in sight. While the sensors and eyes of the probes were limited, they had seen what had transpired no more than 10 minutes ago. It had been a cunning and well-performed strike, he had to admit. Redford Kalen had managed to lure out some Drazzen ships with decoy detonations, only to then pounce on the unsuspecting enemy, killing them in mere instants. Simultaneously, however, an assault over the planet that once held the name Hago proudly rendered the monstrosity that could only be a cattle ship useless. Again, he was left pondering how Redford Kalen had achieved such a feat. He had definitely used tactical and haywire minds to great effect, but his fighters, a full wing, had engaged the wounded vessels of the Drazzen and the captured shipyard. It only took him a few minutes to answer that question. The honored veteran had managed to attach the mines to small hordes of missiles, carrying them through space outside regular sensor range and flying quietly until it was time to strike. And what a masterful strike it had been. His heart leaped with joy when the fighters began their well-coordinated assault at the same time Redford engaged with the destroyer and the 2 measly frigates. Moments later, the barrage arrived, crippling the cattle ship, but not before the Drazzen were able to respond to their assault in kind. The last thing the probes were able to detect before the jamming caused by the Drazzen created an enormous bubble that prevented them from seeing what was happening inside it was the wing being chased by 4 frigates and 400 Drazzen fighters, and the 2 destroyers breaking their patrol to rejoin their fleet. Now all they could do was wait for a result and think about their next step carefully. "We must jump into the system and ensure that wicked wench and her black-clad trickster are dead," Felicity said all of a sudden, her left eye twitching slightly with anger. There it is, the shattered ego. What caused this, I wonder, thought Maximilian as he turned a quizzical gaze upon her. "For a measured woman, you sound incredibly bloodthirsty right now, Felicity. Are you planning to plunge a dagger into the heart of the princess yourself?" "If I must, then I shall. But I will be satisfied with her demise," replied Felicity, glaring at the map. "Judging by your tone, I take it you don't approve of my demand?" "You're correct. I don't approve. What you're proposing is ludicrous at best and a petty suicide attempt at worst. What has got you so worked up? I've never seen you so upset before." Maximilian chose his words carefully, trying not to incite her rage upon him. She was his superior, after all. "We were tricked!" Felicity spat venomously. "I was tricked! That trickster man! He seems innocent, dull, and foolish, but he's a terrible predator who stalks for prey in plain sight. I thought I was the one who manipulated him, but in turn it was I whose strings were pulled like those of a puppet." "Wouldn't that mean the Reaper is the one truly responsible for the deceit you suffered?" Maximilian asked, silently enjoying watching Felicity squirm on her seat in a way she thought she retained her calm, collected aura. It didn't. Of course she was the puppeteer, but that man, this Wyatt Staples, he lied to my face as easily as breathing and pointed me into a pre-prepared path set by that slaughterer of houses. I thought him honest, when in reality I was in the presence of a masked unknown. Everything involving him is a mystery. "Didn't you say that he was a simpleton and a commoner?" Javier asked, setting down his data pad. "That we had nothing to worry about? While you were being distracted by this battle, I did your job for you, Felicity, and ran several numbers and simulations. I was afraid there was foul play at work within the deal struck with House Ferrantes, but no, there was none. The deal is solid and straightforward. The costs lie within acceptable margins. There are no loopholes to be exploited within our diplomatic privileges, and the shortfall of available food at low prices will impact our enemy's supply lines in the short to mid-term. His eyes narrowed dangerously. And that's the problem. Ah, Maximilian exclaimed deeply. Now it makes sense. We played right into the Reaper's designs, didn't we? However, why would she allow us to take a deal that is beneficial to our cause? Because there is another greater prize to be had. If she succeeds, Geenock could annul our deal and give the prince a much better one. In the worst-case scenario, he could support the prince, joining his forces entirely. I dare not assume what her real goal is. Not after our debacle, Javier added. Most likely, I'm entirely in the wrong, and the deal struck is something else we have yet to see. We achieved victory over the Reaper, this is a fact. But it is clear now that such victory was given to us from the start. Felicity is right. We were tricked and deluded by what we assumed to be a mere elevated commoner. That you believe talent is exclusive to noble blood is not entirely surprising. Naturally, talented people can spring from anywhere. Nothing assures us that Wyatt Staples is more than meets the eye. But I will not deny that there is a high probability that he is a peculiar agent or unique confidant valued highly by House Astor, Maximilian replied, eyes narrowing. Felicity brought a fist down to the table. It matters little now. We must act. If we jump now, Maximilian began, the destroyers will take notice and move to intercept us. Our fleet isn't built for a straight fight against those monsters. We could take them down, but it would cost us, Felicity. The Gallant Venture is a step above a light destroyer in terms of firepower, but if Redford fails to take the Drazzen down, we could very well face a potent force that could obliterate us. Then you suggest we remain here doing nothing like cowards? Where's your honor as a warrior, Roaring Thunder? Felicity countered. There's a difference between being a warrior and a mindless fool who charges at the enemy at the first chance that arises, replied the lone wolf wisely, much to Felicity's chagrin. What say you, little Caiston? You've been immersed in your thoughts so far. Is your mind a better company? Casimir stopped his muttering, hummed deeply, and then crossed his arms. It should be, around 8 hours. Excuse me? Javier asked, perplexed. The Samuel's Glory should take around 8 hours before it is in range of the cattle ship and the Drazzen fleet. They destroyed 3 ships here, he said, highlighting the debris field where the short-lived ambush took place. And if my calculations are correct, the only 2 possible vectors to take would be shadowing the 5th planet's gravity well for an effective alpha strike, or move through an upward vector, repeating the assault. If I were Redford Kalen, I'd opt for the former route. No doubt the Drazzen would now expect a similar assault to take place. Maximilian let out a loud, barking laugh. You surprise me, little Caiston. It seems you've studied well. My father has invested much in my education, Casimir replied nonchalantly. I may not enjoy the idea of taking a life with my own hands, but I'm more than capable of commanding troops and forming plans of assault and battle strategies. And what, pray tell, can we do with your incredible talents of deduction and planning, Casimir? Felicity asked, not bothering to hide her mounting annoyance. It means we have a window of opportunity to act, Casimir said, and the map zoomed to the jamming bubble. We won't know what's happening there until either the cruisers are destroyed or the Samuel's Glory is undone. We can wait until the destroyers enter the jamming's effective range before we jump. Our arrival cannot be hidden, for I know not what sort of technology or means the princess used to arrive unnoticed. However, thanks to the jamming bubble, there's a high possibility that they won't be able to detect our war entry signatures. With our stealth capabilities, we can move closer unnoticed. If they detect and move to engage us, then we can jump back out. But should we? Javier asked, concerned. Why should we put ourselves in such unnecessary risk? Because we don't know what the outcome of their engagement will be, Maximilian answered. It is unlikely that the Samuel's Glory will come unscathed from facing such a strong force. The princess clearly wants a quick victory. If it were up to me, I'd make use of hit-and-run strikes, slowly chipping away at the Drazzen's strength ship by ship. But that could take days or weeks, he chuckled darkly. Taking the current royal dispute, I can't blame Princess Clara Astor for her expeditious desires. Luckily for her, Redford Kalen is one of the few I can see achieving victory against such odds. Correct me if I'm mistaken, Uzerek. But your constant praise of that man leads me to believe that you admire him, Javier said with a sneer. That's because, Wunder, I do. He's one of the few gold aces across the Principality, with only a single mark left to ascend to platinum, I might add, a talented pilot, and one of the most competent commanders there is. I've always wondered why he never became a lone wolf or rose past his current rank. He could have become a fleet admiral rather easily, yet he chose otherwise, Maximilian explained before letting out a sad sigh. Pity that he's sitting on the captain's chair. Otherwise, I would have enjoyed facing him in open combat from within matching cockpits. And prove that you're superior, Felicity added, to which Maximilian didn't refute. When can we jump into the system, Casimir? In 3 or 4 hours. We can then decide if we want to approach or stay at the edge of the system, Casimir replied. If we go in and decide to engage a crippled Samuel's glory, what would be our chances of success? Felicity asked. Casimir hummed deeply, and his eyes faintly flowed for nearly an entire minute before he gave his answer. If the Samuel's glory is crippled or heavily damaged, then our chances will be effectively increased. It will depend highly on the damage it received during the battle against the Drazzen, and, more importantly, how much heat it generates. Ideally, it will be so damaged that it won't be able to move, or they'll be running so hot that fighting back would mean sacrificing everyone on board. I wouldn't count on it, but they are possibilities. If by some miracle the Samuel's glory is nearly unscathed, then our only option will be to run. What of their wing? Javier questioned. Put against what was pursuing them. I'd be surprised if more than 10 survive that after they scatter, Maximilian replied. We can count their fighter strength as destroyed. To her credit, Felicity paused for a moment and pinched her chin, thinking deeply for several seconds. If we decide to engage, how long would it take us before we reach Hago and their position? After we jump, if we stay put, 16 to 20 hours at full burn, though that would almost certainly give us away the second we enter their sensor range, which is, I must remind you, thrice as potent as ours is. Hastrung is relatively small, so that plays in our favor. If we start heading in at half capacity, that could shorten our travel time to 10 to 14 hours after engaging full burn. He paused for a moment, then frowned. But there's something I simply cannot understand. And that is? Javier asked, almost rolling his eyes. Casimir pointed at the map, and the dot representing the cattle ship blinked. Why didn't they destroy the cattle ship with that strike? They could have targeted its engines to reach its reactors instead of crippling it with haywire mines. Maximilian, what are your thoughts on this matter? For the cattle, Maximilian replied dryly. A noble, if abundantly stupid, reason. That ship will be crawling with Drazzen, so taking it through boarding actions is beyond sheer hubris. Even with Royal Marines and Cynthia Winfield leading the charge, I doubt they can carve through hundreds of thousands, possibly millions of those things. If I were them, I'd vent every section and let everything in it die. The cattle ship could yield vast rewards, who knows what secrets it could hold. The salvage value alone could justify the assault 10 times over, he said with a heavy chuckle, shaking his head. Never let it be said that the Princess Clara Astor, the dreaded Reaper, isn't ambitious. Perhaps too much for her own sake, Felicity growled contemptuously. So what are we to do? When shall we jump in? Already decided we're going to proceed, eh? Maximilian chastised, but Felicity ignored him. I say we jump now and save us the trouble. We're going to jump anyway, so what if the destroyers can see our arrival? Our stealth systems will render their attention obsolete, more so now that they have another foe to focus on, Javier proposed. I say we follow my plan of action and jump after the destroyers enter the jamming bubble, Casimir said, and Felicity nodded, supporting his decision. I think we should jump after the jamming stops, Maximilian proposed. Is it decided then? Felicity abruptly chanted. We will jump once the Drazzen can't detect us. Then we shall bring victory to the Lord Regent so that our shame may be expunged. The hammer of Draymore is strong. The hammer of Draymore is strong. Casimir and Javier followed. The hammer of Draymore is strong, said Maximilian less enthusiastically. 4 hours later, they jumped. Noravio, bridge, present time, insanity, insanity, sheer insanity. That's the only word that came to Redford's mind after Wyatt finished explaining his idea. It wasn't a strategy, much less a tactical move, but an idea born out of hatred, creativity, and not a small amount of madness. He couldn't help himself. He smiled widely. "Galt, ready port torpedo tube, but do not launch," Redford ordered. "Sir," Galt replied instantly. Under other circumstances, he would have wondered why his commanding officer would ever issue such an order. But having the sensation that Wyatt was involved somehow pushed aside his doubts. Whatever was going to happen would either end up in success, which would see the coming swarm dealt with somehow, his preferred outcome, or it would end in failure, and then there wouldn't be any time to regret the decisions made, win or lose, victory or death. "Tube loaded and open, sir. Awaiting your command." "Splendid," Redford replied. "Deploy our mining drones, all of them. Have them move to the front of the ship." "Sir!" Again, Galt obeyed, connecting with his companions and issuing the command. A dozen smaller ports opened at the bottom of the Noravio, and a few dozen mining drones, a third the size of a regular Raptor fighter, were released until all 200 of them were accounted for. "All mining drones released, sir." Redford nodded and focused on the coming swarm. They would be upon the Noravio in mere minutes, so he had no time to second-guess himself. Through his sensors, he watched Wyatt and what remained of his wing preparing to launch an attack against the coming destroyers who had, puzzlingly, stopped firing missiles. Not only had they stopped firing, they were changing course. "Wyatt, come in." "Yes, Commander," Wyatt replied a second later. "The destroyers are breaking off and it appears they are turning around. Could they be preparing to counter your assault?" Redford asked, unsure. "I know not, Commander. If they were, why would they give us a clear shot at their engines? They could be preparing for a trap," Wyatt proposed. But his confidence was null. They wouldn't abandon their cattle ship. Redford agreed. The other ships had given him a true battle and were suicidal in their efforts to stop him. But he couldn't spare any more time thinking about it. Not now. He could handle the destroyers later. He had to focus on what was coming to kill them all. "Change of plans, Wyatt. Form up around the Noravio and be ready to provide support. If your plan works but some of them survive, we'll need to move quickly and mop the stragglers. If it fails, then I'll entrust the safety of Her Highness to you." "Commander?" Wyatt asked, concerned. "I've ordered Cynthia to take her to a shuttle. If the end is inevitable, I'll ensure she survives and escapes. The Noravio has suffered significant damage, and we won't be able to outrun that swarm in our current state. The window given to us by the destroyers offers us some breathing room, but nothing more than that. If we fail, ensure she returns to the prince's side. This is not a request, but an order. Understood, Lieutenant?" There was a moment of silence that felt eternal. Then came the reply. "For the Principality, Commander." "For the Principality," Redford replied, content. Killing the link, he set his mind on his duty. "Galt, I want you to ease the torpedo out with small bursts." His command given, he watched and felt the torpedo slowly and meticulously leaving its tube until half of it was out. Extending his link to every drone and aided by his bridge officers, the mining drones landed across the surface of the torpedo. The drones were boxy, ugly things equipped with a compact but powerful core in its center, a small thruster at the back, a large mining lens at the front, and 8 dexterous arms, 4 protruding to the back and 4 to the front, so it could maneuver across the surfaces of asteroids, small moons, and other celestial objects as it mined for precious resources. Or, as was the case this time, haul something around. With the combined power of all 200 drones, they were able to easily drag the torpedo out, and after a quick adjustment, they latched to its front with their rear arms, with most of them pointing their thrusters back, ready to haul it. The others had their lenses focused outwardly to space, ready to cut up anything stupid enough to get too close to them. "Target the gunships and the bombers. Full open barrage until we are at 10% missile ammunition," Redford ordered, and a moment later, his order was carried out. The missile pods opened fire, unleashing wave after wave of missiles. He watched with bated breath as the Drazzen swarm wasted no time in firing intercepting missiles of their own, with the fighters moving to the front to protect their precious and deadly bombers. Once the explosions of tens of missiles began to erupt across his sensors and could be seen clearly through the exterior cameras, Redford activated the drones and they began to burn at the fullest of their capacity. The torpedoes were bulky, powerful things, especially the variety that was added to the Noravio. 30 meters in length and 6 in width, most of what made up the torpedo was centered around actually getting it to its target. It was equipped with fairly strong shields. Most of its exterior was armor, and a miniature plasma reactor, and its payload, regardless of what it was, nuclear, plasma, or antimatter, was always deadly. Sadly, their lethality came at the cost of being expensive to make, easy to detect, and much, much slower than their smaller cousins, the missiles. And Wyatt Staples had circumvented the issue of an early detection with the use of mining drones, of all things, as he was inspired by an invention created by his youngest brother at some point in his childhood. Truly, insanity of the highest degree. But if it worked, he'd make sure to give him a proper reward. Thankful for that brief moment of relaxation, Redford watched as his missile barrage simply couldn't compete against the countermeasures launched by the Drazzen fighters. It forced them to waste their missiles, but nothing more than that. Their numbers alone would tear them apart. A minute passed when suddenly he was alerted that the destroyers were now burning away. For a second he thought they were escaping, but a quick revision of their trajectory and vector dashed it away. They were going to face off against something he couldn't see, but that the Drazzen obviously could. The remaining probes in the system told him nothing. "Traitors," he hissed, as the only option possible came to him. It was a given Felicity Cintor would show her hand at some point. He didn't expect her to already be in the system, however. It wasn't ideal, but thanks to her, he didn't have to worry about the 2 destroyers. He'll worry about whoever survived later. With a thought, the drones pushing the torpedo forth stopped, and using directional thrusters, put it into a rapid spin. Then, every drone turned its lenses to open space. To the Drazzen, the torpedo would look more like a glob of drones sticking to the surface of a shuttle or other small craft. The barrage of missiles was never intended to stop the swarm or even slow it down. It was meant to keep them together and give them something to focus on, just to ignore the disguised torpedo until it was too late. And that time had come. "Activate the engine!" Redford ordered, and instantly the torpedo's thruster came to life, creating a vibrant plume. The Drazzen took notice of it almost a second later. They fired missiles with the intent of shooting the, to them, unidentified object down. But that's when the drones, all at the same time, activated their lasers. As the torpedo spun, the lasers cut through missiles easily, detonating them or outright destroying them before they could even touch its shields. Fighters and gunships shoot it with heavy coilgun rounds, but they were either melted by a stray laser, impacted the shield, or torn a chunk out of a drone. Some missiles made it through and several drones were destroyed, but the shield held strong. The struggle between the 2 forces lasted half a minute before they tried to break their formation. But it was too late. The drones had done their job. Redford triggered the remote detonation and the void was yet again illuminated by a short-lived star, taking with it in a true blaze of rage and glory every gunship, every bomber, and nearly every fighter the Drazzen had launched in desperation. When the intense ball of light made out of pure destruction faded, Redford observed as Wyatt and his fighters were already moving to destroy the stragglers, most of which were dead in space, drifting aimlessly, their electronics fried beyond repair. "Milcades, it's your turn," Redford said through the network. "Understood, Redford. Would you look at that? They were kind enough to give us an entry point." "Milcades out," replied the jovial, white-haired man. "Sir," Galt called out, "now that we're out of immediate danger, I'm receiving several requests to dispatch service droids and personnel to the affected areas. There are also several electrical problems causing many decks to become isolated with wounded still inside. We can't reach them from the outside without breaching equipment. Wait. Sergeant Salazar Reed informs me that several of our ex-pirate trainees are volunteering to either crawl through ducts or go EVA and enter through the damaged sections." "Why?" Redford asked sternly. "It seems the children and adolescents want to prove their worth to the shipmother, or whatever that means. Reed informs me it's a point of pride for them, like a ritual of passage. What's your answer, sir?" After thinking about it for half a second, Redford sighed. "Have personnel escort them or accompany them. We've had no further incidents ever since they began their classes, but I'm not willing to trust them that much yet. But if they can save lives by putting theirs on the line, I won't object." With a nod, Galt turned back to his console and passed on the approval. Redford scanned the area one more time as a long shuttle exited the Noravio's hangar and made its way toward the cattle ship. He examined the now numerous debris fields, the damage done to the Noravio, the numerous alerts, the crippled cattle ship half expecting another nasty surprise, and the space that but a few moments ago was filled with something that heralded their deaths and destruction. He chuckled softly to himself. Paradoxical insanity. Cattle ship. Eternal garden. How could this happen? How did mere feed manage to strike at them so brazenly? Their assault was unexpected at every conceivable level, but there was no doubt that the detestable feed that called themselves humans had tricked them. The evidence was now displayed across several debris fields that had been the ships of its brethren. "High Marshal, we're receiving a message from the Delight in Sunrise and the Unchallenged Incubator. They ask if they should turn and face the damaged black vessel?" asked the nearest communication officer. High Marshal Diffit turned its full attention to the officer, and its petals quickly displayed its answer. "They'll continue to engage the smaller vessels. The humans of that dark vessel will try to board us. Have our engineers tended to our damaged electronics?" "Our engineers are doing what they can, but the damage we sustained during their initial assault has proven extensive. We are running on emergency power and secondary batteries. If they decide to strike us down, there is nothing we can do to stop them." To any other filthy animal, the display of their colored petals would transmit nothing. Lower life forms were simple creatures like that, devoid of higher functions of intellect and interpretation. Yet another point that made the Drazzen superior was that they could transmit complex emotional messages through slightly different variations of the colors they could conjure and the barely perceptible movements of their petals. But to Diffit, the fear, anger, and trepidation were more than apparent in the officer's reply. "They won't. They want to capture the Eternal Garden for their own selfish and nefarious purposes. They will have us all killed before that," it replied, and paused for a moment, gathering its thoughts. "How many defenders, hunters, and skinners do we have on board?" "No more than 10,000, High Marshal," replied the officer. "Do we have the power to run our automated defenses?" "We do, High Marshal." Diffit shuffled where it stood, unwilling to take its pod of command during such a situation that required his undivided attention. Looking around the chamber, illuminated by a pleasant red light, it saw the rest of its kin working on their tasks. The fury in its hearts was hard to contain and only allowed itself to flail its vines around slowly, eager to carve the meat of the insolent feed who had dared attack and kill so many Drazzen already. Its duty was to its siblings first. Rage could wait. "How are things progressing on the planet? Has the Lord Harrower managed to disengage the filthy apes?" Diffit asked. "A moment, High Marshal," the officer replied, turning to its circular panel and deftly using its surprisingly dexterous manipulators to tap quick commands. A few seconds later, it turned to Diffit, its colors showcasing grimace and fury. "High Marshal, the Lord Harrower is still unable to disengage any of its forces. The feed is pressing on all fronts and several pods have been overrun. Lord Harrower Cartagolgo has managed to establish itself in 3 major route holds, but access to the void-capable shuttles and transports is impossible." Diffit wanted to lash out in anger. Ever since the destruction of the ondulating vine, Lord Harrower Cartagolgo, its dearest friend and superior, attempted to pull back and send as many defenders and hunters it could spare. But the damn humans, somehow sensing the retreat of such units and a de-escalation of the ongoing harvest, instead of running to hide like the stinking, filthy, delicious animals they were, like so many others had in a futile attempt to prevent them from being used by their betters. They pressed the attack on all fronts, pinning down Cartagolgo's troops and preventing the return of their veteran and trained personnel to the Eternal Garden. Diffit lamented at that moment the decision it made to transfer most of the troops at its disposal so the harvest and subjugation of the planet could be completed as fast as possible. That had left their fleet without the numbers to spare and send boarding actions against that accursed dark vessel. Then again, after seeing it in action, it doubted many, if any, boarding pods would have made it. "Prepare kill zones and set traps. Take battle stations. We must prepare for anything the feed may send upon us, Diffit commanded. Order the caretakers to seal the nurseries. Dispatch our remaining skinners and defenders to the cattle farms. Take the young feed. Use them as shields. Humans are cruel to each other, but hold care for their delectable spawn. Orders dispatched, High Marshal, replied the officer. Suddenly, the quick shuffling of clawed paws caught their attention. Defeaty turned to see Ekhin wearing an engineering uniform. It was clearly agitated as its vines flailed wildly and its manipulators gripped each other nervously. High Marshal! Remain calm, sibling. What is it that you wish to communicate? Diffit asked, portraying a restraint it had not. That ship, the engineer replied, its petals vibrating fearfully. The Great Bloom, before it was destroyed, sent an encoded transmission. It recognized the ship. It is the same ship that stopped the assault of High Marshal Kuitar set upon the system the humans called Jintrax. Diffit was unable to keep its vines from flaring, lashing out for several seconds as it processed the information. Of course it knew of Jintrax and the monstrous ship that foiled Kuitar's mission, in turn exposing the treachery of the human rebels. That same ship had come to hunt them down? Did the humans see them as prey? Mere feed? Pathetic. Preposterous. Humans were animals. They were all animals, some smarter than others, but animals at the end of the day. They were not predators, only pretenders and fakes, never like the glorious Drazzen. It refused to believe that a so-called apient species that wantonly killed each other at every chance it got for petty reasons could do something so predatory. Unleash our remaining craft, Diffit ordered, partly in desperation and partly in anger. We have no more qualified pilots, High Marshal. The remaining ones are untrained and untested, the officer replied. Diffit's tendrils went rigid and its manipulators turned to fists, shaking slightly. The officer was right. Sending untrained pilots would only get them killed for nothing. And after seeing the odd and, it had to admit, terrifying tactics and strategies deployed by the humans and their dark vessel, it wasn't confident about their chances of success. It could hardly believe when the surviving pilots of the patrol strike force returned. Who could believe such an obvious fabrication? Their retelling of how a smaller force undid them could not be anything more than blustering lies. But data and recordings did not lie. Despite their preparations and standing ready to fight, the surprise strike from the dark vessel threw the fleet into chaos for several moments, more than enough time for their enemy to puncture several of their ships with an opening barrage. They had done everything in their power to take it down, but the dark vessel never hesitated. It had been a brutal departure from the usual strategies and movements made by the Principality feed that none could adapt quickly enough to counter them effectively. Diffit could take solace in that its siblings had damaged the powerful dark vessel significantly, but nothing more than that. It wasn't crippled, but its capabilities were reduced with how much heat it had generated. Even if it ran away now, it wouldn't now that its allies had arrived. Its mysterious means of obscuring its presence was tarnished. High Marshal, I'm detecting a feed shuttle approaching our main hangar bay, the officer exclaimed. Have defenders ready to meet the intruders, Diffit ordered. Heavy weapons are allowed. It is likely they sent competent fighters. Maybe the shuttle has explosives, offered the engineer. They wouldn't use a shuttle when they could easily strike us with a torpedo or tear into us with railgun strikes. No, my kin, they are trying to board us. To send a small force only means that they are sending their best. Gazer, I want footage of the hangar now. At its command, a holoscreen appeared in front of it displaying his requested area. It saw 100 defenders and several dozen trainees fully suited, carrying heavy laser and short-range plasma weapons set upon defensive positions. Before more defenders could arrive, however, the shuttle entered the hangar unleashing a barrage of kinetic rounds from previously concealed turret compartments. The defenders and the trainees opened fire, flaring the shields of the shuttle with only a few plasma bolts punching through, melting armor and wreaking havoc with the internal electronics. Many kin were butchered by the two turrets until they stopped firing. Then, suddenly, a section of the shuttle exploded, and 12 figures emerged with the use of jetpacks. The armored humans, lowly feed that they were, would be slaughtered within moments. Except it didn't happen. Some shots landed on them, flaring their personal shields, but almost faster than its eyes could follow, they were upon its siblings. The expected slaughter happened, but unleashed upon Drazzen, not feed. It was anti-natural to see nearly 300 siblings cut down with terrifying ease, and not a single human had fallen. Sparing a second amongst each other, Diffit watched with horror how they split into groups of 3 and then rushed out in different directions. "Give me visuals on all of them," it ordered, and the holoscreen widened, splitting itself into several different video feeds. 2 groups were running down corridors, gutting and killing any kin that dared confront them. It didn't matter if they were defenders, caretakers, or simple trainees. They slaughtered them all without mercy, and often before the kin could return fire. They used pistols, rifles, and terrible energy swords with the same deadly efficiency. On the bridge watched in horror how mere juvenile kin, brave ones who refused to leave their stations for the sanctuary deeper within the ship, were torn to shreds mercilessly, their remains adorning the floors without care. "Woo! Why aren't the automated defenses working?" the engineer cried, flailing widely as it did. "They have not reached them yet. What is the feed doing, officer?" Diffit asked, his attention stolen back to the hangar where 6 more of those deadly figures emerged bearing similar weaponry. Behind them, though, a figure wearing red armor from top to bottom stepped out. Just seeing this feed, this human thing through the camera, sent a tremor of pure fear up its stalk and caused its hearts to skip several beats one after the other. "Hi, Marshal, the feed! They are accessing a console! They're invading our networks!" The officer replied in a panic, tapping on its panel for several seconds before frustratingly punching it several times. "Viruses are flooding our servers. Ghost AIs are hijacking and rewriting our command protocols, blocking access to several ship systems. They're destroying our assistant AIs one by one in mere seconds. Automated defenses have been deactivated. Trigger motion traps and automated traps have been deactivated. Security cameras are functional. Life support is being cut off from all living quarters. Entire decks and bulkheads are being sealed off. We've managed to isolate the bridge and the grazing grounds. That shouldn't be possible. Humans don't know our protocols, our systems," Diffit replied. Anger replaced fear and confusion turned into indignation. "Order our forces to avoid engaging the human feed. Set perimeters around the nurseries and the cattle pens. Protocol rotting tomb is in effect. Engineer, can we overload our reactors?" "We can't. The humans have disabled it," the engineer replied in a panic. High Marshal Diffit was backed into a wall. There was nothing more that it could do, and it knew it. The humans had crippled them, and they were set on a desperate defense of their home and promise of the future, a future that now looked bleak and unreachable. As High Marshal, it could order every kin except for the caretakers to face the invaders. But that would just mean it'd sacrifice them for mere seconds of delay before they reached the more populated areas. For now, its greatest aim was to rescue siblings trapped on isolated decks with hampered life support. "Send engineers and defenders as their vanguard with breaching equipment. Liberate as much of our kin as possible," Diffit commanded, desperately struggling to keep any semblance of confidence and security, however fake it was. "High Marshal, they're avoiding targeting the video and recording systems on purpose," the officer said, veins trembling erratically. "Monsters!" While Drazzen lacked vocal cords, the high-pitched hiss that escaped its mouth as its tongue lashed out was charged with all the hatred it could muster. "They want us to watch our demise. Seal the bridge and everyone prepare. They'll make their way here eventually. Let us offer prayers to Drazkalak and eradicate these human beasts from our home." Diffit watched as every kin was quick to take up arms and suit up, ready to give their lives if need be for the survival and supremacy of all Drazzen. With that said, it turned back to the holoscreen to see the progress of the humans. To its surprise, they had halted their reckless advance and were now securing the terrain already gained. The hangar and 4 entire decks were now theirs. Virtually nothing on a ship the size of the Eternal Garden, but the speed and ruthlessness in which they had taken it was to be feared. For what felt like an eternity, Diffit could only watch as the armored humans, led by that terrifying Red One, waited for something. "High Marshal, we've lost all communications with the Lord Harrower and the rest of our kin. Sensors also detect half a dozen shuttles incoming. Another group of 4 is following behind," the officer announced. Diffit didn't reply. It could only watch with impotency as 6 additional shuttles landed on their hangar, sullying it with their filthy human boots. Scores of humans discharged the shuttles, and the difference between the new arrivals and the first wave of attackers was more than evident. Some wore quality armor and weapons, and most were dressed in inferior but sustainable equipment, mass-produced and functional, but nothing impressive. The shuttles departed, and a minute later the 4 additional shuttles landed, discharging a more ramshackle group of humans equipped with varying grades of quality. The High Marshal watched carefully, seeing them form into groups and receiving orders before they broke off, and the incursion into the Eternal Garden began. "Which zone will be reached first?" it asked. "That group," it began, highlighting the party of 5 humans led by the red-armored one, "will reach the cattle pens if they continue on their way. High Marshal, they move as if they know where they are going. I fear they have stolen the Eternal Garden's schematics and layout." "Obviously," Diffit replied bitterly, not against its sibling but directed at the human feed. "Inform our siblings that the humans are coming. Ready the cattle shields." On the screen, the perspective changed to show large areas dotted with pens where cattle could be held, sapient and not. Defenders and skinners were coordinating the defensive preparations, stacking metallic crates and other objects to create barricades, forming a kill zone that lined up with the main entrance. Juvenile cattle, children if it remembered correctly, were being taken out from their pens. Some protested or cried, others obeyed obediently. The loss of precious future breeding cattle would be tragic, but feed was feed, and if feed could buy them an advantage over the lowly humans, then it didn't matter. Once the defenses were set as best they could, with kin holding the children in front of them as shields, while their own weapons were aimed and ready, the group led by the red-armored human was less than 30 seconds away. On the screen, Diffit saw the red-armored human arm itself with a handgun in one hand and a dull-looking sword in the other. Before it could process what was happening, a glow of green energy surrounded the sword, and the human began to distort right in front of its eyes. Then, it happened. In a rush of speed that surprised everyone watching it, the red-armored human erupted past the entrance, sprinting at a speed that shouldn't have been possible. The first line of defenders opened fire with laser, heavy laser, and plasma rifles, but the human weaved and moved so fast and so erratically that nearly every shot failed to hit its intended mark. Almost too fast for its eyes to follow, the red-armored human closed the distance, and with a swing of its sword, 3 defenders alongside their shields were cut down as if they were made out of paper. Diffit watched in horror as the human jumped and moved with unmatched agility, cutting down kin after kin with laughable ease. It fired its gun several times, each time claiming the life of yet another kin. The momentum and the speed it carried from its earlier run proved to be nothing more than another tool it could use to deliver death upon innocent Drazzen. 2 skinners confronted the human, their vines already flailing, ready to pierce, gut, and tear the human apart. The human answered the challenge by confronting them at the same time the other 4 armored humans reached the defensive line, swords ignited and proceeding to butcher kin and their shields mercilessly. The red-armored human easily dodged the Skinner's attacks, and the battle, if it could be called that, lasted for no more than 5 seconds before the human bisected one of the Skinners with a swift slash while punching the other, tearing its body in half from the force of the impact at the same time. The human stopped for a moment, reached out with its right arm to the side, and caught the handgun that it had at some point launched into the air. Diffit could only watch in horror as the rest of the kin there were slaughtered in mere seconds by the 5 humans. Most of the shields had also perished, but the humans paid them no mind nor care. They simply left them there as they proceeded to continue on their way. In less than a minute, 200 kin had lost their lives to 5 measly humans, although Diffit had to admit they were clearly no ordinary humans. "Royal Marines," it finally said. There were only reports and distant rumors from other raiding parties in the past mentioning incredibly skilled and dangerous humans that far surpassed any other fighting feed. It had never considered such reports to be more than exaggerations, but now that it was seeing it with its own eyes, the reality of their situation shook it to the core. The other groups of humans moved swiftly, spearheaded by the armored ones that couldn't be anything but Royal Marines. Each time they entered an area, the Royal Marines would cause mayhem and panic, allowing the other humans following behind them to finish off the survivors. This went on for nearly half an hour, with more and more ground gained and subjugated by the damn humans. When they reached the large grazing grounds at the center of the Eternal Garden, they all halted. The vast farming lands, complete with floral and fungal forests, running water, and a controlled climate filled with docile, tamed, non-sapient cattle, was something they were clearly not expecting to find. Their momentary moment of doubt ended quickly as the Royal Marines reacted first, when several of those accursed invaders suddenly dropped to the ground, either dead or heavily wounded, taken down by the precise shots of hunters. The humans spread out, with the ones wearing the better equipment at the center of formations, while the rest protected them. Their weaker shields often proved to be easily pierced by a single plasma or focused laser shot. From concealed positions, defenders and skinners jumped out, lashing out against the invaders. The regular humans, as expected, hesitated to harm the living shields carried by proud Drazzen warriors. Many more fell due to that moment's hesitation, but that only spurred them to fight back, uncaring of harming the living meat shields. Diffit cursed internally when kin after kin were brought down. Some claimed the life of a human or two, but they were badly outnumbered everywhere and thoroughly outmatched at every turn the Royal Marines were present. Frustratingly, the ramshackle group was performing better than the other humans, taking only scant casualties while focusing fire on a single objective in smaller groups at a time. Unlike their better-equipped counterparts, they didn't hesitate to sacrifice the shields if it meant killing one more of its siblings. "Animals! They are perverted animals," Diffit said as the battle continued. "High Marshal, the Red One," the officer warned, panic clear in its shifting colors. Diffit's attention focused on the red-armored human. It had stopped at an intersection along the other four. While it couldn't know what they were discussing, it soon became apparent as the 4 Royal Marines split into 2 groups, running to each side of the intersection to spread out their slaughter. Meanwhile, the red-armored human continued on forward, heading directly to the bridge. "Form up! Form up!" Diffit commanded, quickly checking its weapons. Every kin followed suit, every weapon pointed at the blast door, keeping the bridge isolated. 2 heavy security turrets were manually overridden and operated by 2 defenders. The holoscreen suddenly died a second alter. "Report! I don't know. The security cameras died at the same time all over the Eternal Garden," the officer answered, agitated. Had they planned this? Had they allowed them to witness the invasion of their home just to blind them at the end? Just how cruel could these unfeeling animals be? Those questions crossed Diffit's mind moments before something powerful hit the blast door. Another hit followed, and then another and another, each time making most of them flinch and take a step back in pure fear. Then it stopped, and silence reigned with only the shuffling noises of clawed paws breaking through every now and again. Without warning, the doors suddenly opened, just enough to allow a young human to pass through. No order was needed to be given. Every weapon, from vine-mounted lasers to plasma rifles and the defense turrets, unleashed their fury on the tight entryway. Scorch marks were formed upon the floor and the doors. Plasma shots sometimes missed, hitting instead a console or another piece of equipment that destroyed it, often with explosive consequences and initiating a fire that quickly spread. The concentrated barrage of laser and plasma was so intense that the floor near the entrance started to glow brightly and melt, but only leaving brief, bright marks on the reinforced blast doors. Through the continuous fire, however, the body, or rather, what remained of it, of a kin, flew past the suppressing screen. Everyone stopped firing, long enough for them to see in horror the wriggling but still alive kin bereft of its vines, eye stalk, legs, and 3 arms. The pain it was going through had to be unimaginable, and rage filled Diffit's hearts, but too late it realized their mistake. It had been a mere moment of hesitation, but that was all the red-armored human needed. In an agile move, it entered the bridge. Then, before any could resume shooting at the red monster, it leaped forth gracefully, sword ignited on its left hand while the right shot 3 times, ending the lives of 3 siblings. "Open fire!" Diffit ordered, any semblance of self-control and calm erased from its mind. The human landed, killing 2 more kin with the swing of its sword, only to then move incredibly fast to its right, cutting through one of the turrets. It leaped back a dozen meters a second before the turret exploded, killing every sibling near it. The human landed on an engineer a moment later, crushing it instantly. Its shields flared when a plasma bolt hit it, but in return, the glow around the sword ended, and it tossed it at the kin responsible for the attack. The sword pierced straight through its head, impaling another kin in the process to a console. The human then impossibly began to jump, weave, and run with exceptional mobility, crouching so close to the ground that it could fuse with it or bending its body in ways Biffit had never seen another human move before. A defender charged forth, but the human spun around, jumped above it, and then delivered a kick as it descended that turned the 2.5 meters tall Drazzen into a bloody mess of blood, organs, and shattered limbs. 6 more shots followed, and 4 kin died mercifully quickly. The human retrieved the sword, igniting it again before launching itself at the other turret, but instead of cutting it like the previous one, it opted to simply kill the defender operating it before lunging to its left, grabbing the kin's eye stalk, shattering the reinforced protective glass as if it wasn't even there and crushing the stalk in a tight grip. It then tossed the kin around with such strength and speed that the engineer that was tackled by the body was smeared on its console, killing them both. In a desperate move, the officer attacked with all vines, its shifting colors showing just how terrified it was. The human didn't bother to dodge its attacks, for only 3 landed hitting its armor without showing any effect, before a swift, powerful kick ripped the officer into 3 separate pieces, smearing its console in the process. "Not feed," Diffit said, activating its translator as it stood in front of the red-armored human looking at him firmly through the glowing green visor it was using. Behind it, the fires danced violently, as if trying to render tribute and praise upon the one who had caused such slaughter. It was then and only then that Diffit realized that it was the only one left alive. "Not feed. You, human. You are a demon." Wordlessly, the red-armored demon raised its sword. The strike was so fast that Diffit didn't register it until a short-lived flash of pain coursed through its body. It felt itself falling to the right and to the left at the same time, and before it could hit the ground, darkness overtook it. Cynthia Winfield deactivated her sword and holstered her gun. Sheathing her sword, she opened a link with Redford. "This is Cynthia Winfield, Commander Redford. The cattle ship has been captured. Our forces are dealing with the remaining stragglers." "Understood. Good hunting, Cynthia," Redford replied, killing the link. Cynthia allowed herself to sigh and roll her left shoulder before looking around at the carnage with nothing but apathy. "Disgusting creatures," she said with poison coating each word. A sudden thought struck her and she knelt down, picking up one of the twitching, claw-tipped vines of the Drazzen. She then tore it away, examining it for a few seconds before repeating the process a few times until she had 24, storing them in one of her utility pouches. Making her way to the main console, wires came out of her bracers, connecting with the ship more directly. "Let's see what secrets are you hiding." Gallant Venture, War Room. "That can't be possible," muttered Casimir Caiston, his eyes fixed on the tactical map at the center of the table. For once, Javier Wunda remained silent, his mouth slightly agape while his lower lip trembled, words failing him. Felicity Cintor was staring at the map with furious frustration while biting on her right thumb's nail. Maximilian Usurek remained outwardly calm despite the storm forming within his chest. "And yet it is," Maximilian added a few seconds later. "The Samuel's Glory has been heavily wounded, but not enough to be crippled. It is regrettable that I couldn't be present to witness the battle take place. However," his eyes narrowed as he picked up the 44 small signatures forming around the Samuel's Glory, "why do they still have so many fighters at their disposal? I thought you said that ship could only house a full wing of fighters, little Caiston." "They couldn't have enough to convert other areas into additional hangar bays," Casimir replied agitatedly. "We all saw what was chasing their wing. You said so yourself, Maximilian. There was no way they could have survived against so many Drazzen." "I said that, didn't I?" Maximilian admitted, nodding slowly. "I have been proven wrong. How they survived eludes me. But look at that," he said, and the map zoomed past the main battle zone to a small but noticeable debris field. That's the kind of debris only a large-scale fighter encounter could create. I'm willing to gamble that most belong to Drazzen fighters. That's preposterous, Javier commented, finally finding his voice once more. Are you telling us that a wing was able to contend and win against a force 5 times their strength and numbers? Reality can be shocking and unbelievable, Maximilian replied. If you have another answer, please elucidate us, Javier grumbled at the challenge, but did no more than that. I do understand your disbelief, Wunder. 80 fighters against 400? The battle had to be intense, destructive, and quick before the frigates could assist their fighters. Could it be possible that the pilots are silver aces? They are serving under an aster with Redford Kalen as their leader and commander. It should be feasible, Javier proposed. Unlikely. As much as I want that possibility to be true, Casimir replied dryly. Many of the exceptional or talented warriors that distinguish themselves in the line of service are either transferred to the Fifth Fleet or pull enough strings to ascend through the ranks, often to increase their personal standings within their houses. Bronze aces are already uncommon as it is, and silver aces are more so. Javier let out a choked, perturbed laugh. You can't possibly suggest that regular pilots were able to not only fight off an overwhelming enemy force, but have nearly 3/4 of them survive the encounter and come out as victorious. Under the leadership of Redford Kalen, I believe it could be a possibility, replied Casimir, as the map returned to the Samuel's Glory and the accursed cattle ship. It could be, if Redford Kalen was the one leading them, Maximilian added, gaining the attention of his companions. You forget, little Caiston, 2 crucial details, he began, raising a finger. 1. Redford Kalen was sitting on the captain's chair the entire time. Ever since the start of their initial assault to moments before the jamming ended, there simply wouldn't be time for him to take direct command at any moment. He raised a second finger. 2. The jamming effect would prohibit him from doing so, even if he could. Then what are you suggesting, Usarek? Javier asked hurriedly. Isn't it obvious? Maximilian asked rhetorically as an involuntary smirk spread across his lips. Someone else was acting as the wing leader. Someone skilled enough to not only survive but achieve victory against such unlikely odds. Someone that Redford Kalen, and by extension Her Bloody Majesty Princess Clara Astor, trusts enough to not only lead such an assault, but to throw him into the pits of danger and believe he'll survive and come back. Wyatt Staples, hissed Felicity through clenched teeth without a moment's hesitation. Precisely, Maximilian agreed, eyes fixed on the map. Then if you are correct, Maximilian, we must eliminate him, Felicity continued, releasing her nail. We'll be upon them in 3 hours and within range of our missiles before that. The Samuel's Glory has suffered tremendous damage and, according to their signatures, is running hot. Even if they try to escape the system, their stealth capabilities will be useless and we'll be able to harass them endlessly outside their effective range. Your masterful insight and visionary strategic mind are captivating, said Maximilian, his tone showing plainly the mockery carried in each word. We don't know if the damage they took was severe enough to reduce their offensive capabilities. Do you know how many more missiles are at their disposal? How many other torpedoes? Was their reactor damaged or compromised? It matters little, Felicity countered. As long as we stay outside their effective range, even their pulse beam will be worthless. We simply have to target their most damaged areas and keep harassing them. Their missile stockpiles must be severely depleted after such an engagement. Casimir? Casimir crossed his arms and hummed for a moment that felt like it stretched for ages. It is a viable strategy. The Samuel's Glory is wounded, running hot, and their shields were completely drained. It'll take them over a dozen hours to recover a significant percentage, even if they're willing to ignore their heat buildup. Their heat banks and sinks can't handle much more than they are now. They are in quite a precarious position. Boarding the ship itself is out of the question, but we can cripple it or destroy it with railgun strikes and constant barrages of missiles, tragic as that outcome would be. Javier chuckled. If we cripple it, then we could force the survivors to land on the planet. I'm sure lousy rebels and detestable aliens will welcome them with open arms. They might just do us a favor while our hands remain untainted by blood. Maximilian glanced at Javier, glaring at him silently. He was about to open his mouth when they all received an alert from Captain Ciro. Lords, my lady! The cattle ship has suffered an internal explosion. Patching feed now. Instantly, the tactical map was updated as over 1,000 small dots appeared emerging out of the cattle ship and moving directly toward the Samuel's Glory. "She's dead," Felicity said with gusto. Snapping her fingers, one of her maids presented a glass of wine before her. Taking it, she drank from it greedily until it was almost empty. "Let us wait and enjoy the demise of the Reaper, shall we? Perhaps the Lord Regent will grant us a title for our accomplishments. Victory over death or Reaper's demise sound rather catching, do they not?" "As beautiful as you are, Felicity, you can be quite crude and obtuse," commented Maximilian. "Was one hollow victory not enough for you?" "This is entirely different, Maximilian," countered Felicity, choosing to ignore his insult. "The Reaper and her mongrel knight were able to trick me, this I will admit, but against what is coming for them, I doubt they can repeat such a feat. The odds are not in their favor. By Julius's name, even if all of those are just fighters, they'll overwhelm the Samuel's Glory. There must be bombers among them, perhaps even gunships," Casimir pointed out. "I don't see how they can survive against the coming assault. If I were Redford Kalen, I would start ordering personnel to board life pods and make their way down to the planet. Even then, I doubt the Drazzen will simply allow them to escape after what they've done to them." Maximilian hated to admit it, but he couldn't see any viable way for the Samuel's Glory to survive for much longer. To think that the Drazzen would be the ones to end the lives of not only Princess Clara Astor, but also the lives of Cynthia Winfield and Redford Kalen left a bad taste in his mouth. What was most tragic, however, would be his missed chance to face off against Redford Kalen in combat and prove himself the superior pilot. Lamenting the loss of likely his only chance to face one of the men who inspired him to become what he is today, he didn't pay attention to the map until Javier's voice brought him back to reality. "What are the destroyers doing?" Javier asked hurriedly. "They're changing course, calculating their new vector paths," Casimir replied, and several seconds later he let out a gasp. "They're heading on an intercept course against the Gallant Venture." "What?" Felicity cried out. "How is that possible? We're moving in closer, but our stealth systems should be able to keep us hidden," Javier protested. "We have veer off." "Spineless coward! You'd rather run away before ensuring the wicked whore and her followers are dead?" exclaimed the ebony-skinned woman. "Casimir, how are they able to see us?" "Clever monsters. They must have left behind a probe of their own. Once the jamming ended, they detected our presence." "And now they're moving to face us," interjected a near-panicking Javier. Maximilian turned his attention to Felicity. "I warned you they were likely to do something like this, Felicity. We should have stayed put at the edges of the system as I suggested. Fortunately, we have time. We can still escape unscathed." "But why are they moving to attack us?" Javier protested. "They must believe we're here to support the princess," Casimir rationalized. "Once their fighters are done eliminating the Samuel's Glory, they'll come for us if we don't move to leave now." "We must... What is the Samuel's Glory doing?" Javier began, but then paused when his gaze fell upon the map. All eyes turned to the map again, seeing several small dots emerge from the ship's bottom. "Are those more fighters?" asked Felicity. "No, their signature is too small. By the spirits of my ancestors, those must be mining drones," answered Casimir. "Why, how do they plan to use mere mining drones?" "Why are they forming up at the front of the ship?" Javier asked, his panic momentarily forgotten. "Could they be forming a shield of sorts? A diversory tactic, perhaps?" Maximilian offered. "There's 200 drones. Even if they use them for ramming, they won't do much if any damage to the Drazzen," Casimir replied, watching the map intently. "No. Wait, they're dumpling together," he said, as the smaller dots combined into several dozen bigger ones, their sensors enhanced by the still-active probes giving them the clearest image of what was happening. They all watched in stunned silence as the Samuel's Glory unleashed wave after wave of missiles, depleting even more their dwindling ammunition. The Drazzen responded in kind, though just enough to intercept them before any potential damage could be achieved. A few moments later, the drones began to move as one toward the Drazzen formation. "What are they planning? Why haven't they begun evacuating procedures?" Felicity asked, intrigued. "I don't know. I truly don't," Casimir replied, baffled. Maximilian couldn't blame the young Caiston. He, too, was at a loss of words. He simply couldn't imagine what Redford Callan was planning to achieve. After a tense minute of bated breath, the drones suddenly gained speed once they were close enough to the Drazzen formation, driving them into its center. Half a minute later, the map was distorted for several seconds, but when it returned to normal, the Drazzen forces had been reduced to a few dozen signals, most of which continued to disappear, either destroyed or going silent. No order was needed to be issued as only a few seconds later, every screen in the war room came to life, showing the borrowed perspective of the Gallant Venture's external cameras zoomed in as much as possible. The video wasn't the best due to the distance, but it helped reduce the light lag until, impossibly, before their unbelieving eyes, a tiny short-lived star appeared on screen, leaving only an expanding cloud of searing hot plasma particles and radiation. It cannot be, Felicity finally muttered after an eternity of cold silence. She placed a hand on her stomach, suddenly feeling ill. How? That woman is a curse upon her enemies, a curse, Javier exclaimed, legs trembling. Casimir, Maximilian, explain, now! Casimir was simply shaking his head slowly, unblinking as disbelief coursed through his body. The lone wolf, unlike his companions, never felt his heart beating as hard as right at that precise moment. It only increased when the fighters moved in after the cloud created by the explosion was no longer a danger to them to deal with the few remaining stragglers. His eyes were then drawn to a dot that was leaving from the Samuel's Glory, heading for the cattle ship. "They're going to board it," he muttered as disbelief, surprise, wariness, and excitement filled his beating heart at the same time. "Captain Ciro, prepare our fleet to engage the destroyers," cried out Felicity a few moments later, her face showing unbridled rage, contempt, and uncaged fury. "After that, we shall destroy their ship and end that murderous bitch." "Felicity!" Javier protested loudly. "Captain Ciro, belay that order. Get us out of here. I am your superior. His Lord Regent placed me as the leader of this fleet. My orders are final," Felicity countered before tossing the glass of wine at Javier, who ducked to avoid being hit. "Prepare for the engagement, Ciro. Destroy those ships once we are within range. No matter the cost, the Reaper must die for the glory of the Principality." "The Principality or just yours?" questioned Maximilian with a disapproving look, earning a burning glare from the woman. "She snubbed you. I understand that you're angry, but facing those Drazzen and then the Samuel's Glory, no matter how exposed they are, won't be easy, Felicity. They have more than proven that they won't go down without a fight," he sighed. "We must leave. Our original mission was fulfilled even if it was not what you wanted." "Where is your pride, you Sarek? Where is your honor? That heartless viper deceived us, deceived me! We failed the Lord Regent! We must correct our mistake and clean the stain she and her mongrel inflicted upon our honor as nobles and our houses. Such insolence cannot go unpunished. Whatever trick they used to deal with the Drazzen won't work on us. We can and will end the scourge of her existence, understood?" "Felicity, please listen to reason," Casimir said, coming to stand in between them. "Look, the destroyers are burning as fast as their engines can take them. They are out for blood, and if they can't kill the Samuel's Glory, they will do whatever it takes to kill us. Even if we try to communicate with them, you know how Drazzen are. They'll ignore our attempts and see us as nothing more than enemies. Our forces are limited and not suited for open battle, but we can defeat them. This is true. However, we are likely to suffer numerous casualties. Will you accept responsibility? Are you willing to risk it all now?" For a second, Felicity considered Casimir's warnings, but that moment of clarity was dwarfed and swallowed by the disdain and pure hatred that consumed her heart and mind. "We will attack! That is my final order. Maximilian, be ready to fulfill your duty to House Centaur," Felicity declared firmly, leaving no room for interpretation or protest. Maximilian glared at Felicity for several seconds, their eyes locking in an invisible battle until he closed his eyes and bowed his head in submission. "I am bound by contract, duty, and honor to obey House Centaur. Your command shall be obeyed, Lady Felicity." Raising his head, he continued, "But let it be known that I disagree with your decision most vehemently." "Duly noted, Usarek. Now go get our fighters ready. Show our enemies what a lone wolf can do," Felicity commanded again, her chest heaving slightly. Turning to Casimir, she continued, "Come with me, Casimir. I'll need your help crafting a proper surrender demand," she said, smiling darkly. "Javier, go put your combat suit on." "You're crazy, Centaur. We must leave. You'll get us all killed over your petty need for revenge," Javier protested. "Wounded honor is not worth losing your life, and ours over." "I knew you were a coward, Javier, but to such a degree? One more word out of your mouth and I shall send you to the brig," Felicity threatened. Javier glared at her and clenched his teeth tightly, but said nothing, choosing instead to leave the room. "As amusing as that was, I will go fulfill your orders, Lady Felicity," Maximilian said, also turning to leave the room. "Congratulations on your first battle experience, little Caiston. May we survive to share a drink after." With that, he left the room, leaving Casimir and Felicity alone. As he walked, he couldn't hide his smirk anymore. Fate had been kind to him. Perhaps his desire to face Redford Kalen in battle could be fulfilled still? A pleasant thought, if nothing else. Noravio, War Room. "I'm sorry, my princess, what did you say?" Istanel Ferentis asked in surprise as he stared into the violet eyes of the blonde princess in front of him. 4 Royal Marines were standing near her, ever vigilant, but keeping a respectful distance from her. It was the first time he'd been alone with the princess, minus the deadly warriors guarding her. Clara, for her part, displayed an unfeeling, cold-as-stone expression. "Felicity Centaur and her ilk are present in the system. Should they prevail against the Drazzen destroyers, and I believe they shall, though at a cost, they are certainly going to strike against us, Istanel. They likely seek my death and the destruction of my vessel and everyone in it." Istanel rose to his feet, slamming his armored hands on the table. Much like himself, his body armor was ostentatious and of high quality, top of the line for conducting scientific studies. The sort that usually involved bodily fluids, dangerous vapors, and other unpleasant realities that his chosen profession involved sullying his hands with. It wasn't combat armor by any means, but it offered a similar level of protection while providing a more comfortable experience. "That is an outrage!" Istanel yelled, pointing a finger to his left side aimlessly. "Who do they think they are? Surely they know I'm on board. They wouldn't dare to put my life at risk and incite the rage of my parents and house." "Sad as the reality may be, Lord Istanel, your life is meaningless to them if it means ending mine in the process. The ramifications of your demise at their hands would be, shall we say, negligible, compared to the enormous benefit, status, and accolades mine would bring them." "It is worth the price if I say so myself," Clara replied, her expression unchanging. "Then let me open a communication channel. This is Ferentis territory, neutral grounds. Lady Felicity shall listen to reason," Istanel proposed, still angry. "Ferentis territory?" Clara giggled softly. "My Lord Istanel, I'm afraid you're mistaken. This system is a fallen one. We've won the battle, yes, but the planet remains in control of traitors and rebels. Killing you is a political liability they can endure and surely use in their favor. At most, your father, Lord Genak, will demand retribution to be paid either in blood resources or political favors. At worst, Felicity Centaur will be able to underplay the impact of your demise to the point of irrelevance." "She wouldn't dare," Istanel remarked, sitting down. "Wouldn't she?" Clara asked. "Then what am I to do? I do not wish to perish aboard this vessel," said Istanel sincerely. "As my guest and part of House Ferentis, a neutral house, you can ask Felicity Centaur for asylum. She will grant your request, of this I'm certain," Clara confessed. Istanel stared into her eyes for several moments before asking, "Would you simply let me leave if I were to request this?" Clara nodded, and finally her expression softened, just enough to show some empathy and kindness. "You are not my prisoner, Istanel Ferentis. You are my guest and ward, entrusted to me by your Lord Father and Lady Mother to keep you safe and see our deal fulfilled." "I see," Istanel crossed his arms. "Then it is my choice to remain here at your side or request asylum," he hummed deeply. "You're letting me choose whom I believe will survive and win the coming engagement and whom to side with." "Precisely," Clara confirmed. "Stay and fulfill the agreement made between House Astor and House Ferentis, risking your life in the process. Or leave without consequence, as you are merely a spectator, and my promise to see you return to your house shall be fulfilled in equal measure. Neither path is without danger, but it is your choice which side to take, Lord Istanel." She closed her eyes for a moment, letting her lips curl into a soft, inviting smile. Truth be told, I believe you'd be safer with them. Perhaps, Istanel replied, then smirked. But I'm a man of honor, Princess. The answer is obvious. I shall remain here, for I have a duty to fulfill to my house, and I shall see it done. His smirk widened. Although in the venue of personal interest, I must confess that I doubt Lady Felicity will allow me to claim specimens for my studies. Clara let out a soft giggle. I doubt she would. Now that we've touched that most sensible topic, Princess, may I know when can I board the cattle ship? Istanel asked, standing to his feet. Once it is secured, Clara replied puzzlingly. Istanel sighed but said nothing else. He bowed his head respectfully and then left. Once she was alone with her Royal Marines, she stood up. Cynthia, what have you found? She asked, opening a direct link with her friend. Much, came Cynthia's reply. I'll copy everything. You need to see this, Clara. Redford, too. Do so. Find out everything you can. Get Milcades to help you once he's done with his objectives, Clara ordered. My princess, Cynthia replied, and the link died. Clara sighed profusely. Welcome to the Black Ship. This first part of the story you're about to hear involves Milcades in a fight scene with the Drazzen. Please pause the video now and skip ahead to around 2 minutes in if you or anyone listening with you may be sensitive to this type of narrative. Cattle Ship, Eternal Garden. Milcades moved swiftly between 3 Drazzen, dodging their desperate lashing vines easily. In a single fluid motion, his sword felled 2 of them, their bodies collapsing instantly. He turned to the 3rd and delivered a powerful kick, sending it crashing into the wall with enough force to render it motionless, its bodysuit doing nothing to protect it against the Royal Marine captain. Without breaking his momentum, he pivoted before launching himself to the left, evading a plasma shot before putting 2 precise shots on the offending Drazzen. The first depleted its shields, and the second claimed its life. Deactivating his sword, he tossed it down the hallway until, at the last moment, a Drazzen appeared from a concealed position, just in time for the sword to impale it, killing it in the act. Rushing forth, Milcades jumped over a makeshift barricade only for him to down 2 Drazzen, preparing to toss several grenades in an attempt to halt him, or just slow him down. He fired his pistol 3 times just as one of the Drazzen activated a grenade. The grenade fell to the ground, and the Drazzen, realizing what had happened, tried to scamper off. The unwounded Drazzen, in a display of courage, tried to save its brethren by dragging it away. 2 seconds later, the grenade exploded, detonating the other grenades at their disposal and turning that section of the hallway into a grotesque painting of reds, browns, violets, and yellows mashed up together. They're starting to use grenades. Be careful, he warned his fellow Royal Marines. No acknowledgement was needed in return. Thanks to his helmet and armor, the shock waves created by the grenades did nothing more than disrupt the armor's sensors for a second or 2. Walking up to the impaled Drazzen, he retrieved his sword, swinging it once to clear out the excess fluids clinging to it. Continuing on his path, he eliminated small pockets of Drazzen with the utmost contempt. Finally, he reached his destination, the main entrance to the cattle pens. Doing a quick check on his map, he saw 3 of his 4 comrades already making their way to him. The 4th was finishing clearing out a small group of Drazzen, and that would take him a few minutes before he could rejoin. Should we advance without Varro? Asked a feminine voice all of a sudden. Let's wait for him. He encountered the most resistance out of us all, Milcades replied, his voice firm and monotone. Amalia, Levison, Galco, report. Eliminated 75 enemies. My sector has no more hostiles, Levison replied. 91 for me. Sector cleared. Suffered minor damage to my right shoulder. Nothing that can slow me down, Galco revealed without shame. 80. Most of them were young. Their desperation is growing, said Amalia. Noted. I'll see you soon, Milcades said, before killing the link with his group and opening another with one of the teams fighting through the built-in ecosystem at the heart of the colossal ship. Immediately after making the connection, the faint sound of battle and explosions reached his ears. Irving, report. Captain, Irving replied, his breath heaving considerably. Mantaro and I have coordinated the Marines and Auxilia in the push. The Drazzen concentrated many of their veteran units here. They have been employing guerrilla tactics and their preferred ambush and wave assaults. We've suffered few casualties so far. The mercenaries under Commander Francesco Arcadi have proven themselves as capable fighters. Thanks to them, only a few Auxilia members have perished so far in the line of duty. No Marine has fallen yet, despite how eager they are to prove their worth. Irving paused momentarily as a series of shots echoed around him. With us providing heavy fire support and dealing with the most dangerous Drazzen, our forces shall conquer these pastures within 2 hours at this pace. The Drazzen have realized no reinforcements will come to their aid, but this has only driven them to savagery and suicidal desperation. Most excellent. You make House Astor proud, Milcades replied. Again, no response was needed as he killed the link. Focusing on another group near the reactors of the ship, he opened the link. Mirella, report. Everything is in order, Captain. There were many Drazzen, but few were soldiers or security personnel. Tearing them apart proved to be an easy task. They were trying to find a way to overload the reactors manually. We've replaced their AI programs and run times with our own. The ship isn't going anywhere without the approval of Her Highness, Mirella replied, letting out a soft chuckle. We couldn't have done it without your energetic interrogation methods, Captain. Let me ask you something, Milcades. Did you expect to encounter Drazzen so soon again? Irrelevant. If anything, we were fortunate to obtain such a treasure trove of information that allowed us to achieve this victory, Milcades replied, and he heard a soft chuckle before the link died. A few seconds later, his 3 companions arrived in unison, coming to a halt before him. We wait for Varro. Until then, check your armor, your weapons, and shield charge. Way ahead of you, Captain, Galco said, holding his assault rifle tightly. How many more of them must we kill before they give up? Would you accept defeat in their place, knowing what that entails? Asked Levison. Not particularly, Galco replied with an edge of humor in voice. Most of these Drazzen are a far cry of those we fought on Woodshaft. Poorly organized and in fewer numbers than I expected. We'll probably finish scouring the ship in 2 days instead of weeks, Amalia pointed out. We're lucky we got to face chaff instead of their trained and seasoned. And with most of them trapped in sealed bulkheads and decks, we can pick them apart one by one, vent those sections, or let them starve, added Levison, without a single shred of empathy. How many Drazzen are on board? Currently, 50,000 of them, though most of those are civilians according to the translators. This ship was carrying 400,000 of them. Where are the rest? Asked Amalia, though she already knew the answer. They must be paying hell down on the planet. They really were trying to take the planet as quickly as possible. They almost emptied their armor, heavy weapons, and logistical supplies from the storage bays. Filthy rebels or not, it is commendable that they can put up a fight against a Drazzen invasion force, commented Galco. Until we can establish communications with the planet, everything else is secondary, Milcades said, joining the conversation. Captain, do you believe the Drazzen will keep using human shields? Asked Levison. We've isolated them entirely from one another. They can't organize themselves effectively anymore, meaning they can't know what's effective and what isn't against us, Milcades answered, pausing as he finished. If they hope for hesitation, they'll find none. What if they kill their cattle out of spite? There are over 5 million listed cattle on the records. How many of those are just animals and not people? Asked Amalia as she ignited her sword for a split second. All the more reason to fulfill Her Majesty's orders, Milcades said. The more we save, the easier it'll be for her to sleep soundly. Amalia let out a guttural growl. Detestable monsters. To them, we are monsters, replied Levison, holstering his pistol. They are right to fear us, but if we are monsters, what would Cynthia be to them? An eldritch abomination or a demon? Good. I hope they die in fear, Galco added, snickering darkly. Turning his head slightly to his left, he saw their final companion arrive. Ah, here comes Varro. What took you so long? Apologies. Those Drazzen proved to be more stubborn than others. On that note, Captain, the processing area is secured and free of hostiles, Varro explained, his voice sounding firmer and heavier than the others. You have nothing to prove by taking the largest objective, Varro, Milcades replied. I know, Captain. It is my personal repentance, if you will. Folks died in Woodshaft due to my negligence. I promised I would honor him by killing as many of these monsters as possible, Varro replied. Then we're in luck, Varro, for there are thousands more to carve through, said Amalia as she placed a hand on his shoulder. Varro returned the gesture in kind, and both nodded simultaneously. We're ready, Captain. Then let us not delay any further, Milcades agreed, and they all turned to the reinforced blast doors blocking their path. Wires came out of Milcades' bracer and connected with the panel next to the doors. Take positions, he commanded, and instantly Varro and Amalia took point while Levison and Galco stood at each side of the doors, ready to strike from their unseen positions. With a groan of metal, the doors parted in the middle and slid into the walls themselves, offering a free passage to a long, lonely corridor. Milcades disconnected from the panel and took the lead. Their walk was measured and ever ready to counter any unaccounted surprise. Once they reached the other end of the corridor, Milcades connected with another panel, and a few seconds later, the door slid open to reveal a huge area that made a cruel parody between a prison and a barn. It had only one entry and exit point, heavily discouraging the very idea of trying to escape, even if any of the captives could even get out of their cages. There were also several lifts but no stairs, since the Drazzen found them frustrating to use. The entire section was large, housing at least 3 stories of cages built into reinforced walls. It was sickening how well organized and structured everything was from the point of a truly alien mind. Go, Milcades ordered with a thought, and his companions rushed forth, weapons at the ready. But to their shock and surprise, not a single Drazzen was there to oppose them. As they moved, shuffling noises began to emerge from the containment cells, soon followed by voices and cries of rejoicing. The captain observed the captured men and women in detail. All of them were fit, or at least had a healthy body, but none looked to be past 50 years old in the case of the oldest ones present. He also couldn't see any cybernetic limb or any cripple, for that matter. They were also naked, all of them, but it was more than apparent that their own nakedness mattered little to them now. Some were crying happily, others were kneeling, begging to be rescued, and a few were silent, glaring at them. Milcades, every cell has at most 12 prisoners, Galco pointed out. I don't see another point of entry or exit. There are 180 cells. These can't possibly be the cattle pens. Then let's find out, Milcades replied, looking around until he found a man in his late 30s, looking at them intently, but bereft of adoration or anger. Approaching the man, Milcades activated his speakers. You there, answer me. What is this place? Isn't it obvious? This is a cattle pen, Royal Marine, the man replied, standing up from his sitting position to be closer to Milcades' eye level. You're not a pirate. I don't see any mark on you. Who are you? Milcades asked, pressing on. The man scoffed darkly. Who I am doesn't matter. Not anymore. I'm not an Aster lapdog. I'm a free man, or rather I was. Ironic, isn't it? I was but a child when the Great Revolution happened. The shackles that our noble overlords set around our necks were destroyed by the mighty Geraldo Onrasta. Again, he scoffed. Not that it matters anymore. Cursed be Gustav Onraste. His ambitions turned into our undoing. Milcades took a step forth, unmoved by the man's shattered spirit. A rebel, then. Tell me, what is it that you know and why are you here? Why I'm here is simple, Royal Marine. I was captured by those Xenos when they turned against us. At the time, I thought I was one of the lucky ones. I got captured and survived their selection process. Lucky are those who died and were turned into whatever is that they eat. I've been here ever since. Now that you're here, I understand why the ship went so silent and why the damn Xenos left us here to die, the man replied with a sad, distant smile. The things I've seen them do, they treat us like mere animals. I doubt they require you for manual labor, Milcades replied. The man chuckled. The ones at the bottom floor are the youngest here, but no children. They were sent to some other place, I think. I'm not sure how many of them survived. Regardless, the bottom floor was reserved for designated breeders. We don't know what they do to the ones on the middle floor. They just take a few each time, and sometimes a few are returned. The ones that return say they do some tests, and the ones that pass are sent elsewhere. We at the top are future meals. Ah, so that's what those other unmarked zones are. Clever bastards. They divide their cattle into different segments, putting them in different areas to avoid cooperation, Levison said through their private channel. Milcades inspected him from top to bottom, comparing him and other prisoners to the dead cattle he found on the disabled destroyer back on Gintrax. There were a few recent wounds, cuts, and burn marks, but nothing that could endanger his life. "Were they trying to tame you?" "More like break us," the man replied, his eyes marred with pain. "Most break bad. I've only been here for, I don't know, a month, 2? There's no way to keep track of time. But there are people who have been here for years. Years! Either you behave or they make you behave. The violent ones are made stupid and complying, and the kids born here, feral. Absolutely feral. I can't describe those children as human. They were raised like animals and behave as such." "I see," Milcades replied and turned to leave. Hey, aren't you going to free us?" asked a woman next to the apathetic man. "Let us out!" another demanded. "I want to see my family again!" one cried out. The cries and demands for rescue continued for several moments until a shot was fired, silencing the tumultuous chaos. Holstering his pistol, Milcades exclaimed loudly, "You're mistaken if you believe we've come to rescue you. Most of you bear pirate markings. That alone sentences you to death. The rest are rebels, traitors of the highest order. I have not heard a single one of you proclaim your loyalty to the principality. However, we will not leave you to suffer and die. Once we cleanse the remaining Drazzen threat, your lives will be at the mercy of Her Majesty Princess Clara Astor. Know that it is through her will alone that the Drazzen have been stopped." With that said, the Royal Marines made their way out of the pens and back the way they came from. After a few seconds of silence, Amalia spoke up. "The cells were spacious, though they didn't offer any privacy. What do you think they're forced to eat?" "Judging by the dispensers on the walls, some sort of gruel," replied Galco. "Say what you will about the Drazzen, but none of them seem to be underfed or starved. I don't know if that's worse or a relief." "Wouldn't you want your cattle to be healthy, tastier?" asked Levison. "The Drazzen are crafty, I'll admit that much. But that makes their actions all the more disgusting. They know we're sapients. Why else would they go to such extremes to isolate pockets of their cattle until they're ready to eat or completely tamed? Monsters! All of them!" Varro exclaimed angrily. "Then we must move to our next objective. Wait! What is this?" Milcades said, and he focused on his map. Near the second hangar, a large group of Drazzen was moving toward it. "They're trying to board their remaining 2 docked frigates," proclaimed Levison. "Captain Killa's group is nearby." "Let me contact Her Highness. She foresaw such an eventuality," Milcades replied, and within moments he established a link with his princess. "What is it, Milcades?" Clara asked. "A group of Drazzen are trying to reach their docked frigates. Judging from their trajectory, they all came from the areas marked as nurseries. We've yet to reach them," replied the captain. "Are there any of your men close by?" "A triad, my princess. Shall I command them to intercept?" "No. Order them to pursue them but never catch them. Make them run faster. Let them know fear. Ensure that they can't overload their reactors but do nothing else. I will suffer martyrs none. Allow them to flee," Clara ordered, and paused briefly. "I'll have Redford destroy one of them while the other shall valiantly escape." "As you command, my princess," Milcades replied without objection. A second later, Clara ended their link. Passing on the orders, he and his comrades began to move again. There were many more Drazzen to kill before the cattle ship was successfully claimed. Noravio, bridge. "Understood, my princess. It shall be as you command," Redford replied before the link with Clara died. Almost as easily as moving his fingers, the starboard railguns moved, aiming at the cattle ship, ready to follow his orders. As he sat on his chair, Redford relaxed as much as he could. Nearly 3 hours had passed since the boarding of the cattle ship, but time had passed glacially slowly and terrifyingly fast at the same time. The damages the Noravio sustained were more extensive than initially registered. Fortunately, that damage could be easily repaired. The casualties had been thankfully few, with only 67 in total. Most of them commoners and only 7 nobles, all members of the logistical, support, and general staff. Sadly, among the casualties, an entire hydroponic bay was lost alongside the personnel responsible for keeping it operational. Entire decks and sections were now closed off, mainly those near the heavily damaged areas exposed to the vacuum. Their radiators had also suffered minor damage, further slowing the process of reducing the ship's heat. To add further problems to their precarious position, their shields wouldn't return for several hours yet. Their total missile ammunition was nearly depleted. They had only one torpedo left, and their maneuvering capabilities were currently hindered. But for every problem, there was a saving grace. He still didn't trust the pirate younglings Clara had, more or less, adopted under her care. What exactly was her objective, he didn't know. However, after receiving Salazar Reed's report that they wanted to help and seeing them in action, he could see some value in them. The simple fact that they had saved many lives and had used their nascent pirating skills to open their way through dangerous situations proved to be useful. Salazar Reed, surprisingly, joined in the rescue efforts, leading the rowdy teenagers into action and guiding them. Several of them suffered minor injuries, and one particularly brave child crawled through a vent, rupturing his suit and earning several burns all over his body. But the boy didn't quit, not until he was able to seal off a plasma vent and rescue over 50 trapped crew members. He was in the medical bay, his wounds being treated. For that alone, Redford hoped for the kid's survival. He hated pirates almost as much as Wyatt hated the Drazzen, but doing something like that made him tolerate the ones on board a little more. His opinion on pirates would never get better. They were deplorable and opportunistic criminals at best, and filthy, bloodthirsty butcherers and slavers at worst. But now he was starting to believe that a bullet to the head or a sword to their necks weren't the only solutions at hand, at least not for all of them. "Commander," Galt called out, breaking Redford's line of thought, "our fighters have been re-equipped. Our technicians report that 8 of our fighters won't be available for another deployment until emergency repairs are completed. That brings our total number of available fighters to 46. With our minor surplus in pilots, we can rotate the ones who are exhausted." "See to it. How are the composters?" he asked, his tone serious despite the tiny smirk on his lips. Who in their right mind would give such a lowly, disgraceful name to anything? It was dreadful and refreshing at the same time. "Ready to redeploy at your behest, Commander," Galt replied. "Most excellent. I'm afraid we'll need every available fighter again soon," Redford commented and shifted his focus to the 2 Drazzen destroyers. They were firing missiles at their invisible targets, and only a few seconds later, he could finally confirm they were there. They were still invisible to his sensors, but as they fired intercepting missiles, a quick vector calculation on the point of origin revealed them completely. It was hard to follow the action, thanks to the slight delay given the vast distances separating them, but Redford could manage it. With the ship's sensors, he saw missile signatures disappear one after the other, but only a few hit their target. As expected, the corvettes formed around their flagship, providing a screen of protection while returning fire with a ceaseless barrage of Hawk missiles. The destroyer itself aided in that task. Sudden spikes on its signature revealed it had railguns at their disposal, though he wondered if they were equivalent to the Noravios or inferior. The traitors were using the same formation they had used when they ambushed them on Gintrax. The corvettes were fast and nippy for their size, showcasing their superior engineering and construction, but they were wasted on a defensive action. The Drazzen, in contrast, were quick to adjust their assault by focusing on a single corvette. The number of missiles increased on both sides, but it was evident that the corvette was getting struck repeatedly. Finally, after several minutes of fruitless exchange, the gap was closed with the nearest Drazzen destroyer. A sudden spike in power detection was the only warning he received before the targeted corvette vanished from sensors a few moments later. The Drazzen had taken the first kill, and their resolve was emboldened with it. The traitor fleet shifted their focus and formation, allowing the corvettes to swarm around the Drazzen ship while their light destroyer pummeled its shields with its railguns. Just then, active signatures of fighters appeared near the Drazzen destroyer while its brethren moved in to support it. As he watched, he received an alert coming from the cattle ship. Splitting his focus, he saw 2 frigates, their last remaining from the original 8 the mobile habitat had brought with it. Following Clara's command, Redford waited until the frigates were burning away as quickly as they could manage away from the cattle ship and, more importantly, away from the Noravio. Calculating the trajectory of the frigate on the left, Redford fired the starboard railguns 4 times, once every 5 seconds, and slightly adjusted their angle of fire. Half a minute later, after the initial volley, the first wave impacted the frigate. Its shield flared up, nearly breaking them in an instant. The second wave missed one shot, but the other punctured its shields, shattering it. The third round cleaved right through its midsection, and the fourth wave destroyed its thrusters, crippling it completely. Redford then adjusted for the other frigate and fired, but only twice, intending to miss it entirely. His duty fulfilled, the aged commander focused on the traitors and the Drazzen destroyers. The battle had changed very little, but it was more than clear that the destroyer was being overwhelmed, with the fighters likely eliminating its PD turrets before moving in to plant haywire or tactical mines. But the Drazzen were fighting for all they were worth. The destroyer, probably knowing its time was at an end, charged forth against the traitor flagship, firing its weapons at it. The other destroyer took that chance to focus on a corvette that had moved too far away from the others. It didn't take long for its signal to be lost, another ship silenced. The first destroyer was out for blood, uncaring of its own survival, and that was its downfall. He didn't know how much damage it delivered upon the traitor flagship, but it wasn't enough to cripple it or deter it away from combat. A series of explosions caused by tactical mines took it down, and with a matching explosion that would illuminate the void with the flash of a star, the first Drazzen destroyer was brought down. As the traitor fleet prepared to face against the second one, the destroyer suddenly changed its trajectory away from the traitors. The surviving 3 corvettes gave chase for 5 minutes, firing only a few missiles at a time. What he thought at first to be a tactical maneuver from the Drazzen was revealed for what it was moments later. They were running away. 2 minutes later, the traitors achieved the same conclusion as the corvettes broke pursuit, changing their vector trajectories to the Noravio. Their intentions were clear and loud for all to hear. Closing his eyes, the aged commander took a deep breath, steadying himself to engage in an inevitable fight. "We'll move closer to the cattle ship and hide under its sensor shadow. That'll give us some time," he said as the Noravio began to move slowly at his command. "If they intend to—" His words died in his throat when suddenly he detected an open communication across all channels. For a moment, he suspected a cyber warfare trap. But if that was the case, it wouldn't be so blatant, and he was more than confident that the Noravio could easily counter any such attempt. Patching it through, the voice of Felicity Centaur came to life. "Gallant Venture Bridge." "Damage report," Casimir ordered. "We've suffered minor damage across our hull. Our shields managed to hold on and rest at 23% barely. The Invigilata and the Heart of Honor were lost with all hands. The Glorious Reclamation, Tamarin's Finest, and Legion of Virtue report negligible damage across their hulls but significant shield depletion, my Lord Casimir." Captain Ciro, the robust, strong, bearded man, replied from the captain's chair. "It seems even these monstrous aliens know better than to face annihilation at our hands," Felicity, clad in tight-fitting and heavily ornate armor, proclaimed proudly. "Are you certain they fled due to our prowess and not out of desperation? We lost 2 ships, Felicity, 2. Over 1,000 lives were lost needlessly. Replacing the commoners will be of no matter but those of noble blood. They died as heroes and loyal servants of his Lord Regent. Their houses will be proud and honored," Felicity countered, smiling. "Maximilian, report."
"We took down their destroyer, but we lost 7 fighters in the process. 2 more were heavily damaged and must return, from 60 to 51. Even without fighters, the Drazzen are menaces not to be trifled with,"
he said, proudly showcasing his admonishment. "The other destroyer has fled, and we have ample room to deal with the Samuel's glory, as you soon shall see, Maximilian," Felicity proclaimed eagerly. "Captain Ciro, open an unencrypted wide-range communication across all channels. I want everyone in this wretched system to hear." Casimir glared at her, but couldn't go against her decision, not without inflicting great shame upon his house's name and his father's reputation and honor. Only the glory that a Drazzen destroyer had been expunged from the principality salved his inner protests. "It is done, Lady Felicity, awaiting your command to start transmitting," Ciro said a few moments later. Well done, Captain. Now, Casimir, if you will, Felicity said, smiling coquettishly at the Caiston. Casimir stepped forth, clearing his throat. With a glance at the captain, he began to recite the surrender demand he and Felicity had crafted mere hours ago. It wasn't elegant, far from it, but it was what she wanted. Attention, Samuel's glory! I am Casimir Caiston, son of Andrew Caiston, grandson of Tamirin Caiston. Under the authority of his Lord Regent, Duke Cornelius Draymore of Camrim, the Hammer of Draymore, Knight Undefeated, Protector of the Principality, the Arabian Vanquisher and Hand of Justice, I demand the immediate and unconditional surrender of her royal whore, the Reaper of Nobles, the Unquenchable Harlot, the Famine Drinker, the Blight of Astor, the Ruination of Sanity. He paused for a moment, only to see the wide, fulfilled grin plastered all over Felicity's face. You may know this vile vermin, this repugnant plague-carrying rat, this phlegm cast upon the tapestry of our most beloved principality as the second Princess Clara Astor. As we speak, our fleet is moving against you. There will be no escape unless you surrender this amalgamation of rot, evil, and devious lies onto my hands for custody. Refuse, and all of you will perish. Your vessel is wounded, and we are faster. You cannot engage us in a direct confrontation. You no longer have the capacity. We'll continue to assault your vessel with missiles until your obliteration is the final result. There is no victory for you here. With another short pause, Felicity gave him an approving nod. Relinquish the creature, for I refuse to speak her name again for fear of winding my tongue or die. These are your options. As we approach, you may escape onto the planet and find whatever refuge there is. Should the motherless beast descend with you, you will find no mercy freely given. Surrender her alive or just her head, and you shall be offered a pardon, for the glory of the principality, for the rightful rule of his Lord Regent. The Hammer of Draymore is strong. He shouted, pressing a fist against his chest for extra effect even though it wasn't necessary. Transmission ended and recorded. Shall I put it on a loop? Ciro asked a few seconds later. Do so, Felicity replied, satisfied. Your prose and ability to weigh your words is exceptional, Casimir, far better than I could have done so. You have my most sincere admiration. You know they won't hand her over, right? And if they try, we'll receive Royal Marines and Cynthia Winfield instead. Then we'll be dead, Casimir proclaimed as he stared intently at the black-haired woman. Felicity shook her head slowly. My dear Casimir, do you take me for a fool? I do not expect them even to consider our demands. Likewise, I have no intention of letting the Reaper live past this day. She will die, and her demise will move the false prince into action and rid his Lord Regent of her most odious, miscreant, loathsome, and unsavory existence. She may be his niece, but she's decided to stand against him. For that alone, her death will be the prize we shall present to his lordship. The Hammer of Draymore is strong. And if they do, preposterous as the idea is, surrender her, Casimir asked, eyes narrowing. They are traitors to the principality, Casimir, replied Felicity, her smile never faltering. I see, Casimir said, crossing his arms. Noravio, hangar. Everyone across the Noravio had heard the transmission, and for its entire duration, no one moved or breathed. No one had the courage. That hadn't been a surrender demand. It had been a most hateful, spiteful insult if there ever was one. A personal attack directed at the purple-eyed woman who commanded their ship and stood above all of them. An Astor princess had been maligned and humiliated deeply, promising nothing but death. The question in everyone's mind was, how would the infamous Reaper reply? That alone was enough to freeze their blood. Except for one particular pilot standing next to his fighter, his fists shaking while a cold inferno raged within him. Casimir Caiston, Wyatt muttered, his voice echoing a deep, profound, gnawing hatred born from the bottom of his soul. Unnoticed, everyone around him stepped back, unnerved by his hollow, empty gaze. Wyatt Staples turned to his fighter and climbed into the cockpit. There was a blue blood he needed to hunt. Noravio, War Room. Clara, command me to return so that I may have the pleasure of ripping that cur's tongue myself, Cynthia demanded, almost shouting in pure fury. Clara let out a soft giggle. Oh, how long has it been since I've enjoyed such a reaction from you, Cynthia? Clara, I love you as my princess, my friend, and for everything you are, but could you please take this matter seriously? Cynthia demanded, her patience at a wit's end. Not only have those traitors insulted you, a daughter of Astor, so blatantly and openly, but in their boundless ambition and stupidity, they have dared to mark you for death. In the name, honor, and pride of House Winfield, they will need to fell me before they can dream of laying a single glance upon you. Unleash me upon them, Clara. They shall be dealt with, and they will find the mercy of a quick death for their disrespect. Your loyalty and sentiment make my heart leap with joy, Cynthia, Clara replied sincerely, smiling as she did. However, you will remain where you are and aid Milcades and our forces in cleansing the remaining Drazzen in that ship. If possible, ensure that a few hundred of the more docile Drazzen remain alive. Istanel has proven to be distasteful, arrogant, and selfish. But compared to other nobles of his stature, he doesn't hide who he is or his intentions. A reward shall be fitting, for he may prove useful still, she replied softly. I understand, came Cynthia's answer. As my princess commands, so I shall carry on her orders. She paused for several seconds, then continued, her voice calm and firm as always. Clara, do the traitors have any chance of carrying out their threat? Redford has informed me that their threat is real, though exaggerated. Their demand was rather brilliant. Felicity Cintor is a clever woman if blinded by her own ambitions and pride, Clara replied, her smile dropping slightly. I'm certain she hoped those insults would spark fury within me. Had I not heard such unimaginative insults before, perhaps I would be offended enough to feel indignation, but fury? Cutting words possess sharpened edges when they come from those close to you or your nemesis. Although ruination of sanity is one insult I haven't heard before, I applaud whoever came up with it. Such creativity. Clara, Cynthia muttered disapprovingly, despite knowing her friend's more chaotic and twisted sense of humor. You know it to be true, Cynthia, Clara replied, clearly imagining her shaking her head and rolling her eyes. Regardless, they can certainly destroy the Noravio if we give them the chance. They have the range advantage and could overwhelm our defenses if given the chance. He's moving us closer to the cattle ship, intending to use it as a shield between us to diminish their range advantage. He's buying us time then, Cynthia reasoned. It is a shame we cannot use the remaining Drazzen fighters. They still had nearly 3,000 docked. We're fortunate they lacked trained pilots to man them, elsewise we would have retreated. I'm in no hurry to meet my end in battle, Cynthia, Clara replied, reassuring her bodyguard. Can you operate them remotely, use them as if they were drones? I'm afraid I cannot. Drazzen fighters are usually rugged in design. However, these fighters are more streamlined and have subpar systems. They only have a docking and undocking autopilot, but a pilot is required for navigation, among other limitations. They were mass-produced to serve swarming tactics, given their thinner armor and weaker shields. Cost-effective for the purpose they were meant to fill. Ah, logistical limitations. The bane of every endeavor, Clara replied with a sigh of frustration, as, in her mind, she crossed out a viable possibility that could aid them. What about their munitions? Could our AIs hack into their operating systems for our use? Unless we can use the launchers or mount them to our fighters, their only viable use would be as part of traps, Cynthia replied. Then it seems we're cornered, Clara remarked, crossing her arms. If defeat is likely, as much as it'd pain me to lose this ship, I'll order everyone to evacuate and board the cattle ship. If they want me dead that badly, they'll have to hunt me down and face you and my Royal Marines. If such measures are necessary, then we shall be waiting for them, Cynthia replied solemnly. A few seconds later, she spoke up again, her voice showing a healthy measure of concern. Clara, may I ask where Wyatt is? He's in his fighter, ready to leave once Redford gives the command, Clara replied with a soft smile. He caused quite the scene. What did he do? Cynthia asked, her worry replaced by seriousness. He didn't do anything reckless, Cynthia, but I believe he matched your anger after the demand finished. No one dared stop him when he climbed into his cockpit, Clara replied. Were you worried he'd repeat his antics at Gintrax? Noravio, hangar. Wyatt's initial fury had settled down into a raging but controlled wrath as minutes ticked by. It burned within him, warming his blood even as his muscles and mind started protesting against the strain of facing a third deployment in such a short window of time. Unable to do anything yet, he waited, ready to face the traitor fleet in whatever capacity he could manage. An incoming call broke his silent vigil. Accepting it, Nultar's voice reached him. "Wyatt, what's the plan? Everyone's ready to launch, but we don't have any orders yet." "I don't know yet. Commander Redford hasn't contacted me," replied the black-haired man. "But we're moving. For now, we wait. Have you and the rest eaten? Is everyone combat ready?" "Relax, Lieutenant. The composters are ready alongside every battle-capable fighter," Nultar replied, his voice cracking slightly at the mention of their squadron's name. Wyatt caught it, and his inflexible expression melted slightly. "Good. We will need every pilot if any hope of victory against the traitors is to be realized." "Or in simpler terms, we're in deep shit, aren't we?" Nultar asked, barking a laugh at the end. "Heh, you can say that again," Wyatt replied, his lips cracking up with a smile. "How's Leopold and the rest of the commoner pilots? They lack the advantages our implants provide. The more exhausted ones have been rotated out, but Leo is a stubborn ass. He got himself a dose of stimulants, and now he's ready," Nultar answered. "I don't think he'll sit this one out if we were to face more Drazzen or even a lone wolf at this point." "Then tell him and the rest to be ready because we might have to face one," Wyatt confessed. "Shit, you're not joking, are you, Wyatt?" Nultar asked after several seconds of silence. "They got themselves a lone wolf?" "His name is Maximilian. I forgot his last name. Big, strong, selfish, and arrogant as most blue bloods are. He wears a bulky armor with the face of an animal named a lion," Wyatt explained, remembering their brief encounter at Balakura. "Oh, fuck. You're talking about Maximilian the Roaring Thunder Usarek?" Nultar asked fearfully. "Usarek. Yes, Maximilian Usarek was his name," Wyatt replied calmly. "Why are you so calm? Do you not know who Maximilian Usarek is? He's a lone wolf, and one of the most famous ones at that. He's one of the best fighter pilots across the entire Principality. I can't list the number of prizes, medals, and contests he's claimed, or how many battles he's won. He's a monster, Wyatt," Nultar countered. "And you're saying those traitors have him on their side. We can't fight against him and expect to win, Wyatt. As talented as you are against a lone wolf, please tell me you have a plan in mind." "I don't," Wyatt replied, unshaken by Nultar's warnings. "If he gets in my way, I'll deal with him somehow. I don't need to battle and win, I just need to elude him. Nothing will stop me from wrapping my hands around Casimir Kasten's neck. That horse on his mind to deal with. He's not Serhan Gimor, but he'll be suitable for practice," thought the man with cold, calculated hatred and conviction. "Then for the sake of us all, I hope you come up with another of your outlandish strategies, Wyatt." "Olkara out," Nultar said, and the link died, leaving Wyatt alone with his thoughts once more. Despite the clarity of his goal, the problem remained. How was he going to reach the Gallant Venture? Ideas and possibilities danced across his mind one after another, but none satisfied him. He could attempt approaching in a silent run. He'd be all but invisible to their sensors. But then what? A single haywire mine wouldn't be enough to disrupt the ship's electronics. Then was the matter of boarding a ship crewed by at least a few hundred personnel, including Marines, auxilia forces, and veteran units. Then there was the problem named Maximilian Usarek. The lone wolf was still a lone wolf, regardless of anything else. Getting around him would prove difficult, if not outright impossible. And if he could, he'd still be one fighter against a small fleet. All of that was a moot point due to the simple fact that despite his feelings and desires, if Commander Redford or Clara ordered him to stay put or follow a course of action, he'd obey. His loyalty and duty came first before his need to deliver justice and keep his friends safe. They lacked the numbers to overwhelm them. The Noravio had the firepower to face them, but in its current state that was pointless as the traitors could keep firing missiles outside the effective range of its heavy lasers and railguns. Then there was the fact that the shield generator still needed time to recharge before coming back online once more, and the buildup heat was something else to be considered. The Noravio still had one torpedo left, but he doubted the same trick that saved them from the Drazzen assault would work against the traitors. Not at such distances, at least. "What can I even do?" he asked himself, his voice firm yet low. "Flee and fight another day? Seek refuge within the cattle ship? Lay an ambush? Set up a trap no matter how ineffective or desperate it may be? Think. What can we do? What can I do? There has to be a way to win, he said, silently contemplating his options, seeking an answer that wouldn't come. After what felt like ages, he crossed his arms and leaned back on his seat, releasing a deep groan. If only we had more fighters, then maybe we could overwhelm the destroyer, and we can't use the Drazzen ones. Wyatt let out a dark chuckle, shaking his head. Damn traitors! They will try to pin us down and eliminate the Noravio from a distance. I can hear them already. Surrender now or die without honor, he exclaimed in the most petulant, deep, mocking tone he could manage, complete with a lackluster salute. He laughed at his silly performance, shaking his head slowly. Then suddenly he stopped and his eyes snapped open. He pinched his chin as his eyes darted back and forth ever so often, his mind racing with 100 thoughts simultaneously. A minute later, he felt his heart pump vigorously inside his chest. Without thinking it, he spoke. Computer, contact Commander Redford. Tell him I have an inquiry. Acknowledged, the AI replied. Half a minute later, a ping signaled the opening of a channel. What is it that you need to know, Wyatt? Asked Redford. Commander, if I may know, what is your plan of action against the traitor forces? Wyatt asked, carefully choosing his words. I'm slowly moving toward the cattle ship, pretending that our damage is far more extensive than what they can detect. I intend to use it as a barricade set between us and the traitors. They'll be forced to either split their forces, trying to assault us from 2 or more sides at the same time but leaving themselves split and vulnerable, or close in as a group, cutting off some of their range advantages. Shameful as it may be, but if they choose the second option, I'll simply have the Noravio circle the cattle ship to buy us as much time as possible until our shields come back as we radiate all the excess heat we can. He paused for a moment, then continued. Wyatt, am I to assume you have an idea that can help in this situation? Perhaps, Commander. If you're willing to listen to my idea, we may turn the odds in our favor, Wyatt replied, already incorporating what Redford told him into his plan. A wicked smile spread across his lips. Then speak, Lieutenant Staples. I've come to expect nothing but the most ludicrous of plans from you as of late, Redford replied, his tone indicating he was listening closely. My plan is rather simple, Commander. We'll set 2 ambushes, Wyatt's smile widened, and use ZTK 990 to our favor. ZTK 990? Honor in death? Redford asked, perplexed. A second later, he spoke a single word charged with interest, expectation, and not an insignificant amount of curiosity. Explain! Wyatt was more than happy to oblige. Maximilian Usarek was not a happy man, at least, not at that precise moment. There's being insulting and provocative, confrontational and instigative, but what you've done, Felicity, is nothing short of an open challenge against a princess, and you did so with malicious intent. If you are to fail here and she survives, rest assured the Reaper will not forget your insolence. Succession dispute or not, you've crossed a line you shouldn't have, Felicity. Why didn't you consult me first? Worst of all, you forced Casimir to speak on your behalf. You've put his life in danger. What will you tell his father if something happens to him? Worry not for Casimir's life, Maximilian. He shall be returned to his Andrew unharmed. As to why I did not ask for your counsel, because? Simple. I knew you would protest, Maximilian. Arrogant, pretentious, and insufferable as you are, you carry yourself with too much care for Lone Wolf. And you employ too little, Felicity, countered Maximilian with a frown. Regardless of anything, the harlot is cornered. We will destroy the Samuel's glory and with it end her wretched life. Victory shall be ours, Felicity replied, full of confidence and smugness. Pray that it is, said Maximilian before ending the link. Leaning back on his seat, he twisted his head to the side until several joints popped. With a satisfying exhale, the Lone Wolf focused on his tactical map. The Samuel's glory was moving slowly, far slower than he thought, approaching the cattle ship with the explicit intention of using it as a shield set between them and itself. At best, it was a delaying tactic. At worst, it would force their fleet to close the distance between them more, but not enough to put them within effective range of the Samuel's glory's weaponry. What are you planning, Redford Kalen? Will you relinquish command and come to face us yourself, or will you send out the woodshaft ace? He asked, followed by a deep laugh. The woodshaft ace. The recording was simple yet perplexing. A single fighter had set a trap for a scout group of Drazzen and managed to destroy them all, surviving to tell the tale. Simple, unpredictable, glorious, and utterly devoid of doubt. That was the man who managed to achieve such an outstanding victory. He couldn't understand why Wyatt Staples wasn't more known. A pilot of his skill couldn't go unnoticed. What sort of hellish training did he go through, or was he the product of a master guiding someone with latent talent? He couldn't make heads or tails about him, but he knew that if Redford Callan saw potential in this man that the infamous second princess saw fit to incorporate into her inner circle, he'd perhaps offer a challenge, or at the very least a good fight. It'd be a true shame if you come to face me, Wyatt Staples. Entertain me as we duel, but the end of our battle will be marked with your death. If the princess survives, then I'll ensure one of her tools is removed from her hands, Maximilian proclaimed with certainty before humming deeply. Or perhaps you may prove to be a cut above the rest and actually surprise me. I wonder. For the better part of the next hour, the fleet approached their destination. Wisely, Casimir opted to split their forces in two. He could have chosen to send each ship across different vectors to quickly nullify any angle of protection Redford Callan attempted to gain, but that would leave them vulnerable and isolated, easy pickings even for the heavily wounded ship. True, it would take longer to bring it down, but they would be at their mercy. The only problem that remained was that Redford Callan had yet to deploy his fighters to battle. He smirked. Or are you out already laying in wait? As if to answer his question, 14 signatures suddenly appeared among the debris field of what once had been Drazzen ships. Maximilian frowned when he saw the trajectory of what could only be fighters. They were heading straight for the fleet, dividing themselves into a group of 8 and a group of 6. "Target those suicide fighters! Bring them down!" ordered Maximilian, already target-locking the speeding fighters. Ciro also noticed them, firing a wave of missiles. Each fighter fired a single missile at their designated targets, the missiles in hot pursuit as the fighters simply kept on going, heedless of their own safety. "Everyone, stay focused! There must be more of them nearby," he said as he scanned his tactical display, searching for any possible ambush locations. "Maximilian, lead our fighters and scout ahead. Find these honorless beasts and deny them their ambushes," Felicity commanded moments later. Maximilian heeded her command, if for no other reason than he had acted faster than she had. As he and his fighter formation advanced, he found his perfect target. "Everyone, form up! They will emerge from the damaged shipyard." As he gave out that command, he saw the wave of missiles coming from the fleet reach the fighters first. Expectedly, the fighters released their flares, all of them, causing almost every missile, including the ones in hot pursuit, to veer off or detonate prematurely. Only 3 fighters were destroyed. The rest continued on their way unafraid. Unexpectedly, however, a few seconds after, they launched their missiles, but instead of striking forth, they hovered beneath the fighter until, in a move that left him perplexed, the fighters activated their afterburners to total capacity. Moments later, the missiles followed on their trails. Maximilian the Roaring Thunder Userek could only watch as another fighter was destroyed, but the rest impacted against their targets, either severely draining their already weakened shields or breaking them completely. A few seconds later, the missiles hit their marks. The combined explosive force of 4 Hawk missiles would be enough to shear off armor and maybe cause some damage to the hull itself. But the missiles were only there to deliver the actual payload, haywire mines. In but mere moments, 2 corvettes were crippled, while the Gallant Venture and its escort remained active, but barely. As Maximilian processed what had just happened, just as he predicted, several additional fighter signatures were detected coming from the shipyard. 46 signatures. The astonishment in his heart faded, replaced by excitement. "Engage! Engage!" Felicity and the rest of the fleet could wait. There was a battle to be had. "I can't believe it worked!" Leopold exclaimed through the comm link, echoing what was going through the minds of everyone watching. "We're not done yet," Wyatt countered, focusing on the traitor fighters and one in particular. There simply was no way that the fighter he was seeing on screen didn't belong to Maximilian Usarek. It was nearly twice the size of a regular Raptor fighter and was highly modified. It was carrying 8 missiles and equipped with 4 quad-linked coil guns, a bomber-grade plasma cannon under its nose, and 2 particle turrets for good measure. And as if that wasn't significant enough, it was painted in the colors of Maximilian's armor, with gold, white, and green mixing and matching together to give the front of the fighter the visual effect of a lion roaring in anger. Whatever he was expecting from the lone wolf, that certainly wasn't it. Any idea of sneaking past the traitor formation was erased from his mind. Casimir wouldn't be going anywhere with his ships crippled by haywire mines. Now he had to deal with the lone wolf, otherwise he feared many pilots would die at his hands. "Move out! Prepare to engage, but don't fire until I say so," Wyatt ordered. "They've detected us and are moving to engage us, sir. I don't think they'll surrender. Not after issuing their demands," said Gregor. "Perhaps, but we have our orders," Wyatt replied, and opened a communication channel. "This is Lieutenant Wyatt Staples. Traitor fighter formation, stand down. Your fleet has been crippled. Her Majesty Princess Clara offers you mercy if you surrender. You have 10 seconds to comply." Not 5 seconds later, Raquel spoke up. "Lieutenant, we're receiving a signal from Maximilian Usarek himself." Silently, Wyatt accepted the transmission. "Render? No. Honor and my pride as a lone wolf at the service of House Centaur prohibits me from surrendering. And if that weren't the case, I wouldn't surrender either. I am Maximilian the Roaring Thunder Usarek. I don't know which of you is Wyatt Staples. Make no mistake, I know you command that formation, Sir Staples. It truly is a shame that Redford Kalen could not come out and face me, but perhaps after I've dealt with you, he'll come seeking revenge?" He laughed. "I do not wish to insult you. I simply seek to prove myself superior. And who knows, perhaps you may prove yourself to be a worthy challenge. Come forth, Wyatt Staples. Come forth and face the might of a lion." Wyatt winced as a powerful roar made his eardrum ring. "Composters with me! Everyone else engage!" he exclaimed as he target-locked Maximilian's fighter. As the 2 formations closed in, they launched missiles and the battle began. "There you are!" Maximilian murmured when he saw a squadron moving in formation, targeting him. "For the Principality! For the Duke! The hammer of Draymore is strong!" he exclaimed and squeezed the trigger, sending a barrage of coil gun shots at the leader of the squadron. He never intended to hit his target, only make it change course. With a grin, Maximilian launched 2 missiles at Wyatt's fighter, an unmarked standard Raptor fighter, but one that was a cut above the rest. Wyatt released flares, detonating his missiles, before making a sharp turn upward, spin, and then come back down, firing his coil guns at him. "Clever!" Maximilian exclaimed as he dodged the shots too easily. Checking the tactical display, he saw the chaos that was around him. The battle had just begun, but the prince's forces had claimed the first kill. It didn't matter. He had a better toy to play with. Just then, an alarm alerted him that 4 missiles were approaching quickly behind him. Thinking nothing of it, he released flares and turned to face Wyatt Staples. He was greeted by a few coil gun shots impacting his shield, dropping it by a measly 3%. In retaliation, he moved in closer and fired his particle turrets, followed by a blast of his plasma cannon. The particle turrets failed miserably, but that was part of his plan as he predicted the way his foe would dodge, and his plasma shot was already heading that way. "It's over," he said, lamenting the loss in his mind. To his surprise, however, Wyatt Staples made a violent turn in the other direction, releasing a missile that came to life a second later and went straight for him. Launching a missile to intercept it, he matched Wyatt's sharp turn, unwilling to let him go. Maximilian's smile widened, and he pursued the elusive man. His shields flared again, dropping them by another 6% before he saw that his companions were coming to support their leader. "Destroy them while I deal with Wyatt Staples," he ordered, and a second later, 7 fighters close by moved to engage the 4 pesky flies trying to aid their leader. He fired his particle turrets again relentlessly, but now that they were more or less one-on-one, Wyatt showed his true competency and skills as a pilot. He weaved and dodged, continuously altering his movements to remain unpredictable, but he was not a complete coward. Whenever he saw a chance to strike back, he took it, and that made Maximilian's blood pump wildly. His eyes narrowed when Wyatt's fighter suddenly turned around and burned upwards. "That won't work on me!" Maximilian exclaimed as he released a volley of coil gun shots and fired his plasma cannon again. Trailing upward, his sensors registered the explosion of a tactical mine, but safely out of range. He fired his remaining missiles, eager to return the gesture in kind. Using his remaining missiles, Wyatt was able to destroy 4 of them, but 2 made it through. He unleashed flares again, managing to baffle the first, but the second hit its mark, flaring his fighter's shields. Smelling the blood of his wounded prey, he moved in closer, firing coil gun and particle fire. Driven by desperation, or perhaps guided by a plan in mind, Wyatt managed to dodge most shots, but some landed, culminating with nearly half of his fighter's left wing breaking off. It did little to hinder his movements, but the moment of closure was at an end. It was close, and it was proven when Wyatt burned toward a small debris field. He moved in between the floating chunks of metal and twisted plates with ease, trying to lose him. It wouldn't work. "There's only one way this ends, Wyatt Staples," said Maximilian with a wide, satisfied smile. Wyatt clenched his teeth tightly as he flew in between the debris field, Maximilian hot in pursuit. Despite the size of his fighter, it was as if not more maneuverable than a Raptor fighter. Were it not for Jincho's upgrades and tweaks, he was sure Maximilian would have claimed his life and not just his left wing. Maximilian was an incredible pilot by himself. His ability to read his movements and react to his counterattacks in the blink of an eye was proof enough that he deserved his status as a lone wolf. Wyatt knew he was a talented pilot and quite skillful, but set against someone with a similar level of skill honed by years of experience and the best training one could afford, Wyatt found himself lacking in comparison. He needed to do something, or else he would be dead very, very soon. With a scoff, he smiled. Death didn't scare him. But imagining his mother crying over his death was not a pleasant thought. His father would try to pretend to be strong. Wham would openly cry, too. He was such a gentle soul, much like their mother. Weskel would try to remain indifferent, but he knew his brother well. Alone, he would cry. It saddened and made him happy at the same time to know they would be in pain, but also that that pain came from love. Would Clara and Cynthia cry for him too? Would the prince even remember he existed? Would Redford mourn him even a little? Galt? Jincho? Any of his squad mates? Instinctively, his eyes traveled to his tactical display and smiled. Maximilian was the better pilot, but he was alone. "Nultar, prepare to launch your haywire mine at the following coordinates. Raquel, Gregor, move in after. Leopold, support Sirius 1, Wyatt ordered. He didn't have to beat the lone wolf. He only had to elude him after all. Maximilian smiled, seeing Wyatt's fighter move behind a large piece of debris. With a thought, he calculated the most likely trajectory he would take and his exit point. Instead of following after him, he aligned himself and fired a plasma shot at empty space. He watched from his screen as Wyatt's fighter exited the other side, only to be impacted by the plasma shot. The fighter exploded a moment later, taking a promising pilot from the Reaper's arsenal and claiming a most satisfying victory for himself after a thrilling engagement. "I shall remember your name, Wyatt Staples. You were a most worthy challenge," he proclaimed, honoring the memory of his foe before turning his attention to his tactical display. His joy turned to confusion when he saw that nearly half of his forces had been destroyed, while only 6 enemy fighters had been destroyed so far. Watching closely, he saw the patterns, and in that moment, he realized his folly. His forces worked together, yes, but they acted more or less independently from one another. The prince's loyalists, though, were far more cohesive and united, focusing their efforts on supporting each other rather than seeking individual glory. "What are—" Maximilian's words died in his mouth when a powerful EMP blast that could only come from a haywire mine overloaded his fighter's electronics, causing several tiny explosions across his panels and screens, but not all of them. His tactical display was still semi-functional, just enough to allow him to see 2 fighters coming for him. As he floated through space, the veteran pilot and famed lone wolf knew that there was nothing he could do now. He was little better than debris. "Ha ha 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 ha! Well played!" he laughed boisterously. "From beyond the grave I strike at thee. I killed you, but you've killed me in turn, Wyatt Staples. Outstanding! Amazing!" He laughed some more, then leaned on his seat. "My only regret is not drinking a cup of Montrello. My uncle always said that was the most delicious wine of all." Peacefully, Maximilian saw how the first fighter coming at him suddenly veered off. He felt his fighter shake, and he knew a section had been torn off. "A setting-up blow, eh?" He chuckled and closed his eyes just as the second fighter veered away, and darkness overtook him. "It's so beautiful, the blackness of space, the distant stars, the peacefulness of the void. When I die, I want my body or ashes to be released in space, letting me float in the inky black forever," Wyatt said from his sitting position, his boots keeping him locked to the metal surface. There, he silently admired space and the beauty that had touched him ever since he first turned his eyes to the starry skies back on Volantis. "Wyatt, you there?" Leopold asked, his usual jovial tone replaced by worry. "I'm here," Wyatt replied. "I have enough oxygen for an hour, give or take." "You're surprisingly calm for someone who almost died, boss," Leopold countered, relief evident in his voice. "What can I say? I like space, always have," Wyatt replied, ending with a chuckle. "Understood. Hey, Wyatt, the surviving traitor forces are surrendering. It seems like losing their lone wolf shook them. Can't say I wouldn't do the same in their place. They're already shutting off their fighters and holding position. The others will keep watch over them while I come to pick you up back to the Noravio." "Thank you, Leopold. But don't take me back to the Noravio," Wyatt said, standing up and patting his holstered handguns. "No? Where do you want to go? The cattle ship?" Wyatt narrowed his eyes, his calm eroding away as his collected, focused fury returned. "Take me to the Gallant Venture." Noravio, War Room. Clara Astor, second princess of the Astorian Principality, could only watch with bated breath the dogfight taking place so far away from the safety of her ship. The traps had successfully sprung, and Wyatt was now facing off against Maximilian the Roaring Thunder Usurek. The arrogant man sent his challenge on an open channel so everyone could hear him. Wyatt was a naturally talented pilot, but he was unpolished and severely lacking in proper training due to envy and noble pettiness, which kept him beneath notice. Maximilian Usurek, on the other hand, was also talented, not as much as Wyatt, in her opinion, but he'd received education from the academy, extensive training in simulation and controlled fights, hired private tutors, and the best equipment credits could buy. It was a battle of pure, raw talent against trained, polished experience. As she watched the dogfight around the two dueling pilots, it was clear to her trained eyes that Wyatt was the inferior one. Maximilian would claim victory unless Wyatt managed to turn the tides of fortune in his favor. Seconds passed slowly. Her throat felt dry, and she found herself biting on her lower lip as the deadly dance continued. Two of her pilots were brought down amidst the dogfight, but in turn, her forces struck down 5 traitors. The rest of the composters, she noticed, moved in to aid Wyatt, and while initially successful, 7 traitors moved in to intercept them. A small dogfight ensued between the two forces, while Wyatt and Maximilian continued their engagement, neither willing to forfeit victory so easily. Clara focused on Wyatt's fighter as she recalled his outlandish proposal to use damaged but operational-worthy fighters as little better than guided drones. His intent? To use them in a fashion that echoed his victory over ZTK 990. Redford had been left speechless, while she could only laugh at the absurdity of someone being insane enough to even consider implementing honor in death as a valid strategy on the battlefield, but as an offensive tactic of all things. The order to use haywire minds instead of tactical ones came from her. If at all possible, she wanted to preserve at least 1 or 2 of those ships and, with any luck, capture Felicity Centaur. The political maneuverings she could achieve with her capture were starting to worm their way inside her mind, but she caught herself in the act and shoved them away. There would be plenty of time for that later. Something far more pressing was taking place, and she refused to be distracted. Seconds passed until it was Wyatt, who surely realized he couldn't compete against Maximilian head-on, began to run away, dodging and doing his best to elude his pursuer. Entering into the debris field helped little as Maximilian followed suit, too focused on his prey and prize. Clara could see what Maximilian willingly ignored. The rest of her pilots were working like a cohesive force when compared to the traitors. They were a far cry from true unity, but they supported each other and only struck down a foe who was too focused on earning a kill. The composters in particular proved to be far more effective in that regard. In but mere moments, the 4 pilots had destroyed the 7 traitor fighters sent after them. Just in time, too, as the projection that represented Wyatt's fighter blinked out for a moment before returning. She knew what that meant. He'd received severe damage, but not fatal. Not yet. Her hands clenched into fists as she leaned forth, expecting to see some unexpected maneuver that would grant Wyatt victory. Instead, she felt relief upon seeing 3 of the composters move in fast to help Wyatt, while the 4th moved to help another pilot close by. Once more, seconds stretched into eons as she watched Wyatt fly behind a large piece of debris. This was it. The moment when he would do the impossible. She waited, eager to see him in action. Instead, she saw the projection die out completely, signifying the destruction of the fighter and the death of Wyatt Staples. Her eyes widened, and she sucked in a breath, barely managing to suppress a gasp. For a split moment, a hollow emptiness she hadn't felt ever since she gained her dark title threatened to manifest inside her. But it was quickly repealed and ignored when she noticed that while Wyatt's fighter signal was gone, his armor vital signals were steady and strong. "I shall remember your name, Wyatt Staples. You were a most worthy challenge," came Maximilian's open broadcast moments later. Surprisingly, lacking in arrogance and filled with something akin to respect. Clara smiled openly to the point that her Royal Marines shared a concerned glance, and for good reason. Maximilian had been so focused on claiming victory that he didn't notice one of the composters launch a haywire mine, completely disabling Maximilian's personal, deadly, and over-designed fighter. A few moments later, the other 2 composters came in, and in a setting-up shot followed by the beheading strike, Maximilian's fighter projection disappeared. The blonde princess let out a deep sigh as she leaned back in her seat, smiling brightly. Almost instantly after the defeat of Maximilian Userek, every remaining traitor pilot began to surrender, shutting down their fighters. She couldn't call them cowards. Any regular pilot would lose their morale if their commander, a lone wolf in this case, were brought low in the midst of battle. She sat there silently contemplating the map as her pilots guarded the surrendered traitors. They would pick them up later, once the Gallant Venture and its commanders were dealt with. For the moment, however, she could rest easy. "And so a lone wolf is no more," proclaimed Clara with genuine sadness. "Redford, recall a shuttle. I'll send my Royal Marines to board and secure the Gallant Venture. They are severely hampered but not crippled. I plan to change that." "At once, my princess," Redford replied, elation clear in his voice. "Shall I dispatch a couple of my fighters with haywire mines to completely cripple the active vessels?" "No, not yet. Have 2 squadrons escort the shuttle and deal with their PD turrets if they are still active before boarding the vessel. Felicity Cintor, Javier Wunder, and most importantly, Casimir Caiston must not be allowed to escape," Clara replied. With nothing more left to be said, the connection died. "My princess, we cannot leave you unguarded. It is our duty and honor as Royal Marines to safeguard the blood of Astor," a Royal Marine said a moment later. "One of you shall suffice to protect me for a few hours," Clara replied gently, turning to face them with a sincere smile. "I would send Cynthia or Milcades, but they are needed where they are at the moment. 3 Royal Marines shall suffice to capture the Gallant Venture." There was a moment of pause between the Royal Marines, then one of them pointed at the display. "My princess, look!" Clara turned her attention back to the display and saw one fighter near Wyatt's location. To her bewilderment, Wyatt's signal began to move alongside the fighter. For several more seconds, she watched in silence until, curiosity getting the better of her, she opened a direct link to Wyatt's Ontoro implant. "Wyatt, may I know where you think you're heading to?" she asked softly yet worriedly. A moment later, she received a connection request from the fighter. "I'm heading to the Gallant Venture, Clara," Wyatt replied simply. "I'm terribly sorry, Wyatt, for I believe I misheard you. I thought you said you were planning to board the Gallant Venture?" Clara asked a bit more firmly. "I am, unless you order me not to, Clara," replied Wyatt. Clara paused for a moment. His tone was firm and dutiful, but it had an edge, a dangerous, murderous edge. the same tone he'd used when he talked about Serhan Gimor, only not as intense or volatile. "Wyatt, why do you want to board the Gallant Venture?" she asked, already suspecting his answer. "I'm going to kill Casimir Caiston," came his simple, cold, unfeeling answer. Clara sighed. "Wyatt, listen to me. I appreciate your concern, and your gesture of sincere friendship deeply touches me, but you don't have to do something so stupid on my behalf. Their ungracious, pusillanimous demand of surrender did nothing but amuse me. I was not offended. More so than that, you heard Casimir's voice, but Felicity Sintor's pen wrote the words. I no doubt that some may have come from Casimir, but my point of contention remains. I was not offended." For long seconds, she waited for an answer until Wyatt spoke up again. "They wanted to kill Cynthia. They aimed for your neck, Clara. They would see you and everyone else in the Noravio dead. As long as I live, they won't lay their hand on any of you. Please, Clara, I need to do this. I don't want to lose my friends, not again, and certainly not after that whoreson would allow you to descend on a planet infested with Drazzen. That I can't forgive. But if you order me to, I will stop," Wyatt confessed. "I know your pain," Clara replied sincerely, pausing for a few seconds to collect her thoughts. "But Wyatt, what can you achieve on your own? There must be at least 1,500 personnel on board. Half of them are auxilia and Marines, if not more. Cynthia has been training you, but you are no Royal Marine. You'll be overrun." "I don't plan to fight my way through the entire crew," Wyatt replied. "I only need to get to Casimir Caiston and subdue him." Clara closed her eyes and inhaled deeply. For several moments, she weighed the pros and cons of the options before her. No matter what her order was, Wyatt would obey her, and he'd hold no resentment toward her. Of this she was certain. There would be no risk involved in their personal relationship if she denied his desire to deliver justice by his own hand. But that was the problem. Justice by his hand. If she allowed him to board the Gallant Venture, which she didn't know if it could defend itself at this point anymore, and by some miracle, he managed to get to Casimir Caiston on his own, he'd kill the man on his own account, creating numerous problems he was not ready to face or even understand yet. Crucially, traitor or not, Casimir was a prominent noble of high status and ranking within his house, and wasn't an objective mark to be eliminated, but his death or capture would, regardless of anything else, be useful against his father, Andrew Caiston. Her eyes widened slightly, and an epiphany struck her. Thanks to Maximilian's claim, Felicity Sintor and everyone of note aboard the Gallant Venture would believe Wyatt to be dead. They wouldn't expect a single man to board them, not to mention the chaos and morale-draining effect that alone could cause upon them. "Very well," she began. "Lieutenant Wyatt Staples, Knight Banneret under the service of House Astor, with my permission, you may board the Gallant Venture if it is safe to do so. You can deal with the crew as you see fit, Wyatt, but do not kill Casimir Caiston, Felicity Sintor, or Javier Wunder. A trio of Royal Marines shall arrive as soon as I can dispatch them. Don't put your life at risk needlessly, and please don't do anything reckless. Understood?" "Understood, my princess," Wyatt replied. Clara said nothing in return and killed the link. "Please, don't do anything reckless," she repeated to herself, then sighed. Wyatt let out a sigh and dipped his head forward. Even in their uncomfortable position, Leopold turned his head slightly to him. "You done, boss?" "Yes, Leopold. We're on course to the Gallant Venture. I've gotten permission to board it," Wyatt replied. "Wait, that's what you want to do? Wyatt, are you out of your goddamn mind?" Leopold asked, incredulous. "And Commander Redford allowed you to go alone?" "Commander Redford didn't allow me to go. The princess did," he confessed, but explained nothing more about his private conversation with Clara. "The princess?" Leopold muttered in defeat and understanding. "How are you planning to enter? We can't exactly knock and ask them nicely to let us in." "The Gallant Venture is bound to have exterior damage. The computer will find us an entry point and I'll board the ship through it," Wyatt answered nonchalantly. "You're going to get yourself killed one of these days, Wyatt. How do you even come up with your crazy ideas?" Leopold asked, ending with a chuckle. "I don't know. I just seek victory. If I win, I survive. If I survive, then I can live another day," Wyatt replied, matching Leopold's chuckle. "And maybe that will be my last fight, and I won't have to fight again for the rest of my life." he added in the sanctum of his mind. If it were that simple, everyone would do it. Well, everyone who isn't an honor-obsessed blue blood or a bootlicker commoner, Leopold joked. True, Wyatt agreed with a smile. You sure you don't want some backup? I can give you some cover at least, Leopold proposed. Having you outside will be enough in case I need to escape or if we need to punch through it to get it, Wyatt replied. Though, thank you for offering, Leopold. Squad mates, remember? You're nothing like any squadron leader I've met before, Wyatt. And that rant you gave out? A thing of beauty. Most of the other commoner pilots were not sure what to make out of you. Now, most of them see you in a different way. A good one, for once. The brown-eyed man shrugged. You even got through a few of the less glory-hungry nobles. Wyatt chose to remain silent. Changing their opinion of me wasn't my intention, but if that's enough to get some of them to put their duty and lives above pointless honor, then that's a victory in itself, he thought, satisfied. For several moments, the duo remained silent until Leopold leaned forward and poked against the tactical screen. That can't be right. What is it? Wyatt asked, unable to peer at the screen himself. The Gallant Venture is opening its hangar bay, Leopold exclaimed. Computer, magnify view. Here, let me link your helmet with my video feed, boss. Wyatt nodded, and a few seconds later, a small window inside his visor appeared. It displayed the Gallant Venture, slowly increasing in size as they approached. He could see its engines still working, but at a severe capacity loss. The hangar bay was opening as Leopold had claimed, and for a moment, Wyatt feared the traitors had fighters in reserve, or worse, bombers or gunships left behind as a nasty surprise. Instead, what he saw exit the hangar first was a shuttle. What are they doing? Leopold asked out loud. If they're trying to escape using shuttles, they're going to get their asses killed. There's no station or active friendly ship they can land on. Could it be possible that there's another black ship we haven't detected? Wyatt asked, as he saw another shuttle follow the first one. I don't think... Leopold's answer was cut short when an awful static but short-lived noise filled the fighter's cockpit. They also have comm scramblers. I noticed, Wyatt replied, reeling from the awful noise. Are there any of our forces nearby? No, we're the closest to the Gallant Venture. Why would they activate comm scramblers pretty much against themselves? Leopold asked, confused. Then he gasped. Wyatt, I think they're having a mutiny. Wyatt's eyes widened just as a third shuttle left the Gallant Venture's hangar. In that case, take me there faster. I don't see them using their PD turrets, so they're offline. We'll use the confusion to our advantage. After I board, remain outside and vigilant. Don't let any other shuttle escape. Shoot it down if they attempt to flee. I obey, Leopold declared as he carried out Wyatt's orders. Wyatt winced, disgusted with the confirmation he received. And Leopold, don't say I obey to me, please. As you command, Lieutenant, Leopold replied with a barking laugh. Gallant Venture Bridge. You cowardly scoundrel, Javier Wunder! Come back here immediately! Felicity Centaur demanded as she saw Javier and a significant portion of her forces following him as they poured into the hangar bay. There were several reports of firefights happening across her ship between those loyal to her and those following Javier's lead. Unsurprisingly, the commoner crew were either too stunned to take action or displayed their disloyalty and cowardice by siding with Javier. To do what exactly? This failure is of your own making, Centaur, Javier cried out as his forces overran the hangar bay. The mechanics, technicians, and other crew members present either stood down or joined them as their intentions were clear. They were going to board the shuttles and escape. You would so easily throw away your dignity, pride, and honor as a proud son of House Wunder and shame the Lord Regent with your vile treachery, Felicity cried back. We've lost, Felicity. We've lost because of your infantile pride and wounded ego. Maximilian has died. Died! We lost our greatest combatant, and for what? Javier half shouted in anger. A second later, he arrived at a control panel and inserted a data chit into it. As he began typing commands on the panel, he continued. We've only deprived the Reaper of her pet and nothing more, so forgive me for prioritizing my life over yours. Coward! Felicity shouted, striking at the panel she was at with all her might. You shall rue this betrayal, Javier. The Lord Regent will show you no mercy. As if I would have survived long enough to receive his punishment, Javier scoffed. "The Reaper is angry, Felicity. You provoked her, and now we're at her non-existent mercy." "Lord Javier!" "What?" Javier asked, turning to one of his aides. "My lord, we're detecting a single fighter closing in," the aide warned, his voice filled with fear. "Preposterous!" Javier exclaimed. "What can a single fighter hope to achieve?" he asked, but the fear was evident in his voice. "A tactical mine is enough to destroy the bay and more, but to send a single fighter?" He shook his head. "Do you see now, Felicity? The Reaper wants to deny us any route of escape so that she has the pleasure of taking our heads herself. I, for one, do not find such an outcome enticing." "And where, pray tell, do you intend to flee to? You will be captured or destroyed all the same. Stay and fight for whatever shrivel of honor yet remains in your unworthy veins," Felicity countered. "The planet," Javier answered. "We will find a suitable location to land and wait until we can send a distress signal. I will survive. My ambitions will not die this day, unlike your ever-shortening lifespan, Felicity. For what is worth, I sincerely hope the Reaper takes your life without much suffering," he proclaimed before stepping back from the panel. "Traitor!" Felicity cried out, enraged. "Stay and fight, coward! Cowards, all of you! How dare you betray the Lord Regent?" Javier said nothing as he and his followers boarded the shuttles. The hangar doors opened a few moments later, and the first shuttle carrying Javier Wunder flew off, passing by the kinetic shielding without issue. Felicity could only stare as a second shuttle followed suit. Her jaws clenched tightly, and her entire body shook in pure anger when every electrical component flickered for a second. "The comm scrambler has been activated. The command protocols were overwritten," the head comm officer said within moments. "Javier!" Felicity shouted, hoping the coward would hear her somehow. And as if the betrayal of the toothless craven wasn't enough, escape pods were now starting to be boarded and would launch soon, likely following the shuttle's trail or willing to surrender themselves away from her flagship. She hit the panel again in pure frustration before a hand landed on her left shoulder. Turning to see the insolent idiot who dared touch her, she found Casimir's worried expression looking at her. "Felicity, Javier is right about one thing. Victory cannot be achieved now. Let us surrender instead," said the Caiston. "Are you the son of Andrew Caiston or a spineless cur just like Javier?" Felicity countered, her fiery gaze burning into Casimir enough to make him flinch back. "We are not defeated yet. Send orders to the head engineer. Overload the core." "The head engineer has deserted her post," came the answer. "Regardless of her presence or not, our core is active, but it cannot be overloaded. If we try, we'll just cause an emergency shutdown, Lady Felicity." "Then blow it up! They will not take us alive! I will not grant the Astor whore the joy of seeing me beg!" Felicity cried out. "Come to your senses, Felicity! Are you hearing yourself?" Casimir asked as he took hold of her shoulders. "You've allowed your thirst for revenge to cloud your mind. Accept defeat for once in your life and do the right thing for all of us." Felicity stared into Casimir's eyes for what felt like an eternity, then pushed him away. "Coward! You're a coward and disgrace who brings shame upon your house, Casimir Caiston. Even if I would consider surrendering to that murderous wench, Javier has made that an impossibility. No, we cannot surrender. If we surrender, not only what remains of our pride will crumble, but we'll be humiliated, tortured, and made an example of. We can only fight or die now." "I'm afraid Lady Felicity is correct, Lord Casimir," Captain Ciro said as he checked his armor. "We've acted imprudently, and in our hubris, we've cornered ourselves. Ciro, you should stand down. You've yet to recover from the neural backlash you received," Casimir said, turning to face the older man. "You honor me by showing your concern, my lord. Alas, I assure you I am fit to fight. I shall rally those loyal who remain. I suggest that you equip your sword, my lord, for a formal duel shall preserve your honor after I fall," replied Ciro calmly. "Ciro, are you implying that you're planning on dying?" Casimir asked, taken aback. "All men die sooner or later. My end shall be glorious, for I will face a Royal Marine or Cynthia Winfield herself," Ciro replied, his expression stoic, unmoving. "For what else is coming our way?" Casimir and Felicity blinked, realizing that they ignored what Javier had revealed in the chaos around them. "Track down that fighter," ordered Felicity. "There's no need, Lady Felicity. It is here," Ciro replied, pointing at the screen showing how the fighter entered the hangar bay before the fifth shuttle could leave. Panicked, the shuttle powered down and landed just as the fighter's cockpit opened, and an armored man jumped out of it. Felicity's eyes widened in horror when she recognized the figure standing up as the fighter flew out, leaving him behind. "No! Impossible! Maximilian killed him. He can't be here." Casimir's eyes narrowed. "Your eyes do not deceive you, Felicity. That's Wyatt Staples. His heraldic shield gives him away." Wyatt Staples rose to his feet and quickly unholstered his soul-snatcher handguns, ready to fight. His heart pumped loudly in his chest, giving him that warm, focused comfort he enjoyed so much. Just as he was about to advance and search a terminal to access the Gallant Venture's map layout, the shuttle's cockpit opened, revealing 4 armored and armed traitors. Without hesitation, he turned and fired twice. The first shot struck the lead traitor, dropping them instantly. The second shot hit another on the left, sending them sprawling to the floor with a cry of pain. The remaining 2 froze, shocked by the sudden turn of events. Wyatt acted quickly, firing 2 more shots that ended the threat decisively. One traitor, still writhing on the ground and clutching their side, tried to speak. "Ma, mercy!" the traitor managed to croak, but Wyatt silenced them with one final shot, ensuring they posed no further danger. Uncaringly, Wyatt removed the traitor's helmet and inspected it until he found a small data chit. Pulling it out, he replaced it with his own. A moment later, his armor's internal systems loaded up what he sought, the Gallant Venture's layout. Nodding to himself, he tossed the useless helmet aside and unholstered his guns again. Choosing the more direct path to the vault room, the most likely place where Casimir Caiston, Felicity Cintor, and Javier Wunder were hiding, Wyatt sprung into a run. Noravio, Bridge. A deep, cavernous hum resonated within Redford's chest as he stared at the Gallant Venture, the traitor flagship. His thoughts were with Wyatt Staples, and though he would not question Clara's decision to allow him to board the ship by himself due to his bonds of loyalty and fealty, he could most definitely do so as her uncle figure. "Whatever possessed you to allow him to do such a thing, Clara?" Redford questioned through their private link while slowly repositioning the Noravio out of cover. "Do you expect him to die due to an imprudence, my most beloved uncle?" Clara replied, her voice sweet, playful but firm. "Don't you dare try to shift the subject of conversation, oh dreadful niece of mine," Redford commented, playing along and throwing Clara's sense of humor back at her. "I expected him to lash out in fury after the message was received, but to think he'd go to such extents—" He sighed deeply. "I am disappointed in you, Clara. You shouldn't have let him go." "Perhaps not. However, Redford, after everything he has achieved so far, does he not deserve a small indulgence?" Clara asked in a more serious but amicable tone. Though she could not see it, he narrowed his eyes. "I know your habits and twisted machinations, Clara, which is why I am confounded by such a decision. Why give in to his request, heartfelt as it was? What do you plan on winning by sending a single pilot into an enemy vessel? You cannot expect him to capture any of the traitor leaders on his own. I expect, dearest uncle, for Wyatt to secure a landing, strike fear and terror with his mere presence, and hold his position until my Royal Marines arrive. Wyatt is a sensible man driven by his need to survive, win, and fulfill his duty. Surely he will realize the folly of invading a vessel on his own and strive to do something within his abilities," Clara reassured the older man. "I am skeptical that what you've envisioned will come to pass," Redford replied without hesitation. "As I am skeptical that the words you've shared are sincere and nothing more than half-truths and veiled falsehoods able to fool but a select few." "Ah, caught with my hand inside the pantry," Clara shared a satisfied giggle. Redford felt another deep hum echo in his chest. He loved Clara dearly, but her often multi-layered plans and her tendency to play puppet master gave him a headache and heartache. "Let us then, my dear princess, imagine the most ludicrous of scenarios. Wyatt Staples goes beyond what his station and duty demands of him, all in the name of punishing the traitors who dared insult and threaten your life. Let us imagine that he captures Felicity Cintor, Casimir Caiston, and Javier Wunder. What will you gain from this, Clara?" Clara let out a short-lived chuckle. "Me? I shall gain nothing. Whether Wyatt flees, acts within my expectations, or somehow achieves his goal, it matters little to me. I shall be more than satisfied as long as he survives, and I know he will, for Wyatt does not seek empty glory nor hollow repute. However, his achievements during this battle alone would propel him further by leaps and bounds. She paused for a moment. If his contributions were to be made widespread, I may lack the proper tactical and military training and mindset, but only an arrogant fool would deny that our victory today has been largely achieved thanks to him. Directly and indirectly. I find no shame in admitting such, Redford replied humbly. Quite so. The traitors are fighting each other as we speak or close to it. The chaos shall contribute to his safety and impact their already wounded morale. They lost 2 ships against the Drazzen, they've lost their ability to flee or fight back, and the demise of Maximilian Usurek, their lone wolf, has shattered their unity. Only their most loyal will remain, said the princess calmly. Then, Clara, I sincerely hope that you are correct. The Gallant Venture has activated a comm scrambler. Wyatt is on his own inside their ship with only Leopold Dakar as his support, Redford announced. There was a moment of silence between the two, broken by the blonde woman. He won't throw his life away. I've forbidden him from undertaking reckless actions during his incursion. Redford frowned. Clara, what do you think Wyatt categorizes as a reckless action? Your worry is appreciated, Redford, but I trust that Wyatt will not deliver unto us any unsightly surprises, Clara replied, though her usually confident tone was lacking. If you say so, Clara, Wyatt is a simple man at heart, but his unpredictable nature and unconventional wit have yet to show us anything but surprises, Redford pointed out. Suddenly, his attention moved elsewhere. Sensors detect shuttles moving away from the Gallant Venture and escape pods are being launched. The other ships are following their example. Most of them are making their way to the planet, the aged commander commented. My princess, may I dispatch fighters on an intercept course? The battle is all but concluded. Your orders are once more paramount over my authority. Our fighters are occupied with keeping guard of the surrendered traitors. I'd rather have them secure them than chase fleeing vessels. These traitors are kind enough to incarcerate themselves on our behalf. We will find them, or those that survive at a later date, Clara replied coldly. There was a pause, then she let out a soft hum. Uncle, would you perhaps entertain my selfishness and wager on a gamble against me? Redford couldn't help but smile. My dear Clara, I am sound of mind. I'll leave such things for your brother, the prince, to perform. Losing is not a habit of mine, but I will entertain your thoughts. What do you wish to wager on? On whether or not our knight banneret will be able to surprise us yet again, Clara replied in a playful tone. My princess, that is a foregone conclusion, Redford replied, at the same time his attention focused on the Gallant Venture. Gallant Venture. It didn't take long before Wyatt came across resistance. In fact, he had just barely left the hangar bay when he encountered a group of a dozen men and women rushing toward the hangar, hoping to catch any of the escaping shuttles, not knowing that their escape path was blocked by Leopold Dakar. As usual in auxilia formations, the commoners were at the front and back of the formation, while the nobles, 2 in this case, stood in the middle. Intruder! One of the auxilia shouted as she raised her shotgun. That was all Wyatt needed to raise his right arm, quickly aim, and squeeze the trigger. Similarly to the traitors he faced previously, her shields worked well against low-caliber firearms and stood up decently against laser weapons. But his soul snatchers made their name proud as the bullet easily pierced through her lackluster shields, ending her life. Before the rest of the group could react, he fired his guns 6 more times. 2 shots landed on the chest of a man who dropped to the ground, unmoving. Another shot claimed the life of an auxilia, aiming his rifle at him, ending him before he could fire. 1 shot hit a noble who, judging by her armor, belonged to the logistical division. Her shields were strong enough to absorb most of the impact of the bullet, but not enough to completely deplete it. Her shoulder was pierced, and a howling scream followed as she collapsed to the floor. His last 2 shots landed on 2 additional auxilia. One lost his left leg at the knee, while the other lost his life with a precise shot to his head. Lay down your weapons, Wyatt demanded, pointing his soul snatcher at them. The auxilia, taken by surprise by the sudden loss of 4 of their number plus 2 wounded, a noble among them, froze. The noblewoman was in pain, but her armor was equipped with biofoam, sealing her wound and reducing the damage received. The commoner wasn't so lucky. 2 other auxilia were on their knees, trying to stop the bleeding and applying biofoam directly to the wound. Wyatt, unmoved by the scene, stepped closer. "Now!" he demanded. The commoners looked at each other, not knowing what to do. "Kill him!" The order came from the other noble, but clearly not a combatant. He pointed at Wyatt with a shaky arm. "Kill that!" 2 shots rang, and the noble collapsed to the floor, choked in pain, and then exhaled one last time. He fell to the ground shortly after with a thud, his body reduced to nothing more than a roadblock. Wordlessly, Wyatt turned the barrels of his guns on the remaining commoners and the wounded noble. The silent threat was understood, and everyone tossed their guns away. Slowly, Wyatt walked forth, his guns trained on them the entire time. As he walked past one of the auxilia, he saw the man reach behind him, and in a flash, a combat knife was drawn. With a lunge, the man tried to stab his left thigh, but Wyatt reacted faster. Hitting the man's wrist with the butt of his gun with all his strength, a sickening crunch, the man's wrist was shattered and the knife fell from his grip. A second later, Wyatt dispatched him with a single shot. The remaining auxilia recoiled in fear, making sure to keep their hands well and truly up. Even the noblewoman wisely chose to remain silent with her functioning arm raised in surrender. "Don't try to leave," Wyatt warned. "The exit is blocked. Surrender, and you may live," he proclaimed before moving away from the group. Once he was far enough away, he turned his back on them and resumed his charge. It was short-lived, but a few seconds later he encountered another group of traitors led by 2 Marines. This time, the Marines showcased their training and fired upon him the moment they saw him. Trusting his shields and armor, Wyatt aimed and fired upon the leading Marines. His shields took several shots, but held strong as he took cover behind a corner. Their shields were much better, as to be expected. But still, one of the Marines fell to the ground as the other Marine took cover behind a pillar. Peeking out from cover, Wyatt saw that the Marine had been wounded on his stomach, but not enough to cause a lethal injury. Further back, he saw at least another group a dozen strong, most of them holding a standard-issue handgun. The Marine, to his credit, reacted quickly and took several shots at him without any effect. Wyatt waited until the last shot rang, then moved out of cover without hesitation and fired 4 times. 2 shots missed entirely, but the other 2 hit their mark. The first shot depleted whatever was left of the man's shields, while the second pierced the Marine's helmet, ending him in the act. The man slumped to the ground, joining his comrade to expand the small pool of blood. 4 traitors lunged forth, handguns held tightly as they aimed them at him. He noticed that none of them were commoners and wore insignias that revealed them as technicians and engineers. "Lower your weapons and surrender," Wyatt offered, his guns trained on the 4 men. The men shared a nervous look, unwilling to make the first move. Then one of them screamed and took a shot that missed Wyatt's entirely. That triggered a chain reaction, and Wyatt rushed to take cover, but not before returning fire to the traitors with a hail of bullets. He fired without aiming, just shooting in their general direction. Most shots missed, but 2 of the traitors fell to the ground, screaming in pain. Shocked by the display, the other 2 traitors shifted their attention from Wyatt and put it on their fallen comrades. It was a mistake that claimed their lives as the pilot saw his chance to aim properly and take 2 simultaneous shots. They fell to the ground, and callously Wyatt approached quickly and quietly, placed a shot on the heads of the 2 screaming, crying traitors. Turning to the rest, he saw the nobles shaking in fear, their gazes focused on the bodies of their comrades. "Drop your weapons and surrender now," Wyatt ordered, aiming a barrel at them. That was enough to snap them out of their trance. Obeying, they tossed their weapons aside. "Go to the hangar. Don't try to escape. The exit is guarded. Board any escape pods if you can and surrender. You may yet live," the pilot said before breaking off, leaving the frightened survivors behind. As he made his way more cautiously, he checked his shields and saw they were at 70% and slowly recharging. After half a minute of advancing, Wyatt checked his soul snatchers, and he saw that he still had 2 shots on his right and 4 on the left. He considered reloading his weapons when he noticed 2 small groups of traitors right ahead with the aid of the map and the IFF indicator. Halting and pressing his back against the wall, he peeked over the corner to find the traitors shouting, pointing their guns at each other. "Cowardly traitors! Step back! In the name of Lady Felicity, we shall board that escape pod, not you!" cried one Marine, while 4 auxilia forces supported him and 2 more shakily held handguns behind them. On the other side, a group of 9 stood against them. "Lady Felicity has doomed us! We don't plan to stay here and face our demise thanks to her blunder!" The Marine leading the second group replied with only 2 auxilia members and other non-combatant nobles and commoners precariously holding pistols and rifles supporting him. Inspecting the hallway, Wyatt found their point of contention a few meters closer to him, the entrance to a still unoccupied escape pod. Remembering the layout of the Noravio while the 2 groups continued to argue, he looked around his immediate area. It didn't take long before he found what he was looking for, a small lever in front of him marked with a simple logo depicting a barricade. Silently, he crawled over to the level and pulled it down. A small hidden weapon locker opened, revealing a set of rifles, 6 handguns, 2 shotguns, ammunition, and a bandolier of grenades. Taking the bandolier, he moved back against the wall and peeked over the edge to find the traitors still arguing, neither side willing to take the first shot. In a quick motion, Wyatt pressed the activating button on all 5 grenades, then tossed them down the hallway toward the traitors. Hunkering down, he waited for a few seconds until a panicked scream reached him. "Shit! Grenade!" Whoever saw the grenades land was too late to do anything else, as the explosion rumbled all across the intersecting hallways. Wyatt's ears rang, and he felt the shock wave course through his body for a few seconds. Stepping out of the corner, he found the 2 groups had been nearly eliminated. Then, he heard the screams of pain. Not all traitors had died, but none had come unscathed from the explosion. Uncaringly, Wyatt reached the center of the explosion and saw 5 survivors. He aimed his handguns and fired a merciful shot that ended their suffering. Moving away from the hallway, he calmly reloaded his soul snatchers and continued on his way, albeit at a slower pace. Gallant Venture Bridge. Casimir Caiston stared at the screens with his mouth agape and widened eyes. Instinctively, his hand reached for his sword, gripping its hilt tightly. "By all that's good and just, he's a monster," he whispered, as he saw Wyatt continue on his hunt after mercilessly executing 16 good men and women. Equally taken aback by such efficient, emotionless brutality, Felicity could only stare blankly at the screen. She was no stranger to slaughter and carnage. She'd overseen executions, trials, and deaths in duels and accidents. She'd even seen some combat footage, but that was nothing compared to the casual way the commoner-turned-noble claimed lives. There was no hesitation, no doubt, no remorse in his actions. Maximilian was right. Whatever that man is, he won't hesitate to eliminate us. I doubt that he'll accept a formal duel if I issue it, Casimir said, as he watched the armored man proudly displaying his white periton on his chest plate, carefully approach another group of disparate forces trying to reach the hangar or any of the remaining escape pods. Unlike the previous encounters, Wyatt Staples didn't charge against them. Instead, he waited by a corner until the Marine leading the group of 7 reached him. As the Marine reached the threshold, Wyatt greeted him with a lined-up arm. A shot at point blank sent the body of the Marine crashing to the side. Taken by surprise, Wyatt then moved out of cover, firing wildly against the rest of the group. Only 9 shots were needed, each bullet leaving the barrel with a faintly visible blue trail that pierced the Marines' shields as if they weren't there. 4 of the downed Marines died instantly, their helmets pierced and warped from the inside out. The other 3 had their chests perforated. If they didn't die in the act due to shock, then they would soon be dead, unable to move anymore. With his opposition dealt with, Wyatt Staples continued his advance uncaringly. "Close blast doors," Casimir ordered, turning to his remaining bridge officers. "We can't! Captain Ciro already tried that, but the haywire mines crippled more than half our systems. We're doing everything we can to contain the ghost AIs left behind by Javier Wunder and trying to counter them as we speak, Lord Casimir." "Damnation!" Casimir cried out, slamming a fist against a panel in pure frustration. "There has to be a way to stop him. He's just one man." "Just one man," Felicity muttered. Her eyes went wide for a moment and walked over to the communications officer, shoving him away. Leaning against the terminal and pressing a button, a microphone emerged at the top of the panel. "Attention, loyal subjects of his Lord Regent," Felicity cried out through the speaker channels. "Felicity, what are you doing?" Casimir asked, taken aback by the rudeness of her actions. Felicity ignored the young Caiston, her arms shaking uncontrollably in fear, indignation, and anger. "There's an intruder currently making his way to the main deck and close to storage room A2, wearing black armor and bearing a white stag on his chest. Whoever brings him down shall receive a reward of 2 million credits. If a commoner manages to kill him, that commoner shall be rewarded with a noble title and the establishment of their own lesser house with the patronage of House Centaur." "Belay that command," Casimir tried to counter, but Felicity turned to him. "It is already done, and I'm in command, Casimir. We cannot allow that man to live past this day. He is alone, and he will be stopped," Felicity countered through harsh, uneven breaths. Casimir turned to the screen again, only to find Wyatt staring up at the camera, currently seeing him. He raised an arm and fired at the camera, destroying it. He said nothing to Felicity, but he doubted that their remaining forces would be able to stop the man. "Centaur," Wyatt hissed with disgust before shooting the camera angrily. Casimir Caiston would pay for what he'd done, but Felicity Centaur had now become his priority target. Very few would be the commoners who would resist the temptation of such an offer. But thanks to her message, he was now certain that she wasn't in the vault room. Sure, she could send that message from anywhere in the ship using the network, but with the comm scrambler active, she was forced to do so from the only place a hard line existed. "She's on the ship's bridge," Wyatt thought as he updated his map, and another route was displayed for him to follow. As he advanced, he felt burning acid flowing through his veins. They were now throwing commoners at him with false promises in the hopes of stopping him. In sheer numbers, he'd be bested. He was very aware of this, but now many more would die needlessly thanks to her. Sadly, he was correct. In less than a minute, he saw at least 50 signatures entering his IFF range. As he turned around another corner, he saw the remnants of a short-lived engagement and 6 corpses, all of them auxilia, with erected barricades. Thinking quickly, he grabbed the remaining grenade off a bandolier and took cover behind a barricade a second before the first group of auxilia appeared on the other side of the hallway. "There he is! Kill him!" shouted one of the commoners, pointing at Wyatt. Wyatt activated his grenade but didn't toss it. Not yet. "I surrender!" he shouted. "Step out of cover with your hands over your head!" another demanded. Wyatt stood up as instructed, his hands visible. "Shit, he has a grenade!" a woman shouted, pointing at the blinking white sphere. Wyatt tossed the grenade at them as hard as he could. He watched the traitors dive out of the way before he returned back to cover. Unholstering his other soul snatcher this time, he didn't hide completely to avoid the blast. The grenade exploded before touching the ground. The shockwave once again made his ears ring. A second later, he sprinted before the traitors could recover. Reaching them as they were trying to get on their knees, Wyatt executed 2 of them by shooting them from the back of their heads. Aiming as he moved, Wyatt killed 4 more in quick succession, but the remaining 4 flipped over to their back and fired their rifles in retaliation. The pilot managed to kick one rifle away and shoot the auxilia next to him, shooting her twice in her chest. A gurgled gasp escaped her lips as her visor was tainted red from within. "Murderer!" another shouted before his right leg was severed from his knee with a single shot. A scream of agony escaped his lips as he fell to the ground. "Anthony!" The remaining man stopped firing and tossed his rifle aside. Pulling out a grenade, he activated it, got to a knee, and lunged at Wyatt. "Wait, I surrender!" The man pinned under Wyatt's foot tried to plead, but a headshot silenced him forever. Wyatt turned in time to see the last man lunging at him. Wyatt easily dodged the man before delivering a devastating kick that made the man scream in pain as several ribs were fractured in an instant. Unable to breathe or hold on to his grenade, he gasped for air that wouldn't come. The pilot, on the other hand, ran away further down the hallway just moments before the explosion came, claiming the life of the last member of that group. Just in time for a second group to appear, this one 15 strong. They were auxilia forces mixed with a few general staff and, most shockingly, a chef due to his insignia. Instead of firing, the group stopped, seeing the carnage behind Wyatt while said man aimed at them with a steady hand and unflinching, unwavering resolve. "Drop your weapons and surrender," Wyatt warned. "There will be Royal Marines arriving soon. Do you believe you can stop them?" The group's apparent leader, an older, black-haired woman, stepped up, lowering her assault rifle. "You're not a Royal Marine?" "No," Wyatt stated flatly. "Take one more step and I'll kill you all. Drop your weapons and surrender. Don't throw your lives away from the promise of a lying blue blood." "Blue blood?" the woman asked, her companions exchanging nervous looks. Are you a commoner like us?" "Yes," replied Wyatt again. "He's lying. Look at his gear and weapons." "But he called Lady Felicity a blue blood. He ain't killing us yet. So maybe?" "Silence," the woman said, cutting off the chatter behind her. "If we surrender, we'll live. Either find escape pods or hide unarmed. Then you might yet live," Wyatt replied, taking a step closer, handguns ever at the ready. "Sounds like a better deal to me, Lord," the woman said, tossing her rifle to the ground. Shortly after, her companions followed suit. "So, what now?" "What?" "You live," Wyatt replied, and asked them to move along with a head gesture. Forming a single file, the group walked past him, all of them glancing at him. "Hide, unarmed. The Royal Marines will not hesitate if they see you holding weapons of any sort," he said, and then began to walk away. The group of commoners watched him go, disappearing around a corner. A few seconds later, they heard distant shouts, an offer of surrender followed by gunfire, and finally screams of pain that were quickly silenced. Was that Fulch's group?" asked one of the commoners. The woman nodded. "He was always headstrong and too greedy for his own good," she sighed. "Come, the storage bay is close by. Might as well wait there." No one argued against her. Gallant Venture Bridge. "Useless commoners! Traitors, all of them!" Felicity cried out in anger, even as she felt her legs grow weak with each passing moment. She watched hopelessly as yet another group of commoners led by 4 Marines was all but wiped out through the use of clever tricks, ambush, surprise attacks, and treachery. "That man has no honor whatsoever. The very concept seems to be anathema to such a cruel creature." Casimir would have agreed were it not for the fact that Wyatt Staples didn't always kill everyone in his way. Those who hesitated were offered clemency, and he gave it to them freely. Some tried to trick him instead, using his mercy against him. It ended poorly for those sods. As brutal and unrelenting as the man was, he wasn't just a mindless murderer. He was, beyond a doubt, a killer, ruthless, remorseless, and callous, but not entirely merciless. That, in his mind, made him all the more terrifying. Where had Princess Clara acquired such a man? The question echoed in his mind yet again with no answer to clear it. He had lost count of how many he'd killed so far. 70? 80? Somewhere along those numbers? He honestly couldn't bring himself to care anymore. He had studied to become a capable and competent admiral one day, to lead ship formation, dispatch troops, oversee battle plans, revise tactics, formulate strategies, and oversee logistical operations. He'd never been part of an actual real battle before in his life. After seeing firsthand how a true battle was waged, the destruction of a single pirate freighter, his graduation task seemed utterly pointless. But seeing the man bearing the white Periton tear through his crew as he made his way to the bridge was something else entirely. He wasn't ready for any of what was happening. His hands trembled, he felt hot within his armor. His heart was pounding hard and fast, and each breath he took was lacking, almost choking him. He was trained for war, prepared for educated conflicts, and conduct suppression actions. But not the carnage he was witnessing. Silently, he began to beg that someone, anyone, would be able to stop him. No matter how merciful he seemed to be, he had a sinking feeling that there would be none for him if they were to meet face to face. "Finally, he'll be eliminated!" Felicity clamored, as 12 Marines, including 3 veterans, joined up as were taking a defensive position at an intersection. Wyatt noticed the group forming just ahead of him and stopped behind a corner. Peeking down the hallway for a second before a collective burst of bullets and laser fire forced him to take cover again, he saw 12 Marines set in an effective defensive position with 2 laser turrets at the front. They were 40 meters away, and there was no cover whatsoever between him and the traitors. Looking around, he hoped to find more weapon lockers, but they were already empty. "There has to be a way to get past them," Wyatt muttered, catching his breath. As he did so, he suddenly began to feel tired and everything was heavy. Shaking his head, he took in a deep breath. "Apply combat stimulant," he ordered, and his suit complied. He felt the rather uncomfortable pouring of the liquid directly into his bloodstream, but within seconds, he felt its effects. His tiredness was gone, replaced by alertness and awareness. Fresh adrenaline and other drugs gave his body the strength it needed to continue with his task without losing focus. Focusing on the map, he tried to find an alternate route to the bridge, and he found it. Regretfully, he'd have to backtrack nearly all the way back to the hangar, take down an elevator 3 decks down, and likely face even more resistance. He wasn't without options, but every other route he could take didn't suit well with him. He could simply sit back and wait for the Royal Marines Clara had dispatched, but that would mean he'd failed to protect his friends, that he was still that same weak boy who watched his friend die. Rejecting that option out of hand, he considered backtracking, but that would cost him time, and he didn't know if the elevators even worked anymore after being hit with haywire mines. His final option that didn't involve a frontal assault against a defense position was to try and trick them somehow. But how? Even if he went back to find another weapons locker, they were too far away for grenades to work effectively, and every other firearm available was inferior to his soul snatchers. Devoid of options, as with time quickly becoming a scarcer resource, he sighed in defeat. "Frontal assault it is," Wyatt muttered, and with the flick of a switch, the shield breaker charge was engaged again. The effective range was 50 meters, so they were within range, but he would need to be fast. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled and held his breath there. Then, in a single burst of motion, he threw himself onto the ground belly first, pointing down the hallway. The Marines were not expecting him to come out of hiding that way, and that moment of hesitation was all the time Wyatt needed to fire. 10 shots left his pistols before the Marines could respond in kind. 3 shots pierced a Marine's helm, all but destroying his head in the process. Another 3 shots turned a Marine's chest into a pulp, falling to the ground, already dead from the shock. 2 shots claimed the life of another Marine in but an instant. The last 2 pierced the head of the 4th Marine, another soul liberated from its body. Wyatt didn't see their demise, for as soon as he finished shooting, he rolled back into cover, though his shields took a pummeling, reducing them to a mere 46%. He stood up quickly, his fingers on the trigger, and still held his breath. The second the gunfire ended, he came out of cover again, but only showing his head and his arms. He shot 10 more times, all of them aimed at the turret to his right. Every shot connected, and unexpectedly, he must have hit something critical because before the Marines could return fire, the turret exploded, causing several casualties. With smoke and fire emerging from the turret, the fire support systems came to life in the hallway, covering it with a white, misty substance that extinguished the fire within seconds. Wyatt took this moment to empty his current magazines, claiming the lives of 3 additional Marines with a hail of ionized bullets that all but sliced through their shields and armor as if they weren't even there. With a quick reload, Wyatt rushed forth, ready to engage the 3 remaining standing Marines. The Marines saw him, and instead of firing their weapons, they discarded them and unsheathed their plasma swords, activating them. The first Marine rushed forth with a wide swing. Wyatt dodged it, but the Marine had expected it and kicked him in the gut for his trouble. The pilot took it in stride and lunged forth at the same time the Marine tried to slice him in 2 with a powerful downward strike. Wyatt read his movements, his training sessions with Cynthia paying off, and merely dodged by turning his body to the side. Before the Marine could do anything else, Wyatt pressed the barrel of a gun against the man's chin and squeezed the trigger. Holstering his left soul snatcher, he grabbed the man's belt and lifted him up before throwing him at the nearest charging Marine. The Marine kicked the body away before jumping at a wall, only to launch himself at Wyatt from one side, while the other Marine, a woman, charged from his other flank. Wyatt pivoted to his right, unholstering his handgun in the process and narrowly dodging having his hand sliced off by the man's strike. With a precise shot to the side of the man's head, he added another body to his increasing tally. A split second later, he ducked, evading a decapitating strike from the woman and giving him the opening to discharge 3 shots straight into her guts. The woman cried out in pure agony before her screams turned into a gurgling mess as she fell backward onto the ground, much alike cut tree back on Volantis. The woman reached up to him with a shaky, blood-stained hand. Wyatt ignored the plea for help and instead shot her in the head. He soon found 3 heavily wounded Marines hit by shrapnel from the exploding turret. Coldly, he executed them with a single shot to the head each. Wyatt sighed, taking a single moment to catch his breath before moving onward. For the next 2 minutes, he didn't encounter another point of resistance or wayward group until, at the edge of his IFF indicator, he saw nearly 50 signatures all clumped together. Approaching slowly, he reached an unsealed door. Taking position, he exhaled and stood just outside the door's threshold and found several unarmed commoners trying to hide behind a makeshift barricade of desks, unused suits, and whatever else they could find. They stared at him, fear palpable through their visors. "Are you unarmed?" he asked, even as the obvious was more than clear. "We are," replied one young brave man. "Eris said that we should surrender to the man with the white-horned animal on his chest." As he said so, a woman at the back flinched nervously. "So, we surrender, Lord?" "Stay put. Royal Marines will arrive soon. Don't give them the impression that you're going to fight them," Wyatt said, then took another look inside the small conference room. "Do you know if Javier Wunder, Casimir Caiston, and Felicity Cintor are present at the bridge?" Lord Javier rose against Lady Felicity and Lord Casimir, Lord," an older woman wearing a patchy, worn-down suit said. "He left the Gallant Venture. We didn't know who to obey. We chose to remain and hide. But Lord Casimir and Lady Felicity are there. You'll find them, Lord." "My thanks," Wyatt replied, then lowered his weapons. "Remember what I said, and you may yet live." With nothing more to say to them, he continued, leaving a relieved group of commoners behind. With his destination closer at hand, a scream of pain caught his attention, followed by several gunshots. Checking his IFF indicator, he saw a group of 6 traitors nearby, likely the source of the scream. They weren't directly on his path, but as he approached the intersection, he found the traitors were a group of 5 commoners and a wounded noble. There were 3 corpses a few meters away, 2 commoners, and another noble. What caught his attention was that the wounded noble had a traditional sword piercing his stomach. Even from a distance, he could tell the blue blood wouldn't survive the wound without help. "Where's the biofoam? We used it all already. There has to be more somewhere. Check the emergency lockers." "I already did. Lord, please stop moving. You're making your injury worse. To take me to the medical wing." "No, I won't make it. Leave me," the man said, coughing. Remove my helmet. I can't breathe." The commoners obeyed and carefully carried out their task, revealing a young, handsome man with hair with brown, short hair and cybernetic eyes. "Lord, I beg of you, save your strength," a commoner said, cradling the man's head. "I've claimed my revenge. The slight against my house has been rectified. I am satisfied with this death," the man replied with a weakened smile. Wyatt stared at the scene from his concealed position, watching the noble slowly die. The commoners around him seemed genuinely loyal to their liege for a reason that escaped his comprehension. It was not his place to question nor to intervene, but the words of the noble and his conviction resonated within him, enough to step out of hiding. "What am I doing? He's just another petulant blue blood obsessed with his oh-so-precious honor." "I should walk away," Wyatt thought to himself, even as he approached closer. The commoners noticed him before long and formed around their master, clutching their handguns nervously. Wyatt looked at them for several moments, then holstered one of his soul snatchers. Reaching behind him, he opened the compartment housing his dose of biofoam. It was a small, compact canister, but its biofoam was of high quality. At least it was much better than the standard issue. Seeing the canister, the commoners lowered their weapons and opened a path to their wounded, dying lord. Wyatt, still clutching his other handgun tightly, kneeled to inspect the wound. It was, as he feared, a deep puncture that likely pierced the stomach and other organs, causing internal bleeding. Holstering his remaining gun, the heterochromatic-eyed man quickly and without warning pulled the sword out, tossing it aside even as the nobleman twitched and groaned in pain, too weak to scream. He inserted the tip of the canister and pressed the trigger, dispensing a healthy amount within the man's guts. When he felt it was enough, Wyatt pulled his canister back where it belonged. A small window appeared on his visor, indicating that 2/3 of his available biofoam had been spent. It won't save his life, but that should give you enough time to get him into a Medicare pod, if they still work, he said, unholstering his soul snatchers once more. Wait, the noble said weakly. My name is... I don't care what your name is. Take him away, Wyatt ordered before breaking into another run, leaving the bewildered group behind. As he ran, he shook his head. I shouldn't have done that, idiot. Gallant Venture Bridge. Was that mockery or a genuine display of honor? Casimir asked no one in particular as he saw Wyatt Staples approaching his final destination with haste. Outside, Captain Ciro and what few forces he was able to muster around him were preparing a final stand against the puzzling monster tearing his way through his ship. On the screen, he saw the man responsible for Maximilian's demise. How had he accomplished that and survived, he knew not the answer. But the fact that he was aboard the Gallant Venture and the bloody trail left in his wake. A small group of auxilia led by a Marine waited in ambush down the hallway the pilot was traversing. The auxilia sprung the trap, opening fire and activating grenades. Wyatt was surprised by the assault, not expecting the men to deactivate their IFFs as they lay in wait. But his surprise was momentary, and his shields withstood the punishment for long enough to allow him the chance to fire his guns several times. One of the auxilia about to toss a grenade was struck, sending him to the ground alongside the grenade. To his credit, despite the wound, the auxilia rolled over, covering the grenade with his body a second before it detonated. Casimir looked away before the explosion happened. He heard half a dozen more explosions and hoped against hope that Wyatt Staples had been dealt with. When he opened his eyes and focused on the screen again, he saw the pilot barreling through the smoke, firing his guns with deadly precision. 7 auxilia members, still regaining their senses after the explosion, had no chance to fight back as Wyatt Staples' unrelenting advance all but annihilated them. He has to be stopped. He must be stopped. He must be stopped, Felicity Centaur muttered, her eyes wide and teeth chattering as she couldn't take her eyes away from the screen. Casimir felt sick to his stomach as 5 of the surviving auxilia drew their melee weapons, an axe, 3 swords, and a plasma sword, while their Marine leader, a captain, activated 2 plasma swords, and the group charged forth. The first auxilia, carrying a regular sword, tried to stab the pilot in his gut, but the man dodged the blow only to stomp on the commoner's right knee, bending it in unnatural ways as bones snapped, incapacitating the commoner. Not satisfied with that, however, the pilot dispatched the commoner with a single gunshot before the axe-wielding commoner and another holding a sword moved in, attacking at the same time. Wyatt Staples once again dodged the attacks with a simple sidestep, and in doing so, put the sword-wielding auxilia in between himself and the axe-wielding one. The commoner tried to strike at the pilot's legs, but the man closed the short distance between them, shattering his swing in the process, and delivered a knee strike on the auxilia's belly, while at the same time shooting the axe-wielding commoner right in his face, killing him on the spot. Placing his right-hand gun on the back of the coughing auxilia, he executed him without shame, ending yet another life. Deep within him, Casimir Caiston comprehended that, for the first time in his life, he was experiencing true fear. The realization that Wyatt Staples was coming for them made it so much worse. He was coming for him. Ah! The auxilia holding the plasma sword cried in a valiant attempt to split his guts open. Wyatt clenched his teeth, catching his breath as he dodged the strike by stepping back. In doing so, the other auxilia saw her chance to strike. Instead of dodging, he blocked the strike with his left forearm, letting the armor take the blow instead. With a swift motion, he grabbed the woman's wrist, squeezing it tightly until she cried out in pain, forcing her to let go of her sword. He then pulled her and held her in a chokehold in time to use her as a human shield, causing her comrade to halt in his tracks. The black-haired man used that moment to shoot the auxilia 3 times, ending his life within seconds. He didn't have time to relax as the Marine, a captain according to his rank insignia, finally moved in. Anger burst within him as he let go of the woman only to toss her to the side. She hit the wall hard and fell to the ground, unconscious. A second later, he barely dodged a strike from the noble, but unlike others, he knew exactly what he was doing and kept pressing forth. He could have done something, anything, to help them, guide them, or at least lead them. But he just waited in the back so they could, what, tire me out so he could claim the glory for himself? Wyatt thought angrily as he swayed, dodged, and moved out of the Marine's reach with each swing of his swords. "Stop running and face me, coward!" the Marine challenged while attacking, refusing to give Wyatt a moment's breath to aim and shoot at him. Wyatt had to bite his tongue to avoid replying to the pompous blue blood and focused on finding a way to kill him quickly. But every time he tried to make some significant distance between them, he lunged forth with precision and calculated movements. Each time he tried to aim, he attacked, blocking him again. Closing in was out of the question as he recognized it would be a death sentence and something he was expecting him to do. Silently, he gave thanks to Cynthia and her training. He wasn't any good wielding melee weapons, but now he could read movements easily and react accordingly. He simply had to find a way to counter the Marine somehow. "Think, Wyatt, think," Wyatt thought as he narrowly avoided getting his head split in half. The Marine was good and left no real opening he could exploit. He also did a fantastic job at protecting his center mass, and his footwork was impeccable, likely honed through years of practice and service. As he dodged a glancing blow that left a mark on his left shoulder pad, Wyatt smiled and dropped to the floor on his back. The next moment he fired, and a howling scream of pain echoed in the hallway as his tibias were shattered. Wyatt rolled to the side, evading the falling plasma swords as they deactivated, and stood up to his feet as the Marine screamed in pure agony. It was a level of pain Wyatt hoped to never experience in his life. As the man thrashed about, blood leaking out of his wounds, Wyatt walked past him and delivered a shot to his head, ending his screaming and suffering. "That's better than what you deserve, you arrogant blue blood." Checking his map, he noticed that he was nearly there. "Apply combat stimulant," he said, feeling that same uncomfortable intrusion, but paid little mind as he reloaded, preferring to face whatever was left defending Casimir Caiston and Felicity Centaur fully loaded. Feeling refreshed once more, he cautiously advanced, expecting another ambush that thankfully never manifested itself. As he neared the bridge's entrance, he saw at least 40 signatures formed up in a defensive position. Reaching the corner, he peeked over the edge, but a bullet greeted him, nearly fully depleting his shields and putting a small dent in his helmet's exterior. But he saw enough in that brief moment. There were no turrets, either wall, floor, or ceiling ones, but there were barricades and several auxilia, a dozen Marines and other personnel equipped with all manner of firearms. 2 of the Marines were even carrying heavy weaponry in the form of heavy machine guns. "You will not pass this point, Sir Wyatt Staples," an older, cordial but firm voice declared. "I will find a way," Wyatt replied impassively, though internally he had no idea how he was going to get past that defensive position. "Courageous words for a single man. You've left in your wake a truly gruesome scene. How many begged for their lives before you killed them?" the man asked. "I lost count after the first 5, Wyatt replied coldly. "Who are you? Unless you are Casimir Caiston or Felicity Centaur, I have no reason to kill any of you. Surrender and I will plead for your lives myself if I have to," he offered sincerely. As long as that could be enough to avoid a fight he knew he couldn't win. As much as he wanted to drag the 2 high and mighty nobles out himself, he had no desire to throw away his life in an unwinnable situation. If brute force won't secure victory, then perhaps words, trickery, and threats will, he thought, as the traitors seemed to consider his proposal. "My name is Ciro Ortega, proud captain of the Gallant Venture. I stand with those loyal to the Principality and his Lord Regent, Duke Cornelius Draymore. You, I'm afraid, stand alone against us, Sir Wyatt. No one is here to help or support you. It is clear that you are a resourceful and dangerous man, but you aren't a Royal Marine. I doubt you could best our position even if you were," Ciro proclaimed loudly. A deep, bellowing laugh escaped Wyatt's throat for several seconds. "Captain Ciro, out of respect, I will refrain from calling you and your men witless cowards. However, I was not aware you were a comedian." Wyatt laughed again, putting as much mockery and ridicule as he could into it. "I stand alone, this is true. And yet none of you traitors has the courage to hunt me down? I've been the one doing the hunting so far." "Your taunts will not serve you, Sir Wyatt," Ciro replied. Wyatt narrowed his eyes in concentration before replying. "Taunting? Captain Ciro, I'm merely telling the truth as I see it. I don't consider myself a particularly good combatant on the ground. Despite this fact, however, I've been able to make my way up to this point." He chuckled darkly, and all humor left his voice. He couldn't see it, but his next words managed to send a shiver of terror down the spines of each and every traitor blocking his way. "If I could achieve this on my own, Captain Zero, then what do you believe will happen when you face a Royal Marine? If you stand your ground, maybe you'll be able to repel one of them. But how about a dozen of them led by Cynthia Winfield herself? Do you believe you'll be able to stall her for more than a few seconds, let alone a dozen Royal Marines supporting her?" he asked, coldly, seriously, and without room for doubt or hesitation. "They are coming. They will arrive soon. And then, well, you'll die in dishonor, shame, and for nothing. Your sacrifice won't be remembered, and you will forever be marked as nothing more than traitors." There was a long pause, long enough that Wyatt was starting to consider retreating and waiting for the trio of Royal Marines. "What is your quarrel with Lord Casimir and Lady Felicity?" Zero asked, his voice tempered but lacking the vigor it previously displayed. "Are you asking the obvious?" Wyatt replied coldly. "Will you kill them?" Zero asked, unbothered. "They'll live. I am to capture them," Wyatt replied. It was only a half-truth, but Zero didn't need to know that. "Sir Wyatt, we are men of honor, duty, service, and bound by loyalty. However, I would rather avoid further needless casualties. Alas, I cannot abandon my post. My oaths and honor forbid me from leaving this place willingly." Wyatt felt like rolling his eyes, sneering in disdain as Zero spoke. "Honor? What's so special about honor? He doesn't want to abandon his post because it would wound his pride, stain his ego, tarnish his dignity. Useless. All of it," he thought to himself, yet despite the contempt he felt, he could detect a measure of care and genuine worry in his voice. Not for himself, but for the lives of his subordinates. That alone stopped him from discarding Zero as just another glory-seeking, power-hungry, petulant blue blood. "Are you making a proposal, Captain Zero?" Wyatt asked. "Not a proposal. I'm issuing a challenge. Duel me, Sir Wyatt. A formal duel. If you win, my men will stand down and surrender in exchange for their lives. If I win, well, I expect I need not explain this to you, must I?" Zero asked calmly. "A formal duel? I must disappoint you, Zero, for I am not a good sword duelist," Wyatt replied, gripping his soul snatchers tightly. "What a most wonderful coincidence. Neither am I. Let's settle this like true gentlemen, with our fists, not baubles," Zero replied before tossing away something heavy. "Come, step out, Sir Wyatt. I've ordered my men to stand down, and they are honor-bound to respect the result of our duel. Victory shall come to those left standing in the end. I'll step out, but if I see a single barrel pointed at me, you will regret your decision. All of you," Wyatt threatened, though his words were empty. As he was about to step out of cover, he considered simply shooting the captain the moment he saw him, taking him down by surprise. It was a tempting idea, but ultimately, he discarded it, though he kept his guns raised, ready to fire. Stepping out of cover, he found that every man and woman had, in fact, lowered their weapons. Despite his hostile stance, no one moved to aim at him. He couldn't see their faces, but he could tell they were nervous and anxious, and more than half of them were holding their breaths. Captain Zero, a man nearly a head taller than him with broad shoulders and a well-built physique, stood in front of his troops, a sword lying on the ground to his left, discarded. Slowly, the man reached for his helmet and removed it, revealing his face. "Exceedingly cautious or distrustful?" "Both," Wyatt replied, slowly lowering his handguns and holstering them. "You have terrible manners, Sir Wyatt. Allow me to see your face," Zero remarked as a commoner approached him and took his helmet for safekeeping. Wyatt said nothing but reached for his helmet and took it off. Taking a deep breath, Wyatt let his helmet hang from his belt, safely locked in place. "You're older than I expected." "You're younger than I was led to believe," Zero replied with a soft smirk. "Sir Wyatt, are the terms of our formal duel acceptable?" "They are," Wyatt replied, taking a defensive stance while Zero did the same. Another mark of respect was tallied in his mind. Zero, despite being a traitor, was more than aware that regardless of his victory, his life was forfeit, be it by his hand or, more likely, the hands of the Royal Marines. He was a man who upheld his values and duty above all else, but who also cared about his troops. Why else would he propose such an unbalanced outcome? The answer made Wyatt smile. A blue blood he was, Ciro was looking for a means to save face and, perhaps, save his subordinates. It was a common noble tactic, but it was applied in a way that was unlike their usual selfish, self-centered goals. The two men approached each other slowly in near complete silence, only the clinging of their boots pierced through the tense air engulfing the duo. Once they were close enough, Ciro made the first move, delivering a quick jab. Wyatt blocked it and countered with a jab of his own. Ciro blocked his attack casually before moving in closer, unleashing a flurry of punches and quick jabs. Wyatt blocked and dodged them all, impressed not so much by Ciro's speed and strength, but by his own movements. Prior to undertaking Cynthia's training regime, facing Ciro would have ended in the first few blows, but now the captain, in comparison to Cynthia, proved to be skilled but so far beneath the blue-haired woman that comparing them felt like an insult more than anything. The pilot could read and react to Ciro's movements with ease, though the strain on his body and mind slowed him down even with the combat stimulants flooding his system. They traded blows for what felt like hours, but in reality, not a single minute had passed without a single hit landing on either side. Despite his considerable size and bulk, Ciro was nimble and fast. Too fast for Wyatt to maintain the rhythm in his current condition. Ciro landed a blow on Wyatt's right cheek, drawing blood from his nose. He followed it up by suddenly dropping to a low stance, catching Wyatt by surprise and using both palms to strike at his stomach. Wyatt felt the air leave him as he was launched back a meter, stumbling on his legs. He gasped for air, holding his stomach with one hand. Despite his armor's protection, the strike had been strong enough to leave him gasping for air. Coming to his senses in time to see Ciro charging at him, Wyatt snarled as the fire within his belly expanded all over his body. The pilot dodged a punch that would have sent him into unconsciousness at the last possible moment, only for him to deliver two powerful kicks at the captain's left knee. Ciro groaned in pain as he was forced to kneel, his balance lost. Wyatt took his chance to punch Ciro as hard as he could manage, breaking his nose. Before he could deliver a following blow, Ciro grappled him by the waist and tossed him away. Wyatt landed on his back with a pained groan but recovered in time to dodge a powerful kick from the captain. Sadly, he couldn't dodge another punch, busting his upper lip. Another punch followed, but Wyatt dodged it and grabbed Ciro's wrist and arm before spinning on his axis and tossing him over his shoulder. The captain wasn't expecting it and landed on his back with a pained groan. Before Wyatt could break his arm, Ciro rolled over and kicked Wyatt's stomach, pushing him away. As he got to a knee, he looked into the heterochromatic eyes of the pilot, and his heart skipped a beat. Before he could shake off the sensation that paralyzed him for no more than a split moment, Wyatt closed the gap between. Wyatt shouted as he put his entire weight and strength into a punch connected with Ciro's chin in a powerful uppercut. Ciro fell on his back, gasping for air as the world around him spun out of control. Darkness crept at the edges of his vision, and he saw a blurry figure with a white-winged chest and eyes that could pierce through the darkness just to spite it. Ciro closed his eyes, and darkness overtook him. Wyatt stood on top of Ciro's unmoving but still breathing body. His breathing was ragged, his muscles burned, his face hurt, but he had won. Silently, he stepped back and put on his helmet. Then he turned to the stunned group, watching the body of their ship's captain with what he could only assume to be wide, unbelieving eyes. "Will you honor the terms of our duel? Or do I have to kill you all?" Wyatt asked with a raspy, cold, unfeeling tone. Almost all at once they threw down their weapons, their morale completely shattered. Internally, Wyatt was relieved. He'd done enough killing for one day. "Take him to the medical wing. He's going to wake up with a headache I will not envy." But you have to kill him," a Marine said, unsure. "Our agreement was that victory would be for the one left standing." "Your captain isn't doing much of that," Wyatt replied, unholstering his right soul snatcher. "I have unfinished business with your masters." Taking their chance to leave unharmed, honoring their captain's commands, several commoners carefully carried the unconscious body of Ciro Ortega while the remaining nobles and commoners followed suit, not without giving Wyatt a glance and a wide berth. When he stood in front of the closed doors leading to the bridge, Wyatt stepped forth, and with a single press of a button, the doors parted open. Inside, he found a noble dressed in a fine piece of armor holding a regular but masterfully crafted sword. There were a dozen or so bridge personnel and other officers present. They were all holding weapons with shaking hands. "I seek Casimir Caiston and Felicity Centaur," Wyatt demanded, his fury burning within him, collected, steady, but raging. "I seek Casimir Caiston and Felicity Centaur." Casimir felt a void manifest itself in his stomach upon hearing the demand of the terrifying pilot standing right in front of him. He was a ghastly sight to behold. His near-black armor was stained with blood in several areas, but the white periton proudly displayed on his chest remained pure, unsoiled. Try as he might, he couldn't bring himself to stare at the man's visor, as only an unfeeling pit of darkness, dread, and lunacy was reflected within his visage. There was a pause that stretched on forever until one ran away. Another followed suit, then another, and another until only he, the pilot, and the cowering, hiding Felicity Centaur remained on the bridge. "Casimir Caiston," Wyatt Staples proclaimed with a voice devoid of any mercy, kindness, or compassion. It was cold, sepulchral even. It also wasn't a question but an affirmation. Casimir gritted his teeth, preventing them from chattering too much. Taking a step forward, he brandished his sword proudly and above his head. "I am Casimir Caiston, son of Andrew Caiston. I challenge you to a—" His words died in his throat as Wyatt Staples fired once, and a bullet, leaving a trail of blue light in its path, pierced through his shields as if they weren't there. His armor failed him, as effective as paper against the devilish weapons he was carrying. "Gah!" The young Caiston screamed in pain as his arm was torn apart just below his elbow before his armor's automatic system dispensed a thick dosage of biofoam. The pain subsided just enough to clear the fog clouding his mind. He looked up at the pilot as he slowly and steadily walked up to him. Wait! No! Stay back! You can't! The rules of chivalry and honor dictate that a duel must be upheld!" he exclaimed as he crawled away from the monster approaching him like some sort of inescapable calamity. "Do you Caistons don't know anything else to say when you're cornered?" Wyatt asked uncaringly. "Eh?" Casimir muttered, confused by everything that was happening. "Samuel Caiston said the same thing before he died," Wyatt replied. "A house full of delusional, arrogant idiots. Well, Casimir, what did you say? Go on, chant your surrender terms." No, I didn't mean to—" "Really?" Wyatt stopped his advance, but that only made things worse in the eyes of the young Caiston. "You sounded so sure before. Go on, repeat it. I want to hear you say it. I want to hear how you'll throw us down on the planet infested with Drazzen." Casimir shook his head, teeth chattering uncontrollably. No, I don't want to. Please, He tried to speak, but his heart was beating so loudly that he could hardly hear himself. His lungs demanded more oxygen to the point it hurt, and he could feel hot tears fell across his cheeks as terror threatened to overtake his senses. Only then did he realize that Wyatt Staples was standing before him. He stared at his heraldic shield engraved on his chest for what felt like an eternity until a barrel was pressed against his forehead. Looking further up, he found the visor in which he could just barely make out a hazel orb and a blue, icy sphere within it, glaring at him with nothing but a void that wished to devour him. "Say it!" Wyatt shouted. "Ah!" Casimir broke at that moment, stumbling on his feet as he tried to run away. There was no elegance in his escape, no plan, and no dignity. Overtaken by terror, Casimir's instincts took over his body in a futile attempt to flee. He only made it a few meters before another shot rang across the bridge, and Casimir fell to the ground. In pure desperation, he tried to stand once more, but found himself unable to do so. Looking down, he saw his right leg was gone from the knee and below. Another blood-curdling scream left his lungs as the pain only then registered in his mind. But the pain was momentary, and nothing compared to the sheer horror that coursed through his entire body when he saw the white periton approaching him again. Using his remaining leg, he tried to crawl away. His stump was quickly covered by another thick layer of biofoam, stopping the bleeding. Seeing that there would be no escape from the monster, Casimir curled into a fetal position, covering his head as much as he could with his remaining arm and what was left of the other. He was crying loudly, openly sobbing, and calling out for his father. "Wait, Sir Knight, I beg of you," Felicity Centaur said, stepping out from her hiding spot. Her helmet was removed, revealing her distress. "Casimir, he's my charge. His father, Andrew Caiston, entrusted him to me for guidance and the acquisition of experience. Please, Sir Knight, spare his life. I know the second princess sent you as retribution for what was said, but almost everything was penned by my hand," said the ebony-skinned woman, while her honey-colored eyes, once filled with nothing but assertiveness, were now filled with fear and shame. She froze where she stood as Wyatt turned his gun at her. "Sir Knight, hear my plea. We surrender utterly. The Gallant Venture is yours," she declared, voice trembling. "I beseech thee, spare his life and mine as well," she begged, and Wyatt lowered his weapon until he holstered it. Slowly, she approached. "Thank you, Sir Knight. You can tell Her Majesty that I surrender, and give her this gift for me," she cried out once she was within an arm's length of Wyatt. A hidden blade extended from her right bracer, and she lunged forth. To her dismay, her surprise attack was stopped an inch before it could reach the pilot's stomach. She stared at the hand tightly gripping her forearm, then she looked up and found the visor staring back at her. With utmost contempt, Wyatt reared back and punched Felicity hard, fracturing her nose and filling her mouth with the taste of her own blood. She recoiled instantly, or at least tried to, but Wyatt didn't let go of her right arm. Instead, he pulled her in again and, in a quick but brutal motion, broke her arm. "Ah!" Felicity cried out in pain, falling to her knees, staring at her hanging, unnaturally bent forearm. "Your surrender has been noted," Wyatt replied calmly, satisfied. Turning to the exit, he froze when he saw 3 Royal Marines staring at him silently. "The ship is ours," he commented casually. The Royal Marines nodded and moved to the terminals connecting to them. Noravio, War Room. Clara let out a repressed sigh of relief as the comm scramblers were disabled, re-establishing her connection with her Royal Marines. She was half tempted to contact Wyatt directly, but simply knowing that he was alive and had somehow managed to capture Felicity Cintor and Casimir Caiston made her smile and dread at the same time. Royal Marines were not known for praising anyone outside their order, so the collective praise of 3 of them approving of what Wyatt had done unsettled her slightly. But that problem could wait. Now it was time to secure the other ships, round up prisoners, and tend to the wounded. A request from Redford caught her off guard, but she accepted it. "Yes, Redford?" "My princess, Nultar Olkara, one of the composters, has informed me that he's found Maximilian Usarek's body. My princess, his armor is compromised, but he's still alive. He requests further orders." "Prioritize his retrieval immediately," Clara exclaimed, jumping to her feet. "At once, my princess," Redford replied, and the connection died. Smiling to herself, Clara sat down and relaxed in her seat. "Once we can catch a break, I'll ask Harold to bake me all my favorite treats." Chapter 46. Securing the rest of the Gallant Venture proved to be an easy task. It took several minutes until the Royal Marines were able to undo Javier Wunder's tampering with the ship's systems. After they were done, they announced the capture and subjugation of Casimir Caiston and Felicity Cintor throughout the ship and directly aimed at the remaining traitor fleet, offering death to all those who didn't surrender immediately. The scattered responses came from all across the ship, and the panicked escorts mere seconds later. None opposed. Ungently, 2 of them dragged Casimir and Felicity out of the bridge, while the last remaining Royal Marine sat on the captain's chair. With nothing better to do, Wyatt sat on one of the many available seats. Tiredness struck him harder than an intense high-G maneuver, and he suddenly felt his strength leave him, though not entirely. There he sat in silence, as time trudged on without meaning. It wasn't until the Royal Marine disconnected from the chair and stood up that he finally noticed his surroundings and the tactical display showcasing they were near the cattle ship, and more importantly, only a few thousand kilometers apart from the Noravio. "Come, Wyatt Staples, it is time for us to return to Her Majesty's side," said the Royal Marine. Wyatt stood up, and despite his fatigue, he nodded and followed the Royal Marine. They made their way back to the hangar at an almost leisurely pace. There was no urgency in the Royal Marine's step, he noticed, and whenever they came across a battle site, a quick but noticeable glance was sent his way. For his part, upon seeing the outcome of his battles, Wyatt felt nothing but a sense of satisfaction and pity mixed together. Pity, for many had lost their lives thanks to Felicity Centaur's bounty, and many more were just following orders. They were traitors. He would not weep for them, but ending their lives was still a pity. With some notable exceptions, Wyatt thought, as he glared at the body of the noble he'd killed with utmost gusto. The satisfaction he felt, however, was more personal. He'd performed to the best of his abilities and carried out his duty. Normally, that would be enough for him to smile. But he had done more than what duty called, more than what loyalty demanded, not for the principality, but for himself. Against all odds, he'd succeeded, and it brought him an immense sense of fulfillment he couldn't quite describe with words, but it was there, replacing the pyre that demanded him to carry out his mission. When they arrived at the hangar, Wyatt was surprised to find at least 500 personnel, from general staff to auxilia, mechanics, and even marines, commoners and nobles alike, all sitting on the ground, hands behind their heads, and without a single weapon in sight. As soon as they entered, every prisoner stiffened, with many avoiding to set their gaze upon them. But at least a third of them were looking at him. He could feel their eyes through their visors. "Impressive work," the Royal Marine said through a private channel. Wyatt nodded in agreement. "Can't say I blame them. If I were in their place, I too would surrender before even thinking of fighting against a Royal Marine." The Royal Marine laughed a deep, mirthful chuckle. "We can take credit for many, but not for all. When we arrived, half of their number were waiting in surrender. None of those in the medical wing are for us to claim. Your incursion was unexpected, and the results were even more so, Wyatt Staples. Outstanding performance." Wyatt felt his innards tremble in agitation, but he was too tired to protest against the praise delivered by one of the Principality's best and deadliest combatants. "I see," he replied after a long pause. Then he remembered his squadmate. "May I ask, where is Leopold Dakar?" "He was ordered to return shortly after communications were restored." "You need not worry, Lieutenant," the Royal Marine replied simply. "Are you in condition to perform your duties as a pilot?" "I am. I rested enough already," he replied instantly, despite being a blatant lie, but he was certain that he could manage a short journey back to the Noravio. "Splendid," was the Royal Marine's reply as he stopped before the shuttle they had arrived. "The shuttle is carrying high-ranking prisoners not in critical condition and guarded by one of us. Safe travels, Wyatt Staples." "Understood," Wyatt replied and saluted, though the Royal Marine simply walked away. Their conversation ended, and Wyatt boarded the shuttle's cockpit, ran a quick diagnostics, and ignited the engine, driven more by muscle memory and force of habit than by focused intent. The travel back to the Noravio was, as expected, short and uneventful, much to his pleasure. He was about to communicate his arrival and request entry when he saw the hangar opening up, ready to receive him. "This is Shuttle NTS-009, confirming approach vector," Wyatt said.
Confirmed. Proceed, Lieutenant.
Galt Terome replied a moment later. Wyatt frowned slightly. There was something odd in the man's tone, but he couldn't tell what it was. Not for certain. A few moments later, he shook his head. "My mind is playing tricks on me," he concluded tiredly as he proceeded to land and dock with the Noravio. When it was done, he stood up and prepared to leave the cockpit. He opened the door and was immediately greeted by a sight that rattled his brain. "Attention!" Ordered, to his surprise, Sabraska Kaspars, the head officer of the logistical division. She stood at the front of a small file formation spearheaded by the composters. Besides them, every surviving pilot was also present, all of them saluting. There were not only pilots in the formation, but also a few mechanics and technicians, including the Icontis, a couple of Marines, and auxilia personnel. Puzzled, Wyatt stepped out and stared at the line of greeting men and women. "What's going on?" he finally asked. "We wanted to greet you properly, Lieutenant," Sabraska answered. "Commander Redford himself has recognized you as the most distinguished man during this conflict, and as such, we wish to honor your victory by showing you proper respect. Those of us who appreciate your efforts and deeds," she finished, with a subtle but clear implication. Wyatt's puzzlement turned into a sour mood at the revelation that they were doing it as a means to honor him to some capacity. He wanted to say something against it, but bit his tongue at the last second. Seeing the faces of his squad mates, he paused. Leopold was smirking knowingly. Noltar looked at him with a mix of playfulness and something akin to respect. Gregor was by far the more serious, but that same glint of respect was visible in his eyes. And finally, Raquel looked at him with a sense of admiration and regret. They're not doing it just because of stupid honor. They're doing it because they want to? He questioned himself, unsure of the answer. Nevertheless, his momentary annoyance was replaced by amusement. Smiling for a moment, he moved to remove his helmet and managed to control his emotions to present his usual calm, relaxed expression. Saying nothing, he returned the salute, and every man and woman in the formation straightened for a moment. When he dropped the salute, everyone else followed. "Dismissed," Sabraska ordered, nodded quietly at him with a pleased smile on her face, and then turned to return to her duties, leaving the composters behind. "Well, that was certainly something," commented Leopold. "I'm surprised that you managed to keep your mouth shut at all, Dakar," Gregor protested before turning his attention to Wyatt. "Allow me to formally congratulate you on your victory over a lone wolf, sir." "My victory? Gregor, I lost," Wyatt replied. "Maximilian Usurek was above me in every regard. He defeated me and I would have died without your aid." "All too true," Raquel stepped forth before Gregor could protest. "He was better than all of us individually, but in the end he lost. He was too focused on his personal glory to care for anything else." Wyatt let out a soft chuckle as he rolled his left shoulder. His whole arm was still sore after blocking a sword strike. "In that case, I lost, but we won. Who scored the killing blow?" "I did, Lieutenant," Raquel replied. "Gregor gave me a clean shot at Maximilian's fighter. Rather than fight for the kill, we worked together to ensure it, even though Noltar knocked it out first." "What can I say? I'm generous like that," Noltar said with a shrug, "though it wasn't a killing blow." Wyatt was about to open his mouth when a screech made the five of them wince. Turning to his left, he found a running and very agitated Jincho running toward him. "Wormbrain!" Jincho shouted, clearing meters at a time with each stride of his strong, agile legs. When he was close enough, he leaped into the air, rolled a few times, and landed in front of the composters. "Wormbrain, happy to see you survived. Not important, not important. Have it? Do you have it? Saw your fighter die. Die! Beautiful death! Not important now. Give me! Give me!" Wyatt took a step back as Jincho's eyes, all six of them, stared into his soul with the urgency of a narcotics addict eager to take another dose. A second later, the shock passed, and he smiled widely before laughing, shaking his head. "Calm down, Jincho. I have it," he said, reassuring the crazed Ekhinda enough to relax his intense gaze. Reaching behind him, he opened one of his utility pouches and from it produced a small black box. Before he could hand it over to the technician, Jincho jumped and snatched the box for himself before greedily caressing it with his beak. Wyatt's smile didn't falter, not even when the other composters were looking at the exchange with what could charitably be described as confusion. As sudden as his arrival was, Jincho chirped happily before rushing off with his treasure secured. "Wyatt, what the hell was that all about?" Leopold asked several moments later. "A promise fulfilled," Wyatt replied cryptically before noticing that Clara, flanked by a singular Royal Marine, entered the hangar. Everyone stopped once they noticed her unannounced arrival, but a single hand gesture was enough to return the activity to normal. He watched Jincho run past Clara, either too focused on his machinations or not caring enough to pay her due respect. He watched his friend giggle, her gaze following the Ekhinda for long seconds before setting her gaze on him. He froze when he saw a stern look in her eyes, disapproving yet elated for reasons beyond his comprehension. As she made her way to him, his squad mates rushed to form up alongside him, putting him at the front and center of their formation as their leader. At the same time, the shuttle's cargo bay opened and slowly, a group of prisoners, all of them officers, marched out to where Marines and auxilia forces were waiting to escort them to the brig. Wyatt sent a glacial glare at Felicity Centaur the moment she stepped out, handled tightly by a Royal Marine. Casimir Caiston came out on a stretcher unconscious. Paying them no more attention, he focused on the nearing princess. She stopped in front of him seconds later. "My princess!" all five composters said in unison, bowing their heads in respect. Leopold and Wyatt a bit deeper than their companions. "At ease, composters," Clara said softly. The composters regained their stance, but only Wyatt dared look into Clara's purple eyes. "Your prowess in battle and your instrumental part in the entire operation has been noted. You, above all else, shall be recognized for deeds performed as an elite fighter squadron. However, personal recognition shall also be granted," she said, and turned to Nultar first. "Nultar Olkara, I'd like to congratulate you for finding and delivering Maximilian Usarek with haste. Without your prompt actions, I'm certain he would have been lost forevermore." She turned to Raquel next. "Raquel Otilo, among the composters, you scored the most kills and your ability as a pilot is noted. It doesn't escape my attention that it was you who ultimately brought Maximilian's fighter down." She turned to Gregor with that same practiced, cordial smile. "But not alone. Gregor Undaj, your contributions were of particular note. Sacrificing honor and glory for the sake of protecting your comrades and ensuring overall victory," turning to Leopold, the brown-eyed man stiffened and his cheeks blushed. "Leopold Dakar, you, above all others, showcased a talent for support and the often overlooked role of being a wingman. Your talent and mindfulness have been noted." Then she turned to Wyatt. "And finally, my knight banneret, Lieutenant Wyatt Staples. I have many words to say to you, but they will be spoken in private. Composters, you are dismissed. Eat, wash, and rest. You've earned your respite. Wyatt Staples, follow me." "My princess!" 4 of the composters replied eagerly, their faces all but beaming with pride. Wyatt, however, didn't share their enthusiasm, but obeyed all the same. The walk was a silent one until they reached her quarters. As usual, her sole Royal Marine escort opened the door and stood outside, vigilant, while the princess and the pilot entered the room. The second the door closed, Clara turned to Wyatt, her eyes now burning with emotion. "I am so mad at you right now, Wyatt Staples," Clara exclaimed, stepping closer to the bewildered pilot and pressing a finger against his chest. "Cynthia!" she cried out, and a screen came to life, revealing a not at all amused blue-eyed woman on the other end. "Good to see you alive, Wyatt. Although perhaps you can clean your armor first," Cynthia pointed out. It was only after Cynthia mentioned the condition of his armor that Wyatt took notice of it. His armor presented a few marks of combat, mainly from bullets and a few faint scorch marks. But the most abundant were the brownish stains created by dried blood. Splotches and dribbles ran across his arms, shoulders, legs, helmet, and stomach. Curiously, his chest was largely intact, with his heraldic shield free from any and all stains. "Should I go?" he proposed, but was immediately shot down by the blonde princess. "Don't even dare think you can get away so easily, Wyatt Staples. I want to smack some sense into him, Cynthia. Deities know I want to. But I'm afraid that if I do, I'll be responsible for causing his psyche to be even more out of control," Clara said as she angrily poked his chest with her finger. "Honestly, Wyatt, what were you thinking? I have yet to see your recorded footage. Do tell me you remembered to record everything?" Wyatt nodded, not knowing how to deal with an irate princess. He turned to Cynthia for aid, but all he found was a nonchalant expression and eyes that showcased both humor and pity. "Good. By Julius's name, I saw what you did through the Gallant Venture's records. I wondered what could cause 3 Royal Marines to give their collective praise, but I was not ready to witness your utter recklessness. Didn't you promise not to do anything reckless?" Clara finished, turning around and covering her eyes with her right hand. "I kept my promise and obeyed your command, Clara," Wyatt said a few seconds later. "Excuse me?" Clara replied, glaring at Wyatt. "Cynthia, am I going deaf, or did I hear correctly?" "You're not mistaken, my princess," Cynthia replied. "In that case, please, Wyatt, elucidate me. You battled your way through an enemy ship, without support and alone. Not only that, but you fought hand-to-hand against a captain, gave your supply of biofoam to a stranger, and all but slaughtered your way to the bridge. How is that not a reckless action?" Clara asked. "You allowed me to board the Gallant Venture," he pointed out. "I did, didn't I?" Clara said, then sighed deeply. "You could have died at any moment." "But he didn't," Cynthia said in support. "Cynthia, please don't encourage him. That's the last this reckless maniac needs," she exclaimed, not knowing what else to call him. "I'm not encouraging him in the least. I'm merely pointing out that he survived. That alone is an achievement for anyone who isn't a Royal Marine. Capturing the vessel itself and taking 2 prominent nobles in stride?" He deserves more than mere praise, Cynthia replied. But I do have criticisms, and while I do not approve of his incursion that put his life in needless jeopardy, I applaud the skill level he's reached so far considering his limitations, concluded the blue-haired woman. I wouldn't have dared to board the Gallant Venture before, Clara Cynthia, Wyatt said, earning the attention of both women. The soul snatchers Milcades gave me. Without them, I wouldn't have passed the second group. Without this quality set of armor and shields, I don't think the idea of boarding the ship would have crossed my mind at all. Without Cynthia's training, I would have been bested easily in melee. He paused for a moment. And without you, I wouldn't have a reason to go in the first place. Clara took in a deep breath while Cynthia looked at him warmly. Why do you make it so difficult to be justifiably mad at you? The princess asked after a few seconds of silence. Why didn't you retreat at any time, hold down a safe zone and wait for the Royal Marines to arrive? The idea crossed my mind several times, Wyatt confessed, but I needed to press on. The captain, Ciro Ortega, presented the only obstacle I didn't see a way to shoot my way through. Were it not for the duel issued, I would have retreated. So you measured every encounter and decided to put your life on the line for no good reason, just to press on because you were, what, certain of your victory? Clara asked, befuddled. Wyatt shrugged. I saw a way to win and I took it. I wasn't risking my life recklessly, he replied, and Clara let out an exasperated groan. It seems our dearest Wyatt Staples is of the opinion that as long as he believes victory can be achieved, he'll do it and only consider doing something suicidal or without merit as reckless. I do recall a certain compost hauler saving a certain troublesome princess because of that same line of thinking. Clara crossed her arms, turning away from the screen. At that moment, her expression finally changed to showcase a stern smirk. While I would have preferred for it to happen under a controlled situation, Wyatt, I'm pleased with the live performance denoting your current skill level. It seems you are more than ready for me to impart more rigorous lessons upon you. Upon hearing Cynthia's words, Wyatt felt a cold hand run down his spine. Yes, please do, Cynthia, Clara declared. Cynthia gave her friend a polite nod before the connection ended. As for you, we'll discuss your actions in depth and properly later, Wyatt. Leave your helmet here. I'll extract the recordings myself. Now go, rest. You've earned it, Clara ordered, her ire dissipating at last. Understood, Clara, Wyatt replied, his fatigue hitting him harder as he tried to avoid imagining Cynthia's new regime. As he set his helmet down on the table usually reserved for pastries, a thought came to him. Clara? Yes, Clara replied. Is Maximilian still alive? He asked firmly. He is. His armor saved his life. Currently, he's in a Medicare pod, unconscious and tended to as best as we can provide. Do you disapprove? Asked the violet-eyed woman. Wyatt shook his head. No, I'm glad he still lives. I've never met a lone wolf before. I never thought I'd come to face one. It was an experience. The Principality shouldn't lose capable pilots like him. Clara smiled widely. We agree in this regard, Wyatt. Rest now. If I need you, I'll call for you. Oh, and Wyatt, despite everything that's happened, I still retain my opinion that you possess the soul of a true knight. You did not need to take offense on my behalf, but I thank you all the same. But promise me you won't do something like that again? I can trust Cynthia to carry out bloody vengeance and be my heavy-handed response, for I know her full capabilities. Or Milcades is my second option for more delicate measures where brute force isn't enough. Even then, I don't enjoy putting my friends in danger. I have no desire to lose any of my true friends. Neither do I, Clara, Wyatt replied, smiling. The princess returned his sincere smile for several seconds before he quietly exited Clara's chambers. He made his way to his and only stopped when he was inside. It had been only hours, but it felt like ages since the last time he was in the privacy of his quarters. He didn't know when he took off his armor or for how long his shower lasted. He didn't care about such trivialities until his body rested on his bed. Wyatt closed his eyes and was asleep within seconds. It would be a dreamless sleep brought by the satisfaction of being sure he wasn't weak anymore. Noravio War Room. Clara sat at the table's head, her eyes focused on the screen replaying Wyatt's footage for everyone present to see. With the Eternal Garden's capture and subjugation largely completed, she'd recalled Milcades and Cynthia shortly after Wyatt's departure. Aside from her two trusted friends, Redford Kalen was also present, but no one else. Efficient, simple, clean, Milcades commented as they laid witness to Wyatt patiently waiting like a predator, only to swiftly execute the leading Marine with a shot to the head. Then, he moved out of cover to deal with the rest of the latest group of traitors. The encounter lasted for only 10 seconds, but when it was over, Wyatt moved forth, leaving behind 3 dying Marines. "Brutally so," Redford commented, arms crossed. "He hasn't hesitated a single time. Aim, shoot, kill, repeat. Clemency is only dispensed once he achieves total dominance and if any survivors are left." "He uses the environment to his advantage," Cynthia added. "Ah, Cinter's bounty has been spread," she said as Wyatt heard Felicity's offer. The poison carried by the utterance of her surname was palpable through the screen as Wyatt spoke it. "I'm surprised he didn't forget his promise to avoid killing Caiston and Cintor. He broke Felicity's nose and her right arm. Casimir got his right leg and arm torn apart," Redford pointed out, though his empathy was absent. Milcades let out a chuckle in response. "He didn't kill them, old man." "That's not the point," Redford countered, but stopped when they all saw Wyatt's fake surrender, a trap formulated and executed within moments. The group of commoners were dealt with swiftly and uncaringly. Even when one tried to issue a surrender, Wyatt simply killed him before it could happen. The man had been a commoner, so his death was, sadly, of little to no interest. But Wyatt had already proven that if you stood against him as an enemy, there was no distinction in his eyes, no mercy, no doubts, no honor. That was his impression when he saw the recording for the first time. As if Wyatt's uncanny talent to twist people's view of him was omnipresent, his immediate action proved that he wasn't irrational, nor some bloodthirsty, ravenous, murdering monster. The next batch of commoners swayed by Felicity's bounty was stopped abruptly by witnessing what had become to the previous group. Wisely, they accepted Wyatt's offer of surrender. Unseen by Wyatt's feed but correlated with the recordings from the Gallant Venture, the commoners were quick to spread the word as much as they could to anyone who would listen, inadvertently saving several dozen more from Wyatt's wrath. "I would have carved through them," Cynthia declared uncaringly. "Precious seconds wasted on mercy against traitors, but I can't deny that it fits him to be so compassionate even when he doesn't need to be," said the blue-eyed woman as a tiny smirk adorned her lips. "He's nowhere near comparable to you, me, or any Royal Marine. He's but a single man, exemplary as he is," Milcades countered, and as Wyatt proceeded to tear his way through another group, he turned to Clara. "Hey, Clara, is there a way to convince you to hand him over to me? I promise I'll make the deadliest infiltrator the Principality has ever seen. Just look at the way he handles himself and utilizes his soul snatchers. Even if you were to beg me on your knees, Milcades, I'm never letting Wyatt leave my grasp," Clara replied in a playful tone, while her eyes were still etched on the screen. Her heart raced as Wyatt came across the group of Marines and several bullets and laser fire drained his already weakened shields further. As the battle progressed, she wondered what went through his mind to create such insane, risky, and unforeseen tactics. The turret exploded, and he dove headfirst into danger, seeing something that only he could see and that the video recording couldn't transmit. "Good movements. Look how he maintains a balanced pivot," Milcades asked, pointing at the screen. Cynthia nodded. "He learned well to maintain and work with his momentum. He's adapted and embraced his training nicely," she commented, as he, instead of fearing being cut, displayed unmatched and controlled bravery to close the distance with his foe, only to remove him as a threat permanently a second later. His spatial control has improved vastly. His dominance over his complete field of vision is absurd in the best way possible. See how he reacts to any danger present, much the same as he did in Balakura? I'm confident to say he's always on the lookout for danger and ready to answer it," Milcades added. "You can thank the Drazzen for that," Cynthia spat with venom coating her words. "Blessings in disguise or a curse?" Milcades asked, his jovial tone faltering slightly. "Both," Cynthia concluded as Wyatt finished off the last Marine. "Ah, the commoners cowering," Milcades commented as Wyatt came across the large group cowering as he appeared. "How about them? "Do you take me for an unfeeling animal, Cades?" Cynthia asked with a raised eyebrow. "Blood-rend," Milcades replied with a smirk. "They were unarmed and out of my way. Unlike Wyatt, I would have simply ignored them and continued," the blue-haired woman countered. "It is regrettable that we didn't have the manpower to stop Javier Wunder and his forces from heading to the planet," Redford commented. "He'll be dealt with eventually," Clara remarked. Moments later, Wyatt resumed his hunt only to come across a wounded noble. Her eyes narrowed slightly, focusing on what was about to transpire. Wyatt stopped in doubt as he watched the scene carry on, but soon he decided to step out and wordlessly help the injured man. He refused to know his name. "What drove him to aid him?" Redford asked, crossing his arms as he watched the scene for a second time. The first viewing of the record transpired in silence, simply taking in every action for what it was worth. After processing it, they could now comment on the second viewing. Everything from his arrival, quick executions, and ruthless advance was on full display. Worry and a sense of pride stirred in his heart as he watched Wyatt's onslaught. Before anyone could reply to his question, he continued, "Not glory or credit. Where others would take advantage to gain something, anything, he helped, expecting nothing in return, because why? That man's servants showed devotion and loyalty to him? The marks of a rare breed of noble, a master who cares," Clara continued. "His name is Declan Oakmoon, fifth son of Howlin Oakmoon, head of House Oakmoon, a relatively insignificant minor house under House Tygan." "Did he survive his wounds?" Cynthia asked. "Thanks to Wyatt's prompt aid, he did. He's stuck on the Gallant Venture for now," Milcades replied. Cynthia hummed. "To validate his survival, I'll avoid hurting Wyatt too much as punishment for wasting his supply of biofoam." "Are you going soft on him?" Milcades joked. "Would you like to take his place instead?" the red-armored woman countered. "I rather watch from the sidelines as I appreciate my spine's ability to keep me upright," replied the white-haired man moments before Wyatt sprung the trap set by desperate traitors. Seeing this again, despite the ambush, he doesn't break his stride. He doesn't show more than a passing moment of surprise before he's counterattacking them. It's almost as if he doesn't know what fear is, or doesn't put any value in his life, but we all know that's not the case. Despite that, though, I would hate to face such an enemy in open combat, Redford commented as Wyatt proceeded to tear through the ambushers. Whatever mercy had been offered before, there was none to be had at that moment. "There it is," Cynthia exclaimed, smiling as the surviving auxilia moved into melee. Wyatt had absolutely no talent whatsoever when it came to wielding a sword, axe, or even something as simple as a spear or staff. But despite his shortcomings, he was surprisingly adept in close-quarters combat, but only when he applied it in the two fields he dominated, surprise and evasion. She watched with rapt attention as the pilot used the lessons she had thoroughly pummeled into him so far to significant effect. Moving with ease, he countered his opponent's advantages only to exploit them in his favor with deadly efficiency. 1, 2, 3 fell to him quickly and used the woman as a shield, a cowardly tactic in every regard, but he used it to dispatch another foe before tossing the now useless living shield aside, inadvertently sparing her life. What happened next made her lean forth, every frame passing at a glacial pace as she examined every single movement made by the heterochromatic-eyed man. The breathing was rasped but filled with emotion, anger and disgust in equal measure, all directed at the Marine captain trying to end the threat Wyatt posed and claim glory in the process. Wyatt ignored the taunt, focusing on what truly mattered. She had to admit that the Marine's form was proficient and polished to a sharpened edge. The noble wouldn't hold against a Royal Marine in terms of skill, but it was impressive enough for her to know that prior to her training, Wyatt would have been sliced in the opening moves with ease. Then, it happened. Throwing any conventional move, feint, or riposte away, discarded as useless, Wyatt surprised the Marine by throwing himself to the ground. The Marine fell, defeated, and cried in anguish before Wyatt delivered a personal execution as his words revealed. She knew many would see that as a display of retribution for a man disgusted by the actions of another, judging them as honorless. But she could see that Wyatt was, above all else, angry that the Marine captain had essentially used his auxilia subordinates as peons just to claim the glory himself. It was the way many used auxilia and other commoner forces to their benefit. Unconventional, Redford muttered, his lips curled into a knowing smirk. Unpredictable? Milcades added, as Wyatt reached the last line of defense and proceeded to trade words with Captain Ciro Ortega. Paradoxical, Clara added a moment later, causing Redford to hum deeply in exasperation. He could have waited. Vivian, Jericho, and Vestal arrived at this precise moment, Milcades confirmed. They would be there in less than 3 minutes had he just waited, but there was no way for them to communicate their arrival. How is he able to lie with such ease? To make everything he says appear as truthful as saying that fire is hot? I can't detect a single hint of him lying. That, my dear Milcades, is something that puzzles me greatly, Clara replied. Captain Ciro Ortega is a man of honor, duty, and loyalty, even if the latter was misplaced during this conflict. He knew he and his men would be dead soon, yet he made the best possible decision available to him. A man who cares for the lives of his inferiors is a rare find, said the veteran commander. With confirmation that Casimir and Felicity would live, he decided to preserve both his honor and the lives of his men, a dangerous gamble if Wyatt had lost. He handicapped himself further by playing into Wyatt's declaration. I'm certain he fully expected to die in this duel, Cynthia pointed out. I'm more surprised Wyatt didn't shoot him as soon as he came out of cover, Milcades said with a chuckle. Despite the odd angle provided by Wyatt's helmet being on his hip, the duel between Ciro and Wyatt passed without any comment being made until Wyatt knocked Ciro out, and the onlookers looked on nervously at the pilot. They're terrified. If I were in their position, I would be too, Redford added. Defeated and no longer posing a threat, Wyatt let them go as the terms of their duel indicated, even if he cleverly reinterpreted them to suit his goals. Yet another life spared with more to follow. Seeing these moments of compassion makes one wonder, doesn't it? Who would believe that the man who killed 145 crew members without remorse is capable of showing mercy? Cynthia proclaimed, as Wyatt finally entered the Gallant Venture's bridge. The few crew members present fled once the offer was given, leaving only Felicity and Casimir alone with Wyatt. Casimir, terrified of the man in front of him, tried to follow the rules of proper conduct and honor, only for Wyatt to cut him short with a single shot. What followed was a demonstration of utter ruthlessness and, to some, brutality. Wyatt maimed Casimir again as he tried to retreat, declaring his hatred and explaining the reason why he boarded the Gallant Venture. With Casimir Caiston reduced to a quivering, pathetic, whimpering shadow of a man, Felicity made herself known. Her last-ditch effort at exerting revenge failed miserably, paying with her own blood and a cry of pain as her right arm was broken. Wyatt turned to find the Royal Marines a moment later. When did they arrive? Asked Cynthia. They watched the entire thing soon after the bridge officers left, Milcades replied casually, smiling. They could have stopped him at any time, but we all shared the same mindset, you could say, after those worthless surrender terms were spat from their unworthy tongues. He said the ship is ours. The Gallant Venture and the rest of the traitor fleet was hampered and disabled in large part thanks to his tactics borrowed from past events, his setting ambushes, and his single-minded decision to board their flagship. Despite all of this, he doesn't claim glory for himself. Not even a hint of it, Redford commented, a proud smile spread across his lips. And those were his contributions against the traitors. What we achieved against the Drazzen is another matter entirely. I fear to imagine what would have happened without him present. I shall speak with my brother dearest soon. But first, other issues must be settled, Clara remarked. Milcades, I want you to edit the footage and combine it with what was extracted from the Gallant Venture's records. Take away Wyatt's rude comments, but do not alter the violence and exalt his moments of mercy and honor. Once you're done, accidentally, release the footage across our network and make sure the traitor forces see it too. Retrieve the footage from the dead, delete it. As my princess commands, Milcades replied in a serious tone. I must voice my protest, my princess. Such an action will put Wyatt in the spotlight. It is an unnecessary risk, said Redford. I agree, but I will not allow the narrative of his actions to be left unseen nor crafted by rumors and deceit. Any defiance will be eradicated from the captive traitors, and any voice of dissent from our own will be silenced. I will suffer not any idiocy hampering us in this regard, Clara replied, closing her eyes for a moment. I don't enjoy putting Wyatt at the center of the storm, but this is preferable for us all. He will gain much attention, for we cannot hope to cover his enormous contributions, even if he cares not for glory, recognition, or accolades. Is it not a better option to guide such opinions and views as much as we can control them? Redford hummed deeply, then let out a defeated sigh. It shall be done as my princess commands. Thank you, Redford, Clara said sincerely. Has Ciro Ortega arrived yet? He has. He's being escorted to the medical wing for further examination, Redford informed, then paused for a moment before continuing. On that note, Clara, Wyatt is to receive a full psychological screening once he wakes up. This isn't for debate. Clara nodded. I understand, and I will not oppose your decision, Uncle, Clara declared before turning to Cynthia. Cynthia, please, share your findings. Gladly, Cynthia replied before retrieving a data chit from her armor. Connecting it to the desk's panel, the screen shifted from Wyatt's recordings to showcase a multitude of graphs, still images, and other charts. That's a travel path, Redford said, recognizing one of the graphs. The cattle ship and an escort of 2 destroyers entered the Principality through House Galvante's territory. 3 further incursions came from Galvante and Guimor territories. By the Prince, their incursions' forces are more substantial than I feared. I also uncovered evidence that there is at least another cattle ship present somewhere. After their initial entry, they cut communications to better their incursion chances and slowly gather in larger groups whenever possible, Cynthia continued, her eyes flickering as several recordings and still images came to the forefront. These Drazzen, in particular, made contact with a pirate syndicate named the Sons of Darkness, who, in turn, were largely supplied and housed by the rebels present here, in Hastrung. A deal was struck between the rebels, the pirates, and the Drazzen, in exchange for the Drazzen's aid to carve a path across weak systems all the way to Jintrax and the subjugation of Woodshaft. The rebels would offer refuge to the Drazzen to launch as many raids unto Ferentis-controlled systems as they desired, with the promise of conquering a world for the Drazzen to inhabit and establish a foothold, the blue-eyed woman explained. An alliance, Redford spat. How did it fall apart? Jintrax, Cynthia answered. Gustav von Rast promised an easy target and the start of what he called a great revolution, starting with the downfall of Woodshaft. He correctly assumed and planned that House Caiston would be too weak and depleted to stop a Drazzen incursion. Their objective was to raid Woodshaft and create a passage cutting through Ferentis territory all the way to Jintrax, claiming all systems along the way. But the Drazzen raiders were stopped and broken at Jintrax, Milcades added, crossing his arms. We were fortunate in more ways than one that my brother headed Wyatt's recommendation, it seems. I dare not imagine the slaughter born from their success, Clara said, relieved. Gustav von Rasta's plan was to claim Woodshaft and use it as a staging point to claim Jintrax and solidify his nascent territory and empire. According to the Drazzen records, of course. I am more than inclined to believe this to be the case. Cynthia paused only for a video to play on the screen. Lies. Feed lied. Many ships present. Weak. Not a real threat, fighting each other. One hunted us. Hunted. Drazzen hunted. Unacceptable, said a rather imposing Drazzen. Lord Harrower, please, calm yourself. I didn't lie. The presence of those ships was an unexpected occurrence, nothing more. Our alliance remains strong, and our goals shall be fulfilled. A tall, muscular, tanned man with a thick mustache, yellow eyes, and black hair said as he wore a pressed military uniform of some sort, with many unknown medals and other decorations present on his chest. Can I be sure? Many Drazzen lost for feed ambitions. The Drazzen spat back with the use of its translator. Give me time to formulate another plan of assault. We knew it wouldn't be as simple to see our ambitions come to a conclusion. A hurdle, nothing more. I promise you, you will have what you desire, Lord Harrower Cartagolgo, Gusev said firmly. Very well. Drazzen upholds alliance with Feed, Cartagolgo replied, unceremoniously cutting the connection. Shortly after that, the Lord Harrower ordered his fleet to move into position. They fired upon the Sons of Darkness and the rebels with impunity. We saw the results of the battle ourselves. With the system under their control, They proceeded to invade the world. They obliterated any and all military bases, weapon silos, and factories using orbital bombardment, but avoided damaging the planet and population centers as much as possible. They also set a series of jamming satellites, cutting the planet off from calling for aid, Cynthia revealed once the video ended. "Can we eliminate those satellites?" Redford asked. "We can. It won't be a hard task for our fighters," Cynthia answered. "The question is, should we?" These motherless bastards allied themselves with the Drazzen, driven by the ambition to create their own petty empire within the principality itself, guided by a delusional belief that they could stand against us in the long term and keep the Drazzen as their vanguard dogs. "I will decide that later," said the princess. "Did you find any information that could tell us why the Drazzen have increased their incursions to such an extent?" "What I encountered does not reveal a culprit, but it confirms that a year prior to the coup, the collective received numerous transmissions from an unknown sender telling them of the coming conflict within the principality and, more or less, invited them to take advantage of the situation. No targets were given, no names were mentioned," Cynthia answered. "So it was an open invitation to come and harvest as much food as they could possibly carry and become a nuisance in the process," Milcades asked, unamused. "Can you confirm that it wasn't the work of the traitors?" "Whoever sent those transmissions wasn't part of the principality. The Arabians and the hierarchy haven't made moves against us either. I suspect that the transmissions sent to the Drazzen were a carefully calculated move. Otherwise, a combined three-front assault from our immediate neighbors in the midst of this succession dispute would have sentenced the principality to its death or united it against their invasions," Clara said, eyes narrowing dangerously. "It is clear that whoever is hiding under my uncle's shadow doesn't want to destroy the principality, but also wishes to avoid uniting us under a singular purpose. For what purpose, I know not. It frustrates me not knowing the extent of such machinations. Should I be relieved to know that Cornelius didn't unleash the Drazzen upon us and is only taking advantage of the situation, or concerned that he is merely being used as a pawn for a game we know nothing about?" Redford asked, disheartened. "Could such a man be considered a pawn? Duke Draymore is no fool. We know not what his goal is to begin with. Trying to guess his plans would be as useless as trying to hit a mark 10 kilometers away from inside a sensory deprivation chamber," Milcades said. "Cynthia, you said that the Drazzen wanted a planet to establish a foothold, but they don't have the numbers to establish a colony, protect it simultaneously, and launch raids at the same time without their alliance," Redford said, changing the subject to something they could control. Cynthia brought up a map of the Eternal Garden to the forefront. Several areas were highlighted with a deep green color. "These are their nurseries. Each of them contains Drazzen embryo equivalents. They call them zaplings. The Eternal Garden was made by the collective. It is a colonization and pacification vessel. The nurseries are carrying over 10 million saplings, more than enough to establish a functional colony in a short amount of time," she sighed. "The Drazzen's sense of superiority and their wounded pride prevented such a catastrophe from turning into a reality. They believed the pirates and Gusev's rebels had betrayed them somehow. Rather than wait for evidence or seek a diplomatic solution, they betrayed their allies and were ready to claim their world for their own. Given this conflict and House Ferentis's lack of initiative, laughable military experience, and lackluster competence in such matters, Hastrung could have become a Drazzen stronghold in less than 10 years. Gusev Onrasta is an ambitious man, ambitious and far too deluded by his visions of grandeur. If he yet lives, I shall ensure that his life ends miserably and painfully," Clara declared as she stood up. "Cynthia, please give Redford the numbers of cattle. I will see them later and decide what to do with them. First, I will pay a visit to the wounded, allow the crew to see me and exchange pleasantries with Ciro Ortega and Maximilian once he wakes up." "What of Felicity Cintor and Casimir Caiston?" Redford asked, also standing up. "Casimir shall remain as he is, tended to as best as we can. Felicity Cintor will be the last one I visit. Has she received treatment yet?" Clara asked. "Access to a Medicare pod was denied, and she's been treated rudimentarily, with only enough painkillers to diminish her pain but not block it completely, as per your orders, my princess," Milcades replied with a wry smile. Good, Clara said, satisfied. Milcades, you may rest if you desire. If not, or after you've rested, return to your duties and rotate your Royal Marines in and out until the Eternal Garden is under our undeniable control. Try to preserve a few hundred docile Drazzen alive for Istanel to select once it is safe for him to board the vessel. My princess, Milcades said, bowing his head. Redford, you may return to your duties as you see fit until I call upon you again. Dismissed, Clara ordered, and the aged commander saluted. Shall we? As you command, my princess, Cynthia replied, taking her rightful place as her best friend's bodyguard. Noravio, medical wing. Clara entered the medical wing with the grace that befitted her status as a princess. Her arrival caused nurses, physicians, and other crew members to halt and either kneel before her in reverence or bow their heads in respect. She caught everyone's attention with a single hand wave and a gentle smile. I welcome your greetings, but don't lose focus on your true work and duty. Continue tending to those in need and ignore my presence, Clara declared politely. The response was immediate, and activity resumed even though everyone gave her and her bodyguard a wide berth to move freely and uninterrupted. There are more wounded than I expected. The wing is nearly full, commented Cynthia. Many came from the Gallant Venture and the other ships, Clara replied. Our wounded are numerous. I'm glad that is the case, for I prefer having wounded over casualties, she said, finding who she wanted to see first. It wasn't someone important, not in the traditional sense, but it represented the result of her gamble. That alone had its own merit to consider, and she couldn't ignore it. Walking to a Medicare pod, her gaze softened when she peered inside a child with severe burns across his body. Half his face was simply gone, and many patches of skin were missing, but he'd make a full recovery in time. To her surprise, the child was awake, his remaining good eye turning to face her. How are you feeling, young one? Asked the princess in a sisterly tone. Pain, all over, the child replied weakly. Proud. I've made Shipmother proud. Have I earned my place? Shipmother? Clara asked, confused. She'd heard that term previously, but she had no idea what that meant. Shipmother, the young boy replied, closing his eye. Ship, mother, he said, and promptly lost consciousness again. Poor thing, Clara lamented, placing her palm against the glass. She stared at the boy for several seconds until a shift in Cynthia's posture alerted her that someone was approaching them. Turning her head to see the newcomer, she had to suppress a frown when she saw who it was. Sergeant Salazar Reed. The man in question stopped when he was addressed, bowing his head in submission. Greetings, my princess. I pray that your presence here doesn't mean that you require medical attention. It does not, Clara replied, never losing her cordial, warm tone. Inspecting the man closer, she noticed that the noble was disheveled and likely near the brink of exhaustion. It also didn't escape her eyes that he favored his left leg for support. Are you injured, Sergeant Reed? Exhaustion and bruises, nothing more, Your Majesty, Salazar confirmed, his voice weak. His eyes turned to the Medicare pod and then to half a dozen other pirate children and adolescents who had received minor injuries during rescue operations. They received worse. That I can see, said the purple-eyed woman. A tense moment of silence followed, broken when the princess pressed on. Sergeant Reed, do you perchance know what this ship mother is? Ungal was awake? Salazar asked, surprised, taking a step closer. Seeing as the blue-haired woman didn't object to his advance, he took another step and then another until he was able to touch the pod, standing next to the princess and looking down at the burned young boy. He's been drifting in and out of consciousness ever since he was put in the pod. Clara stepped back, pleasantly surprised, though she didn't show it. Ungal? His name, Salazar sighed. I've decided to memorize their names. They were pirates, but they've shown a level of dedication I did not expect from them. Your Majesty was right in sparing their lives and giving them a chance. Without taking his eyes from the boy, he continued. They call the Noravio ship mother. In fact, every ship they are to become a member of is their ship mother. Their protector, their home, he scoffed. Pirate nonsense. It drives them to find a place to belong to, he finished with a sad frown. Clara turned her gaze back to the kid, Ungal, and stared at him for several moments before smiling and turning her attention back to Salazar. Without saying anything, she left while the disgraced noble bowed his head in respect. It appears there may be hope for him yet, Clara commented once they were outside his hearing range. Perhaps, Cynthia said uncaringly. The insult he'd incurred was still fresh in her mind, and she would not be quick to neither forgive nor forget. The next 20 minutes passed slowly as Clara took her time seeing the wounded. She allowed them to see her and even exchanged a few words with some of them, regardless of whether they were nobles or commoners. Once the shock of her presence had passed, she made her way to the section of the wing reserved for the captured traitors in need of medical attention. Sitting guarded by 2 Marines was Ciro Ortega, deprived of his armor and wearing his uniform proudly. Once she was close enough, the Marines saluted and stepped back, while Ciro stood up and politely bowed his head. "Your Majesty," the captain said in a formal, dignified tone earned through countless hours of practiced etiquette. "Captain Ciro Ortega," Clara answered his greeting with a disarming smile. "It is a pleasure to meet an honorable man such as yourself." "You honor me with your kind words, Your Majesty," Ciro replied, raising his head. "As my superiors are unable or unwilling to provide you with such, allow me to congratulate you on your most magnificent victory. The forces under your command, my princess, have proven to be far superior to our own in every regard." Clara tilted her head slightly. "Such praise would ring hollow had it come from anyone else, Captain. You've more than earned my respect through your actions. Thus I thank you. However, you most certainly underestimate your own capabilities. Victory was well within your grasp, a fact I will not deny, Your Majesty. However, we were outmaneuvered in such ways none could have predicted. Please send my regards, admiration, and praise to Commander Redford Kalin. He made a fool of us all without engaging us in open combat," said Ciro with utmost sincerity. "As a show of my respect, I will pass your message gladly, Captain," Clara accepted, internally smiling and considered for a moment toying with Ciro's perceived reality, but rejected the opportunity to have some fun at his expense. It was neither the time for her game nor safe to insinuate that Redford, brilliant as he was, achieved victory on his own accord. "In return, Captain, could you answer me a question that refuses to leave my mind?" "To the best of my abilities, my princess," Ciro replied. "According to your service records salvaged from the Gallant Venture's archives and your service chit, you excelled in many fields, one of them being close-quarters combat. Your skill with swords and axes was of particular note." She paused for a moment for dramatic effect and narrowed her eyes slightly. "I've seen the footage, Captain. Why did you relinquish your advantage so easily?" Ciro inhaled deeply and slowly exhaled, searching for the correct words to utter. Once he found them, he began. "If I could inquire who that man really is, I would, my princess. But I doubt that even if you entertain me with an answer and not a prompt dismissal, the truth would be eluded. What is clear, however, is that Sir Wyatt Staples is not a Royal Marine. What he is, I can't fathom." A sense of déjà vu struck Clara, silently pressing Ciro to continue. He obliged. "A monster. A knight. A warrior." Ciro shook his head slowly. "We thought Maximilian had killed him, yet he boarded the Gallant Venture. How is this possible? What little morale remained after the apparent death of our lone wolf collapsed when that treacherous worm of Javier Wunder fled like the witless coward that he is. There was nothing more we could do but mount a last stand. Honor and duty demanded it of me to lead it. So I did, and I watched. By the heavens, I watched! Such ruthlessness tempered by compassion, mercy, and honor. A man driven by conviction, moved by ingenuity, and brutal in execution. Forgive me for saying this, my princess, for you may have my head for speaking the truth, but Wyatt Staples is... No descriptor can do him justice. The only word that comes close is... killer! Clara interjected, not as a question, but as an affirmation. Ciro nodded. I knew our defeat was inevitable. Seeing him being merciful gave me hope, a chance, an opening. Once we came to trade words, I took my chance. So many had died already. So many unnecessary deaths for no gain whatsoever but to sate the wounded pride of a single woman, he said with disdain. I would not grant him an easy victory despite the approaching Royal Marines. Bereft of options, I used a formal duel and accommodated myself to suit his conditions. In retrospect, perhaps I shouldn't have, he said, idly massaging his bruised chin and lower jaw. There was a moment in your duel where you froze. Why? Cynthia asked all of a sudden. I was terrified, my lady, Ciro replied without hesitation. I've seen into the eyes of deranged pirates, slaver scum, murderers, and the worst humanity has to offer. Peering into his eyes so deeply was a different experience, unlike anything I've experienced. I saw a void staring at me. It was like looking into the eyes of something trying to appear human. I do not doubt that Wyatt Staples is a true killer. Remorseless, ruthless, and brutal, but not mindless. By the prince, he is anything but a mindless beast. Your sincerity and forwardness are outstanding, Captain, Clara declared a second later. I'm your prisoner, my princess. Lying would only dishonor me and insult you. My loyalty belongs to the principality, but duty and honor made me answer the call of my house and that of our betters, Ciro replied without hesitation, and no small amount of pride in his voice. The fact that I'm being tended to and not executed means that I'm either worthy of ransom, I have something to offer as a prisoner, or I'm not worth sullying your hands with my blood. Astute observation, Captain, replied Clara with a playful smile. Then I must assume you've decided my fate, my princess? Ciro asked, unbothered. I have much to do and process before I make any final decisions, my dear Ciro. I can assure you that your fate will not be grim, Clara revealed. I've claimed the Gallant Venture and the rest of your fleet as my own. Almost the entirety of your commoner crew have pledged themselves to me and my cause. Only those truly loyal to their masters have denied me. All surviving nobles have been disarmed and confined, with minor exceptions. Her eyes moved to the Medicare pods at the furthest end of the wing, where Casimir Caiston and Maximilian Userek resided unconscious. Thank you for your mercy, my princess, Ciro exclaimed, bowing his head for a brief moment. If I may, my princess, what became of Felicity Centaur? She's alive and confined to a holding cell, replied the princess. Her fate is within my grasp. I will not be kind, considerate, or generous with her. All I can promise is that I will have no involvement in her ultimate demise. Ciro nodded once. I understand, my princess. My personal opinion regarding Lady Felicity is of no importance, but I hold no esteem for her. Whatever her fate may be, it is out of my control. I've done my duty to the best of my abilities. I can rest easy, he finished, closing his eyes. Clara remained silent for several seconds, then smirked. Is there something else you wish to tell me, Captain? Ciro blinked, surprised, then nodded weakly. My princess, may I speak with Sir Wyatt in person? I wish to congratulate him for his victory and thank him for sparing my life at the great cost of dishonoring himself for doing so. He is resting at the present time. You will have the chance to express your gratitude in person, Clara confessed, earning a solemn nod from the captain. Then I shall refrain from taking more of your time, your majesty. Proud is the red feather, said Ciro, proudly uttering his house's motto as he saluted the blonde woman in front of him. With a courteous tilt of her head, Clara left the captain behind, allowing the Marines to resume their vigil and a nurse to approach him. Satisfied with the conversation, she moved to Casimir's Medicare pod. His right arm and leg were covered by a blue cloth, where the stumps would be located. The viscous substances inside prevented infection and rot from setting in and ensured his limbs would be cloned or, failing that, receive cybernetic prosthetics. Was his punishment excessive, Cynthia? She asked all of a sudden. I wouldn't have been so merciful, Cynthia answered without hesitation. He will recover. Physically. Psychologically. If this Caiston traitor has a strong psyche, then his recovery may be feasible. Clara narrowed her eyes as she looked at his unconscious form. He was the most cordial out of the four during negotiations at Balakura. Such a shame. He's a good man, but he lacked the courage to stand against Felicity and prevent this madness from happening. A noble fool, nothing more, she finished with a tiny sigh, then made her way to Maximilian's pod. His armor had been removed, revealing his muscular body and a plethora of tiny scars across his chest, abdomen, and upper arms. A breathing mask was connected to his face, aiding his breathing while the pod repaired the damage to his larynx, trachea, and lungs as much as it could. He had survived the destruction of his fighter thanks to his sealed armor, but it had been compromised and damaged near the point of uselessness. Worse yet, his oxygen supply and recycler had received severe damage, slowly lacerating and burning him from the inside out. Had Nultar Olkara failed to detect him only a few minutes later, Maximilian would have likely died. But he was alive, and that was everything Clara truly cared about as ideas and plans formed in her mind regarding the lone wolf. Turning around, she spotted one of the head physician's assistants and, with a hand gesture, summoned him. How may I be of service, my princess? He asked, lowering his head. Inform the head physician that I must be contacted immediately once Maximilian regains consciousness, she ordered, walking past the assistant. As you command, my princess, replied the assistant. Once the two women were outside the medical wing, they made their way to Clara's next destination. They traveled in contemplative silence for several minutes until they reached the ship's brig. Upon their arrival, the guards bowed their heads and let them in without question. Both women ignored the captives, nobles with enough influence and standing within their houses to be worth something. Most of them glared at the princess, choosing wisely to refrain from making their voices known. They quickly found Felicity's cell, and Clara allowed a smug smirk to form on her lips. With a single nod from her, Cynthia opened the cell's door and closed it once they were inside. A second later, a privacy field appeared around them, ensuring their conversation would remain private. "Are you here to gloat, Reaper?" Felicity spat from her seated position. Her right arm was encased, and she wore a mask that hid her wounded face. Her eyes remained defiant, though lacking the fire and intensity previously found in them. "I am," Clara confessed as she stood in front of the ebony-skinned woman. "Felicity Centaur, whatever possessed you to attack us?" "To attack me? I say this with all the disrespect and vitriol I can conjure, whore. May demons take you and drag you to the endless darkness and fiery pits of hell or whatever punishment awaits you," Felicity cursed, glaring death upon Clara. Cynthia took a step that echoed inside the cell, but Clara stopped her with a single gesture. She looked down at Felicity with a disappointed look in her eyes. "Insult me all you wish, Centaur. Your taunts and pettiness are beneath me, and your antics will certainly not save you from your just punishment." With a hum, she continued. "You wanted to kill me, that's more than obvious. But why? Was that your original plan? Was it out of revenge?" A dark, throaty chuckle escaped past her lips. "It doesn't really matter. What matters is that you failed, and you've generously delivered unto me 4 additional black ships for me to use as I see fit. Enjoy your victory while it lasts, murderer, vanquisher, monster. It won't last. His Lord Regent will be victorious. Guided by his hand, the principality shall prosper like never before in its history," Felicity exclaimed, glaring at the princess. "My uncle is a great man," Clara agreed. "But he will fail. No one is infallible. Not me. Not my siblings. Not him. And as you've monstrously demonstrated, neither are you, Centaur." "Tell it to someone who cares to hear your ramblings," Felicity countered. "I may have failed, but another will surely free the principality from the curse that is your existence, Reaper." "Your stubbornness is to be commended," Clara praised mockingly. "I reiterate, Centaur, you will be punished accordingly. Do your worst, Reaper." "I don't fear death, and I don't fear you," Felicity declared in defiance. Clara blinked in surprise, then her lips curled and twisted into a victorious smile that sucked the breath out of Felicity's lungs. "I'm afraid you're mistaken, Centaur. I'm not going to lay a single finger on you, nor will any of the forces at my disposal. You're not worth my attention, contempt, or even my recognition. You are nothing. Disposable trash, more worthless than the lowest commoner. Why should I sully my hands with your repugnance?" Felicity's eyes widened and her breathing became ragged. "No, you can't." "I can't? It's already done, Centaur. You may be my prisoner, but you hold no value to me except for a single purpose, to deliver a message. Your usefulness begins and ends there. What happens to you after that is not of my concern," Clara declared, her eyes showcasing no emotion. "House Centaur will pay a high price for my return," Felicity pleaded suddenly. "Riches, favors, agreements. What more could I gain from you?" Clara asked, marked with a domineering giggle. "The ships alone will grant me great personal wealth. Not that I need it as princess and member of House Astor. I have countless prisoners at my disposal. Your storage bays are mine, as is every piece of equipment found in your— Oh, excuse me. My vessels are now mine, from rations to salvaged fighters, weapons, and of course the ships themselves. Most commoners have already been taken in, and most of them are joyful to serve under the prince as true sons and daughters of the principality once more. The few that remain are of little interest but will face no repercussions. They were only obeying their noble leaders, were they not?" Another mocking giggle echoed in the cell as Clara slowly lowered herself to be at Felicity's eye level. "It must be frustrating to know you could have returned with a useful but largely unimportant treaty with House Ferentis. Your fleet intact and unscathed. Now look at you, wounded, defeated, and imprisoned. And the worst part? You brought it upon yourself, Felicity. You lost 2 ships and their crews wholesale for nothing. You sacrificed them for nothing more than to sate your petty ego." Felicity gritted her teeth and she trembled for several moments before her voice resonated once more. "You can't do this to me, dull-witted creature. How many times must I repeat myself? It is already done," Clara declared. "Show mercy." "I demand mercy," Felicity cried out, begging on the verge of tears. "Why should I show you any?" Clara countered, her voice carrying a sepulchral cold that froze Felicity's bones and veins. You will be returned to my uncle in disgrace. How? I'm not certain yet, but you will be returned as you are now. I'll allow my uncle and House Centaur to judge you for your monumental failures. But I'm not heartless. Your treaty with House Ferentis stands unaffected, she said, twisting the invisible knife-say upon Felicity's heart slowly and cruelly. Now I shall give you the message I wish to send my uncle. Not in paper or recording, but in voice. Pay attention, Felicity. Memorize my words carefully, for I will come every day until your release, and these exact words will be the only thing that I shall tolerate leaving your filthy mouth. Clearing her throat, Clara suddenly grabbed Felicity's jaw, squeezing it until her mouth opened. Duke Cornelius Draymore, traitor to the Principality, your ambitions will never see fruition. Victory has eluded you now and will forevermore. With kind regards, Clara Astor, second princess of the Astorian Principality, Clara finished and let go of Felicity. The dark-haired woman coughed a few times, then looked at her captor. Repeat it. D. Duke Cornelius Draymore, traitor to the Principality, your ambitions will never see fruition. Victory has eluded you now and will forevermore. With kind regards, Clara Astor, second princess of the Astorian Principality, Felicity repeated weakly, each word flaying what remained of her eviscerated pride mercilessly. Good. You've earned yourself more painkillers. I imagine your arm must ache and sting terribly. Yet another proof of your mistakes, Clara declared, standing up. Memorize those words well, Felicity. Oh, and before you even think about altering my message or not saying it at all, I will know. Fail at this simple task, and I promise you this. Another house will be added to my tally. Despicable, heartless, unrepentant monster, Felicity replied weakly. She tried to glare at the princess, but failed. Instead, she turned her gaze to the floor. I will do as you demand, Reaper. Know this, however, that I showed mercy upon your rabid beast. She took in a deep breath. Had he killed Casimir, he would have gained a powerful and dangerous enemy in his father, Andrew Caston. In fact, after what he did to his most beloved son, may his death be a painful, shameful one. Is that all you have to say? I expected more than an empty threat, Clara declared and sighed. The privacy field died as she turned around while Cynthia opened the cell. Wordlessly, the duo left, leaving Felicity Centaur locked up once more. Unbeknownst to them, Felicity found the strength to smile in the loneliness of her cell. Although she had no hope of escaping her situation, a small victory could still be hers. Patience was all it required. Noravio, medical wing, several hours later. Maximilian Userek stirred and immediately regretted it. Breathing burned him, but the pain was tolerable. Opening his eyes as full consciousness returned and awoken his senses, he felt the pressure of a breathing mask on his face. He tried to move, but he was far too weak to lift himself into a sitting position, even if he hadn't noticed he was inside a Medicare pod a moment after his failed attempt. Looking to his left, he saw Princess Clara Astor's visage, looking down on him with practiced seriousness. However, he could faintly see the eagerness in her eyes, the little trembles running across her body, and the betrayal of her eagerness. "Princess!" He spoke, his voice gravelly as a faint, rasping pain clung to his throat. "I'm alive?" "Very much so, Maximilian," Clara said. "I was informed you had woken up, but you kept fading in and out of consciousness for over 20 minutes. It appears my patience has been rewarded." "I see. The last thing I remember was being beaten," he said, smiling. He was crazy. Setting a trap, with himself as the bait. "Clever. A desperate tactic for a desperate time," Clara agreed. "You may not believe me, Maximilian, but I'm relieved beyond measure that you survived. No matter their allegiance, lone wolves are too valuable to be lost needlessly." "Then that means you were victorious," Maximilian concluded, momentarily closing his eyes. "Do they yet live?" "Javier Wunder and those who followed him made planetfall hours ago. He caused a mutiny within the Gallant Venture as he fled, which incidentally allowed the capture of Felicity Centaur and Casimir Caston. He is resting nearby, kept asleep after the injuries he sustained." "Coward," Maximilian said, cursing Javier's name and bloodline internally. "I knew he was spineless, but to such an extent? Disgraceful." Taking a slow, deep breath, he continued. "What happened to Centaur and little Caston?" Felicity was deeply acquainted with the consequences of her actions. Casimir faced punishment for the role he played. "He will recover." "Eventually," Clara replied, unfazed. "That fool of a woman," Maximilian lamented, trying but failing to shake his head in disapproval. "So, now what?" "Am I your prisoner to parade or keep?" Clara giggled. "Technically speaking, You never swore fealty to Duke Draymore out of your volition. You are bound by contract and honor to House Centaur. In essence, you could be considered a mercenary. As it stands, I don't know what to do with you, Maximilian. Maximilian smiled. Do you expect me to believe that a cunning princess such as yourself don't have a plan ready? He closed his eyes when Clara simply gave him a coy, playful smirk in response. Your offer is rejected. Disheartened, Clara let out a disappointed groan. I haven't told you what I can give you in exchange for your services, Maximilian the Roaring Thunder Usurek. I care not for it, princess, he began. I hope to face Redford Kalin in battle, yet regular pilots ultimately bested me. I'm past my prime, I see that now. A pleased, satisfied smile formed on his lips. My desired target eluded me. But Wyatt Staples gave me a most thrilling battle. It is a shame he had to die, but such is the life among the stars. Clara tilted her head and pursed her lips in a poor attempt at innocence. Dead? My personal fighter pilot? Why, who told you such baseless lies, my dear Maximilian? I remember his fighter exploding, striking the killing blow. He can't be alive, Maximilian countered. Is that so? She turned her head away and spoke. Then I must be ill-informed or easily deluded, for I see my pilot alive and breathing. Wyatt, if you please. Maximilian, confused and surprised by Clara's words, watched as the heterochromatic-eyed man stepped into his field of view, wearing a clean, pressed uniform. He stared at the man for long moments before rasping out a single word. How? I ejected as I passed behind the debris, Wyatt answered. Maximilian stared at Wyatt in disbelief for long moments, then smiled and tried to laugh, but couldn't. Then my defeat is complete and utter. Your defeat? Wyatt questioned. You defeated me in combat, Lord Maximilian. Nonsense, I was the one who was defeated. Your apparent sacrifice made it so, the lone wolf countered. I couldn't do anything against you. There was nothing I could do on my own to escape you, let alone defeat you, Lord, Wyatt pressed on. I beg to differ. You offered a more than worthy challenge. It is I who couldn't see your movements in full, Maximilian argued. If I may interject before this verbal duel escalates? Cynthia spoke up, walking into view. Both of you won and lost in equal measure. Maximilian Usurek defeated you in single duel and combat, Wyatt. You were outmatched in almost every single regard. However, you claimed overall victory in the field of battle and provided the opportunity to remove Maximilian as a combatant. I agree with Lady Cynthia, Maximilian said, closing his eyes. Ultimately, as the saying goes, I won the battle, but you won the war. My defeat is total, and seeing as you survived, then the bounty is yours to claim. Bounty? Wyatt asked, taken aback. I'm your prisoner, Lieutenant Staples. I am more than willing to pay my ransom. My equipment is yours. The remains of my fighter are yours, and if you desire it, my services will be yours for the taking. My riches, my lands. Name the prize! I will pay it as tradition and honor dictate! Maximilian exclaimed, awaiting the answer. Wyatt took a step closer to the pod, then shook his head. We were just doing our duty, Lord Maximilian. Despite the circumstances that forced us to face each other in combat, that conflict ended there. You tried to kill me. I tried to kill you. No more is needed to be explained. I refuse to take anything from you, Lord. Maximilian's eyes shot wide while Clara and Cynthia looked on curiously. Are you mocking me? Why would why? Wyatt countered. To refuse your right of bounty? His eyes narrowed. He searched his eyes, his expression for anything, any hint of his deception or the simple desire to inflict upon him shame and humiliation. But no matter how deeply he searched, none could be found. No! You're not like that. You mean it. Why would you? What do you gain from such a ridiculous proclamation? I faced a lone wolf in combat and survived. Thanks to you, Lord, I wish to improve and be a better pilot, Wyatt confessed. Maximilian stared at Wyatt for long moments, and for a moment he saw himself reflected in Wyatt during his younger, naive years of idealism and wanderlust. Are you certain of this? Do you deny your rightful bounty? If you so desire it, I could break serve Her Majesty's banner. Clara stiffened at the proposal but said nothing. Wyatt nodded. I'm sure. You're not my prisoner, Lord. Maximilian, the lone wolf said. Call me by my name. I'll suffer not the man who defeated me to call me with such formality. Ah, my helmet. Where is my helmet? Safely stored, Clara replied with a gentle smile. Then take it. It's yours to keep, Wyatt Staples. Your trophy, so that everyone across the Principality knows that the Roaring Thunder was silenced by your hand, Maximilian exclaimed. But he gladly accepts your gift, Lord Usurek, Clara interjected, almost shaking as she did so. For you, princess. Do with the remains of my fighter as you wish. I have no need for it anymore, Maximilian proclaimed. I was defeated soundly. My contract binds me to House Centaur for as long as I remain to be a lone wolf. Then so, a lone wolf no more I'll be. A gasp escaped the princess's throat. Maximilian, I urge you not to make such decisions in your current estate. Maximilian merely looked at her with weak, tired eyes. My wounds aren't disabling. I know this, but I'm satisfied with the outcome. I've tasted what true defeat is, and enjoyed the sweetness of an intense, real battle against a great pilot full of surprises. What more can I ask for? My time as a lone wolf is at an end. As darkness began to creep at the edges of his vision, Maximilian focused on Wyatt. In a flash of memories, he relived their battle from start to finish. Silently, he made a decision before falling asleep once again. Wyatt watched as the lone wolf fell unconscious before his eyes, his words echoing in his mind. Turning to Clara, he asked, Was he serious? The blonde woman let out a defeated sigh. I'm afraid so. You may call me an optimist, but I hold the hope that in his injured state, the roaring thunder spoke without thinking things thoroughly. He wouldn't be a lone wolf if his mind could be so easily clouded, Cynthia pointed out. Must you slay my ambitions with such mirth, you heartless monster? Clara asked, eyeing her bodyguard with mild annoyance, which resulted in the blue-haired woman shrugging slightly with a smirk on her lips. Turning to Wyatt, she continued, Now it is my turn to ask you the same question, Wyatt. Are you serious? Will you truly not claim any bounty from him? Wyatt nodded. I could ask for credits, but I already have many. I don't know how to spend so much wealth. I see no point other than storing it, preserving it, and using it when I need it. What else could I ask for? It wouldn't be right. Cynthia frowned in confusion. What wouldn't be right? We were carrying out our duties and came to blows because of it. Taking anything from him seems wrong to me, Wyatt replied simply. The same could be said about your incursion in the Gallant Venture, Cynthia pressed on, leaving the unspoken part to ring loudly on its own. Wyatt nodded. There was no other way to get to the bridge. I didn't enjoy killing them, but their choices and mine clashed. One will always surrender or die when enemies face each other in combat. They died. I lived. It's a risk we all face, Wyatt replied, as easily as talking about the weather in a casual conversation. Clara shot a glance at Cynthia, who in turn returned it with intrigue. The risk of military life? Cynthia asked. Wyatt shrugged. Just life. I always forget how grim you can be, Wyatt, Clara commented. Anyhow, many would call you an idiot or a simpleton for not taking advantage of such an advantageous position. I, on the other hand, choose to call your decision a truly noble one. Wyatt had to suppress a frown from forming when he received Clara's praise, and for a moment considered going back on his initial claim and asking for something just so that the purple-eyed woman stopped describing him with such a dirty word. Clara blinked twice, and her lips curled into an amused smile. Do you truly hate the concept of honor to such a fundamental level, Wyatt? The pilot opened his mouth, but then his eyes narrowed. Crossing his arms, he stared at his blonde friend's eyes with suspicion. Again with this? Clara, can you read my mind somehow? He asked in his mind. The princess's smile didn't waver, but she raised an eyebrow in intrigue. That one is difficult to interpret. But if I'm correct, then I can tell you once we are in private. I knew it. I'm dead. She can read my mind. Mr. Warlow, I'm not safe within my head, he cried out in despair, but smiled all the same. The fact that Clara had yet to punish him gave him some reassurance that mercy was still an option. A giggle from the princess eased his worries, his smile widening slightly. Glancing at Cynthia, he found the blue-haired woman with a finger pressed against her lips, silencing him. With a nod, he found his voice. Clara, should I ask Maximilian to be under your service? He asked more seriously. Clara shook her head, her eyes shifting to the unconscious man. As tempting as it is, he rejected me outright despite knowing that any blow to his reputation and honor would be heavily diminished or ignored by serving House Astor. With him stepping down and retiring as a lone wolf, perhaps we could enlist his services as a third-party instructor or private teacher, Cynthia proposed. Again, tempting. But I'm afraid that Maximilian Userek understands his position and the implications behind it in this conflict to do something so monumentally foolish, Clara replied, crossing her arms before continuing. One does not become a lone wolf without meeting a particular set of requirements, both in social and skill terms. If he were to come under my service or the service of any prince-aligned forces after rupturing his contract with House Centaur and stepping down as a lone wolf, then great shame and numerous repercussions would fall not only upon himself, but upon his entire house and potentially their allies. He'd be seen as an untrustworthy cheat, a liar, a man without honor. Beneath his bluster, ego, and self-aggrandizement, there lies a cunning, intelligent, and honorable man. Then are you going to let him go? Retire and remain neutral for as long as this dispute rages on? Cynthia asked, concerned. As much as it pains me to say this, yes. I have nothing I can offer him, and my esteemed knight banneret has made his decision. And I, as princess, shall respect their choices with dignity, she said, then smiled, turning away from the Medicare pod. Not to mention that his autographs will be incredibly rarer and more valuable, and I got his final autograph as a lone wolf. I am leaving empty-handed. Immediately after, Cynthia shook her head in disapproval but said nothing for several moments, allowing her blonde friend to rejoice in her victory. What will you do about his fighter? He all but gifted it to you. I'll have Jincho examine it, see what he can learn from it. His love for fighters and all they are and represent may match my own. Then, if possible, I'll have it restored and I'll keep it a prized possession. A grand trophy and memento at the same time, Clara declared with childlike glee. Why did I bother asking in the first place? Cynthia asked rhetorically, shaking her head again. Oh, shush you, Clara declared, pointing a finger playfully at her best friend and bodyguard before turning it upon Wyatt. As for you, Wyatt, are you ready for your psyche evaluation? I am, replied the pilot, despite not looking forward to it. He had no problems putting his trust in medics, nurses, and physicians, but therapists and psychologists only served to remind him of pointless, useless talks and examinations during his childhood. That reminds me, Wyatt, you didn't forget to eat before heading my princess's call, did you? Cynthia asked, eyes narrowed. I wouldn't be here otherwise, Cynthia, he replied truthfully, and he wasn't exaggerating. After perhaps the best sleep since he cared to remember ended, he woke up to a rumbling belly that demanded food immediately. Before he could leave his quarters, he all but devoured 3 lachoas just to stop the hollow pain in his stomach. He barely remembered putting on his trimmed and pressed uniform before rushing to the mess hall. He ate 3 standard meals and drank several glasses of water before his stomach declared a ceasefire. Following Milcades' advice, he also ate half a ration bar, which, despite its unappealing taste, was tolerable at that moment. With his stomach full but craving sweets and baked goods, he joined his friends shortly after. In that case, I'm looking forward to seeing the results, Cynthia declared. Ah, that reminds me. Wyatt, Captain Ciro Ortega wishes to talk with you in person. Please visit him once you are done here. He's confined in his provisional quarters. In the meantime, I must first inform my brother of our current situation and initiate contact with the planet's inhabitants, said the violet-eyed woman. Wyatt nodded in understanding. Will the composters be needed? I think all of you deserve a small break. I'll make sure Redford sends our most obtuse pilots for this task. Even they will understand the implications, Clara revealed in a slightly colder tone. Now off with you. We have much yet to do. As my princess commands, Wyatt saluted and watched his friends turn and leave for several moments before, out of the corner of his vision, he saw a medic approaching him from the right. Turning to face him, the medic tapped on a datapad with disinterest. Lieutenant Staples, please follow me. I'll be performing your psyche evaluation, the medic exclaimed. Wyatt suppressed a groan but obeyed. Noravio, Clara's quarters. Entering her private chambers, Clara spared a moment to glance at the protected shelf containing the fighter model Wyatt had gifted her, other pieces of her collection, and Maximilian's autograph. Feeling satisfied with her prizes, with a single thought, the ground opened before the shelf, revealing a larger-scale QEC. Sitting on the chair in front of it, Clara closed her eyes for a moment and connected with it. Her enhanced reality field came to life, and a sphere of blue particles appeared in front of her. She felt the machine begin its sequence, waiting for what felt like an eternity until her brother, the prince, took form as the sphere molded itself to his visage. "Brother dearest," Clara greeted with a smile. The prince let out a deep sigh of relief upon seeing his sister. "Oh, Clara, I am beyond happy to see you alive and unharmed. What of Cynthia and Redford?" "Fret not, brother dearest. Cynthia and Redford are with me, alive and largely unharmed. I apologize if I made you wait, but I needed time to compile a report and the most vital information that came after our victory at Hastrung." The prince nodded. Understandable. You're not fond of half measures, Clara. I'm still your brother and I— Wait, what did you say? The prince asked as he leaned forward slightly. Did I hear correctly? Victory? You actually achieved victory over the Drazzen and rebel forces? The Drazzen were more than generous to destroy their rebel and pirate allies in space after a perceived betrayal, Clara informed. The prince frowned. Alliances? Those types of alliances aren't unheard of, but to such an extent? How did their alliance crumble? Gintrax, Clara replied solidly. The Drazzen raiders we encountered in Gintrax were meant to be a first strike that would carve a bloody path across several systems, all to satisfy the thirst for conquest of a singular madman and would-be tyrant. How did you come across this information? Is it to be trusted without a doubt or fear of tampering? The prince asked, visibly shaken. Cynthia was the one to extract the information. I'll send all of it, including battle records, casualty and fatality reports, and much more, brother dearest. Clara paused, allowing her brother to absorb the information. Gintrax. We were betrayed from within, transmitting our movements to the enemy. And yet, it was entirely by chance that we were able to stop the Drazzen and cause ripple effects that only now are making themselves present, the prince said, crossing his arms and tapping his right index finger repeatedly. What of our knight Banneret? Does he yet live? Clara smiled. My brother dearest, is that genuine care I detect in your voice? I consider him a loyal subject, and I'm in his debt for everything he's done. You're not the only one who cherishes sincere friendships, dearest sister of mine, the prince countered. In that case, brother dearest, I suggest you pay attention to the information I'm about to send you, Clara said mischievously. The prince narrowed his eyes. I truly detest when you say things that way. Not once has it failed to impress or infuriate me in the past. Clara ignored her brother's comment, instead sending him all the information she had on hand. She watched as her brother processed the steady data stream upload quickly, reducing the time needed to read and process the information from hours to mere seconds. When it was over, her brother's eyes snapped open. What? The prince uttered in complete bafflement. His eyes darted from one direction to another for several long, silent moments until they landed on his sister. Clara, I lay claim to— Unfortunately for you, brother dearest, though Wyatt may be a knight banneret of House Astor, he belongs to me. As a friend, he's become precious to me. As a confidant, immeasurable. And as my personal pilot and part of my inner circle and retinue, I will never let him go willingly, Clara declared, her voice serious and carrying the weight of her authority, but in a familiar manner. You are a rapacious, greedy, covetous creature, Clara, the prince declared a second later. Then the two siblings shared a deep laugh that ended all too quickly. Setting aside his outburst and less than honorable display of ruthlessness, his achievements far outweigh them in terms of magnitude. Managing to not only survive but effectively turn the tides of fortune against a superior fighter contingent with minimal losses, his tactical contributions in battle, the defeat of Maximilian Userek, a lone wolf, and his assault on the Gallant Venture. The blond man hummed deeply, his left hand moving on its own to move a piece on an invisible chessboard. Is he sound of mind after his incursion? We're waiting on his psyche report, but I suspect he's sound of mind. Cynthia suspects that Wyatt is unmoved and unshaken. I must admit I share her conclusions, Clara confessed. I understand, the prince replied. He must be rewarded accordingly. It can't be publicly known that Redford asked for his advice multiple times, nor that he implemented Wyatt's approach on ZTK 990 for offensive purposes. I apologize in advance, but what sort of madman is he to even consider such methods? Has he no consideration for material cost or fears losing already limited resources? If there's one thing I've learned about Wyatt, it is that victory and survival are his top priorities. He will do whatever it takes to win. Use any tactic his puzzling mind can conjure in the heat of battle, no matter how deplorable, no matter how outlandish or outside the box, no matter how heinous or dishonorable. He will see his duty fulfilled, and yet at the same time he values life. How curious, is it not? Clara asked with a gentle smile. To us that know more about him it is. To outside viewers and stubborn nobles set on their ways, a dangerous unknown and an even more dangerous competitor. But his contributions can't be ignored, not even by old imbeciles such as George Lintar, said the prince. What do you plan to do about that, brother dearest? Clara asked, almost innocently tilting her head. I need to think this through, but leave it to me. I'll also oversee the promotions and elevations that you've requested, the prince said with amusement. Of course it would, you who found another soul as fanatically in love with fighters as you. It will be difficult, but I'll see them understand the reason for accepting this Jincho into your personal care. Redford will complain and refuse a much-deserved promotion after this victory, Clara pointed out. I'll make a symbolic promotion. Our dear Uncle Redford wouldn't be happy with either of us if I tried to make it official, he finished with a chuckle. I'm more surprised that your pet project with those kids is paying off. So am I, honestly. I took a gamble that maybe those children could still be saved. I'm more than pleased with the results so far, and I'm eager to witness the future implications and projects that could arise from it if all goes well, Clara admitted. That aside, what do you plan to do with the disabled Drazzen ships, the Eternal Garden, and the remaining traitor ships and their crews? The prince asked more seriously now. The cattle ship and the Drazzen ships will remain as potential bargaining chips for me to use once I contact the planet. In fact, I plan to do so after our meeting is concluded. The crews will be treated as the laws dictate. Most commoners have pledged themselves to our cause. Except for a few, I'll send most of them to you to judge or incarcerate as you see fit, brother dearest. But Felicity Cintor and Casimir Caiston will be returning to Duke Draymore, Clara explained. I have plans for the captured black ships, but I'll send the Gallant Venture to you as a most heartfelt gift for further investigation. Then I'll thank you now for such a wonderful gift. Amelia's engineers are doing what they can with the ship available to us, but a larger specimen will be of tremendous aid to their efforts. However, elucidate me, dear sister. Felicity, I can understand. But why send Casimir back too? Wouldn't he be more useful to you as bait to lure Tamarin or Andrew Caiston out? Because, brother dearest, I want Andrew Caiston to see with his own eyes what has become of his favored son. I want him to know that Casimir is useless to me. So useless that I won't even consider the idea of holding him prisoner, Clara declared with malicious intent. Then I presume you've selected your target carefully, the prince said. You don't want him chasing you around. You want him in a predictable position. Let him focus his vendetta from a place you may be able to strike. Precisely, Clara agreed. Is there something else you wish to discuss, brother dearest? Yes. 1. Istanel Ferentis. I can see the potential benefits of gaining his favor and perhaps that of House Ferentis alongside his. But taking in live Drazzen? I must protest against this measure, Clara. I don't want a single one of those repugnant carrion feeders to be near you, said the prince in all seriousness. Precautions have been in place, brother dearest. Not a single one of them shall fall within my sight, Clara reassured. Any news regarding Alexander or Giovanni? I'm afraid not. No one seems to know where they are. It is possible that they were captured or have requested seclusion for their own safety with a neutral house, the prince proposed. I sincerely hope that you're right, brother. I'd rather see them captured but alive than take any grim alternative, Clara confessed. It is good to see you again, even like this, Clara. I'll leave this matter in your capable hands, the prince said, his body rapidly reforming into a sphere. Clara cut the connection. Her enhanced reality field deactivated itself, and she returned to the real world. That went well, Cynthia declared as she offered a hand to her friend. Clara took it and helped her stand up. More so than I thought. Then again, he's always preferred a more hands-on approach to problem-solving, Clara replied. Suddenly, an alert from Milcades reached her, carrying a single message. It is out. This will be interesting to see. Wyatt Staples quickly found Ciro's confinement quarters and wasn't surprised to find 2 Marines plus 2 auxilia for each Marine guarding the door. As he approached, all 6 men and women gave him a quick but respectful salute. More interestingly, however, was how the Marines shifted uncomfortably and tried to avoid eye contact despite their faces being concealed by their helmets. I'm here to speak with the prisoner Ciro Ortega, Wyatt declared. Of course, sir. We've got orders to let you in as soon as your arrival was confirmed, replied one of the Marines, stepping aside as the door slid open. The prisoner is unarmed and has limited mobility. Do you require an escort, Lieutenant Staples? No need, but thank you, he said, even as his upbringing and education screamed at him to show more respect to a noble. But that urge was becoming weaker and weaker with each passing day. It was still strange to talk to nobles on equal standing or without showing submission all the time, but he was adapting to it. Perhaps a little too well? He asked himself as he stepped through the doorframe, only for it to slide close behind him. The quarters were small but comfortable, a desk, a bed, and what appeared to be a small private bathroom. Ciro Ortega was sitting in front of the desk, reading from a datapad. Captain Ciro? Wyatt made himself known as the captain was, apparently too engrossed in whatever he was reading to notice his arrival. The captain tapped his data pad and gently put it on the desk. "Ah, Sir Wyatt, I see you're recovering without issues," said the older man. Standing up, he revealed that his wrists were cuffed and a long but thin line connected them. "Thank you for taking the time to entertain me with your presence." "I was told you wanted to speak with me in person," Wyatt replied in an amicable tone as he spotted that Ciro's ankles also shared the same decorations. He also noticed that the man was dressed in a clean uniform and didn't look like he'd endured torture or anything of the sort, except for the notable bruises on his face and chin. "You're not in too much pain, I hope." Ciro smiled, chuckling. "I woke up with one of the worst headaches I've ever experienced. I couldn't move my jaw properly, and everything tasted of metal and blood. Needless to say, it was not an enviable position to be in. But I woke up, alive. Thanks to your mercy, Lieutenant Wyatt," the captain confessed with a genuine smile. "I didn't see a reason to kill you after defeating you, Captain." "It is as you said. We were just carrying out our duties," Wyatt replied, keeping his distance. "Many would disagree with you. Regardless, allow me to express my gratitude in the only way that has any merit whatsoever, Lieutenant," Ciro exclaimed and bowed his head deeply. "Thank you for sparing my life and that of my men at the cost of your besmirching your honor to do so. It is a debt I won't be able to pay within a single lifetime." Wyatt ignored the last part as he replied. "You cared about the lives of those under your command. That's enough reason for me to keep my word. It cost me nothing to spare your life." Ciro pulled back, staring Wyatt in his heterochromatic eyes again. "You're a selfless man, Sir Wyatt Staples. Now that I peer into your eyes again, I can't help but feel a chill run down my spine. Be that as it may, I shall take your word for granted, and thank you once more as I congratulate you on your victory. May our paths never cross again beset against each other." Wyatt smiled at the older man and closed the distance between them until he was close enough to reach out with a hand. "To that, Captain, I can agree wholeheartedly." Ciro glanced at Wyatt's hand, then at his eyes, then back to his hand before settling in a happily surprised grin. Not breaking eye contact, Ciro reached out to grasp Wyatt's hand tightly. "May your nascent house prosper, Sir Wyatt. Call me not by rank anymore. You've earned that much at least." "Just as long as you call me by mine, Ciro Ortega," Wyatt replied, holding their handshake for several moments until he let go, looking away. "Excuse me. My princess summons me." "Give Her Majesty my regards, Wyatt Staples," Ciro replied sincerely, watching the pilot leave moments later. Sitting down again and satisfied with himself, Ciro picked his datapad up, and with a single tap, the video resumed playing, just in time to see himself receiving the uppercut that made his chin tingle with pain. "May your fortune shine brightly, commoner turned noble. Sir Wyatt Staples, a valiant knight." Noravio War Room. Fighters approaching their designated targets. "They'll be in range in approximately 10 minutes, said Redford, his eyes flickering with a faint light as he did so. "The Drazzen and their so-called Lord Harrower are aware that they've lost space superiority. Redford, after their jamming satellites are destroyed, ignore any incoming signals unless they come from any of the 5 major cities on the planet. We need to establish direct communications with their leaders if we are to know what steps to take next," Clara ordered. "It shall be so as my princess orders," Redford replied, then his expression softened. "Clara, if I may, have you taken a rest yet?" "There's much to be done, Redford. I shall rest until I can secure our course of action. My troops did not rest until the battle was over. Now my battle begins." The princess's violet eyes showcased the strength of her conviction, silencing any further inquiry into the subject as she turned to the white-haired man to her left. "Congratulations on securing the Eternal Garden, Milcades." "Not a complete victory just yet," Milcades replied. His usually laid-back expression turned to a serious one as he continued. "The surviving Drazzen, the civilians, are contained in closed-off sections centered around their nurseries. We're maintaining life support to keep them alive, but what are we to do with the rest? We can clean the other sealed-off decks and sections one by one if you want to, my princess. There's no need to risk the lives of anyone else. Vent those sections or cut off life support entirely. I'll show the same level of respect these abominations show to their feed in kind," Clara declared, resolute and remorseless. "Understood, my princess," Milcades replied, his expression relaxing. A few seconds later, he continued. "It is done. Atuccio will see that your orders are carried out, Clara. I have to ask, though, what are we to do about the saplings? They're a possible bargaining chip that I may use depending on how negotiations with the planet's leadership proceed." the princess declared. Redford, I'll leave in your capable hands the compilation of events and the assessment of possible rewards in the form of commendations, medals, marks of veterancy, and promotions. It shall be my pleasure, my princess, Redford replied with a quick bow of his head. Before we move on from the subject, Clara, is the prince in good health? Roundabout way to ask if he hasn't lost his mind, if you ask me, old man, Cynthia answered, causing Clara to smile and send her friend a playful glance. What can I say? I'm a sentimental fool, Redford replied with a smirk. My brother is handling matters far better than even he expects from himself. On that note, Redford, you will receive a symbolic promotion after our great victory, Clara added with a mirthful undertone. As long as it remains symbolic, I shan't object. Admiralty has never been my calling, and I do not wish to deprive myself of the freedom being a commander grants. I'll leave such ambitions to those who wish to waste away behind a desk or surround themselves with brainless sycophants and kowtowers. You may be unable to deny a real promotion for long if another victory of similar scale is stored under your belt, old man. You are already treading on thin ice, Vorpalstrike. Be careful, or you'll be a victim of your success, Milcades taunted with a playful smile. Redford scoffed, crossing his arms. Such threats are moot, Milcades. Was it really my victory when we all know that a single man was responsible for tipping the scales in our favor? Speaking of him, Clara, I've received his psyche evaluation report as you ordered, Cynthia announced, her eyes flickering slightly. It is quite substantial. Well, don't retain the suspense and be out with it at once, Clara demanded with curiosity clear in her voice. Following her instructions, her bodyguard wasted no time and shared the report with everyone present. To her surprise, instead of a written report, a video appeared on the screen. On it, a concerned-looking head physician could be seen. My princess, as you've requested, the psyche report on one Lieutenant Wyatt Staples has been sent to you in private. This evaluation will not be affiliated with the lieutenant's public records aboard the Noravio. However, after reviewing the results, I saw it as necessary to send you not only the results in written form, but also to address the more alarming points that were uncovered during his evaluation. The head physician took in a breath, cleared his throat, and leaned forward, his cybernetic eyes reflecting worry and apprehension. Firstly, before I begin, allow me to apologize in advance for any perceived insult I may spark, but there is no other way to describe what I'm about to say. My princess, I've served in the Royal Navy for over 40 years. I've seen death, loss, madness, and worse throughout my career. I've dealt with men and women breaking after suffering from mental stress, overwhelming terror, and intense PTSD. Seen sociopaths and murderers do their worst, and witnessed the downfall of honorable nobles turning into jaded, emotionally bankrupt individuals as a result of their actions. Another pause was marked by the head physician choosing his next words carefully. That being said, Lieutenant Wyatt Staples is a most curious case. I wouldn't go as far as to say that his mental stability is a unique case, though, at the same time, given that he was a mere commoner for the longest time and only recently elevated by the grace of your most benevolent brother, His Majesty, the Prince. I cannot fathom the conditions and experiences that could result in his current state. The most educated verdict that I can bestow is the following. Wyatt Staples' mental fortitude is abnormally normal. The head physician closed his eyes for a moment, raising both hands in front of him. My assistant was beyond confounded by the initial results, and I was forced to step in personally to carry out the rest of his examination. With good reason. My princess, there is not a single person, outside from true sociopaths and psychopaths, murderers and bloodthirsty maniacs, that should be so casual and unaffected by inflicting so many deaths in such a short amount of time. His hand aboard the Gallant Venture claimed 145 lives, yet he feels no remorse, guilt, or regret. None whatsoever other than expressing that he would have preferred a less bloody approach. The head physician lowered his hands, but his expression hardened. Further inquiry into his mental state revealed that he does, in fact, feel empathy. But his empathy is highly selective and conditional. He holds no love for what he perceives to be his enemy. In his own words, if they're trying to kill me, why shouldn't I try to kill them too? His mind operates in an easy-to-understand yet complex set of morals, values, and priorities that, frankly, baffles me. He is ruthless in execution, brutal in efficiency, inconsiderate in application, but not indiscriminate. He values his survival above all, but he also values the lives of his allies. He is not a glory-seeking warrior or a bloodlust-fueled monster. His approach to life is both pragmatic and, to a certain extent, apathetic. Lieutenant Staples is also, unsurprisingly, socially awkward. Polite, to be sure, but not sociable. His patience is also remarkable, and his vocal revulsion for needless cruelty and lack of interest in setting himself as above others reassures me that we're not dealing with a cunning serial killer. A sigh of relief escaped his lips before continuing. Although I started by using all the standard tests, Sir Wyatt passed them with no issues. My princess, know that I say this not as an attempt of adulation. His results make no sense. I cannot begin to imagine the series of events that created his current psyche. Knowing that he experienced the most pleasant sleep in years after the massacre he carried out single-handedly is enough for me to keep him at arm's length. Confusion and concern were reflected on his expression as he took a second to organize his thoughts. This man is of commoner birth. He shouldn't be able to deal so casually with death, yet he does and delivers it with casual ease. It is my professional opinion that Lieutenant Staples has somehow achieved a level of mental fortitude that is, incredulous as it may first appear, as close as can be to that of a Royal Marine. It has been all but impossible for me to understand the lieutenant's psyche in its totality. I can, therefore, only make a best guess. For those people he considers his allies and probably friends, he will go to almost any lengths. In contrast, he will also do nearly anything his labyrinthian mind can conjure to stop his enemies. I will note one thing that stands above all else and convinces me that he is to be trusted. I am confident that his loyalty to you, your highness, and your most venerated brother, the prince, appears to me to be without doubt. If you require anything else from me, you just need to command me, my princess. With that, the video ended. I suspected as much. Milcades was the first to speak after the brief silence that followed the report's end. A broken child that formed several walls around himself just to retain his sanity, and yet he didn't lose himself to despair, nihilism, or craven indulgence. There were those who guided him, showed him compassion, and eventually reminded him that he wasn't truly alone. The orange-eyed man shook his head as his eyes narrowed dangerously. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? Imagine that deadly creativity, that near-suicidal focus on achieving victory set against us. A nightmare scenario now that we've witnessed and experienced his capabilities, Redford agreed. With the proper motivation and ambition, say, hatred towards the principality, he could have become an insurrectionist or rebel leader, or worse, a most renowned pirate lord. Then we're fortunate that his loyalty is ours, and that these unfortunate set of events led us to discover him instead of him having become a dangerous threat, or waste away as a mere compost hauler in a forgotten area of the principality, Clara proclaimed firmly. Fortunate indeed, Cynthia added. Although, Milcady's playful expression returned, describing him as abnormally normal is a roundabout way of saying he's paradoxical. Wouldn't you agree, Commander? Redford shook his head and closed his eyes in frustration. Must you? Truly? Blame yourself, Vorpalstrike, for having so little ways to poke fun at you, Cynthia said, joining her friend with a slight smirk. Is this the respect you show to your elders and superiors? You two should be ashamed, Redford replied, opening his eyes and showcasing a knowing smirk of his own. As much as I find these interactions delighting, Redford, is it possible for Wyatt to achieve another ace mark? If I'm not mistaken, 2 were awarded to him after gin tracks, yes? Clara asked, stepping in but enjoying the playful banter between those she trusted and held in close regard. If I were to count the entirety of our engagement with the Drazzen and traitor forces as a singular battle with escalations, then perhaps I could justify awarding him an ace mark and turning him into a bronze ace, Redford replied, pinching his chin. What about his victory over Maximilian? Beating a lone wolf has to earn him another mark on itself at the very least, no? Milcades questioned. The problem is that he didn't beat Maximilian. Maximilian defeated Wyatt in combat, but thanks to Wyatt's leadership skills and his squad, the Roaring Thunder was silenced, Redford countered. That, however, showcases that Wyatt is suited to a leadership role even if he doesn't have real experience or training as an officer. What little I've been able to instruct on him and what he's clearly learned through observation and by taking advice from others has served him well so far. You'll find a way to justify it, Clara claimed. I want my personal fighter pilot to be a shining beacon for all to see. A dangerous man, to be sure, but a great one. If it were up to me to decide alone, I'd grant him every kill his torpedo tactic claimed, Redford chuckled in amusement. Technically speaking, exceedingly so, every fighter, gunship, and bomber destroyed could be claimed by him and him alone. I commanded the Noravio. This is true, but the application of his idea relied entirely on his machinations, and he was piloting his fighter at the time. That would elevate him neatly beyond rhodium ace. Perhaps I should make it so? He asked, joking. A bronze ace requires 3 ace marks. 7 for silver, 10 for gold, 15 for platinum, 20 for osmium, 30 for palladium, and 50 for rhodium. The final rank has only been claimed by the legendary Luminor Tintar, the first lone wolf in the Principality's history. Practically drooling at the idea of having a pilot under her service that could match, and technically speaking surpass the first lone wolf, Clara was only barely able to contain the urge to make it an official royal command. Clara, he was only joking. Cynthia stepped in, clutching her friend's left shoulder gently. Shaking her head slightly, Clara cleared her throat as an embarrassed blush covered her cheeks for a few seconds. As tempting as that possibility may be, military commands and noble society would implode on themselves if it were to happen. Many eyes already frown upon his advancement. I'd rather not deal with more daggers and the venom of vipers already set to strike against him than those already poised to strike him down at the nearest provocation, imagined or not. My princess, Redford said, his tone showcasing nothing but seriousness. My fighters are in position and ready to strike. Begin, Clara ordered. They didn't see it. There was no need. The holographic map at the center of the table sprung to life, showcasing the position of the satellites and their fighters. The confirmation that the jamming satellites were destroyed came moments later as all 20 were destroyed quickly. Then, they waited for what felt like the passing of an age until Redford straightened in his seat. Obeying her previous order, Redford linked the transmission to the main screen. She was greeted not by Gustav Onraste, as she'd expected, but by a dark-skinned man with a heavy scar on his left cheek and short, wavy brown hair. He was wearing a military uniform that was pressed and cleaned, a contrast to the half-ruined bomb behind him. Greetings, Principality forces. I'm Grand General Percival Bucktail. On behalf of Revel and her people, I thank you for your assistance. The man bearing cybernetic eyes thanked, even as dread could be seen in his expression. I welcome your greetings and give mine in kind, Grand General. I am the second princess of the Astorian Principality, Princess Clara Astor. Clara presented herself with her immaculate practice, her expression never faltering and her tone neutral and serious, yet cold and unflinching. This is a surprise, I must admit. I was expecting Gustav von Rasta to contact me, not one of his generals. At the mention of the rebel leader's name, Percival spat with contempt. If you wish to claim his head, you're too late, Princess. I personally beheaded the liar myself 2 days ago. You are most welcome to see his head and that of 1,000 loyal sons of bitches that blindly followed his regime adorning the fence of the palace. His sons, daughters, wife, and many, many bastards included. May them all burn in hell, the man confessed, showing little to no respect to the princess, but speaking truthfully. Clara relaxed her posture and subtly changed her tone to appear more approachable without losing the weight behind it. Ah, that explains much. It seems you've unwittingly dealt me a great service, Grand General. I was going to send my Royal Marines on top of him to end his miserable life in response to all his crimes against the Principality. I have no love for the Principality, the man began. I was a teen when the Great Revolution happened, joined on Rasta's forces to put down the damn Blue Bloods pressing on us. I killed many with my own hands, Percival revealed without remorse. The same fence that now holds on Rasta's heads was adorned with the heads of nobles and Blue Bloods for months on end. Clara raised an eyebrow. If that's your best attempt at intimidation, Grand General, then I must inform you I've heard fiercer threats come from drunkards. Never said I was trying to, Clara Astor, Percival replied with a defiant grin, which caused Cynthia to glare at him from her seat. You misunderstand. I ain't trying to scare you off. Not after you fed the damn Xenos the sun 6 times. We saw the explosions from planetside. Ugly tentacled freaks have been going at it like crazy more than ever. I truly thank you for everything you've done. I merely want you to know who you're dealing with. Ah, Clara let out with a playful smile. So you claimed Gustav's head and positioned yourself as the new leader? Precisely, Percival admitted. Gustav was an ambitious man, and once I believed in his vision of unity and prosperity for all those who had suffered under the heel of petty Blue Bloods. I believed in the Great Revolution. I was such a damn fool, he spat again angrily. Once the Blue Bloods were gone, Gusev sat his ass on the throne and claimed it for himself. At first, things worked out. We commoners were finally free to follow our own desires. We celebrated. Drunk from our victory, we could now prosper as the rich bounties of our labor would fill our accounts and satisfy our bellies, he said with rancid bitterness. But restrictions came soon after, martial law under the new regime. The illusion was broken not even 2 years after our victory. Not everyone was happy with the changes, especially those who never wanted to leave the principality. The purges! Percival shook his head, gritting his teeth. My bed was made by then. I couldn't look back. Less so when the damned sons of darkness came and were offered refuge. One thing I can say in favor of Gusev is that he beat the principality and the Ferentis every time they came knocking. I rose through the ranks and eventually found myself as one of his closest generals, for all the good that did. Then I must presume that the alliance with the Drazzen was a step too much? Clara asked, unamused. I told Gusev that making deals with Xenos would not achieve what he wanted. He nearly killed me for daring to defy his wisdom. But the Xenos betrayed us after their defeated survivors arrived in system, Percival grimaced. Ever since we were cut off from the principality, many goods became scarce. We had to do everything ourselves, sustain ourselves. We couldn't do it all. Almost everything went to building defenses and supplying the pirates to raid nearby systems. When they attacked, they destroyed almost everything. Our military bases, intelligence center, main weapon depots, factories, and assembly lines were targeted and destroyed from orbit, but they spared the major population centers. For capture? Clara asked, knowing there was no other answer. It had the desired effect. Percival spat again in annoyance. And here I thought you Asters were smart. Yes, Princess. They spared us just to turn us into cattle and eat us. Damn beasts. We've been fighting them tooth and nail with whatever weapons survived and what little we can rig up. We still have aircraft, tanks, artillery, and battlesuits, but we're running out of ammo and fuel fast. Soon, we'll have to fight them with nothing but stocks and stones. Then perhaps I should allow the Drazzen to do as they please until you are defenseless, Clara said, surprising Percival, who had, up until now, carried the conversation as he desired. Why should I help rebels and traitors to the principality? We're humans, Percival replied, frowning. You can't just leave us to our fates. Why not? Clara challenged, eyes narrowing dangerously. You've pillaged, slain, and worse. Do not take me for a fool, Percival Bucktail. I know of all the atrocities your great revolution has done over the years. You claim that we should help you because you're humans. Yet you and your pirate allies happily defile, murder, and enslave those they capture to work in their mines, fields, and factories as expendable manpower. I should leave you to die and be feasted on by the Drazzen, and then deal with them after your great revolution is dead and gone. You would happily condemn hundreds of millions to such a fate without remorse? Percival asked, appalled. My hands are stained with the blood of millions already. What are a few more when they are unworthy rebels and petty criminals? Clara replied coldly. Percival's eyes narrowed too, and he gritted his teeth. I'm not going to surrender to you if that's what you want. And who is the callous ideologue now, Percival? Clara pressed on. You point your finger at me, claiming I'd happily let millions die, yet you do the same just to retain your power. Truly, I wonder who is more monstrous between the two of us. I will not, Percival began, but was quickly interrupted. I don't want your surrender, Clara pointed out, much to everyone's surprise. I want your cooperation. My cooperation? Percival asked, curious yet wary. In exchange for ending your great revolution, I offer you not only peace, but amnesty. A royal pardon for all your crimes. You may retain your power, but Hastrung will rejoin the principality as part of House Ferentis's territory. You can't make that call, even if you're a princess, Percival challenged. I can and I will. But the finer points of our dealings can be dealt with after a show of force? I'll let you decide the following. I have your coordinates locked and I can destroy you now. She paused, watching Percival's eyes widen with fear and anger. Or, she continued, you can give me the coordinates of the Drazzen headquarters and launch a unified assault upon the enemy lines as a distraction, and I will remove the Drazzen leadership alongside as many of them as I can. Percival analyzed the princess for long, silent moments until, defeated, his eyes narrowed. You said you wouldn't help us against the Xenos. What are you playing at, Aster? I never said that I wouldn't help you. I merely said that I could leave you to your fates without contrition. And I don't wish to help you or your rebels. I want the planet. I want the system. I have space superiority and reinforcements will arrive in mere weeks. A full planetary liberation force. You'll be nothing but target practice by that point. Clara smiled darkly. But I'm not without reason, Grand General. I'm a sensible woman. I want peace above all. So what if you retain power as long as I get what I want? You're in the middle of a succession dispute, Princess. I doubt you have the forces to spare for such a grand-scale effort. We'll dig into the mountains and hills. We'll go deep into the swamps and jungles and forests to hide. You'll never silence us, Percival countered. Clara sighed. And that's precisely why I wish to avoid such an outcome. Grand General, you are a fool if you believe you could hold against a well-armed, trained Principality invasion force with no space or orbital assets, a crippled economy, and no means to resupply what little you have left. You'll be a nuisance at best, she said, and waited until Percival looked away in frustration and irritation. You're right about the current conflict, but that is a problem for the noble houses to deal with, not the Principality at large. I'd rather not divert forces to an unnecessary cause when a deal can be easily made. For a long minute, the Grand General remained silent, his eyes focused on Clara. When he finally spoke, his eyes narrowed. Agreeing to these talks, what will that entail? Clara smiled. As Princess, I can oversee the diplomatic talks and give legality to the deals made. Fortunately for us, a high-ranking member of House Ferentis is with me. He can speak on behalf of his house, setting demands and offers in equal measure. Clara leaned forward, a wolfish smirk present on her lips as her eyes radiated a coldness that seemed to reach past the screen and gently grasp Percival's neck with the tenderness of a predator ready to deal the fatal blow. But that will come after you see what I can do. Now, will you cooperate with me and reap the rewards of supporting a princess of House Astor? Or will I have to add your head to the fence you mentioned? Percival didn't hesitate as he bowed his head. I accept your terms, my princess. I shall send you the coordinates immediately and inform my men of the decision made. Not many loyal to Gusev's ambitions remain. It will be easy to convince them of the wisdom of your guidance. See that you do, Percival. Be prepared to launch an assault with whatever forces are available to you. I shall contact you to coordinate soon. With that, Clara ended the communication and allowed herself to lean back in her seat, sighing heavily. I wasn't aware that we had reinforcement incoming. Are we certain that these reinforcements aren't part of my princess's overactive imagination? Milcades said, smirking. Shush you, Clara quickly reprimanded. Redford, summon our head officers, Istanel and Jincho, at once. The Akanti? Cynthia asked, confused, while Redford closed his eyes, carrying his orders. I have a special task in mind that I believe only he can achieve, Clara replied cryptically. Cynthia merely rolled her eyes. It is done, my princess. Shall I summon Wyatt? Redford asked. No need. I've summoned him, Clara revealed. A few moments later, Redford turned to Clara. My princess, Galt informs me that a data package is being sent from the Grand Palace of the capital city. No viruses or corrupt data has been detected. Man has more brains than I thought, Milcades commented with amusement as he put on his helmet. Data received. Do you wish to see it, my princess? Redford asked. Let's wait until everyone is here, Clara said in a relaxed tone. It didn't take long for the head officers to arrive one by one. Jincho arrived next, much to the surprise of the head officers. Istanel arrived a minute later, and lastly Wyatt a minute after. Everyone took their seats, greeting the princess and Commander Redford with reverence. After a brief summary of her conversation with the Grand General, she turned to Redford and nodded. On screen, a vast forested landscape appeared, with a nearby mountain chain and several rivers crossing the land. Near the foothills of the mountain range, a large clearing could be seen, with many structures dotting it. Outside the clearing, several sections of the forest were marked with various warning signs. To the north and east, the space between the forests and two large cities, including the capital, was marked as an active combat zone. Is the information accurate? Asked Redford. According to our sensors, it is. Without the jamming satellites, we're able to detect several dozen transmissions going back and forth. Atmospheric interference renders our sensor data largely unreliable, but in coordination with the data provided by the inhabitants of Revel, Hago. The planet's name is Hago, not whatever drivel these rebels chose for it, Istanel interjected. We've been able to conclude that the information is correct. That's where their base of operations is, Galt continued, unamused. What more information do we have available to us? Seraton de Shire asked cautiously. Only that the Drazzen launch continuous raids and assaults on rebel forces. They are barely able to repel them, but the Drazzen keep gaining terrain at a steady pace. They've overwhelmed minor settlements and other nearby outposts. We know their usual tactics of capture, Redford replied. The rebels have also been unable to inflict any significant casualties. The Drazzen have superior technology, better range, better equipment, and are dug in deep in the territory they control. Their supplies can't last forever, Sabraska Kaspars took over. Without their fleet and cattle ship, they will run out of steam sooner or later. Even if they have fabricators with them, they don't have the resource collection capabilities to supply themselves for more than a few weeks, maybe months. But as they are now, landing forces outside their perimeters would be suicidal, Fabian Deschire pointed out. The ground forces at our disposal wouldn't make a dent in their numbers before we're wiped out. Not that it would matter, Istanel spoke up again. See their position? The Drazzen prefer open spaces with more humidity, but they chose a perfect location where their superior ambush and guerrilla tactics would grant them an overwhelming advantage. I suspect they have prepared kill zones and retreat points. They don't like it, but they are surprisingly good miners and can retreat into tunnels of their making. How do we eliminate their Lord Harrower and give the rebels a show of force at the same time? Clara asked rhetorically. I will not send my Royal Marines down against such overwhelming odds. What are our options? The Noravio isn't equipped with orbital bombardment weaponry, Lupin Lusanto said. The railguns can act as such, but the margin of error is substantial. Air resistance, gravitic shift, the planet's curvature, atmospheric pressure, and humidity. Any such factor and margin of error could alter even our most precise calculations. The damage inflicted will be substantial regardless, but they are unfit for such a task. What about the pulse beam? Asked Sabraska. The pulse beam, alongside the rest of the Noravio's weaponry, is designed for void combat. The damage could be significant, but in contact with the atmosphere, the pulse beam would dissipate too fast, and its destructive potential would be reduced to less than a third of its full capability. If that, Lupin replied. What if we use our fighters? The question never left Fabian's lips as Jincho angrily screeched at him. Absolutely not. Void fighters are meant for the void! Void! Featherbrain has head empty. Our fighters touch the atmosphere, they turn to slag on re-entry. Wasted, Jincho countered. The room fell silent for several moments until Wyatt Staples' voice made itself known. We still have one antimatter torpedo left, he stated casually. Can it survive re-entry? Every set of eyes fell upon him with quiet disbelief, making him blink in surprise. What? This is not the time for jokes, Lieutenant Staples, Redford said, chuckling, and the tension in the room evaporated. Yes, the antimatter torpedo could survive re-entry and be used against the Drazzen, but the devastation it would incur on the planet is beyond imagination. We're trying to make a show of force, not kill the Drazzen and the planet with them. I never took one as serious as you for a jokester, Sir Wyatt. Well done. I believed you were serious for a moment there, Istanel said with a boisterous laugh. But I was being serious, Wyatt thought, deciding to keep that little fact to himself. With his first idea thoroughly refuted, he went back to thinking. Clara wanted a show of force, but wanted to avoid the devastation of the planet and kill whatever a Lord Harrower was. He didn't need to understand what or who it was. All he cared about was that the Lord Harrower was a Drazzen, and as a Drazzen he wanted it to die. Preferably in a pyre. Think, Wyatt, think. The torpedo is out of the question. The railguns are useful but ineffective for precise bombardment. Landing troops is suicide. I doubt even Cynthia would survive for long against them in such circumstances. The thought made his stomach churn with disgust, and the idea was discarded entirely from his mind. We have 2 Mantis tanks, but those are useless too, if we can't get them on the ground fast enough. Wouldn't matter either way. As powerful as they are, 2 tanks won't make the difference. The hot drop pods are also useless. They're for boarding actions and quick insertions. And we don't have any ROSFs, so the orbital drop pods are also... Wait, he thought, eyes opening as an idea formed in his mind. We have orbital drop pods, Wyatt said, gaining everyone's attention again. Her Majesty already said she won't sacrifice any Royal Marine for nothing, Saraton countered. We don't need to send anyone, Wyatt began, glancing at Clara for permission to continue. With a simple gesture, he continued. We have tactical mines. They're big, but if the drop pods can be emptied out and filled with 1 or 2 tactical mines, we could drop them on top of the Drazzen and remotely detonate them. That is doable. Positively brilliant, Sabraska laughed. We have an abundance of tactical mines, and we could use the fabricator to make more... And more drop pods, Jincho interjected. We have materials. Many materials all around us. Debris, cattle ships, storage bays. And more drop pods in Gallant Venture. Many more. Make it rain fire on the plants. The damage will be substantial, but contained for the most part to whatever area we designate, Redford added, looking at Wyatt with approval. My princess? Can the drop pods be refitted in time? She asked in a serious tone. Why, yes, Lupin replied eagerly. A triviality, in fact, my princess. Give me the order, and my technicians and engineers shall commence immediately. With a coordinated assault to draw the Drazzen's fire away from intercepting the orbital drop pods, I believe it could be done, said Saratan, bemused. My princess, I believe this will be our best course of action. If we combine it with a volley of railgun strikes beforehand, the Drazzen will be taken by surprise. Then so it shall be done. Technician-in-Chief, see to it immediately. Head Officers Galt, Sabraska, and Saratan make preparations to coordinate with the planet forces, calculate runtime estimations, and procure the resources needed for the task at hand. Head Officer Fabian, make preparations for a potential follow-up ground assault. You have your orders. Dismissed, Redford commanded, his voice booming and full of authority. Sir! The head officers saluted, stood up, bowed before their princess, and then left the room. When they were gone, Redford turned to Istanel. Thank you for your advice and cooperation, Lord Istanel. My pleasure. Oh, not to be a burden, my princess, but when may I board the Eternal Garden? I simply must review my possible specimens. You will board in 3 hours, Clara replied with a pleasant smile. Naturally, you will be escorted. Your Lord Father would be most displeased if you were to be lost. Naturally, Istanel replied and moved to exit the room. As he walked past Wyatt, he stopped. Congratulations on your many efforts, Sir Wyatt. Wyatt nodded once. Istanel smiled and walked out of the room, never losing his noble posture. How do you come up with these crazy ideas so quickly, I wonder? Cynthia asked a few moments after the doors closed. Drazzen will die. What more can I ask for? Wyatt replied with a smile before seeing Jincho leap from his seat directly at him. Catching the surprisingly heavy but manageable Ikanti, Wyatt didn't expect a hug he received, though. Jincho? So much data! Wonderful, delicious, amazing data, Jincho proclaimed. And you! You bring death and fury on enemies. You are a worm-brained maniac. With that, he ended the hug. We'll refit another fighter. Just for you. Better, stronger, faster. Wyatt couldn't help but smile. I'm looking forward to it, Master Technician Jincho, he said, bowing his head for the Ikanti, who drank up the adulation and praise for all it was worth. Speaking of that, Jincho? Clara asked, as a playful, knowing smile was pursed on her lips. Yes, pretty eyes, Jincho asked, turning to Clara. Again with that? Cynthia protested, eyeing the Ikanti. I'll have the remains of Maximilian's fighter recovered. Could you inspect it and perhaps restore it? I'll pay you handsomely, I can assure you, Clara proposed. Jincho nodded. As long as I have data and more than scraps, I can. May not see combat again. Imitation, nothing more, but good prize. Trophy, yes. Yes, Clara said, clapping her hands together, much to the amusement of everyone present except for a blue-haired demon shaking her head slowly. Now off you go, you two. My princess, Wyatt said, bowing his head slightly. Goodbye, pretty eyes, hungry eyes, Jincho said, waving a hand at the two women. Clara giggled while Cynthia's mouth opened in shocked disbelief. Redford stifled a laugh while Milcady's was not so generous. A few moments later, Jincho and Wyatt were out of the room and walking down the hallway. The Ikanti chirped, feathers ruffling. Hey, maniac. Want to eat something? Jincho asked with enthusiasm. Thanks, but I'm still full. I ate a lot not too long ago. But I could use something to drink, Wyatt replied. Great. We go now. Say, saw you munching on lechoas one time. You have more? Jincho asked. I have many more, Wyatt replied with a smirk. Want some? Never tried them. Too busy on woodshaft. Always repairing. Got curious. Would like to taste, Jincho chirped again. Say, Wormbrain, what it feels like to own a ship? I wouldn't know. I don't own a ship. Piloted haulers, fighters, a gunship twice, and a bomber once, Wyatt replied truthfully. But you own ship, Jincho said before smacking the floor twice. She's yours. Wyatt stopped and looked down at Jincho, confused. I think you're confused, Jincho. Clara the princess owns the ship, not me. Yes, she great owner, but you own her too, Jincho began. Doug records when making repairs to exposed coils. You renamed ship. Samuel's Glory Blurg. Awful name. You named her Noravio. She not yours, he said, putting emphasis on the second yours. But by right, you also own Noravio. Right of capture and renaming! Your name there, hidden, but there. Wyatt stared at the Iconti as time itself lost meaning. He blinked once, twice, and then opened his mouth as a single word danced past his lips. Oh, and promptly fainted 2 seconds later. Maniac? Maniac! Help! Help! I killed Wormbrain! Jincho cried out in a panic. Noravio, medical wing. After waking up again, Maximilian was released from the Medicare pod, and a wave of pain and ache filled his senses. Breathing hurt. By the spirits it hurt. But the pain was good. It reminded him that he was alive, and that his last conversation with the princess wasn't the product of some fever dream or hallucination. The nurses were quick to attach a respirator over his nose and mouth before being guided to a changing room where a package awaited him. A package containing something he thought he'd never see again. His clothes. Wyatt Staples had been sincere in his claim, and his possessions would not be taken away from him. After putting on an elegant yet comfortable green, golden, and white garb, one of his favorites with a roaring lion's head on his chest, he asked when he would be escorted to his cell, only for the head physician to inform him that, by order of the princess, he wasn't to be retained and treated as a guest, not as a mere prisoner. The possibility that the princess was still trying to win him over occurred to him, but at the same time, he doubted the princess, politically savvy as she was, would press on after his rejection. Free to roam and do as he pleased, the first thing he did was check on Casimir's condition. The young Caiston was nearly unrecognizable. Not in body, despite the 2 cybernetic prosthetics fitting his missing limbs. But in spirit, Maximilian could see all the signs were there. He'd seen it many times throughout his long career. The dejected look in his eyes, the lacking spark, the defeat visible in his expression, and the palpable fear held in his gaze. "Little Caiston, please talk to me." Maximilian tried to speak to him, but the young Caiston refused to talk. He'd been trying for nearly half an hour, but nothing worked. He felt terrible for the young Caiston, and a pang of guilt echoed in his heart. "I should have stopped Felicity's delusions, threatened to resign." "Whatever did this to you?" he said with raspy, pained words, his voice lacking the boom and presence he was so proud to carry. Depending on the princess' next move, it would be gone for several months at the very least, or weeks. He stared into Casimir's eyes for long moments, expecting an answer, but looked away. "The Periton, the white stag, comes," Casimir's whispered fearfully. Maximilian turned to him. "Little Caiston?" he asked after hearing him speak at long last. Casimir reacted to his voice as if only then acknowledging his presence. "Maximilian?" Casimir whispered, terror visible in his eyes. "But you died. The white stag. He comes, Maximilian. He comes for me!" Before Maximilian could ask what Casimir was talking about, a stretcher was hurried into the medical wing, followed by a squawking, agitated Iconti. He recognized the man instantly, as did Casimir. The young Caiston's body went rigid, his eyes went wide, his teeth began to chitter, and in mere seconds he was on the verge of a full-blown panic attack. The roaring thunder watched as Wyatt Staples was placed on a regular bed and, much to his surprise, several nurses and assistants swarmed him. The commotion ended almost as abruptly as it started, with those around him sighing in relief and moving away from the bed the black-haired man now rested on. Only the Iconti remained by his side, though less agitated. Turning to Casimir, he watched his eyes glued to Wyatt, unwilling to blink. "Warning. Patient's heart rate is increasing to dangerous levels," the Medicare AI announced. "Casimir, listen to me," Maximilian pleaded, blocking Casimir's line of sight. "Wyatt Staples is unconscious. He's not here for you. Listen to me, little Caiston. You'll see your father, mother, and siblings again. As long as I remain, he won't harm you again." "Father," Casimir whispered after a few seconds of silence. He relaxed and blinked a few times before tears dripped across his cheeks like salty waterfalls. "I'm sorry, Father. I failed you," he said once, then closed his eyes, covering them with his left trembling hand in shame and disgrace. Maximilian had seen men and women shatter before, but never quite like Casimir. From the moment he laid eyes on the young Caiston, he knew Andrew's favored son was ill-suited for combat. He couldn't deter him away from that path. It wasn't his place to do so. The best he could do was give advice, temper his ambitions with reality, and show him what the Academy wouldn't. He gritted his teeth, cursing Felicity's name again before he stood up. "I'll go see Wyatt Staples. You're safe, Casimir? He won't hurt you." Casimir didn't reply to him. It didn't matter. Maximilian turned and made his way to Wyatt's bed. The Ekhinda reacted to his presence but didn't budge from his position. "What happened to him?" "Fainted," the Ekhinda replied. "My fault. Wanted to make sure Maniac was fine." Maximilian analyzed the Ekhinda as he spoke, concluding that the alien posed little threat and was a technician or mechanic if his tools and suit were anything to go by. "I see. In that case, I won't ask how that happened. However, this presents an inconvenience for me. I wish to ask Sir Wyatt what he did to Casimir Caiston." "You don't know?" the Ekhinda asked. "Haven't seen it?" Now that piqued his curiosity. "I woke up not too long ago, and I don't have access to the local network," he explained. "What's your name, Ekhinda?" "Jincho," the Ekhinda replied, casually dipping a hand into one of his pockets. He pulled out a datapad and tossed it to Maximilian. "There. Enter the network. Most viewed recent public file. See for yourself." Raising an eyebrow, Maximilian followed Jincho's instructions and entered the ship's network. Almost instantly, he located the file the Ekhinda mentioned sitting at the forefront of everything else. Pressing on it, a video began to reproduce. At first, he thought it was a movie as a dramatic entrance jumping out of a fighter and onto a hangar bay showed up on screen. That belief died when the first shots were fired, claiming 4 lives. It was video footage taken from a helmet's camera. Silently, Maximilian watched the recording of Wyatt's inclusion aboard the Gallant Venture. It was clear that the video was edited as it mixed scenes taken from Wyatt's camera and the Gallant Venture's security footage. The callous efficiency carried by the pilot impressed him. His ruthlessness earned his approval, and his moments of mercy and honor moved his heart. But it was the measured brutality that stuck with him the most, as he tore Casimir's limbs without consideration and delivered upon Felicity a fraction of what she truly deserved. The video ended with the arrival of 3 Royal Marines and Wyatt's declaration that the ship had been captured. He returned the datapad to Jincho and looked down at Wyatt's unmoving form for long, silent moments. There were faint embers of anger inside him, but nothing more. Casimir's treatment, whilst tragic, brutal, and even cruel, was ultimately deserved. Nevertheless, the anger was but a whisper compared to the respect and approval soaring within him. "Impressive, right? Wormbrain is kind when he's not trying to kill stuff," Jincho said suddenly. "Wormbrain? I was of the impression you were his friend, Ekhinda," Maximilian asked. "Friends? Maybe. I don't know. I like Wormbrain. Insane but not crazy. Good pilot. Gives me lots of data. We see eyes to eyes," Jincho explained, turning a pair of eyes to Maximilian. "Good pilot is an understatement." Maximilian tried to chuckle but ended up coughing instead. Trying to do anything more complex than talking was proving to be a rather uncomfortable challenge. "And you must be the Roaring Thunder. Another great pilot. Pleased to meet. Got much data from your fight. Looking forward to examining fighter remains," Jincho said enthusiastically. Before Maximilian could say anything, Wyatt stirred up from his slumber. He opened his eyes and then groaned, grimacing as he sat up while caressing the back of his head. "Wormbrain!" Jincho cried out happily, his tail slowly moving up and down along his tiny hops of joy. "Thought I killed you!" "You damn nearly did after what you told me!" Wyatt exclaimed in protest. Then he noticed Maximilian standing on the other side of his bed. With a startle, he jumped out of bed and politely bowed his head before the noble, old instincts and teachings taking over his body before he could think about his actions. "There's no need for that, Sir Wyatt. Remember?" Maximilian said with some difficulty. Wyatt composed himself a moment later, remembering where he was and who he was talking to. "Apologies, Lord Apologies, Sir Maximilian. Well, seeing as I didn't kill the Maniac, I go now. Lunch nearly over and don't want to miss it. We'll talk to you later, Maniac. Sorry, again. We'll try not to do it again." "No promises," Jincho said before turning around and all but ran away before a reply could be given. "The Ekhinda, Jincho, is peculiar," Maximilian said. "He is," Wyatt admitted. "But thanks to him, I was able to survive long enough during our encounter. That explains much. I suspected you were piloting a modified fighter," Maximilian said. "But it seems you're more than just a pilot, Sir Wyatt." "Hardly," Wyatt replied. "Don't be so humble that such a virtue becomes a detriment. Take your achievements for what they are. Embrace them. Revel in them. But never allow them to cloud your vision. Our greatest moments of glory mark who we are, while our mistakes remind us that we're not faultless. Embrace them." "Remember them," the lone wolf proclaimed with utmost certainty. Wyatt's eyes widened for a moment, taking in the wisdom in those words, but confusion still reigned in his mind. "I'll be sure to remember your advice, Sir Maximilian. But I don't know what you're talking about." "Truly?" Maximilian smiled under the respirator. "Please, Sir Wyatt, I insist once more that you call me by my name. You've earned that and much more. As for what I'm talking about, it seems you're unaware of the public video showcasing your incursion aboard the Gallant Venture." Wyatt opened his mouth, but words failed him. It only took him a few seconds to conclude whose hand was responsible for that. He wasn't angry. In truth, he didn't care if everyone saw it, and he was certain that Clara would make sure to erase any offense he'd made in the heat of the moment. "Were you not aware?" Maximilian asked after seeing Wyatt's reaction. "I'm yet to receive the implants that'll let me access the network," Wyatt answered dryly. Maximilian nodded in understanding, then turned his gaze to Casimir's Medicare pod. "Your venture was many things, Wyatt Staples. I'm surprised you didn't kill them." "I had orders not to," Wyatt replied, following Maximilian's gaze. His vision focused and zoomed in slightly, allowing him to see a trembling Casimir Caiston. He turned to Maximilian, and at the same time he returned his attention to him. "I don't regret what I did to him. Deserved or not, he was my enemy, and—" Wyatt stopped when Maximilian raised a hand. "You don't need to justify yourself, Sir Wyatt. I don't approve of what you did to Casimir, but I have no authority nor standing to judge you. Bested and defeated in battle as I was, my voice rings no value. We were enemies. Felicity moved to attack first. The blame is hers to carry. The consequences of her monumental failure shall be hers to burden. But House Caiston won't stand idle. Not against the princess, and certainly not against you." Maximilian paused only to lean forth slightly, his voice hushed as he continued. "Andrew Caiston is considered by many to be the brightest and greatest Caiston born in generations, even more so than that sniveling worm that is his father, Tamiran. He is not to be trifled with, Sir Wyatt. I fear that with what you've done to his son, you've gained a dangerous enemy this day. He will not sit idle, be sure of that. This is the warning I give you," Maximilian ended, pulling back. Wyatt stared into Maximilian's eyes in search of treachery and lies. He found none. At no point did he feel like he was lying or exaggerating. What he said was the plain truth. The black-haired man nodded once. "Thank you, Maximilian. Think nothing of it. Consider it a friendly exchange of information between fellow great and talented pilots. But if you may consider my next proposal, I would be in your debt. Will you indulge me in a simple request?" Maximilian asked, his gaze softening. "Depends on what is asked," Wyatt replied, careful not to give his word freely, as Clara and Cynthia had heavily warned him to avoid. "Could you speak to Casimir?" Maximilian asked, again turning to the trembling man. "Assure him that your retaliation is ended? That you will not come for him? It may not give him peace, but it may grant him the release from the terror gripping his heart." Wyatt didn't hesitate to give his reply. "Guide me to him." Maximilian blinked in surprise, nearly doing a double-take. He had been prepared to negotiate further, to appeal to Wyatt's honor. Yet his response had been immediate and sincere. "You'd forgive so easily?" The question escaped his tongue before he could contain it. "Forgive? No. But I don't hate him either," Wyatt replied. "We were enemies at the time. Now he's our prisoner. I have no reason to hurt him again. If so, then come. Stand behind me," said the taller man before making his way to Casimir's pod. "Casimir, is the white stag gone?" Casimir asked, only to shake his head violently for a few seconds. "No! He's here! I know he is! The Periton comes for me!" "Casimir," Maximilian repeated with more force as he pressed a hand on the pod's glass. "Little Caiston, listen to me. Wyatt Staples isn't here for you. Remember my promise. I won't let him hurt you. He's come to talk, nothing more." Slowly and with a trembling hand, while the pod alerted that its patient's heart rate was increasing to dangerous levels, Casimir moved his left hand away and met the gazes of both Maximilian and Wyatt. Upon seeing the latter, he froze up in pure terror, but the more he stared at his heterochromatic eyes, the cold, uncaring void that threatened to swallow him wasn't there anymore. Instead, he found indifference in those eyes and an unreadable, stony expression. "You—" Casimir began, still trembling and unwilling to blink. His fear was great, but now it was more focused, controlled, and defeated. "Ghost, no, apparition. Revenant, wraith. You're a wraith. Have you come to claim my life?" Maximilian glanced back at Wyatt, gesturing to him that he could reply. "No," Wyatt replied simply, his gaze locked with Casimir's. You lie. I know you lie, Casimir argued through chattering teeth. He winced in pain, and his left hand moved to his right elbow, clutching tightly the union between metal and flesh. You moved through the ship, whisking away souls into your hungry gullet. Life-taker. Wraith, the Caiston mumbled almost incoherently. Believe what you want, Caiston, but I have more important things to do than play into your fantasies, Wyatt replied, unmoved. I did what I had to do. I regret nothing, and I would do it again without question. You attacked us, threatened us, and promised nothing but death or worse, Wyatt hissed, causing Casimir to stiffen for a brief moment. Letting out a sigh, he continued. I don't hate you, Casimir. We were enemies. Simple as that. You can hate me if you want. I don't care. Wyatt took a step forward and frowned, their eyes locked into a staring match. But I promise you this, if you come again as an enemy, I'll kill you. If you're willing to kill someone, then be ready to put your life on the line. I'm willing to do that. Are you? With that, he turned away, breaking eye contact at long last. He glanced at Maximilian. Will that be enough? It is, Maximilian replied as Casimir's trembling visibly diminished. The threat had been clear, but also promised no further retaliation, and put the outcome of the future entirely in Casimir's hands. Heal and rest, little Caiston, Casimir nodded, closing his eyes. Turning to a passing medic, Maximilian grabbed the woman's shoulder. Excuse me, do you perchance know where my armor is located? The assistant's cybernetic eyes flickered with light for a few seconds, then she replied, Her Majesty has prepared personal quarters for your use, Lord Usurek. I can summon an escort if you wish to retire. I will also order staff to return your clothes to your quarters shortly, Lord. Do so, Maximilian ordered, letting go of the woman. The assistant bowed her head slightly, then returned to her duties. As she left, he turned to Wyatt again. If you have the time, I wish to give you something, Sir Wyatt. If I'm going to call you by your name, Maximilian, then use mine, too, Wyatt replied, offering a weak smile. Then let it be so, Wyatt Staples, Maximilian agreed with an unseen smirk. 2 Marines arrived to escort him to his quarters less than a minute later. The trip itself was uneventful until they reached his quarters. Inside, he found a standard officer's quarters, the only difference being the nearly ruined, twisted, and pummeled armor on display. The only missing part was his helmet. He wanted to chuckle, but resisted the urge. It seems Her Majesty has chosen to hold on to your trophy for safekeeping for the time being, Wyatt chuckled. She does have a fondness for fighters and renowned pilots. Maximilian chose not to reply. Instead, he walked over to his armor. Most of the damage was exterior, cosmetic in nature, but enough of its internal systems had been compromised. It was nothing more than a barely functioning pile of metal and circuits, but still useful. That made him smile. He caressed his ruined armor slowly, mournfully. It took me 10 years to fully customize my armor to my exact specifications. Nearly as long as my fighter evolved and readapted. It was redesigned more times than I care to admit. My legacy has been written in my achievements, victories claimed, enemies bested, accolades and glory earned, he said a second before tearing off the lion's maw from his chest plate. Wyatt observed from a polite distance as Maximilian typed something on the revealed panel that the lion's maw concealed. A small compartment opened, revealing 5 data chits connected to its suit's internal circuitry. One by one, the roaring thunder pulled them off, turned around, and presented them to him. I've never been suited for a teaching role, Maximilian began. I don't have the patience for it. But during our duel, Wyatt, I saw your immense potential. Unpolished as it was, it shined through. I can't pledge myself to House Astor nor pretend neutrality without consequences. But I can give you this, he said, urging Wyatt to take them. The pilot did so, holding on to them with great curiosity. Inside these data chits that I held close to my heart, a copy of my recorded legacy rests. My training routines, simulations, personal and professional viable modifications, implant suggestions, records of my victories, the lessons imparted to me ever since I left my house's lands. Everything is in there. Make good use of it. Learn from it. Surpass me, Wyatt Staples. Surpass me! Maximilian's eyes grew wide as he grabbed Wyatt's shoulder, ignoring the pain raising his voice caused him and smiling a predatory smile that none could see. I'll eagerly wait to see what you become. Don't tarnish my expectations. Wyatt was stunned momentarily, unable to reply as he realized the full weight of what Maximilian had just placed in his hands. Holding them tightly, but with as much veneration as he could give them, Wyatt lowered his head in thanks. Don't say anything. Maximilian interjected the moment Wyatt opened his mouth. "Show me." "Go now." "Surpass me," he ordered, and then let go of his shoulders. Wyatt began, but then shut his mouth as words were unnecessary. With a nod, he left Maximilian's quarters. The lone wolf exhaled profusely. His throat, larynx, and lungs burned intensely after talking so much, but it was all worth it. He inhaled deeply as he sat down, letting the painkillers and soothing concoctions mixed into his breathing mask do their work. He only remained seated for no more than 10 minutes until his doors opened to reveal an unexpected visitor. "Vorpal strike!" Maximilian greeted the aged commander with barely contained glee. "Roaring thunder!" Redford greeted in return, stopping in front of the man as he stood up. "I see you're in better health." "I'll recover," Maximilian replied, both men seeing eye to eye. "You must be disappointed, Usarek. You wished to face me in battle, yet you faced another instead," Redford pressed on. "At first, yes. I was, but your pupil didn't disappoint. It had been far too long since I experienced the thrill of a real battle. It was my own mistakes and overconfidence that caused my defeat. He's a talented young man. Who knows? With proper guidance, he could become a golden ace. Perhaps go beyond? A new lone wolf to replace me?" Maximilian said, half joking. "I doubt he has any interest in becoming a lone wolf. To be honest, I thought the same after witnessing everything he's capable of doing. But I fear the path of a lone wolf is not suited for a man like him. He's too loyal to House Astor and has no desire to claim glory for himself. A poor candidate in that regard, wouldn't you agree?" Grinning, Redford continued. "What do you plan to do now, Maximilian? For the first time in my life, I am pathless. Perhaps I should return to my home planet and try to become a squalid sommelier. Take my uncle's mantle as it was intended from the start. It's been decades since I last tasted alcohol," Maximilian confessed. "Or maybe I'll simply retire and live the rest of my days in tranquil peace in some tropical paradise." Redford chuckled. "You jest, surely. Men like us would go insane within a month." "True," Maximilian agreed. "I doubt you came here just to chat, Vorpal Strike." The aged commander nodded. "You assume correctly. Wyatt told me what you gave him. I came here to thank you personally." "Rest assured, what you've given him will be of tremendous aid," said the gray-haired man. "Will you truly rest easy? Be satisfied with what you've done?" "Facing you in combat was a tantalizing dream, I suppose. Then again, what sort of fighter pilot wouldn't look forward to testing their mettle against Redford Callan, the man who refused to become a lone wolf? The man who decapitated over 100 enemy fighters by himself in a single engagement?" Maximilian asked, praise and admiration evident in his raspy voice. "Rest assured, Vorpal Strike, the Wolfhound did enough to satisfy my thirst for combat and humbled me in the process." Redford raised an eyebrow. "Wolfhound?" Maximilian nodded. "After seeing what he's done, experiencing his capabilities on my own, and exchanging words with him in person, what else is he but a wolfhound? Loyal, dutiful, and kind to his allies, but a ravenous, ruthless beast against his enemies, a creature capable of killing a lone wolf. Yes, he is a wolfhound. The Astor's wolfhound." Redford contemplated Maximilian's words for several moments. Then, without acknowledging his message, he turned his back to him. "We'll be in the system for the foreseeable future, but once my princess is done with her business regarding the rebels, I offer you the chance to face me in battle. Not physical, of course. Our training chambers will suffice." Maximilian smiled gleefully. Eternal Garden. Istanel took in the magnificence of the ample nature and agricultural reserves. Marks of the protracted battle against Drazzen forces were evident everywhere he looked. Scattered casings, burned patches of grass, torn trees, and countless scorch marks remained as evidence of a fierce battle. Drazzen corpses had been piled up and burned in a clearing not too far away. He could see the smoke coming from their charred remains. A pity. Dead Drazzen offered little, but their bodies were still useful. "Most fascinating," he said, his words echoing inside his helmet. "It seems my earlier deductions and studies were incorrect. I wonder if it is due to negligence, the gap in time since those publications were written, or if the Drazzen have changed over time. Then again, I believe this is the first time anyone has boarded an intact and functioning cattle ship as anything else than branded cattle." None of his 6 bodyguard escorts replied to his comment. They never did. Istanel chuckled to himself. "I never thought Royal Marines could be so dull." "Do you ever talk?" Istanel asked, but no answer was given. The Royal Marines maintained a reasonable distance from him, making sure to cover every angle of attack without standing too far away from another Royal Marine or himself. They would react and move quickly to save him or support each other if anything happened. Although he did not love the military, warriors, and soldiers, he wasn't an uptight simpleton or idiot. He understood the need for their professions and accepted it as an absolute necessity. Checking on his map, Istanel aligned himself with the quickest path leading to one of the nurseries. Princess Clara had permitted him to explore and document as much as he desired before the assault on the planet took place, as he'd be needed for the following negotiations. That suited him just fine. As eager as he was to claim his ultimate prize from thousands of healthy, living, and relatively harmless Drazzen, the millions upon millions of saplings in cryostasis called to him. Just imagine what I could learn from an ample population. 10,000? No, 20,000! A feasible population with an ample spectrum for live societal observations and a steady influx of specimens for study and experimentation. I could spend decades studying them. Oh, the things I will learn, adapt, and discover, he said, already envisioning all the publications he'd write, the developments he could uncover and employ, and the glory, fame, and prestige that would come with them. He marked the site of potential study for later research as the fire of ambition flared once more. After several minutes of traversing the habitat in silence, Istanel spotted the access point that would deliver him to the object of his desires. He nearly broke into a run, desperate to get his hands on it as soon as possible. The anticipation was killing him. The Royal Marines easily opened the doors, and the same ugly aesthetics covered the large, long hallway's floor, walls, and ceiling. If only the Drazzen had a finer appreciation for decor and beauty. I wonder if Drazzen, raised from saplinghood by controlled social norms and revised education, would develop a different artistic, philosophical, and theological viewpoint. What do you think? He asked his escort, but as always remained silent. Istanel sighed. I would appreciate it immensely if I could have feedback other than my own. We're here to protect you by order of the princess. Maintaining your life and security intact is our mission. Your studies are irrelevant to us, replied the leading Royal Marine. Ah, so you can talk at least, Istanel replied, bemused. You may believe that my studies are irrelevant to you, Royal Marine, but we both know that's far from the truth. It is thanks to people like me, people of science, study, and students of the nobler arts, that you can more easily carry out your duties. It is entirely possible that, thanks to me, in but a few years' time, a new, effective weapon against the Drazzen will be developed. That way, you'll be able to carry out your massacres and pointless need for combat with increased ease and effectiveness, he said, pride puffing out his chest as he expected the Royal Marines to apologize or try to counter him. Alas, the silence returned. Honestly, you need to add courtesy as one of your training regiments. Surrendering in his efforts to obtain a conversation partner at all from the Royal Marines, Istanel instead focused his attention on the architecture and design of the ship around him. The hallway was nearly 3 times more ample and twice as high compared to the standard regulations applied to principality designs. It made sense since the Drazzen were taller than humans, and they required an ampler space to move around comfortably. It appears my earlier observations regarding aesthetic choices lacked crucial information. The Drazzen seemed to put immense value in exterior appearances, hence the almost beautiful and captivating design of their ships' hulls. That appreciation dies on the inside, replacing it with mundane comfort and crude but efficient design. Intriguing. Most intriguing. It is my personal opinion that this is a reflection of their hunting tactics and how they perceive themselves. A most curious visualization of their psyche. Further investigation and experimentation will be required, Istanel said out loud as his eyes carefully examined everything. As he advanced, Istanel continued to make observations every time something caught his interest, quickly adding it to his notes or marking a place for potential investigation. He was halfway to his destination when something broke his concentration. He stopped and furrowed his brow. He sniffed deeply as the faint smell of something rancid tickled his nose. "Computer, run armor diagnostics," he ordered. "Running diagnostics," the monotone voice of his suit's computer said. "Diagnostics completed. All systems are operational. No failures detected." "Then why am I smelling this rank scent?" Istanel asked in disgust. Pulling out his datapad, he ran a manual diagnostic on his suit, but the result was the same. It said that his armor was completely sealed and that the olfactory filters were working properly. So what was wrong with his armor? "Is everything all right, Lord?" the leading Royal Marine asked without looking at the nobleman. "It's nothing," Istanel replied, putting on a brave face and storing his datapad. "Let's continue." he proclaimed, despite doing his best to breathe as little as possible. But as he advanced, the rancid smell became worse, more pungent. When it nearly made him gag, he tried to breathe through his mouth. It worked for a time. But eventually he began to practically taste the stench, and that was worse than merely smelling it. He came to a halt at a crossroads, noticing that the stench was coming from whatever was in the hallway to his right. Consulting his map answered nothing. Just what can produce such a vile odor? He asked himself cautiously. Against his better judgment, now clouded by scientific curiosity, he turned to face the hallway and walked down its path. "Lord Istanel, that's the wrong way," the lead Royal Marine warned. "The nursery isn't going anywhere. I am free to explore, am I not? As you are here to protect me, surely there's nothing I should fear, correct?" Istanel countered, barely able to keep his composure as the stench assaulted his nostrils. No reply came from the Royal Marine, only silent compliance. They advanced as one through the hallway while Istanel did his best to maintain an appearance of strength. But with each step he took, the difficulty increased. He harked, feeling bile bubble at the entrance of his stomach when the stench suddenly grew in intensity. The gates of what appeared to be a large storage bay were partially open, and he could hear faint noises coming from it. Stepping into the room, Istanel had to force himself to swallow a burning vomit when he found what was the source of such a repugnant smell. It wasn't a storage bay, it was a cattle pen. His eyes widened and his lips trembled. His senses ignored the burning in his throat and the sour aftertaste as his eyes unwittingly absorbed every detail meticulously. Humans, hundreds, no thousands of humans inside large holding cells and pens. But there was no recognition in their terrified eyes. Intelligence? Sapience? Yes, but not recognition. They were filthy, unwashed, naked, and basking in their own filth. Life support worked, keeping them fed and alive, but other crucial systems like waste disposal were still non-functional. Worse, every human couldn't be older than 30, if that. Curiously, no children were present either, at least none that he could see. Their hair was greasy and unkempt. Who knows when was the last time any of them took a bath, and anything resembling liberty was foreign to them. As he stared at them, they cowered, afraid of the strange beings with no faces. Some grunted and groaned, making wild gestures. A few scooped feces covering the floor of their cells and tried to fling it at him. Some didn't care, as they were too focused on mating to care about anything else. Istanel didn't want to think about it, but a conclusion reached his mind that disturbed him. If life support failed, what would these humans, now reduced to little better than animals, do? Lay down and die? Succumb to instincts and fight among each other, resorting to cannibalism just to quench their thirst and hunger? That he could imagine. Comprehend. But he found a serial number and a branding mark on every human's neck. Their purpose and significance were lost to him, but not their meaning. It wasn't until a handful of feces nearly hit his visor that he finally realized that he had walked well past the entrance and was now deep inside the colossal cattle pen. Then, as if reconnecting his senses, the stench returned and the long-haired man nearly voided his stomach. The humans in the cages began to scream and groan, banging their hands against metal bars. The chaos overwhelmed Istanel, and he ran away without a destination in mind. He ran and ran, trying to ignore the screams, the stench burning in his nostrils, and the cruel simplicity with which the Drazzen treated their cattle, their feed. As his lungs burned for air, internally regretting breaking into a run as it meant he had to breathe in more of the foul, awful, rancid stench, he stumbled against a locked set of doors. He banged a fist against them repeatedly, desperately trying to escape. As another hit was about to connect, the doors hissed and opened, releasing with them a chilling cold. Istanel didn't care. He barged into the new room, wanting nothing more than to escape the barbaric, animalistic screams, the stench, and the room filled with fellow humans treated as mere animals. It was clear to him, however, that those humans weren't collected or captured, but bred, or worse, conditioned into submissiveness, kept captive and knowing nothing else since they were born. They were treated like cattle and nothing more by the Drazzen. His legs ached, his lungs burned, and he collapsed to his knees as the stench died out, and a new frosty but intense smell filled his nose. Though ragged, he regained control of his breathing and lifted his head. His eyes widened, his breath hitched, and his whole body froze when he saw the decapitated body of a human woman dangling upside down a mere 3 meters in front of him. Parts of her body were missing, and to his horror, behind the body of the woman, he could see at least a dozen more bodies lined up in the same position. Turning his head to the left, he saw a large collection of heads. To his right, Piles upon piles of different limbs were neatly organized into piles with the care a talented artist would treat his tools or a chef his precious ingredients. Ingredients. The word resonated within his mind, echoing with disturbing force as he noticed more horrors. Individual organs were set up on racks, cybernetic eyes and other implants were discarded in a corner, useless to the Drazzen. Everything else was edible. Every piece was a delectable treasure. He understood what the underlying, intense smell beneath the frost was. This must be what a butcher's refrigeration room smells like, Istanel thought, his mind betraying him. It was too much for him to withstand. The nobleman fell forward on all fours, retching loudly as he voided his stomach. The vomit, remnants of his latest meal and mixed stomach bile, clouded his vision as more and more invaded the limited space in his helmet. Purely guided by instinct, Istanel tried to regain an upward position, which caused some of the vomit to re-enter his mouth and stain his neck and hair. The acidic, sour, awful taste of his puke made him throw up again. Unable to breathe without gulping it down again, Istanel hurriedly searched for his helmet, and with a hiss of air he tossed it away, allowing a cascade of foulness to stain his armor and create a small pool beneath him. For one last time he vomited again, his vision uninterrupted as he realized that he was inside a Drazzen pantry storage room, one of countless more spread across the cattle ship. He tried to blink but found himself unable to do so. Nobles, commoners, and even aliens, he realized as he spotted a few Ikhanti carcasses among the human bodies, were all the same in the many eyes of the Drazzen. They were all equally worthless, meat, feed, nothing more. As Istanel heaved, trying to vomit again but having no more to give, the 6 Royal Marines only stared in silence. Noravio, War Room. "We will commence our assault, Principality forces," Grand General Percival Bucktail said. His uniform remained the same, despite being in a military room of sorts. Behind him, several men were tending to computer terminals. "Our forces will push through these zones," he explained as a map next to him appeared, showcasing 3 red arrows pushing against the Drazzen-held territory. "Once the aliens are committed to their defense, you will strike them down. As long as their Lord Harrower dies, their change of command will be in shambles. Only after that thing is dead and their advance collapses will I agree to join you at the negotiations table," Clara asked her. Clara nodded once. "Then it shall be so, Grand General," she said, and the general cut off the transmission. "Redford, are we in position?" "We are, Your Majesty," Redford replied. "We only await your command to begin." "Are the drop pods ready?" Clara asked, her gaze falling on her head officers. As always, Cynthia stood to her right while Wyatt, now wearing his armor, stood to her left. Milcades was also present, sitting quietly at the end of the table. Lupin cleared his throat. "They are ready for deployment, my princess." Using the fabricator, we were able to craft another 20 drop pods on short notice. In total, we have 48 loaded drop pods ready. They'll be launched in 2 volleys with only a few seconds of difference between them. As per your orders, we've listened to the rebel communications, my princess. They will be deploying a large frontal assault using large numbers of militia, transport vehicles, and armored vehicles. They're purposefully avoiding using their remaining proper military forces for this assault, but some will lead the militia to ensure discipline and encourage them to keep fighting, Galt said, eyes narrowed. They don't have many atmospheric fighters, but they have enough missile batteries to keep the Drazzen's AA measures occupied. "Do they know we're here?" Clara asked. The Noravio's stealth capability has been significantly diminished, but they are functional. "The Drazzen know we have space superiority, yet they are blind to our movements," informed Seraton. Clara closed her eyes, pleased. "Our remaining forces?" "Francesco Arcadi and his mercenaries are ready. Marines and auxilia forces are eager and prepared in case they are needed, my princess. The Mantis tanks are operational and ready to deploy at your behest," Fabian answered as he proudly inflated his chest and bowed his head. The blonde woman opened her eyes, glancing at Milcades, who, in return, nodded once. "It pleases me to know my head officers are competent and capable. Now we wait for our chance to strike. Redford, you may take overall command." "Gladly, my princess," Redford replied, his eyes focused on the holographic map. Tiny dots moved in unison, representing ground forces, while the screens were vivid, showing footage from the planet and what Noravio's cameras could see. Several minutes passed in tense silence until the first engagements commenced. Dozens of vehicles and missile batteries launched their payloads across the skies, while the ground forces confronted scattered Drazzen units. The Drazzen had superior armaments, and they replied in kind. Missiles fired from concealed positions struck with deadly precision at vehicles, tanks, and artillery units with near impunity. A few vehicles suddenly exploded or melted into slag when a powerful laser beam struck them. Men died in droves, cut down by precise laser fire or shredded to pieces by high-velocity kinetics. The militia forces, it was obvious, lacked shields and were poorly equipped. Even their tanks and vehicles lacked energy shielding emitters, making them easier targets for the Drazzen, but the overwhelming numeric difference meant that some Drazzen were eventually cut down as the rebel forces continued their relentless assault. Everyone present watched in silence as the battle continued, each minute claiming hundreds of lives. Drazzen AA's emplacements around their headquarters are preoccupied with downing rebel missiles, Galt informed. "Commencing railgun bombardment," said Redford as his eyes flickered with intensity. He didn't need to sit on the captain's chair for something so simple. Being linked to the network while reducing his immersion and union with the ship would be more than enough. 5 seconds later, everyone watched as railgun strikes impacted all across Drazzen-held territory, but none managed to hit their headquarters. The impact was devastating, the projectile's speed releasing enough energy similar to that of a low-yield nuclear explosion. Destructive but inaccurate. That was of no concern as Redford spoke again. Launching drop pods. Several new camera views sparked to life as the drop pods were launched out of the Noravio, flying for several seconds through space before making contact with the planet's atmosphere. They descended with incredible speed, their trajectory taking them straight to the Drazzen's main encampment. The Drazzen realized what was coming and turned their most immediate AA emplacements to face their new enemy. Of the initial 26 drop pods, 7 were destroyed before they could reach their objective. The tactical mines were activated a heartbeat later. Wyatt watched in fascination as a great ball of fire consumed the Drazzen's headquarters, the shockwave of the intense explosion visible from the Noravio's cameras. The railgun bombardment stopped a second later, only for the second wave of drop pods to pierce through the growing ball of fire, ash, and dust. Suddenly, a massive explosion shook the ground itself, orange fire replaced by an intense white light as it pierced from the initial ball of death. The blinding light lasted only for a few seconds, and when it was gone, the fire turned blue and white, eventually turning orange and yellow as the surrounding forest was consumed by quickly expanding, raging wildfires. The Drazzen headquarters had been utterly obliterated. "Report!" Redford demanded. "Initial analysis report that the explosion was caused by a plasma reactor reaching critical, Commander," Galt replied. "It seems the Drazzen were careful to hide a colony-grade plasma generator from orbital and ship-grade sensors. The combined destructive potential of our tactical mines ruptured through its protective layers enough to cause a rupture. Drazzen fatalities are estimated to be over 200,000. The explosion and the expanding heat wave has sparked several wildfires in the surrounding areas. It is likely dozens, if not hundreds more, will be created in the coming hours. Rebel communications are frantic, and there are many reports that Drazzen defensive positions are collapsing or running for their lives. They've been broken," Saratan spoke up next. "Rebel forces have stopped their assault and are withdrawing. Flash burns, blindness, and other casualty reports are starting to mount, some fatalities among them." Wyatt stepped away from his position, his attention solely focused on the screen showcasing the spreading fires and the slowly dying ball of fire, ash, dust, and death. Slowly, he removed his helmet, letting it fall to the ground uncaringly. Everyone was staring at him. He didn't know it, but he was smiling. His smile was wide, his teeth were in full display, and his eyes were wide, admiring the destruction with unabashed glee. On a clearing, hundreds of Drazzen, nothing more than tiny pinpricks, could be seen running away from a coming wildfire. Unfortunately for them, the fire was faster than they were. In only a few seconds, the fire caught up to them as a blanket of raging, all-consuming fire covered them. They flailed around, no doubt screaming and wailing in pure agony as the fire fed on their flesh as mere fuel to burn more intensely. It began as a rumbling in his chest, like a cough but darker, deeper, and uncontrolled. The cough turned into a chuckle and then became a laugh. A dark, merciless, hate-filled laugh that bellowed from the deepest part of his soul. Wyatt's laugh was the only sound that could be heard in the room. His whole body trembled with pure glee and happiness. "Die!" he shouted as he laughed. "Go die in a fire! Burn! All of you, burn! They're burning, Miss Carla. Wisto, Wantum, Waldja, everyone, do you see? They burn!" Only Cynthia and Galt had seen him like that before. Once, on the brink of death. But now, He was simply enjoying that which brought him the most joy in his life. Everyone else, though, understood that at that precise moment, Wyatt Staples was truly and completely free. The Black Ship, Chapter 47, Part 1. "Come on, Leopold! You were there! You had to see something else!" Leopold Dakar wanted to groan as his roommates continued to press him on the subject that was, unsurprisingly, the only thing everyone was talking about. On the one hand, he wanted to yell at them to stop pestering him with the same questions over and over again. On the other, he couldn't blame them. Hell, he could hardly believe it himself despite seeing Wyatt dispatching the first 4 Marines. He had followed his orders diligently and prevented any other shuttle from leaving the Gallant Venture's hangar. Due to his proximity to the Gallant Venture, he had a clear view of the hangar. After Wyatt vanished into the depths of the ship, all he could do was wait. Then, the first wounded traitors started to arrive. The more joined them, and some more after that. Some arrived in small groups, while others came in larger groups. When the number of traitors reached over 100, he asked himself what the hell was happening. Knowing they weren't going anywhere, the traitors on board the shuttles disembarked, and from what he could see, tried to mount a defensive position or a party to go after Wyatt. They were stopped by a large group soon arriving, followed by a steady influx of more traitors. Whatever information they shared with each other was enough to dissuade any attempt of resistance from them. They threw their weapons away, removing ammunition and tossing it all in several piles. Time passed slowly and wickedly fast at the same time, but he didn't move, not even when the Royal Marines arrived in a shuttle. Their landing was smooth, and the traitors immediately surrendered. That was all he knew, even as waves of surrendered traitors joined their comrades at the hangar in defeat. Just what had Wyatt done? And more importantly, how? He was just a single man. It had led him to question himself about him. Was he really an agent of House Astor or some secret super soldier in disguise? Believing that would have been easier, but the truth about his mannerisms, the way he moved, and his willing submissiveness couldn't be faked. But that didn't answer the question of how in the prince's name was he capturing a single ship, a destroyer class no less, all by himself. Then, when the scramblers died, he was immediately ordered to return, leaving Wyatt behind. It left a bad taste in his mouth, but orders were orders, and he figured that 3 Royal Marines would be able to keep his squadron leader alive if, indeed, he still was. The impromptu ceremony that followed was, well, he didn't see the point in it no matter how much Raquel, Noltar, and Gregor insisted that it was a great honor. He didn't know about that. He was a commoner. What he could understand, though, was the logistics head officer stared at Wyatt with hungry, inviting eyes. That language was universal and one he was very fond of. But just looking at his squadron leader told him that the insinuations Sabraska Kaspars attempted had gone way over his head. He thought that whatever he'd done would be left as a mystery sealed deeply within his records. The video depicting his incursion was released at the start of the next day's shift. Leopold turned to face his roommates as he finished putting on his armor for combat practice with his squad mates. "Look, I already told you and every other scavenger that's cornered me that I don't know anything else. I picked Wyatt up and delivered him to the Gallant Venture much like a regular hauler would do." "Come on, Leopold! Don't be like that! Tell you what, I'll give you 50 credits if you fess up," one of them proposed. "You have to know something more, Dakar. There's no way the Astor dog was a commoner. That's it, isn't it?" "You were ordered to keep your mouth shut," another proposed. "No one has ordered me to keep anything of mine closed," Leopold answered, frowning. "Look, I really don't know anything else. Hell, I know as much as you do. I don't meddle in the stuff blue bloods dip their noses in and don't plan to." "Then does that mean he's really a noble?" another asked. "No, you idiot. He was a commoner and then the prince himself made him a noble, remember?" the first one said, crossing his arms. "Although I'm not too sure he was a commoner at all. I mean, you just don't do the crap he did. Cynthia Winfield has been training him personally, and did you see his guns? I've never seen something like them before. They tore through Marine-grade shields like they were nothing. I'll bet my next payment on that he's a Royal Marine reject. Well, I, for one, believe that he's a commoner. Most of the other guys on my shift think so. I mean, come on," he barked once on command, remember? "No blue blood would let that insult slide." One scoffed. "You just want that to be true to feel better about yourself." "I wouldn't think discard that option so easily. There have been commoners recognized by nobles and turned into nobles themselves." Leopold stepped out as his roommates continued their discussion among themselves. As he made his way to meet with his squad mates, he overheard several conversations on his way there. What they were talking about was obvious. Again, he couldn't blame them. Everything surrounding Wyatt Staples had been shrouded in mystery, speculation, and dozens of theories ever since the prince elevated him to the rank of lieutenant. His recent exploits only served to ignite the situation further. He noticed that most of those conversations talked about him eagerly. The commoners spoke far more enthusiastically than the nobles. Part of him wanted to laugh at their hypocrisy. How many of them had been envious of him? How many had insulted and cursed his name from the safety of their lowly positions? Commoners were meant to know their place. They all had been taught that, thoroughly. To see another climb above them with such ease was, to most, infuriating. Despite the sudden shift of perspective and his personal disdain for it, there was something else in there, palpable yet hidden. There was fear. Not the familiar fear reserved for nobility. Well, there was that, but that was just a given. The other fear he could see reflected in the way his fellow commoners spoke, how their body language shifted uncomfortably, and the hushed tones asking for more information, asking where Wyatt stood. Would he simply ignore them, or would he punish any failure and perceived slight? Leopold shook his head in an attempt to rid himself of such thoughts. When he arrived at the mess hall, he got his breakfast and searched for his fellow squad mates. Spotting them, he joined them on the table that had, more or less, become theirs over the last weeks. "You appear disturbed, Leopold," Gregor pointed out as soon as Leopold sat next to him. "That's because I have roommates constantly pestering me about Wyatt. They won't be talking about anything else for days," Leopold answered tiredly. "Please tell me you're having an awful time dealing with other nobles too?" "Very," Noltar replied. "There are a lot of rumors going around their private circles. I can't say for sure, but it seems that most nobles have chosen to back down and remain on Wyatt's good side." He chuckled heavily. "We've seen what his bad side looks like. To do something like that to a noble from a prominent house and a potential future heir? In their place, I wouldn't try to antagonize him either," Raquel said, crossing her arms, her half-eaten meal ignored. "He can be a tremendously dangerous man, inside and outside the cockpit. If anything, he's clearly established himself as someone who mustn't be trifled with carelessly." "I agree that he's dangerous. That is good. Now he's safeguarded against petty brown-nosers and sly liars. However, it is my opinion that you focus too much on the spectacles of barbarity and not enough on his displays of honor and nobility. He spared more than he killed, used his own resources to save another's life, and honored his duel with the Gallant Venture's captain. All marks of a man that values his convictions and morals," said Gregor before taking a sip of water. "Tell me, Leopold, do you know any commoners looking to ingratiate themselves with Wyatt and follow him as his faithful sycophants?" Leopold dipped a fork in his food before replying. "I don't know if I should be glad or worried that I can understand most of your fancy words, Gregor." He smirked once his friend raised an unamused eyebrow. "And do you think I know every commoner on the ship or something? I mean, some might try to, but I don't think Wyatt is the sort of guy to have professional ass-kissers and bootlickers under him." "You're right about that, Leo. But our fearless, demented leader will need servants or followers at some point. We aren't high enough in the food chain to attract them or warrant them. But him? If you believe he isn't getting promoted after everything he's done, then you're either delusional or a fool." Noltar chuckled to himself, though it lacked his usual mirth. "That's a dangerous proposition, Noltar. Wyatt was promoted and then elevated to nobility in a short span of time. Rising through the ranks quickly isn't uncommon for members of powerful, wealthy, or influential houses. Wyatt may serve House Astor, but his wealth and standing is beneath notice. Only his perceived potential growth remains. An enviable position, but a dangerous one," Gregor countered. "If he earned it, then what's wrong about it? I'd like to see other wings or talons pull the tricks he pulled to save our asses from the Drazzen," Leopold argued. "Besides, he doesn't have a stick up his ass. He can shoot you dead, but he's a good guy. Have you seen him try to abuse his position or lord himself over anyone yet? No? Thought so. But you can't deny that he's deadlier than we believed. We already knew he was unconventional with his tactics, and his skill as a fighter pilot can't be argued against. Not after we lived through here." Raquel paused, frowning. I thought of him so differently," she admitted. "I must speak with him alone when the next opportunity presents itself." "If you're trying to get in his pants, don't bother. That head officer, Sabraska? I think she beat you to it. I don't think you can compete against a lady of her standing." "No offense," Noltar said, ending with a chuckle. "I have no such intentions." "I'm not a harlot," Raquel countered with a glare. Noltar shrugged in defense. "But what I need to say to him is between him and I." "Good luck with that," Leopold said before quickly chewing on some gray pasta and a small carrot slice. Raquel looked at him unamused. No, really. Wyatt seems to appreciate others being straightforward with him. So, as long as you tell him whatever you want to tell him without trying to put a loop in it, then I think he'll hear you out. He took another mouthful. At least we know you're not going to try to butter him up. Raquel's expression softened and even gained him a short-lived but sincere smile. Ugh, don't get me started on that, Nultar groaned. Remember I said most nobles just want to stay on his good side? Commoner followers are one thing, but nobles? I've heard a few are planning to get closer to Wyatt. I suspect our crazy Aster dog is about to get many gifts, invitations for social discussions, and handwritten letters of appreciation and declarations of friendship in his near future. That much would be expected, a raspy voice announced suddenly, catching the four composters by surprise, especially given the size of the man who all but snuck up to them. His name will soon spread across the principality, whispered by commoners and nobles alike. Though I'm certain a certain princess will keep him away from battles where piloting skills and bullets are useless, the man took a step forth. Mind if I join you? I've been looking for a chance to meet and speak to you in person. Not at all, Lord Maximilian, Nultar said, shifting uncomfortably on his seat as the lone wolf sat next to him, his frame swarfing him. Already he could hear murmurs and feel the gazes of everyone else present directed at their table. Even the chefs were peeking out, their curiosity stirred. It is good to see the faces of the remaining composters, Maximilian began, his smirk hidden behind his rebreather. I won't take much of your time. I wish to congratulate you all on your victory. Namely speaking, over me. We couldn't have possibly beaten you on an equal fight, Lord Maximilian, Gregor was quick to point out. Don't be so nervous. I hold no ill will toward any of you. Commander Redford Kalin was kind enough to show me how you were able to defeat me. Maximilian paused. Your coordination in battle was far superior and surprising. Rare are the times that I've seen fighter pilots work together as cohesive units and not just a collection of squadrons seeking to outdo each other. My congratulations to all four of you. I don't deserve your praise, Lord, Leopold said, stiff as a board. I didn't participate in the final assault. Nonsense, Maximilian replied. All of you played your parts, direct or not, all contributed to your victory over Felicity's forces, and my defeat. Be proud of your achievement, composters. All four pilots felt a surge of pride course throughout their bodies. It wasn't every day that a lone wolf personally praised someone. Now then, correct me if I'm wrong, but did you call your leader Aster Dog? Maximilian asked inquisitively. Nultar felt a cold finger run up his spine as he turned to Maximilian. Ah, you heard that. Maximilian stared at him silently for several seconds until the pilot understood the unspoken command. You see, Lord Maximilian, that's what many commoners and not an insignificant number of nobles called him behind his back. Oh? And what incidents led to the birth of this insult? Maximilian pressed on in a calm tone, though the air in the room became harder to breathe as tension slowly arose. My lord, Leopold, on the verge of sweating nervously, answered next. Lieutenant Wyatt Staples was ordered to bark once in public before his ennoblement. He complied, of course. The tension in the air increased. Gregor cleared his throat, continuing. He's been labeled as the Aster Dog largely in part due of the favoritism Her Majesty Princess Clara bestows upon him. After our liege the prince elevated him, the mockery continued in hushed tones throughout commoner and noble circles alike. Aster Dog, Maximilian repeated slowly and deliberately. A second later the tension disappeared. If it is intended as an insult, then I fail to see the logic behind it. Such simplicity is almost disappointing. He is a knight banneret of House Aster, is he not? The composters nodded in response. As I understand it, he shows exceptional loyalty toward the prince and his patrons. Calling him a dog, an animal that has come to be a living representation of the word loyalty, isn't an insult, but a compliment. Maximilian stopped himself, humming deeply. No, that's not correct either, now does it? Forgive me for inquiring, Lord Maximilian, but what are you implying? Raquel asked carefully. Implying? Maximilian turned his gaze to her. I'm not implying anything. I'm stating a fact. Dogs may represent loyalty, but many are commodities or simple pets. Lapdogs eager to display affection and keep their owners company, but offer no real service otherwise. He paused as the mess hall's usual busy ambiance had been replaced with silence, everyone's attention focused on the lone wolf as he talked. Nevertheless, as is the case with dogs, some breeds can be fierce, dangerous, and deadly regardless of their loyalty. A good master will train, nurture, and control their dog to be what they need it to be. They can be guardians and protectors or ruthless attackers that won't stop until ordered. But there are dangerous breeds meant to hunt and kill. Unseen by all, he smiled. Hounds, we call them. Wyatt Staples isn't a dog, but neither is he a wolf. He's demonstrated to be capable of great acts of ruthlessness and benevolence in equal measure. Aster dog? Ridiculous. He's a wolfhound. The Aster's wolfhound, he proclaimed as he stood up. Be careful of his bite. His jaws will not show mercy if you're his prey, Maximilian said, then walked away. But as he walked past the only woman of the squadron, he placed a hand on her right shoulder. Excellent shot. With those parting words, Maximilian left the mess hall. For several seconds after his departure, silence reigned until shuffling and murmuring and loud conversations created a chaotic cacophony. Did that really just happen? Leopold asked, his breathing ragged as a nervous smile adorned his expression. A lone wolf complimented us? Complimented me? It seems so, Noltar agreed. I never thought a lone wolf would be so gracious in defeat. I'm not going to be able to focus on our training today, Raquel exclaimed, her hands trembling slightly. Speaking of our training session, where is our leader? Leopold asked, his breakfast forgotten. The princess left for the planet not too long ago. Who do you think is her shuttle pilot? Noltar replied. Negotiations will be bloody, won't they? Leopold asked with a half smirk. He intended it to be a joke, but now he wasn't sure about it. Reval. The fires were visible from space as Wyatt followed the trajectory for the landing zone given by Grand General Percival Bucktail. He glanced at Clara, dressed in her armor, while Cynthia remained stoic as always. Fire is both beautiful and terrifying, Clara began. It reminds us that destruction isn't evil and that sometimes a mighty tree must burn for new life to grow and something greater to prosper. He stared at her for long moments, examining her expression. She wasn't smiling and lacked that glacial seriousness he was now growing accustomed to. Her eyes reflected a sense of longing, but they also had pity and resolve. Try as he might, he was unable to decipher why her stare felt so heavy and distant. Choosing to give up, he let out a soft hum. You know about forestry, Clara? He asked, pleasantly surprised. Hardly, the princess replied. Metaphors are philosophical in nature, Wyatt. I was referring to the planet, once called Istanel by its first colonizers. Renamed Hago after the Hastrung system, was incorporated as part of House Ferentis's territory, now called Revel by its new rulers. Percival Bucktail may be sensible enough to avoid unneeded bloodshed. Expecting a self-imposed dictator to be reasonable is a futile delusion, Clara, Cynthia spoke, her voice firm and steady. Clara nodded. I know. But despite knowing this, I see no reason to not hope for the least bloody outcome, no matter how unlikely it may be. And if he isn't? Wyatt asked, frowning as the shuttle shook briefly. Must she answer? Cynthia replied in a stern but sensible tone. Right, stupid question, Wyatt thought before checking his fly route. We'll reach the designated coordinates soon, Clara. His choice is fascinating, isn't it? The ruins of a once luxurious villa with a breathtaking view of a vibrant lake with crystalline water, Clara said, frowning. Is our guest doing fine? Wyatt checked the passenger's camera and nodded once he saw Istanel Ferentis and his 4 marine escorts. When he saw him back at the Noravio, he smiled internally, knowing that Jincho's timed hack of his armor's olfactory filters had worked. It was petty of him, that much he could admit, but he wanted to give Istanel a taste, or rather smell, of what the Drazzen truly were. But his smile vanished when he saw his eyes and face up close. Istanel still carried himself with arrogance, but his gaze was distant and vague, and his expression lacked the petulant smile that made his skin crawl. After countless hours of seeing it in a mirror, he knew that vacant stare too well. What had Istanel seen and experienced inside the cattle ship? He only intended to teach him a lesson, not whatever he'd seen in that hellhole. Shaking his head, he decided to focus on the task at hand. Turning to Clara, knowing full well she could read his mind somehow, he expected her to punish him. Instead, he found her focused, too. Her hands trembled nervously, as always, before she committed herself to a significant endeavor. He frowned, lips pursed. I'm sorry for causing you problems, he began. I couldn't control myself in the war room. I saw the fire and I lost myself in the moment. Think nothing of it, Wyatt. The head officers have been ordered to remain silent and never speak of the incident under threat of censorship, Clara replied as a soft, tiny smile appeared on her lips. I nearly shouted too. You were so intense, but we can discuss that and much more at another time. In the privacy of my chambers? Gladly. Say, will there be sweets and baked goods? I've craved them, he asked with almost sheepishly. Cynthia and Clara merely smiled moments before the shuttle began decelerating, preparing for landing procedures. With the aid of the external cameras, Wyatt saw a group of 12 men waiting at the steps of what had once been a great mansion or villa. Loyalty is its own reward, he muttered as the engine slowly shut down. Wyatt! Clara called as she stood up. No matter what is said during these talks, refrain from speaking, even if it is in my defense unless I order so. We're not dealing with nobles or smugglers, but as people who hate me, what I represent, and the principality at large. I understand, Wyatt replied before putting on his helmet. Besides, I doubt I could do something to them before Cynthia gets to them. Your praise is welcomed, Wyatt. And you're absolutely right. Suppose this Grand General is stupid enough to betray my princess's benevolence and goodwill. In that case, I'll claim his head before he can regret his decision, Cynthia proclaimed, also putting on her helmet and picking up a large suitcase. Then we're all in agreement, Clara said, putting on her helmet. Wyatt opened the shuttle's door, letting Cynthia step out first. He followed suit, and then Clara came out last, flanked by two of her closest confidants. The trio stood in front of the shuttle's cockpit, 3 pairs of eyes staring down at the distant ruins and the 12 figures waiting for them. Istanel joined them soon, his usual proud aura lacking even as he did his best to stand proud. The 4 Marines, Fabian de Shire present among them, formed quickly around them. The pilot frowned when he saw the head officer of the Marine and Auxilia Division carrying a large, sealed, ornate black box. He set it down before he could ask himself what he was carrying. With the press of a button, the box opened, and from it he extracted 3 small batons. He handed them to the other Marines, 1 each, as Fabian moved to the front of the formation. Simultaneously, the Marines performed a short-lived series of elaborate motions that, with each step, extended the baton's length and unfurled a previously unseen banner. When they were done, the Marines proudly held onto 3 different banners. One depicted the Principality's flag, another the heraldic shield of House Astor, and the third the heraldic shield of House Ferentis. Fabian then unsheathed a beautiful ceremonial sword and held it high briefly before advancing. The group followed suit in synchronized silence while Wyatt looked around for any potential traps, hidden troops, or worse, ready to jump them. As they neared the ruins, Wyatt could see in detail just how devastated the villa truly was. Shattered, long-forgotten windows, destroyed statues, crumbling fountains, gardens overgrown by weeds, trees growing out of control as they were left untended, and blast walls. But it all had an almost careful sense of preservation, though he couldn't quite explain it. The 12 figures came into view. Among them, Grand General Percival Bucktail stood at the forefront. With a hand gesture, another dozen men wearing similar yellow and brown uniforms rushed out from a ruined arch. Wyatt narrowed his eyes, both hands ready to grab his soul-snatchers. It wasn't needed, as he noticed the men, likely soldiers, carried several objects. In mere seconds, a series of small metallic tables were set on the grass before Percival alongside 5 seats, 3 on their side and 2 for the arriving group. Wyatt halted at the same time everyone else stopped no more than 2 meters away from the placed tables and chairs. Cynthia moved forward to the front of the formation a second later, silently walking around the furniture until she made 3 full circles around it. Seemingly satisfied, she returned to Clara's right side. Presenting Her Royal Majesty Princess Clara Astor, second princess of the Astorian Principality, Fabian announced with his booming, imposing tone. Presenting Count Istanel Ferentis, third son of Marquis Genac Ferentis. Together the 3 Marines stepped forth, firmly planting their banners on the ground. Then Clara and Istanel stepped closer, taking their respective seats with the aid of their respective escorts. Standing behind Clara, Wyatt watched as the Grand General advanced bearing no banner or flag. Taking his position at the center, Percival sat down shortly after, followed by a hazel-skinned man and a fair-skinned man sitting to Percival's right and left, respectively. "We do not need such frivolous presentations," Percival began. "I, Grand General Percival Bucktail, welcome you to Revel, Princess, Ferentis, and Company. To my right sits General Tornal Swallowtail. To my left sits Grand Archivist Sergei Kastadak." "Charmed," Clara replied, while Istanel chose to remain silent. Calmly, she looked around for several moments until her focus landed on the Grand General once more. Am I correct to assume that the reason you chose this place to hold our meeting has more to do with significance rather than privacy? Percival remained impassive for several seconds, his silence holding until he closed his eyes and sighed. Opening them, he answered, "This place marks the birth of our great revolution. This villa belonged to the ruler nobles as little more than a vacation spot. The entire Zulmout family died that day alongside most of their loyal followers, nobles and blinded commoners alike across our 3 continents, islands, atolls, and more. No bunker was safe, no palace was left unraided, no mansion remained standing." Percival took a moment to admire the ruins around him. But this was where the first shots rang, driving us forth towards liberty and the rupture of the shackles the Principality and its blue bloods fitted around our necks. The ruins were allowed to remain as a symbol of our great victory, and the promise of the change the Great Revolution would bring with it. He smirked condescendingly. "Fitting, I think, for this place to witness a new beginning for us." "Fitting indeed," Clara replied. "Can we leave the preamble aside and get this done?" Sergei asked, his cybernetic eyes reflecting nothing but contempt while his body language screamed annoyance. "Thanks to you, royal scum, our already overburdened medics and hospitals are further strained." "Sergei," Percival said without turning to face the man. Sergei glared at Clara for several moments, then snorted loudly. "My apologies, Grand General. You know how I get whenever blue bloods are near me? Royal ones make it worse, especially those who refuse to show their faces. A prudent precaution, I'm sure you'll agree. Your uniforms may appear simplistic, but you're equipped with shields and your armed men far outnumber my own. Don't you think it is a fair trade? I could have come with 100 Marines or more, but it would have violated our meeting agreement," Clara replied, her tone impassive and with that characteristic coldness that made everyone's skin shiver. "Leaving those pointless points aside, Princess, the Grand Archivist is correct in one thing. Your bombardment was far more destructive than we anticipated. The casualties it produced on our forces, not to mention the numerous fatalities we received both from our diversionary assault and your bombardment, have numbered in the thousands," General Tornell said in a serious tone. "Traitors and rebels. Pirate collaborators and Drazzen sympathizers," Istanel countered. "Were it not for the efforts of Her Majesty, I would have contemplated the option to allow the Drazzen to consume you all. Alas, I'm neither cruel nor petty. The fatalities are regretful, the injured can be healed, and their sacrifices ensured the destruction of the Drazzen headquarters and the annihilation of a large portion of their forces. You should be thankful. Ah, yes. We should be thankful that you caused several wildfires, consuming vast amounts of land and killing untold numbers of animals, plants, and scorching valuable timbers even as we speak. Our forces may be diminished, but we're keeping the situation from becoming worse. Typical of you nobles to act without consideration or care for the lives of others," Sergei replied. "Our objective was to kill Lord Harrower Cartagolgo and diminish their logistical and command structures. The destruction of their hidden colony-grade generator was not planned," Clara argued. "Grand General, have you confirmed that the Lord Harrower was slain? The Xeno died. It holed up deep inside their main headquarters. Nothing could have survived that explosion point blank. Further evidence is reflected in the Xenos losing all coordination for a united offensive. They're scattering, surely trying to regroup in one of their 2 remaining smaller strongholds. My soldiers are hunting down any straggler they can find," Percival answered. "They'll starve once they have no more humans to feed upon." "Don't flaunt your ignorance as a badge of honor, Grand General," Istanel replied, his insult causing the men behind the trio to reach for their weapons, but Percival raised a fist, stopping them. "The Drazzen don't feed exclusively on sapients. To them, sapient meat is a luxury among luxuries, the finest dish they can acquire. They simply can't get enough of an irresistible, most delectable food source after tasting it once. Far too little information exists to reveal why this is the case, but they can consume almost any source of meat and protein as long as it is carbon or levoprotein-based. That explains why the farm animals were also taken. We believed it was a means to weaken us little by little," Tornell reasoned. "Then that means we'll need to redouble our efforts of extermination. We can't allow them to hide and reproduce. Revel belongs to us, not to the Xenos. Grand General, I suggest—" "We can further discuss such matters at another time," Percival interjected. Immediately, Tornell closed his mouth, nodding once in acknowledgement. "Our agreement has been met, and I'm here to listen." "What is it that you want, Princess?" The air around Clara stiffened as she fixed her posture to one of unbridled fortitude, strength, and power, like a mighty stone standing defiant against crashing waves. I want your great revolution to come to a decisive and definitive end, for Revel to once more be recognized as Hago, for the Hastrung and everything in it to return under the control, protection, and authority of House Ferentis. Absolutely not! Sergei stood up, slamming both hands on the table. We'll never live under the souls of blue bloods again. Before the collars are placed around our necks again, we'd rather see Revel reduced to nothing more than ashes and cinder. Your demands fall upon deaf ears, Reaper. We know who you are, murderer, slaughterer. Percival reached out with a hand, placing it on his comrade's shoulder. It took several seconds, but Sergei relented even as he breathed angrily and glared death upon the princess. The Grand Archivist speaks the truth, Princess. If surrender is our only option, then we choose total destruction. Percival narrowed his eyes. We'll burn the fields, slaughter our cattle, collapse buildings, overload reactors, and poison the waters. You will never recover this world intact. Instead, you'll find a toxic tomb before your reinforcements arrive. Mark my words, if the Great Revolution is to die, then we will die with it. Every proud son and daughter of Revel will gladly give their lives for the glorious and righteous cause that is the Great Revolution. Unbothered by his threat, Clara pressed on. Then Grand General Percival Bucktail, it is fortunate for us all that I'm not making any demands, she announced, much to the surprise of the rebels. You asked what I wanted. I answered your question. Is it my fault that your companion is so short-sighted, or that you immediately moved to threaten me with something so inconsequential? She laughed, a deep, dark laugh. I told you before, Grand General, you won't be able to stop a full invasion force. If, in your abundant self-righteousness and deluded ideals, you manage to inflict such devastating damage upon this world, then all I can do is thank you for reducing the burden upon the Principality. You lie, Sergei countered angrily. Why should I? Clara replied, her voice booming with authority. I do not need to lie to any of you. I'm stating facts. If you decide to destroy yourselves and inflict as much damage as you can upon your world, then by all means do so. All there would be left to do is cleanse the few remaining survivors. Any damage you cause can and will be healed over time, every wound recovered, every scar undone. It will take time and resources, but we won't have to risk lives needlessly. That is my true goal. I'll take the path that leads me to the least amount of lives lost. That's why I'm here and not bombarding your cities and remaining military installations. Silence reigned for what felt like an eternity as the wind gently blew, making the banners perform a slow, steady dance. The rebels exchanged gazes, some shaken while others remained in doubt. Throughout the entire exchange, Wyatt could only stare and listen, ready to act upon Clara's command. I don't know how she does it. Just imagining myself doing what she does is enough to make my skin crawl, he thought as he paid great attention to the rebels' reactions. Finally, Percival's voice made itself known once more. We won't surrender our autonomy. That's off the table. The likes of you will not silence the Great Revolution, he declared firmly. What are your propositions? I have a list of demands made by House Ferentis. Istanel cleared his throat. Revel shall regain its name of Hago. A provisional government shall be installed. With it, population control shall be enacted, and investigators shall go through your records, digital, written, and otherwise, in search of criminals. Mainly speaking, pirates and conspirators, he listed firmly. In exchange, House Ferentis shall provide material support through humanitarian aid. Commercial and trade forums shall be opened with strict limitations in place. Furthermore, void elements will be dispatched to secure the system and prevent hostile elements from coming in or heading out, without our direct supervision and permission. You mean to keep us bound, Tornell declared as an absolute affirmation. Are you surprised? Istanel countered. You're rebels, murderers, all of you. The fact that you still draw breath showcases the mercy of my house for the 3 decades your ilk has sullied this beautiful world with your unworthy feet. Of course, Clara continued before anyone else had a chance to say anything further. This means that any of you gentlemen wouldn't be in danger of prosecution. House Astor is willing to extend pardons in exchange for cooperation with House Ferentis and the provisional government. And become your willing slaves? Percival asked with vitriol. The Great Revolution broke our shackles. We have freedom. We dictate our own path. We will never bend the knee to those who believe themselves to be superior to us, the people and its servants. It appears that there are gaps that can't be overcome without a familiar viewpoint, Clara said, humming softly. Wyatt, step forth, please, Wyatt obeyed, and the princess gestured at him with her left hand. Grand General, would you like to exchange words with my pilot? Until recently, he was but a commoner. Wyatt, if you will. If I will what? What do you want me to do? Talk them to sleep? Wyatt asked himself in a panic as the rebels eyed him curiously. He expected Clara's voice to resonate in his mind or through a private link, but it never came. Sighing, he reached for his helmet and took it off. Those eyes, genetic enhancement, Tornell quickly deduced. This is your commoner, princess? My princess speaks the truth. I was but a commoner before I even knew there was a succession dispute, Wyatt countered. What a poor attempt at deception. It is almost disappointing, Sergei declared with disgust. What lies will you spew, blue blood? Great. Now I get to know what it feels like to be despised as a commoner and a noble. What's next, I wonder? Wyatt thought with dripping sarcasm as he was about to retort, but then paused for a moment. If Percival and his rebels were commoners, then maybe relaxing and speaking casually would convince them. Following his line of thought, he sighed. In my home planet, almost every commoner's name starts with a W. Guess that's why your surnames end in tail and dock. Percival blinked, caught off guard. Precisely, the Grand General confirmed. When Revel was under the control of House Ferentis and their appointed nobles, almost every commoner surname ended in tail, dock, or scut. As a constant reminder of our lowly place in their society. What's your name, young man? Wyatt Staples, Wyatt replied, and, as much as he hated the idea, he extended his right hand across the table, offering it openly to Percival. Percival was momentarily stunned, then smiled, grasping his hand tightly for a brief moment as they shook hands. Then he let go. The princess speaks the truth. He is a commoner. Was, Tornell corrected. He's now a blue blood. His gear denounces him as such. Maybe, but look into his eyes. He isn't lying. No noble would so openly and readily offer a handshake. It was genuine and practiced, Percival commented with a tiny smile. Regardless, General Tornell is right, Wyatt Staples. You're a noble now. I am, though I never wanted to become one. It happened out of necessity, Wyatt replied. If I had it my way, I'd rather much still be a commoner. But I serve her now, he said, casually pointing a finger at Clara. He couldn't see it, but he could almost feel the amusement in Clara's eyes, the shock on Fabian and the Marines. But he could clearly see the amusement on the rebels at his almost casual and insulting dismissal of a royal princess rank no less. Equally, he was certain Cynthia was either appalled or had expected this to happen when Clara called him. If you need refuge, you will be most welcomed on Revel and invited to join the just cause that is our great revolution, Wyatt Staples, Percival offered as his serious expression returned. Not that I expect you to accept it. Before the Great Revolution, most commoners were content just to lick the boots of their masters and aspire to become nobles themselves. You're right, Percival. I wouldn't accept your offer. I'm loyal to the Principality. What I don't understand is how you could betray your home. The Arabians want to conquer us and the Drazzen want to eat us if they can, Wyatt pointed out. Were the Blue Bloods here really that bad? Sergei chuckled. All Blue Bloods are bad, Staples. They're evil and underserving of the air they abuse. They lord themselves over commoners as if they're better. They abuse us as they see fit, be it through labor just for fun or in carnal matters, often against our will. They hoard all resources, control them, and waste them while we struggle to survive by scrounging the scraps of their leftovers. Wyatt frowned internally. They were right about many things they were saying, but it was also the objective reality of the Principality, only made to sound way worse than it actually was. There were horrible nobles like those Clara and Cynthia dealt with, earning their dark titles. But most nobles were just petulant, self-absorbed, and arrogant to a fault. You were invisible to them as long as you lowered your head and got out of their way. Then there were the crimes he spoke of. Yes, nobles abused commoners in all manner of ways, from simple humiliation to intercourse. Deaths happened, but they weren't that common either. However, what irked him the most was that the black-haired man spoke of nobles as if only they could commit such things, while painting commoners as victims, and nothing more. He knew better. And he was certain Sergei and his fellow rebels knew the truth, too. They simply chose to ignore it because it favored their cause. Commoners abused and tormented other commoners more than the nobles ever could. It was impossible not to, since commoners outnumbered nobles by such an absurd scale he couldn't put numbers on it. Commoners could be as petty, cruel, deceitful, opportunistic, and greedy as any noble. They were all human, after all. The only differences between commoners and nobles were titles, wealth, and power. "I'm a commoner. Do you think you can fool me with that?" Wyatt suddenly said. Before he could stop himself, he continued. "I've seen what nobles are capable of doing. I've seen how deep their selfishness can go." What did these nobles do? Public executions? Did they sell entire families to pirates as slave forces? Was there a famine and did nothing to remedy it? They were nobles! Damn blue bloods! Sergei exclaimed as if that would answer everything. Again, Percival placed a hand on Sergei's shoulder, calming him down. The crimes of House Zulmaut and all of those under them were their greed, lack of action, and complacency, the Grand General revealed as he stood up. Trade had continued to decline over a decade. The nobles hoarded the riches that our labor produced. Discontent grew until Gustav von Raste organized those willing to fight back. When the Great Revolution began, I was in my home, but I joined it hoping to forge a future unshackled by our oppressors, as you know, Princess. Percival started to stroll behind his comrades, pacing back and forth in measured, even steps, while his gaze remained firmly set upon the princess. Gusev and his ilk betrayed us after the last nobles were dead alongside their sympathizers. There were so many, Percival sighed softly with regret. Free of noble oppression, we were free to pursue our own paths without their restrictive hands choking us. We could experience their benefits equally. We were the masters of our lives. Until trade stopped, Istanel said, as Wyatt retook his original position and put on his helmet. Percival nodded. We had to adapt. Scrounge up resources and redouble our efforts once the victory parades ended. The Great Revolution was meant to be a starting point to expand it across this wretched principality. To free our brothers and sisters suffering under the yoke of their blue blood overlords. But we were seen with scorn and disdain. Gusev wanted to make his own empire. That was always his goal. To substitute you wretched asters with his family at the head. He betrayed the Great Revolution, where no masters would ever rule again over the commoners. But if you don't rule, then who does? Someone must dictate the direction of your government and how your great revolution will act, Clara asked. If you accept our proposal, you can keep your power, Grand General. You may even find yourself elevated into nobility. There they are, the fangs of deception. Do you believe me to be so weak-willed to accept selling my conviction and belief so easily, Princess? Percival chuckled. If you did, then I pity your stupidity. The Great Revolution will never be silenced. Not until the principality is undone and every commoner can decide their fates. Clara tilted her head. And how, pray to tell, do you plan on achieving that, Grand General? Your forces are severely reduced. Your industrial capabilities are negligible at best. You have no space assets and your position is precarious. Clara stood up, resolute. I have a ship ready to strike, troops ready to land, and 10 million problems for you to solve if I so choose it. Percival halted. 10 million? Drazzen saplings. 10 million of them. With Count Istanel's aid, ensuring they survive will be a trivial task. Imagine it, Percival. 10 million Drazzen running amok in but a few years. Not a single Principality soldier would be needed to land. The Royal Navy can simply shoot every attempt you make to establish yourself outside your atmosphere. In but a few years, 10 million Drazzen will finish what Lord Harrower Cartagolgo wanted to achieve. Turn Hago. Turn Hago into a Drazzen colony. See? Even your threats of self-annihilation are empty against me. Percival glared at the princess, while Tornell was speechless, and Sergei was seething visibly with rage. Then, Princess, I suggest that you sit back unless you wish to die standing. Clara complied without fear or hesitation. Oh, Percival, you disappoint me. I was under the impression that you were an intelligent man. It seems you are but a simple ideologue. Tell me how many of your... She enunciated slowly, her voice full of sardonic intent. People are happy with your current regime? How many see you as the replacements of the blue bloods you detest so much? Empty taunts will not stop me, Princess, Percival smiled. Over a dozen snipers are aiming at you right as we speak. Shieldbreaker rounds. Your overconfidence was so easy to exploit. All of you blue bloods, royal or not, think you're invincible and infallible. Luring you into a trap was so easy. And not only you, a Ferentis has joined us too. Ah, so we are to be hostages, Clara said tiredly. I have hostages of my own. Pirates and your people captured by the Drazzen. Would you like to entertain a trade? Us for them? Percival, alongside almost every rebel present, laughed at her proposal. The pirates can die for all I care. I never trusted the Sons of Darkness. They were useful tools to raid Ferentis supply lines over the years, but nothing more. My captured people will happily die if it means carrying out the will of the Great Revolution. With you two under our control, even the Prince will surrender entire star systems for your safe return and agree to our demands. You've lost, Princess. He finally stopped and smacked his hands on the table, leaning forth with a winning smile. How does it feel to be bested by a mere commoner? Clara sighed before removing her helmet. Lazily and casually, she ran her hands through her hair for several long, tense moments before meeting Percival's gaze. Your effort was valiant. I wonder how many of your rivals were felled by this same trick. Alas, you are precisely what I was afraid you to be. Oh, don't misunderstand me. I never intended to let you live past this day. You or your great revolution, Percival. These talks were never intended for your agreement. Angered by her words, Percival reached for his holstered pistol, but froze when 4 figures suddenly materialized, surrounding his soldiers. Confused and puzzled, his eyes pierced Clara's, searching for an answer. Did you honestly expect me, a princess of the Astorian Principality, to agree to a meeting with substandard forces? Clara giggled, and then she turned her focus on General Tornell Swallowtail. I assume negotiations won't be an issue? Tornell lowered his head in submission. None whatsoever, my princess. Tornell, what is the meaning of this? Percival cried out while his soldiers looked around for any more undetected enemies. The brown-haired man looked at the Grand General with cold contempt. The Great Revolution was never real to begin with. Our people have suffered long enough. Like you, Percival, I remember the days before the uprising. But unlike you, I can admit that our lives became worse, our struggles increased, and our promised abundance never came. I remember the riots. The purges, all of it. I would rather bend the knee than fight a battle not worth fighting. Call me a coward. Call me weak. Call me a traitor. But tomorrow I'll draw breath. You won't. Kill them all! Percival shouted, and most of his soldiers moved to comply. A series of quick gunshots were heard, followed by bodies hitting the floor, lifeless. Glaring with hatred, he smiled as he expected the princess's head to turn into a pink mist any second now, but nothing happened. The blonde princess remained seated, unmoving and unamused. She wouldn't even grant him the satisfaction of seeing her cower for cover. Are you waiting for Yes, of course. Your snipers, Clara mocked cruelly. My Royal Marines already took care of them. The signals you're receiving are fake. Milcades? After she uttered the name, Percival saw the life signs of his sniper vanish all at once. No! He cried in frustration. No! The Great Revolution! Percival Bucktail said nothing more as his and Sergei's heads were simultaneously evicted from their shoulders and found a hole piercing their skulls. They were dead before their bodies slumped over the table and then tumbled onto the ground, twitching. Wyatt and Cynthia shared a glance, nodded and shrugged as he holstered his soul snatchers, and she sheathed her sword. Now then, Istanel said, his stomach churning uncomfortably. Shall we start negotiations? Wyatt listened to the negotiations and constant back and forth in contemplative observation for the next 2 hours. As it turned out, Tornell Swallowtail had bent the knee by the time the location for the talks had been decided. Milcades had managed to infiltrate whatever was left of the rebels' networks shortly after the jamming satellites were destroyed. Through them, he created profiles of who could be helpful, who needed to be eliminated, and who would listen to reason among the remnants of the Great Revolution's leadership structure. Tornell was one of the few high-ranking leaders remaining who, above all else, wanted to see an end to the conflicts that had ravaged his world. The truth was made clear as the talks continued. In short, the rebels and their Great Revolution were done. They had used all their resources and focused on maintaining control of their system, Hastrung, and being forced to rely on raids and quite literally working their populace to the brink of death just to survive. To make matters worse, the purges and massacres that happened throughout the years ever since the uprising sent millions to their graves. All nobles, regardless of rank or affiliation, were hunted down and eliminated like animals alongside any commoner who sided with them. The consequence of their violent rampage was made clear soon after, as systems began to fail and collapse without anyone truly trained to maintain the delicate balance of technologies, machinery, financial systems, and planet-wide logistics. The rebels' survival of such a catastrophe was a testament to their force of will, if nothing else. However, that was irrelevant now. They had no presence in the void now. The Drazzen had all but obliterated their satellite network, creating problematic Kessler's syndrome to deal with, and their military bases, resource silos, stockpiles, and industrial capabilities had also been reduced to near-total collapse. Percival had been honest in that regard. The rebels outnumbered the Drazzen forces to an absurd degree, but they were unable to replenish their rapidly dwindling remaining reserves of weapons, vehicles, and ammunition. Percival's coup only served to make their situation worse as infighting broke out, causing nearly half of their remaining proper military forces to desert or die in the process alongside Gusev Onraste and his loyalists. Simply put in a way that even he could understand easily, the rebels had nothing but desperation, mean words, and empty threats to paint themselves in any position of strength. Tornell understood this, and as proof of his willingness to survive and see reason, had warned about Percival's plan to capture Clara. Was it a desperate move on the late Grand General's part? Undoubtedly so, but also incredibly arrogant. If there was one thing he'd come to learn about Clara, it was that she wasn't keen on relying on half measures whenever she set her mind on something. Tornell, for his part, bent the knee he had, but he didn't agree to everything Clara and Istanel demanded outright. He argued, searched for compromises, and tried his best to give his planet a peaceful resolution and a foot to stand on. Some of the major points that had been agreed upon were that Revel would retake its previous name of Hyego, the invasion force that only existed on paper, though Tornell didn't need to know that, would be halted, and instead, House Ferentis would send peacekeeping forces, and the Eternal Garden would remain in the system under the banner of House Ferentis. Furthermore, as a gesture of goodwill, Clara would ensure the return of rebel prisoners to Tornell's jurisdiction for him to deal with. The pirates, though, would be screened. Wyatt knew that most of them would die, likely executed for their crimes, but a few could be salvaged. He wasn't keen on the idea of showing mercy to pirates, but maybe some could be redeemed, especially if the reality of the Drazzen opened their eyes to true monsters. It must be so ironic to them. They hate the Principality more than anyone else, and yet they were saved by a royal, Wyatt thought with some amusement. He truly didn't see any value in the lives of damn pirates, but even if just one of them chose to seek redemption, then that was as good as a victory in his opinion. The real problem would be the branded human cattle and the surprising amount of people the Drazzen had collected during their recent raids, especially the feral children. He shuddered internally at the options that would be left for those too far gone with broken minds, thanks to the horrors they went through, or for being raised as nothing more than animals by the Drazzen. That aside, Istanel proved to be a competent negotiator. He offered limited humanitarian aid sponsored by his house, supplying Hago's inhabitants with foodstuffs, all manner of consumer goods aimed primarily for reconstruction and labor, and a minor renewal of trade that heavily favored House Ferentis. In exchange, he demanded the complete dissolution of the rebels' regime and the reinstallation of the Principality's governing structure. Tornell agreed with the first point of his demand, but the second demand and everything it meant created an impasse. Neither was willing to relent, while the princess limited herself to watching and listening to their confrontation, offering her voice only sporadically, with little to no result. Once more, I must insist on reinstalling the ancient traditional system that has served the Principality throughout the millennia. You must see reason, General, insisted Istanel. A system that, I must remind you again, Lord Ferentis, gave birth to the uprising and the Great Revolution, Tornell countered, frowning and tapping the table angrily. The Great Revolution must die, but it is a wounded beast that must be brought down through time and with great patience. There will be those who'll refuse the reinstallment of the government they once broke apart from. The new generations may be more accepting after what has happened, but they've grown up knowing nothing but half-truths and exaggerated lies carefully crafted by Sergei and a manipulated history. Their trust will not be easy to obtain, and it will be non-existent if you force them to comply, the hazel-skinned man pointed out. Istanel crossed his arms and frowned heavily, his helmet long since removed. You say that, but experience and lessons learned through other rebellions and uprisings across the Principality have taught us that failing to set a functioning government and a structural set of laws and function into everyday life will result in chaos. See reason, General Swallowtail? Nobles lead for a reason. Only nobles are educated and instructed to carry out such tasks effectively. Tornell's frown deepened. We learned, through blood and sacrifice, but we learned. Imposing yourself upon my people will only result in tragedy and another uprising in but a few years or much sooner than that. I will not accept any demand that puts me, my family, or the millions who just want to live in peace through another sea of blood and needless cruelty, he declared, then turned his attention to Clara. Your silence is loud, Princess. Will you join your voice in this matter in full, or are you content watching as your efforts close to crumbling? Clara tilted her head slightly. Crumble? My dear Tornell, do not threaten me with something so insignificant, she warned without her typical coldness. If anything, there was an almost playful warmth to her tone now. While my authority is great, remember, outside my forces and available resources, I'm here to play the role of a mediator between House Ferentis and you, General. After listening to your arguments and counter-arguments, I believe I'm close to forming a suitable solution. Wyatt raised an eyebrow at his friend's declaration. What is she planning now, and why do I have the creeping sensation that it'll involve me again? He asked himself even as he wondered why Clara couldn't just demand Tornell's acceptance and be done with it. Tornell had proven to be courageous and intelligent, but those same traits also gave reason for him to believe that the general knew that if Clara put her foot down, he'd choke immediately. That's when he realized that Clara had yet to voice a real threat. Being surrounded by Royal Marines was an unspoken threat, sure, but at no point had the blonde princess moved to threaten Tornell's life or his family. Neither had she tried to strong-arm him into agreeing with any point. Before he could ponder on it more, she continued. However, perhaps it would be preferable to ask the opinion of someone who may share with us his honest view on this subject, she said, turning ever so slightly to look at him with those purple orbs she called her eyes. Stepping forth and removing his helmet again, Wyatt quietly locked it to his hip and crossed his arms. My princess, I'm no diplomat. We don't need a diplomat. We need an honest opinion, and you, Wyatt, are one of the most honest people I know, Clara replied with an ever-present smile. Wyatt Staples, correct? Tornell asked, recalling his name from his earlier introduction. Wyatt nodded. You were a commoner up to not too long ago, and you serve Her Royal Majesty. How can I trust whatever comes out of your mouth? You can't, Wyatt replied instantly. But I have no reason to lie. My princess wants me to answer honestly, so I will. Tornell stared at him for long moments, then sighed. Fine. I'll entertain this little charade if it means I can stop this endless arguing for just a few minutes. So, Wyatt, what say you to all this? Agree, lose what little remains of our autonomy and stoke the flames of resentment, or face the wrath of House Ferentis and the Principality for seeking the best for my people? Wyatt frowned, his gaze shifting from Tornell, Istanel, and Clara every so often, analyzing them as he ran the question in his mind over and over again. Are those their only options? Can't they compromise? No, that's not it, is it? They don't want to compromise, he thought as he focused on Tornell. He doesn't want to lose what little power he has left, but I don't think it's out of greed. I think he genuinely just wants all the fighting to end. Turning to Clara, he continued. She wants to avoid further bloodshed and fulfill her end of the deal with Istanel's father. And Istanel? He looks down on commoners and thinks of them as stupid and incompetent. He's flexible, but that line of thinking prevents him from even considering an alternative that doesn't put nobles in power from the start, Wyatt concluded as he shifted his attention to Istanel. Dad always said that I have a way with words, but the more I see into what diplomacy is between nobles, the more I understand why talking to Uriel Holks was refreshing for Clara. I'm also starting to hate this type of diplomacy. Wyatt thought tiredly. At the same time, he tried to find a solution to a problem that escaped his usual abilities. The problem was obvious. Neither side wanted to relent without getting what they wanted. Suddenly, a memory came back to him. It had been something insignificant at the time, nothing more than a source of amusement or annoyance, depending on who you asked. Pursing his lips in thought, he pinched his chin, nodding once. Well? Don't leave us in suspense, Sir Wyatt, Istanel called after a couple of minutes of pondering silence and taking his reaction as the arrival of a potential answer. Back in my homeworld, Wyatt began, there was a scandal over a lesser house stealing credits for themselves. Everyone hated them. I mean, every other blue blood hated them. Other houses killed them off with assassinations and accidents. It was a mess. I never saw any of it, just heard it as it happened in another city. What I know for certain is that many commoners were happy with that house, and when others tried to claim what once belonged to them, many commoners weren't happy about it. I think something similar is happening here. Thrilling story, but how does that aid us in any capacity? Tornell asked in mild annoyance. Nobles lead, commoners obey, Wyatt replied. Think about it. Why were the commoners angry about it? He asked. Tornell's dismissive glare turned into an inquisitive stare. Even Istanel glanced at him in mild curiosity. As far as I know, the nobles were 2 generations old since they became nobles. They also came from that same part of the city. The commoners saw those nobles as part of them, in a sense. I don't know if the sentiment was mutual or if it was real, but that's what happened. Many didn't want anyone else to tell them what to do. Such an isolated incident. It is hardly relevant to our current problem, don't you think so, Sir Wyatt? Istanel asked. Wyatt nodded. It's not the same, but something similar is happening here. Your people don't want outsiders to come and tell them what to do, he said to Tornell. And you want to reinstate noble rule? Quite so, said Tornell. As it should be, replied Istanel. Then, why don't elevate people that others trust or know how to run things into nobles? That way you get your nobles and you keep the people happy instead of angry? Wyatt proposed. Istanel stared at him with disbelief while Tornell seemed to consider his proposition. Sir Wyatt, please, surely you jest, Istanel asked with a nervous chuckle. These people aren't regular commoners. They are rebels. Traitors to the principality. To elevate them into nobility is absurd. One does not simply become a noble on a whim. To become a noble, one must prove oneself with great talent, connections, service, and intelligence. You've achieved this, Sir Wyatt. Surely you must know how difficult that path is and how preposterous your proposal is. Wyatt hummed deeply before replying. Then let them earn it through service. Istanel was about to protest again when an amused laugh interrupted him. It seems my knight banneret has stumbled through pure observation and casual intuition, part of a third option available to us. A compromise that I believe will leave all sides satisfied. If my princess is willing to continue, then I'll listen, Istanel said calmly, his attention returning to Tornell. Tornell nodded twice. I'm open to listening if his original idea remains included. Clara's smile widened slightly, pleased. It is quite simple, really. Either path you proposed was unfitting. They work in the short term but disregard mid and long terms entirely. There is much to consider aside from leadership, but with a stable leadership body and a functioning government, if only provisional for a set amount of time, everything else shall fall into place. Our greatest obstacle is stability. Bringing nobles from the outside would prove catastrophic, but letting the remnants of the current administration keep their power as it stands won't work to establish peace, fragile as it may be. She raised a finger. I could elevate many new nascent noble houses, but doing so without care or thought would be disastrous. Such measures require time to be properly implemented. My knight banneret has proposed a clever solution. Let them earn it. Tornell, she turned her gaze upon him. You may select those who you trust to run an effective provisional government that focuses on rebuilding your key infrastructures, dismantling the remnants of the current regime, and eliminating the Drazzen invaders. They should prove an effective unifying force to rally against. Slowly but effectively, the rest of the planet will come to an understanding and embrace the only beacon of stability at their disposal. By doing so, you'll be providing great service to House Ferentis and the Principality at large. The provisional government will last 5 years, and at the end of this period, new lesser houses will be created among those who served with competence. You, Tornell, of course, should you accept and remain in power, leading as you proclaim, will find yourself elevated into the status of a new minor house under the banner of House Ferentis. Clara paused for a moment, letting Tornell absorb the information and processes as his eyes moved from one side to the other in deep contemplation. She turned to Istanel next. In exchange, House Ferentis will retain control of the Eternal Garden in full after I leave the system alongside the disabled Drazzen ships. They will be yours to do as you please, though I suggest repairing 1 or 2 of them as a means of self-defense. We don't know if more Drazzen raiders may come, and House Ferentis must be ready. For this reason, the remaining fighters aboard the Eternal Garden must be retrofitted for human use, serving as a quick-response planetary defense force. She raised another finger. The internal habitat can be used as dedicated farmland to help supply Hago, and the Eternal Garden can double as the headquarters for the peacekeeping forces and the observers selected by House Ferentis to aid the new provisional government if requested. As a habitat, it can serve as both a station and a trade port, revitalizing the planet's economy at a fair price, she said, her gaze hardening as she stared into Istanel's eyes. I'll need to discuss this with my fellow generals. However, I don't think many will oppose such a generous proposal. If I may ask, Princess, what do you gain from this? Tornell asked curiously. I gain the end of a needless conflict and the avoidance of a terrible power vacuum that would claim millions of lives, Clara replied without hesitation. I see, Tornell replied, taken aback. A few seconds later, he bowed his head again. Allow me a few minutes to convey your proposal, my princess. But know that I accept these terms and conditions. It is not what I had in mind, but I suspect I won't get a better deal. Very well. I, too, defer to my princess's wisdom and accept her proposal as valid, Istanel replied before standing up. My princess, I wish to exercise my legs in the meantime. May I take Sir Wyatt as my escort? I promise I won't go far. You may. Do hurry about it, yes? Clara allowed with a gentle smile. My thanks, Istanel replied. He soon began ambling toward the shuttle, with Wyatt following him only a few steps behind him. Please, Sir Wyatt, join me. Wyatt obeyed, quietly joining Istanel's side, only for the noble to let out a heavy sigh. You were rather cruel with me. Lord? Wyatt asked, perplexed. Please, Sir Wyatt, don't feign ignorance. Rest assured, it is not within my habit to hold on to grudges. Less so when the lesson imparted was so thorough, Istanel continued, his voice holding an edge of disgust but not directed at Wyatt. Instantly, Wyatt understood what the long-haired man was talking about. It wasn't my intention for you to see whatever you saw in there. I only wanted you to stop idolizing the Drazzen, if only a little. Istanel barked a little amused laugh. You don't deny it and openly admit it? I don't know if I should praise you for your upstanding moral values and honor or laugh at such naivete. But I figured as much. Who else would have a motive to mess with my armor? I suspected you instantly given your open vitriol against the Drazzen. He shook his head. Truly, that experience is one I wish I could forget yet. At the same time, I'll hold on to it like a most morbid treasure. A lesson well learned is hard to forget. What did you see in there, Istanel? Wyatt asked, genuinely concerned. Reality, Istanel replied, his eyes dimming for a moment. Reports, books, and videos are one thing. To know it in theory. But to experience it? To see it firsthand? He shook his head. I'm a xenobiologist. I will continue my investigations, but perhaps with different goals set before me, not just mere ambition or the need to sate my curiosity. Wyatt stared at Istanel for long moments, even after they turned around, ready to rejoin the table after a short rest. Making his decision, Wyatt began. Istanel, when I was— No! Please, don't, Istanel interjected. Your reasons are your own. I need not know. To know that they were strong enough for you to act in such a manner speaks louder than what mere words can describe, he smiled. The experience was thoroughly unpleasant, but I thank you all the same, Wyatt Staples, for opening my eyes. Truth is a harsh mistress, not an unfair one. Wyatt nodded, their eyes meeting briefly as mutual comprehension formed between them. A few moments later, they reached the table, and Istanel sat down while the pilot retook his position next to Clara. A few seconds later, Tornell came back with the few soldiers who yet lived. Sitting down, he nodded firmly. Cynthia finally moved, placing the large suitcase on the table. Opening it, a series of papers, machines, and other objects Wyatt didn't recognize adorned its insides. Before we proceed with the ratification, my princess, I'd like to request the appointment of an intermediary who doesn't serve House Ferentis and has no relation with with Haego and its inhabitants. That way, any grievances from both sides may be addressed properly. I'm afraid I can't just appoint an intermediary to remain here indefinitely, less so one with enough authority to project my will without my direct say-so. Nevertheless, I'll grant you your request, General Tornell. I'll see to it that a convoy is dispatched as soon as possible, so that Hastrung may officially rejoin the Principality as part of House Ferentis's territory. That way, Sir Wyatt Staples may serve in such a role and for me to respond through him, she declared with a playful smile as she glanced at him. Wyatt wasn't even surprised anymore. Desertion looks more enticing by the day, he thought grimly while Clara's smile turned smug, victorious. Noravio, After the official agreements and papers were signed by all involved parties, all Wyatt wanted to do was take a shower and rest before having to meet with his friends later at Clara's earnest behest. Just as he was about to arrive at his quarters, a group of commoners led by a noble stepped forth, apparently having waited for him as they blocked his path. Before Wyatt could say anything, the marine noble removed his helmet, revealing a handsome young face with short brown hair and cybernetic eyes. Wyatt vaguely recognized him as the noble he had helped aboard the Gallant Venture by giving him his biofoam. Wyatt opened his mouth, but the noble and his commoner followers moved first. The noble and his 5 servants knelt before him, showing reverence. "My Lord Wyatt Staples, my name is Declan Oakmoon of House Oakmoon. I'm the 5th bastard son of Howlin Oakmoon, recognized by my Lord Father. As of this moment, your honor is my honor. My life and that of my faithful servants are yours to command. Until the debt I owe to one merciful and selfless lord such as you is repaid, I pledge myself to you, my lord," Declan announced, his voice booming with conviction and the certainty of destiny on his lips. Speechless, Wyatt could only stare at the kneeling figures giving him reverence. Wordlessly, the pilot scooted past them and entered his quarters. Closing the door, he sat at the edge of his bed and buried his face in his hands. Simultaneously, a long, guttural sigh of frustration and defeat exploded forth. Black Ship fans, get a sneak peek of the next installment on Patreon. Join Patreon for free and watch short previews of the next Black Ship episodes a day before they drop on YouTube every Tuesday. If you want more, upgrade anytime to watch the full episode completely ad-free. Plus, you get the latest updates first. The link is in the description. Now on with the story. With a final inspection of his reflection in the mirror, Wyatt nodded to himself in satisfaction. After a shower to cool his senses and spending half an hour exploring the ship's network with the use of his datapad, he was more than ready to meet Cynthia and Clara for a much-needed time of relaxation. He chuckled at the thought. Before meeting them, the very idea of leisure time seemed almost pointless. Now he was looking forward to it. Opening his quarters door, Wyatt took an involuntary step back when he saw Declan Oakmoon and his servants kneeling at the other side of the corridor. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed, befuddled. "Have we passed your test of loyalty, my lord?" Declan asked, undisturbed and still bowing his head respectfully. "What test?" Wyatt protested again before his brain fully processed Declan's words. "Wait, does that mean you've been waiting there, kneeling, for nearly an hour?" "The command to rise was never given, my lord. We merely moved to a better position to not disturb others and give you proper respect," Declan answered. Wyatt felt the urge to squeeze his temples, but resisted it. Instead, he stepped forth, closing the door in the process. "Look, Declan, was it?" The noble rose his head to meet his gaze. "There's no need for you to do any of this." Declan shook his head. "On the contrary, my lord. We were enemies set against each other, yet you showed compassion and unquestionable honor by sparing my life and helping to save it. Your actions embody the very foundations that House Oakmoon values above all else. Until my debt is repaid, we are under your care and command, my Lord Staples." After hearing Declan's declaration, the heterochromatic-eyed man felt his stomach do a backflip of pure disgust. Managing to restrain himself from insulting the man, he answered, "There's nothing to repay. Go! You're free. Your debt is repaid, or whatever." Declan looked stunned for a moment, but then bowed his head again, even lower than before. "My lord truly embodies the spirit of chivalry within his heart. It will be my joy and pleasure to serve you until my debt is repaid, my lord." "I don't—" Wyatt began to protest, but what could he say? The answer came a few moments later. If he didn't know what to do, then he just needed to ask someone who did, right? "I don't have time for this. I must answer Princess Clara's summons." "Of course, my lord. We shall eagerly wait for your return," Declan announced. "Could you please stop calling me lord?" "Oh, and stand up?" Declan and his servants obeyed without hesitation. "You're free to— Wait, why are you free?" "You're with the traitors." Baffled by the surprising turn of events, Wyatt forgot that Declan was technically a prisoner, so why was he allowed to roam free in the first place? His servants were commoners, which explained their presence, not his. "I paid my ransom eagerly and have renounced the Duke's cause to fulfill my obligations to you, my lord." "My lord father will understand my decision," Declan explained. "We are, however, not part of the Noravio's crew yet, my lord. We have no duties to tend to nor quarters to return to." Wyatt closed his eyes, not knowing what to do. Just go and find something to do until I call for you again, okay?" Declan nodded once. "Understood, my Lord Staples," he declared, saluted, and then turned to leave. "May your endeavors be fruitful and full of joy, my lord." Wyatt felt something crawling under his skin and huffed with disgust once Declan and his servants were far enough away not to hear him. Turning on his heel, he began to walk faster than usual. Crew members saluted him whenever he walked past them, only to hear faint murmurs at the edge of his hearing range. Some were wary, but most ranged from cautious to excited. The pilot wanted to scoff at their reaction, yet at the same time he understood them for the most part. In their place, though, he'd just keep his distance and mind his business. It didn't take long for him to reach Clara's quarters. Ever guarded by 2 Royal Marines and the pylons, he still had no idea what purpose they served. Upon his arrival, the Royal Marines stepped away from the door a second before it opened. Nodding at them once in appreciation, he made his way into the room only to be immediately hit by the most succulent, fresh, and enticing scent he'd ever smelled in his life. As the door closed behind him, his eyes searched for the source of that scent. He quickly found it on the table he and his friends sat around as constantly as possible. There, he found a tower at least a meter tall divided into 6 circular sections, each smaller as they reached the top. On them, he found all manner of pastries, baked goods, and other sweet things. He recognized the cookies, cakes, and, more so than anything else, veshkoms. He also found Clara wearing a long, pure white sleeveless dress with feathered patterns in different shades of blue etched into it. She held a chocolate cake in one hand while the other gripped a veshkom. Both pastries were half-eaten, and the princess chewed as if her life depended on them. Cynthia was at her side in a similar condition, devouring a long, chocolate-filled, puffy bread with evident satisfaction on her face. Wyatt didn't announce his presence. The thought didn't cross his mind. Instead, he made his way to the table, took his usual seat, and promptly reached for a veshkom and a handful of different delicious cookies. Wordlessly, Cynthia reached out with a large jar in hand and served him a glass of grape juice. Thankful, but with his mouth filled with the sugary relief he'd been craving for what felt like weeks, he took a large gulp of it, enjoying it fully. The trio didn't share a word. The only sounds heard in the room were soft moans of pleasure, chewing, and constantly refilled glasses. Wyatt was the first to satisfy his belly, losing count of how many pieces he'd eaten. He licked his smiling lips and used a handkerchief to clean the edges of his mouth. Now that he'd slowed down, he could appreciate his friends eating freely. As always, Cynthia ate quickly, spending little time enjoying the flavors, but something told him that was how she preferred it. That being said, she was eating more than Clara and he combined. It was not a surprise when she took a sizable bite, chewed on it a few times, swallowed, and repeated the process without much of a pause. But Clara was a different story. He'd seen her eat many times before, from proper meals where she displayed poise and manners beyond his understanding, to merely eating slowly and sipping tea as she talked, rarely losing her image as a princess. But this time was different. Her cheeks were bloated as she greedily took in large mouthfuls, chewing them with gusto and a fervor he'd never seen before. Her fingers were covered in frosting most of the time, and she cleaned them by doing something he'd only thought a commoner like him would do. She licked it off, enjoying it for what it was. She also licked her lips clean constantly and only stopped, stuffing her face with sweets when she took a glass of grape juice and drank it all in a single motion. Just watching them made him smile, and as he watched them, he came to a simple realization. "How much do you eat?" "Plenty," Clara replied after a few seconds of hurried chewing and swallowing. "Go on, Wyatt, don't be shy. Eat more." "Eat! I had Harold prepare more," she exclaimed in a cheerful tone. "I'm satisfied for now," Wyatt replied, politely gulping juice before continuing. "Are feeling better, both of you?" "It's a start," Clara agreed, and Cynthia nodded. "I need to relax and set my mind at ease before I even contemplate continuing to tend to our ongoing debacles," she sighed, absent-mindedly licking her right index finger. A second later, a pleased sigh escaped her lips. Wyatt nodded, then smiled at the princess as she aimed to grab another veshkom. "Clara, when were you going to tell me that I have a claim to the Noravio?" "Is that why you fainted?" Clara asked, her violet eyes sparkling with a playful light, while she grabbed her prize and set it on her empty plate for the first time since his arrival. "I was informed of your hurried admission into the medical wing, but not the reason for your faint episode. Am I correct to assume Jincho was involved in that revelation?" "Why bother asking when you can read my mind?" Wyatt countered, trying and failing to match her playfulness, while Cynthia merely shook her head and gave the blonde princess an unamused stare. Clara ignored her bodyguard's judging stare as she pouted slightly in defeat. I had this convoluted plan to have you discover it yourself at a later point where I could see your reaction. Such a shame, but I suppose I'll accept my loss this time. Happenstance is such a scary and unpredictable thing, isn't it? Clara, Cynthia warned, halting her sweets feasting. You, my dearest Cynthia Winfield, have no sense of humor, and you're a terrible monster for denying your princess so, Clara said as she crossed her arms. I'm merely preventing my unhinged princess from making a greater fool of herself by allowing her wicked sense of humor to take over her better judgment. You'll have your fun once the transmission starts at any point, Cynthia countered, unamused. Clara gasped, offended, and pressed a hand against her chest. Then she turned to Wyatt. Wyatt, did you hear her? That blue-haired monster has dared offend your princess. Go now, defend my honor. Wyatt, try as he might, couldn't stop smiling as he replied. I'm sorry, princess, but I'm very fond of life. How else am I going to enjoy more of these sweets? Betrayal! Must a princess suffer the wrathful mockery of two scoundrels? Clara declared overdramatically, only to end her performance by taking a bite out of her veshcom. After swallowing, she continued. I suppose, then, that you wish to have an answer and that bribing you with sweets and other luxuries is out of the question? I could be convinced, Wyatt replied, playing along. Clara's lips curled slightly upward. And risk losing half of my precious pastries? I already have to feed this bottomless void next to me. I don't need another putting an even bigger strain on my supplies, she declared, gaining an eye roll from Cynthia and an amused chuckle from Wyatt. No. I believe the best course of action is to disclose secrets kept. Let us begin with the easiest point. She paused. Her immaculate manners returned as she sipped from her glass, uncaring that such an illusion had been shattered mere moments ago. Truth be told, Wyatt, at the time it wasn't my intention for you to lay claim to the Noravio. After knowing more about you during our travel to Woodshaft and our brief stay there, I decided at that moment that you'd prove to be an asset to me as my personal pilot. Her eyes narrowed slightly for a brief moment. Nothing could have prepared me for the events that would follow, but I was determined to ensure your survival. Having you rename a prized captured ship was a safeguard measure to shield you if worse came to pass. Namely speaking, uptight, jealous officers perceiving you as a potential threat to their precious status quo, traditions, and nonsensical values. It did happen, but in a manner that escaped my plans. Wyatt nodded in understanding. Then, should I just revoke it? The ship is yours, no? You can, but I'd prefer for you to hold on to it, said the princess. After the events that took place in Hastrung, I'd rather you not be left without a hidden shield. Furthermore, I, too, will not leave things to chance. Better for the Noravio to be commanded by you than by some inept moron seeking glory, prestige, or the fulfillment of their own ambitions. Wyatt tilted his head in confusion. But how does that work? It's hard for me to comprehend all this. To put it in simple terms, Cynthia answered, you don't own the Noravio. You have an ownership claim, as it was you who renamed it as such after capturing the Samuel's glory. However, this is more of a legal safety measure and an emergency-only status. If, for example, Redford was undisposed and Clara was off board, and both of them were unable to give a direct command or appoint another provisional captain, then the Noravio will recognize your claim and lock command away from everyone but you. It also means that with a valid claim over this ship that belongs to me and House Astor, you can't simply be removed by the whims and wishes of superior officers. Clara smirked. You won't leave the Noravio unless I or my brother Dearest says so, Wyatt. There was a flash of surprise in Wyatt's heart, but it quickly passed. As he thought about it, it made sense. He was loyal to Clara, the prince, and the principality. In the case of a mutiny or a boarding action, keeping his claim of ownership and potential command of the Noravio a secret could prove to be the difference between annihilation and victory. The thought of commanding the ship crossed his mind, but he rejected it instantly. If the time came for him to take the seat again, then he would. Until then, he was happy where he was. Secondly, let me be honest with you. I promised I would disclose this little secret of mine before, but please, I implore you, Wyatt, that you must never reveal this to anyone. Only those closest to me know of this secret. And you're going to be one of them, Clara continued as she reached across the table to grasp Wyatt's left hand as he was about to stand up. Please don't kneel or pledge yourself to me. I only require your promise as my friend. Nothing else. I already have your loyalty and I'm touched by it. But for this, I only require your promise as Wyatt Staples. Wyatt's eyes widened as he considered kneeling and swearing his life that he would keep her secret. Then he relaxed, gently turning his hand around to give her smooth, soft hand a short-lived squeeze. "I promise," he said, letting her go. Clara smiled and took a deep breath. "First, let me clear a misconception. I can't read your thoughts or usurp the sanctity of your mind, Wyatt. Yours or anyone else. If I could—" She paused, shaking her head a few times in dismissal. "What I can do is something far simpler and complex at the same time. I can sense surface thoughts and perceive ideas, intentions, and emotions." "Isn't that the same as reading minds?" he asked, confused and surprised at the same time. "In theory? Yes. In practice? I'm afraid it is vastly different," Clara began, straightening as she continued. "I don't get a clear image of what I'm perceiving. Allow me to demonstrate. Go on, think about something." Wyatt obeyed, curiosity driving him forward. Thanks to Clara's vague insinuations and his previous experiment that confirmed she could read his mind, he focused on Mr. Warlow, his parents and brothers. He remembered carving wood on a warm day, about seeing his younger brothers playing with a small drone, of his father and mother holding hands as they danced to a slow melody, while Mr. Warlow arrived to join in to celebrate Wam's birthday. The old man would never miss a chance for free food. The memory made him smile. "You're thinking about your family and someone else? A teacher of sorts." "A good memory of a peaceful day," Clara declared, and Wyatt nodded. "I can't read or see what you are thinking, yet I can perceive information. Family. Brothers. Home. Happy. Summer. Warm day. Old man. Grumpy. Dance. Playing. These are the things I can perceive. It is up to me to deduce, string together, and give meaning to these thoughts and emotions into a coherent form or idea. Some are simple enough, while others are more difficult. I also can only work with what knowledge I have at my disposal." Wyatt was speechless as he recalled their interactions and those moments when she seemed to know exactly what he was thinking, or at least partially. Now it made sense, but he couldn't wrap his mind around how she was able to do it. What she explained seemed so random and incoherent. How in the world would she even begin to use such an ability effectively? "It's not easy," Clara replied with a soft giggle while Wyatt stared at her in rapt attention. "I mean not to brag, but it is thanks to my intellect. Ability to read the intentions of others, read body language, expressions, and predict conducts and reactions that allow me to make use of this ability of mine more effectively. As you can imagine, this grants me a great advantage. But it is not a faultless system. Even one such as I can't be right all the time. Not to mention the other drawbacks." "Drawbacks?" Wyatt inquired. The princess raised a finger. "I can't read complex ideas, making me useless to perceive strategies, combat tactics, or deeper thoughts, such as ploys of treason, assassination, or detailed specifics." She raised another finger. "I can't turn off this ability. It is always present and active, and it only has an effective range of use of 20 meters in diameter." A third finger was raised. "I can't pinpoint the thoughts and emotions of a single person in a crowd easily. I must actively identify and isolate what I wish to focus on, like I did back on Matcha." A fourth finger joined the previous trio. "And finally, I'm susceptible to strong emotions. The stronger the emotions are, the more I feel them as if they were my own." Wyatt remained stunned for several seconds, absorbing everything Clara had revealed to him. He couldn't imagine how loud the things she perceived were, but he was sure that being surrounded by many people had to be a thoroughly unpleasant experience. Then his mind drifted to when he shared his past with them. His expression turned crestfallen. "Did I harm you?" Clara shook her head as Cynthia reached to Wyatt's shoulder, offering her support. "It was a most terrible experience, but you didn't hurt me, Wyatt. I only experienced a fraction of what you were reliving." Offering a kind smile, she continued. "Don't dwell on it. From the moment I beseeched the diviners, I knew the consequences." Feeling reassured, but still partially guilty at the thought that he harmed his friend, even involuntarily, Wyatt frowned. "You sought out the diviners?" "I began investigating them after we gained our titles," Clara replied. "They are far away, but are largely peaceful, focused on their own affairs. I don't claim to know them deeply, but the least I can assure you is that they are innocent in our current struggle." She paused and pressed her right index finger against her temple. "I contacted them and bought one of their psionic implants. I received it through secrecy and duplicitous actions 2 years after I first learned of them in detail. I don't know what to say except that I promise you again that I won't tell anyone about your secret, Clara." Wyatt replied with a serious expression. Out of curiosity, how much did it cost? Clara laughed. No offense, Wyatt, but if you're planning on getting one for yourself, you can forget it. I was barely able to convince them to sell it to me for a rather exorbitant price. Truly exorbitant, she repeated with a hollow look in her eyes. Wyatt winced at the tone she used and immediately exiled the idea out of his mind. He had no interest in knowing what exorbitant was for a royal. Thank you, Clara, for trusting me. I wouldn't have told you or dropped hints every now and then if I didn't trust you, Wolfhound, Clara said with humor. Wolfhound. That explains why that name was everywhere in the local network. They were talking about me? Wyatt asked, unamused. You can thank Maximilian for that. He mentioned it intentionally and your new nickname has spread. Wyatt the Wolfhound Staples. It has a dangerous edge to it. I personally approve of it, Cynthia explained with an almost cheeky smirk. So the Roaring Thunder wishes to jumpstart your legend. Many would consider it an honor. I, too, approve, Clara joined in with a winning smile. That reminds me, she said before standing up. Calmly, she made her way to her trophy shelf, opened it, and retrieved from it a clean, warped helmet. I had it cleaned, but now it is high time for you to claim your trophy, Wyatt, she said as she closed her shelf. Making her way back to the table, she sat down and put the helmet in front of Wyatt. Maximilian's helmet. Proof that you brought the lone wolf down. Wyatt picked it up and stared at it for what felt like hours. Part of him wanted to give it to Clara, knowing she'd appreciate the gift immensely. But a bigger part of him told him to hold on to it, not out of pride or a sense of accomplishment or bloated ego, but as a reminder of a lesson learned. I could keep it safe, Clara proposed in a sing-song tone. Absolutely not, Cynthia interfered, eyes narrowed at her friend. Wyatt, do not fuel her insatiable obsession. Not to worry, Cynthia. I wasn't planning on giving it away so easily, Wyatt confessed, causing Clara to sigh in defeat. Since you mentioned Maximilian, Clara, what are we to do about Javier and the other traitors that landed across Hago? What about them? Clara asked with disinterest. Why should we spend any effort in retrieving them? Javier Wunder is a savvy economist that I would rather not deposit back into my uncle's service. I will admit that his mutiny was fortunate for our cause, but he is still our enemy. The majority of the traitors landed on Hago's second continent. We'll give Tornell a bounty for their capture. If they are captured, killed by the inhabitants, or die by the planet's predators and conditions, then that suits our goals equally fine. Her eyes narrowed slightly. I don't deem Javier as a coward. What other options were at his disposal? But that doesn't mean I shall show him or his followers any mercy either. I don't entirely agree with leaving them to their luck, but they made their decision, Wyatt hummed softly. Most of them are blue bloods at any rate, are they not? Yes, Cynthia confirmed simply. And what about us? What is our next step? Wyatt asked. I'll contact my brother later, asking him to contact Geenock so he can dispatch a comm buoy to Hastrung. Until it arrives and is activated, we'll remain here. The Noravio needs repairs. Fortunately for us, there are plenty of materials and resources to fix her. We need to sort out the captives inside the Eternal Garden. That alone will take days to complete. I'll host a small ceremony tomorrow to celebrate our victories over the Drazzen and the traitors alike, issue promotions, and a memorial ceremony to respect the fallen. Then there's the issue of claiming and recovering salvage. Redford has already collected every surviving traitor fighter to replenish our losses. We'll also need to establish your headquarters as my provisional bridge between House Ferentis, Tornell, and myself. Don't worry, as I said before, you won't leave my side, Wyatt. With the comm buoy in place, you'll be able to contact and be contacted by both parties whenever the need arises, Clara explained casually. We have our hands full, don't you agree? I'll do my best, Wyatt replied. Fret not, Wyatt. Your position is largely symbolic. As long as Tornell maintains the peace, he doesn't get any ideas of self-aggrandizement or is disposed of by another would-be dictator, you'll be largely ignored. Incidentally, it is House Ferentis who poses the greatest danger depending on who is dispatched to ensure the agreement is honored and followed, Cynthia replied, crossing her arms. You'll receive permanent quarters in the Eternal Garden and a small patch of land on Hago's surface to claim as your property. I highly suggest that you leave plans for a small business operation. I can help you with the details when you've decided what industry you wish to pursue, Clara added, before taking a bite out of her veshcom. It is a good learning experience that'll help you manage budgets and teach you the power of economics. I'm looking forward to it, Wyatt replied with the same enthusiasm he gave to Cynthia and her upcoming real training sessions. Cynthia scoffed with a smirk, then reached to her side. She brought a small black box up a moment later and presented it to Wyatt. The pilot received it, confused. "They're clean and decontaminated," she said cryptically. Curiously, Wyatt opened the rectangular box and his eyes widened when he saw what was inside. Carefully, he reached into it and pulled out a 4-inch long, dark as obsidian claw that could only belong to a Drazzen. The black-haired man's eyes turned to Cynthia with the deepest gratitude before tracing his fingers alongside the claw's smooth surface. "There's 30 in there," the red-armored woman said. "Matching your exploits in gin tracks. I thought it would be a good symbolic gift. They're incredibly hard, sturdy, and the tip can easily pierce skin with little to no effort. Be careful with them. You can keep them or do with them whatever you want, Wyatt." "Thank you, Cynthia." Wyatt grinned, dropping the claw back into the box with the other claws. "I don't know what I'm going to do with them, but thank you." Cynthia closed her eyes and nodded slightly in response. Oh, it's starting," Clara said all of a sudden as a large screen descended from the ceiling. On it, a simple message could be read, "Simulated exhibition match. 1 vs 1. Redford Vorpal strike Redford vs Maximilian the Roaring Thunder Usurek." Beneath it, a countdown of only a single minute was running. "I didn't see this before," Wyatt commented, surprised. "It was announced 5 minutes ago. Right on schedule. The entire crew deserved a moment to unwind and enjoy a good match featuring 2 great pilots now, don't they?" Clara said, unable to hide her eager smile. "Not everyone finds fighter matches, races, and dogfights nearly as much as you do, Clara," Cynthia commented. "I should charge you for treason for uttering such cruel things." "Now shush you! It's about to begin," Clara said, her eyes focused on the screen while Cynthia chuckled to herself, also turning her attention to the screen. Wyatt found Clara's energetic responses endearing, and he was quickly reminded of her genuine gratitude when he convinced her to drive a shuttle for at least a few moments. An idea manifested in his mind, and he quickly removed it from his mind, hoping Clara was too preoccupied with the screen to notice it. His eyes landed on the screen just in time to see it split in the middle, each side presenting a standard Raptor fighter floating among a small debris field. "They're going to fight in locked corners?" Cynthia asked, recognizing the simulation scenario. "They both want to give a good show," Clara replied excitedly, fingers fidgeting constantly. Wyatt didn't say anything. He knew the simulation, and he'd been using it heavily alongside his squadron in their practices. It was a challenging scenario with very little room for error. Active tactical mines were placed at random locations outside the spawning points. Debris was abundant and a constant hazard. The gutted remains of a ship floated nearby, and drones lay in wait, ready to destroy anything within their sensor range. The match began with little fanfare. Both fighters rushed out immediately on opposite sides of the map in search of each other. The goal was simple: destroy the enemy. Maximilian was the first to make a move by launching one of his missiles without a clear objective. The reason was obvious a few moments later. Somehow Maximilian had detected a tactical mine and intentionally detonated it. He took cover behind a large piece of debris until he emerged again. "He created himself a space to maneuver freely," Wyatt commented, surprised and mentally noting the tactic used. It was situational and all but gave your position away, but it was better than constantly dodging and weaving through debris, asteroids, or other junk in a tight situation. "Yes, but look, Redford moves like a graceful ice dancer," Clara commented, her wide smile never faltering. "What's an ice dancer?" Wyatt asked himself, but as he watched Redford moving through the debris field without a single moment's hesitation, he concluded that it didn't matter. He stared in amazement. He was good. He knew it. But Redford moved in his fighter with such ease that it made him feel inadequate. A trio of drones suddenly appeared from behind Redford's fighter, angrily firing at him and missing every shot as the commander made use of the debris to confuse the drone's targeting systems while he continued to advance. Then, in a swift movement, Redford deactivated his engine, made a quick rotation, launched a single missile, and fired a stream of coil gun shots before reactivating his engine, continuing forth. The missile impacted the leading drone, destroying it in the act, while the other 2 were lightly damaged. The coil gun shots landed next on the second drone, depleting its meager shields and destroying it. The explosion ripped it to pieces, and one of them struck the third drone, shifting its trajectory long enough for it to crash against a piece of debris, resulting in its explosion a moment later. "Yes! Did you see that?" Clara exclaimed, clapping vigorously. Redford is going to win. I just know it. I wouldn't be so sure. Maximilian's reputation and skills are not to be taken lightly. Look, Cynthia countered, more than used to Clara's excited outbursts. Wyatt turned to Maximilian's side of the screen to find 5 drones bearing down on him. Instead of panicking, Maximilian moved in to face them head-on in the space he'd created. Free to move as he desired, he lured the drones in to attack him in patterns of his design. It was like watching a Clixel hunter baiting one of the big, dumb birds into a kill zone. Drones were drones, and drones were stupid after all. The Roaring Thunder didn't waste a missile on the drones. Instead, he used precise, controlled shots to destroy 3 of them quickly. He tricked the remaining 2 drones into crashing into each other after some quick, violent turns and the release of flares, baffling their sensors. That was beautiful, Clara applauded. The way he moved and twisted at the last turn? Brilliant, Wyatt nodded. And he's not piloting his custom-made fighter. That thing was a monstrosity, and it could move just like that. The use of flares at the end? I agree. It was a brilliant move. Right, Clara exclaimed. Ah, there's the old man, Cynthia commented as Redford came out of the debris field only to enter Maximilian's zone. The 2 pilots didn't immediately rush for one another. They waited, approaching carefully and analyzing each other, taunting silently for their opponent to make the first move. Wyatt could hear Clara's breathing as she refused to blink for fear of losing a moment of detail. Then, Redford made the first move by launching 2 missiles and accelerating to his left, trying to return to the debris field. Maximilian responded in kind, launching 2 missiles and firing a hail of coil gun shots in the direction Redford was heading toward. The distance between the 2 had been reduced significantly, and Redford was forced to alter his path or risk being hit by Maximilian's shots a second later. The 2 missiles intercepted each other as Redford faced Maximilian head-on. Maximilian fired his last missile at the same time he let loose with his coil guns. Redford moved gracefully in random patterns, firing his coil guns with controlled bursts as the missile charged unopposed. Maximilian was forced to wave and dodge incoming coil gun shots as he approached, unable to return fire with any accuracy properly. It didn't take long for the missile to reach its target, and Redford, in a quick, violent maneuver, dipped as he released his flares. The missile exploded behind his fighter, hitting its shields and inflicting minor damage to its engines. "Come on, old man," Cynthia muttered worriedly while Clara was rocking back and forth, biting her lower lip. For his part, Wyatt focused on the dogfight, learning every movement, analyzing every decision taken, and working on alternative tactics on the fly. His smile was wide and sincere. He was watching 2 real master pilots fighting, and it was beautiful. Maximilian proved again to be anything but subtle, aggressive, but brutally cunning, intelligent, and with a talent to control his opponent's movements. Redford was more cautious, resourceful, and relied on his high maneuverability, speed, and nearly impossible to pin down. At the start of the match, there was no clear winner in his mind. Now, the balance had shifted, but something wasn't right. He couldn't put his finger on it, but while Redford seemed to be at a clear disadvantage now that Maximilian was chasing him, something made him doubt that it was so simple. He was proven right when, in a sharp turn, Redford sacrificed his left wing to force its debris onto Maximilian's fighter. The Roaring Thunder dodged just in time to evade it, which put him in the path of Redford's last missile. The aged commander had, throughout the short-lived chase, returned to the exit point Maximilian had denied him earlier on. His 4th and last missile was there, never fired and simply left to drift until the perfect moment. Maximilian realized the trap too late as the missiles activated and struck his fighter fully, depleting its shields. Before he could do anything else, Redford appeared from below, firing his coil guns. In a single burst, Maximilian's fighter exploded, and the message, "Redford Vorpal Strike Kalen, winner," appeared on screen as the heavily damaged fighter soared through as the screen faded to black. "Yes!" Clara half-shouted, jumping to her feet and clapping uncontrollably. "Vorpal Strike! Vorpal Strike!" she chanted in celebration over and over again. "It looks like the old man can still bite," Cynthia commented proudly. "I never thought Commander Redford was that good," Wyatt said, joining Clara in clapping to celebrate his commanding officer's well-earned victory. "There's no way I could face him and hope to win. Usually I'd say that you shouldn't sell yourself short, Wyatt, but in this case, you may be right!" Uncle Redford was the greatest fighter pilot of his time. A gold ace, a single mark away from becoming platinum. A man who refused to become a lone wolf. His victories are as many as the enemies he destroyed. The annihilator of Zargaxi. The beheader of pirates! The Vorpal strike! Vorpal strike! Clara exclaimed, singing about the accomplishments and fame that his name carried. Wyatt smiled and turned to Cynthia. Leaning in, he whispered, "Is she always so lively when it comes to her hobbies?" "Worse." "She's pretty tame right now," Cynthia commented. Clara immediately turned to them, blushing madly. "Shush you two. I'm your princess, not your court jester!" Cynthia and Wyatt laughed, lightly bumping fists as Clara returned to her seat, only to devour her veshcom with a smile plastered all over her face. Wyatt reached for a cookie when he suddenly remembered what he wanted to ask Clara about. "Clara, I have a problem and I need your help," he said. In response, he received a hand gesture, pushing him to continue. "How do I get rid of a noble who pledged his service to me?" Cynthia and Clara both froze instantly, with the former stopping mid-chew while the latter almost choked on some juice. Wyatt took the silence as a request to elaborate further. "Declan Oakmoon pledged himself to me alongside his servants." "Is there a way to get rid of them?" "He what?" Clara exclaimed, her voice carrying her more than evident shock and surprise. 2 hours later, Wyatt left Clara's quarters with mixed feelings. On one side, he enjoyed spending time with his friends again, eating as many sweets and baked goods as he wanted, and knitting for an hour straight, much to Cynthia's frustration. But on the other, he was pretty much stuck with Declan Oakmoon. This wasn't Royal Navy affairs. This was noble traditions and standings. She admitted that she'd permitted Declan to board the Noravio to, as far as she was concerned, thank him personally for saving his life. She'd never expected Declan to pledge himself in honor and all but swear loyalty and fealty to him. But Clara, being her usual mischievous, controlling self, advised him to make use of the situation in his favor. How? Now that's the question of the day, isn't it? He thought tiredly. He began to walk away when he noticed an oddity. The 2 Royal Marines guarding Clara's quarters weren't there. Just as he was about to turn around and knock on the door, something grabbed the back of his neck. He was unconscious before he could realize what was happening. "Objective secured," said a Royal Marine as he materialized, holding Wyatt's unconscious body. "Moving him to the designated location, Captain Milcades." Noravio, Officer's Lounge. Galt Tirom sat patiently, waiting for the last member of the head officers to arrive. Unofficial social gatherings were a common occurrence. He was used to them, but that didn't mean it made them any easier to traverse. Before, under the command of Samuel Caiston, he was too busy to organize any such reunion, but he attended plenty during his long career. They were small affairs, in all honesty. Battlefields in which guns were traded in favor of words and strategies for fake smiles, unseen schemes, and the ever-present shifting possibilities of paper-thin alliances and potential ruptures of supposed friendship. A constant preoccupation for all nobles, to find those who you could take advantage of, who you needed to evade, and who were worthy of adulation. Sabraska Kaspars sat next to him, quietly sampling a cup of tea, while Lupin Lusanto, for once, was not working on a datapad, which explained why he looked so utterly bored. Saratan de Shire remained silent and stoic, a sharp contrast to her missing boisterous brother. They all arrived roughly at the same time for their social meeting, except for Fabian de Shire, though Saratan informed them that his tardiness was only momentary. Galt glanced at each head officer, wondering what they would say this time. During their previous reunions, he'd been largely excluded because he was initially on the Duke's side, as it was his duty as a vassal of House Caiston. Not after the capture of the pirates, those barriers had crumbled. Not enough to welcome him with open arms, but he wasn't shunned either. Yet he listened. Oh, he'd listened clearly. Enough to know that the recent events shook his fellow head officers. Not that I can blame them for it, Galt thought a moment before he saw Fabian making his way to them. No one said a word in the officers' lounge as the muscular man sat down, greedily drinking the tea that had been waiting for him. When he was done, he exhaled deeply, his throat rumbling without satisfaction or relief. "That man is a menace," Fabian said, causing Lupin and his sister to raise an eyebrow in confusion. "Talk about a conversation opener," Sabraska giggled. "Am I correct to assume you're talking about Sir Wyatt de Shire?" "Don't be intentionally obtuse, Kaspars." "Who else could he refer to?" Lupin questioned. "You're shaken, Fabian. I've overviewed the report of what happened planetside. Surely no surprises can be hidden," Saratan pointed out with masked curiosity. "You saw the sanitized version, Saratan," Fabian replied. "The princess. I fully expected to be ordered into holding silence, but I wasn't. Neither were my men. Her contempt for the rebels was on full display, and her enthusiasm to destroy them was tempered by the desire to bring forth great humiliation. He paused for a moment as a servant approached to refill his drink, but he stopped the woman. "Blue Whisper wine. I'm off duty." The servant bowed her head and proceeded to fulfill her orders. Once a fresh glass of blue-colored sparkling wine was served, he continued as he swirled the glass lazily in his hand. "I was informed about the Royal Marines. Princess Clara is many things, but a petulant fool she is not. However, what I saw—" His eyes narrowed as he took a sip out of his glass. "Do you recall the fake trial meant to root out the traitors back in the Exalted Virtue? How could we forget such a momentous occasion and what followed after?" Sabraska replied with a voice that carried sweet undertones. He did it again. "Openly. Without theatrics," Fabian said, ignoring Sabraska entirely. Wyatt Staples committed lèse-majesté with such a casual tone that it froze my spine when I heard him." "You lie." "You have to be lying," Lupin was the first to reply, his voice carrying measured outrage. "Brother, that didn't appear in the report," Saraton added, equally surprised as Lupin. Fabian nodded as his hand started to tremble ever so slightly. "I already told you, Saraton. You received a sanitized version penned by the Royal Marine Captain." Galt didn't say anything, limiting himself to pay close attention to every spoken word. Normally, the altering of information in an official after-action report carried hefty punishments, potential demotions, dishonorable discharge, and even death if the infraction was severe enough. But they weren't in a normal Royal Navy vessel. Extraordinary measures and events had been the new norm ever since the Noravio left on its voyage under the control of Princess Clara. "I wonder how long it will take for them to realize that the princess is moving in unpredictable ways aided by her privy council," the red-haired man thought to himself as Lupin, now intrigued, leaned forth. "Surely Her Majesty was outraged?" Lupin asked, unsure. "If she was anything but amused, I did not see it," Fabian replied. "Not only that, I refuse to believe that Wyatt Staples has the wit of a mere commoner. The recording of his incursion, his victory against the Drazzen, and the defeat of Maximilian Userek made it abundantly clear that he's a dangerous man. A terribly dangerous man who may kill or provide aid as his shifting mood dictates." He paused, shakily drinking his entire glass and quickly signaling for a refill. "I saw it with my own eyes. Heard him, witnessed it." Wyatt Staples didn't need an order. He acted in synchronicity with Lady Winfield. 2 precise shots were matched by the swift decapitation of 2 odious rebels. And yet, that display of brutality echoed by Royal Marines pales in comparison to Wyatt's sharp intellect. This time, Glatt couldn't stop a choked cough of amusement. "I speak the truth," Fabian remarked, taking Galt's misstep as doubt. It was thanks to his input that an agreement was reached, earning himself a provisional position as mediator between House Ferentis, the rebels, and the princess herself. Moments before the decision was made, Lord Istanel and Wyatt shared a short walk away from prying ears. Words were exchanged. For what purpose, I know not, though I'm certain an alliance between the two has been formed. "Do you understand, or must I speak more clearly?" "There is no need for that, my dearest brother," Saraton began, her voice tinged with the nervousness of a busy mind. "If a count of a great house is willing to see a knight banneret as an equal and form an alliance with him so blatantly, in the name of Julius, who is this man? Nothing surrounding him and his actions makes sense. What does he want? What is he aiming for? His victories and accomplishments already set him apart from many. A lone wolf has spoken on his behalf. A princess sees in him a confidant, and Lady Cynthia sees fit to openly train him." Lupin swallowed nervously. "Our strategic approach must be shifted. For our own sake. Sir Wyatt is not some dangerous animal that you must fear. Shame on all of you. That you were too blind to see what he represents is baffling to me." "You first among them, Saraton," Sabraska pointed out with a winning smirk. "I admit I allowed my prejudices to cloud my better judgment, Sabraska, but I see clearly now. Wyatt Staples is a dangerous, unpredictable man, and we know scant information about him. Let us assume that he truly yields from the Third Fleet. His records are lost to us, and there's no way to verify them now. What we see is what we know, and what we know could be fake, embellished, or confidential," Lupin added, earning Saraton's nod. "You see in him danger. I see in him courage, honor, dignity, temperance, valor, and loyalty. It is why I chose to honor him upon his return from the Gallant Venture." "Short-sighted fools!" Sabraska exclaimed. Galt narrowed his eyes. Ever since Wyatt helped his fellow head officers with the proper motivation to act in line with the princess's desires, they had been wary of him, seeing in the pilot a potential rival, except for Sabraska. Instead, he'd taken notice of her odd behaviors whenever Wyatt was involved in a conversation or in the same room. But now those fears were realized in their mind and shifting into something else entirely, or in Sabraska's case, what appeared to be a growing infatuation. However, within him there was no uncertainty. They were making the same mistake he almost made, painting Wyatt as something he was not. From experience and their interactions, he knew that Wyatt wasn't stupid, but to consider him a scheming genius or something similar was nothing short of absurdity. Yet at the same time, he couldn't speak in favor of dismissing those notions. If he moved to support him, they would believe themselves justified. They would double down if he argued against him and stubbornly believe in even more ludicrous things. As a small, silent favor to him, Galt chose to remain silent and do the next best thing available to him at the moment. He kept his mouth firmly shut and once more limited himself to letting his fellow head officers tire themselves out, whilst enjoying a lukewarm cup of tea. Noravio unknown. Wyatt opened his eyes only to find pitch-black darkness. Unable to see anything, he tried to move, but soon found that his legs, arms, torso, and neck had been bound, preventing him from moving. He didn't try to free himself, nor did he struggle. The last moments before losing consciousness were present at the forefront of his mind, and he knew that if the Royal Marines were involved, there was nothing he could do to free himself. "And even if I could free myself, I wouldn't stand a chance against a single one of you," he said without fear into the darkness. "Does Clara know what you're doing?" "Not at all," the voice of Milcades replied from all around him. "She doesn't know and doesn't need to know. This matter only involves you and us, Royal Marines, Wyatt Staples." Wyatt tried to pinpoint Milcades' position in the darkness, but simultaneously his voice came from everywhere. "I don't suppose I'm here to be executed." "No, but we promise you, Wyatt Staples, that pain will be involved," Milcades threatened. Wyatt groaned. "Can't you just kill me instead?" "I hate pain." "My, you're rather insistent on the whole dying part," Milcades laughed, and several others mirrored his laughter. One by one, the laughter died until silence returned. "Well, it seems like they really aren't going to kill me, or I'd be dead by now. Then, what is it that they want, and why did they bring me to wherever the hell I am?" Wyatt thought deeply, trying to find a possible solution. After a short eternity, Wyatt found his voice again. "Is this a test? Of sorts. However, I believe trial is a closer terminology," Milcades replied. Wyatt frowned. He had no clue as to what Milcades was planning. Trying to extract more information from him seemed pointless, so he opted to take his only remaining option. "What must I do?" "Ha! Eager as always. Ready to face and overcome whatever obstacle is in your way," Milcades praised. A second later, the darkness ended, and a blinding light forced the heterochromatic-eyed man to close them tightly. After a few seconds, he slowly opened his eyes, his vision returning to him. To his surprise, Wyatt saw Milcades standing barely 2 meters in front of him. His restraints were removed, and the silver-haired man offered him a hand to stand up. Wyatt took it, and then looked around, finding the rest of the Royal Marines without their helmets on. All of them, he noticed, were handsome and beautiful-looking in their own right. Most of them had silvery hair, while a few among them had jet black or an intense brown color in case of the oldest-looking among them. Their vibrant, piercing, intense eyes were either orange, silver, blue, or red. Their postures spoke of a relaxed stance, but he knew better. He'd seen them and Cynthia in action enough times to know that was but a gentle facade, as any of them could explode into motion at any moment. Beyond them, he found himself in a large space divided into several sections for unknown purposes. Behind Milcades, he saw what appeared to be furniture and a table with some strange tools resting on it. Returning his attention to Milcades, Wyatt pressed on. "Are these your quarters?" "Perceptive," Milcades answered. "Not really," Wyatt chuckled. "The organization is odd, but not that different from commoner bunking quarters. I also don't see an exit, which means we're in a secluded deck of the ship." "Again, perceptive and correct," Milcades repeated. Wyatt's expression slowly turned serious, shifting his gaze at Milcades directly into his orange, fiery eyes. "What am I to do?" "Nothing," Milcades replied with a smile, confusing Wyatt. "You've already passed our little trial." Wyatt blinked in stupefaction, his mouth agape as he tried to find anything to say. For several moments he failed. Eventually, however, he raised his arms. "I don't understand, Milcades. Milcades and the rest of the Royal Marines chuckled for a few seconds. I don't suppose it would make much sense to you. But for us? Oh, it tells much! Milcades shortened the distance between them and placed a hand on Wyatt's shoulder. The trial began as soon as you woke up. Darkness reveals many truths that most people like to keep hidden deep within. After you woke up, Milcades explained, you quickly realized your position, quickly determined that trying to free yourself was pointless, and instead, you calmly addressed us. As if that wasn't enough, you showed no discomfort in the darkness, fear, doubt, or weakness, even at the prospect of pain. You didn't bother to beg for your life or try to negotiate for your freedom. All excellent qualities, he finished as a smirk painted his lips. Wyatt crossed his arms and matched Milcades' smirk. Some would say that I'm a coward. Some would, Milcades admitted. But we are not some, Wyatt. We are Royal Marines, defenders of House Astor and their bloodline. You demonstrated a cold calm that few possess. You quickly summarized your position and were ready to die without hesitation. Oh, Wyatt, hesitation is not in our vocabulary. Doubt is anathema to us. Each and every one of us would gladly give our lives for House Astor if need be. And you, my friend, showcase those very qualities as fiercely as any of us. The orange-eyed man smiled widely as his eyes reflected pity and admiration in equal measure. In another lifetime, under other circumstances, perhaps you could have become an exceptional Royal Marine. Perhaps, Wyatt offered, reaching for Milcades' shoulder too. So you're not making me into a Royal Marine, right? Sadly, that remote possibility died after you turned a year old. The requirements to become a Royal Marine are strict and unique. The rejects are turned into agents under the service of House Astor, but never Royal Marines. However, although you can never become a Royal Marine, that doesn't mean that we don't recognize those who embody our same ideals, our mission in life, our duty. Tell me, Wyatt, would you give your life to protect the Prince, Clara, or any other member of House Astor? Were there to be no other option? Without a doubt, Wyatt replied instantly. Frata! Frater! Frater! The rest of the Royal Marines chanted in unison as they beat their chests in a synchronized rhythm. Milcades smiled proudly, shaking Wyatt's shoulders a few times before letting go. I know you would, Wyatt. As a sign of our trust and to further thank you for everything you've done so far, please etch these words into your memory and never forget them. He took in a deep breath. Frater noster es. Frater noster es. Wyatt repeated the strange words rolling off his tongue, and for a moment he felt a weight to them that was gone the next instant. Frater noster es, he repeated, ensuring he'd memorized them. Never pronounce those words carelessly. Never write them down. Never reveal them. Keep them, seal them, and unleash them only when there is no other choice, Wyatt. Tell those words to any other Royal Marine alive, and they shall aid you in whatever task you carry. Do you understand? Milcades said with a heavy, serious tone. Wyatt nodded solemnly. Excellent. Now then, it is time for you to receive a gift right under your skin. Atuccio. Levison! Milcades commanded as he turned to face the table. Before Wyatt could react, he was firmly grabbed by two Royal Marines and made to bow his head deeply. Milcades? I did promise there would be pain, didn't I? Milcades reminded Wyatt. This is a hollow tattoo. Nothing more than a brand of recognition. Completely safe, under the skin, and only activates under certain conditions. Completely cosmetic, I assure you. That doesn't reassure me in the slightest. Wasn't that just part of the trial? Wyatt asked, glad that he couldn't see what instrument was making spinning, snapping, and clutching noises at the same time. In your dreams, Milcades replied with a chuckle that was matched by the others. He positioned himself behind Wyatt and gently tapped the base of his neck. Don't worry, it only stings and burns for a few minutes. Oh, and don't tell Clara any of this, will you? Let this be our little secret. It's so difficult to keep a secret from her. It's almost as if she can read our minds, wouldn't you agree? Wyatt closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. Let's get this over with. Ah! He screamed at the same time his entire body went rigid. Noravio, Wyatt's quarters. A few minutes, eh? Wyatt winced as he rubbed the back of his neck again. He didn't want to, but he couldn't ignore the discomfort that prevented him from laying on his back. Worst of all, the itching was driving him crazy. Try as he may, he couldn't last more than a couple of minutes without succumbing to the infernal itch of the red spot left on his neck. It would go away eventually, but eventually couldn't come soon enough in his opinion. Lieutenant Wyatt, Ensign Raquel Otilo requests permission to speak with you, the AI informed. Groaning as he scratched his neck one final time, trying his best to ignore the jolts of pain it caused, Wyatt stood up and opened his door. "Is something the matter, Raquel?" he asked as cordially as he could. "May I come in, sir? I wish to apologize to you for everything properly," said Raquel with evident difficulty. Clearly, she wasn't the sort who admitted her mistakes willingly and easily. Wyatt replied by stepping aside. She entered, and the door closed behind her. "Sir, Are you feeling all right, sir? I'll be fine." "It's just an itch," Wyatt replied, urging her to continue. "Right." Closing her eyes, Raquel took a moment to gather her courage, then straightened her posture. "Sir, I wish to apologize for all my previous transgressions and preconceived assumptions about your person. For that, I admit my wrongdoings, and I will accept any punishment you deem fit to lay upon me, sir." "Preconceived assumptions?" Wyatt repeated, confused by her apology. "Wait. Are you apologizing for the Glory Kills incident? If so, then there's no need, Raquel. I said my piece and you've done your best to follow my instructions. Don't forget it was you who took Maximilian out." Raquel was momentarily stunned by Wyatt's open admission, but shook her head. "No, sir. I thought you were an ingrate," she confessed, expecting anger. Instead, Wyatt stared at her with a raised eyebrow. "Oh, ungrateful. I thought that you were ungrateful given your prestigious position. Then as I learned more of you, your skills, your talents, I came to believe you were some pompous, arrogant buffoon lording his status above all others. But at every turn, I learned more about, sir. I was arrogant, jealous, selfish, envious, and so much worse. For that, I once more apologize and hope that I can earn your forgiveness." Wyatt stared at her for long, silent moments, trying to find any form of deceit or lies. He found none. The usually headstrong, combat-ready, and more than a little bloodthirsty woman he'd come to appreciate as part of his squadron had opened up to him about something he hadn't noticed. The same had happened to varying degrees with his other squad mates. Was he a bad officer for not noticing before? Had he failed to act in response to their actions instead of approaching them first? His eyes narrowed and shook his head a few times. "Is that why there are so many red marks on your profile, Raquel?" "Partially," she answered, lowering her head slightly. "I know I'm a good pilot, but that's not enough. I want to stand on my own feet so that I can dictate my own future and not be subjected to the whims of others dictating what I should do or not. I want to be free from the clutches of an uncaring man who claims that, by parading me as a slab of meat to the highest bidder just so he can get a few scraps more of influence, is doing so with my best of intentions for my future. I much prefer the thrill of combat than listening to another dull speech about lands, taxation, and countless potential suitors in a party full of backstabbers and poison instead of wine." She shook her head slowly, her hands clenched tightly into fists, shaking with every word she spat with resentment. Too late she was aware of her mistake and closed her eyes in shame. "I apologize, Lieutenant. You must believe I'm a selfish harlot." "If you're a selfish harlot, then I'm a selfish bastard," Wyatt replied, gaining her attention as her eyes opened and focused on him. "You had your motives to join the Royal Navy, Raquel. I'm no different. I joined because since my childhood I've always wanted to be among the stars, cruising the void. And as a commoner, my goal was simply to retire with a good pension and live the rest of my days as peacefully as I could manage." He smiled and her eyes widened. "Isn't that selfish of me?" "Perhaps. I call it a fair trade. Sir, Wyatt, I don't know what to say. No one has ever admitted such a thing to me before," Raquel replied softly. Wyatt shrugged. "We're all selfish one way or another. It's part of being human. Or that's what my mother believes in," he chuckled. "I accept your apologies, Raquel, even though I have nothing to forgive." "Wyatt," Raquel smiled, then shook her head and saluted. "Thank you, Lieutenant." Wyatt saluted back before Raquel left his room. He smiled. The itch was gone. Matcha, capital world of House Finnegan, council room. The prince had to keep a groan from escaping his throat as he listened to the endless bickering, head-butting arguments and posturing his chosen counselors were so fond of engaging at any moment. Next to him sat Amelia Finnegan, wearing an exotic dress that showcased her power and elegance. Her sand-colored skin paired nicely with the light pink dress as jewelry adorned her neck, ears, and head. Her long hair, dark as obsidian and usually allowed to fly freely, was braided and resting from her left shoulder. Her face was partially covered by a lush, gem-decorated, only allowing her golden-colored eyes to be seen unobstructed. As always, the Marchioness showed her skill and composure by pretending to be unbothered by the continued arguing that promised to devolve into a shouting match if left unchecked. The prince knew that only his presence, dutifully guarded by 6 present Royal Marines and Commander Juliana Winfield sitting at his right, prevented the gathered men and women from blowing up against each other.
"They bark like angry pups, angry that their toys were taken away,"
Juliana muttered only loud enough for him to hear. The prince agreed silently with her observation. Unlike Amelia, Juliana wasn't known for her keen, careful approach to things. She was an unrelenting hammer that would either make or break whatever she set her mind upon. Suddenly, William Hempstroke slammed his hands on the large table as he stood up. "You're out of line, Taravis.
"What you propose is borderline insanity,"
he argued angrily. The bald Vivian Taravis snorted back as other minor arguments died down around her. "You say insanity. I say reasonable. Duke Draymore has managed to set blockades around entire systems. Worse, he has paralyzed several territories simultaneously, robbing us of precious and deadly reinforcements. His forces may hold an edge over us, but their numbers aren't infinite, and his resources must be stretched thin. We must act and take the initiative by setting blockades of our own and capturing their supply ships and stations. I may not have the broad scope of the logistical division, but neither am I a brute," William countered, eyes narrowed. "One mistake, and that traitor would have an excuse to escalate this conflict with the moral high ground in his favor. And then what? We move against him again, relying on more dangerous measures that skirt the laws. Suddenly a civil war will erupt." He sighed deeply, pointing an accusatory finger at the woman. "I will not partake in your flawed and one-sided travesty of a battle plan, Taravis." "I share William's worries, Vivian. However, I also see the merit and value in your proposal," Hannah Talaro said, crossing her arms. "We're too cautious," the veteran George Lintar said. "We must act. Our forces are growing steadily. Our liege's rousing presence moved many loyal sons and daughters of the Principality. Despite the hurdle that transmission caused, we are steadily growing in number, are we not? Even the positions left vacant by commoner deserters are being filled by those who know their place." His gaze fell upon the prince, and his tone became supplicant and suggestive. Perhaps if His Majesty could allow an emergency conscription of useful commoners to be carried out? "I forbid such actions to be taken," the prince replied as he frowned slightly. He couldn't allow his entire frustration to show, but he had to be clear on the matter. "I will not take a step that my uncle, Duke Draymore, is unwilling to take himself. He wants to force my hand into breaking our laws while he continues to have a clear advantage in this conflict. I will not give such a pleasure," he proclaimed firmly and full of conviction. "Duke Draymore is a brilliant man, we all know this, but his hand is limited. Every action he's taking in preparation and in the execution of his coup has played within acceptable norms." He paused for a moment to look into the eyes of every member present. All 36 high-ranking officers and other influential nobles, including Amelia Finnegan. Several commanders were present as advisors and admirals, including Admiral Joaquin Finnegan and the recently promoted Admiral Vashakati Reed. The Council of Nobles yet lives even if they are held captive. Half of my siblings are also his prisoners, alive and safe. "A traitor he may be, but not a monster," the prince stated. "I've no doubt that he intends to weaken my standing and claim to the throne, and by doing so, he may strengthen his position while painting me as incompetent, fearful, and weak. Victory can be his in a varied number of ways, but as long as we don't lose our objectives, shirk our honor, and move with precision, Duke Draymore won't be able to play any moves that we're not willing to make ourselves." "You speak with wisdom beyond your years, Your Majesty," Amelia praised with calm, collected poise. "I assure you, House Finnegan will support your rightful claim to the throne, my prince. We may not be able to conscript forces, but my house is blessed with riches, technology, and resources to spare. Incentives have been offered across our main colonies and station, mercenaries have been contacted, and the sanctity of the academies is being respected. Many are coming, many more will come. What we lack are proper warships," Joaquin continued. "With the bulk of our forces either pinned down or scattered, we must rely on the vessels provided by loyalist houses and whose we can acquire through purchases. Captured vessels have also proven to be a viable tactic. However, void combat has been severely reduced shortly after your resurface, my liege. We still see conflict, nothing more than skirmishes and low-intensity battles, but all forces are more preoccupied with maintaining their positions, blockades, and expend efforts in wasting time. No doubt Duke Cornelius is consolidating forces and will attempt to strike at you at some point, my liege, Vashakati commented, and almost every other naval officer present agreed with him. We must be ready to face his forces when the time comes. In the meantime, we must continue our efforts to find the scoundrel responsible for that blatant defamation, George continued as his gaze shifted to Lukacs Ishtal. Lukacs glared silently at the older man before clearing his throat. My agents and I have done everything within our capabilities to purge the network with little success. There have been half a dozen more pieces of propaganda circulating local networks and the Principality's wide network. We've done countermeasures, creating our own pieces of propaganda and more. But whoever is responsible for that video and the subsequent attempts at subversion is unknown to me. All I can confirm is that we're dealing with a supremely talented agent at the very least. There are no tracks for me to follow, no weaknesses I can exploit. Excuses, nothing more. What can we expect from the man hailing from a traitor house? Rear Admiral Moreton Banta questioned with barely disguised disdain. And this comes from a member of a house too afraid to proclaim their loyalty and instead take the coward's route by declaring neutrality? A voice called out, which broke the tentative calm that had dawned on the chambers, only to dissolve into chaos once more. The prince had listened carefully until the breaking point. Frustrated, he turned to Juliana and gave her a single nod. "Enough!" Juliana shouted, her voice booming in the chamber and making more than half of the present wince at her absurd volume. "Your petty discussions can wait for another time. Our prince requires your attention and commands your silence." Everyone obeyed her command, even if some did so reluctantly. "My prince." "Thank you, Juliana," the prince said, and then stood up. Everyone tensed for a moment. "My loyal subjects, I do not question the loyalty of anyone present here. If I had doubts, you wouldn't be before me today. Bickering amongst each other yields no favorable results for anyone but my uncle. Each moment we waste, each curse and pointed finger that's raised benefits the traitors and slows our progress." He raised a hand to his chest, clenching it into a fist. "We will move into the offensive, but we can't do so carelessly. And we will not act like ancient tyrants who pressed their own population without remorse, consideration, or contemplation. Nobles lead and commoners obey. Let us be a shining beacon instead of a marred visage of shame and dishonor." He finished his speech with a firm tone before retaking his seat. With a hand gesture, the screens came to life, catching everyone's attention. 2 days ago, I received an extensive and detailed report from my sister, Princess Clara. The prince paused for a moment for dramatic effect, and to allow his admirals, commanders, and nobles present to ready themselves for what he was about to reveal. I dispatched her with the mission of gaining the support of House Ferentis. Sadly, a delegation sent by my uncle was already present. Count Ferentis welcomed her with open arms and cordiality. On the screens appeared the profiles of Felicity Sintor, Casimir Kasten, Javier Wunder, and Maximilian Userek. It was the last one that drew several worried murmurs. The prince allowed them to continue for a few seconds before continuing. The negotiations took place and were quickly resolved. Felicity Sintor, acting as the leader of her delegation and forces, managed to outmaneuver my sister's attempts and reach a trade and exclusivity agreement with House Ferentis in regard to their agricultural and food processing capabilities. "Forgive me for my interruption, my prince, but have those cowards sided with your treacherous uncle?" asked Vashakati. The prince shook his head. "House Ferentis maintains their neutrality on this conflict, as they have done so many times in their long history," he answered, and a wave of mixed feelings was visible on the faces of many. He could understand their relief and worry equally. The official support of one great house was significant from the political angle, one he was glad his uncle failed to obtain, even if that meant he wouldn't get it either. Furthermore, the loss of their foodstuffs would be impactful in the long term, at least on paper. With determination, he continued. "Fortunately for us, Count Genak shared with my sister a most dire situation he and his house were facing. Numerous Drazzen, pirate, and rebel incursions were happening across his territory prior to the start of the coup. These incursions escalated in intensity until they suddenly stopped as more and more Drazzen raiding fleets were detected entering the fallen system of Hastrung. Count Genak feared the Drazzen were gathering forces for a large-scale assault, possibly the start of a scarlet harvest. Then we must muster forces to strike at them before they strike, my liege, Admiral Damian Valto proposed immediately. My prince, give me the order and I shall cleanse their infestation personally. With what forces to spare? Joaquin countered, though not with malice or envy. The traitors outnumber us 3-1 to our best estimates. We're barely able to maintain the stalemate as we consolidate our forces and wait for their inevitable assaults. The Drazzen may be a threat, but they will be dealt with after Duke Draymore is stopped. The loss of life will be lamentable, but I agree with Admiral Joaquin. We don't have the strength to destroy those carrion feeders presently, William Hempstroke added. Your devotion and dedication is to be commended, Admiral Damian. However, that will not be necessary, the prince confessed, confusing everyone but Amelia, Juliana, and Lukacs. The screens shifted again, now showcasing a tactical display of the Hastrung system. Once my sister heard Count Genoc's tale and how Duke Draymore denied his protection unless he bent the knee and supported his claim, she was able to form a new agreement with him. He paused for a moment only to share a quick glance with Amelia.
Our beloved princess,
Amelia took over, closing the fan to reveal her freckled cheeks,
vowed to liberate Hastrung from the control of rebel, pirate, and Drazzen forces and return it under the control of House Ferentis.
In exchange, House Ferentis would grant us full access to their shipyards, manufacturing facilities, and material resources for the duration of this conflict. Princess Clara, in a display of magnanimity, didn't pressure Count Genoc to bend the knee. She's respected their stance and sovereignty to remain neutral. Before any protests could emerge from the exchange of glances and hushed murmurs, the prince continued. The fears of Count Genoc Ferentis were correct. My sister was able to enter the system undetected, thanks to the intervention of a talented Ikanti technician. On the screens, several red points appeared, indicating the Drazzen ships and several points of interest, such as the debris fields where stations were once found and the lightly damaged shipyard. Finally, a purple dot representing the Noravio appeared at the edge of the system from its topside perspective. As you can see, there are signs of battle already present in the system. Thanks to the information gathered later by my sister Cynthia Winfield, it was confirmed that the Drazzen, the rebels of Hago, and a large pirate group called Sons of Darkness had formed a tense alliance with their own goals in mind, Juliana explained, carrying on. Their assault on Gintrax was intended to be an opening strike to set their plans in motion. Fortunately, they were stopped right then, for this defeat marked the rupture of their alliance, and the Drazzen, led by a Lord Harrower, betrayed their once allies to claim the Hastrung system for themselves. "Honorless beasts!" George Lintar proclaimed, followed by cries of approval. With the element of surprise on their side, my sister decided to take action. She authorized Commander Redford to engage freely. The prince paused as the time-lapse on the screens accelerated until the Noravio deployed its fighters while moving at the same time to a debris field. The Drazzen responded in kind, sending a destroyer and 2 frigates to investigate detonations caused by probes sacrificed by Redford. The Drazzen presence in the system consisted of 2 damaged destroyer-class ships, 1 damaged cruiser-class, 8 operational destroyer-class and 2 cruisers-class, 8 frigates, and a cattle ship named the Eternal Garden.
"In the name of Julius, a cattle ship?" Vashakati murmured, astonished.
"My prince, if I may be so bold to ask, where are the Ferentis reinforcements?" Surely this can't be right. Redford Kalen, the Vorpal Strike, chose to engage whilst so disgustingly outnumbered and outgunned? "He did," the prince answered without hesitation. "All of you know of Wyatt Staples, my knight banneret, and his achievements ever since rescuing my sister. I won't bore you with the details, but after his unprecedented victory over ZTK 990, Redford Kalen adopted certain tactics and employed them during this battle. The first one is as you'll see." The screens suddenly lit up with hundreds of smaller signals approaching the cattle ship. On a combined timed assault, Redford Kalen and his fighter wing, led by his second-in-command, Wyatt Staples, struck against the Drazzen simultaneously. With the use of what he named Staplian Assault, a barrage of missiles carrying tactical mines broke through the shields of the cattle ship, which was followed by another barrage of missiles carrying haywire mines to disable it. At the same time, the fighter wing completely disabled the shipyard and the stationed ships, destroying one of them. Redford quickly destroyed those 2 frigates and the destroyer in a quick decapitating assault. On the screens, the movements were executed to match his words, quickly replaying the battle before everyone's eyes. The Drazzen were quick to respond by sending 4 frigates and 406 fighters after Lieutenant Wyatt's wing. They chased after them with murderous intent. "This is the result of that conflict," he said, knowing that most present expected to see a total carnage. Internally, he smiled. The battle had been a carnage, but not inflicted upon Wyatt's forces. The screen shifted again, showing the footage from Wyatt's fighter combined with tactical data of what happened. They listened to his speech and his plan and bore witness to the execution of it all, resulting in the destruction of the majority of the Drazzen fighters chasing them, forcing them to rout. They also witnessed the rescue of the wounded pilots, his slightly modified outburst, and the subsequent result of his unexpected victory. The prince scanned the room, finding his admirals, generals, and noble representatives were speechless. With just cause. He'd be no better than they were the first time he saw it all. "I can't wait to see their expressions when they see what he did on the Gallant Venture," the prince thought to himself, then quickly lamented himself mentally. "Have I picked up Clara's twisted fascination with seeing people's expressions for my own amusement?" "How?" George Lintar was the first to find his voice as a shaky fist trembled on the table's surface. How? He had to be commanded by Redford. There is no other explanation. At that moment in time, and right after the cattle ship was disabled, Juliana began, the Drazzen activated their jammers. Our fighter wing was cut off from the Noravio. What you've seen here is what Lieutenant Wyatt Staples was able to achieve with his own initiative. 357 Drazzen fighters were destroyed, with only 12 lost fighters and 8 lost lives. And before any of you make remarks about his outburst, over a dozen pilots defiled complaints but later retracted them. You'll see why soon. The prince smiled internally when he caught a glimpse of nearly everyone slightly straightening themselves after Juliana's chilly delivery. The Drazzen, now acutely aware of an unseen enemy, formed around their cattle ship except for 2 destroyers on patrol. Why was the case? Simple. Felicity Centaur was able to deduce my sister's destination and decided to wait until she could jump into the system and attack the Noravio with the express intent of killing her within Hastrung. As such, the Drazzen expected further reinforcements to arrive. They would not lose their cattle ship without a fight. Redford was more than willing to end them before giving them a chance. The screens shifted to a tactical display once again, but with fragmented camera shots taken from the Noravio itself. The prince said nothing as he allowed the battle to unfold. Predictably, eyes widened and mouths went agape from the initial strike up until victory was seemingly achieved, only for the horde of fighters, bombers, and gunships to surge from the cattle ship. Time moved forward in the blink of an eye, revealing the mining drones dragging out an antimatter torpedo, only to then haul it forth. Everyone, including him, marveled at the sight of the flower death blossom, as Clara called it. The Noravio had been mauled, but victory had been achieved. Felicity's fleet, a group consisting of 5 Corvette-class ships and a light destroyer, the Gallant Venture, entered the system after the jamming began, the prince said, and 6 green dots appeared on the map. The 2 Drazzen destroyers broke off their return part to face them. It resulted in the destruction of one of their destroyers and the loss of 2 traitor corvettes. Meanwhile, our forces were inside the cattle ship, the Eternal Garden, with the intent of capturing it. Most of their military forces were planet-side, so the capture was successful after several hours of fighting with minimal losses. Felicity's fleet pressed on, and Casimir Caiston issued a surrender order, the prince said, allowing the recording to play. Hearing it again made him angry, but it also filled him with amusement, given what it caused. They unleashed their fighters led by Maximilian the Roaring Thunder Usurek, House Centaur's lone wolf. But Commander Redford and Lieutenant Wyatt prepared their traps with deadly precision. Again, making use of the lieutenant's displayed skills, Redford made use of damaged, unmanned fighters for suicide runs. Haywire mines crippled Felicity's fleet while their fighters engaged our own. The footage displayed the engagement with the traitor fighters, culminating with the defeat of Maximilian Usurek after the apparent death of Wyatt Staples and the ultimate victory over the traitor fighter forces. "Wyatt Staples didn't die," the prince exclaimed. He ejected from his cockpit as part of his plan. He knew he had no chance against a lone wolf on his own, so he lured him into a trap where the rest of his squadron, the composters, could disable his fighter and claim his life. Make no mistake, they had the intention to kill him. Yet the Roaring Thunder survived, though not unscathed. He is currently a welcomed guest aboard the Noravio. Now refrain yourselves from speaking. What you are about to witness is the truth. The prince took a deep breath. After Maximilian was defeated, my knight Banneret was carried by one of his squad mates onto the Gallant Venture. Due to the actions of Javier Wunder, a breakout mutiny occurred aboard the ship prior to Wyatt's arrival. Crippled, with internal systems going haywire, and with chaos reigning, Wyatt Staples boarded the Gallant Venture on his own with the goal of capturing Felicity Cintor, Casimir Caiston, and Javier Wunder as his primary target. Javier Wunder escaped and is roaming Hago. He will be found, killed, or forgotten. It matters not. Our forces will make no effort to recover him or his followers. The screens shifted again, playing out the footage Milcades had worked on from the start all the way to the bloody finish. Internally, he cursed his sister as he had to put more effort than usual into keeping his composure and not surrender to the temptation of smirking at the ever-shifting expressions of those present. Amelia had seen the footage already, but she couldn't completely hide the unease in her eyes. Juliana didn't care at all about keeping her composure as she smiled a sadistic but proud smile. Behind him, he could practically feel the approval radiating from his Royal Marines. After capturing the Gallant Venture and the unconditional surrender of their remaining fleet, my sister arranged a meeting with Hago's inhabitants, destroying the main stronghold of the Drazzen, and formalized a pact between the inhabitants of Hago and House Ferentis. Count Genac's third son, Count Istanel Ferentis, was present throughout these events to bear witness to them as they unfolded. My sister contacted me shortly before this reunion started, and I will contact her once it is concluded. Silently, Juliana handed him a datapad. Holding it high, the prince continued. In here I have my official proclamations issuing the rewards earned through blood, sacrifice, and ingenuity. Firstly, a medal shall be forged to commemorate the Hastrung campaign, a unique mark of glory, honor, respect, and recognition to all those serving in the Noravio. Nobles, commoners, mercenaries, and after much consideration, even the Yikanti. Does anyone argue against the gravity of the monumental victory that was achieved? Nobles exchanged glances for several seconds until Hannah Talaro spoke up. My prince, I dare not question your judgment, but why would you extend such a reward to aliens? One among them was instrumental in their victory, and the remaining 7 have served well under my sister's command. Aliens they may be, but I've deemed them worthy of recognition. And not only them, for my sister has also, in her wisdom, extended a hand of mercy to young pirates, nothing more than mere children and adolescents. They proved their worth in the battle by rescuing several other crew members. "Pardon, pirates!" one noble exclaimed. "Your Majesty, that is absurdity! Children and young teenagers!" the prince repeated himself in a harder, heavier tone. My sister has explained to me that this is an experiment of hers. Pirates and other similar organizations have always been a thorn in the Principality's side. A blemish to be purged, but there are always more despite our best efforts. She wishes to extend a hand to those who may be redeemable, not all of them. His answer didn't convince many, but it didn't have to. He just needed them to shut up. If he labeled her intentions as a mere experiment, then all would be at least willing to wait and see further results. Not that it would matter, as none would remember the pardoned pirates after his following proclamation. Secondly, a series of commendations, medals of service, and brands of loyalty shall be issued to those who've earned it. Finally, I've approved a number of promotions and special rewards. Above all, 2 stand out. Commander Redford Kalen shall receive a symbolic promotion to the rank of Admiral for his valiant actions and impeccable strategic and tactical acumen against insurmountable odds. The prince inhaled deeply, knowing precisely what was about to unfold. For his numerous contributions inside and outside the battlefield, outstanding valor, unfaltering loyalty, tactical exploits, and courageous service, I hereby recognize that Lieutenant Wyatt Staples is to be promoted to the rank of captain, and, in addition, he shall be elevated to the noble rank of castellan. I object. George Lintar was, as expected, the first one to react. The old man was sweating as indignation threatened to turn his face into a permanent shade of red. My prince, that man is unfitting. I concur. Hear, hear! Preposterous! Angry voices cried out in protest, while only a scant few remained neutral, but none spoke in support of his decision. Juliana moved to stand up, but with a gesture of his hand, she stopped and remained seated. The prince would allow them to speak and say their piece before stepping in again. In his mind, he moved a knight piece, devouring a carelessly exposed bishop. After 2 minutes of shouting, he raised his right palm, soliciting silence. Juliana wasn't needed as his noble advisors and officers grew silent within moments. "I've heard your voices of disapproval and none of support. What are your genuine grievances with my decision?" the prince asked in a soft tone. "My prince," William Hempstroke began, stopping his older comrade from overstepping again. "I was amongst those who saw Lieutenant Wyatt Staples after you rewarded him so generously before, granting him the rank of lieutenant unilaterally. Such special cases have happened in the past, but they are numbered. Shortly after that, you elevated him to the rank of Knight Banneret, an already most prestigious position for a mere commoner." William felt his scar burn with nervousness as he carefully tailored his next words. "It has been but scant months since those events, my liege. Many would confuse such well-earned rewards with favoritism," the red-haired man finished, offering a cordial head bow. "Would any of you say the same if a family member of your house achieved such great accomplishments?" Juliana protested. "We are nobles," William replied. "That's the difference, Juliana. Wyatt Staples has not received training, education, or formal instruction whatsoever. He is but from commoner stock. Not anymore. He is a noble now," Juliana countered. "Indirectly, he offered a new viable tactic to be used. Two, in fact, if Redford's example is to be followed, learned from and imitated," the prince continued. "Those who perform their duty with exemplary actions shall be recognized. It is not favoritism. It is an adequate reward, a measured and tamed one at that. If I were to act on my own accord, I'd make a rear admiral out of him and elevate him to a count. I believe he has done far more in a single engagement than most will achieve in their careers. My prince, please be reasonable. He is but an uncultured fool, a washed swine at best, and a snake coiling around Her Majesty's neck. We do not know what he wants or how far his ambitions run. He has demonstrated deadly force, and by his own admission, he has a dim view of everything we cherish: loyalty, honor, glory, and reputation. We implore you to reconsider," George pleaded as fellow officers both from the Army and the Navy agreed with him with quiet murmurs and nodding heads. The prince leaned forth. "If that's what you believe, then I welcome you to challenge him to a duel of honor. Let him prove his worth to you in person, to all of you. I'm certain he'll be more than pleased to accept any and all duels issued," he offered with a gentle tone, but none matched his gaze. With a deep sigh, several moments later, the prince crossed his arms, narrowing his eyes in apparent deep thought. A few moments later, Amelia Finnegan cleared her throat and fanned herself a few times, gaining his attention. "My prince, if I may? I believe I have a solution to this dilemma," the prince nodded. "Exceptional service is to be rewarded, this is true, but perhaps a more tempered reward is to be considered." Her words rang loud as everyone's attention was placed on her. "None can deny that the good Marquis Redford Callan and Knight Banneret Wyatt Staples deserve to be recognized. That would be most impudent and, dare I say, insulting to even consider denying any of their achievements. I doubt any among us object against the reward given to our dear Marquis." She paused for a moment to fan herself again, only to abruptly close it. "An elevation in the ranks of our nobility shouldn't be given so frugally, less so for those who have achieved one recently. Lieutenant Wyatt's accomplishments are extraordinary, however. Exceptional. In due reason, exceptional rewards are to be issued within reason. My prince, instead of a castellan, I believe the rank of baron shall suffice." Commander William spoke truthfully. "Talented in combat and carnage your Knight Banneret may be, but he lacks education in all fields." She paused again, quickly eyeing the rest of the present officers and selected nobles. "Now, I may not be part of the Royal Navy itself, but my dear brother Joaquin is. Tell me, dearest brother of mine, what do you believe is an appropriate increase in rank for the lieutenant to receive?" Joaquin cleared his throat and passed his fingers over his mustache before replying. "Given everything we've witnessed and heard, I believe he's not ready for true command. However, he shouldn't go unrewarded," he said with some difficulty. "I, personally, would grant him the rank of Lieutenant Commodore," he said, and tentative murmurs of agreement followed. The prince stood up. "Does anyone object to the proposal issued by Marchioness Amelia Finnegan?" Gazes were exchanged, and some murmurs floated about, but in the end, none spoke up. "The prince has heard your protests. I hereby recognize the elevation of Knight Banneret Wyatt Staples to the rank of baron, granting him the right to formally establish his house within the first generation, with him as the head and the right to own land and industry. I hereby recognize the increase in rank from lieutenant to lieutenant commodore. He couldn't help himself this time. He allowed himself a small, triumphant smile to grace his lips. Loyalty is its own reward. And by Julius I shall make it so, the prince thought, more determined than ever. Noravio, ceremony room. Wyatt stood at the front row of his column alongside the rest of his squad mates. Jincho was also present next to him, but he looked beyond bored if he read him right. And he had to agree with the usually chaotic Ekhinda. He'd never been present at an award and promotion ceremony before. The closest thing was the short speech by an instructor when he graduated from the academy. By Julius's name, it was boring. This is worse than my days piloting a hauler. I never thought something could be more boring than that, Wyatt thought to himself, suppressing the urge to yawn as Redford pinned a medal on a proud Marine's uniform. Behind him, Clara and Cynthia sat with impassive expressions, and sure those were perfectly carved masks to hide a boredom that matched his own. Looking around the room, desperate to distract himself with something, anything, his search failed for the 20th time. The room was fairly ample and a complete waste of space. At least in his opinion it was. He'd never even heard about ceremony rooms before. A room with the sole purpose of holding small ceremonies aboard ships, apparently. The funeral ceremony, though, he could understand and appreciate it. The names of the fallen crew members were engraved on a small metal sheet and preserved with their remains, if there was anything left to recover in cryostasis, until their bodies could be returned to their families, or, as was most often the case, just the metal plaque. Giving up on finding anything worthwhile in the largely featureless room, he turned his gaze to Jincho, finding some ruffled feathers and slightly wobbly eyes. "You didn't sleep?" he asked in a hushed tone, recognizing the signs and symptoms of sleep deprivation on a Ekhinda. "Sleep is for weak," Jincho replied, his middle eye turning up to see him. "Working on recovered fighter remains. Over-engineered piece of scrap. Ugly. Powerful, but ugly. So ugly. Yet genius. Can learn much from it," he replied, blinking slowly. "If you say so," Wyatt replied, just in time to see Fabian de Shire receive a feather-shaped medal on his chest. He saluted, and Redford returned the salute before walking off stage. Honestly, he could barely even hear the commander's voice anymore. "Technician Jincho," Redford called a few seconds later. The Ekhinda was knocked out of his stupor as he answered the summons, not bothering at all to even pretend to march up on stage. To everyone's surprise, Clara stood up and knelt before the thoroughly confused Ekhinda. She produced a medal from her dress and pinned it on Jincho's uniform. "Technician Jincho," Clara began as she stood up. "For your many contributions, I, Princess Clara Astor, hereby officially grant you the rank of head researcher, engineer, and master technician under my banner and protection." Wyatt turned to Leopold when he felt the scarred man gently bump his forearm. "Does that rank exist?" he asked in a hushed, confused, yet amused tone. "I have no idea," Wyatt replied sincerely. But as Jincho's boredom was obliterated, replaced with energetic chirping and enthusiastic tail wags, he was almost certain Clara had simply made it up for her own twisted motives. The Ekhinda and newly promoted head researcher, engineer, and master technician jumped off the stage as he radiated smugness that would make any blue blood feel envious. Next, Leopold was summoned. But he didn't receive a promotion, only 2 medals. Not counting the medal everyone received marked as the Hastrung Campaign, or as it was being called, the Flow Bloom, as it depicted a beautiful explosion on a twisted flower stalk. Gregor received 4 medals and was promoted from ensign to sub-lieutenant. Noltar received 3 medals, 3 commendations, and was promoted from sub-lieutenant to second lieutenant, much to his apparent joy. Raquel received 4 medals, 2 commendations, and was promoted from ensign to sub-lieutenant, matching Gregor. Galt also received 2 medals, a commendation, and was promoted from ensign to first lieutenant. Still a far cry from his original rank, but it demonstrated that he was to be trusted. Finally, and much to his and Salazar's surprise, the man received a medal and was promoted to staff sergeant. Finally, after what felt like ages, his name, the last on the list no less, was called. Wyatt marched on stage, saluted the aged commander, and waited for him to speak. "Lieutenant Wyatt Staples, for exceptional valor, courage, loyalty, and perseverance, you've been granted the Astorian Medal of Valor, the Medal of Unwavering Honor, the Medal of Relentless Loyalty, and the Raven's Heart for your daring capture of the Gallant Venture," Redford exclaimed, pinning each medal on his chest in order. 7 commendations of valor have been added to your record, as well as 2 veterancy marks and an ace mark, making you an official bronze ace, he said, turning to grab a medal depicting 3 stars made out of bronze and pinning it to his chest alongside the other medals. Furthermore, Redford continued just as Wyatt was about to salute, thinking it was over. By royal decree sent by the prince himself, a collective gasp was heard as Redford picked up a datapad. In recognition of your outstanding acts of valor and loyalty to House Aster, the Astorian Principality. In recognition of vanquishing dreaded enemies of the Astorian Principality. In recognition of deeds that exceed expectations. I, the prince, hereby promote Lieutenant Wyatt Staples to Lieutenant Commodore. Wyatt felt lightheaded but managed to remain strong at the revelation. A quick, confused glance at Clara told him she already knew. Of course she did, he thought, unamused. In response, the princess merely gave him an innocent smile. Furthermore, Wyatt felt his heart skip a beat as he heard Redford continue with a slight tone of amusement in his usual stern voice. Knight Banneret Wyatt Staples is hereby by royal decree promoted to Baron. May your future ventures be fruitful and prosperity befall your house, Baron Wyatt Staples. Wyatt felt darkness creep around the corners of his vision. His legs felt weak and he couldn't breathe. Through sheer force of will, even as blood left his face and brain, he saluted, unable to say anything. He stepped off the stage cautiously and slowly, sweating cold as he did so and rejoining his comrades. Redford gave a short closing speech and then dismissed them all. That was as far as he made it before darkness overtook him. Fortunately for him, Raquel and Leopold quickly acted to support his body just as consciousness left him, preventing him from falling to the ground. "You're absolutely right, Baron Staples," Leopold cried out. "We should celebrate." Following along with his theatrics, Nultar listed several meals they could enjoy, guiding the group while Gregor moved behind Wyatt, blocking the view. Raquel and Leopold worked together to carry Wyatt's unconscious self as quickly and naturally as they could manage it. For her part, Clara was thoroughly amused while Cynthia and Redford gave her disapproving looks. It did nothing to sour her pleasant mood. "This will be your land to tend to as you please, Baron Staples," Istanel declared with a pleased smile and a datapad in hand, showcasing a marked territory. Wyatt stared at the map with apprehension. "Istanel, what am I going to do with so much land? I'm a commoner. I've never owned soil. All I've ever considered to be mine was anything I could buy with credits," he asked in a low tone, eyes never shifting away from the datapad. The marked territory encapsulated a small peninsula, a great area covered in forests, small lakes, 2 rivers, and the start of a mountain chain. Most worryingly of all, however, was that the ruins of the villa where the Great Revolution started and ended was part of the marked territory. What was he supposed to do with it? Istanel shook his head, unaware of the pilot's inner turmoil. "You're a commoner no longer, Wyatt. You're a baron by the grace and will of our liege. Princess Clara has appointed you as her liaison between herself, House Ferentis, and the new order under Tornell's guidance. And I, as my house's direct representative, cannot allow a baron to have no land to call his own whatsoever, now can I? But I'm going to leave. I don't have the time to tend to this land nor the knowledge," Wyatt countered, still unable to fully process that he now owned roughly 400 squared kilometers of land. It was enough to make his legs feel wobbly. "The land is yours as a gift of House Ferentis and as a sign of recognition and support of your newfound status. Tornell was the one who suggested the extent of your territory. Call it a compromise for all involved parties." Istanel pursed his lips slightly. "The majority of your territory consists of arable land, a large forested area that suffered greatly due to the raging wildfires, and several small abandoned settlements. The Drazzen were quick to act and overrun dozens of locations before fire consumed them." The last statement piqued his interest and anger at the same time. "Are there any Drazzen left there?" he asked, eyes narrowing. "Unlikely. However, I do suppose that there could be a few stragglers trying to find refuge. If it is any consolation, any Drazzen trying to flee the wildfires in that direction likely died in pain and agony," Istanel remarked, his voice holding an edge of pleasure at the idea that wasn't there before. "But returning to what truly matters, Baron Staples, you may, if you want, choose to do nothing with your newfound territory. It will be your choice to make. However, I suggest that you establish an enterprise of some sort. It will be valuable experience even if you don't stay here to oversee the process yourself." Wyatt hummed, crossing his arms. Clara had mentioned much the same regarding his new position as Baron after he recovered consciousness. Now he could own land and start businesses of his own. He searched through his memories back on Volantis, and an idea manifested in his mind. Analyzing the map again, he focused on a river, the forest, and the peninsula's edge. Fishing, farming, cattle raising, and forestry. A woodmill, he said as the lessons he learned at the local woodmill returned to him. Basic lessons on how to treat the land, how to take care of trees, the forest, the local fauna, and how a woodmill worked. He only ever treated wood for cutting it into pieces, planks, or lugged logs around, but he'd seen craftsmen making furniture, tools, utensils, and other things at the workshops many times. But who'd work in all of that? Where would they live? People need to eat and have a roof to sleep under. What about payment? What about their health and medicine? They'll also need clothes and other things they can't make themselves, like machines or metalworks. And the people of Hago are, well, now former rebels and on the brink of ruin themselves. I hate being a blue blood. Must all of them have to worry about such things? Wyatt thought with dismay as the understanding of what nobles had to deal with manifested itself. Not a particularly lucrative industry, Istanel commented. However, given the circumstances, it is a reasonable option. I'm pleasantly surprised that you seem to know the fundamental basics that keep society running. Food, security, and economy. Everything else spawns from those three elements. He turned to Wyatt, smiling gently. Commoners have so little to worry about in life. Nobles must ensure the gears of civilization keep turning while they toil, as they should, in return for our proper guidance. Wyatt didn't like how Istanel worded it, but he couldn't disagree when he was coming to know more about a world he'd only vaguely comprehended up until not too long ago. But it's an empty land. Commoners will come one way or another, Istanel reassured, storing the datapad. He looked at the small town before them. It wasn't imposing in any visual regard. Prefab houses and buildings mixed with some more traditional wood, cement, and brick ones. The sole reason Istanel was there at all was because Tornell informed him that the village was suspected to house some of the few Principality loyalists on the planet. If true, maybe he could find a noble hiding among the rabble. You don't have to decide anything now, Wyatt. Think about what direction you wish to move first. Then take a step forth, he said, then put on his helmet, flinching for a moment before locking it in place. Are you certain you don't want us to escort you? Wyatt offered sincerely. I appreciate the concern, but Her Majesty assigned 2 of her Royal Marines for my protection. You and your companions should enjoy a few hours of deserved of whatever military men count as celebration. Your victories were many and deserved, Istanel remarked before nodding once and walking forth toward the small town. Wyatt watched as Istanel left, flanked by 2 Royal Marines. When he was far enough away, he turned around. He saw Declan and his servants finishing setting up a series of tables, a large rectangular container to the side, and parasols. They were now moving to set cutlery on the tables alongside plates with foodstuffs, and even a jar of Lakoa from his personal stash. His squad mates were also present, talking while their shuttle rested a few dozen meters away in a clearing. Approaching the group, he was instantly noticed by Declan, who, in turn, rushed to meet and kneel before him. Everything is almost ready, my lord. Is there anything else that you require of me? Declan asked. Wyatt felt something inside him curl up and die as the discomfort he felt was almost too much to bear. Regardless, he didn't allow it to show and instead tapped Declan's shoulder. Declan, please, you don't need to call me Lord. Call me by my name and stop kneeling every time you see me. I cannot simply call you by your name, my lord. Doing so would only dishonor me as your knight and insult you as my lord, even with your permission. However, I shall acquiesce with your desire and avoid keeling before you outside socially required instances, Declan declared, his voice full of confidence before standing up but retaining a respectful bow before his lord. Wyatt sighed in defeat before moving to join his squad mates. He stopped and turned when he noticed the handsome, brown-haired man didn't follow. You're not coming? Declan shook his head. My men and I shall stand vigilant while our lord enjoys himself. None shall reach you while we remain standing and breathing, my lord. Celebrate your well-earned rewards at your heart's content. Her most benevolent majesty, our beloved Princess Clara, has provided refreshments for your enjoyment, my lord, he declared, a fist smacking against his chest solemnly. Wyatt stared at the man for several seconds, but no matter how much he stared at him, he found no posturing, malice, or embellishment in his words or expressions. He was frank. Then do so. Remember to take breaks every now and again. We're not in danger here. As my lord commands, Declan replied. Resuming his walk, Wyatt left Declan behind just in time to see the servants move away from the tables and form a perimeter around them, never standing too close or too far away. As he reached his squad mates, Leopold pulled a chair for him to sit on and took it without protest. Already Noltar presented him with a cup filled with a blue liquid. "What is this?" "Blue splendor." "Try it," Noltar replied, before reaching for a small piece of meat and popping it into his mouth. Wyatt shrugged, picked up the cup, sniffed the oddly sweet yet spicy beverage, and then took a sip. Immediately after, he coughed. "That stings!" he exclaimed a moment before a pleasant aftertaste invaded his tongue. Leopold and Noltar laughed while Gregor shook his head, and Raquel crossed her arms in amusement. "Come on, Wyatt. Don't tell me our valiant leader, the ferocious wolfhound, can't handle a simple drink," Raquel commented. "I don't usually drink strong stuff. I really don't care that much about foodstuffs, but I've grown fond of sweets and sugary confections," Wyatt confessed before taking a deep, long gulp of blue splendor, this time managing not to cough but wincing all the same, much to Noltar and Leopold's amusement. "That's surprising," Gregor joined in, drinking his cup in a single go. One of the servants approached quickly to refill his cup. When he was done, he moved away wordlessly. "I'd assumed you were familiar with alcoholic beverages, sir. Then again, you were a commoner and likely used to drinking cheap, readily available products at best. But even that assumption, it seems, was wrong." "Not entirely," Wyatt offered. "I've drank before, but nothing more than a taste at most. I never discovered why so many seem fond of drinking to the point of losing one's mind," he said, drinking the last of his cup only to be refilled seconds later. "Thank you," he said, and the commoner bowed his head in response. "Boss, I feel so damn out of place," Leopold said in a semi-joking tone. "I mean, I'm a commoner like them, not a blue blood like any of you. No offense. You're as much part of the squadron as any of us, Leo. You're overthinking it. Relax and enjoy some R&R. Speaking of which, Wyatt, what did you usually do during your downtimes? Party with some friends? Visit a brothel or some other place of ill repute?" Wyatt shook his head. "I usually slept or indulged in extra rations, toasted beans, or quality meats." "Wait, so you're meaning to tell us you've never partied or enjoyed yourself?" Leopold asked, concerned. "Like at all?" "Never had people to spend time with before," Wyatt confessed without hesitation as he took another large gulp of blue splendor. His squadmates shared glances. "In that case," Raquel said abruptly, "why don't we get to know each other in the oldest tradition there is? Let's play Conqueror." "Conqueror?" Wyatt asked. He'd heard the name before but never inquired what it was about other than it was a drinking game. "Each of us tell a story about ourselves. The more embarrassing or epic the better, and the winner of each round gets to skip on drinking a whole glass. Last one to remain standing wins," Noltar explained eagerly. "Ladies first," Raquel sighed. "As the most novice member of the composters, I suppose it's only right." She paused for a moment, then smirked. "All right. I have one story. Back at the academy, one instructor broke my arm on a drill exercise, and then—" Wyatt listened intently as an odd sensation spread across his body. It was similar to that sensation he felt when he was with Cynthia and Clara in private. Weaker, but it was there. He felt a smile spread as the warm rays of the star and the gentle wind touched his skin. Istanel was right. He could relax for a few hours. Several hours later, Javier Wunder was hungry. He was thirsty. He was exhausted. And worst of all, he was dirty. After his arrival on Hago's surface, everything had gone to shit faster than he could have imagined. Yes, everything had gone to shit. There was no other way to describe it. Cursed cowards had disregarded his orders and broken formation as soon as their shuttles entered the atmosphere, scattering their already diminished forces. Then, as if things couldn't be worse, wild animals attacked them mere hours after their arrival. Not predators, but angry elk-shaped beasts. Half of their numbers died to their hooves and armor-pummeling antlers. Their supplies were lost in the process, and he had been forced to run for his life with only a laser pistol for his protection. He hadn't bathed in days, hardly eaten anything in just as long, and the last of his water had dried up by the morning. His feet had blisters from how much he'd been running and walking. His armor was dirty, covered in dirt, much and other things he'd rather not know what they were. Desperate, he'd try to hunt some animals, and while successful, there was one main problem. Namely speaking, he didn't know how to cook. He'd never taken a basic survival class in his life, and without networks, he couldn't access the information even if he wanted to. He really wanted to. Out of options, he opted to find any rebel settlement and demand supplies at gunpoint. They were filthy, unwashed rebels. Nothing they had belonged to them. It rightly belonged to him. With that in mind, he'd walked for hours and hours until that awful darkness threatened to swallow him whole and rob him of sleep as chittering sounds, snapping twigs, and the cold wind sapped away his strength little by little. But then he saw it. A town. Civilization! But not only a town. A shuttle. A functioning shuttle, if the lights were any indication. Driven by desperation and the promise of salvation, Javier ran toward the shuttle, intending to force its pilots to take him far away from the accursed world he was in. Surrendering to the Reaper, he realized, was better than enduring another second of torture. He ran past the thick foliage of bushes and trees when he stumbled across 5 very drunk pilots and other people further away standing guard. The one with heterochromatic eyes saw him first and waved at him. "Hee!" "Want a drink?" Wyatt slurred, shakily offering a cup of wine and spilling some of it in the process before giggling. Javier Wunder ran toward the table, tossing his helmet away without a care, grabbed a cup, and drank it all in a single go. Without any decorum, he filled his mouth with meat slices, bread, and the insect-looking things inside a small jar. He didn't care about how he looked, only that he was drinking and eating again. After a full minute of stuffing his face, Javier Wunder took a step back and fell on his knees before the man with a white periton on his chest. "I surrender," Javier cried out, relieved. "Please, I beg of you, take me off of this planet. I'll pay whatever ransom you demand. Just take me prisoner." Wyatt blinked in confusion as Declan and his servants finally took notice of Javier and moved in closer. Silently, Wyatt tilted his head and smiled stupidly. "Okay." Wyatt smiled as the simulation ended in a successful run. Disconnecting from the training chamber, he cracked his neck with a satisfying pop, following quickly. Exiting the chamber, his squadmates followed suit. As he'd come to expect, Nultar and Leopold immediately moved closer to compliment each other. Raquel sent him an almost friendly nod. Seeing the usually stern-looking and serious woman without her perpetual frown was a bit jarring. Gregor, as usual, maintained a respectful, introspective silence, but he could see that he, too, was pleased by the results of their training run. Clearing his throat, he gained their attention and addressed them. "Excellent work, everyone. We didn't suffer a single casualty this time. Tomorrow, Raquel, you'll take point while Nultar and I act as bait. Gregor, Leopold, you'll provide support." "Understood, sir," the composters replied in unison. Wyatt saluted, and they returned it in kind. It pleased him greatly that they were no longer apprehensive about switching roles and practicing different approach vectors. The day after the ceremony, regular activity aboard the Noravio returned to near normalcy. He'd insisted on exchanging the leadership position of his squadron during simulations to see how they would fare in such a role. They protested, Gregor in particular, but it didn't last long before they accepted his decision. It allowed him to discover certain traits of his squadmates that he'd previously failed to see. Leopold excelled in support actions and in evading enemy fire, but he made for a surprisingly flexible leader if an insecure one, a position he could relate to. Nultar's more reckless and near-suicidal tactics had lessened in intensity, but still held the same deadly edge and attention-seeking results. Raquel's aggressive tendencies remained, but now they were focused instead of being the product of glory-seeking, and most surprising of all, she was a fairly good leader, if not very versatile. Finally, Gregor's inflexible and unimaginative tendencies remained intact, but his aversion toward ambushes and other underhanded tactics had diminished significantly, and, in an ironic way, he discovered he had a great affinity for them. Just as he was about to dismiss them, Gregor stepped up. "Sir? A moment of your time?" Gregor asked, lowering his salute a second after Wyatt did so. "Is something the matter, Gregor?" Wyatt replied, seeing the seriousness in the rotund man's eyes. Gregor waited for a moment as the rest of the composters formed up, listening intently. He then glanced at Leopold for a second or two before turning to Wyatt again. "Sir, may I ask, will Leopold receive a knightly title in the near future?" Leopold barked out a laugh and placed a hand on Gregor's shoulder. "Ha! Good one, Gregor." "Me? A knight? A noble? Man, and I thought you were a humorless ass." "I'm with Leo on this one, Gregor," Nultar added, crossing his arms and raising an eyebrow in confusion. "You never said anything about that before. In fact, didn't you say that you'd quit drinking the day Leopold became a noble?" Wyatt winced a little as painful memories of a hangover came to him. His implants prevented him from getting lethally intoxicated, but it didn't stop him from getting drunk, as he found out not too long ago. A trip to Hago that was meant to be for diplomatic reasons and an excuse to unwind and celebrate somehow ended up with Javier Wunder captured. After experiencing the consequences of reckless drinking, he swore never to get drunk again. Shaking away the momentary distraction, he focused his attention back on his squad mates. "I just not," Gregor replied, his expression lacking the reserved playfulness or the sly smirk he wore whenever making a joking remark, usually at the expense of the brown-haired commoner pilot. "It is a legitimate concern, and given the course of recent events, I thought it'd be prudent to ask, sir." "Shit, you're serious," Leopold muttered, losing his smile and stepping back. "Gregor, what in the bloody hell are you talking about?" "Great. Just another thing I have to learn about being a blue blood," Wyatt thought as he crossed his arms, careful not to show his mild irritation. "I share Leopold's confusion, Gregor. Care to explain?" "I believe I know what Undaj's worry is," Raquel said, eyes turning to her. "We're an elite squadron, Wyatt, a named one at that. Yet one of our members is a commoner. You could be pressured into making arrangements. That is to say, remove Leopold from his position and have some high-ranking officer within a powerful house with enough sway to assign someone of their choosing as his replacement." Her eyes landed on the puzzled Leopold for a moment before continuing. "It would be unbecoming of a squadron responsible for leading great victories, among them the defeat of a lone wolf, to have a commoner squad member." "Damn it, you're right," Noltar agreed with a displeased expression. "Precisely," Gregor nodded. "However, if Leopold were to receive a knighting title or be knighted by a worthy noble, then such a threat would be less likely to occur." Wyatt hummed deep in thought. "I would like to avoid that from happening. We've gotten better as a team and we can improve further." "Don't I get a say in any of this?" "What if I don't want to be a blue blood, eh?" Leopold asked with a cocky grin. "Dakar, please be serious for once," Gregor pleaded. "As insufferable as you are, and as much as I would be overjoyed not to have to listen to your uneducated quips, I will not sacrifice the cohesion of our squadron if I can help it. It pains me to admit this, but your skill as a fighter pilot is great. Finding someone capable of replacing you would only bring about dysfunction and prove to be time-consuming," he finished with a tiny smirk. "You should be thankful we're trying to keep you around instead of replacing you and be done with it for all our sakes." Raquel joined in. "Heh, listen to them, boss. Blue bloods dictating the lives of commoners." "But hey, what else is new?" Leopold countered, never losing his smile. "Though if me being part of the composters will get you in trouble, then just switch me up, boss. I promise I won't be mad. It can't be that hard, right? Commander Redford will be able to find someone suitable to cover my space, that I'm sure." The scarred man shrugged. "The dream was nice while it lasted, and I got 2 medals and commendations out of it. I'm not going empty-handed." Leopold chuckled with humor, but Wyatt was able to see right through his facade of humor. Eyes narrowing, he turned to Gregor. "Would that happen even if the princess is in charge of the Noravio? We're not operating entirely within the Royal Navy's structure." Gregor looked pensive for several seconds before replying. "It might not come to pass, sir, but I can't be sure. All I can assure you is that having a commoner as a lasting part of a, pardon my audacity, renowned fighter squadron will be seen with unkind eyes. Her Majesty possesses great power and authority, but not even her would be able to deny pressure for long without taking solid action." "I understand," Wyatt replied, and truly he did. Envious nobles were nothing new to him. He'd seen plenty of it during his training years in the academy. If there was one thing that blue bloods hated more than anything, it was to be overshadowed or insulted by others, doubly so by any who they considered as inferior. "I'll see what I can do." "Thank you, Gregor." "Dismissed." The composters saluted again before breaking off. Following his schedule, he made his way to meet with Redford in his quarters. He would have sighed in dread anticipation for what the commander had in store for him were it not for Gregor's inquiry. Studying and practicing the filing of reports, getting to know more about the rules of engagement, the social norms between nobles and other, to his mind, pointless little things he had to be aware of that didn't involve making himself into a proper officer was annoying at worst and confusing beyond comprehension at best. Apparently, he realized after his first proper lesson that being an officer was half about being an actual officer, and the other half was about social norms, proper conduct, and how to carry oneself amongst your peers, with the second half being more important for the vast majority of nobles. That alone threatened him with a nasty headache. By the time he made it to Redford's quarters, Wyatt didn't care if he'd spend the next 3 hours filling reports and checking for mistakes. Announcing himself, he was allowed entry, and soon he sat at the other side of Redford's desk. "Is something bothering you, Wyatt?" Redford asked without looking away from his datapad. "Yes, Commander," Wyatt replied in a serious tone. "One of my squad mates, Gregor Undaj, brought his concern to light after our training ended." "Go on," Redford said, putting the datapad down and turning to stare at Wyatt. Taking a deep, calming breath, Wyatt spoke, retelling a summary of his conversation with the rest of the composters. When he finished, he frowned slightly. "Commander, I must know if Leopold is going to get replaced or if there's a way for him to become a knight. It would be unfair for him to lose his position. More so after the significant progress we've made as a squadron." Redford, who up until now chose to remain silent, crossed his arms and hummed deeply, eyes narrowing in concentration. "Warrant Officer Leopold Dakar certainly has the skills and record of service to denote him as a worthy and capable pilot. Regardless, the fact remains that your other squad mates are correct in their fears. Clara would try to shield your squad as it is if you ask her. Perhaps you should." "No," Wyatt replied, shaking his head slowly. "I don't want to make things more difficult for her. Not when there are other solutions available. Commander, could I buy him a title?" Redford was stunned for a moment, then chuckled. "You could do that, but it will cost you 20 million credits." Wyatt's face went pale at the absurd number, but it made sense why so few commoners were able to buy one in the first place. "There are other options available to us, however," Redford continued, returning life to Wyatt's face. "A noble of sufficient ranking could vouch for him or grant him a knighthood through bonds of servitude and loyalty, binding him to a house. Similar to your initial situation, but far simpler and straightforward." "But that's something that can't be done lightly, right?" he asked, already familiar enough to know there was a catch. "There's always a catch. Nothing can be simple for blue bloods, can it?" Wyatt thought as Redford nodded. "You are correct, Wyatt." "You're learning," the gray-haired man replied. "Giving a commoner a knighthood comes with great responsibilities and risks. The actions of the knight reflect upon their lord or lady, and judgment will befall both for mistakes and dishonor committed. Not only that, but the approval of a knighthood befalls 3 separate nobles from 3 separate houses." Wyatt frowned at the third possible solution, and quickly concluded that if he planned on ensuring Leopold's hard-earned position remained his, that was his only real option. "I only need to find a noble willing to knight him," he muttered, his mind already working on the alternatives. He could ask Istanel, but that sense of superiority clung to him like a thick mantle, and he wasn't sure he'd do it. Galt came to mind next, and he was fairly certain the red-haired man would do it, but he didn't know if that was a good idea now that the rest of the crew were less wary of him. Finally, he could ask Redford. The older man had admitted that Leopold was a skilled pilot, so perhaps he could do it. "You could do that?" Redford replied, his expression softening to one of levity. "Or you could knight him yourself." Wyatt blinked, stunned at the proposal. "I could do it?" Redford nodded. "You're a baron now, Wyatt." "You are the head of your house, House Staples. Declan Oakmoon, a noble, is your knight through oath, oath-bound. There's nothing stopping you from granting Leopold a knighthood. As your knight, he'd be your vassal, noble in training, if you will. Of course, you'd be responsible for his safety and well-being while he serves you loyally, bound to your house, and if he were to establish his own house, they would be the vassals of House Staples, too." Wyatt absorbed what the commander told him and quickly analyzed it. Whatever risks to his honor were irrelevant. The only thing he disliked was the servitude parts of the deal, but he'd find a solution if he gave Leopold a knighthood. But there was one glaring problem. He needed the approval of 3 other nobles from different houses. Tentatively, he asked, "Commander, if I knight Leopold, will you approve of him?" "Your forwardness never ceases to amaze and appall me in equal measure, Wyatt," Redford replied. "Are you sure you want to risk bringing dishonor to your house if Leopold were to do something shameful or dishonorable?" "If honor is all that is at risk, then I lose nothing of value," Wyatt answered without hesitation. Redford smiled. "In that case, you have my approval. I'll give you the formal document at the end of today's shift. Might I suggest you ask Cynthia and Galt for their approval? They lose nothing and their approval is as good as any." Wyatt bowed his head. "Thank you, Commander." The commander nodded once. "Now then, before we begin, I must tell you that you need a motto for your house. I suggest something short but impactful that reflects the ideal your house stands by or an ideal to represent. Simple and powerful. You don't have to give me an answer now. Think it over. There's no need to rush such an important step in the growth of your house, Lord Staples, Redford ended with a tiny smirk. A motto to reflect what my house stands for. Oh, by Julius, am I starting to think like a blue-blooded idiot? Wyatt thought with dread, but then shook his head, settling to read and work on the lesson Redford had in store for him. But try as he may, he couldn't stop thinking about Leopold or about what motto would be good. The former was a problem that, thankfully, could be solved with relative ease. He'd be lying if he said he wasn't fond of Leopold. Both were commoners, that was true. But aside from that, Leopold was genuinely a good man with a particular sense of humor. Then again, a certain princess and her blue-haired bodyguard had odd senses of humor themselves. The latter issue, however, was solved within the hour. There were so many things he could say. A carefully veiled insult, a dangerous threat, or perhaps a subtle remark. All of them were good options in his mind, but the more he thought about it, the more he realized none of those worked. Sure, it would amuse him in the short term, but he couldn't afford to be selfish. Not with something that important. Nothing assured him that he would find a wife and have children of his own, but that was a possibility he couldn't neglect. He wasn't a stupid, foolish, glory-seeking, honor-hungry blue blood. It was his duty to ensure his children and their children and those who came after to remember that. No matter what others thought of them or his house, he had to ensure that. That's when a particular moment of pure defiance, insolence, and unreserved truth came to him. Yes, that would be his house's motto. His motto. Simple and powerful. A true representation of his most fundamental beliefs. He was sure of it. So much so that he smiled as he stood up, his time with the commander spent. Commander, I've decided what the motto of House Staples will be. Redford raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Such haste is almost indecent, Wyatt. Then again, I've come to expect such oddities from you. Tell me, proud and loudly, the motto of your house. Wyatt's smile widened in satisfaction as his gaze hardened like steel. Then he obeyed the commander's order. Victory shall suffice. Noravio, Clara's quarters. Victory shall suffice? I approve of it. It has weight and power, Wyatt, Cynthia praised as she ran a brush through Clara's hair. I, too, find it charmingly fitting. Beware the wolfhound, for his bite will rend flesh from bone. Beware the white stag, for his antlers shall pierce through armor. Beware Baron Wyatt Staples, for he is both simultaneously, Clara said with a cheeky smile. Wyatt smiled from his usual seat, finishing chewing on a veshcom. Did you practice that, Clara? He asked, amused. I certainly did not, Clara countered, dignified. Don't let my unhinged princess lie to you, Wyatt. She rehearsed it over 24 times. Sometimes I wonder if theater or a filming set is her true place to be. Drama fuels her as much as her addiction to baked goods does, Cynthia countered, earning a bright blush from the blonde woman. Shush you, Clara countered immediately. You have a job to finish and focus on, maid of mine. Carry out your task and seal those lying lips. Wyatt shook his head, enjoying the interaction between his friends mightily. Looking around the room, a sense of peace filled his heart. Knitting equipment, yarn balls, and a series of data pads rested on the nearby table alongside their latest creations. A cat, apparently some sort of small domestic feline found within Aster territory, made by Clara, an acceptable rendition of a Lakoa by his own hand, and something created by Cynthia. She said it was supposed to be an octopus, a tentacled marine creature, but while the thing had tentacles, the similarities ended there, even with his guidance. Then was Clara's trophy showcase, the model he got for Clara still there after what felt like a lifetime ago. Finally, the new addition to the princess's room, a sleeping Yikanti sprawled on top of several cushions with a twitching leg up in the air. Wyatt wanted to laugh again. When he arrived, he saw Jincho sleeping in that same spot and position. Of course, he asked what he was doing there, and Cynthia explained she had to drag him and quite literally force him to sleep because the rambunctious Yikanti had been working almost non-stop for the past week on all manner of projects. Can you believe he forgot to eat for 2 days? Clara asked with amusement. What's he doing exactly? Wyatt asked, turning to the princess. What isn't he doing is more precise. He's working on fighter schematics, data processing, trying to find out more about the builders of these black ships, trying to rebuild a non-combat capable version of Maximilian's fighter, running countless simulations and much, much more. Clara turned to gaze upon the sleeping Yikanti and smile sweetly at him. But it makes him happy. So very much so. We were fortunate to find such a technological savant. What's a savant? Wyatt asked. An extremely gifted person in one or two fields of knowledge or arts, Cynthia replied. The prince won't be happy that you were able to stumble across another great talent and keep it for yourself, Clara. My brother dearest may weep at my victory. He is not the only one who seeks and hunger for those with talent and competent skills, Clara replied with a knowing, winning smirk. Cynthia merely rolled her eyes as she finished brushing her hair. Come, we must bid our unwelcomed guests farewell. Wyatt obeyed and stood up. What about Jincho? He'll remain here. By the time we return, he'll sleep still. We need not worry about his safety, Clara answered as Cynthia and Wyatt took position at her sides. She was wearing a regal but tight-fitting purple dress that the heterochromatic-eyed man recognized to be very similar to the dress Felicity Cyntor had worn in Balakura. The doors opened, and he followed her as two Royal Marines took point. Their arrival at the hangar was met with respectful silence and bowing heads. 4 shuttles were being loaded with prisoners taken from the Gallant Venture and the surviving 3 corvettes. Almost all of them were nobles, with only a few truly loyal commoners refusing to leave their masters behind or renounce the Duke's cause. Istanel Ferentis was already present, waiting for the princess's arrival alongside an older man wearing a uniform and sporting a thick beard and mustache. Behind them and in chains was a disheveled Felicity Cyntor, a defeated Javier Wunder, and an emotionless Casimir Caiston guarded by 2 Marines each. Nearby, Captain Ciro Ortega and Maximilian Userek stood waiting. Lord Istanel, I thank you for the quick response sent by your house and for your magnanimous gesture of aid and support, Clara said in her practiced regal tone. On the contrary, Princess, it is the least House Ferentis could do to repay you. Not only have you kept your word, but have done so in a manner that will surely be written in the history books, Istanel praised, then turned to the captured traitors. House Ferentis shall deliver the captives back to Duke Draymore unharmed and under the banner of neutrality as part of a diplomatic delegation. It will be up to him to dispose of them as he pleases. I'm certain that he will not be kind or merciful. No, he will not, Clara agreed, earning a glare from the black-haired woman. Her broken nose brought a smile to the princess's lips, and she stepped forth to the point where she was mere inches apart from Felicity. It is a shame, really. Had you managed to control your reckless emotions, you would have found yourself with a small victory instead of a crushing defeat, Felicity. She sighed dejectedly. To think I even considered you a worthy rival at one point. So disappointed! Felicity snarled in anger, but the Marines were holding her tightly. Then, Clara's eyes turned colder than ice as she stared into Felicity's eyes. Do not forget to give my uncle my message, Cyntor. With that, she stepped back and gave Casimir and Javier a single glance before turning to Ciro as the trio were taken away into a shuttle. Captain, it is my sincerest hope that we don't face each other in combat again. The Principality needs men who understand honor such as you. I'm humbled, my princess, Ciro replied, bowing his head slowly and respectfully. However, as you depart now, may I ask a favor of you? Clara asked gently. My princess need only ask for it to be done, Ciro replied. I need you to give this to my uncle, she said, presenting the man with a small rectangular object. Can I trust you to deliver a simple, ordinary letter, Captain? It shall be done, my princess, for proud is the red feather, Ciro replied, concealing the letter in his uniform. Clara gifted him a smile before moving to meet with Maximilian. I wish you a good venture and prosperity, Roaring Thunder. Oh? Maximilian said, surprised. No last-ditch effort to try and change my mind? Clara shook her head. You've said your piece and made peace with yourself. Nothing I can offer will change that. You are free to go as you are free to stay. Then go I shall. Maximilian nodded, his breathing much clearer, but he would need to wear his respirator for at least another week before he could safely take it off. Thank you for your hospitality, Princess. May you yet live to see the end of this conflict with you as the victor, I hope, he declared before glancing at Wyatt, giving him a firm nod. I will try to follow his career closely. I will keep you informed, Clara replied before the tall, muscular man walked away. Maximilian, if I may, what do you intend to do now? Maximilian stopped and turned his head to look at her. I'll deliver little Caiston to safety, then. I'll go back to my homeworld and try to do something with my life. Whatever lies ahead of me, I will delight in wine, he said, then continued on his way. The blue-eyed man turned once more as he was about to board the shuttle where Casimir waited for him and stared directly at Wyatt. Good luck, Wolfhound! Surpass me! he called with a laugh followed by a coughing fit, but no regrets existed. Clara turned to the man standing next to Istanel as the shuttles closed. "Captain Jun Lintar," she greeted. "My princess," the man said. "I've been dispatched with the additional crew to return 3 vessels, the Gallant Venture, the Glorious Reclamation, and Tamiran's Finest, back to Macha and deliver them unto His Majesty the Prince. I thank Lord Shinak Ferentis for his cooperation. On behalf of House Lintar, I thank you, Lord Istanel." "Our pleasure, Lord June," Istanel replied. No more words were spoken as Wyatt watched the shuttles close and begin preparations for departure. Exiting the hangar, he smiled. Duke Draymore would be defeated. He promised that. Noravio War Room. On the screen, a tired but serious Tornell Swallowtail was on display. Around the room's main table sat Istanel Ferentis, Wyatt Staples, Redford Kalen, and Princess Clara Astor, while her ever-present bodyguard, Cynthia Winfield, stood behind her. In front of her, the holographic map of Hyego was on full display, with several areas marked across its 3 continents. "There are fewer violent protests and Grand Revolution loyalist groups than I expected," Clara confessed with mild amusement. "I moved quickly to silence those who I knew wouldn't bend the knee, my princess. Regardless, I feared far more defiance after the announcement of the revolution's dissolution and the reintegration of Hyego back into the embrace of the principality. Yet fatalities and casualties have been kept to a minimum, and most protests are quelled quickly," Tornell replied. "Unsurprising," Istanel joined in with barely concealed disdain and a flaunting ego to match it. "The people of Hyego have experienced many tragedies after that foolish and pointless uprising. Most of them dealt by the hands of their own liberators," he spat in a mocking tone. Tornell narrowed his eyes but didn't refute the count. "Wars, purges, famine, diseases, a complete societal downgrade, and a near collapse only staved off by pirates raiding your neighbors. Compared to your current disastrous situation in all fields, returning to the warm, generous embrace of the principality shall be a delicious ambrosia." "I would have worded it differently, but you're not wrong, Lord Istanel," Tornell replied with a glare that died a second later. "My people have suffered enough. Most of us just want peace and stability." He sighed deeply. "It doesn't matter what we believe at this point about the past. It happened. Mistakes were made. All we have now is the future." Clearing his throat, Redford caught everyone's attention. "General Tornell, how goes the hunt?" "Not terribly," Tornell answered in a low tone. "The wildfires have been put under control or died out almost entirely, but we won't be sure until the smoke stops from oozing among the ashes. Those Xenos hate fire with a passion. My patrols have killed hundreds, but more remain. Their 2 smaller bases are lightly defended, and we're making everything in our power to keep them there and starve them out while preventing survivors and stragglers from regrouping. Say what you will, but the utter obliteration of their headquarters gave them a mortal wound they won't recover from. They know it. We know it. I suspect they'll try desperate measures to kill as many of us as possible any day now. I'll gladly let them charge through open fields at machine gun emplacements while artillery blasts them apart if they are so eager to die. Filthy Xenos." There was a long pause as Tornell closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he turned to the princess. "My princess, have the captured been screened?" he asked, avoiding using the word cattle to refer to the sapient prisoners kept by the Drazzen. "Rest easy, Tornell," Clara began, her voice changing to a more serious, focused tone. "Preparations are underway to begin the transportation of your people. As agreed upon, they shall be returned unharmed. Pirates' forces have been set aside and isolated. Their fates have been decided. Those who wish to truly repent will be allowed to earn forgiveness. Their sentences carried through hard labor under your leadership," she said as a cold, heartless smirk appeared on her lips. "I ask that you don't kill them, but feel free to make them earn their pardon." "There certainly won't be a lack for nasty, dangerous, but necessary work in the coming months," Tornell agreed. "The rest? Tried, sentenced, and awaiting execution," Clara replied coldly. "I offer you a chance to carry their executions yourself, Tornell, as a sign of my goodwill if you so desire." Tornell remained silent for several seconds, deep in thought, until his answer was conveyed. "In days past I would have accepted your offer, my princess. But I will not have Hyego tainted with their blood. Do with them as you wish." Without hesitation, her irises shimmered for a split second. "Captain Milcades, my permission is granted," she said as a smaller screen appeared on Tornell's chest. Said man looked to the side, no doubt watching the same live footage they were all seeing. In the screen, a Royal Marine moved slowly to panel while dozens upon dozens of handcuffed men and women bearing rags for clothes, cheap cybernetics, and skin covered in tattoos and scars shouted obscenities, curses, and worse as a red light shone across the large area they were sealed on. With an unceremonious press of a button, the light turned blue and the curses stopped, giving way to screaming and pleas for mercy. A few seconds later, the doors of what was revealed to be an empty storage bay opened. The pirates were sucked out of the room in quick, violent jerks. The camera shifted to the perspective of exterior cameras where increasingly smaller, flailing figures drifted through space, uselessly clawing at their necks and desperate for breath that wouldn't come. The scene lasted only scant moments before it ended. "And with that, their sentences are carried out," Clara said with a cold dispassion that made Tornell visibly swallow nervously. "Do not worry about their trajectories. Captain Milcades has assured me that their bodies will drift into orbit in a matter of weeks before re-entry turns their bodies into fine particles. And even if something is to survive, the oceans shall receive what remains. None of their filthy blood shall sully Hago's soil," the princess declared. "My princess is most considerate and prepared," Tornell praised, trying his best to appear strong and unbothered. "Some would claim otherwise," Clara countered with a sly smirk. "Now then, some young pirates, either too stupid to know what they were getting into or little better than children, shall remain under my care. I have a project that may bring results worth considering in the future. Nothing you need to concern yourself with, Tornell. Aside from that, there is one problem present with the rest of the rescued prisoners. The Drazzen raided several small stations and boarded ships during their incursion deep into Principality space. Most of these prisoners wish to return to their homes." Turning to Istanel, the violet-eyed woman pressed on. "Lord Istanel and House Ferentis have agreed to grant the commoners free passage so that they may resume their lives. Captured nobles have expressed their gratitude and promised a most generous reward. They are of no matter and easily solved." Her eyes narrowed. "Many others, however, commoners who have lost everything, wish to remain on Hago and start a new life." Tornell crossed his arms, understanding the situation. Tensions could prove to be problematic. They are outsiders, though not by choice. But as long as they are commoners, I believe I'll be able to prevent outrage from forming. Things have been changing quickly all around us in the span of mere weeks and days. More drastic changes will only incite discontent if left to fester." He hummed deeply for a moment. "Perhaps I can be of aid?" Istanel asked rhetorically. "This dilemma has a simple solution if you are willing to make minor sacrifices, General." "I'm listening," Tornell replied. With an overly dramatic and slow hand gesture, Istanel presented Wyatt, much to the pilot's puzzlement. "Baron Wyatt Staples has a territory ripe for habitation. They can settle the land easily and away from your radicals, General." The proposal visibly discomforted Wyatt, so much so that he could feel everyone waiting for his reply. "I suppose it could be done. But the abandoned villages were the homes of people before the Drazzen came. They won't be needing them anymore, but will they be safe there? The Xenos have left the area. If any survivors remain nearby, then they are hiding. They simply won't have the numbers to risk their lives if all they want is food," Tornell replied with hatred. "And as you said, Wyatt, their original owners won't need them anymore. Lord Istanel is correct. Your barony will provide a relative safe haven for those refugees. May I know, however, what's the name of your barony?" "I haven't decided yet on a name." "My apologies," Wyatt replied. Tornell nodded. "I see. My princess, what is to be done with the sapient cattle?" "We can't house them indefinitely. Their minds are too far gone, molded by the Drazzen to be little better than animals. They don't have survival skills, and their cognitive skills are lacking. They've been conditioned to be nothing more than cattle. We'll save those that can be saved. The rest will receive mercy and freedom." "It is all we can do for them," Clara replied with genuine sadness in her voice. "Rightly so. I wouldn't wish that life upon anyone, not even on blue bloods," Tornell said, but quickly composed himself. "And the feral children, my princess?" It was Clara's turn to ponder her answer carefully for the first time in their conversation. "A solution will be found," she replied after a few moments of silence. Tornell nodded in understanding. The few remaining nobles and commoners, neither wishing to stay or leave, have decided to serve under my banner. Some have nowhere else to go, some want revenge, and some feel indebted to repay me for their salvation. Shuttle runs shall begin within the hour. Understood, my princess. I'll make preparations to receive them, Tornell replied, and the video call ended. Can he possibly be more ungrateful? Istanel asked no one in particular the following moment. My house is to bring precious resources, personnel, expertise, machinery, and more to ease their reconstruction process, and he has the gall to showcase his beastly disdain. Such impertinent insolence should cost him his head. Truly, these are dark times if that rude mongrel is our best prospect for peace and stability in Hygo for the foreseeable future. We all make small sacrifices for a greater good, don't we? Clara countered with a pleasant, tired smile. Indeed? Istanel replied, chuckling to himself in a dignified manner. Clara, if I may be so bold, would you care to consider a courtship, engagement, and marriage proposal once this nasty conflict is over? That is bold of you, Clara replied, unable to contain her amusement while Redford and Cynthia's expressions froze in shock at his casual, straightforward approach. Wyatt only looked at the exchange with a raised eyebrow. May I ask what has developed this turn of events? Simple logic. I've never had an interest or desire to pursue a spouse. My work is my life, my studies are my passion. However, I'm not blind to the realities my position entails. I may not be an heir apparent, but I need to find a respectable, powerful, intelligent woman to marry. Clara let out a laugh, leaning in until her shoulders rested on the table and an open palm supported her chin. You do realize, of course, that I'm a princess? Our union could prove to be a difficult one. Not to mention that I may not live long enough to see this conflict end. My life has been endangered many times in the span of but a few months. Many more may yet come. Istanel nodded. I'm aware of my precarious position and boldness, yet I lose nothing by making my intentions known. Of course, I'd follow the proper ways of courtship were His Majesty, the Prince, accept it. You, Istanel, are far bolder and ambitious than I originally thought, most pleasantly and curiously. For the moment, I will only entertain the idea and give a proper answer after my uncle is stopped and peace has returned to the principality. Do not bind yourself to the expectation of my answer, however, Clara replied, smiling. Istanel nodded and stood up. If my duty to my house is to be determined by my father, then it will be so. For I expect nothing else from you, Clara. Be that as it may, my piece is said, and I shall leave now to tend to my studies and duties. Farewell. With a polite bow of his head, Istanel left the room without shame, nervousness, or hesitation. A few seconds after the doors closed, Cynthia was the first to react. Is he bold, ambitious, or simply rude? I can't decide for myself. Honestly, Clara, why did you allow him to speak to you in such a manner? Clara, returning to her seated position, replied with a playful smile. What a brutally honest man, isn't he? For better or for worse, it is a trait I can respect. You're not considering accepting his proposal, are you? Redford asked, crossing his arms. Clara hummed deeply for a few moments before delivering her answer. Perhaps. Politically speaking, it's a good trade-off. There is no animosity between us, and with our intellects combined, perhaps we could achieve some remarkable goals. Alas, it is all speculation, but it is one worth remembering. I don't suppose something handmade would be a good wedding gift? Wyatt asked all of a sudden. I've never been to a wedding before. 3 sets of eyes turned to him. It didn't take long for his serious expression to break and give a small, pleased smile. In response to his horrible joke, Redford could only shake his head slowly. Cynthia pinched the bridge of her nose, and Clara giggled. Suddenly, the princess clapped her hands together. Speaking of gifts, Wyatt, you've got gifts to receive, or rather prizes. Now that the comm buoy has arrived, I was able to finalize all of our pending and necessary transactions. For capturing the Gallant Venture on your own, capturing several nobles, including Javier Wunder, Casimir Caiston, and Felicity Cintor, and services rendered, you'll receive a total prize of 20 million credits, with 14 coming from the capture of the light destroyer, the Gallant Venture, she revealed with a sly smirk. Wyatt felt dizzy as darkness crept at the edges of his vision. He felt his heart skip a beat or two, his skin tremble, and his stomach churn, but he didn't succumb to that swift, cold embrace this time. He was able to remain conscious, just barely, much to his blonde friend's disappointment. What? No fainting this time? Oh, well, I do suppose I'll have to be satisfied with those wonderful expressions and reactions, she exclaimed with that same playful smirk. You're a merciless woman, heartless, devoid of compassion, Cynthia protested against her best friend's eccentric sense of humor. Oh, shush you. Wyatt didn't faint, now did he? Clara countered. That does not make your actions acceptable, young lady, Redford joined in. 20 million credits, Wyatt said, managing to get a hold of himself. What am I going to do with so many credits? You could invest half of it into your barony, Clara replied, losing her more playful tone but conserving her gentle, friendly approach. Your land is empty as it stands now, and whoever inhabits it will be destitute. Use it to start developing it, and find people capable of running a semi-decent administration and balancing. You could ask Istanel for help in that field. Wyatt wanted to nod and simply take Clara's advice, but something stopped him. An idea. A curious idea. Clara, since these people will come to live in my land, that does not get easier to comprehend. Maybe I should ask them? You lose nothing in trying, Clara admitted. All you really need to establish the fundamental base of a functioning estate is a small business with basic resources, a good location, and good workers. You have it all at your disposal. Good workers will be your most precious resource, if not particularly skilled commoners. Which business venture would you like to start with? Forestry. It's what I'm familiar with, Wyatt replied instantly, but Clara shook her head. You need more skilled people who know what they're doing. You need a constant influx of tools, uniforms, security equipment, machinery, or tamed beasts of burden. Start with something simpler and something that can provide a food source, like hunting. Hunting. The word made him remember his brother Weskel and the Clixall. Hago was blessed by not having to deal with the infestation of those giant, dumb as dirt, and angry giant birds. Hunting was a good option, but something even better came to him. He'd never once gone fishing, yet he knew that fishing villages, towns, and outposts hardly went hungry. Fishing, he muttered. What about fishing? There's an ocean and rivers. Clara and Cynthia smiled in unison. Excellent choice. With your investment and Istanel's supervision, you should easily set up a small but stable fishing village near the coast and a power plant on a nearby river. Save credits for small future projects, expansion, wages, and expenses. Their lives will hardly be comfortable, but they will be fed, employed, and protected, and they may prosper in the future, Clara commented, while Cynthia nodded in approval. Then that's what I'll do. They lost everything thanks to the Drazzen. It may not be much, but I want to help them live a better life. If they're lucky, maybe they'll capture a Drazzen, burn it alive, and hear it scream, Wyatt blinked. Scream! Forest! Screaming forest! Clara, can I name my barony the Barony of Screaming Forests? Not again, Redford muttered weakly. Give up, old man. I've no hope left in me, Cynthia added. Clara's eyes sparkled with merriment, and a wide smile formed on her lips. What a wonderful name! She clapped once before continuing. Now that the name of your barony is decided, tell me, will you truly knight your squad mate, Leopold Dakar? If it means he'll remain as part of the composters and prevent blue bloods from kicking him out just because he's a commoner, then yes, I'll knight him, Wyatt replied without hesitation. Then another thought came to him, a memory, his conversation with Gregor regarding equipment. I have more than enough credits, so why not? Wyatt thought, smiling a wolfish smile. Clara, I want to buy the composter's armor as good as mine. If we're your elite fighter squadron, we might as well look like one, right? Maybe then other blue bloods won't bother us that often. Not wanting to miss such a chance, Cynthia placed a hand on her friend's shoulder and smiled sweetly. Did you hear that, Clara? A whole squadron. A named squadron of elite pilots at your beck and call. Baron Wyatt Staples, Knight Banneret of House Astor. You have my blessing to do whatever you see as necessary to improve the capabilities of of your squadron, the composters, Clara announced, desperately trying not to smile greedily and failing miserably. In that case, Wyatt pressed on, smirking, I was thinking that perhaps a retrofit in one of the unused storage bays could be of use. Clara nodded. Under one condition. Name it, Wyatt replied before Clara gestured with a finger for him to get closer. Commander Redford Kalin watched from the sidelines with a small, sincere smile as Clara whispered something to Wyatt's ear before Cynthia joined in a moment later at the princess's insistence. Noravio ceremony room. Leopold was near damn about to shit himself as he knelt in front of Wyatt. Knighted. He was being knighted! Actually knighted! He could hardly hear Wyatt's words as he lowered a sword on his left shoulder, then moved it to his right. His movements were clumsy, lacking any finesse. Thankfully, the danger only lasted a few seconds. He'd seen Wyatt's elevation, who hadn't aboard the Noravio. so he knew the differences. Mainly speaking, he didn't hit him as he finished his speech. "Will you, Leopold Dakar, obey my commands to protect the innocent and fulfill your duty above all else?" Wyatt asked. "I do," Leopold answered firmly despite his nervousness. He could feel the amused gazes of Raquel and Nultar, while Gregor stared at the whole chain of events in mild disbelief, but also with an air of solace around him. "A commoner has knelt. A night rises," Wyatt indicated, taking a step back, following Cynthia's careful instructions. The sword was ceremonial, perfect for their purposes. At the corner of his vision he saw it, Clara's condition. As Leopold stood up, Clara and Cynthia all but materialized next to him. A collective gasp echoed in the large, empty room. "Congratulations on your knighthood, Leopold Dakar," Clara said, her mask of perfect neutrality and impeccable manners strong as ever. "Your Majesty!" Leopold cried out, quickly kneeling before her as Raquel, Nultar, and Gregor gave a deep, respectful reverence. "At ease," Wyatt commanded, and reluctantly they all obeyed. "Princess Clara wanted to meet with her elite squadron of fighter pilots and see us with her own eyes." "I am not displeased," Clara added. "What about you, Cynthia?" "Scrawny," she said, looking at Leopold. "Weak," she said, turning to Nultar. "Disgraceful," she said, eyeing Gregor up and down. "Pampered," she finished, peering into Raquel's eyes. Then she smiled, causing the 4 pilots to freeze instantly. "Good. I was getting tired of training Wyatt. Now I have another 4 toys to play with. Matcha, capital city." "Who are you, Wyatt Staples?" Jade asked in a low tone as data streams passed before his eyes across 3 different monitors. The room he was using belonged to a commoner he'd managed to replace a few days ago. He'd move out and find another suitable disguise after his business was completed. There was no fear or doubt in his mind. The body of the commoner had been disposed of properly, and none of his so-called close friends and loved ones suspected the man was a mere act for him to play. No matter. He'd done it countless times before, and he'd do it many more times yet to come. Jade wanted to chuckle at the absurdity that would follow. His current mask would find a lucrative job off-world, carefully crafted to never mention specifics about it, but real enough to be believable. Then tragedy would strike in some manner, closing the stage forever. Alternatively, fading into obscurity without a trace or being able to contact his mask again was another favored option. Replacing a commoner was, in the end, all so trivial. What was the life of one nobody peasant in comparison to the glory and prosperity of the principality under the guidance of his Lord Regent? Truly, achieving the goal of becoming a stepping stone in that most wonderful outcome was far more than a mere pleb could ever hope to achieve in their entire worthless lives. They should be grateful he was able to find a use for them. Jade closed his eyes for a moment, regaining his focus. If he truly wished to bring about such an outcome, there was so much to be done. It had taken time to worm his way through security measures and encryption codes across the Principality's wide network and find all the relevant information he was looking for, but he'd done it. True to his suspicions, tracking Wyatt Staples through the Third Fleet's records was impossible. His records had been deleted, leaving behind as proof of his existence a mere file that flagged him as a deserter for failing to arrive with his cargo on time. Interestingly, he found 6 other Wyatt Staples in active duty. It only took him a second to push them aside. 3 were in the Auxilia, 1 was part of the menials under the logistical division, 1 was part of the general staff, and the last one was an EVA specialist. Useless pawns at the end of the day, they provided him with the confirmation that the name was, in fact, not a fabrication. With that as part of his arsenal and using the information the weak prince had divulged so brazenly, he had a starting point. A simple name. Volantis. There was little of note about it. A colony world in Guimore territory with little of interest to speak about. Regardless, he had everything he needed to narrow his search. Wyatt Staples, pilot, Volantis. That was more than enough. His records in the Third Fleet were gone, but the Academy was notorious for keeping a strict policy regarding its record-keeping. That was part of the information passing through his screens. There was no relief to be found, only more confusion as he read his records. "This doesn't make sense," he commented, reading through it for a third time. "Who are you, Wyatt Staples?" Jade asked again, eyes narrowing with suspicion. It truly baffled him. "You quickly rose through the ranks thanks to your scores and abilities as a pilot. A commoner, decent marksman, a dozen citations of misconduct, all rescinded. And yet, your hours of simulated training are below 10% of what a regular pilot would normally receive as a minimum to graduate, he said, summarizing the rather unremarkable track record of the black-haired pilot. And it truly was unremarkable for all the wrong reasons. Wyatt Staples didn't act like other commoners, and yet, at the same time, was everything a pleb was meant to be. He always obeyed the commands given to him, never protested, and never stepped out of line, even if he skirted the line a few times with no fault of his own making. On the other hand, though, his records showcased that he never tried to join the entourage of sycophants following a noble. Neither did he show interest in forming bonds with other commoners, not even during shore leave. He kept to himself in a self-imposed isolation. To lesser minds, this spoke of a man with anti-social behavior but who was otherwise harmless. But not him. He could see past the miasma Wyatt Staples had so carefully crafted around himself through his formative years. An underachiever with palpable talent as a pilot. Even if he truly was of commoner stock, it was evident that there was immense intelligence, guile, and focused intent in everything he did. Other small pieces of information fell into place, adding to the puzzle. Sporadic messages, 2 video calls, and a not insubstantial transfer of credits to one Wirt Staples. Was it a fabrication? More lies like the son he didn't have? Was his family real or mere scapegoats? What are you, Wyatt Staples? Answers would come in time, and the truth would be revealed. But there was something that he simply couldn't ignore. Was he waiting for a chance to prove himself? Or was he awaiting a command? Jade couldn't answer that question, and it frustrated him greatly. With a signal sent directly to his brain, Jade pushed aside his pondering and focused his attention on his mission. He smiled. Not even the traitor Lukacs Ishtal would be able to detect him now so easily. Still, he wasn't willing to compromise his position just yet. Connecting with his first target, the call was sent. It took a minute before it was answered. Jade, I was starting to fear you had been captured, Tamarin Caiston said as his face appeared on screen. Matcha's defense protocols were mightier than I originally anticipated. I apologize for my tardiness, Jade confessed. It would have been far easier without the aid of that treacherous fool Lukacs, my lord. Tamirin nodded once. It is a shame that Lukacs has sided with the prince. No matter. Have you managed to infiltrate the prince's command structure again? Not yet, my lord. Worry not. That pretender unworthy of his title will not detect my intrusion. I shan't make the same mistake again and rely on a hot-headed failure, he said, bowing his head. Frederick's death was a tragedy. However, useful it was, a tragedy nonetheless. His sacrifice will be remembered, Tamirin commented without much sincerity in his words. That reminds me. I must congratulate you, Jade. Your work planted the seed of doubt in many, and House Anderson has been open to discussions after witnessing the death of one of their heir apparents. The sly smirk on his lips didn't go unnoticed. I do my best to serve you, my lord, and our great Lord Regent, Jade replied solemnly. Continue your work, Jade. You are my best intelligence operative and the only one near that damnable brat who dares to call himself prince. Infiltrate his staff and keep me informed whenever you can safely contact me. House Caiston will reward you handsomely, Tamarin ordered. My loyalty is yours and yours only, Lord Tamarin, Jade replied, bowing his head deeply. A moment later, and with a pleased expression, Tamirin ended the call. For his part, Jade merely started another call. It took much longer for the receiver to answer, but when he appeared on screen, he bowed his head in respect yet again. My Lord Andrew. Jade, Andrew Caiston greeted, raising an eyebrow. New face? For the moment, Jade replied. Does it displease you, my lord? One day, Jade, I'll see your real face, Andrew commented with mild humor. I must be the bearer of disappointment, my lord. I'm afraid I wouldn't recognize my original face, for not even I remember it, Jade countered, matching Andrew's tone. Andrew hummed, amused. I'm not convinced that is the case. Alas, that is of little importance. Will you return soon, or have you managed to sow more chaos? I've tried to incite discourse, but loyalty to the false prince is strong here. I've uncovered some worrisome information suggesting something significant happened. What exactly, I know not. I'll need to infiltrate the pretender's staff to verify if these hints and whispers hold true grounds for concern, Jade replied. What have you discovered? Plans for assault? A great house looking to support the prince? Andrew asked, intrigued. Jade shook his head slowly. I'm uncertain, my lord. There is turmoil, strife, and chaos within the Pretender's ranks due to some recent event. Not the sort that breeds turmoil and ruptures ties, but rather one that may create chasms and splinter bark. Confounding this is a far more open discussion regarding contacting the Ekhinda hierarchy. Andrew blinked in surprise, making a double take. The hierarchy? For what reason has the prince contacted the hierarchy? I know not, my lord. I can only confirm that these communications have taken place. The subject or the content is still a mystery to me, Jade replied. I understand, Andrew replied, eyes narrowing deep in thought. This is an unforeseen state of development. Jade, continue with your mission with post-haste. Understood, my lord, Jade replied with a slight bow of his head. See to it. On that note, I took your warning to heart regarding the one named Wyatt Staples. My intelligence officers uncovered 6 other Wyatt Staples across the Third Fleet, and a 7th marked as a deserter. Further investigation is being carried out. That will not be necessary, my lord. I've conducted my own investigation. I'm forwarding you the information I've gathered, Jade revealed. Andrew's eyes flickered for a second before concern appeared on his features. Is this accurate? Andrew asked, eyes narrowed. It is, my lord Andrew, Jade replied, his stoic demeanor turning colder and more serious than usual. This Wyatt Staples may prove to be a problem if left unchecked. There's no telling what he could be capable of doing. Were you able to uncover more? Pinpoint the location of this Wirt Staples? Andrew asked as he overcame his concern. I have, my lord. There is a high chance Wirt Staples and the rest of this so-called family are a carefully elaborated figment. The sum of transferred credits was significant but below the alert threshold. After the transfer, little to no activity has been registered, Jade revealed. Highly unusual. Typically, commoners use the majority of the credits they earn on frivolous things. They have only the most basic understanding of saving credits, so this lack of motivation to indulge is indeed worthy of notice, Andrew hummed, crossing his arms for a brief moment before continuing. Continue to investigate him without hindering your main mission, Jade. Hide within the gaze of the prince and report to me significant movements and developments. Your will shall be done, my Lord Andrew. My loyalty is yours and yours only, Lord Andrew, Jade replied, bowing his head in respect before the connection died. Satisfied with his progress, his posture relaxed slightly and he made a third call. The answer came half a minute later. I was starting to wonder if you were still alive, Jade, Veronica Draymore said as soon as she appeared on screen. I'm careful with every step I take, Veronica, Jade replied with a sincere smile. It's good to see you again. Likewise. I assume the video portraying Frederick's death was your doing? Veronica asked, smirking darkly. Jade shrugged innocently. Good. That witless imbecile served a higher purpose with his death. Patrick Anderson is furious. The loss of his son will not go unpunished. If Federico Cintor is successful, House Anderson shall support my Lord Father in full. It's not an impossible proposition. House Anderson is proud and does not easily forget slights, Jade added. Tamir and Caiston may be a coward and a three-forked-tongued viper, but he has his uses. The support of another great house will only accelerate my Lord Father's inevitable victory. The principality shall be guided by his mighty hand, and he will drag it outside the swamp of incompetence it keeps sinking into. Clara was a fool for not siding with my Lord Father. She is his favorite niece. Adored. Yet she lacked the intelligence and wisdom to see his cause as just. Veronica narrowed her eyes. I do not wish to harm her. But if she must die for the glory of my father, then I shall mount her head on a pike myself. Merciless as ever. You haven't changed, Veronica, Jade said, elated. I'm my father's sword, his unwavering hammer. Friend or foe, none shall stand against him and his will. I'll make sure of that, Veronica declared with a burning conviction. What news do you bring me, Jade? Only that the two fools still believe my loyalty is theirs and theirs alone. My loyalty belongs to your Lord Father and to you, Veronica. As it has always been the case, as it always will be, Jade said, bowing his head respectfully. My Lord Father may not know you, my dearest friend, but I do. You shall be rewarded beyond compare once his victory comes, Veronica promised, her features softening for a moment. 'Cause mayhem and disruption, Jade. Make my cousin's problems tenfold as I behead my father's enemies. It shall be done as you desire, Veronica. For the principality and his Lord Regent. With that said, Jade ended the call and stood up. He powered down his equipment and spent the next 2 hours calmly packing everything. Once he was done, he set the pre-recorded messages and left the apartment, leaving behind everything except the necessary equipment. The hunt for a new mask would begin soon, and he needed to be ready. Camrim, Third Moon's orbital station. Duke Cornelius Draymore was enjoying a rare moment of relaxation as he stared down at Camrim, the beautiful planet that was the capital of his ducal territory. It was, as always, a calming, lovely sight. He raised a glass of wine to his lips, sipping it and savoring the refreshing, aromatic, and complex flavors dancing in his mouth for several moments before swallowing. Ah! A satisfied sigh left his throat, the slight burning tingling his taste buds, lips, and throat with the same intensity. Too short. Too fast, he said, protesting against the wilting sensations leaving him wanting for more of that succulent wine. Suddenly, a chime caught his attention, followed by the monotone voice of an AI. "Marquis Hadrian Tygan has arrived at your request, Lord," the AI announced. "Send him in," Cornelius ordered, setting his glass down but keeping his gaze firmly set on Camrim. The doors opened and the steps of the Marquis were heard. "You've summoned me, my Lord Regent, and I've come," Hadrian greeted with respect. "Come, sit beside me," Cornelius offered with a hand gesture to the empty resting chair next to his own. "It would be my honor, my liege," Hadrian replied, accepting the invitation with measured delight. As he sat next to his Lord Regent, a maid approached, carrying a tray with 3 exquisitely crafted glass bottles, each containing liquids of different colors. "Halcyon Dragon," he said, and the maid served him a glass of a sizzling orange liquid. Taking it, Hadrian took a sip from it. A moment later, he sighed in satisfaction as a short-lived dancing flame swirling past his lips and faded into nothingness a few seconds later. "I'm honored that you remember my favorite drink, my liege." "Respect is a road paved in both directions, Marquis," Cornelius replied, picking up his glass to take another sip from it. "Indeed it is, my lord," Hadrian agreed before taking a larger sip of his drink. The two men sat there, enjoying the view in silence for several minutes until Cornelius finished his drink and set it down. "My Lord Regent?" he asked, setting his nearly empty glass down, giving his lord his undivided attention. "Does it ever get easier, Hadrian? Being a father, a parent?" Cornelius asked, his gaze focused on Camrim. "Even when our children go against our wishes, when they stand against us, or when they show devotion unchallenged. Tell me, does it get easier with time? Does the love change? Does the strife and guilt change? Do they recover? Or does hate and jealousy fester like an infected wound that does not heal?" Hadrian mused on his thoughts for several long, silent moments before delivering his answer. "It is a difficult question to answer, my lord. Love isn't universally unconditional or fair. There are parents who are ashamed of their children and children who loathe their parents. Do we not have stories and moral lessons speaking of such cases?" Hadrian stopped, then finished his drink, ending with a long, wispy display of fiery orange. One could be a parent who loves their children unconditionally and still be hated, or worse, end up as the one responsible for turning them into despicable creatures. The road of parenthood isn't easy. From old Earth to Astoria and across all of humanity, that imperative has always remained. Does it ever get easier? No, my lord. There is no such thing as easy. It never is. But one can be a good parent. And even then, many fail in such a task. Cornelius smiled sadly. "I was afraid that would be your answer. My father was of a similar opinion." He closed his eyes for a moment, exhaling through his nose tiredly. Opening his eyes, he continued, "Thank you for entertaining me." "I am at your service, my liege," Hadrian replied sincerely. "Although, if I may be so bold as to ask, that is not the reason I was summoned, is it?" Cornelius shook his head. "House Ferentis has sent confirmation that a deal has been achieved. It isn't what I wished, but it is a start. A costly one, but acceptable nevertheless. However, we've not received a message from Felicity. Why? What has happened to them?" "Even if they were maintaining silence, my lord, enough time has passed for them to reach my house's territory. There have been reports of incursions launched by Drazzen. Perhaps they stumbled across a considerable raiding fleet and were assaulted and captured," Hadrian proposed. "A possibility. But the Drazzen aren't stupid. There are many high-profile nobles in their fleet. The Drazzen would have asked for ransom in exchange for their lives." Cornelius hummed deeply, gently stroking his chin and short beard. "Something else happened. I'm certain of it. It couldn't have been the product of my nephew's planning either. And Clara? She knows the risks too well. I worry, Hadrian, that they may be lost. Deborah will not be pleased if her favored daughter and heiress apparent dies. She would not, my lord, Hadrian agreed, thinking of the beautiful but ruthless woman. I shall demand an explanation from House Ferentis and send scout ships in search of them, my liege. Contact Count Genac first, Hadrian. There's no need to mobilize forces just yet. If they were captured or worse, we will act accordingly, Cornelius ordered. It shall be done as you command, my liege, Hadrian replied. That coward of Genac will answer. The weak fool will crumble like a sandcastle struck by a mighty wave at the first sign of real danger. Weak? Cornelius asked, bemused with an edge of humor in his voice. You believe him to be weak, Hadrian? He is weak. House Ferentis has always been weak, my lord, Hadrian sneered. Not just in terms of military power, but in attitude. House Ferentis is a house of weaklings averse to conflict. It is a wonder how they've preserved their territory for so long with little change over their long history. You're wrong, Hadrian, Cornelius replied. House Ferentis is strong, but their strength comes in more than warships, soldiers, and artillery. Their strength comes from their stability. Despite having lost the Hastrung system and being vulnerable to pirate and Drazzen incursions, they are among the more stable territories across the Principality. You know this to be true, Hadrian. That is true, my liege. But that doesn't excuse their cowardice, Hadrian countered. It does not, Cornelius replied with a nod. However, their power comes from their treaties, their fertile worlds, their industries, and fruitful markets. They are hardly the richest house or the most ambitious. Some would even call them underachievers. But in that mundanity does their strength lie. No one would benefit from them choosing a side. Not their allies, not themselves, not their enemies. Their weakness is their strength. For if anyone wished to bring annihilation or conquest to them, would their neighbors risk losing such an abundant breadbasket on a whim? And don't be fooled by their relative pacifism. House Ferentis would first set their own worlds aflame in nuclear fire before giving them to their would-be conquerors themselves. Perhaps. But would they have the courage? Hadrian asked. Wouldn't you do the same to deny the Arabians or any other enemy? Cornelius asked, and Hadrian's eyes widened. House Ferentis enjoys a privileged position of aggressive neutrality. Cowardice? Maybe, but it is effective. Clever weasels, Hadrian admitted with a slight chuckle. You may loathe or respect them, Hadrian, but they've found their place and will not be willing to let go of their position in our hierarchical totem, said the Duke. Hierarchical totem, my lord? Are you drawing a comparison between us and the Yakanti hierarchy, perhaps? Hadrian asked, confused. I'm talking about humanity's nature, Hadrian. For as long as humans have existed, every society, from the most ancient tribes to the present day, has formed a hierarchy that acts as the fundamental structure of a civilization and culture. Is our beloved principality not the same? Commoners, nobles, and the ranks in between them. Those who stand at the bottom, the middle, the top, and the peak. The Imperium is the same. So are the Arabians, the Albion Federation, the hierarchy, the Drazzen, the commonality. The list expands ever more. No matter the values and the ideologies of any given system of government, ideology, theocratic belief, or something as simple as a mere household, there is always a hierarchy. The Duke rose to his feet and stepped closer to the window, seeing his reflection upon the thick, protective glass. To say all men are created equal is a fallacy. A lie whispered by those who try to reject human nature and go against it often ends up creating something worse. Embracing it is equally, if not more, dangerous. The bloody history of humanity is soaked and written with the blood of tyrants, dictators, and countless victims. No, Hadrian, to accept human nature is to accept reality. Do not embrace it. Do not deny it. Accept it and create something functioning where all can contribute and prosper with as much fairness as is possible to achieve. Cornelius turned to Hadrian. I cannot create a musical masterpiece. I doubt you understand the intricacies of quantum entanglement, but there are those who can. Some are born into luxury, while others are born into poverty. Some are stupid. Some are geniuses. Where is the equality in that? Talent, skill, wealth, opportunities, intelligence, and knowledge. Who is to determine these traits? We may be able to alter our genome now. Choose favorable traits and eliminate unwanted mutations and diseases. It is only natural for humans to search for our place in that hierarchy, and, as is our nature, most will wish to climb it as high as they can, regardless of the harm caused to others. My Lord Regent, you speak of it as mere barbarism. We are not primitives. We have systems, laws. Order, Hadrian protested. Are we really? Cornelius countered. Our systems of law and order, what do they entail? Their application, Hadrian replied. Wrong. Their application is a consequence. What they entail, Hadrian, is the use of violence, and violence's authority is unmatched. It can be used for protection or destruction, employed by honorable men and terrible despots alike. It doesn't matter. Once the hierarchical totem takes form, only violence can maintain it or uproot it, only to be replaced by another totem. So it has been since the dawn of humanity. So it shall be to its final sunset, he smiled. It is up to us how we use it. That, Hadrian, is what we can control. A strong leader, the head of the totem, will be able to balance the rest of it. Hadrian lowered his head after a few seconds of silence set between them. My liege is wise beyond even my years, he praised solemnly. Just then a chime came through. Lord Regent, a message has been dispatched by Count Ferentis. Marked urgent and only for your eyes, the AI announced. Cornelius raised an eyebrow at Hadrian. The older man frowned. My lord, this is not my doing. Suddenly, Cornelius felt the need to refill his glass with something much, much stronger. Matcha, Finnegan Palace, Royal Suite. My liege, it is your turn to move, Lukacs reminded the prince gently as the prince hadn't made a move for nearly 2 minutes. I'm aware, the prince replied as his left hand hovered above the board, occasionally touching a piece before letting it go. Finally, after another minute of silence, he made his move, taking Lukacs's rook with a bishop. The prince smiled, seeing a victory closing in. Looking at the silver-haired man, he appreciated Lukacs's efforts to amuse his selfish request and pretend to be a player more aligned with his level. It was a notable effort, even if the man had yet to concede a game to him. Then, with a simple move from his queen, his strategy fell apart. Check, said Lukacs. The prince moved his king to the only available space, away from his other rook and a pesky flanking bishop. In that moment, he regretted moving too forward as 2 of his pawns boxed him in. There was no escape. He could see it. With a single pawn, Lukacs sealed his defeat. Checkmate. Well played, the prince praised. I believe we have time for another match. We do, your majesty. Shall I play with blacks? Lukacs offered gently. It is only right, the prince said as he turned the board around and they began to arrange the pieces. When the board was reset, the prince made his opening move with a pawn. Do you ever regret going against your house, Lukacs? Not for a moment, my liege. Maurice, my brother, I thought he was a sensible man. He was far more overtly ambitious and driven to surpass the legacy of our father than I originally anticipated, Lukacs replied, making his move. You were the heir apparent, if I'm not mistaken? The prince asked, though he already knew the answer. I was, but I rejected my late father's favoritism. Being the head of my house never appealed to me. My place is working in the field as part of the intelligence division. Lukacs smiled sadly. Perhaps my father saw the hunger for power in Maurice, and that's why he favored me. Perhaps it was that favoritism that led Maurice to turn out the way he did. Had I known, maybe I would have prevented House Ishtal from siding with Duke Draymore. What's done is done, and nothing can change it, no matter how much we wish for that not to be the case. We all make mistakes. Terrible mistakes. The prince paused for a second before making another move. Now we must deal with the consequences and fight for the stability and betterment of the principality to the best of our capabilities. You speak wisely, my prince, said Lukacs, moving a piece. Hardly. My father taught me much. I simply apply that knowledge as I deem it worthy, the prince hummed softly. Worthy? Such an odd word with an odd meaning. Tell me, Lukacs, what does it mean to be worthy? He asked, their game continuing. I wouldn't know, my liege. To be worthy of what, exactly? Worthy of being the prince. Worthy of nobility. Worthy of your position. Worthy of life. Worthy of death. The prince paused. Who is truly worthy of anything? Lukacs remained silent, unsure of how to respond. The pieces moved across the board for 2 minutes of silence until from his throat a mirthful chuckle escaped. My favorite piece is the knight. versatile, an oddity among the other pieces, and the only piece that can jump or circumvent others. But do you know what piece is the most important? The king. Without the king, the game is over, my prince. The king dictates victory and defeat, Lukacs answered without hesitation. From a strategic view, yes, it is. The rook is a solid defense, reliable and strong. The bishop is an unexpected danger that lurks from afar, often forgotten. The queen is the most powerful piece on the board, second in value only to the king. Losing her is like losing the game. But I disagree with the notion of the king being the most important piece. Smiling, he moved a pawn 2 spaces. That honor goes to the humble pawn. The pawn, my liege? Lukacs asked, perplexed. An odd answer, is it not? Yes, the pawn is the most important piece, in my opinion. It can only move forward and attack from the sides. It is used as a shield or a sacrificial lamb. However, it is also often overlooked, disregarded, ridiculed, and underappreciated. And yet the pawn's potential is nearly infinite. It can transform into any other piece, even the mighty queen. When all other powerful pieces are gone and only pawns remain, does their true value appear. They are the front line and the base of the pyramid holding the rest together. But pawns are weak, and their strength only comes in numbers and in unique sets of circumstances, Lukacs replied. All too true, but the potential is always there, and pawn may become something more, something greater than their set place in the hierarchy. My father was fond of using totems as an analogy. The head is imposing, mighty, and powerful, but without a solid foundation and body, the head will fall and something else will take its place. A new totem will arise, said the blonde royal with a sad, distant smile. But a pawn can't be a king, my liege, replied the silver-haired man. But it can kill one. It can kill any other piece. Violence is the ultimate equalizer, for it is a blind tool that anyone can use. Those who reject it or call it barbaric will be the first to suffer it. Even an avid pacifist must be ready to strike in violence against those who will willingly use it against their enemies. And when the board is cleared, another king will rise among the pawns, and the hierarchical totem will renew itself in one way or another. Are all pawns equal? Not even remotely. But there is potential in each one. Most will never ascend. Some will. That is an immutable imperative of humanity. The prince smiled as the last piece moved. Checkmate, he said as he flicked his king over. Yet another defeat, but this one felt good. My prince, Juliana spoke from behind the prince, as she'd watched and listened in silence the entire time. The hierarchy has replied to your message. Camrim, Third Moon's orbital station. This must be a fabrication, Maurice Ishtal proclaimed, his outrage and disbelief palpable through the screen. My Lord Regent, allow my technicians and agents to dissect the videos and audio. They will find the truth. Cornelius closed his eyes for a brief moment to consider Maurice's proposition, but almost instantly discarded it. Opening his eyes, he saw the faces of his allies waiting for his answer. Rodrigo Wunder, Tamaran Kaisten, and Maurice Ishtal had been briefed, while Hadrian Tigan had seen the messages and evidence Count Genac Ferentis had been so kind to share with him firsthand. Only Deborah Sintor was yet to answer his call. He could only imagine the explosive reaction the nasty woman would detonate in the privacy of her palace. Her absence, for the moment, was more than justified given what had happened. There will be no need, Maurice, Cornelius countered softly, his voice measured and collected. Forever calm, focused, and unshakable. His expression never reflected doubt or unease. Like a stalwart hammer, he would not bend, and he would remain firm and strong. That didn't quell the raging inferno swirling inside him, however. My liege? Maurice asked, taken aback. Genac Ferentis has nothing to gain by lying to me. No, I'm afraid that what he sent us is, except for that boarding recording, the reality we must face, Cornelius said firmly. The video of that carnage, already propagating through the wide network, is most certainly my niece's handiwork. I would be ignorant to believe that the actions of this Wyatt Staples are not embellished in any way. How much so? I fear that the alterations may be minimal, he said, and took that moment to glance to his right where his daughter stood. Unlike him, Veronica made no attempt to hide the rage blazing within her as the flames reflected in her eyes. It filled him with guilt and worry to see her like that, but there was nothing he could do. Not now. Putting his feelings aside, he continued. Rodrigo, I'm certain you're relieved to hear that your nephew is alive and well. Rodrigo clenched his jaw for a brief second before answering. My Lord Regent, I promise you, Javier will be punished for his blunder. As he should. Cowards deserve no mercy or consideration, Veronica proclaimed with indignation. Veronica! Cornelius spoke her name with a heaviness that made her flinch and back down instantly. I'm sorry, my Lord Father. I did not mean to offend you, Veronica said in a genuinely apologetic tone. Exhaling through his nose, Cornelius returned his attention to Rodrigo. Do not punish the boy too harshly, Rodrigo. Reassure your brother Esteban that my anger is not directed at Javier. Punish him within reason, understood? I will tell my lord brother to stay his hand as you command, my Lord Regent. Your mercy shall be remembered. Though perhaps if you'll allow me the opportunity to question your reasoning, Rodrigo asked curiously, his intense yellow eyes searching for an answer. Javier isn't a warrior or a soldier, much less a knight. His cowardice is shameful but understandable. What was he to do in that situation? His great fault is that his mutinous actions, justified as they were given the circumstances, allowed that man to board unchallenged and carve a bloody trail of his own making. Cornelius hummed deeply. The boy suffered greatly on the planet as it is. Be kind to him. My Lord Regent, Rodrigo replied, bowing his head. Turning from the Wunder representative, his gaze landed on the ancient Tamiran Caiston. It would seem that tragedy haunts your lineage, Tamarin, as it has struck your house again. My sympathies. Tamarin shook his head. Casimir's fate was, thankfully, reduced to mere trauma, pain, and wounds that can be healed, my Lord Regent. Your callousness never ceases to sicken me, Tamarin, Hadrian commented, eyes narrowed. How many deaths has your house endured? 5? 8? A dozen? More? Each death is regrettable, and it wounds my heart terribly, Tigan, Tamirin countered weakly. House Caiston is blessed with bountiful numbers and branch houses to secure our lineage. Sacrifices are expected in the line of duty, are they not? The old man glared at Hadrian for several moments before continuing. Casimir is alive! That is enough recompense for me. My heart burns with outrage and indignation to know that the Samuel's glory now finds itself with a new, ugly name, however. Noravio? Who was the dullard who came up with that name? It matters not at the present moment, Tamarin. I need options and a course of action to reply to this travesty, Cornelius declared, forcing everyone to regain their composure. My niece has struck us with a most terrible blow. A blow that came to be possible thanks to Felicity's reckless actions. I have no doubt in my mind that her ego and desire to prove herself superior to Clara drove her forward. Try to contain this debacle and have your intelligence agents and operatives work on downplaying the victories achieved on Hago. All of them, Cornelius ordered. My Lord Regent. It shall be done as you command, my lord. Understood, Lord Cornelius, replied Rodrigo, Maurice, and Tamarin before their connection ended. Once their screens showed nothing but blackness, the Duke stood up slowly and quietly placed a hand on his now vacant seat. Hadrian and Veronica stared in silence, waiting to see what he would do next. Out of every reaction they were expecting, a smile followed by a throaty chuckle was not among them. Father, Veronica asked, worried and confused. Wyatt Staples, Cornelius said, eyes narrowing. That name again. First, this compost hauler finds himself in a convenient spot that allowed him to rescue the royal favor and save the lives of Clara, Cynthia, and Redford in one unconventional and unlikely fell swoop, he said as his lips curled into a subtle smirk. Then, he proves himself again as a deadly pilot at Gintrax. I wonder how deep his contributions really go during that conflict, he mused, turning to Hadrian. And now, not only does he manage to score an outstanding victory whilst being heavily outnumbered, oh no, this commoner-turned-knight banneret tricks a lone wolf acting himself as bait and then boards a ship, by himself no less, and carves a bloody path on the way to his objective. Not a mindless murderer. Rather a cold killer who understands what honor is. Quite a puzzling question. Paradoxical, some would claim. His smirk turned into a smile. My niece has found herself a most interesting and peculiar weapon. One she is keen to make use of it most excellently. Another chuckle escaped his throat. I would like to meet this Wyatt Staples. My lord, surely you jest, Hadrian questioned, perplexed. We've seen what that foul creature can achieve. You would meet with such a lowly beast? Why wouldn't I wish to meet with such a man when fate smiles upon him like a doting mother? Cornelius countered calmly.
My Lord Father, I share Lord Hadrian's concerns. This Wyatt Staples could be an agent, a royal marine in disguise, or something far more insidious at play, Veronica reasoned. I won't deny the possibility of such things being a reality. Nevertheless, sometimes the most obvious and simple answer is the one holding the truth, Cornelius said, letting go of his chair and turning to Hadrian. Hadrian, I ask for much, but I will need you to accompany me. Hadrian bowed his head respectfully. Has my lord decided upon a course of action? Turning to his daughter, Cornelius continued. Veronica, see to it that the rightful honor is prepared to leave dock in 6 hours. Count Gallant was gracious enough to provide a diplomatic convoy to transport our survivors from the Hago disaster to us. I shall return the gesture in kind. We will depart for Morningstar. I shall request Gallant to divert his convoy, for I will receive them personally there. Maurice Ishtal will be beyond pleased to serve as host for you on his capital world, my liege, Hadrian proclaimed eagerly. It will be my honor to stand at your side, my Lord Regent. Veronica's posture shifted to one of pride and delight. She saluted, then bowed deeply before her father. I'll have the ship prepared to befit your standards, Lord Father, she proclaimed, and as she regained her stance, she saw her father making his way to her. She stood there, unflinching and waiting for his arrival. He stopped right in front of her, touching her cheek and staring at her with those strong green eyes filled with nothing but love, compassion, and kindness. Then she felt her father's hand caress her head, his fingers traveling slowly until they danced through her braids. Go, my daughter, Cornelius said in a soft voice barely stronger than a whisper. And once your task is completed, prepare yourself. You will come with me. To Veronica, it was all she needed to hear. At once, Lord Father, she proclaimed as her father retrieved his hand and she took a step back. She put on her helmet, bowed again, and left to make the necessary preparations for her father's departure. Upon leaving the room, the fervor in her heart increased with the desire to be of use to her magnificent father. As she walked, a simple command brought a small projection inside her visor. The reports and evidence sent by Count Gallant were necessary, but it was the rising coverage that infuriated her beyond measure. 2 well-dressed announcers appeared on the projection, smiling, charming, disarming, convincing smiles that she found sickening. Regardless, she listened closely. Welcome again to Ferentis, Grand Informant. Today marks a great day for House Ferentis, wouldn't you agree, Zelina? The man proclaimed. Undoubtedly, Joel. However, I dare say that this day marks a great victory for the Astorian Principality as a whole, the woman countered enthusiastically. Over the past months, Drazzen raiding fleets were spotted across several star systems across a dozen territories. The dreaded Xenos assaulted several stations and isolated small habitats during their rampage. According to the reports graciously provided by Her Majesty, the second princess, Clara Astor, several Drazzen ships arrived at the fallen system, Hastrung, as the pirate syndicate, the Sons of Darkness, and the leaders of the rebellious upstarts of Hago managed to form a fragile alliance with the Xenos. Joel let out a condescending chuckle. An alliance that shattered at the first sign of difficulty, Zelina. We've also received reports that the incursion that happened on Gintrax was their doing, repelled by our liege in a show of valiant courage and power. The announcer paused for a moment, only to turn to another camera for a new angle. How was this possible? You may be asking yourselves, classified information has been denied to us due to security reasons, but what was disclosed has perplexed our staff. Her Majesty, Princess Clara, was present at Balakura to carry out diplomatic talks concerning the current succession dispute between our liege, the Prince, and Duke Draymore. Our Lord, Count Gallant Ferentis, revealed during these talks the Drazzen incursions and the danger they posed. The entourage led by Lady Felicity Centaur refused to bring forth aid unless House Ferentis recognized the Duke's claim as legitimate, revealed Zelina. Lord Gallant refused this extortionist deal and turned to the princess for support. Her Majesty, the princess, respecting our Lord's position of neutrality, agreed to destroy the Drazzen threat and liberate Hastrung without forcing our Lord to bend the knee against his will. A true show of magnanimity, wouldn't you agree, Zelina? Joel asked. Veronica narrowed her eyes as anger swelled in her chest again. She wasn't a savvy diplomat. She had no patience for such things. But she could see her cousin's hands moving the strings oh so subtly to smear her father further and elevate herself in the process. But she couldn't completely hate Clara alone for that. No, Clara had taken advantage of the situation.
One that Felicity Centaur would manage to morph into something so much, much worse.
Beauty and brilliance are apt descriptors for our beloved second princess, Zelena agreed.
What is most outstanding, however, is that Princess Clara utilized her personal flagship named Noravio to carry this assault against an unknown enemy force. Thanks to the records provided, the Drazzen turned on their once allies, destroying them wholesale in space before launching an orbital assault and then a ground invasion on the planet Hago. In battle, Her Majesty stepped back, wisely allowing Lord Marquis, Commander Redford Kalin, to take overall command of her ship, the Noravio. During this battle, now dubbed the Hastrung Campaign, Commander Kalon had to combat against 3 cruisers, 11 destroyers, 6 frigates, and a contingent of over 1,000 fighters mixed with bombers and gunships, and, most terrifyingly of all, a cattle ship, Joel delivered in a serious and slightly unbelieving tone. Though the use of cunning tactics and superior strategic acumen, Commander Kalon managed to whittle down enemy forces in controlled engagements rather than face the brunt of their strength all at once. Veronica glared at the video, forcing it to skip the commentary over the battle itself with limited footage and a tactical map doing most of the work until she reached the part that boiled her blood with rage. Victory was near but not yet claimed. Against all odds, Commander Kalin proved himself superior, Zelena exclaimed with mild agitation. Her professionalism had faltered in the face of what could only be described as an outstanding victory for the Principality. Yet it is at this moment that the forces led by Felicity Centaur made themselves known, Joel said in the same state as his companion. Only once a single destroyer and frigate managed to escape the onslaught. Felicity made her intentions known, to capture Princess Clara if possible, or destroy her and her ship. Now we've been reliably informed that Felicity Centaur acted on her own accord and without consulting her superiors. Despite suffering losses, she pressed forward. Again, we must reiterate that she acted on her own volition. However, many doubt that this is true. Duke Draymore has launched a coup against his nephew, the prince. Would it be hard to believe that she acted on his orders to eliminate another obstacle to his claim? Zelena scoffed. There are only possibilities. Felicity Centaur acted on her own or was given orders. The silent insults didn't need to be spoken. They were understood perfectly, and it made Veronica's blood boil. The latter painted her father as cruel, ruthless, and petty, but that at least could be excused in a fallen system. Conflict demanded that sacrifices be made to achieve victory. She knew her Lord Father was a man of honor, virtue, magnanimity, and wisdom. Her father was a flawless man and worthy of not only loyalty and respect, but also adoration and devotion. "And that bitch made a mockery of him," she hissed angrily, her teeth clenched so hard it made her gums ache. Yes, the latter was a bad outcome, but the former was so much worse, because it painted her father as an incompetent buffoon incapable of controlling his subordinates. And yet somehow she managed to do worse. Veronica watched closely as the boarding of the Gallant Venture. Regardless of the circumstances that allowed it to happen, it was still impressive that a single man was able to subdue the light destroyer all by himself. There were little tells, however, in every encounter that told a story that very few would be able to see. It didn't make itself evident until the duel with Captain Ciro Ortega. "There," the blonde woman muttered. "Evade. Shift. Pivot. Evade. Lunge! Break guard. Evade. Shift," she said with every movement made. His style was inconsistent, but the fundamentals were solid. "You've been training that one, Cynthia," she said with mild amusement. The video continued until Casimir Caiston, that weak-willed coward, broke and Felicity was captured. She skipped over pointless commentary and stopped once Redford's face appeared on screen. "Traitor. Betrayer. Liar. Disgrace," she cursed at the man bitterly. His lordship, Count Istanel Forentis, who was also present as an observer, was kind enough to convince Commander Kalin to entertain a brief conversation to answer some questions regarding significant events that happened during the Hastrung campaign. "Commander," a reporter's voice was heard, unseen as the interview was happening through a video call. "Is it true that a lone wolf was present and killed in battle?" "Defeated in battle is more apt," Redford answered. "Maximilian Usurek is currently Her Majesty's guest after his defeat at the hands of our elite fighter squadron, the Composters." "Remarkable," How were you able to achieve such a victory over the roaring thunder? Secondly, is he injured? Asked the reporter. This victory is not mine to claim. The composters, as stated earlier, were the ones who defeated him. I had no input during their battle. To answer your second question, Maximilian Uzurek suffered minor wounds that were treated accordingly, answered Redford. Most humble of you to think that, Commander. I'm certain many fans will rejoice to hear the news, the reporter exclaimed. Now, is it true that Her Majesty Princess Clara managed to placate the insurgents, quell the criminals, and establish a new provisional government on Hago under her supervision as mediator? Further details regarding those diplomatic talks shall be disclosed under the authority of House Ferentis in due time, Redford answered, before his expression softened, and the hint of a smile spread on his lips. All I can say is that Hago and the Hastrung system fall once more under the purview and protection of House Ferentis by the will of Princess Clara Astor. This is a tremendous victory that the entire principality can rejoice in. Thank you for your time, Commander Kalen, the reporter finished. Commander Kalen's words rang true, as it was later confirmed that humanitarian and relief efforts are being organized to alleviate Hago and allow reconstruction programs to begin. A provisional government agreement shall remain for 5 years. Upon its conclusion, new minor and lesser houses shall be established on Haego, loyal to House Ferentis, Joel announced. And as a final note, the man who stormed the Gallant Venture by himself, Wyatt Staples, has been elevated to the title of Baron by the will of His Grace the Prince, after his exemplary performance. Stay tuned for more news as the situation develops here, at Ferentis Grand Informant. For the Principality, loyalty is its own reward, Zelina exclaimed. Now more than ever, Joel added before the video ended. Veronica dismissed it and instead summoned a picture of a rather dull-looking, bored, and slightly disheveled Wyatt Staples. An outdated picture sent by Jade months prior. His eyes appeared brown in the picture, but the footage of his eyes showed a different color. They were presented as heterochromatic. It didn't really matter to her. Veronica smiled almost hungrily, her eyes focused on the picture with predatory intent. My Lord Father has taken an interest in you, Wyatt Staples. Perhaps you may be of use to him, she said without anger. If her father didn't hold malice toward him, then she wouldn't either. I wonder, she muttered before dismissing the photo altogether. She had a ship to prepare for the glory of her father's will. Matcha, Finnegan Palace, Grand Council Chamber. The prince stared at the large screen, which was currently showcasing a Yikanti wearing a lavish robe with unknown patterns that meant something to the avian creature. 2 more Yikanti could be seen standing at his flanks, both sentries wearing ceremonial armor and holding scythe-shaped weapons. Around him, the purple-eyed man could feel the barely restrained disdain radiating from the majority of his advisors. It wasn't difficult to discern that same disdain glowing in the 6 eyes of the silent Yikanti. Internally, the prince could feel his annoyance rising. The blatant show of disrespect the Yikanti representative was putting on display by forcing him to wait until he spoke was something he could tolerate. He wasn't new to lengthy, overcomplicated diplomatic overtures, and even if he was, he knew how tense relations between the principality and the hierarchy were. It truly was a test of patience and, to an extent, cordiality. After what felt like a short eternity, the Yikanti on the screen made a throaty noise, followed by a static rumbling before he made his voice known. I've verified the information you've sent us, Prince, the Yikanti said, and many human eyes narrowed at his casual, almost dismissive tone. The identification codes have been filed as KIA a long time ago. It is with a measure of elation to see many alive and wishing to return to where they belong. The Yikanti narrowed his eyes before continuing. I was under the impression that you were facing some sort of internal conflict. How did you accomplish this? The prince inhaled deeply, his facial features remaining firm and strong. It is described in detail in the report, Representative. Human forthcomingness without trickery, deceit, and lies etched into each word and action? I find this hard to believe. The representative's eyes opened and moved about in different directions for a moment as the audio stopped translating whatever the hissing, squawking, and high-pitched whistling sound he was making meant. After a few seconds, his words made sense once again. Assuming everything is, in fact, the truth, then all I can say in reply is to thank you for obliterating so many of those carrion feeders.
The Ikhanti's posture shifted to a more dignified and attentive one as a show of minor respect. My name is Okorak, Strategos diplomat and special envoy selected by the supreme hierarchs themselves to conduct talks with you, Prince, and the Astorian Principality as a whole, Okorak said in a marginally less uninterested tone. I'm a busy man, Prince. Speak your demands. I demand nothing, the Prince replied without hesitation. Your citizens will be returned to you openly. No recompense is asked. No favor is demanded. Drazzen raiders are a plague for both our realms. A gesture of kindness and goodwill speaks volumes given our difficult history, does it not? Ah, so that's your angle. A claim of moral superiority? Okorak let out a chirping laugh. Keep that coin if you wish, Prince. We care not for it. I must inquire, however, where are they? They shall depart the Hastrung system soon. Those who wish to return to the hierarchy shall be transported by a vessel of House Ferentis and escorted by a small group of 4 corvette-class ships and 2 support vessels. I've decided to leave it to the hierarchy to choose the point of delivery as another gesture of goodwill and reassurance, the prince confessed. He'd hoped that the tension in the room would drop, but it had only increased thanks to the difficult attitude of the Ikhanti representative. I will inform the supreme hierarchs of this. Truth be told, Prince, I remain unconvinced of the purity of your claims, Okorak claimed, eyeing the blond man with suspicion. You first claimed that you wish to return our people. Now you're saying that only those who wish to return will be returned. Dare you mock the hierarchy? He asked provocatively. Glancing to his right, he saw the Marchioness Amelia Finnegan idly fanning herself in an attempt to hide her distaste for the Ikhanti, a task in which she and several others were successful. Others were lacking in that regard and looked ready to make their opinions known. Thankfully, everyone, including his advisor's usually more vocal members, were wise enough not to fall for the representative's prodding. Find insult in my words if you perceive it as such, Strategos. I'm merely informing you that a number of Ikhanti expressed no desire to return to the hierarchy. The Principality has no policy to accept refugees of any sort who aren't considered part of humanity. We may allow Ikhantis to work and live within the Principality as long as they don't subscribe to criminal activity. Given these circumstances, if you wish to see them returned, they will be returned, the prince informed amicably. For the first time since the talks began, Okorak paused and genuinely thought carefully about what to do and say next. After half a minute, his reply came. It is the will of the hierarchy to denounce them. Those who deny the glory of serving the hierarchy once again are not needed. The hierarchy doesn't need weaklings and traitors in its midst. Dispose of them if you wish. Embrace them if you need slaves. The hierarchy cares not about their fate and does not wish to see those traitors returned. The hierarchy returns the gesture of good faith with its own. The traitors are yours to keep, Prince, said the representative with scorn and disdain directed at his fellow treacherous Ikhanti. In that case, are we in agreement on all terms? The prince asked, internally sighing in relief. The Ikhanti nodded once. I shall contact you once the supreme hierarchs reach a meeting destination. Okorak paused for a moment, then fixated his gaze on the prince. May your conflict end soon, Prince, with your victory. And then the connection ended abruptly. Such insolence coming from a diminutive Xenos, protested Amelia as she closed her fan angrily. My prince, your patience and regal stance are truly inspiring. However, was it necessary for you to brunt such disrespect? Those hierarchy low-lives didn't deem you worthy enough to face you themselves or to appoint a regular hierarch to see you. A necessary step, the prince replied as he suppressed the urge to sigh. With this mutual gesture of cooperation, a message has been sent. The hierarchy will think twice before conjuring the idea of taking advantage of our situation, and we've bought, if nothing else, a crucial opening for future diplomatic talks. Julius willing, perhaps a true non-aggression pact or a cessation of hostilities may yet be achieved. Glances were exchanged, some in approval, but most were skeptical that good relations with the hierarchy could ever be a possibility. The Principality and the hierarchy weren't enemies, but opposed each other as a matter of principle. Given their shared history, the prospect of being on real friendly terms was, at best, ludicrous. I shall defer to your will, my prince, Amelia replied, opening her fan once more. What are we to do with the Ikhanti? Lukacs, the prince began, turning to the silvery-haired man. Inform Count Jainak
that the Ykanti who chose to stay in the principality are to be considered free agents. My liege, can't these Xenos simply be set down on Hago and be done with it? Why must we offer them any further considerations? William Hemstroke asked. Hago is in turmoil. The populace at large would not look kindly upon any Xenos, even if they suffered at the vines of the Drazzen, Juliana answered. I care little for the Ykanti, but I will not deny them either. I'm certain House Ferentis will take the chance to welcome them in one way or another. As much as I loathe the idea of housing more Xenos within our precious principality, I must admit that from our immediate neighbors, the Ykanti are not the worst option to consider, George Lintar exclaimed, gaining a few nods of approval. George, you're a commander of the communications division. Care to explain why the translator failed? Asked Hannah Talaro. There was no mistake or failure. That insolent creature spoke in codes unknown to the translator, George replied, frowning. But can they be trusted not to destroy or capture our vessels? The hierarchy deals openly in slavery. There is a substantial number of human slaves within their territories, Vivian Taravis pointed out. A problem for another day, the prince replied as she stood up. I will ask Duke Oscar Ionati to lower the number of raiding attacks upon Ykanti border systems after the exchange is carried out. Everyone return to your duties. Juliana with me. My prince, Juliana replied as she too stood up and followed the prince flanked by 4 concealed royal marines. The chamber held a respectful silence until the prince left. Once the doors closed behind them, Juliana relaxed her posture. The hierarchy is, as always, hard to deal with. That they are. Regardless, it must be done. Peace with the hierarchy may not be possible, much less so in achieving any lasting alliance. A bridge in understanding? I dare dream of such a possibility. As things are now, I'll take this victory as what it is. My uncle must be stopped first, the Council of Nobles must be freed, my siblings rescued, and my full elevation recognized. Until then, we can only spare the briefest of our attention to exterior politicking. Juliana nodded in agreement, then turned to the blond man. Do you believe Oscar will heed your request, my prince? The prince sighed tiredly. He can be hard to deal with. A man far more preoccupied with his own interests and personal goals. As long as he perceives a tangible benefit, he'll at least make some effort to adhere to my command. His eyes narrowed, turning to face the older woman. He won't take a side in this conflict. That much we can be certain about. Counting with the support of House Ionati or House Emerald would be of tremendous aid, Juliana replied. I still wonder why Sylvia refused to support you, my liege, and has made no efforts to reply to any of our diplomatic requests. She denies any cent from House Draymore and their allies in equal measure. I, too, can only imagine my aunt's motives to take such a stance. But as long as she doesn't recognize Cornelius's claim, it plays in our favor. He paused for a moment. Perhaps this is how she shows her support. To aid in confining this dispute as much as possible and avoid the potential outbreak of a civil war. The Arabians would be most keen on attacking us if that happens once we're done devastating ourselves. Commonwealth scum, Juliana spat with contempt. Perhaps they are eager to face the full might of House Winfield again and be humiliated in the process? The Arabians are persistent, the prince replied, though it wasn't a compliment. Like cockroaches, Juliana added with a mirthful, mocking smirk. I'd like to see their expressions once our new battle tactics are integrated. Many will complain regarding the Staplian assault. Despite his recent achievements, many are quick to complain and push against Wyatt Staples' encroaching power grab, as they call it. Petty fools. I'm most certain many will not be pleased at the proposition, the prince agreed. We must adapt in order to survive. The black ships my uncle procured have already broken the stagnancy in our military doctrines. Many more changes will follow. An unexpected victory has turned into a boon for us thanks to Redford's considerations. We will not allow this opportunity to go to waste or be shut down by those who cling to tradition as an immutable, perfect system. Juliana's smirk turned into a pleased smile. I do wonder, however, if the newly elevated Baron will bring us more surprises in the future. What a fortuitous coincidence. Such prospects have crossed my mind as well, Juliana, the prince replied in a soft, playful tone. Wyatt Staples may be on his way to do such a thing. He has 2 knights under his command and a small entourage of loyal commoners in service to one of those knights. Juliana raised an eyebrow in confusion. 2 knights? I believe only the elevated commoner, Leopold Dakar, was under his banner. Do you recall the noble he saved? He has sworn fealty to House Staples under the service of Baron Wyatt Staples through oath-bound, the prince revealed with amusement. His name is Declan Oakmoon. Oakmoon? Juliana asked in a surprised tone. Is he directly related to Howland Oakmoon by any chance, my prince? The prince blinked in surprise. Do you know him? And yes, Declan was a bastard until his father recognized him as a legitimate son. Juliana closed her eyes momentarily, grimacing with mild disgust and amusement. Yes, I know who and what kind of person Howland Oakmoon is. Now it was the prince's turn to be inquisitive. Truly? I must know more. The older blue-haired woman sighed in defeat. I met Howland Oakmoon after I graduated from the academy, my liege. He was a distinguished Marine captain at the time, not much older than I was. That sexual deviant had 6 children already. He was only 26 at the time. Did he force himself on commoners or lower-ranked noblewomen? The prince asked in a slightly more serious tone. Not at all, Juliana replied. That lustful beast had an appetite for the pleasures of the flesh that was only surpassed by his charisma. He never tried to entice me. He knew his place at least. Regardless of his carnal desires, he proved to be a loyal, skilled, and capable officer and a talented duelist. Not only that, he was polite, respectful, and showed care for the commoners assigned to him. I even considered recommending him to become a ROSF, but the sudden death of his late mother turned him into the new head of House Oakmoon, and bound by his code of honor, left the Royal Navy to fulfill his duties. She paused for a moment. That virile beast has spawned no less than 30 children. Most of them naturally are bastards. And his wife hasn't acted against him for such blatant tendencies? The prince asked, genuinely surprised. He wasn't blind to the ugly truths of noble society and how almost every marriage was arranged. Procuring heirs was a task performed out of duty and not love most of the time. Jealousy, intra-house power struggles, betrayals, and more were always present threats to consider. A mystery if there ever was one, my liege. Personally, I believe it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility that his wife allows this behavior in exchange for personal privileges. Juliana crossed her arms as she walked. Should I be worried that this Declan Oakmoon may corrupt Baron Staples in some shape or manner if he shares his father's lust-riddled urges? Asked the prince. I wouldn't know, my prince. Perhaps our sisters should be made aware of this and let them decide a course of action, Juliana proposed. Then I shall do that, the prince proclaimed. If we're lucky, this Declan Oakmoon may prove useful, he said, then cleared his mind. There was much more to be done. Volantis, Staples' household. Wirt Staples could only stare in disbelief at the screen before him as it displayed a tactical map. The announcers of a local commoner broadcast talked over the footage, explaining what was going on. He didn't care about that. He couldn't even hear their voices. The moment the name of his son was mentioned, he'd prayed with all his heart that they were talking about some other Wyatt Staples. It was cruel to think about it, to wish that misfortune befell someone else instead of his family. Then again, he was a father of 3. How many others would not wish for the same thing in his place? Winona! He called his wife, and a few moments later she came, shortly followed by Wham. Dad, what happened? Why did you yell? Wham asked as soon as he arrived at their living room, left hand still clutching a small screwdriver. Wirt, dear, what are you watching? Winona asked in a worried tone. Her husband could only point at the screen, his eyes shaking with distress. It didn't take her long to figure out what her husband was trying to say. No! Wyatt! Are they talking about Wyatt? What? Wham exclaimed, dropping the screwdriver as he jumped over the couch, only to land next to his stunned father. Winona followed with weak steps, sitting at her husband's side. Wait, that's a tactical display, like in the simulation games. Can see the famous lone wolf, Maximilian Userek, gave chase to the leader of the composters, Wyatt Staples, one of the announcers said, explaining what was happening on screen. Even without direct visual recordings, the tactical display shows that Maximilian Userek had the upper hand at every turn. But Wyatt Staples was able to elude destruction for far longer than it was thought possible, given that a lone wolf was hunting him down. It speaks volumes of his skills as a pilot, wouldn't you agree? Indeed it does. However, his luck was bound to run out soon. See? Right now! the announcer said as Wyatt's figure was struck, now showcasing a heavily damaged label atop it. "No," Winona whispered, now sitting at the edge of her seat while she and Wirt locked hands. "Please, Wirt, tell me that's not our Wyatt." "Has to be," Wirt replied. The announcer said, "Knight Banneret under House Astor." "A pilot. There can be no other," he said, admitting the painful truth. "Wyatt," Wham said, dropping to the floor on his knees in dread. "It was only a matter of time before the lone wolf proved himself superior," said the announcer as Wyatt's icon moved behind a large debris piece. When he emerged on the other side, it was promptly destroyed by Maximilian Usurek. The Staples family looked in horror before, to their infinite relief, the announcer continued. Or was he? To their shock, the video rewound a few moments back to show that, yes, the fighter had continued normally while something ejected from it. The name Wyatt Staples landed atop the debris while the fighter was destroyed a moment later. In a cunning display of tactical brilliance, the lone wolf who thought himself the hunter was revealed to be the prey. The display expanded, letting everyone see that 3 other signatures were approaching quickly. Knight Banneret Wyatt Staples, in a show of courage and loyalty, played the role of bait to lure the lone wolf right where he wanted him to be. His fighter disabled and at the mercy of his enemies, Maximilian Usurek was defeated, added the second announcer. A lone wolf. Defeated. Who could have seen that one coming? "I'll tell you who didn't. Lord Maximilian himself," replied the first announcer. "He's fine! Wyatt's fine!" Wham exclaimed eagerly, much to the relief of his parents. "Mom! Dad! You hear that? He beat a lone wolf!" Before either of them could reply, a shout echoed outside their house, followed quickly by another and then another, until the voice of Weskel could be distinguished. With a start, Wham jumped to his feet and ran to the entrance, opening the door mere moments before Weskel, helping a winded Mr. Warlow, stepped inside. "Winona, Wirt!" Warlow exclaimed as Weskel helped him to the couch. Sitting down, he continued. "Once I heard the rascal's name, I came as quickly as I could. My old bones protested until Westcal found me halfway here," he explained as Weskel, out of breath, merely nodded. Wham had disappeared, bringing his brother a glass of much-needed water. "What happened? Is Wyatt alive?" "He beat a lone wolf, Mr. Warlow. A lone wolf!" Wham exclaimed, pointing at the screen as a fighter icon came to pick him up. "See?" "You ain't shitting me, boy?" Warlow asked, seeing the name on the tactical display. "He beat a lone wolf on his own?" "No, not on his own. He set up a trap and acted as bait. The others took it down," Wirt replied in a calmer tone. "My son barely survived." "That careless rascal," Warlow said, unable to hide a small smile. I came as soon as I heard the announcement," Weskel began. "Every noble and commoner broadcast is covering it. Princess Clara took back the Hastrung system and defeated Drazzen and traitor forces at the same time. I didn't think Wyatt was involved in it until they called his name. Came back as soon as I could." "Wescal, your certification for your 20th feather," Winona began, but her second son interjected. "Is nothing compared to my brother," Weskel countered, then smiled. "But look, he's fine. He's alive." "That's all that— Wait, where is he going?" he asked as the announcers finished talking and focused back on the footage. "Now this is interesting. The following footage is readily available across the Principality's wide network. Go see it yourself if you don't believe what you'll see," an announcer said. The following actions showcase brutality and gore. "A true display of loyalty and the power that His Majesty the Prince commands." Indeed. Not happy with claiming one outstanding victory by himself, Wyatt Staples decided to board the traitor flagship led by Felicity Centaur, the Gallant Venture, single-handedly. "We've seen this footage beforehand, but we'll refrain from commenting until it is done." The Staples family and Warlow stared in silence as the screen shifted from a tactical display to the first-person view of Wyatt's helmet recorder. They watched as he jumped onto the Gallant Venture's hangar, only for the carnage to begin. 4 traitors were dispatched within moments, only for Wyatt to loot something from one of the fallen enemies. The display changed slightly, now showing nearby signals. They watched in silent shock as Wyatt carved his path across the Gallant Venture, killing many, sparing more, and never ceasing his advance. Weskel was shocked by the ruthlessness his brother displayed.
Wham's eyes were wide and open. Winona's cheeks were wet with flowing tears as she watched her oldest son take one life after another. Wirt could only stare in disbelief, yet at the same time he wasn't surprised. Only Warlow remained impassive. He'd seen his share of how brutal battle truly was. He'd taken plenty of lives before and seen many die. But what he was seeing was different. It was beautiful in its own way, a well-crafted slaughter and utterly remorseless. Wyatt moved with the conviction of a man with an objective, and that left little room for doubt or second-guessing. But Wyatt was not a heartless machine. He spared all those he could and even saved the life of a wounded blue blood. Guess you still have a soft spot, eh, boy? Warlow thought before Wyatt continued on his way. His duel with Ciro Ortega happened and his suspicions were confirmed. He'd seen Wyatt's movements in previous fights, namely against the piece of crap noble he gleefully executed. Now he knew for sure, as if his handguns were not enough of an indicator. It all culminated with the capture of Felicity Cintor and the maiming capture of Casimir Caiston. When it was done, the screen shifted to show his heraldic shield, a white stag with wings for a brief moment before the announcers returned. "What have they done to my boy?" Winona asked as tears flowed freely down her cheeks. As if her words were a spell, Wham broke into a run, his heavy, hurried steps echoing inside their home. "Warlow, what have they done to my Wyatt?" "Nothing," Warlow replied. "What you just saw is something Wyatt always was. Whatever possessed him to carry out a boarding action on his own, I know not." "They must have forced him. My Wyatt would never—" "He wouldn't!" Winona exclaimed, her voice growing weaker with each word. "We've always known that Wyatt was changed, Winona," Wirt said, entwining his fingers with his wife's in a tight, warm embrace. "We've only now seen the reality of it," he said, leaning to kiss her cheek and wipe away some of her tears. "It's not fair. Those monsters broke him," Winona admitted, closing her eyes. Warlow opened his mouth but decided against speaking at the last moment. They didn't need to know about the darkness he'd always seen in Wyatt's heart. The pain, the hatred. Whatever drove him to do what he did had to be a matter of personal significance. What exactly he didn't know. "If it is of any consolation," he began, gaining their attention, "Wyatt has powerful patrons. His armor is some of the best credits can buy. I've only seen Rossefs wearing that level of armor and shielding." He paused for a moment. "But those handguns, I saw them 3 times in my life and only once in action. They must be soul snatchers." Warlow swallowed nervously. "Royal Marine-grade weaponry." "So that's why he was able to punch through armor and shields like they were nothing," Weskel commented, then let out a rueful chuckle. "And he's still a much better shot than I am." Suddenly a shout of "Found it!" caught everyone's attention before Wham returned to them at full speed carrying a data pad. He placed it before them before connecting to the screen. The announcers were replaced by a simplistic map showing how far away Hastrung was from Volantis. "He's about 2 weeks of travel away," he commented, smiling. "Maybe he'll come to visit?" "Don't be a fool, boy," Warlow replied. "He won't be able to come just for a visit, no matter how much you want it." "Then, we can call him." "I mean, we have so many credits," Wham offered, but this time it was Winona who shut him down. "Absolutely not. Your brother, Wyatt, will call us when he can. The last thing he needs is for us to interrupt him," she declared, and Wham deflated, turning his attention to his datapad. "And his training," Warlow added. "I bet my cane that he's getting the best possible training them blue bloods can afford. Pretty sure he's got plenty of implants, too." He hummed deeply and played with his beard for a few seconds. "He's going to need it. He's got powerful allies, but he's made powerful enemies, too. Many of those. Wyatt's going to be at the center of a shitstorm no matter what he does now. Poor lad." Hey everyone, look," Wham suddenly said, and the screen shifted again, this time showing Wyatt's face. Wirt and Weskel fainted instantly. Wham remained conscious for several seconds longer until darkness claimed him. His mother caught him in time, resting him against the couch as she stared at her son's face, her mind racing as confusion set in. Finally she turned to Warlow. The old man stared at the screen for several seconds, then sighed in defeat as the reality of Wyatt's new heterochromatic eyes settled in. "He's rightly screwed, Winona. A blue blood he is now." Time had lost meaning in Felicity's mind. It was torture. She knew it was. The Reaper had to give the order to confine her in near absolute isolation. A whole brig wing just to herself, secluded in her claustrophobic cell. She was forever watched over,
but the AI never answered her calls, and the guards never spoke a word. At least, not directly at her. She honestly didn't know what was worse, being ignored so completely, or the mocking glares and smirks on her guards whenever they gave her a second-long glance every now and again. The princess was cruel in more ways than one, petty, cowardly, and infinitely vindictive. She couldn't escape her, even in her dreams, a looming shadow ready to devour her. And yet that paled in comparison to the dark abyss reflected in the eyes of the man she'd unleashed upon her. With Wyatt Staples, subtlety was unneeded. That man was a beast wearing the skin of a human. If the Reaper was a looking shadow, and the Bloodrend a grasping hand ready to crush any foe, then the Wolfhound was a predator ready to tear the heart out of anyone the violet-eyed skank felt like eliminating. Only her hatred toward the blonde woman kept her sane, and the knowledge that she could yet inflict a wound kept her heart warm and beating. Felicity looked up when steps echoed in the distance. Multiple steps. Something was happening. Treacherously, she allowed herself to believe that the ship had been boarded and she'd be rescued. But her betraying hope stabbed her in the heart when she noticed that no emergency lights had been turned on. No alarms blared. This was something different. A few seconds later, she saw a group of Marines reach her cell. The leading man, she noticed, wasn't a Marine. His armor was neatly polished and bore the colors of House Draymore as he proudly bore his lord's sigil pinned to his chest. She was staring at an honor guard. Her eyes widened, and a gasp escaped her throat. "No!" she half shouted as the energy field died and the door was opened. She tried to stand on her feet, but the shackles prevented her from doing any movement more complicated than an awkward step. Upon failure, she curled into a ball, fear overtaking her. Had so much time passed already? Had she been delivered to Camrim already? She didn't get to answer her questions as the group of Marines stepped inside her cell and all but dragged her out after the shackles around her ankles unlocked themselves, freeing and dooming her at the same time. "No!" she repeated as her heart became more agitated. "You will be silent," the honor guard ordered, as another two took a firm hold of her arms and forced her to walk. "I'm Felicity Centaur, heiress apparent of House Centaur. You can't treat me like this," she said, ignoring how her practiced voice was off thanks to her poorly treated broken nose. "By order of his Lord Regent, Duke Draymore, we can," the honor guard replied as the group began to advance. Felicity tried to protest again, but one of the Marines placed something against her mouth, and a moment later, a mouthpiece attached to half her face, silencing her. Angered and still refusing to accept her coming fate, she tried to free herself from their grasp, but to no avail. She was much weaker than they were, and her injured arm protested against the strain. 10 minutes of futile resistance drained her defiance, and finally, she admitted defeat. Disgraced, Felicity could only watch in confusion as she was quietly moved out of the diplomatic vessel of House Ferentis and transferred to an awaiting shuttle. The ship had docked with what had to be a massive station at the very least. That much was clear, but she knew for a fact it wasn't any of the stations surrounding Camrim or its moons. As she was being loaded up to the shuttle, she saw the sigil of House Ishtal on its side, a 10-pointed star with a cybernetic eye at its center. Realization came to her as she was forced to sit down, strapped tightly to her seat. She was in the Alba system, and she was, with all due likelihood, going to be transported down to Morningstar, the capital world of House Ishtal. Dread filled her veins, turning her blood into permafrost as another realization followed. His Lord Regent was waiting for her. The message was clear. He was there. He was in Morningstar. He had come from Camrim to deal with her, personally. Felicity wanted to scream, curse, and cry at the same time, but her body only trembled. Age-old instincts coming to the surface in recognition of something terrible coming her way. Something she'd be unable to stop, dodge, or mitigate meaningfully. The trip down to the planet passed within the blink of an eye. Before she knew it, she was forced to her feet once more and forced to march. The vibrant, deep blue sky that the white dwarf star gave the world met her gaze. Alba's soft but warm rays against her skin delivered a momentary reprieve from all her worries, fears, and regrets. It was a most welcome, if brief, sensation. Alas, it was cut down far too quickly as the grand palace of House Ishtal caught her attention, and the plethora of people pointing at her, some in mockery, some in disdain, some in disgust, all in contempt. Her heart sank. This wasn't something the Lord Regent would do, publicly shaming her. No, this was the will of another. Who was responsible wasn't a mystery. Not to her. Felicity gritted her teeth as hurtful comments, sneering glares, and poisonous remarks reached her ears. There wasn't even an attempt made to deflect or hide their intentions. Her already shattered pride and ego were further torn apart, sinking her into depths she didn't think existed. Even light years away, the sadistic whore found a way to sink her deeper and deeper into a hole of shame from which there would be no escape. After being paraded for what felt like an era, Felicity was guided to a pair of exquisitely made and adorned doors, tall, thick, and ostentatious, engraved with achievements, gems, precious metals, and so many decorations, it would take her several minutes to absorb and contemplate the fine detail of such magnificence properly. Instead, she was all but shoved inside as the doors opened to reveal a large room. At the center, a lonely podium was present, surrounded by elevated stands and a series of booths. Judging eyes glared at her from all directions. Some were present in the flesh, and others were present through screens. She recognized many on those screens. Esteban Wunder, head of House Wunder, alongside his wife Natalia Wunder and his brother Rodrigo. Of course, Tamarin and Andrew Caiston were present, alongside half a dozen other Caistons, including Andrew's wife. If looks could kill, Felicity knew she'd be nothing more than ashes on the ground under the intense glare of Selena Caiston. Internally, she wondered if that wouldn't be a preferable fate than what awaited her. At least 24 men and women wearing Royal Navy or Army uniforms were also present. Fleet admirals, generals, and many influential nobles had made time just for her. It was the farthest thing from flattering she could imagine, yet it only got worse for her. Unsurprisingly, she saw her mother, Deborah, and her father, Otto, present as well. Her father's eyes were cold as a grave, but her mother's were ignited by a fire that no star could match. Felicity lowered her head slightly upon meeting her gaze. Even through a screen, she was no match for her mother's wrath. Not content with that, she also found the contemptuous gazes of several of her relatives, cousins, aunts, and uncles, all summoned by her mother to bear witness to her humiliation. Other heads from prominent minor houses were also present, but all of those eyes paled compared to the nobles there to glare at her in the flesh. 24 members of House Ishtal were seated across 2 booths, with Maurice Ishtal sharing a higher booth with, much to her shock, Patrick Anderson and her cousin Federico Cintor. The latter did not attempt to hide his smugness, and his gaze held no contempt or pity, only mocking superiority. She glared at him, but that only made him smile more. She could see it in his eyes how much he was enjoying witnessing her downfall. Curse him, Felicity thought bitterly. He'd risen where she'd failed. It wasn't fair, yet it was all too real. Her eyes moved away from him only to see Hadrian Tygan sitting at the most elevated booth, sitting at the left side of his Lord Regent, Duke Cornelius Draymore himself, while at his right, his green-armored daughter, Veronica Draymore, sat with an unreadable expression. Hadrian's gaze only transmitted disappointment. The Duke's gaze was a mystery to her. Even now he maintained his composure. But Veronica's eyes betrayed her expression. There was murder in her eyes. Cold, ruthless, merciless, and cruel. Murder and a promise of pain preceding it. Only after she stopped at the podium did her body remember to breathe. She gasped for air, her body trembling as she noticed that she wasn't completely alone. Captain Ciro Ortega, Maximilian Userek, Casimir Caiston, and Javier Wunder were all present on the lowest booth. Only then did she notice the small camera drones floating about the room and the few screens with all of their faces on them, including hers. "Felicity Cintor!" The booming voice of Cornelius Draymore cut through the tense silence with the same force as a powerful thunder followed a lightning strike. "You've been brought before me so that I may bestow upon you a punishment most fitting for your numerous transgressions." With a simple hand gesture from the Duke, the honor guard moved in closer and removed her mask. "My Lord Regent, please." "A trial is unnecessary," Felicity protested a second after she was able to speak. "Trial?" Deborah Cintor asked, and Felicity's eyes landed on her stern mother. Felicity inherited her mother's features. That much was evident, but the ebony-skinned woman had no love in her eyes at that moment for her daughter. "There is no trial to be had. This is merely a formality, Felicity. There is no evidence to prove any theoretical innocence." "No!" Felicity shouted again, the fear she held for her mother replaced by desperation. Turning to the Duke, she all but threw herself at his feet. "My Lord Regent, please, I beg of you, show your benevolence. I will not fail you a second time." All eyes quietly and discreetly turned to Cornelius as the blond man stared down at the black-haired woman on the verge of tears. After 10 long seconds, he spoke. "Felicity Centaur, do you understand what you've done?" Felicity weakly rose to her feet before replying. I understand that much shame has been cast upon your name, my Lord Regent, thanks to my defeat. 6 ships were lost, and the Reaper claimed a substantial victory in the name of the Pretender Prince. I can only offer my deepest apologies and promise you that I will do everything in my power to cleanse this misstep away. Should you forgive me, my Lord Regent, she begged. Cornelius closed his eyes, placing a hand on his daughter's shaking shoulder. Veronica calmed down instantly, but her glare remained pure and focused on the black-haired woman. "You truly don't understand what you've done, do you?" Cornelius began, opening his eyes, paralyzing Felicity where she stood. "Do you believe me to be so vain?" he asked, casting a cold, tangible silence in the room for several long moments. "Your Majesty?" Felicity asked, confused and afraid. "I sent you on a significant but safe diplomatic mission to gain House Ferentis's support and recognition. Failing that, it was your duty to secure an advantage that would benefit our cause and hinder my nephew. This, marginally speaking, you've accomplished," Cornelius said, choosing not to mention that Felicity's victory was but a minor, if costly one, and only achieved because his niece, Clara, allowed it to happen. In that, he couldn't blame Felicity. Very few could ever hope to pose a challenge to his favored niece. Felicity had been outmatched from the very start. Things would have been much different if she had faced someone other than Clara. "However, you overreached the confidence I placed in you. I can understand, and I even applaud your initiative to track my niece and shadow her movements. This is where all praise ends, Felicity." His eyes narrowed. Felicity trembled. "My lie—" "Silence!" Hadrian bellowed. "His Lord Regent is speaking." Cornelius allowed a moment to pass before continuing. "You perceived an insult done to you by Princess Clara Astor. You allowed your ego to override your critical thinking. Your arrogance blinded you, setting yourself on a path for personal revenge. To right a wrong in your mind," he pointed a finger at her, "and claimed that you were doing it in my name, honor and glory." He continued without allowing her to beg or interrupt him again. "At every turn, your retinue weighed the risks, accepting them as plausible but never desiring to claim my niece's head outright. A chance of victory was possible. This I recognize. However, when you arrived in the Hastrung system, you began to overrule them and fully use your authority to carry forth your vengeance. You lied, manipulated, and forced the men and women under you to obey without hesitation, and sparing not a moment to heed the advice of those with more experience than you in the field of combat." Cornelius lowered his hand, his usually unshakable expression cracking to show his displeasure with a frown and a displeased grimace. Unable to see reason and ignoring the pleas for retreat, you charged forth. What was the result of your pointless bravado? 2 ships and 1,078 lives lost against the Drazzen. He paused for a moment. If you had chosen to retreat at this point, your punishment would have been great, but not condemnation. But how could you, Felicity Centaur, allow your hated enemies to survive? Furthermore, as if your monumental blunder wasn't colossal at this point, you decided to use Casimir Caiston to broadcast a provocative and insulting terms of surrender. Your prose does not blind me. "You aim to kill them all, and in doing so, salve your wounded pride," he declared, slamming a fist on the booth's edge, surprising everyone. Felicity fell to the ground, her legs no longer supporting her weight. "What did it gain you?" "You were bested. The lone wolf in service to House Centaur was defeated. A justified mutiny was conducted by Javier Wunder, further crippling your already breaking forces. Casimir Caiston was maimed. The rest of your fleet was captured," he spat angrily, slamming his fist for a second time. "And over 2,000 lives were lost. All because of your infantile, petulant, short-sighted, ego-driven actions, Felicity." "My lord, I... Felicity tried to speak, to say anything in her defense, but words failed her. Letting out a deep exhale that rumbled in his chest, Cornelius regained most of his composure as he continued. "I'm not an idealistic fool. Losses are inevitable in conflicts of power. Sacrifices are expected to occur. But what you did was not only entirely preventable, it was unnecessary. Your actions alone, while far from crippling, have painted me as incompetent. You delivered to my nephew a substantial victory on paper in your thirst for revenge and self-aggrandizement. How many great houses, I wonder, are reconsidering their stance as we speak? How many minor houses will flock to my nephew's banner? Will other lone wolves leap at the chance to bolster his ranks or abandon their posts after the Roaring Thunder's defeat at the hands of an unknown squadron led by a commoner turned baron? He paused, waiting for an answer. When it didn't come, he pressed on. Well? Felicity's mind was a jumbled mess, unable to form any coherent response, yet the mention of Wyatt Staples gave her direction. Slowly, enough focus returned to her, and she forced herself to stand again on shaky legs. My Lord Regent, I was deluded, cornered, and tricked by the Reaper. I thought that by removing her, Cynthia Winfield and Redford Kalin in one fell swoop would bring you much joy and glory. They insult you with their defiance, she tried to beg, to use her honeyed words to gain any possible advantage, however minuscule. Her head shifted to glare at Javier Wunder. That coward should be put on trial too. A coward who ran. Then she glared at Ciro. And that traitor, he all but allowed Wyatt Staples to capture us. Another coward who surrendered instead of fulfilling his duty. Silence that poisonous tongue of yours, Centaur, Maximilian Userek rebuked with disdain. It is true that we're hardly blameless for your debacle, but it was you who pressed further down the abyss of your failure, the retired lone wolf exclaimed. Dare you not blame Captain Ciro Ortega? He performed his duties to the best of his abilities under your subpar commanding guidance. Ungrateful scoundrel. It is due to his actions and those of the wolfhound that those who survived did so, he claimed before raising an arm to embrace Casimir gently. The young Caiston looked at him with a vacant stare. Lords Casimir and Javier were put under your protection to gain experience in their respective fields. And how did you repay that trust placed upon you by your allies? Maximilian asked, glaring at Felicity. You used Lord Casimir for your own benefit. You went as far as to use him as a shield in voice and body. Now look at the consequences of your actions, he spat. You call Lord Javier a coward. What did you expect from him? To die for your glory in a futile battle? I do not approve of his methods. Neither do I condemn him. He's not a soldier, much less a warrior. And yet he could see that victory was out of your reach. His only mistake was to prioritize his safety and cause unnecessary mayhem through his mutiny. Felicity gritted her teeth, unable to respond to Maximilian's words. She glared at him, wishing to obliterate the insufferable man. The evidence is undeniable, Felicity Centaur. Your actions alone have brought immeasurable shame upon House Centaur, Deborah exclaimed. Where you've displayed nothing but incompetence, stupidity, and blind ambition, my nephew, your cousin, Federico, has demonstrated himself superior to you in every regard. Felicity turned to glare at her cousin, who was, predictably, enjoying every second of her continuous humiliation. Savvy, guile, and a true negotiator and diplomat. Thanks to him, Lord Patrick Anderson has recognized our Lord Regent's claim and has decided to support his cause fully, Deborah praised. But the ridicule you've brought unto our house cannot be forgiven. Felicity's eyes widened as her heart skipped a beat in pure horror. Mother, please reconsider. I will fix my mistake. Please, my Lord Regent, forgive me. Let your benevolence shower me, and allow me to serve you so that I may undo the insult I've brought upon you, your name, and your house. She begged and implored with all her might, tears finally falling down her cheeks. Rage, impotence, realization, fear, and a dozen gut-twisting emotions swirling inside her like a storm. In desperation, she opened her mouth and reached inside it with her right hand. With a grunt, she peeled off one of her molars. Presenting it to him, the honor guard moved quickly to retrieve it. I hid an original copy of the Gallant Venture's footage, Felicity said, presenting her last bargaining chip. The truth is anathema to that whore, my liege. Let me prove to you my usefulness. Cornelius stared at Felicity for long, silent moments. Enough time to know that the majority of his gathered allies and subordinates would start to silently wonder if he'd show her clemency. Even if he wanted to, he wouldn't. Finally, his voice echoed in the room. An insult can be forgiven. A mistake can be fixed. A bad decision may be salvaged. But what you've done, it cannot be overlooked nor justified. I bestowed my trust into your hands. You abused it for your own benefit. You believed yourself superior, now you will face the consequences of your actions, Felicity Centaur, he said, turning to the head of House Centaur. Deborah glared at her daughter, her eyes devoid of love, care, or compassion. Your insolence, incompetence, and multitude of failures leave me no other choice. From this moment forward, I, Deborah Centaur, renounce you, Felicity Centaur. I strip you of your possessions, rank, titles, position, and all claims to our noble bloodline.
"Mother!" Felicity croaked, but Deborah continued, her glare intensifying. She turned to her father, Otto, but his gaze was, as always, distant and uninterested. Before him she was less than a gnat. The rest of her family was no better. Hatred and delight mixed in their gazes, further pushing her down a bottomless pit of pure humiliation. "House Centaur no longer recognizes you. I no longer recognize you as my daughter. All records of your existence will be purged and removed. Your name will only be remembered in infamy and as a cautionary tale for those who come after. There will be no legacy for you to carve or embrace. Oblivion awaits you. You will not be mourned nor missed," Deborah declared cruelly, her intense honey-colored eyes fixated on the woman who was once her favored daughter. Again Felicity collapsed, her mind barely able to process everything happening. She was now destitute, hated, and unrecognized by her house. She had nothing left now. Even her small victory had turned to ashes, leaving nothing in its wake but ruination. "What was my mistake?" she asked herself. No answer came. "My Lord Regent," Deborah continued, causing Felicity to look up weakly. "This vile criminal is yours to punish. House Centaur has no interest in her anymore. May this be proof of our loyalty." "So it does. So I shall," replied Cornelius, much to Deborah's evident joy and to the relief of every other Centaur present. "Excuse me, my Lord Regent," Ciro Ortega interrupted suddenly. Murmurs were heard, but were silenced a moment later by Cornelius's hand gesture for him to continue. "I believe my apologies. I believe that woman has a message for you sent by Her Majesty Princess Clara Astor." Feeling numb, Felicity repeated the message the accursed Reaper had forced her to memorize to the letter. For an instant, the idea of remaining silent crossed her mind. What else did she have to lose now? Indeed. What else did she have to lose now? She was nothing now. "Duke Cornelius Draymore, traitor to the Principality, your ambitions will never see fruition. Victory has eluded you now and will forevermore. With kind regards, Clara Astor, second princess of the Astorian Principality," said the ebony-skinned woman, her voice barely louder than a slurred whisper, but the microphones caught and transmitted every word. "How dare she!" Veronica jumped to her feet, her right hand grasping her sword's grip. Mirroring her indignation, several gasps of outrage were heard. Still, a raised hand from her father silenced them all before the room devolved into a cacophony of insults and pointless demands. Glaring at the woman, she sat down, obeying her father's command. "My niece wishes to provoke in me displeasure. She has failed. An empty taunt, her message is," Cornelius remarked calmly. Then he turned to Felicity. "Now I shall dictate your punishment. My hands will not be sullied with your filth, Felicity. My daughter, Veronica Draymore, shall personally ensure you comprehend the full weight of your misguided ambitions. Your desire was to serve me still? I'll grant you your request. Take her away. My daughter shall tend to her from now on." As Felicity was dragged away, he turned to face the audience. Raising both arms in a simulation of an embrace, his booming, strong voice echoed with the certainty of a man to whom the concepts of failure and doubt did not exist. "Do you see the petty tricks my nephew relies upon? He calls upon his sister to do what he cannot. He knows not what the burden of leadership entails. He speaks of me as a traitor because I didn't bow before him unconditionally. I do not hate him. I would rather see him surrender than be dead. But I will not hesitate to do what is needed for the future of the Principality. Under my guidance, a true prince, strong, capable, unyielding, and wise, will sit on the throne instead of a foolish idealist. The Principality and its truest sons and daughters shall prosper thanks to us. The hammer of Draymore is strong. The hammer of Draymore is strong!" The chant came back fierce and loud. Cornelius lowered his arms and turned to leave. Hadrian and Veronica stood up immediately as the booth's door opened. As he stepped out, several honor guard were waiting for him. "Bring Ciro Ortega and Maximilian Usarek before me." "At once, my liege," one of the honor guard replied, bowing. His eyes flickered for a brief moment, then he continued. "It is done, my liege." "They will arrive shortly." "Father?" Veronica asked. "Should I give that disgrace of a woman a slow, painful end, or am I to make of her what I wish?" Cornelius turned to his daughter. "Do not kill her and avoid permanent disfigurement," he said. "Now go. I will call for you once I require your strength, Veronica." "Of course, Lord Father." Veronica bowed her head, then turned to leave with an eager, hungry, unnerving smile. Once she was gone, Cornelius turned to Hadrian. "Cruel of me, is it not?" Hadrian pondered momentarily before answering. Out of necessity, my lord. Your daughter is enthusiastic, the older man commented dryly. To my deepest regret, Cornelius admitted, breathing out heavily. It only took less than a minute for Ciro and Maximilian to be brought before him. Both men bowed their heads in respect once they came to a halt. Raise your heads, they obeyed. I've read your reports and your letters of resignation. House Centaur laments the loss of their lone wolf, but given the circumstances, they didn't protest too much, did they, roaring thunder? Maximilian smiled. Deborah tried to claim my services as oath-bound, but I deflected her easily. My guess is that she wanted to save face, Lord Cornelius. Cornelius returned the smile. What will you do now? Most lone wolves retire at much older ages. Maximilian shrugged. My time as a lone wolf was short, but my fortune is big enough to last me several lifespans, Lord Cornelius. I was bested. Twice! Yet I'm content and satisfied with the results. Now I hand over my legacy to one who may surpass me beyond my expectations. The wolfhound, Hadrian commented, raising an eyebrow. Do you truly believe that a lowborn will be able to do such a thing? Maximilian grinned widely. Wyatt Staples will surpass me, he claimed with certainty. The roaring thunder grows silent to watch from the sidelines. Perhaps I'll become a sommelier. I would very much like to taste Montrello. There will be much to do as I see the wolfhound grow with each encounter. In that case, trying to convince you to serve under my house will prove fruitless, Cornelius said, not as a question, but as an affirmation. My niece tried to recruit you, didn't she? Maximilian nodded. She tried. Multiple times. She is not what I expected the Reaper to be. As dangerous as I feared, more cunning than I suspected, and surprisingly erratic in an almost charming way. Her Majesty is quite disarming in person, Ciro agreed. Ciro Ortega, Cornelius turned to the proud captain. Whilst I accept and respect your resignation, I must insist you remain. I would rather not lose a truly honorable and competent man and officer such as yourself. Your words fill me with joy, my liege. However, I will not reverse my decision. I believe in your cause, my liege, but I cannot see myself again facing the princess or the wolfhound Wyatt Staples in battle. I dread it so. It is not cowardice that guides me, but respect and honor. I simply cannot, my Lord Regent. Once this conflict is over and ends with your victory, if you will have me, I will re-enlist to serve you once more, my liege, Ciro confessed. Then he reached into his uniform. The honor guard didn't react. They knew he was unarmed, only carrying a regular and innocuous sealed letter with him. Her Majesty asked me to give this to you. Cornelius hummed with interest, accepting the letter. And so you have. I cannot force you to remain. Regardless, my gratitude is with you for all you've done, Lord Ciro. Ciro bowed his head. It was my honor to serve, my liege. The green-eyed man nodded once, then stored the letter in his inner chest pocket. Gentlemen, before you depart, do answer me this question. Was I unjust toward Felicity? Maximilian answered with a bellowing laugh now that he was free from the respirator. I would have strangled the life out of her with my own hands in your place, Lord Cornelius. Ciro remained silent for a few seconds before replying. She was guilty beyond doubt, my lord. Some may say her punishment is too harsh. I believe it is a start to pay for all the lives her actions claimed unnecessarily. Their blood is in her hands. Hadrian nodded in approval as Cornelius remained impassive. With a hand gesture, Ciro and Maximilian were dismissed and escorted away. Internally, however, Cornelius wondered what his most beloved niece had sent him. Resurgence of Magnificence, Andrew Casten's quarters. I'm appalled that you aren't seeking to claim that wench's head, Andrew, Selina Casten exclaimed, as her vibrant orange eyes glared at her husband across a screen. Her brown, long, straight, and adorned hair rested idly behind her. Her lips were painted with green lipstick, and her makeup accentuated her features, especially around the eyes and cheekbones. Andrew Casten, in turn, stared at his wife with a frown adorning his brow. His cybernetic eyes didn't betray his emotions as he replied to her. Selina, his lordship has dictated a verdict. House Centaur has done something worse than exile upon her. What do you want me to do? Go against the Lord Regent's sentencing? Ask Deborah to rescind her declarations and have her hand Felicity's fate over to us instead? Selina glared at her husband while her face twisted into a visage of displeasure. I want you to be more outraged. To seek true retribution. Thanks to her idiocy, our youngest son was nearly killed, Andrew. Have you forgotten that fact? Andrew's frown deepened. Do not claim that your anger surpasses my own, woman.
Have you forgotten it was I who asked his lordship to deliver upon that wench no mercy? He exhaled through his nose deeply and soundly. Where are Filippo, Neon, Angelica, and Oliver? Why were they not present? He asked for the sons and one daughter who were absent from the trial. Selina leaned back against her seat, her glare diminishing as she snapped her fingers. A few seconds later, a servant approached with a large, thin object resting atop a luxurious tray. Selina took the object and placed one end to her lips as another servant diligently ignited a flame on the other end. Selina inhaled from the silver-colored object before blowing out a hazy purple smoke. Angelica detests our son, your favored child, she remarked without care to hide the hurt and disapproval in her words. Filippo and Oliver haven't reported in weeks now. I'm certain that even if they received your summons, Tamarin somehow intercepted the message. Our two most malleable, gullible, and stupid children always seeking the approval of their grandfather, groveling at his feet, she noted with disappointment before taking a second inhale. Neon? I ordered him to refrain from showing. I doubt even Tamarin could properly hold his leash better than I do. How very kind and thoughtful of you, Selina, Andrew countered. Selina raised an eyebrow. Am I not? I care for all our children, Andrew. No matter how useless or stupid most of them are, they are still our children. Don't pretend to be a model father by trying to convince me that you care about anyone other than Casimir. You're a devoted mother, that much I can praise, replied Andrew, unbothered by her comments. His favoritism was clear, though he cared for all his 10 children. Casimir was not only his favorite. He genuinely loved his youngest son. But do not lie to my face. You favor Casimir as much as I do. Only marginally more than the rest of his siblings. He is smart and clever, understands his position, and strives to bring honor, glory, and victory to his house. She inhaled again before angrily exhaling, her glare returning. Did you see him? Have you spoken to him? He refused to tell me anything when I tried, Andrew. After I'm done with you, I plan to talk with him, and then with my father, he spat angrily. There's much we need to discuss. Selina remained quiet for half a minute, silently smoking as her eyes focused on Andrew like a hawk ready to strike down its prey. Since you won't do anything more to claim her head, she began, her tone cold and calculating, will you do something to avenge our son and seek retribution for the grave insult done unto House Cayston? That is yet to be determined, Andrew replied without hesitation. His wife hummed, exhaling smoke through her nostrils slowly. But what this Wyatt Staples did to Casimir, after seeing the unedited recordings as he cleared his way through the Gallant Venture, he can't go unpunished. That is all I needed to hear, Selina replied. Talk to our son. He doesn't trust me, that much is clear. She paused, taking a deep inhale only to exhale it slowly. In the meantime, I will maintain order within the house. Andrew, the outrage sparked by what that plebeian lowlife pretending to be a noble and royal marine has created an opportunity for your reputation to rise further. Don't let Tamarin take it. Andrew's eyes narrowed at his wife, but his tone remained the same as he replied. My father may not have more than a decade yet to live. Perhaps 2, yet he still believes he'll live forever. I may be his favored heir apparent, his youngest, but I'm not his first favorite. Many a siblings I never met, he commented grimly. One way or another, I will discern the truth about the wolfhound and bring him low for what he's done. Selina smiled, nodded once, then paused for several seconds. I want him to suffer, she said, then ended the transmission. Andrew closed his eyes and relaxed in his favorite chair. Looking around his ample private quarters, medals, trophies, and 3 different sets of armor, several pressed uniforms and decorative paintings and plants were expertly spaced between each other to bring a sense of pride and harmony to his heart. His eyes traveled to the transparent cabinet where the highest quality liquors rested peacefully. His throat suddenly ached with the need to pour himself a glass of Green Valley or Morgan's Tears. That desire was pushed back by his immaculate self-restraint yet again. Before he could give himself the luxury to enjoy a drink in peace, there were things he needed to finish first. As he linked with the network to request a connection directly to Morningstar and request to talk with his son, Casimir, he frowned deeply. He didn't hate his wife. Her being so beautiful was the main reason they had spawned 10 children together. But their union had been entirely political. There was no love between the two, even after so many years together. In fact, he could barely tolerate the obnoxious, extravagant, and infinitely vain woman. Yet, he had to admit that they worked well together as a couple. She was a political animal, whereas he was a strong, capable leader with vast military, economic, and logistical skills. Enough to earn Tamirin's favor and gain his position as heir apparent. He scoffed at the irony. Was it hypocritical of him to hate his father for his constant scheming, blatant favoritism, and his lies and manipulation when he showed that same favoritism for his youngest son, deeming the rest of his children nearly useless? Yes, it was. I had to inherit something from him, didn't I? He asked no one the same question that had left his lips another 1,000 times before. Andrew had to wait for only a minute as the priority channels replied to his request. The screen before him went from black to showcase his son, Casimir. A hand grasped his heart when he saw the emptiness in his eyes, even though he was smiling at him. "Casimir, my son." "Father!" Casimir cried out happily. Then, just as fast as his happiness erupted, it was replaced by shame. The young Caiston lowered his head in submission. "Father, I'm sorry. I failed you. I failed our house. I failed grandfather. I failed you all." Andrew's expression softened, offering his beloved son a warm smile. "You didn't fail, Casimir. That woman dragged you down as her ambitions collapsed atop her worthless head. As a result, many died, ships were lost, and you suffered greatly." He paused while his son's head lowered further. "I failed you, my son," he said, trying to elevate Casimir's bruised, ruined spirit and self-worth. He succeeded as he stopped his soft trembling, his head turning upward to look at him in the eye, confused. "I put my trust in that woman that she would keep you safe, away from direct conflict, so that you could gain real experience from the examples of those around you. Not all missions demand bloodshed and destruction." "It wasn't your fault, Father. I was too weak-willed to put a stop to Felicity's debacle. I had so many chances, so many points where I could put my foot down, yet I didn't," Casimir chuckled. "I saw a real battle, Father. Not a raid against a crippled pirate ship or simulations or theoretical tactics and strategies. Real battle." He shook his head slightly. I never thought it could be like that, Father." At that moment, Andrew wanted nothing more than to reach into the screen and somehow hug his son tightly. He was hurting, but he couldn't leave his duty, no matter how much he wanted to do so. "Real battle is a nasty thing, my son." Casimir nodded weakly. "You've always told me that, Father. But it seems I failed to teach you the ugly truths." "How death is always a possibility," Andrew said, desperately trying to bring peace to his son's heart. Casimir chuckled darkly. Maximilian said something similar. He was right. "By Julius, he was right," he claimed, trembling slightly. "Raise your head proudly, my son. As terrible as that experience was, let it strengthen your resolve and character. Learn from it. For once you regain your limbs, you will return to active service and—" Andrew was suddenly stopped by the shriek of pure fear that his son let out. It hurt him terribly, far more than any stab, shot, implant procedure, or broken bone he'd ever experienced in his life. Then, as he stared into the panicked eyes of his son, that pain multiplied itself. That shriek was full of pain, terror, and pure fear. It was the sound of a pitiful, hurt animal. He watched with impotency as Casimir reached for his right arm, clutching the point where his limb and the prosthetic connected. "No!" Casimir cried out as he trembled. "No, please! I don't want to face the Wraith again. The White Periton, the White Stag will come for me, Father. He promised me. He did!" "Casimir!" Andrew tried to interject, but he was silenced again as tears began to form and fall down his son's eyes. You didn't see him, Father. You didn't. I did! I saw beyond the pitfall of ice and hazel. I saw the dark void behind his eyes. Unforgiving, cold, empty. His trembling increased. Hateful, hungry, savage. He closed his eyes, clutching his arm tighter. After several moments that stretched for ages, he continued. "Wyatt, he is a wraith, Father. He died. He should have died. But he came for me. I don't want, please, no more. Don't make me, please. He'll come. He will." My son. Andrew was at a loss for words as he saw the reality of his son's mental psyche. He'd read the medical reports and dismissed them as useless. He'd heard the ex-lone wolf's warnings but gave them little credit. When he saw the first recording, he started to believe, but now there was no denying it. Seeing his favored son reduced to little more than a weeping, terrified boy ignited a deep anger within him, and he wondered for a moment if simply killing Casimir, compared to what had been done to him, could be considered merciful. "He's just one man, Casimir," Andrew began, wishing for nothing more than to help his son's crippled psyche. "He won't reach you." "He will," Casimir countered in a shaky voice. "He'll find a way. The Wraith will find a way." Still shaking, he opened his eyes, searching for his father's face. "Father, I don't want to fight." "Not again." The screams." "I hear the screams, Father. The blood on the screens. The pained wails. Sound of snapping bones. Cracking of gunshots piercing armor and skulls. Thumpering footsteps. Bad dreams. Bad dreams," Casimir said, releasing his right arm just to hug himself in a fruitless attempt to stop his shaking. "I don't want to fight." "Leave." "I want to leave the Royal Navy, Father. I can't do it again. Real battle, real consequences, real bloodshed. I can't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry," Casimir repeated repeatedly as he rocked back and forth aimlessly. Andrew clenched his armrest with his full strength, crushing it between his fingers as sturdy polymers and wood pieces fell to the floor uncared for. He wanted to yell at his son, declare him a coward, a weakling. He'd invest heavily in his education and wasn't about to let it all go to waste. But as he stared into the ruined expression of his son, he remembered the smiles, the laughter, the fervent efforts to please him. The subtle signs that Casimir was a gentle soul, noble, honorable, wonderful, full of virtues, upstanding and capable, but far too fragile to be a warrior. He was a man full of potential to become a tactician, strategist, and a competent commanding officer. What could he become? A commander? A future admiral? Had he willfully ignored his son's weaknesses just to push him into a path he could excel at? Yes, he had. Unclenching his right hand, he spared a moment to see some pieces striking into his hand. There was no pain, yet he felt the few droplets of blood trickling across his palm. Any admonishment he had for his son left his heart. Instead, he called for him gently. "Casimir, you don't have to fight anymore." Casimir blinked as his shaking diminished to a mere tremble. "Father?" "Heal, my son," Andrew continued. "That you've returned to me alive is enough reward. You've done your part. Now rest. You will serve House Caiston and his lordship in other capacities once your limbs are returned to you. I will handle the process necessary to grant you a full, honorable discharge, my son. The Wraith will not come for you. I promise." Casimir's lips trembled, and he closed his eyes again, causing more tears to run down his cheeks. He nodded slowly, uttering his mumbled thanks to his father and repeating that he was sorry. "I love you, Casimir. You'll be back home soon," Andrew promised before ending the connection. The older man stood up violently and walked up to his private cabinet. Opening it, he poured a glass full of the first container he grabbed. He didn't care what it was. He then poured half of it over his hand, not flinching as the liquid burned against his wounds. The other half went down his gullet in a single go. When he was done, he tossed the glass away, shattering against one of his armor sets. Immediately after, he contacted his father, Tamarin. While he waited for his father to answer, he stood still, his heaving chest forcing him to breathe through his mouth as he tried, and failed, to remove Casimir's cries, supplications, and broken estate from the forefront of his mind. He didn't know how long he had to wait before his father answered, but he turned to face the screen when he did. "Andrew? This better be—" "What happened?" Tamirin asked, his mood changing from mild annoyance to mild interest upon seeing his youngest son. "Nothing that concerns your interest, father," Andrew answered before moving to retake his seat. Unsurprised, Tamarin raised an eyebrow. Then his expression shifted to a more serious one. "Ah, I see. Casimir's fate has rattled you?" Andrew glared at his father. "Did you know the full extent of the damage the Wraith did to him?" he half shouted. "Wraith?" Tamirin asked, unmoved. "Wraith. The Reaper's wolfhound. Wyatt Staples. That man!" "Did you?" "No?" Andrew asked, his eyes burning with anger. Tamirin shook his head. "Whatever you saw, I had no part in. I've only read the medical reports. By your reaction, my most valuable son, I assume the damage was considerable?" "Stop it!" Andrew said, the words heavy as if uttering a curse. "Do you think I will humor your antics? My son has suffered immensely. I will not tolerate your silver tongue and carefully worded remarks. Not now." Tamarin sighed. "Oh, Andrew, if only this side of you were more prevalent." "You are the best I have at my disposal," he declared between amusement and disappointment. Then he paused briefly to readjust himself on his comfortable seat. "How damaged is the boy?" "Your grandson," Andrew remarked heavily, "is in a delicate condition. His psyche was brutalized and nearly shattered beyond the point of recovery. Casimir doesn't want to fight anymore. I've agreed. I'll see to it that he's discharged with full honors. Andrew stared at his father, waiting for the inevitable counter as he'd try to worm his way into changing his decision or coerce him into doing whatever he wanted to. Yet it never came. Very well. I agree, and you have my permission to proceed, Tamarin replied a few seconds later, killing the uncomfortable silence between them. Andrew's eyes narrowed. What are you playing at, father? I'm not, Tamarin replied. Can't a grandfather acknowledge that one of his beloved grandsons has suffered enough and requires time to rest and recover? He chuckled. I'm not a monster, Andrew. Andrew crossed his arms. You're utterly incapable of caring for anyone other than yourself and your selfish goals, father. I know you too well. Love is anathema to you. And? Tamarin countered. Love doesn't build strength. Love doesn't give you respect. Love doesn't ensure the power and legacy of our house. His eyes narrowed slightly. One thing I detest, however, is to do wasteful things. Casimir is damaged now. It'll take years for him to recover, if at all. I have no interest in using the boy if he's going to break like a dried-up stick in the middle of a desert at the first sign of danger. Or what? You'll use him as an example? A scapegoat? My nephew Samuel died, and you used him as a shield to deflect responsibility. Lenaro also died under your service and was prompted by your influence, father. You will not touch Casimir, Andrew declared, unflinching. Tamarin smiled. And you dare judge me as a terrible father when you care not for the well-being of your other children? No wonder so many came to me seeking the recognition you never gave them. Andrew wanted to protest, but that would only give his father more ammunition. Instead, he breathed in deeply. With a calming sigh, he continued. You haven't answered my question, father. Tamarin sighed dejectedly. Must I repeat myself? I don't like being wasteful, my dearest son. What does it gain me to go against Casimir and, more pointedly, against you? Nothing but unnecessary problems for me to deal with. I know where the blame lies. I did all I could against Felicity. Less than I could have done with more time, but fitting. So, parading her defeat for all to see, nobles and commoners alike, was your doing? I should have known, Andrew commented. You disapprove? Tamarin taunted with a smirk. Not this time. She deserved worse, Andrew answered. Her punishment shall be fitting of that, I'm sure. Veronica Draymore, the butcher of Calcasidar, is a truly devastating yet useful monster, Tamarin praised. His lordship would hang you for saying that about his daughter, Andrew countered, though he knew his threat was empty. His Lord Regent is aware of this fact. I have nothing to fear, Tamarin chuckled. As for Wyatt Staples, the Wolfhound, the Wraith, the Woodshaft Ace, he must be eliminated. He has insulted House Caiston, yes, but his true danger lies in his absurdly rapid ascent to power and potential influence. The prince favors him. House Winfield supports him. He is close to Redford Kalin, Cynthia Winfield, and Clara Astor, a rising power in the making. He must be cast down, his totem destroyed by its foundation before he yet grows stronger. How do you plan to accomplish this, father? Andrew asked, already suspecting what the head of House Caiston had in mind. What he did to Casimir gives us a good excuse to seek retribution, Tamarin began. We'll find who is close to him, those vulnerable and weak. We strike at them in a culling blow. Absolutely not, Andrew replied, outraged. I will not harm those not directly involved. If retribution is to come, he will pay the price, not his family. Tamarin stared at his son with mild disappointment. If only you weren't such a deluded fool guided by pointless perceived terms of honor. Very well, have it your way. I won't touch his family. No, only a gullible imbecile would take your word at face value and trust in your non-existent honor to bind your actions. You will not harm anyone other than Wyatt Staples within machinations, father. If I learn that his family has been harmed in any way, I will place the blame for that cowardly attack on you and act accordingly, Andrew threatened. This time it wasn't empty. Tamarin smiled, satisfied. Well done, my son. Perhaps there is hope for you yet. Andrew's glare intensified. Let's make a trade. I promise I won't act against anyone but Wyatt Staples. In return, you will make Selina put a stop to her insufferable meddling and attempts to sow discontent among our branch houses and vassals. Countering her efforts is nothing more than a triviality, but I'd rather focus on things that truly matter, not petty squabbles. For a brief moment, Andrew considered rejecting his father's offer. He knew that Tamarin was aware of their attempts to force him to step down as head of their house. The old viper was crafty, clever, and supremely experienced. Rejecting him would only spite him, but weighing his options, his sense of honor won. With a nod, the deal was struck. "It was good seeing you, my son," Tamirin said before the connection ended. Andrew stood up slowly, walking over to his cabinet again. He served himself another glass of hard liquor. Again, he swallowed it in a single go. With a throaty exhale, he clenched his wounded hand a few times. Indeed, if retribution were to be delivered, he'd be the one to provide it, personally. "Am I truly better than my father?" he asked himself. No. No, he was not. Venerable prize in orbit of Calcassadar. "Explain to me precisely what you mean by the protests are larger than initially observed," asked Veronica Draymore as she paused her training routine mid-strike with immaculate precision, a mere millimeter away from touching the neck of the hollow projection. Her eyes were fixed on the holographic enemy before her, but her attention belonged to the aide kneeling to her left. The aide swallowed as the 15-year-old woman demanded an immediate explanation. "Our reports are coming in from all available sources." Large-scale protests are erupting across Calcassidar's main cities. Policing, militia, and army elements are doing everything in their power to contain them, but they are being overwhelmed. Thousands of them are gathering close to House Zoltam's palace. Veronica, in a swift motion, sheathed her sword and turned to the aide, eyes narrowed. "They behave like animals. Have the protests turned violent? Who leads this malcontent?" "Only in isolated zones. However, Commander Kelty Ishtal predicts that a surge in violence is inevitable within the next hour, if not sooner, Lady Veronica. Several noblemen and noblewomen from minor and lesser houses are the main instigators, according to the information available to us," the aide answered. "Has my Lord Father been informed?" asked the blonde woman. "His lordship has enacted a full communication ban with outside sources until he's dealt with the enemy fleet," the aide replied. Veronica frowned. "What of Figaro, Malco, and Golderia? What are those incompetent fools doing?" "Captain Figaro Wunder is indisposed," the aide began with some reluctance. "Lord Malco Centaur is on the planet's surface, but we've lost communication with his unit. In fact, it is due to this reason that we've noticed the escalation in conflict. Lady Golderia Teshiv is trying to contact Viscount Indigo Zoltam, but her efforts are met with silence." "Then we must act," the green-eyed teenager declared without hesitation. Connecting with the ship's network, it only took a fraction of a second to contact Captain Figaro. "Figaro, this is Lady Veronica Draymore. Prepare all ground units, including the Auxilia, and our complements of Marines for immediate battle deployment. Our landing point shall be the area surrounding House Zoltam's palace. We shall quell these protesters at once." The grizzled veteran was stirred, forcefully disconnected, and dragged to Veronica's presence within the network. "Lady Veronica?" he replied, surprised. I'm sorry, but I know not what you are talking about." Veronica's frown deepened, her voice turning low and intimidating, each word pronounced as if interrupting a growl. "March yourself to the captain's chair immediately, Captain, or I will drag you there myself. We are in the middle of an emergency, and I will not allow you to spit on my Lord Father's name with your reprehensible aloofness. Now do as I ordered." Yes, Lady Veronica," Figaro replied before the connection between them ended. "My Lady Veronica," the aide began as the blonde young woman began to leave the gymnasium, following closely behind her. "I implore you, you don't have to go planetside in person. His lordship would not wish harm to befall you." Veronica stopped her advance, only to let out a deep, pleased sigh. "My father is a man of infinite mercy. His love is as boundless as his genius. I may fall short of his expectations, but I serve him regardless. Is he not truly a generous and kind man that he would allow someone as talentless as me to serve his immaculate designs?" She turned again, resuming her march. "My Lord Father entrusted me with safeguarding this ship and placating House Zoltam. I intend to do so. But, my Lady Veronica, if you are to be harmed—" "It will be due to my own incompetence and lack of strength," Veronica interjected. "If I am to die, then I see no better outcome than to die in the service of my Lord Father." "My Lady Veronica, please reconsider." "Your lord brother would mourn your loss terribly," the aide pleaded. Though he knew it was a pointless battle, he still had to try. "Your lady mother would weep without consolation." "Then let it be so," Veronica replied. "My orders have been given. In the absence of my Lord Father, I will assume command of this operation. Now begone. The aide lowered his head, nodded once, and left her side. It didn't take Veronica long to reach the ship's hangar, where, according to her orders, the shuttles were being boarded and everything was being readied for a planetary assault. Commoners and nobles alike saluted or bowed their heads at her passing. She didn't care about the reverence given to her, but it pleased that they showed respect to the shield of House Draymore, for that reverence belonged to her beloved father. Making her way to the end of the hangar, she boarded the elevator that soon delivered her to the drop pods. The few present Royal Orbital Shock Forces were already locked in. She nodded in approval. They weren't at the same level as the Royal Marines, but they were some of the best combatants the Principality had to offer. Silently, she boarded one of the pods. When it sealed, she closed her eyes and waited. Seconds felt like hours until a red light illuminated the coffin of metal that would soon be launched through the planet's atmosphere. The light turned blue, and a sudden violent jolt pressed her against the seat. She didn't care about the telemetry or anything other than the mission implanted in her head: quell the protests and restore order. Perhaps, she thought, if I were half as intelligent as Clara, I could find a way to coerce peace. If I were nearly as fascinating as Megan, could I gain some time or sway opinions? If Gabriel were here instead of me, what would he do? She asked herself with exasperation. Talk. They would talk. All of them would talk. Megan, Gabriel, Rubio, Hexkel, Jaina, Tellen, all of them, and so many more would talk. Talk. Talk! Cynthia is the only one who would understand me. Not all solutions are found in talking. Clara knows this more than anyone else. She went to talk. She found insolence. She enacted her strength through decisive, merciless action. Action? Yes, action is required when other options are too inefficient. Veronica's train of thought stopped when she felt the retro-propulsors activate. 3 seconds later, she impacted the ground with a mighty slam that formed a crater of dirt and grass around her pod. Her door opened easily and she walked outside, looking up at the teal sky. Not too far away, she saw other drop pods near her location with the ROSF expertly forming a perimeter around her. Reaching for her helmet, she discovered that she'd forgotten it in her hurry. No matter, she muttered as she turned her eyes to the sky in time to see 24 shuttles dropping in fast. My Lady Veronica, one of the ROSF came to her, bowing her head in respect before presenting her with a datapad. Captain Hilda Demaclaw, we've landed on the Western Garden near the largest congregation of protesters. They'll reach the gates in less than 5 minutes. Veronica nodded before breaking into a jog trot. Have all ROSF elements converge upon me and follow. We'll stop their advance, she ordered before connecting to the ship's network again. To all Army, Marine, and Auxilia units, form defensive perimeters at the entrances. Captain Figaro, dispatch a complement of Marines to secure Viscount Indigo Zoltem and whoever else is inside the palace, she ordered out loud, and killed the connection before any confirmation was returned. Captain Hilda and the rest of the 24 ROSF shadowed Veronica's movements until the captain closed in again. My lady, something is wrong. The palace has yet to activate its defenses, and I see no guard elements anywhere. Dispatch a triad into the palace. Find out what's happening. The Marines will support them. She paused as she remembered something more. Their secondary objective will be to take control of the defenses. Permission to engage with lethal force. Understood, my Lady Veronica, Hilda replied, silently transmitting the orders. 5 seconds later, a trio of ROSF broke formation and instead made their way to the palace at full speed. The group of ROSF, led by Veronica, reached their destination in time to see a huge crowd of people walking down the wide street. At the front, cars led the march as banners of several houses were in the air. Motorcycles, recording drones, and a host of commoners followed suit, all of them shouting in disorganization. Take positions. Be ready to act, Veronica ordered as she drew her sword but didn't activate it. Upon seeing her and the sigil of House Draymore on her chest, the chanting came to a crashing silence. The crowd continued to march, but there was an apparent reluctance in their stride that the ROSF and Veronica caused in the commoners. Regardless, the commoners advanced, led by their noble masters. No less than 10 meters in front of her, the crowd came to a halt. The leading vehicle, nothing more than an extravagant limousine, advanced alone for half the distance in a symbolic gesture before the 2 armed house guards exited and moved to open the doors at the back. Veronica was not impressed with the nobles who stepped out of the limousine. Gaudy outfits in an attempt to overcompensate for their lower status and signal to the common rabble that they are their rightful masters. No weapons on display. They're not warriors, just posturing idiots. It will take me 2 swings of my sword to kill all 5 of them. Pathetic, she thought with disdain, as the 5 noblemen and women approached her, flanked by a dozen of their private guards. They stopped 2 meters in front of her but gave no bow. Not a single sign of respect to the emblem on her chest. She narrowed her eyes coldly before speaking. "Disperse immediately," she ordered, and noticed something particular about the 5 nobles. All of them were young, no older than 25 if she judged them by looks alone. Scanning through the other nobles present at the front of the crowd, she discovered that they, too, were in the same age range, with some being no older than her. "House Draymore has sent one of their dogs to assault us?" the ringleader asked, his voice booming and full of himself. "I am Baron Gus Omelek. Step aside. Our quarrel is not with you, but with the Zaltum fools who have caused Calcasidar so much grief and suffering over these past months. It is their lack of strength and force of will that has allowed pirate scum to plunder our lanes and harm us, nobles and plebeians alike, in equal measure." Veronica took a step forward, the name of the noble already forgotten. "I am Veronica Draymore, daughter of his lordship Duke Cornelius Draymore." "You will kneel this instant, throw down your weapons, and disperse!" she exclaimed as the ROSF aimed their weapons at the crowd. "Now." After hearing her ultimatum, the commoners at the front of the crowd dropped to their knees. Much like a wave, the news of who she was spread like a wildfire, causing almost every commoner present to kneel in submission. The nobles, while showing doubt, didn't obey. Veronica narrowed her eyes in a glare when she received a connection request from Captain Figaro. Accepting it, his hurried voice rang in her mind. "My Lady Veronica, Army, Marine, and Auxilia forces are forming in the designated perimeters and have halted the curse's advance. The palace is desolated. Colonel Stanford suspects everyone in the palace has retreated to the secure bunkers and safe rooms. I'm also receiving reports that the palace's automated defense systems are in disarray due to a rampant ghost AI. Specialists from the intelligence division are working on countering it as we speak," Figaro informed with all the professionalism he could muster, which was nearly 0. "Cowards," Veronica hissed in contempt, cursing the Zaltems as she killed the connection. Returning her attention to the leading noble, she took another step forward. "My forces have the palace secure. Your grievances are your own, and I care not for them. Disperse. This will be your last warning," she said, and in a placating gesture lowered her sword. "My Lord Father is currently fighting against the same pirate scum that you curse at. He has come to deliver you from their grasp. You should rejoice, for his lordship Duke Cornelius Draymore has heard your pleas and has bestowed upon you his mercy, love, and protection." She raised her sword again, pointing it at the nobles. "You, who whine and moan, should be thankful that my Lord Father has blessed you. Disperse, now. Victory is nigh, and the end to your petty struggles is at hand, delivered by my low—" "What does that arrogant bastard know about our plight?" A voice rang through the uneasy silence. "It is due to his stupidity, pointless wishfulness, and corrupt ignorance that we've suffered." "He's right. Duke Draymore represents the weakness of the principality more than any other. The hammer of Draymore is strong. Loyalty is its own reward. Lies! Nothing but lies! Down with the green-eyed tyrant!" Compared to his rule, we'd welcome the Arabian Commonwealth with open arms. With some luck, the pirates will kill that despot. Veronica's eyes went wide, and she froze where she stood. She could hear the curses shouted by undeserving throats. Her blood boiled in her veins. "How dare they?" she asked deep within her mind. "How dare they?" The voice became a roar of fury that only increased in potency as more and more voices joined the chorus. The commoners, kneeling in respect, slowly began to rise, joining the ever-disjointed chants until she couldn't hear her own thoughts anymore. A snarl escaped her throat as she tasted something metallic in her mouth. She spared half a moment to realize that she was clenching her teeth so tightly that her gums were starting to bleed. She ignored the pain. It was irrelevant. Everything was irrelevant against the grave crimes the insolent insects before her had committed. They had insulted their duke. They had insulted and wished death upon Cornelius Draymore. They had blamed him for the small, insignificant, and irrelevant inconvenience the supply shortage had caused them. They weren't starving. They weren't suffering. Not completely. They weren't in a crisis. Her father had come personally to their aid in all his immaculate glory, wisdom, kindness, mercy, and power. And how did these malcontent pieces of shit repay such a magnanimous gesture? With insults, curses, disdain, and disloyalty. They had insulted her father. They had insulted her father! Traitors. They were traitors, each and every one of them. There would be no mercy. "Attack!" Veronica cried out at the top of her lungs. The next moment she lunged forth, closing the distance between her and the leading nobleman in the blink of an eye. They had defied orders, spoken against the principality, against her father! And in that moment, with the crowd roaring and the nobles sneering, something inside Veronica shattered. She had given them one last chance to submit. They didn't. What followed wasn't a battle, it was a reckoning. Veronica acted decisively, swiftly, and without hesitation. By the time the chaos settled, thousands had surrendered and the uprising had been crushed. To Veronica, they were no longer civilians or dissenters. They were traitors. Not out of cruelty, but in defense of the order she was raised to uphold. She issued her judgment not with malice, but with what she believed was absolute duty. Yet not everyone around her agreed. Captain Hilda, loyal but shaken, stepped forward amid the aftermath. She pleaded with Veronica to reconsider. These weren't all combatants, she argued. Many were misled, caught in the momentum of fear and misinformation. "We've won, my lady," Hilda said. "There's no need for more blood." Veronica listened in silence, her expression unreadable. But her conviction remained unmoved. To her, mercy for disloyalty was an opening for chaos to rise again. She thanked Hilda for her counsel, but made her position clear. Order had to be restored fully and permanently. For 2 days, Veronica carried out the sentences with relentless focus, eating only when necessary, sleeping not at all. She believed she was fulfilling the will of her father, the man she revered beyond all others. When she was done, Veronica smiled, wondering how proud her father would be of her service. "Veronica, what have you done?" Her father's voice broke her out of her trance, and she beamed at him. There he was, her Lord Father, tall, strong, imposing, impeccable, radiant, flawless, perfect. Truly, how could anyone not desire to serve him? How could anyone, from the lowliest commoner to the most arrogant noble, even entertain the thought of going against her magnificent father? He who quelled the bloody disputes left on Clara's purge? He who had led 2 fleets in combat against a large incursion from the Arabian Commonwealth? The pirate purger, scourge of enemies, and vanquisher of the Tri-System Syndicate. "My Lord Father!" Veronica kneeled before him, bowing her head low. Her armor was covered in dried blood. She hadn't showered since the morning of the assault. She had no time to be presentable. It didn't matter. Her father would understand. "I present you with the heads of unworthy traitors and damnable insurgents. Calcasidar has grown silent and complacent once more, my Lord Father. None shall object to your rule again." She tried her best. She truly did, but she couldn't stop herself from looking up, ready to see her father's expression. She expected elation, but was greeted with an unreadable face instead. "Father?" The word came out of her throat on its own. Then their eyes met, and she flinched. Why? Why was her beloved father looking at her with such disappointment? She couldn't understand it. She'd restored order across the world, eliminated thousands of traitors, and ensured the survival of House Zoltam. So why was he looking at her like that? "Father?" she asked again weakly as she slowly raised to her feet. "Victory was achieved. And this is what I returned to?" Cornelius asked, slowly closing the distance between him and his bloodied daughter. "I didn't want to believe it. Veronica, what have you done?" he asked, his expression morphing to one of anger and sadness. Suddenly he grabbed her by the shoulders, shaking her violently a few times. "Answer me, Veronica. What have you done?" I've restored order, Father," Veronica replied, trembling as it was the first time she'd ever seen her father react in such a manner. You appointed me to oversee and maintain this world under your command, Father." "I appointed you to be my representative, Veronica." Not this carnage," Cornelius argued back. "By Julius's name, Veronica." "Do you not understand what you've done?" "The lives you've taken." Veronica tilted her head in confusion, unable to comprehend her father's frustration. "They're just traitors, Father," she answered, and Cornelius let go of her shoulders. I know I'm not Clara, Father. I wish I could be like her or match half her intellect. To be adored as you adore her, but I'm not. I'm not as talented as Gabriel, nor am I as strong and touched by greatness as Cynthia. But I can be of use to you, Father, in my own way. I'm your shield and your sword. Your hammer. Before she could react, Cornelius sent her to the ground. Veronica didn't feel the pain of falling, not the physical one. The pain in her heart was stronger, so much stronger. Never in her life had her father denied her. Never. What sort of error could warrant such a punishment? I failed him. I failed my father. How? How did I fail him? Veronica asked herself, unable to find an answer. 30,000 lives, Veronica. You. Cornelius tried to berate his daughter further, but he couldn't. Instead, he gently picked her up, allowing her to bury her crying, dirt-stained face against his chest as he caressed her head. I'll take you back to the ship. I'm disappointed in your actions, Veronica, but I love you, my daughter. I'm sorry. Veronica cried harder. That day she swore she would not bring shame upon her father again. She deserved death for her transgression, yet he'd forgiven her, gave her a second chance. Truly, could there be a more kind and merciful man? Even without all my deficiencies and shortcomings, my Lord Father embraces me. What joy it is to give my life in your service, Father, Veronica thought happily. Rightful honor, modified interrogation cell. The pained cries of Felicity came to an end as Veronica turned down the small lever next to her. The electricity stopped flowing, and without the pain came to an end, for the moment at least. As Veronica stared at the agitated woman lying on a metal table, her modesty preserved but tightly restraining her movements, she smiled. Never let it be said that you lack lung power, Felicity. The black-haired woman gave a gurgled response, but her eyes were focused and clear, enough to know what was happening and understand that worse things were to come. Touching her face with care, Veronica cleaned a tear from her cheek, just one of thousands already spilled. I was in your position once, Felicity, she began as she stood up and walked around the bound woman, searching for something in particular. My error was great. I failed my father. I brought shame upon his name. I fell short of his expectations. I brought him pain, and he gave me pain to match his, she explained in a slow, steady pace. But I learned from my mistake. I learned to never fail him again, to be what he desires me to be, and to never sully his hands. Veronica smiled widely. My Lord Father is truly marvelous, is he not? For he has given you a chance to repent, Felicity. Repent? Felicity gurgled, her entire body aching with lingering spasms of pain. Repent, Veronica confirmed. Repentance and a chance to serve him once more. Truth be told, I wanted to kill you where you stood. Your actions shamed my Lord Father's name. They tarnished his immaculate visage with your idiocy. But he is merciful. Instead of death, he offers you repentance. But it must be earned, Veronica clarified. Felicity in turn wanted to shudder in fear as her eyes widened. No. You have no choice in the matter, Veronica replied, her twisted smile never faltering. You will either break you or give you focus, purpose, direction, conviction. Oh, Felicity, your crimes will be cleansed in due time. What will you do, I wonder? Break or find a newfound purpose? I wonder. Ah, here it is, she exclaimed, picking up a small vial. See? Felicity begged, fresh tears going down her eyes. This is mercy. My Lord Father could have simply ordered your death. I don't know what he can possibly see in you to grant you another chance, but you will take it. You will be grateful, and I will make sure his orders are carried out. You will not die. You will not be permanently disfigured, she said, slowly approaching Felicity. No! No! Please! No! Felicity wheezed out, terror taking hold of her heart again. Contrary to what you may believe, Felicity, your cries of pain bring me no joy, but doing so in the service of my father, that brings me elation. Your crimes will be absolved one way or another, Veronica warned as Felicity's body went rigid. But my father's will shall be done. You will suffer for your transgressions, Felicity. Now break or find a new purpose. Either outcome is welcome. Felicity screamed again. It wouldn't be the last time. Camrim, Draymore Palace. There was nothing more frustrating than not knowing what was happening outside the place he once proudly called his home. The isolation he could handle without issues. Being the firstborn of Duke Cornelius Draymore meant that, outside his immediate family, friends were a rarity, giving him more time to study and focus on the future. It suited him just fine. He always preferred the quiet tranquility of solitude. He also couldn't blame the servants, maids, guards, and butlers for following his father's orders to the letter. What choice did they have? In their place, he doubted he would do any different. The only thing that was as bad, if not worse, than the frustration gripping his heart was the sinking feeling of complete and utter inadequacy and impotence at being unable to do anything to oppose the man whom not half a year ago he had viewed as his role model despite his flaws. Again, he understood his father's position, and his multitude of responsibilities prevented him from being a stable constant within their lives. Praise was a rarity that parted from his lips. Approval was even scarcer. He never was a doting father, but he wasn't neglectful either. While he never pushed them into a path of his own design, he rarely encouraged them with anything more than terse words and the occasional gesture of physical affection. Yet, he always knew his father's expectations were great. A hard man to please who punished failure, real failure and not mere mistakes, harshly. Again, he could understand it. The weight put on his father's shoulders was immense. Placed between his family and his duty, it was obvious such a man would choose one over the other. He didn't hate him or resent him for it. How could he? What right did he have when his father worked not only for him, his sister, his late wife, and the countless millions of lives that depended on him and waited with eager breaths at every word he uttered? "Damn you, father!" Gabriel Draymore cursed in a whispered tone, failing to focus on the book he was reading. That was the part that hurt the most. To know that his father, the great and mighty Duke Cornelius Draymore, was a traitor, a man he once believed in, who always strived for the betterment of the principality in the role he'd chosen to serve in. All his speeches and moral lessons about loyalty, order, and strength were hollow now, so irrelevant, to see an idol fall from the highest places. He couldn't even stomach the idea of breathing the same air as his treacherous father. "I wonder what you'd say regarding the actions and betrayal of your most beloved brother, Uncle Joseph," he muttered again, invoking the name of his late uncle, the previous prince. "Thah!" he scoffed, shaking his head. "What would you say about your siblings, I wonder? My father is a traitor. Uncle Oscar is too vapid to take any sport of initiative, yet resolute enough not to get involved in anything he doesn't stand to gain something from. Aunt Sylvia is ever the pretentious pragmatist, but I always thought she was, at the very least, loyal to her morals and principles. It seems I never truly knew those around me," he said, closing the book only to set it gently on the table next to his couch. Closing his eyes, Gabriel waited patiently for nearly a full minute until a barely perceptible sound reached his ears. Footsteps, organized steps in marching formation. Half a minute later, they stopped. Seconds passed until the marching resumed, moving away. Opening his eyes, he glanced at the masterfully crafted tower clock. "They're 15 minutes earlier today. They keep slightly shifting their guard schedules," he frowned. "Damn you, traitor!" he said, thinking about his father. After several moments of discontent, Gabriel regained his composure, enough to glance around his prison again. His father kept him in a rather comfortable, gilded cage. He could exercise, take pleasant baths, eat the best meals, and there was no end to the stimulus to keep boredom at bay. The sight of everything made him sick. "Here I am, a prisoner in my own home, unable to do anything to help you, my prince," he lamented weakly as he sank into his couch. Minutes passed in silence, only his shallow breathing cutting through the gripping ambience. The thought of escape passed his mind in the meantime. Again. Gabriel couldn't even groan anymore at his own naivety. Escape was impossible. He'd already tried, but his father was a genius for a reason. Layers upon layers of countermeasures and protocols of vigilance. He couldn't access any network. There were guards stationed outside his bedroom doors all day and night. Every servant was forbidden from performing even the most basic interaction with him, and there were cameras and eyes locked on him without rest. He acted in the most casual, repetitive, monotonous way possible every day to hide his examinations. There was nothing he could use as an effective weapon. Sure, he could tear a chair's leg and use it as a club, but against shields, armor, and plasma weapons, he'd had better chance using his fists. Without access to the network, only the enhanced reality function of his eyes remained, but that quickly offered nothing. He once tried to start a fire. It was suppressed before the first embers could consume a torn page. He tried to overload the door's security systems with jury-rigged electrical discharges. The guards weren't stupid. Instead of trying to subdue him themselves, they immediately called for reinforcements, pinning him down before he could take 3 steps past the doors. Now he couldn't even be trusted with a simple data pad. 2 weeks of careful effort were wasted. His most boneheaded, direct, and successful was to jump off his balcony simply. Despite his enhancements and implants, falling from 8 stories high would kill him. Luckily for him, there was a beautiful tree near his balcony and a shrubbery at its base that spared him from suffering more than some minor cuts and bruises. He was promptly captured 5 minutes later by drones and guards as he tried and failed to find a way to overcome the other defenses present across the palace's grounds. When that failed, a kinetic shield was placed outside his balcony, and the tree and shrubbery were removed, so he would not try it again. They right, he would have. And this time, with a plan in mind, not merely a simple goal of escape, without further plans or ways to overcome other obstacles in mind. He never truly cursed his lack of ability and proficiency for violence, martial prowess, and combat skills. He knew how to use a traditional sword and shoot, for non-lethal duels, fencing, and the occasional hunting expedition. He wasn't a warrior. He was never interested in military life, not even in passing or as a topic of entertainment. And he certainly wasn't like Veronica. But now, he cursed his inability to fight outside spreadsheets, legal confines, social norms, and bureaucratic processes. What am I going to do? He asked himself as ideas and plans formed in his head, only to be discarded a moment later. His options were limited, to say the least. He tried to protest by refusing to eat. His father ordered guards to force-feed him. He didn't try again. He tried to feign injuries and sickness as a last desperate attempt, but that only dragged physicians and medical scanners instead of getting him out. A childish tactic, but what else could he do? The only real option left at his disposal was, quite simply, to threaten his life. His father wouldn't allow it, of course, and what would that gain him? It would hurt his father, that much was certain, if he managed to succeed. The key word being if. But that wouldn't stop him, or even simply slow him down. No, his father was a man of precise focus, unrelenting will, and strategic genius that only Clara could hope to match. Clara. Princess Clara Astor. His cousin. The thought of her made him frown, sending him into a spiral of confusion that made his mind throb with pained strain. No matter how many times he thought about it, he couldn't understand why she didn't side with his father. Where Cornelius was cold and distant with his children, he was doting and attentive with her and her alone. He'd seen it himself. There was genuine love in his eyes whenever they talked. The kind of love that spoke of admiration, understanding, and longing. He couldn't hide it. Perhaps he never even tried. But ever since Clara began to display her aptitudes, Cornelius Draymore looked at her with the unspoken desire for Clara to be his daughter, his child. Oh, how he resented Clara for getting the attention of his father without even trying. At one point, he even hated her. Juvenile grudges and conflicting emotions clashed against his logical mind, creating distance between them. Never enough for them to fall apart, but enough to touch the invisible wall that stood in their midst. The reason for such blatant favoritism was so evident that he couldn't comprehend why most of his other cousins and close friends didn't see it. Clara was exceptionally talented and intelligent, a veritable genius in her own way. In her, he saw someone who could match his own brilliant mind blow for blow, and his father saw that immense potential in her even though she was but a child. But Clara had her own flaws. Initially, she showed no interest in taking her role as a princess seriously. She was only ever preoccupied with her own interests and satisfying her wicked, twisted sense of humor. Despite that, his father never stopped encouraging and doting on her with kind words, gifts, and attention. He often wondered what else his father saw in her. How far did his plans go? What did he envision for her future that only he could comprehend? Those were questions he couldn't answer. It wasn't until that infamous moment that his cousin was changed forever. Her focus shifted, and she embraced her role with unwavering conviction, quickly transforming her and Cynthia into the dreaded figures they were today. But it was his father who stepped in to put a stop to the bloodshed and chaos left in the wake of her reaping. Gabriel let out a stifled chuckle. Ironic, is it not? You stopped an incident that could have spilled into a potential civil war, only to carry out your own coup scant years later. It was precisely that bond they shared, that singular moment where he stepped in to do something no one else could, and their subsequent strengthened relationship that confused him so much. Clearly, Clara didn't know about her uncle's intentions beforehand. She would have acted in some way to either help or stop him, which meant that his father, despite his intentions and favoritism, didn't trust his most adored niece enough to confide in her. He didn't trust him either, that much was obvious. And Veronica? He couldn't tell her anything, even if he wanted to. She simply had no concept of subtlety and would lash out at the merest provocation or insult thrown at their traitor of a father. Why didn't his father trust the one he honestly saw as his own child? Cornelius Draymore wasn't a cruel man, nor was he truly neglectful. His love wasn't conditional. Veronica proved that beyond doubt on Calcasidar. It pained him to admit that his father loved him, even if he had difficulty showing it directly to anyone who wasn't Clara or his late mother. So why keep her in the dark at all? A shudder crawled up his spine at the idea of them joining forces in this succession dispute. Luckily for his cousin, the prince, Clara had rejected her uncle and sided with her brother. But why? She had all the reasons to join him outright, regardless of anything else. Yet she didn't. As a headache was threatening to make itself present, he heard something odd and new. It was less than a whisper, barely there, but it was real. He focused, straining his hearing, trying to catch that noise again. There it was, not 3 seconds later. Louder. Closer. Creeping? He turned to his right a few seconds later, locating where the noise was coming from. From the wall, a minuscule hole was punched into being, barely half a centimeter in diameter. From it, a long, thin centipede creature emerged. Mechanical. He stared at it as it quickly crept out of the wall, shooting at the hole it left behind with a white substance that quickly sealed off the entry point. Gabriel remained seated, merely watching the construct crawl on the ceiling, far beyond his reach. It continued to crawl until it reached one of the concealed cameras. It latched onto it, and then nothing happened. That is, until he heard 2 heavy thuds outside his door. A moment later, the doors opened to reveal a group of 6 honor guards, 2 maids, and to his shock, a gray and black-haired man with a bushy mustache and deep, colorful green eyes, who entered the room in a hurry. Gabriel jumped to his feet. "What is the meaning of this, Peterson?" he asked, fear gripping his heart as only a single answer manifested itself in his mind. "I beg you, my Lord Gabriel, don't ask questions and come with us. We don't have more than a few minutes to act, if that." Peterson, head chef of Draymore Palace, implored as 2 of the honor guards secured the weapons and removed the helmets of the 2 fallen guards. Gabriel closed his eyes for a moment, then nodded and moved to follow the head chef as the group began to run down the hallways. "Why, Peterson?" he asked as soon as the first corner was turned. "We are loyal to the prince, your Lord Father, and the principality in equal measure, my Lord Gabriel," Peterson began, leading the group as fast as they could run. "Regardless, there are few of us who disapprove of his lordship's actions and less so of your confinement. We couldn't voice our opinions in broad daylight, however. Those who did were promptly removed. Transferred to other stations and duties," he said as he came to an abrupt halt. His eyes flickered for a moment, then he let out a whispered curse. "They're already countering the initial diversion." "We won't reach the rally point," said one of the maids in a trembling tone. "We all knew the risks," said one of the honor guard. "Lord Peterson, carry on. Nabeji and I will create another diversion." Without waiting for a rebuttal, he turned to Gabriel and gave him a deep bow. "Be safe, Lord Gabriel." "Loyalty is its own reward," he announced before he and his named companion ran back from whence they came. "Let's keep moving," Peterson ordered as he and his remaining companions broke into a run down the long hallways devoid of other servants and guards. It won't be long before they notice their video feeds are set in a loop. "You're an old fool, Peterson," Gabriel cursed. "All of you, my father won't be pleased. He may execute you for this, failure or not." "We know, my lord," replied the other, older maid. "I've served loyally for over 40 years. My house will not miss me, and they will not be involved. Your Lord Father is a great man, but what he is doing is wrong and unbecoming of him in all regards. If his ambitions fail to be realized, the ruination of House Draymore may follow. With you standing against him, maybe the prince shall show mercy and restraint," Peterson added. Gabriel bit his tongue, nearly drawing blood. There was nothing he could say to Peterson, a man he respected and cherished for all his little gestures of kindness and genuine care, not just aimed at him, but to everyone in service to House Draymore. He couldn't begin to imagine how much it pained him to do what he was doing, to be labeled a traitor and take the chance to let him escape. How long had he and his colleagues, whose names he didn't know, planned this? Frustration returned to him. There was nothing he could do but obey and let them do whatever they had agreed upon doing. Am I truly so useless? He asked himself as they ran. They made it to the ample exterior pool when the alarms began to sound. Nodding to themselves, the maids broke from the formation, running in different directions. They'll provide further distractions, claiming they saw us somewhere else and guiding as many guards and patrols away, Peterson explained in a somber tone. They'll deploy drones, trackers, and hounds too, Gabriel said as the group arrived at a small storage room at the far end of the pool. One of the honor guard used his plasma sword to pierce through the security panel, unlocking the door. "Then move, my Lord Gabriel," Peterson said, shoving Gabriel into the storage room while two of the honor guards scattered to fulfill yet another diversion. The remaining honor guard followed, closing the door and taking defensive positions. At the same time, Peterson uncovered a maintenance panel. Without hesitation, Gabriel jumped into the hole, followed shortly by Peterson. The panel above them was covered as they began to crawl as fast as they could. "Where are my cousins and the Council of Nobles held?" Gabriel asked as he crawled. "I don't know, my Lord Gabriel." "No one knows their exact location. The only certainty is that they are here on Camrim. That might change regardless of whether you are successful in your escape or not," Peterson replied, chuckling. This is nothing like what we prepared for. My Lord Gabriel, please, forgive me for my incompetence. I thought we had more time." Gabriel let out a mirthless laugh as his eyes narrowed. "Incompetence? You've achieved something I've failed to do multiple times. Truth be told, I was starting to accept my situation and remain held captive in silence until my father's downfall came. If I am to leave, then I'll find a way to reunite with my cousin the prince and fight alongside him to the best of my abilities if he'll have me. You've given me that chance, Peterson. You and your allies. I shan't forget this gesture." "It fills my heart with joy to hear you speak such words, my Lord Gabriel," Peterson began, but was interrupted by the sound of distant shots. "But we must hurry if there is any hope for that to become a reality." "Then hurry we shall," Gabriel exclaimed. Time passed as a blur before his eyes until they made it to the end of the seemingly endless narrow tunnel. Exiting on the other side after climbing up a ladder, Gabriel discovered they had made it past the outer perimeter of the palace's walls and were now near some sort of water filtration or treatment machinery. "Hurry, my Lord Gabriel," Peterson exclaimed as he sealed the door. Gabriel followed him through the dense vegetation as the sound of alarms, distant shouts, barking, and a gentle stream were heard. Peterson rushed to a conveniently placed white stone. Upon reaching it, the head chef pulled out a small device from his chest pocket and pressed a button. A moment later, a distortion field revealed half a dozen hoverbikes. "My Lord Gabriel, please take this," Peterson said, turning to his baffled sire. "Gabriel, please, listen to me." Gabriel shook his head and focused on Peterson, the older man's face a mix of relief and panic as he shoved a credit chit into his left hand. "There are 200,000 credits in it. Use them to find a way to get off-world. Travel to Emerald Territory, seek refuge with Duchess Sylvia if you can. If that option is closed to you, then head for a neutral territory," he exclaimed desperately. "I'm sorry I can do more, Gabriel." "You've done more than enough, Peterson," Gabriel said before moving to hug the older man in a tight but brief embrace. "Come with me." "I can't," Peterson countered. "We were supposed to meet with my son, Paradine, but now he's aware the initial plan has failed. Don't search for him. I ordered him to destroy all evidence linking him to our plan if it failed. You must find a way to blend in with the masses and leave Camrim. Hurry, Gabriel. His lordship won't be pleased, and I fear his ire may be great once he learns of what I've done." He then turned to the hoverbikes. "The battery of their refraction fields should last until you reach the city. I may not be able to go with you, but I can give you more time." "Now go! Go!" Gabriel spared a few more seconds to stare into the eyes of the older man. Then, he mounted one of the hoverbikes, engaged the field, and flew away, mere centimeters above the stream's surface. His mind was in turmoil, but he advanced, knowing he wouldn't have another chance if he allowed it to slip past his fingers. It didn't take long before he heard an explosion behind him. "Rightful honor, Duke Cornelius, private quarters." "Peterson?" Cornelius spoke the name without anger. Instead, his voice transmitted disappointment and hurt. The head chef didn't look away even as he was bound and flanked by two guards, his spotless uniform replaced by cheap clothes only fit for a prisoner, while a thin black collar adorned his neck. His bushy mustache remained intact and properly kept. The blond man found himself feeling relieved that the head chef had done everything in his power to retain his honor and noble pride, which reflected in his green, vibrant eyes. "My Lord Duke," Peterson greeted solemnly and without resentment. Cornelius spared a moment to close his eyes, inhale deeply, then open his eyes, and he exhaled calmly. "I should have transferred you to another posting, yet my sentimentalities worked against me. It is my failure that you've managed to execute your plot. I thank you deeply for holding me in such high esteem, my lord, Peterson replied sincerely. Although, and do forgive me if my words come as empty flattery, it was your absence that opened a window to extract Gabriel. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared under any other circumstances. Cornelius stroked his beard once before crossing his arms. Meaningless praise was never your strong suit, he declared. I must admit, Peterson, that I am both impressed and disappointed in equal measure. You've betrayed my trust, your oaths, and squandered everything you've worked for. That you found others willing to sacrifice themselves under my roof is worthy of acclaim and applause. Cleo and Roseltia, their betrayal isn't surprising, yet it wounds my heart all the same. And members of my own honor guard? If I were a paranoid man, I'd suspect you to be an agent, lying in wait for the perfect chance to strike, Peterson, he said in a half-joking tone. Peterson smiled, a chuckle escaping his throat. Me? An agent? We both know I don't have the stomach for it. Age, shared experiences, and unity, combined with extensive knowledge of the palace's layout, were in my favor, my lord. So it seems, Cornelius's smile dropped slightly. Why did you betray me, Peterson? He asked, cutting to the chase, though his tone remained soft, friendly, and understanding. I couldn't bear to see Lord Gabriel chained down any more, my lord, Peterson answered without hesitation. To see your own flesh and blood trapped in a gilded cage of your design? I offer my most sincere apologies, my lord Cornelius. I'm a loyal son of the principality above all. Cornelius nodded slowly, a futile attempt in the end. No matter your intentions, Gabriel will be escorted back to the palace on short notice. Your plan only succeeded partially, he paused, analyzing Peterson's calm expression. My son isn't gifted with creativity. Alone, without resources, and under a hostile environment, his chances of success are low under the best conditions. Peterson closed his eyes and sighed. When he opened them, he stared at his lord with a pitying gaze. Gabriel isn't as helpless as you believe, my lord. In having him leave Camrim, I failed, but I managed to set him free from your clutches. He will find a way to elude you. I know he will. Cornelius frowned slightly. Your certainty is founded in misconceptions and blind hope, Peterson. The head chef shook his head slightly. I know Gabriel more than you know him. Cornelius! The guards flanking the older man were about to hit him when a firm stop from their lord commanded them to halt. You may not wish to hear my words, my lord, but they are true. Cornelius stared into Peterson's eyes for a long, silent minute, trying to find deception or mockery, but all he found was pity and understanding that could only be understood by another father. He found his voice again after letting out a deep hum. Do you believe that my son will be able to reach forces loyal to my nephew on his own? He will find a way. How or what that path looks like, I dare not assume. But a path will be forged, Peterson answered. A tense silence befell the two men for what felt like hours, until the head chef cleared his throat. I do not regret my actions, my lord. Nor is my resentment warranted. It is not my place to question your motives or demand answers. I accept the consequences, whatever they may be. I ask not for mercy. I implore no forgiveness. Cornelius stared at the man he'd known since he was but an idealistic adolescent. Memories tried to barge into the front of his mind, but discipline kept them at bay. They would not sway him, nor would nostalgia cloud his mind. Your father will know of your transgressions, the Duke began. Paradine shall join you soon, as well as other conspirators. Your titles, ranks, and positions shall be forfeited. Furthermore, you shall remain imprisoned indefinitely until I decide whether you deserve punishment or benevolence. Peterson's mouth fell open in surprise, and he lowered his head. My lord is merciful even after my betrayal? Do not confuse mercy with practicality, Peterson. Your treason is insignificant compared to my many other duties. It is Gabriel's involvement that brought you before me, Cornelius replied in a serious tone. Take this traitor away and ensure no harm befalls him or his conspirators. Now begone! The hammer of Draymore is strong, the guards proclaimed before the transmission ended. Alone in his quarters, Cornelius allowed himself a moment to pinch the bridge of his nose as plans, measures, countermeasures, orders, and strategies formed inside his mind at a frantic pace. Within mere seconds, hundreds of them had been reviewed, processed, discarded, or retained for further consideration. He turned to his strategic desk, and with a single thought, the map of the principality appeared as a holographic display. Zooming closer to the territory of House Draymore and its neighbors, a deep hum vibrated within his throat as he replayed the message he'd received not too long ago during a meeting with Maurice Ishtal. His chief of security was brief and professional, even as shame and fear were evident in his heart with due reason. His son had escaped under his watch, and he made no excuses to deflect responsibility. That alone spared him from his initial rage. Cornelius's frown deepened. His praise of Peterson's plan was genuine. He had planned the escape meticulously for at least a few weeks, likely for months. It was a plan refined in simplicity. Whilst Gabriel's guard shifts were kept on a deliberate, ever-morphing timer to avoid creating a routine, the rest remained unchanged. Peterson took advantage of this by feeding as many personnel as he could a potent somnifacient with a delayed action. Then, his allies helped create a loop within the palace's systems, granting them the window they needed to carry out their extraction. As if that wasn't enough, he'd managed to create dozens of false alarms and security breaches to go off at the same time, drawing away even more guards and servants from their usual posts and duties. Finally, they would do everything in their power to create more distractions and misdirections, which ultimately allowed the head chef to disable security protocols and successfully smuggle his son beyond the palace's outer perimeter. As a final act of defiance, Peterson himself enacted one last distraction by destroying the remaining hoverbikes, remaining behind to face the consequences of his actions, all to give Gabriel the best chance possible of a successful escape. The rest of Peterson's failed plan was simple. Paradine would receive the group, move Gabriel to an undisclosed location, and then smuggle him off-world before he could issue a command to launch a search campaign across Camrim's capital city, Draystone. His chief of security, proving to be competent at his job, countered Peterson's plans as quickly as he could manage. Quick enough to thwart the completion of his plan, not enough to avoid partial success. But what of Gabriel? What of his beloved son? He knew him well. He understood how Gabriel thought and acted. Methodical and with strict adherence to protocol, rules, and norms. Both he and Veronica shared a volatile temper when pressed. But where his daughter was nearly incapable of seeing reason beyond her initial reaction, Gabriel only acted when there was no room for doubt. Alone, Gabriel wouldn't know what to do. Without a guiding hand or left to his own devices, he'd fall and shatter like so many times before. He excelled in 3 areas: bureaucracy, administration, and statesmanship. Had he joined him, he could have left not only Camrim but the entirety of his territory in the hands of his to govern and direct in his absence. Alas, he'd miscalculated just how deep his loyalty to his cousin ran. "Yet another failure of mine," he muttered, clenching his hands into fists. The rage and regret washed over him for an instant, but only an instant before his mind returned to the task at hand. What would Gabriel do next? Where would he go in the unlikely case he managed to leave Camrim undetected? He will first try to gather information on the current political climate. With his options open, he'll discard the notion of asking Sylvia for refuge, he said, discarding his sister as a possibility. Her indecisiveness will paint her as a liability, a poor choice, a potential threat. He'll realize that going to her will likely mean she'd return him to me to avoid a potential altercation. He won't risk heading into Kalan territory. It's too dangerous for a man such as he. Would he dare try to enter Aster territory? He would. He most definitely would if he's desperate enough, Cornelius hummed, stroking his beard. His options are limited. He doesn't lack the conviction to try to remain within Draymore territory and rally support around him. But he lacks the resources and support. Few are those who'd risk their positions and lives for him. His eyes narrowed slightly. Asylum. He'll seek asylum within Arnav territory and remain there. House Arnav has enough sway and power to grant him refuge as an honored guest. He would then try to contact the prince, providing any aid that he can possibly muster from a distance, assuming he isn't captured first. The blond man reasoned with unshakable certainty. "You will be found, my son," he said as the holographic map dissipated into nothingness. As he turned to the screen once more, he connected to the network and contacted his appointed seneschal. A minute later, a woman with vibrant blonde hair, striking orange eyes, and healthy pinkish skin, who appeared to be no older than 40 despite being over 100 years old, appeared on screen. She was wearing a luxurious green dress. Her lips were covered in neon green lipstick, and a stylish tilted white round hat adorned her head. Her name was Dinah Hansenik, head of House Hansenik, the most powerful minor house on Camrim, and his mother-in-law. Dinah, it is good to see you.
Ah, Cornelius, how positively wonderful to see you again, my child, Dinah said in a warm, almost longing tone. I presume this isn't a social call. You don't make the effort to talk to me all that often anymore. The Duke stared into the ancient, tired but wise eyes of his mother-in-law for several seconds, seeing in them the eyes of his late wife. With difficulty, he pushed his feelings aside, regaining his imposing posture. Sadly for both of us, you are correct, Dinah. I come bearing disheartening news. My son Gabriel has fled from the palace with the aid of treasonous servants. Dinah nodded once in understanding. Peterson? She said, not truly asking, but rather confirming her initial suspicion. The Duke's silence was the answer she needed. He had the courage to do such a thing? He did, alongside others close to him, including Cleo and Ruseltia, Cornelius revealed. Dinah's expression fell at the mention of the maids' names. Poor things. I assume their punishment has been decided? They'll be imprisoned until I make my final decision on the matter, he replied as he internally cursed himself. He wanted to keep things short and to the point, but talking to his mother-in-law always resulted in at least some gossip and detraction from the original subject. She always had that effect on him, same as his wife. I see, Dinah sighed. My dear child, do be kind to them. I ask you not to forgive their transgressions, only that you stay your hand from wrapping too tightly around their necks. It never crossed my mind to punish them unfairly, he confessed. That's all I ask, Dinah said, then suddenly her expression turned steely and focused. Shall I implement a planetary search? Cornelius nodded. Do so immediately. Detain all off-world departures from plane shuttles to the largest transport vessels. Enforce biometric identification across all ship personnel heading in or out. Dispatch guard and militia forces in search of my son with immediate orders to apprehend him with minimal force. It will be only a matter of time before he is found or he exposes himself. Dinah bowed her head. It shall be done as you command, my Lord Regent. Gabriel will be captured and delivered home safely, even if I must carry him myself. She paused, then her smile returned. Cornelius, my child, when will you search for another wife? Jasmine wouldn't want you to remain alone forever mourning her memory. Cornelius stiffened, knowing that she was right. Jasmine herself had made him promise that, if she were to die somehow, he'd remarry eventually. He only agreed to her silly, morbid request if she'd agree to do the same in case his life ended abruptly. He could vividly remember her smile, the warmth in her eyes, her smell and her touch. Everything. He smiled. Eventually, he replied before cutting the connection. Closing his eyes and inhaling deeply, he buried his feelings yet again. Mourning was pointless. He'd done enough of that already. Right now, the Principality needed him, and there was much left to be done. Navenroot, capital world of House Tygan. It was a true tragedy that he couldn't be there personally to witness Felicity's downfall. He'd done all he could to ensure her suffering and shame were great for her transgressions against House Cayston. Had she succeeded, he would have organized a grand feast in her honor, sparing no expense, and perhaps gaining her ear and hand to marry her to one of his many available pawns. But she'd failed miserably. No, that didn't quite describe the level of failure she'd achieved. Her example would serve as a cautionary tale for generations to come. He smiled internally at that. No doubt Deborah and Otto, alongside the rest of their ilk, were already moving pieces, making deals, and doing everything they could to shift the narrative somehow, to shift the disgrace their useless daughter cast upon them. It would work to an extent. It didn't matter. The Reaper had already claimed victory. That would be remembered the most. Not their desperate attempts to alter history. The princess's deeds were almost worthy of applause. Almost. She'd been cruel, cunning, vindictive in the most vicious way she could conjure, and yet she'd stayed her hand from doing far, far worse. The Reaper, Clara Astor, second princess of the Astorian Principality. Her grim title was laughable. At least to him it was. What had she done to deserve it? Publicly condemned the entire lineage of 3 great houses and several minor ones? How many lives had her direct order claimed? A paltry 3,000. Throughout his life, he'd claimed at least thrice that number. Granted, only 24 came from a great house. Then there was the blood rend, now that fear and reputation were warranted. Brutal and efficient. A living weapon forged within the womb and carried to a level rarely seen before in the Principality.
Against her, he was powerless, for she played under different rules, a nuisance he'd wish removed. Yet they were not the reason why he was on Navon route. He hated to admit it, but the lush planet was beyond breathtaking, and his lungs felt clean from breathing its air. Hadrian Tegan, whilst absent, had tossed caution to the wind in favor of bringing extravaganza to his palace. Famous artists and performers were present. Arms dealers, entertainers, musicians, actors, celebrities, and even 3 lone wolves. The list of guests was vast and diverse. Admirals, generals, and other career military men and women powerful enough to warrant an invitation to join in the plethora of rich and influential nobility present. He wasn't afraid to admit that the grand banquet organized by Hadrian's ladywife was a resounding success. A most wonderful gathering of herds, snakes, fools, and potentially useful idiots. The drink was plentiful and of the highest quality. Exotic delicacies prepared by renowned chefs were being prepared with precision and all the flair such dishes warranted. It was a display of wealth, influence, and power like no other. Yet despite everything that went into making it a reality, to him, it was merely a scenario to play. Oh, and he would play. Pretending to listen to some useless vagabond commodore, he scanned the room for his real targets. He'd been trying to find them ever since his arrival, but they had eluded him thus far. Yet, he was a patient hunter. His prey would always show up sooner or later. His eyes lit up when he finally spotted them. Ravaging their transports is the most important strategy. "Wouldn't you agree, Lord Tamarin?" the Commodore asked, as 2 ladies and a commander waited eagerly for the man's reply. "You speak truth, Commodore, though perhaps overzealous in my opinion. Targeting their support ships should prove more effective. Without proper support, their range will be limited and their reactions predictable," Tamarin replied, earning the empty nods of approval from those waiting to hear his answer. The Commodore pretended to ponder on his answer. Before he could say anything else, Tamarin stood up from his chair. "My sincerest apologies. This exchange has been most riveting, but alas, I must tend to the interests of my house." "Ah, yes. Understandable, Lord Tamarin. We thank you for your wisdom and the pleasure of your company," the Commodore said, trying to hide his dejection. Without saying anything else, Tamarin left the table. He was still within hearing range when he heard the other leeches abandoning the buffon now that their anchor was gone. Useless idiots were never in short supply. Useful ones? Well, now those required some effort.
"Excuse me?"
"A word, if you please, lords and ladies," Tamarin asked as he approached a group of Tigans. Their clothes and insignia told him everything he needed to know. Most of them were from branch houses, with 2 among them coming from the main house. They were low-ranking, but not so much that those with true importance ignored them. All of them were young, eager, and thirsty to prove themselves no matter what. It was almost too easy. "Lord Tamirin Caiston," the leading noblewoman bowed her head, presenting herself as politely as she could muster. The others followed her example, recognizing just who was in front of them. "Please, I'm a guest." "I'm the one who must show respect, not the other way around," he proclaimed before returning the gesture. His smile widened inside his mind. It truly was disgustingly simple. They were shocked by his show of respect. Of course, when was the last time the head of a great house lowered himself to greet those who didn't warrant it? Their eyes sparkled with ambition and hunger at the promise of an opportunity opening before them. Yet they were cautious. The rivalry and feud between their 2-storied houses was over 100 years old and still present in the minds of many. "There's no need for you to greet us in such a manner, Lord Tamarin," the other nobleman from the main house interjected. "Pardon my rudeness and intrusion, but are you searching for her ladyship?" "We will be happy to help you locate her," he offered. Tamarin offered a soothing smile as he replied, "I've already paid my respects to Lady Yanara. Will you join me in talks? I'm in dire need of the opinion of the youth, but I can't entrust my worries with just anyone. If you'd do me the favor of listening to my ramblings, I would consider it a personal favor," he offered, placing a most tempting reward before them. There was some reluctance in their movements. His reputation was well known, and most of it was spread by his own mouth and hands. Never enough to cause immediate rejection, but always within the realm of chance. Young, fearless, and brainless dullards always thought they could easily outwit a frail old man. The young Tigans were not that stupid. Yes, they were already proving themselves to be precisely what he was expecting them to be. A little push was all that was needed. As allies, it would be vastly beneficial for all of us to understand each other in the service of his Lord Regent. Wouldn't you agree? Tamarin asked, his words coated with heavy implications that few could refute. They all exchanged glances, then, one by one, they nodded. The next 2 hours passed quickly. This was his favorite part, the setup. Kind, empty words always worked wonderfully. Gestures of attention, support, and thickly veiled promises of support and reward to help them relax were given sporadically, never enough to raise suspicion, always within reasonable limits to fan the flames of ambition. They spoke of nonsense, gossip, and personal interests. Guards were lowered and they relaxed, not noticing the strings etching themselves to their backs. Tamir and Caiston was patient. An opening would always come without fail. Fleet will rise. It will no longer be a fruitless dream. Under the command of House Tygan, the dead man's fleet will be no more, one noble exclaimed, entirely too relaxed and immersed in the conversation. Careful with what you desire, young man.
I've seen too many lose themselves to such ambitions, Tamarin said as his expression saddened.
My grandson thought similarly, and he paid a most regretful price. We share in your anger, Lord Tamarin. That honorless beast had no right to torment your grandson, Casimir, in such a terrible manner, said one of the ladies present. Anger? Tamarin asked, blinking in confusion. His young companions shared puzzled expressions, not expecting his reaction. Young lady, I'm not angry. I'm saddened and worried. He paused for a moment to sip from his glass of wine. My grandson, Casimir, was brutalized, this is true, but he isn't faultless. It was thanks to Felicity's actions that his tormentor was invited in. She paid the price, and so did Casimir. Was it tragic? Absolutely. Was it warranted? Equally so. But, Lord Tamirin, that man tortured him, said one of the young nobles. And yet it was my grandson who threw the first stone. When you attack someone in plain sight, don't be surprised when retaliation is invoked, Tamarin said, gaining another exchange of glances between his young tools. What worries me is that man. What was it again? Wolfhound? Ah, yes. Wyatt Staples, the Wolfhound. His exploits are many in such a short amount of time. Worst of all, he is a ruthless beast that may rival the Bloodrend herself in terms of brutality. Tamarin smiled as he leaned forward. His tools followed suit, now captivated by his words. I've learned that not only is he favored by House Astor, but that the Reaper herself has incorporated him into her inner circle, he revealed, causing a few choking gasps. What sort of monster must that man truly be to gain such a position? Enough to beat a lone wolf, one of the ladies whispered in response. What more is he hiding? Came another question. If he was able to do that to a potential future heir, that beast must be stopped, the second lady proposed. A most prudent conclusion, Tamarin praised. As he stands now, the Astor's Wolfhound is nothing more than a mongrel with sharp fangs but with no biting force. Yet the danger remains. Wyatt Staples could grow in power beyond our wildest nightmares. The Pretender Prince may even, in his arrogance and thirst for power, be preparing this man to replace a great house, gaining an unofficial fourth vassal house, or worse. He shuddered at the same time, a smile spread within his mind. Anyone able to find more about him and cut the threat his lineage poses will be greatly rewarded by his Lord Regent. I'm sure of it. To strike down the monster while it is yet a mere cub. That was it. That was all that was needed. The seeds had been planted as he saw the gears inside the heads of his tools turn. He needn't do more except step back and let them arrive at the logical conclusion by themselves. Word was bound to spread, claiming for themselves the origin of the idea he'd implanted. Would they be successful? He didn't know. He didn't care. One or more useful idiots would take action with overinflated ambitions, or those desperate enough. Tamarin excused himself. His goal had been achieved. Now he needed to mingle and distance himself from his new tools. He would keep his word. He would do nothing to harm the Staples. Camrim Draystone, capital city. What am I going to do? Gabriel Draymore asked himself the same question as sleep deprivation began to creep into the edges of his senses. He had been awake for 3 entire days. Even with his implants and augmentations, he was starting to reach the limits of what he was capable of withstanding. Never in his life had he ever needed to stay awake for longer than a whole standard day cycle. But that was, in all honesty, the least of his worries. With his heightened metabolism, he could stave off the need to eat for just as long without issues before his body started to protest. But that also meant that his caloric intake and nutritional necessities couldn't be ignored indefinitely without serious consequences. Water was, thankfully, readily available, and while finding ways to eat wasn't difficult, it certainly left much to be desired, mainly speaking in the flavor department. He had to rely on standard and readily available commoner-grade rations that were, to put it mildly, some of the most awful things his taste buds had endured, to the point he felt physically assaulted by the interesting flavors alone. Puzzlingly, that wasn't the worst part, as the texture proudly came to claim that crown. He could only describe it as stringy, chewy, and difficult to swallow. He didn't know what steps Peterson's plan would need to follow after the escape from the palace, but he prepared commoner clothes in order to mingle among them as he'd mentioned. The clothes felt coarse and irritated his skin, but it was certainly better than standing out with his high-quality suit. The shoes were simple and a little worn. Common synth socks warmed his feet. His pants were brown and rugged, his shirt was gray with the logo of a rock being split in two by a hammer. He wore a thick black jacket with a hoodie and sunglasses that hid his eyes. It was meant to be nothing more than a temporary disguise. Not anymore. He discarded one of his favorite suits and left the hoverbike behind. The idea of selling or using them as a bargaining chip crossed his mind, but he discarded it a moment later. Leaving a trail, no matter how inconsequential in his mind, would only work against him at some point. No doubt his father would be contacted and informed about his escape within hours at best. Nowhere near enough time for him to get any significant head start if there was any hope of success. 1 hour after his escape, an emergency broadcast erupted throughout the Draystone. By order of his grandmother, Dinah Hansenik, all departures from Camreem would be halted, and any incoming cargo would be detained in orbit for further inspection before it could land. The excuse was believable. Arabian agents had been detected on Camreem and were being hunted down, with Draystone receiving the heaviest deployment of police, militia, and guard forces, with army elements providing support. With his main route of escape cut off, he had been forced to keep moving across dark alleys and the underbelly of Draystone, where security wouldn't be so tight and cameras and drones would be less frequent. Partially, he thanked his father for blocking his ability to access networks. Otherwise, his grandmother's forces would detect him the moment he made a connection. Buying a regular datapad and hiding in the darkest corner of a bar, he used it to inform himself about the current state of politics. He nearly crushed his datapad out of pure frustration. He couldn't access the detailed military reports, but he could discern just how dire the situation truly was. The Callan, Astor, and Winfield territories were, essentially, fully blockaded at all strategic points of interest. The bulk of Draymore loyalist forces were dedicated to such an endeavor. There were sporadic skirmishes across all fronts, but the prince's loyalists were at a clear disadvantage. Furthermore, with House Anderson pledging itself to his father's treasonous coup, House Valto was now surrounded, overwhelmed. Their small but valiant efforts of resistance were rendered nearly obsolete. That only left Houses Lintar and Finnegan as the prince's only true available fighting forces, but House Lintar was notoriously weak, and House Wonder would keep them at bay easily. House Finnegan had never focused on military strength, but rather in medical and technological development and research above all, but had, so far, managed to repel Draymore forces and become a rallying point for any available forces loyal to his cousin, the prince. It filled his heart with even more anger directed at Duke Oscar and Duchess Sylvia. With the clear and outspoken support of any of them, his father's ambitions would certainly crumble around him. It wouldn't be easy. Duke Cornelius Draymore was not a man known for admitting surrender unless it benefited him somehow. He doubted his father would give in to defeat at all. Regardless, seeing the procession on Matcha elevated his mood as anger was about to take over his senses. His prince was safe and alive, standing tall, proud, dignified, and resolute to stop the traitors who opposed his ascension. The beacon that united the principality was joined by one of his royal sisters. Fortune was kind to him in allowing Clara to join his side. His anguish and pain were great for not being able to be there with his cousins in defiance of his traitor of a father. A smile formed on his lips when he saw the reports on the liberation of Hastrung and the victory Redford had achieved, coupled with the assault on the Gallant Venture by one Wyatt Staples. He couldn't quite make up his mind on what the man really was, but it didn't matter. He was loyal to the prince. That's all that mattered to him. It was thanks to his hand that a lone wolf was now outside his father's reach, and a great humiliation was dealt to both House Centaur and the Duke in equal measure. Despite those small victories, however, the traitors were hardly rattled from their position of strength with the pledge of House Anderson. He didn't believe for a moment that his cousin would execute an heir apparent in such cold blood, less so that Redford wouldn't object to it, or be the one holding the blade, as it were. He'd found all that 2 days ago. For 2 days, he'd kept moving constantly, never staying in one place for more than a few hours. His grandmother's forces were moving quickly but methodically, swarming the city from its outer edges and going through sector by sector in search of him. He loved his grandmother. The ancient woman was wise, kind, and preferred to spend her days in tranquility and silence. Even after his mother died, she never lost her composure, but she distanced herself from them amicably. Yet he wouldn't go to her. The thought never crossed his mind. Kind she was, but not placid. She was a dangerous woman in her own right. Capable, intelligent, and focused. Just because he was her grandson didn't mean she would let him go or protect him from his father. She was loyal to House Draymore and the Principality in that order. She wasn't a traitor in his mind. Rather, she was merely doing her duty to her duke. Gabriel sank into his seat as something that passed as music rumbled against his ears. He'd heard worse. What am I going to do? He asked himself again. You can start by ordering something this time, proclaimed a feminine, bored voice to his right. Glancing at the relatively small, brown-haired woman wearing plain clothes, an earpiece, and holding a small datapad, Gabriel remembered where he was. Another commoner bar that stank of cheap drinks. Water and something to eat, he replied. The woman raised an eyebrow. You hit rock bottom, didn't you? More or less, he replied, though he wanted nothing more than to be left alone. The woman chuckled. Seen many like you over the years, pal. Here, I'll get you a grilled tanshi steak with steamed potatoes. That'll hit the spot. I'll leave you to your brooding now. Gabriel watched as the woman tapped her pad a few times and then walked away. For the first time since he entered, he looked around the bar. The decorations were less than quaint, to put it mildly. No style or elegance. They were there just to fill up space without any semblance of order. The paint job was nicely done, at least, but the colors were boorish and opaque. Small cleaning drones occasionally swept the floors and tables, uninterrupted by the other patrons of the establishment. At the far corner, a couple was busy locking lips. 2 tables over, a trio of teenagers were laughing as they drank, likely wasting the fruits of their labor as if it were a cause for celebration. Beyond them, another lonely figure quietly ate a bowl of something he couldn't identify. Lastly, a group of 4 rugged men and women was engaged in quiet discussion, slowly eating their meals and sipping their cheap liquor. Commoners, he thought, not with disdain, but mere resignation and not a small amount of irritation. The Principality was fighting itself all around them. The threat of a civil war breaking out was real. And yet, the simple-minded commoners were either too enraptured by their own tiny, insignificant squabbles, or they simply didn't care. Either option was detestable, though he had to admit a small part of him felt envious. To live in such ignorance, short-sightedness, and simple-minded stubbornness had to be, if nothing else, liberating in its own unique, awful way. A small pang of pain throbbed in his head, but it passed quickly. Yet another small reminder that his time was running short. He first needed to find a way to secure his passage off-world. There would be biometric and gene identification processes along the way to board any theoretical ship. Who would dare smuggle him with the risks so high? He could use his authority to force a merchant ship or commoners to secure his escape, but that had its own problems. They would obey him, of course, if they believed he was Gabriel Draymore to begin with, and not a dreaded Arabian agent. He'd be turned over for no doubt an ample recompense before he could do anything else. In their place, he concluded, he would do the same. Who would believe that the son of Duke Cornelius Draymore was not only in front of them, but demanding transportation off-world? Not even the most witless of commoners would obey unconditionally such demands. How to hide his identity enough to elude security systems, bypass biometric scanners, and board a ship successfully were the problems he was currently facing. But they were far from the only ones. His conviction would not be broken by mere insipid food and the temporary deprivation of what he'd grown accustomed to being part of his daily life. His biggest problem was far more pressing. Where would he go in the hypothetical case he left Camrim? Peterson had urged him to go to his aunt, Duchess Sylvia Emerald, first, and if he couldn't, seek refuge in a neutral territory. Bless his heart, but there was a reason the head chef had never ventured into politics or sought to further his position within his own house. Going to Emerald territory made sense. Under the protection of his aunt, he would remain safely away from his father's clutches. But that was only if Duchess Sylvia was willing to grant him her protection. Furthermore, he wouldn't be able to chant for his cousin's cause or showcase his support openly without serious ramifications and likely costing him any theoretical protection the Duchess bestowed upon him. In all likelihood, he'd be trading one gilded cage for another. And that was presuming Duchess Sylvia wouldn't simply return him to his father herself to prevent an altercation from taking place. Worse yet, her indecisiveness and lack of support toward the prince made her a liability that he simply couldn't put his trust in. So he discarded the option of seeking his aunt's protection. But why go to her in the first place? Gallant territory bordered Draymore territory. He could find passage in a civilian-grade ship and join Gallant forces. However, the problems immediately became apparent. Firstly, Gallant territory was under heavy blockade, which meant a heavy Draymore loyalist military presence. Secondly, if he managed to make contact with Gallant forces, what then? He wasn't a warrior, and his presence, if revealed, would only embolden forces under his father's banner to capture him. And thirdly, he wouldn't be able to go anywhere to support his prince. Heading directly onto Aster territory was another tempting option. Alas, it was not meant to be. The difficulties he faced in entering Gallant territory were magnified, depriving him of hope. Perhaps, in desperation, he would throw caution to the wind and head there regardless. But he wasn't that desperate. Not yet. To serve the principality and aid his cousin to the best of his abilities, he needed to remain focused on his objectives. That only left one true route for him to walk on: asylum in a neutral territory. Requesting asylum would put him in a similar position to choosing to go to Duchess Sylvia Emerald, minus the very real threat of being immediately handed over for the sake of maintaining relations. He could also move more openly to rally support for the prince's cause. A diplomat he wasn't, but he wasn't terrible at the role either. Perhaps, just perhaps, he could convince a great house to side with the prince. Oh, what a boon would that be, even if it were an unlikely outcome. But where to go? House Hillborough wouldn't grant him any asylum whatsoever. House Haste wouldn't either. They were too busy maintaining their duties against the Arabian Commonwealth to care much about who sat on the throne at any given moment. House Edgebank was a good option, but while not weak by any means in terms of military strength, its attention was focused inward. And House Duovani? With the exception of one other immediate house, that was his best option. House Duovani was renowned for its refinement in the pursuit of all forms of art, culinary delights, and thriving industries. Overall weak in military might, but not too terrible. His last option was House Arnav. Hardly an ideal first choice, House Arnav was one of the most powerful great houses across the Principality for a variety of reasons. Chief among them, of course, their efforts against the Arabian Commonwealth alongside Houses Hillborough and Haste. The Fifth Fleet was also present there, which granted House Arnav a great deal of autonomy and tangible power, enough to grant him refuge and welcome him as an honored guest. Not even his father or the honorless viper that was Tamarin Caiston would dare incite the fury of House Arnav. Yes, finding his way to House Arnav was his best option to escape his father and, from there, try to gain their favor or, at the very least, contact his cousin, the prince, from a safe position. It was a perfect plan, his only truly viable plan. A predictable plan, Gabriel muttered under his breath, and a joyless smirk spread across his lips. Rubbing his temples, the blond man felt despair grip his heart. Maybe I should loudly announce to the four winds my intentions so that everyone, commoner and noble alike, lay witness to the son of their Lord Regent rebel against him. Let everyone know that Gabriel Draymore stands against his treasonous father. The humiliation would be immeasurable. A small victory, nothing more. My best efforts are pathetic, he followed, ending with a disheartened chuckle. Long moments passed in silence, unable to conjure any coherent ideas. Have to say, pal, I've seen crematories with more cheerful dispositions than you, said the waitress as she placed a reddish-cooked steak with small steaming potatoes on a platter alongside a large glass of water with ice. Excuse me, but I don't have the time to humor your musings. I've got much larger problems to focus on, Gabriel replied, nearly snapping at the plebeian woman. That bad, huh? She said, ending in a chuckle. Then, without waiting for an invitation, she pulled the chair next to him and sat down. Hey, Sanso, taking my 15-minute break. Don't pester the clients, Nancy, the man standing behind the bar shouted back, to which Nancy, the waitress, replied with a raised middle finger. So what's eating you up? Nancy asked, raising an eyebrow. Oh, go ahead and eat. You'll feel better with a full belly, trust me. Gabriel could only stare as the exchange happened. No manners, brutally casual and vulgar, but with a sense of familiarity that felt so out of place yet fitting at the same time. A few moments later, the shock passed, and he sighed through his nose. "I would rather be alone if you wouldn't mind."
And leave you to your brooding?
Nah, I've seen too many like you, pal. Groveling and dragging themselves across the floor only to waste away. Trust me, I've seen way too many already for a lifetime, Nancy replied, chuckling. Betting by your size and the way you speak, you're a disgraced noble, ain't ya? Did you lose your knighthood? Gabriel stared into the woman's eyes for a long, silent moment before the rather unappetizing smell of the steak compelled him to slice it and take a bite. It wasn't terrible, but that was all the praise he could give. He followed it with a potato and a hefty drink of water before he found his voice again. In a sense, yes. I am disgraced beyond your wildest imagination, woman. I don't carry my last name anymore, Gabriel replied as he cut a second slice of meat. Nancy winced. Exiled, huh? So you're from a lesser house, pal? Gotta admit, not many of your kind find their way here to the Revenant. I've heard all sorts of stories, you know? From idiots who lost it all to gambling, got cheated on, their noble masters kicked them out for one reason or another. Plenty of bastards are born that way, and many more stories I could write a book about it. If you're trying to comfort my aching soul, allow me to tell you that you're failing miserably, Gabriel replied, unamused. Nancy shrugged. Just telling you things as they are. Besides, I have to entertain myself somehow. Thanks to those damn Arabians, we won't be seeing a lot of traffic until things return to normal. So here I am. You'll feel better after you spill what's bothering you. Trust me. It always works, most of the time. Swallowing another portion of his meal, Gabriel was about to reject the burdensome woman's offer as nothing more than an annoyance when her last words registered in his mind. He was a man of laws, bureaucracy, administrative rules, regulations, and leadership. He based every decision he made on theoretical problems and then apply a practical and empirical solution. He was aware that he lacked creative thinking. He simply didn't have any talent for it. He was rigid and straightforward, blunt, predictable. Theoretical. If I continue to act as I always do, I will be found and captured. I will fail my prince and end up in a worse position than I am in now. Practical, find another solution, Gabriel thought before turning to Nancy. There's nothing much to explain, he began. I was exiled, and I have nothing left except the clothes I'm wearing, some credits, and the desire to leave Cameron behind me. But I don't know what to do. I never expected my life to take this turn. The blockade can't last for much longer, Nancy said. Some ships and crews are starting to leave Draystone's spaceports. Shit time for a new life to begin, eh? Gabriel narrowed his eyes. Your optimism is boundless. Someone has to, Nancy replied, shrugging. So what are you good at? You look like you have some implants in you. Administrative duties are my talent, though I do suppose my strength may be of use in physical labor, Gabriel replied. The waitress smiled. With exosuits and drones to do the heavy lifting, your strength is welcome, but not much useful for a lot of things. But you say you have a brain in you, eh? You looking for work? As long as it gets me off Cameron and out of Draymore territory, Gabriel replied. You're in luck, she said before turning to the table with the quartet. Hey! Hey, Ramon! Bring your ass here right now! I think I found your new numbers, master. Gabriel watched as the bulkiest man of the group, bald but with a rather imposing black beard, stood up. It didn't take long for the brown-eyed man wearing a patchy blue uniform with a torn-off logo to arrive at his table. His voice, however, wasn't as deep as he thought it would be. It was gruff, yes, but it lacked aggression. This guy? Ramon asked, pointing a thumb at Gabriel. Yeah. He says he's good with the numbers and keeping papers in check. Says he'll do anything as long as he gets off Cameron, Nancy answered with a charming, playful smile. Ramon, unimpressed, turned to Gabriel. That so? Have you ever worked on anything related to a merchant freighter vessel? As long as I have access to the forms, I can fill out any documents you may need to conduct your business in an orderly, proper manner as the laws dictate, Gabriel replied. Ramon's expression shifted as his relaxed composure turned rigid and formal. Oh, excuse me, sir. I didn't realize you were a noble. Don't worry, Ramon. He's in exile, Nancy said, much to Ramon's immediate relief. So what do you think? Sir, will you be willing to work under a commoner?
My ship isn't affiliated with any large merchant guild or flies under the protection of any corporation or house. We're largely independent, Ramon asked, visibly relaxed, but not entirely. Where are you headed? Gabriel asked. To Duavani territory. We were going to leave 2 days ago, but the inspections hit, you see. Our turn on the list comes tomorrow, and well, we're short one crew member, Ramon began to explain awkwardly. Timothy assaulted some guards, and well, he won't be leaving Camrim for a long while. We need someone to keep our numbers in check and fill out the forms. You could have an administrative AI do that for you, Gabriel replied instinctively. True, but they are expensive. We don't have that luxury. Better to have someone who can handle it, Ramon continued. Besides, it doesn't look like you got many options now, do you? You want to get off this rock. We want to get off this rock. We both win. Gabriel's eyes narrowed behind his glasses. What are you transporting? An assortment of luxury goods. Nothing illegal in our manifesto, except for a wee bit of smuggling, but hey, it ain't too bad either. No narcotics or dangerous stuff. Just some high-quality items for certain clients with finer tastes. You understand, right? Ramon reassured, stroking his beard. And after that's done? Gabriel asked. We find a new client or delivery to make. It ain't much, but is honest living out there in the inky black, Ramon replied, smiling. Mostly honest. In that case, I accept. Sadly, I don't have credentials anymore, said the blond man. Not to worry. We have forged IDs for such cases. Smuggling can sometimes be hazardous. Only sometimes, Ramon answered, then extended a hand. A moment later, he pulled it back. Apologies, sir. Gabriel contemplated his options for a second before extending his hand to the bearded man. Ramon took it with a firm squeeze before shaking them twice. Letting go, Ramon smiled. May I know your name, sir? Victor. My name is Victor. Just Victor, if you will, Gabriel answered. A pleasure, Victor, Ramon answered with a polite bow of his head. Will you join me so I can introduce you to the rest of the group? Will you be here in 2 hours? There's something I need to do first, Gabriel said before turning to Nancy. How much do I owe you for the meal? And do you know where I can dye my hair nearby? Camrim, Draystone, Capital City, 4th Spaceport. Aboard the merchant freighter Never Late, Gabriel Draymore allowed himself a moment of relief as he stared at the ceiling of his bunk bed. Ramon Shinetool was true to his word. With his new ID, Victor Halleck had been born. Getting past the inspection point was far easier than he could have imagined. Even with tight security, a single bribe in the right place was more than enough to expedite the process on an insignificant freighter. The excuse was that they were searching for Erebian agents when in reality they were searching for him, so logic dictated that he simply needed not to be him. Hiding himself behind the mask of a fake name was easy, but to hide his other prominent features? Simple. His blonde hair was quickly dyed brown. It wouldn't last more than a few weeks, but that was fine with him. Losing his sideburns hurt. He took great pride in them, but they were an acceptable sacrifice. And his eyes? It was a crude solution, but the contact lenses, a deep brown color, hid his intense green eyes. Sure, they wouldn't hold to any proper scanning protocol, but it proved enough to fool the guards conducting the simple visual inspection. He'd done it. He could hardly believe it, but he'd done it. He had escaped. He wasn't yet outside his father's grasp, but now he was one step closer. Gabriel vowed that Peterson's sacrifice and that of all those who helped him escape wouldn't be in vain. But first, he needed to sleep. Closing his eyes, darkness overtook his fatigued senses within moments. The Black Ship, Chapter 50. Hastrung system Noravio docked with Hago's shipyard. Wyatt hit the mat with enough force to feel his bones rattle. The familiar sensation was now etched into his mind as a most unwelcome guest, but one that he no longer dreaded as much. As he opened his eyes, his chest heaving with the need for air, he heard the pained strain of Raquel Otillo as she was planted right next to him. To his right, he saw a heaving Leopold Dakar, clutching his stomach after receiving a tender tap from the red-armored woman. Noltar Olkara fared no better, as he was splayed over the mat, surely contemplating his existence. Gregor Undaj, for his part, was by far the most dignified among the group, barely able to remain on all fours as he, too, heaved for precious oxygen. Finally, the latest addition to Cynthia's torture training routine, Declan Oakmoon, was in the process of getting his ass handed to him for the 20th time. Wyatt was able to focus on his friend as Declan charged forth,
throwing a punch aimed at her face. Cynthia didn't dodge it. She blocked it with laughable ease before, in a strafing motion, closing the distance between them. He could hardly follow what happened next, but there was no need to, as Declan was suddenly lifted from the ground, spun around, then planted on the mat with a heavy thud that expelled the air in his stomach. "Again!" Cynthia commanded, unrepentant, as she took her position at the center of their training field, patiently waiting for her 6 victims to recover and stand up. "I feel like I'm going to die, sir," muttered Raquel as she tried and failed to roll over. "That would be a mercy," Wyatt replied as he managed to roll over and then raise to a knee. "If you have time to complain, you have time to train." "On your feet, Staples!" Cynthia bellowed, crossing her arms. Wyatt groaned but obeyed the command, shaking away the lingering tingling of pain as he stood on his feet. Gregor followed suit with Noltar and Raquel joining him soon after. Leopold tried but failed as he was still clutching his stomach. He'd need some more time to recover, and Declan was in no position to join them this round so soon. Cynthia didn't seem to care as she reminded them that she was an immovable object they had no hope of defeating. Trying to attack all at once never worked. Ever since his business on his barony was settled, and things were more or less in the hands of people he'd entrusted to manage it on his behalf, Cynthia had wasted no time in resuming their training regime with 5 additions, in the form of the composters and Declan. Originally, only his fellow squadmates were to become, in Cynthia's words, her new toys. But Declan had proven himself enough to be not only worthy of trust, but skilled enough to warrant Cynthia's tender attention upon him after a display of his skills with the sword. He, alongside everyone, only wore a tank top, shorts, and bandages around their wrists and ankles, while Cynthia remained in full armor. It was unfair, but he wasn't about to question the blue-haired woman's methods and gain extra attention. Not again, anyway. He didn't even care about the onlookers glancing at the now usual sight of him becoming intimate with the floor. Shaking his head, he focused on the task at hand. The exercise was simple. Land a hit on her. Not her armor, but her face. The problem arose immediately. How, by all that was good and sweet, were they supposed to hit her in a single targeted location? They've tried overwhelming her several times. Raw numbers were a strength in and of themselves, right? Cynthia replied by taking them out in the blink of an eye simultaneously every damn time they tried that tactic. She was a harsh teacher, but not cruel. Well, not that cruel. Who am I lying to? She feeds on our pain and misery. I wonder if she can taste it, Wyatt thought while trying to find a new angle for attack. He found none. With a silent lunge, Gregor moved first, tackling from the side. Almost immediately after, Noltar stepped in with his guard up. Wyatt and Raquel shared a glance before bolting toward the smirking, blue-eyed bodyguard. While he chose the frontal approach, Raquel ran behind her, planning to use her blind spot against her. He watched as she merely stepped back and grabbed Gregor's right wrist. Without losing his momentum, Gregor was suddenly swept off his feet and flung to the side, landing with a heavy thud as he rolled away. Noltar was next. Instead of grabbing him, Cynthia used a finger to block one of his punches before smacking his belly. The handsome man's eyes widened as the air escaped his stomach and he fell on his back, defeated. He was next as he closed the distance, throwing a punch followed by another to her right. After their many training sessions, he'd learn a few tells his friend used constantly, like how she tended to dodge to her right most of the time, how she favored pivoting on her left heel, or that she rarely ducked. Unsurprisingly, his knowledge was of little use against the monster that was Cynthia Winfield. She dodged to her right, unsurprised by his following attempt. Instead, she lightly tripped him over, taking advantage of his forgotten balance and footing. To make matters worse, she made a quick sidestep, grabbed the back of his neck, and pushed him forward in time for him to collide with Raquel. The bronze-skinned woman tried to stop herself, but it was too late to avoid the impact. Thankfully, Wyatt managed to avoid headbutting her in the face, but their meeting was hard. "Ugh!" Wyatt groaned as Rachel followed with an undignified "Ugh!" as their combined momentum suddenly collided and ended in a brutal encounter that tossed them to the floor, with Wyatt landing on his back and Raquel face-planting on the mat next to him. Again. How many times must I repeat myself? Reckless attacks are only effective against inferior opponents and are the last resort of the impudent and cornered. You are neither, and I'm not beneath you. Must I break your bones for this lesson to be learned? Cynthia asked as she crossed her arms while glaring down at her fallen trainees. What do you expect from us, Lady Cynthia? Raquel was the first to counter as she weakly rose to a knee in order to stare at the blue-haired woman. We're nowhere near your level of expertise and prowess. Not to mention, we lack the quality of implants and gene enhancements that you have. Not to sound rude, but your training is closer to sadism, Lady Cynthia. Leopold joined in while still clutching his stomach. Be glad that you're not receiving your one-on-one sessions at Wyatt's level just yet, Cynthia replied with an eerie undertone that made everyone's skin crawl. As fighter pilots, first and foremost, you must work as a unit in and outside your formations. On the ground, a similar approach must be followed. I am here to make you the best I can within reason and without killing you so that you may stand strong on your own against any foe. More so in these tumultuous times. You're not Marines except for Oakmoon, but you all must be able to fight. Her eyes narrowed as she stared at Wyatt. I believe Baron Staples made a clear example already, has he not? I say this with all the respect I can muster, but we're not nearly as valiant or driven as Sir Wyatt is, said Gregor as he rose to his feet. Insane. The word you're looking for is insane, Greg, Nultar said as he joined his friend's side. Our boss over there is clinically insane, he joked with a smirk. My lord is peculiar, but it only elevates him as a man worthy of service, Declan proclaimed, recovered. Raquel stood up and offered Wyatt a hand. He took it, and with a pull, he was on his ass and then on his feet. Ready, sir? Wyatt nodded, looking at his comrades and Declan with a tiny smile on his lips. Then he turned to Cynthia, and his focus returned. Just when he was about to make the first move, he stopped. The whisper of an idea came to him. It was vague, but it was there. Cynthia had proved time and time again that attacking at the same time wouldn't work. Assaulting from different angles worked to a point, but she was impossibly stronger and faster than any of them. Facing her one by one was a guaranteed way to end kissing the mat. As much as he complained about it, in truth, he appreciated every lesson his blue-haired friend imparted on them. Nultar had said so before. To learn from a Winfield was a privilege few could boast about. Her lessons had saved his life at least a dozen times aboard the Gallant Venture and allowed him to achieve a victory he otherwise would have never considered possible. Her training had increased in difficulty, mainly aimed at him, but now that he no longer had problems managing his strength, he could do more. Then there was what Cynthia said. They were all fighter pilots. Part of the same squadron. Declan was the odd one out, but perhaps that was the solution he was looking for. At a hit, that was the goal. To land a hit on her face with the intent to do real harm. Then he realized their mistake. They worked together, yes, but they were largely uncoordinated, focusing individually on the goal rather than collectively. The idea exploded in his mind with the force of a tactical mine. Wait! Wyatt shouted, freezing everyone in their place. As all eyes turned to him, he took a step back and made a gesture for his teammates to join him. A few seconds later, they were gathered around him. Turning to Declan, he asked in a hushed tone, Declan, have you led combat formations before? I have, sir, Declan answered in a matching tone while the composters looked on, puzzled. Against stronger forces than your own? Wyatt pressed on. Not exactly. But before the coup started, I took part in several surgical strikes against insurrectionist outposts and a pirate den, sir, he confessed, not understanding where his lord was thinking. Still, he wasn't going to question him either. Wyatt frowned, deep in thought. After a long moment of silence, he hummed deeply. What would you do to take down a superior enemy unit? Boss, what are you doing? Leopold asked, perplexed, while the rest of the composters exchanged confused glances. We're fighting without coordination, he revealed. But we're fighting together for the same objective, Raquel pointed out. Fighting together but uncoordinated. Leaderless. Without a plan, Gregor summarized, crossing his arms. Sir Wyatt, are you suggesting I give you and your squad mates orders? Declan asked, baffled. Wyatt nodded. I'm sorry, but why? You're our leader, Wyatt. You could guide us if what we're lacking is coordination, Nultar protested. We're not in fighters, Nultar. Maybe I can lead us, but Cynthia knows me. She'll expect me to use dogfighting strategies against her. He turned to Declan. But she won't expect a combination of tactics. 6 heads turned to a patiently waiting Cynthia, ready to impart more lessons unto them. Then, to her surprise, they huddled together tightly. Half a minute later, the 6 began to move, but she immediately noticed that they were no longer loosely united. Instead, they acted as one, moving with calculated steps as they formed a semicircle in front of her. A moment later, Raquel and Leopold moved in simultaneously with the intent to throw a punch. Their defenses were ignored in favor of maintaining their speed. Then, just as she was about to counter them, they stopped and changed their approach. She could see it in slow motion, their muscles tensing and relaxing, their joints adjusting for the shift in weight and momentum. Still outside her immediate reach, Leopold lunged for her feet while Raquel did a roundhouse kick. Not an unfamiliar strategy, but one that worked nicely. She evaded Leopold with a simple sidestep, and at the same time she caught Raquel's foot. Twisting it, she broke her balance and quickly spun her over to avoid damaging her tendons or rupturing a muscle. With a heavy impact, she dropped Raquel onto Leopold's back. The two groaned while she was already moving to face the next target in the shape of Noltar. Maintaining his favored high guard stance, he moved in, but something was different. He jumped from one side to another, not really committing to attack, yet advancing all the same. That's when she saw Gregor and Wyatt moving in from the sides. She smiled. Now it all made sense. They were employing a squadron formation designed to corner and destroy a high-priority target. Raquel and Leopold had acted as decoys, while Noltar acted as the main danger to focus on, while the other two moved in for the kill. It was a good move, but one she was more than ready to counter. Then, as she shifted her focus to send Wyatt to the ground again, their attack pattern shifted abruptly. Noltar committed to a forward attack as Declan rushed in, pretending to hold onto a sword. Cynthia was taken by surprise, but it lasted a fraction of a second before she readjusted her position. Using her right heel as a pivot, she turned to confront Noltar when suddenly, Leopold, not knocked out of combat as she'd predicted, tried to grab her left ankle. If he'd grab her, then she would likely break his arm or rip it off thanks to her momentum. Instead of stopping, she used her upper body to turn slightly faster while, at the same time, using her right index finger to press against the mat, thereby controlling her speed. Bending back as three attackers moved in, not simultaneously but only nearly so, she was left with no other option but to face them one at a time in a plank position as she faced the ceiling, supported only by her right leg. Stretching out her left arm, she planted a firm but controlled palm strike on Noltar's belly. Immediately, with the impact of his momentum against her body, she used it to propel herself into the air with her right foot. It only launched her a couple of inches off the ground, but that was all the free rein she needed to twist her body around, landing with her right hand to support her balance at the same time she tossed Noltar to block Wyatt's advance. Cynthia, the dreaded bloodrend, was amused. To have been pushed so was worth praising, but they weren't done yet. Gregor, in an attempt to take advantage of her vulnerable state, had correctly shifted his approach from a punch to a kick aimed at her face. She'd been clear in her instructions, don't hold back. Likewise, the threat of harsh punishment if they landed a hit, and she felt they were holding back, motivated them not to underperform. Regardless, she captured Gregor's ankle and, with a precise tug, threw him off balance. Letting go of his ankle as he fell, she quickly dropped to the ground with the grace of a cat, her agility betraying her weight and that of her armor commanded. With a quick roll, she found herself on a knee before capturing Declan's wrist a second later, no less than half an arm's length away from her face. She pulled him in close, only to then gently tap his stomach. That only left Wyatt standing. Turning to her left, she saw his left fist closing in. Raising her left hand with the intent of catching his wrist, Cynthia was caught off guard when Wyatt pulled in his fist as fast as he could. Then she saw that his entire body was already turning in the opposite direction, launching a wide, arcing attack. She followed his right arm as it moved through the air, realizing that she wouldn't be able to block him in time as she was now. The impact of his fist connecting against her left cheek was heavy and powerful. She could feel the strength of the kinetic force being halted by her face. A decisive blow meant to do real harm to his enemy. It was made all the more evident as the sound of bones breaking so much like dry sticks snapping underfoot in protest to the sudden halt. Wyatt fell to his knees, clutching his right ruined wrist and staring at the limp, oddly bent fingers of his hand. It didn't hurt. There was discomfort, but no pain. Not yet. "You hit me," Cynthia muttered as she stared at Wyatt. "I wish I hadn't," Wyatt protested, rotating his right arm over a few times, watching in dreaded fascination as his now pulverized hand was reduced to a sack of flesh, blood, and shattered bones. Slowly, he turned his gaze to her. "Cynthia, what are you made of?" "You hit me!" Cynthia repeated, ignoring his question, before firmly but gently grabbing him by the shoulders as she stood up, forcing him to do the same. She was smiling widely, her eyes full of approval.
Wyatt, you hit me!
And will forever regret it, Wyatt protested in a disheartened tone.
My hand.
Cynthia, unable to stop smiling, turned to where two of the concealed Royal Marines stood, knowing full well they were as surprised as the many other onlookers now staring at their training area in sheer disbelief. One by one, the composters gathered around, most of them wincing when they saw Wyatt's right hand.
We make post-haste.
My lord requires medical treatment, Declan exclaimed after seeing the results of their victory.
Training dismissed, Cynthia said, regaining some of her composure.
Take Wyatt to the medical wing immediately. Not a second later, her order was followed as General Staff approached, trying to hand out water to the group, but were promptly ignored as they made their way outside the gymnasium. The red-armored woman stood there for several long moments before reaching for her bruised cheek. Her smile returned.
I know what I saw, but I have to know. Did you let him hit you?
A voice called out inside her head.
No, Gaston.
He landed that punch fairly, she replied after connecting to the network.
You do realize Milcades will pester you about it for weeks to come, said the second Royal Marine.
I'm fully aware, Atuccio.
This time, however, I believe I'll allow him to have his fun. Go.
Return to your regular duties, Cynthia ordered, before beginning to make her way out of the gymnasium.
With the day's training cut short, she decided it was prudent to visit Redford and inform him personally of what had happened. Alone, she made her way to Redford's quarters, ignoring the crew members who came across her way. Only a week had passed since their integration, but she still couldn't get used to the presence of more Ikanti on board. Arriving at her destination, she announced her presence, and the door opened to let her in. The moment the door closed, the older man sitting behind his desk made his voice known without tearing his attention from the data pad he was holding. I received a most curious report regarding one Wyatt Staples. Almost every bone in his right hand snapped, broke, or received at least a severe fracture, including his wrist. The report also mentioned his injuries were self-inflicted.
Is this true?
Her smile returning, Cynthia turned her head slightly, presenting her offended cheek. See for yourself, old man. Wyatt's fist connected. His injuries were the result of their success. Redford put his datapad down upon hearing her explanation. Immediately, he noticed the still visible red mark on her cheek and what appeared to be the formation of a tiny bruise that would be gone by tomorrow at the same time.
He hit you?
He asked, his voice a mixture of amazement and disbelief. Not alone, but yes, he did. They worked together well, Cynthia revealed as she took one of the available seats in front of his desk. The chair groaned slightly, but it held. I believe Wyatt was able to combine fighter formation techniques and marine tactics, most likely with the aid of Declan Oakmoon. They changed their approach mid-fight, forcing me to adapt quickly and throw me out of balance for but a moment. A rather impressive feat if I do say so myself. Redford smirked.
What am I hearing?
Cynthia Winfield, overwhelmed by a mere pilot squadron and a standard marine? Cynthia's smile widened slightly, and her lips parted to show her teeth. Wyatt already showcased a remarkable talent for adaptability. He may not be talented with handheld melee weapons, but he leans into his strengths to compensate for his shortcomings in order to achieve victory. The fears many harbor regarding him are well-founded.
If he were an ambitious, power-hungry man, he'd be a force to be reckoned with as he is now.
Touching her cheek, she nodded once in approval.
I cannot wait to see what he'll become with further training and enhancements. Redford didn't reply immediately. Instead, his expression turned serious and quizzical. Several seconds later, he spoke.
He's an anomaly, Cynthia.
Few true detractors remain aboard the Noravio. Some even respect him for his actions. Others envy him. Most fear him. I fear that if he continues to ascend, no matter if he deserves to be rewarded or not, danger will befall him and those close to his heart. Cynthia's smile dropped, crossing her arms. Do you think he may be pulled from his position and assigned to another vessel due to his rank? Redford hummed deeply.
It is a possibility I've considered.
But as he is now, he's nowhere near ready to command his own ship outside battle. And standard Royal Navy protocols and rules of engagement are anathema to his unorthodox tactics and on-the-moment decision-making. He paused for a moment, taking in a deep inhale through his nose. But the threat remains. I've yet to talk with the prince directly, but I know many are not happy with Wyatt's meteoric escalation in influence, power, rank, and authority.
How many view him as a threat?
In their place, I would share those views myself. They could force the prince's hand and relocate him if many of them agree on the matter with sufficient pressure. Now it was Cynthia's turn to hum deeply and scowl. He can't afford the discontent of his council and officers if they're united in a single point of interest. Already Wyatt is favored immensely. If that favoritism continues to grow, the envious detractors may try to remove him from Clara's side one way or another. A displeased snarl came from her throat. They would have him charge in a miserable ship to his death or relegate him to irrelevancy, so his threat is neutralized and their own remains intact. For what? So they can continue to play their games at their leisure? The nobility despises any abrupt change that isn't dictated by their hands. Most wish conflicts to end quickly simply because it disturbs their power balance. It is a never-ending circle that breeds stagnation and a choking status quo. The principality is blighted by it, Redford declared with disdain. Careful, old man. Some may call you a traitor for holding such opinions, said Cynthia in a joking tone. The ghost of a smile formed on Redford's lips before his serious expression returned. What of the others? Are your toys to your liking after testing them these past weeks? They aren't terrible, that much I'll admit. Wyatt proves to be a positive influence on them, even though he is entirely unaware of that fact. Cynthia shook her head. Leopold Dakar is an interesting individual. No talent for the sword, but competent with the axes during individual sessions. He's also not very talented with hand-to-hand techniques, but has an inclination for grappling moves. Nultar Olkara, on the other hand, is capable with the sword, and his reckless approach to combat is both an advantage and a detriment. I'll have to beat that way of thinking out of him. Raquel Otilo is nimble, quick on her feet, and goes for the kill. Her weapon of choice is the knife, though she's a lackluster fighter. Gregor Undaj was a surprise. He is trained in fencing for duels and is capable with a sword, but in melee combat he's next to useless. He's even worse than Wyatt in that aspect, and his hand-to-hand proficiency is abysmal. He's the worst of the group. However, his spatial awareness is polished and doesn't falter easily, she said, humming gently. And, finally, Declan Oakmoon. He's an excellent Marine and well-trained. His skill with the sword is commendable. With more training, he may turn into a RO SF. Have you told Clara any of this yet? Redford asked, raising an eyebrow. Do you truly believe I would be able to keep their development a secret from her? One pertaining to her elite fighter squadron? Cynthia replied in an unamused tone. Redford smirked. Even Oakmoon? He's Wyatt's knight. Of course she'll want to know. She ended her reply with a chuckle. With her report done, she leaned closer. Say, Redford, are you comfortable having so many Ikhanti on board? The gray-haired man raised an eyebrow. I wasn't aware that they made you feel uncomfortable, Cynthia. They don't. It's not discomfort, at least not entirely. They aren't like Jincho and his group. They escaped from the hierarchy. The Drazzen took them. Can we trust them? She asked in a serious tone. They are being monitored, but out of the 235 convinced by Jincho to join our crew, none have displayed anything but vitriol and hatred for their home nation. Clara welcomed them. I have my reservations about employing so many aliens in one ship, but it is her ship and her decision. I've already assigned them to menial duties, such as support technicians and mechanics, and incorporated those with military training into the auxilia. Francesco Arcadi was more than happy to accept a dozen of them into his company. Redford sighed tiredly. I'd rather have Royal Army elements, but these mercenaries will have to do, and, to their credit, they have proven their worth. Cynthia chuckled again. Clara had little faith in them from the start. Just numbers, but it is as you say, old man. They've proved themselves to be somewhat competent, she sighed, leaning back. I'll be mindful of the Ikhanti from now on. I don't like that insolent flightless bird much, but his skills and talent cannot be denied. What does Clara see in him, I dare not ask. A most fortunate discovery, is it not? Redford agreed with a jovial tone. I've never seen an engineer of his skill, genius, and passion in my entire life. His desires and intrigues drive him onward in such ways that are incomprehensible to all but himself. He doesn't bother to hide any of it. Thanks to him, the repairs have progressed without delay, not to mention his dozens of projects running simultaneously. I still don't understand how he manages to keep his mind intact. Oh, Redford, do you truly believe there is any semblance of sanity left within his mind? He calls my princess Pretty Eyes, and she allows him to indulge in his disrespect, Cynthia protested. It is no wonder that he and Wyatt have a fondness for each other. Maniacs. They are maniacs, siblings who transcend species. Is that envy I detect in your voice? Hungry eyes?
Redford asked in a playful tone with a witty smirk to match. Cynthia narrowed her eyes at the aged commander before letting out a controlled sigh. Before I leave you to your work, old man, I'd like to suspend Wyatt's training until his hand recovers in 2 or 3 days. Your paradoxical protege and disciple will be yours to torment until then, she countered, and smiled when Redford closed his eyes at the mention of his now most disliked word. The blade that is your tongue knows where to cut, I see, Hungry Eyes, Redford countered, much to Cynthia's lack of amusement. However, you've presented me with the opportunity to order a full physical evaluation to be performed on him. Enough time has passed for his implants and enhancements to have fully integrated. He must receive the Exceeder, Intara, and Ledium implants, and given his rank, the Capillu Deluxia enhancement will be necessary. Cynthia tilted her head. I don't think he'll appreciate that particular gene enhancement. It's not his choice to make, Redford said, idly passing a hand through his hair. His house is truly nascent. There are no historical or traditional considerations that stand against it. He will receive as a man befitting of his rank. Cynthia let out a laugh before standing up. It was good to see you for more than a brief moment, old man. However, I must make haste. Your dear unhinged niece, no doubt, has been informed of what happened. She is surely waiting for my arrival as we speak. I can stall for time no longer, she said as a gentle smile adorned her lips. Then don't keep her waiting, Redford commented, matching her smile. A few moments later she left, leaving him alone once more. Returning to his datapad, he admired the visage of the Noravio as the final exterior repairs went underway. His eyes flickered as he connected to the network. Galt, inform Master Technician Jincho that he is allowed to proceed with priority retrofit Wolfpack. Understood, Commander. Sir, if I may, is this related to the gymnasium's incident? Galt asked curiously. The entire crew already knows, don't they? Redford asked tiredly. Indeed so, Commander, Galt replied in an apologetic tone. Should I implement a communications blockade? Her Majesty is silent on the matter. Let it spread freely. That would be all, Redford replied before killing the link. Alone, he allowed a sensation that had long left his heart stir in it once more. Hope. Noravio, Jincho's quarters? No. Wrong! Again! Jincho exclaimed as he furiously tapped on the screen of his datapad. On it, another test run ended in failure. No matter what angle he approached, it always ended in failure. Maybe you should give up, Jincho. Whoever built it knew what they were doing, Feshik said as she idly tapped on her own datapad. I know. Vexing. It is vexing. To know the principles yet be outside reach. Crawling before me in my grasp yet slips like oily worms, Jincho countered with mounting frustration. Can reverse engineer through brute force. Can't dig deeper than surface level. Concepts easy to grasp. How they fit is the problem. I'm blind to it, yet I can touch it, he said, running yet another test run, this time trying to figure out how the boogeyman armor managed to bounce off signals and match the background radiation while also acting as a constant ship-wide radiator. You've been at it since the princess gave you that ridiculous title, Feshik said in a serious tone. You need to rest. Sleep is for weak, Jincho protested before focusing on his friend and partner in crime. And not ridiculous. Got me private quarters. Office. Access and permission to do what I want. Resources! Challenges! Ridiculous? No! Useful. You got me there, Feshik admitted with a shrug. All signals nominal. The exterior hull and armor have been fully repaired. The technician-in-chief, Lupin Lusanto, marks internal system integrity at 98% and repairs at 96%. The fabricator is now operating at 20% capacity and slowly shutting down. Good. Progress on schedule, Jincho confirmed just as his datapad chimed with yet another failure. His hair and feathers bristled in fury before slumping on his chair. I hate you shipbuilders. Your secrets are well hidden. But they will be mine! Failure is a step closer to victory. Keep telling yourself that, Jincho. It might become true, said Feshik with a playful tone. Last laugh will be mine. You'll see. Their full secrets will be mine, Jincho countered again, setting aside his datapad. So many ideas to implement. So many possibilities. So many questions. Black ships. Who made them? Purposes range from warfare to rapid deployments. How strong can they be? Limited by Principality technology.
Was it done on purpose to hide or to prevent overwhelming power? To what purpose? What do builders get? Can't be resources. Can't be wealth. Can't be power. Proxy? Vassal? Annexation? He let out a chirping garble. What if intentions are altruistic? Benevolent? Can see something we don't? Know something only they know? See principality as weak and want to rectify? But then why secrecy? Why initiate this? Pretty Eyes talks of traitor uncle with longing and admiration. Can't fathom why the need for betrayal. Me neither. Much I don't know. Mysteries to solve. Fun! Excitement! Feshik rolled all 6 of her eyes in exasperation. Only you could be excited about something like that. Why shouldn't I? Pretty Eyes entrust me with research. Advancement. Allows me to think. Create. Explore. Innovate. Not like hierarchy. My work valued. Needed. Best feeling there can be, Jincho explained, drumming the surface of his desk with his 6 fingers. Achieved much in nearly a month, have we not? I hate it when you're right. Which is often, remarked Feshik, turning 2 sets of eyes to Jincho. What are we going to do with the Corvette's husk? You gutted it completely. The master technician allowed his feathers to bristle contentedly, remembering the experience that was. While Wyatt was busy on Hago, he was pulling apart the Corvette for its pieces, materials, and scurrying into every nook and cranny of the ship, absorbing its secrets, cataloging everything, running tests, testing theories, applying experiments, and recording successes and failures. It had been a most wondrous time. Hours passed like a flowing river before his eyes. By sheer force, he was pulled away, ordered to sleep and eat, wasting precious time on meaningless tasks. But his body wasn't made for continuous work. Breaks were needed. Nutrition required. Oh, how he loathed his body sometimes, but he loved all the good that came with it, too. Now he didn't have that problem. There was no fear of reprimand or discovery. He could always resume his work after sleep or hunger were slaked. The first part of the operation was the simplest and the most time-consuming. Recover the lost mining drones that the maniac had used in his insane tactic against the Drazzen. The solution was simple. Gather the drones from the Gallant Venture and use the Drazzen ones. There was no scarcity of materials. Debris fields were abundant in resources, and the storages of the Drazzen ships were abundant in usable materials. Not to mention the great bounty the princess had claimed from the enemy ships, taking everything of value as a prize. Suitable. Then came the first problem, how to replicate boogeyman armor. The fabricator could do it. It was programmed to build replacement pieces, but that was too slow, too limited. The exterior damage was significant. There was a fear that the ship would need to continue ongoing repairs as they traveled. The solution was easy. The remaining Corvette. Stripping it was easy. Using it to repair the Noravio was a trivial task. It used the same systems, the same connections, the same modular configuration. How and why it worked the way it did puzzled him greatly, but it worked. His initial theory was that there were AI nodes integrated into the armor itself, but he was quickly proven wrong. The systems were advanced, but they operated in a uniquely designed, closed-off, self-deterministic identification and processing system that, frankly, he couldn't understand. Not completely, anyway. And that was just how it worked when integrated for its designed purpose. In simple terms, he understood what it did. It was the specific and unique manner in which it worked, and how those deterministic algorithms correlated with each other and their functions that eluded his understanding. It was an enigma with no clues to work with and misdirection at every turn. The designer of the boogeyman armor intended it to be impossible to reverse engineer. There was no AI to break or overcome. Only confusing protocols and counterintuitive systems that escaped his understanding, yet worked all the same. The worst part was that he couldn't simply strap the stealth armor on anything and expect it to work. The process was integrated into the ship itself, further confounding the puzzle with more shapeless pieces. He'd tried that first. His vision of increasing the stealth capabilities of small craft swept away like so much dirt on a marble floor. It was frustrating. His pride as a technician and engineer was being put to the test. He would not let that slide. His curiosity had been great. But now that the doors were open to the vast plains of possibilities before him, oh, it was no longer curiosity driving him. It was a challenge, and he'd be damned if he allowed something like that to stop or best him. Pretty Eyes says that it'll be a gift to the crazed one and his family. Smart. Everything of value is gone. A husk remains. They can refit it. Use it for what they wish. Don't care. Learned everything I could from it already, Jincho replied. I certainly know. You wouldn't shut up about it. Your ramblings nearly drove Alchu crazy, Feshik replied, unamused. My genius knows no bounds, free to do as I want. Data! Improvements? I'll create things of beauty and deadly power, necessary for progress, advancement. New horizons to discover and test limits, said the technician as he continued his tapping. Need to figure out how first. Feshik didn't say anything back as she pretended to focus on her datapad, while at the same time she stared at her friend and leader. Internally, there was happiness in her heart. The hierarchy had been so unkind to her, their friends, and especially to Jincho. How many times were his ideas rejected? How many times was he punished? He was nearly put on trial at least 5 times for his unauthorized experiments, even if they proved to be beneficial. Even now, she wasn't sure if Jincho's decision to leave the hierarchy had been the last feather plucked from his tail, or if he had planned it from the very start. The most likely answer was a mix of both. Regardless of what the true answer was, the fact remained that when the time to leave came, they did so without hesitation, and by the time the hierarchy officials took notice of what he'd done, it was already too late for them to stop him. The one thing she was certain of was that their escape into Principality space wasn't plagued with blind idealism. Jincho was far too erratic to cling to delusional hope. He knew that the Principality wouldn't simply embrace him, or any of them for that matter. No human would see past him being a Yikanti and recognize the talent, boundless imagination, and innate genius of her maniacal friend. Had he truly resigned himself to live a life in obscurity doing menial work? She didn't know the answer. She didn't have the courage to ask. She was too afraid to know. Then the assault on Woodshaft happened. And now, here they were, aboard an advanced vessel, part of a crew, and genuinely valued by one whose blood ruled the Astorian Principality. Yes, she was happy for Jincho. Despite everything, he hadn't lost that flame burning deep within him. In fact, it burned far more intensely than ever. Too strongly, in her opinion, as he refused to eat or sleep just to focus on his work. Feshik didn't know how much time had passed when she realized that Jincho hadn't said anything as he simply continued to tap on his desk. Something on your mind? Plenty of things, Jincho replied as his fur stood at attention for a second. Improvements to be made on several protocols. Scurry repair drones must improve response time. Integration for better automated ammunition feeding systems. Implementation of better, quicker shield cycles for battle. Great. Can be better. Must be better. Can't do now, but will approach Pretty Eyes to refit weapons. Oh! Finished upgrading navigational and service AIs. Gone are redundant orders and useless protocols, he exclaimed as a happy hiss escaped his throat. Much more to do. Feshik shook her head and closed her 2 frontal pairs of eyes in exasperation. You were supposed to be resting. Order from Pretty Eyes, remember? Aware, Jincho replied, opening his beak widely as his expression turned ecstatic and happy. Suddenly he stood on his table and leaped. Upon landing, a chime came from his datapad. His break hour was over. Must go! Wormbrain must see results. Feshik stored her datapad and stood up, joining the eager Jincho. Then let's go. I'm certain that Baron Staples will be pleased with your work. He will! Wormbrain is worm-brained, but brings back precious data. So many things I've done. Many more can be made. We'll need him to run tests. Tests! Jincho said as the 2 Yikanti stepped out of his quarters. As the pair made their way down the hallways of the Noravio, Feshik couldn't shake the odd feeling of having some humans give them the space to walk freely on the same corridor. A few of them, plebs, even saluted Jincho. It felt unreal, gross, and odd, but not entirely unwelcome all at the same time. Acknowledgement. It was such a strange thing for her to comprehend. But Jincho? He was eating up the attention, puffing his chest, bristling his feathers, and carrying himself with an arrogance that made her want to pull at his tail until he squawked. It wouldn't dampen his high spirits, but how she yearned to control the impulses and more chaotic nature of her leader. They arrived at the medical wing just in time to see Wyatt Staples, wearing a uniform and surrounded by 5 other humans, presenting his right hand to a medic. Wyatt presented his right hand to a medic as ordered. The medic used a small, cylindrical key to press the matching circular keyhole at the front of the white cube that encompassed his hand just above his wrist for 2 days. He expected a hiss when the cube parted. Instead, a wet, sloppy sound reached his ears. A green, frothing, and slimy solution clung to his skin as the cube was removed and set aside, carried away by an assistant.
I'm suddenly not feeling that eager to land a hit on Lady Cynthia myself, Leopold commented, as he grimaced at the sight of the slime covering his leader's hand. How utterly disgusting, Gregor agreed, his usual measured composure breaking as he took an involuntary step back. I shall endeavor to avoid breaking a bone with twice my original determination. Dip your hand here, said the medic, ignoring the comments made as another assistant presented a bowl filled with water. Wyatt did as he was told while, simultaneously, giving his two complaining comrades a smirk. It doesn't feel that much different from Goonie, though I'm certain you can't eat this. What in the prince's name is Goonie? Nultar asked, puzzled. Food. Sweet, viscous, clings to your throat if you eat too much of it, but goes great on bread, Wyatt replied, only for Gregor to cover his mouth. Commoner food on Volantis. Remind me, Wyatt, to never visit your homeworld, Raquel commented with a smirk. A second later, he saw the silent Declan turn to face two approaching Yikanti. She recognized the head researcher engineer immediately. Hey, Wyatt, you've got more visitors. Wyatt turned his head to see Jincho and Fashik approaching. He felt the water against his skin as the mucus-like substance was all but disintegrated in mere seconds. Pulling back his hand, he observed it and twisted it around before moving his fingers, clenching them into a fist several times, and nearly moaning in satisfaction every time his joints popped. Do you feel any discomfort or pain, Lieutenant Commodore? The medic asked. Not at all, Wyatt replied as an assistant passed him a towel to dry his wet hand. Once he was done, he handed it back. Wonderful. We shall run a test tomorrow on the Exeter, Ledium, and Inatara implants, sir. Are you experiencing any discomfort at all? Nausea? Dizziness? Vertigo? None whatsoever, the heterochromatic-eyed man replied. My thanks. Our pleasure, sir, the medic said, bowing his head slightly. You may resume your duties. Please, avoid putting too much pressure on your right hand for the foreseeable future. Follow-up trauma of equal measure may damage you more severely if you're careless, sir. I understand, Wyatt said, impassive. As if I'll ever try to punch Cynthia again. I'm not that stupid, he thought to himself before fully turning to face his Ikanti friends. Good to see you, Feshik, Jincho. I was planning to go find you myself. Yes. Greetings and good manners, Jincho answered happily. Your hand fixed? Good. Hungry eyes look soft but is hard. And hungry. So very hungry. Can see it. No matter. Not important. You can fly more. Keep fighting. Keep giving me data. Now we go. Must show the results of my work. Want to see your faces? Wyatt smiled sincerely. Lead the way, Master Technician. With those magic words, Jincho turned around before proudly leading the group out of the medical wing. So the crazy Yikanti is involved in this surprise you mentioned, boss? Leopold asked, following closely. Should I be worried? Maybe run away? I've memorized the locations of every escape pod on the ship. If something catches on fire or explodes, run after me. I'm not going to wait for anyone, though, Nultar declared with a cocky, playful smirk. He's not nearly as dangerous as you think, Wyatt countered. Most of the time. The risk of an accident occurring increases exponentially in the vicinity of the head researcher, sir, Gregor announced. Sir Gregor is right, my lord. There is a significant increase in devices exploding, data pads melting or catching fire, and minor injuries coming from his team ever since Her Majesty bestowed upon him his title and rank, Declan added. Bruises of advancement. Better to sacrifice what can be replaced today than lose what we cannot afford tomorrow, Jincho called back, with an arm held high and a finger pointing at the ceiling. Science is imperfect. Always room for more. For better. I will always strive for it, even if it costs me my life. And if I die in the pursuit of it, then I'll die without regrets. Few are lucky enough to enjoy such an end. Raquel smiled, nodding after the Yikanti's declaration. I can see why you've taken a liking to him, boss. I think I like him, too. Leopold smirked. We're going to end up testing his crazy ideas, aren't we? Make peace with it, Leopold, Wyatt countered, sending his fellow commoner a glance. Like how I had to make peace with those two damn implants? Leopold countered with a grumble. They hurt like all hell, boss. Keep walking. If this is the pain you have to go through, then I take back everything I said about envying your implants, Gregor. Be thankful that you received them, Dakar. Has your performance not increased directly because of them? Gregor countered. Yes, but the experience wasn't a good one, Leopold replied before cracking his neck. I would rather spend a night sharing in the warmth of a lovely lady than being unable to sleep because of the damn pain. And the itch, that damn itch. My bones were itching, Gregor. Do you know how frustrating that was? He huffed before approaching his squadron leader and placing a hand on his shoulder. You're cruel, boss. You could have warned me. I did warn you, Wyatt replied, glancing back with a raised eyebrow. However, I recall you boasting that you could handle it. Leopold let go of his shoulder as he feigned ignorance. A thought crossed his mind at the last moment, forcing his lips into a playful smirk. I trust you will be able to handle the weave-thew implant if you are unlucky enough to get it, Leopold. Leopold winked. Weave what? Hey, Nultar, what's that implant? Nultar wrapped an arm around Leopold's neck, pulling him closer. Pain. It is pain, Leo. If you want to mock me, you'll have to try harder than that, Okara. Can you believe this guy, Oakmoon? Leopold asked, grinning. Declan shook his head slowly. Sir Nultar is most correct in his assertion. The weave-thew implant's pain threshold is significantly high. You're kidding me, right? You're only joking and messing with the ignorant commoner scum, right? Leopold asked, losing his grin as cold sweat took over. Letting his squad mates and Declan carry on with their conversation, Wyatt approached the female Ikhinda when she signaled him to come closer. Is something wrong? On the contrary, Baron, Feshik replied. I've said so several times, but please, allow me to thank you once more for welcoming the undecided and vulnerable Ikhinda to stay in your domain. Most would have thrown them away given the circumstances. It's Wyatt, Feshik, or Sir. Being called Baron or Lordship? I don't like it, Wyatt began. You don't have to keep thanking me for that. A little over 100 stranded, fearful Ikhinda are of no trouble. His eyes narrowed. They suffered at the vines of the Drazzen, far more than I ever did. I couldn't turn them away and hope to sleep soundly without regret. If you must thank someone, then thank General Tornell Swallowtail for his understanding despite the agreement set between him and Her Majesty. I suppose you're right, Wyatt. I'll send him a message before we depart from Hago. A melodic rumble echoed in her chest before continuing. That aside, thank you for not treating us differently either. Wyatt smiled down at her. Why should I? You're aliens, but to you I'm an alien. I know you're not the standard hierarchy Ikhinda either. You've never treated me differently either. In fact, I'd like for you, Jincho, and the rest of your group to treat me as Wyatt. Just Wyatt. I'm not a blue blood, but I'm not a commoner either anymore. He chuckled darkly. Just being Wyatt is fine. Feshik let out a chirping laugh. Consider it done, Wyatt Staples. Wyatt merely nodded as their travel continued. It only took them a few more minutes to reach their destination. The first sign that they'd arrived were the 4 Royal Marines standing guard at the start of a hallway where Princess Clara, her ever-present bodyguard, Cynthia Winfield, and Commander Redford were already waiting for their arrival. Upon seeing the latter 3, the composters and Declan corrected their postures. Leopold and Gregor, in particular, made a quick scan of their uniforms, making sure no wrinkles or stains marred the precious cloth. Coming to a halt, they saluted in unison, showing their unwavering respect. Pretty eyes, I've come! Brought them all! Jincho proclaimed, walking up to the princess as several mouths went agape. Then the Ikhinda presented a fist to the princess, who in turn bumped it with one of her own. Thank you, Master Technician Jincho, Clara replied, smiling before giving her serious yet obviously disapproving bodyguard a knowing glance. Please be at ease. I've simply come as a guest and spectator. Nothing more. Wyatt, if you could be so kind. Wyatt stepped forth, turned his back to the princess before clearing his throat. I'm not very good with speeches, so I'll make this short. As of today, this wing shall be our shared barracks. A relatively unused storage bay has been converted into our shared quarters. Here, we will work to increase our squadron's cohesion. Before any could find the strength to close their mouths, he turned to Jincho. You may open the door, Jincho. Jincho stomped on the floor 3 times in excitement. Project Wolfpack is complete, he said before dramatically pointing at the large, sealed double door. With a hiss, it opened. Redford, ever the gentleman and showcasing his education, presented a hand which Clara took as she was let inside first. Cynthia followed, then the 2 Ikhinda, and finally Wyatt, the composters, and Declan. Once everyone was inside, the 4 composters and Declan were taken aback at what they saw.
The barracks were spacious and decorated with quality furniture, a large table with holographic and tactical display capabilities, and screens mounted on the walls for the common areas. It was Raquel who noticed a large display cabinet with a familiar helmet as its most prominent adornment. A helmet in the shape of a roaring lion's head. "Is that Maximilian's helmet?" Her question sparked the curiosity of her fellow composters, who approached the cabinet in awe. "Wyatt, sir, why is it here?" "We defeated the Roaring Thunder together, didn't we? I thought it would be fitting for it to be there," Wyatt confessed. "It's not much, but I think that's where it should be," he said, glancing at Clara. She was smiling, enjoying the reactions of his squad mates, but he was fully aware of how much she wanted that helmet to join her personal collection. If it were his alone, he'd give it to her gladly, but it wasn't, so it would remain as a shared trophy. "Boss, you can't be serious," Leopold managed to say after finding his voice. Panicked eyes and trembling lips turned to face him. I wasn't even part of that much. It's yours." "I must concur with Dakar, sir. We don't deserve to even gaze upon it." "It is your trophy to have, your glory to claim," Gregor added with a trembling voice. "I claim no glory, and I don't want to own that helmet. We defeated Maximilian the Roaring Thunder Usurek together." "We." "Not me," Wyatt countered, his voice firm and determined. "I personally believe that it belongs to Raquel. Hers was the killing shot, was it not?" Raquel sputtered. "Don't say such nonsense! I have no right to claim it." "None of us has such a right, except our leader," Noltar said, pressing a hand on the glass, then turning to Wyatt with a smile. "Our squadron leader has spoken. Will we refute his decision?" Raquel, Gregor, and Leopold tried to argue back, but in the end were unable to say another word. Instead, they all turned to face Wyatt. In unison, they saluted him. Wyatt saluted in return. Personally, he didn't believe Maximilian's helmet was that important. The other 3 trophies in the display were much more to his liking. A small fragment of the Eternal Garden's hull with a painted burning Drazzen on it. He wanted to keep that for himself, but Redford recommended that he add it to the shared display. That way, they would all remember the battle against the Drazzen. Similarly, Clara had insisted that he'd kept one intact Drazzen claw as yet another reminder of their monumental victory. Finally, a ruined fragment of boogeyman armor that belonged to the Gallant Venture, a memento of their victory over the traitors. Cynthia and Milcades had been quite insistent on that matter. "You can witness treasures later." "More to see," Jincho declared a moment later. Accommodations were made to standard individual quarters. Small but comfortable. Private restrooms, cloth rack, armor rack, bed. Personal space for personal objects. "Already coded to credentials and biometric scans," declared the animated Ikanti. "Additional space made for knight and followers. Quick response." The revelation took Declan aback, but the shock lasted only for a moment. Feshik continued. "As per specifications, training chambers salvaged from the Gallant Venture have been integrated into this space for your personal use, offering privacy. Lastly, the sets of combat armor have been delivered and are waiting for their new owners inside their private quarters. All according to your specifications, Sir Staples." "Sir, what is she talking about?" Gregor asked, perplexed. Wyatt couldn't stop a small smile from appearing on his lips. He glanced at Cynthia. Her eyes transmitted nothing but approval. Clara was having too much fun witnessing the birth of her elite fighter squadron, and Redford gestured with a nod to continue. "The reason you've not received repairs to your armor while the rest have is because they won't be necessary anymore. Instead, I procured armor similar in quality to my own." "Sir!" Gregor protested, but a raised hand from Wyatt shut him up. "I saw it as necessary. They're yours." "Oh, and Declan?" he said, turning to his knight. "I've also taken the liberty to provide you with a similar set of armor and equipment, and the best sets allowed for your servants to acquire. Everyone, you have full access to our barracks. Go retrieve your belongings." "Dismissed." Declan fell to a knee, bowing his head in deep, immediate respect. "My lord's generosity knows no bounds. It is clear more than ever that serving you and your house is a path I must walk with all the honor, dignity, and chivalry I can muster. You will not find my conviction wanting, my Lord Wyatt." "Please, Declan, stop calling me Lord," Wyatt pleaded as an uncomfortable sensation caressed his back. Behind him, he could feel his friends' silent smiles piercing through their polished masks. "My lord jests and his humor is boundless," Declan declared. "I will...
"Endeavor to not irritate you, sir," he said as he stood up, saluted one last time, and left in search of his loyal servants. One by one, the composters excused themselves, followed shortly by Feshik and Jincho, until only Wyatt, Cynthia, Redford, and Clara remained. The princess let out a pleased sigh. "You need to work on your dramatic output, Wyatt. Minor observation aside, that was most satisfying and entertaining, wouldn't you agree, Cynthia?" "I must be forced to agree this one time, my unhinged princess," Cynthia replied with a knowing smirk. "Oh, shush you," Clara remarked playfully. "If you'll excuse me, there is a matter of grave importance that I must discuss with Jincho. In private." Redford nodded. "Of course, my princess. I understand." He then bowed his head and Clara left the room, not without sending one last longing, defeated glance at Maximilian's helmet. Once alone, Redford put his arms behind his back and looked around. "I must admit I was reluctant to approve this, Wyatt. However, I can see the potential in it now. But why this design? It's not an exact replica, but after seeing how the Royal Marines work together, I thought it'd be a good idea to imitate their quarters to an extent," Wyatt replied without hesitation. "Besides, if this ends up failing, it'll only be my ass on the line. It can be reverted. No harm done in trying, right?" he reasoned internally. "Truly?" Redford hummed deeply. "If this experiment of yours is successful, perhaps a similar approach can be taken within moderation across the rest of our available pilots. On matters of importance, Wyatt, I've given you enough privacy, but now I must ask, what have you peered in the gift Maximilian bestowed upon you?" Wyatt frowned and pinched his chin. "Much more than I thought possible, Commander. I've yet to try any of the available simulations, however. There's so much information in those data chits. Viable tactics and strategies, how to use them, when not to use them, memoirs, recommended angles of approach, and even things like what to eat, what schedules to follow, training routines, social norms, what clothes to wear, when, how, and schematics for upgrades on a personal fighter," he revealed, partially in awe. "A treasure trove," Redford concluded. Wyatt nodded. "Keep it close to your heart, Wyatt. Such knowledge, coupled with your innate talent and skills, will allow you to soar in ways you cannot begin to imagine. As you progress in your training, I shall oversee your personal advancement as a pilot," he declared before placing a hand on Wyatt's right shoulder. "If anyone discovers what is in your possession, there is a risk that they will want to steal it one way or another. Don't share it with anyone, Wyatt." Wyatt searched for the commander's eyes and took a deep breath. Maximilian's teachings were vast, but they had one fatal flaw. They focused on the individual level. The goal was to earn glory, honor, prestige, and soar through the ranks with the sole objective of becoming the best fighter pilot that one could be. His heavily modified fighter was less a fighter and more a one-squadron death machine. Maximilian always did things on his own, and that was his downfall. He's not entirely wrong either. Being the best pilot you can be can save your life in combat. A single great pilot was deadly. What about an entire squadron filled with pilots close to that level? If it works, then why stop there? Wyatt thought firmly and arrived at the only logical conclusion in his mind. "Commander, I don't plan on keeping this information to myself." Redford blinked and removed his hand, his eyes demanding an explanation. With his choice made, Wyatt continued. "I'll share this information with my squadron." His gaze locked with Redford's. Blue and hazel eyes locked with gray, cybernetic ones for a moment that stretched into infinity. "Why have one great pilot when you can have an entire squadron?" He swallowed hard as the aged commander looked at him intently, unblinking. "I don't know if I'm right or if it'll work, but I believe it is worth trying. And if it works, maybe, Commander, you may find a way to implement it yourself across the rest of the Noravio's wing." Redford Kalin stared into the unflinching, doubtless determined gaze of Wyatt Staples for what felt like a short eternity. Then he took a step back and used a hand to hold onto his forehead. Suddenly he felt the weight of all his years pile on his back and grip his heart out of pure, unbelieving shock. "Wyatt, I'm truly starting to believe that you are indeed an agent sent by Cornelius with the sole purpose of ending my life. For I fear you will be the death of me." Wyatt couldn't tell if the gray-haired man was joking or not. Noravio, Clara's quarters. "You are far too pleased with yourself, Clara," Cynthia pointed out as she served her friend a glass of guava juice. The pink, vibrant liquid with small seeds dancing within tickled her taste buds as a sudden thirst manifested in her throat. She couldn't compare to her princess's love for sweetness and other less-than-refined tastes in quality meals. She preferred sweetness, too, perhaps as a byproduct of having spent so much time together. Sitting next to her friend, she filled a glass of her own and quickly moved to drink half of it in a single go. The unfamiliar sweetness of the guava fruit washed her tongue and mouth for a brief moment before the thirst was quenched, thanking her friend's antics and desires to procure some exotic foodstuffs for her personal reserves. Clara, unbothered, picked up the glass and drank from it with almost the same enthusiasm, ending with a loud sigh of satisfaction, followed by her tongue licking her lips. "Is it truly that obvious?" Clara asked with a cheeky grin before taking a more measured yet equally needy sip from her glass. Cynthia was about to reply when, from across the table, a chirpy laugh won the race, and her gaze landed on Jincho. "Obvious? Yes, very. You are a weird one, Pretty Eyes." "Good way," Jincho proclaimed before opening his beak, throwing his head back slightly, and then pouring some of the juice into it. All 6 eyes widened as he kept loudly drinking it until it was all gone. Then, not content with that, he brought the glass to the side of his beak only to lick the remnants of the juice. Cynthia narrowed her eyes at the display. "There's more if you want another serving, insolent creature," she said, grabbing the shimmering jar's handle. "Many thanks." "More, please," Jincho asked, presenting his empty glass. As Cynthia refilled it, he continued. "Insolent creature? Terrible. Will not accept that. Be creative, imaginative. Try again." Cynthia's glare intensified, but she said nothing as Jincho drank his second glass, only for her to refill it again when he was done. Seemingly satisfied for the moment, she waited until he put his glass on the table to turn to her amused, smiling, blonde friend. "Must you entertain his antics?" Slowly, Clara reached for Cynthia's shoulder, staring deep into her soul before replying. "Yes." "Julius, preserve my sanity," Cynthia complained before drinking the rest of her juice while the blonde princess let out a laugh and retrieved her hand. Serving herself another glass, she exhaled through her nose soundly. "Hungry Eyes wishes to devour me," said the Ekanti engineer with a mirthful tone in his voice. "Keep dreaming." "Not a good meal." Clara ignored her friend's sudden wave of annoyance in favor of focusing on Jincho and what she needed from him. "As much as I enjoy taking advantage of my bodyguard's immense patience, tell me, Jincho, are the refreshments to your liking?" "Very," came his reply. "All Ekanti like fruits. I prefer meats and seeds, but fruit's good. Sweet, rich, tasty. Can't go wrong," he said before taking some roasted seeds, nuts, and a wriggling worm from a few plates in front of him. He ate them with gusto, finishing them with a large drink of his juice. "So, Pretty Eyes, why call me? Dissatisfied with Roaring Thunder's fix?" "Quite the contrary, my dear Jincho. I am beyond pleased with your work. So much so, in fact, that I don't know what will be a suitable reward to show my appreciation correctly," Clara said, smiling happily as she recalled the 2 hours she spent inspecting every inch of Maximilian's restored fighter. So little had survived that she honestly thought that nothing short of a full replacement would be suitable. Still, her favorite Ekanti had not only managed to recreate Maximilian's fighter with an ease that the technician-in-chief described as disgustingly effortless with the remains. He even ensured that the original parts were preserved as their own distinct pieces. It would never be more than a showpiece, unable to fly or fight again, but preserved to the best of his abilities, which were, quite frankly, impressive to say the least. More importantly, above all other possible reasons or considerations, it was hers to keep and own. Oh, how she wished to sit inside the cockpit and just for a few minutes pretend she could fly it. "Bah! Gratitude is unnecessary. You let me work and do what I want. What I'm best at, no need for further payment. Already is enough. Enjoyed working and repairing it. Over-designed, yet powerful. Unique. Many secrets uncovered. Ideas to consider. Applied. First prototypes will be ready tomorrow," Jincho declared giddily. "Wormbrain will pilot, yes?" Clara asked, doing her best impression of Jincho. "Indeed. Any pilot will do, but can only trust him to test my new work. Only 5% chance it'll explode in Sillumations. Need real tests for more data," the engineer agreed eagerly. "He will provide you with all the data you want and more. It is most certain that it will be so," Clara replied. Then her expression shifted to her diplomatic, cold-as-ice mask. Jincho noticed the shift in the atmosphere, watching her curiously with all 6 eyes. Jincho, you've done so much, not only for me, but for the Principality ever since you came aboard the Noravio. Now I ask more of you, for I have no one else to turn to in search of answers. Will you help a nation that owes you much already but can't recognize your genius and contributions? Will you be willing to speak truthfully within your knowledge? Oh! Jincho blinked all 6 eyes simultaneously. This is a serious matter. Very well, pretty eyes. Ask, and I shall answer to the best of my abilities. Your nation may not be ideal for my people, but it is much better than the hierarchy. We're friends, are we not? If I can help you, I will. Clara turned to Cynthia and gave her a small nod. The blue eyes of her bodyguard flickered for a moment before the screen came to life. State secrets? Jincho asked, but Clara shook her head. On the screen, the Ekhinda watched an altered recording depicting the execution of Frederick Anderson. When it ended, he watched another recording, the real one, showing the man's brains leaking out of his nostrils, eyes, and ears as a horrible, messy, gruel-like liquid. The only correlation between the 2 videos was the fate of the traitor nobleman. Suspects? The Ekhinda asked. Everyone and no one, Clara replied with a frustrated sigh. My brother dearest has ordered several investigations, but the result is the same. Nothing. We know Frederick was executed by other traitor elements hiding after his failed assassination attempt. It is the how that eludes us like a most skilled thief performing parlor tricks to distract our attention, while daggers find their way to the back of our heads. Is there more data I can analyze? He asked. Cynthia turned her left arm around before a small data chit was launched out. She caught it between her fingers and presented it to the Ekhinda. Jincho took it and, without hesitation, pressed the right side of his skull, an inch above and behind his eye. A small slit appeared when a small segment of his skin moved up. The princess and her bodyguard stared at the revelation with wide eyes, with the former in particular taken aback. You're a cyborg? Cynthia asked, saving her friend from embarrassing herself. Not precisely. These augmentations are of my own doing, Jincho replied, gently patting the top of his head. Then he connected the chit to the slit. His eyes narrowed for a full second before he retrieved the chit, handing it back to Cynthia. I've seen this before. 2 times. In records. What you witnessed is an execution method reserved for traitors within the highest echelons of the Arabian Commonwealth. Preposterous, Cynthia countered, frowning. There are no records of them being able to do such a thing. Thousands of Arabian agents, pirates, infiltrators, and operatives have been captured and found dead over the centuries. None have been found in similar conditions. When was the last time the Principality actively went on the offensive against the Arabian Commonwealth? Jincho asked, tilting his head slightly as the gap closed itself as if it was never there in the first place. Your information is outdated and minimal on the micro scale. Sure, you have agents there and sponsored pirates, right? But they are on the outskirts of their territory, nowhere near close to their leaders, or should I say, their nobility. Cynthia lowered her head slightly before letting out a repressed growl. You are right, Jincho. The Principality has always preferred to be more passive in response to the threats around it. Precisely. This is why you don't know this is how the Commonwealth executes those failures and traitors sitting near the top. Examples. Threats. Promises. All served in one extremely painful and cruel platter. But this I know. Frederick Anderson was murdered in a way practiced by the Arabians. Worse, whoever did it is a technological expert with unknown means at their disposal and likely is a master of misdirection, lies, manipulation, infiltration, and a plethora of other skills that escape my knowledge, said the Ekhinda in a disturbingly serious tone. Jincho, I cannot express sufficiently how imperative it is for you to be absolutely and unequivocally assured when you answer my following question, Clara began, leaning forward, her purple eyes somehow managing to pierce through all 6 of his eyes. Is it possible that the traitors responsible for shoving House Anderson into my uncle's embrace are Arabians? Jincho opened his beak, allowing his thin tongue to extend out slightly as he tilted his head from side to side slowly for the better part of a full minute. He closed his beak abruptly, then nodded. Considering the method of execution, I wouldn't discard the high probability that one or more Arabian agents are working within the traitors' ranks. Despite this, I doubt your uncle is actively employing them.
Truly, I believe he is unaware that there are Arabian agents within his ranks moving strings, weeding plants, picking fruits. He must be aware of the danger they pose. Why win only to let the Arabians do as they please? No, the Commonwealth is hardly overt at the best of times. But this? Not the way they do things. He stopped for a moment as he peered deeply into Clara's eyes. Pretty eyes, I can't confirm that whoever killed the traitor Anderson are Arabians. Can't confirm or deny the existence of a group or a single operative at play. What I can say without fear of being wrong is that they must be extremely familiar with Arabian methods. My guess? A singular agent with a particular set of skills is responsible. Why do all this without the Arabians making a move? Unsure. Perhaps the agent is acting not only alone, but divorced from the Commonwealth. A traitor among traitors? Cynthia scoffed, not at the suggestion, but at the idea that those loyal to Duke Cornelius would be too blind to detect such a snake among them. Are we not equally at fault, Cynthia? We failed as much as they did, Clara remarked on her friend's thoughts and emotions. Speculation is all I can offer with the information I have, pretty eyes. What objectives and goals motivate such a creature? I can't fathom an answer. Tell your brother of this. Tell him to be wary. If the agent has not been captured, whether they are an Arabian or not, then havoc will come. How? When? Not know. Only that it will come to him, came his warning, deep and sincere. For a split moment, the color drained from Clara's face, but it passed quickly. Thank you, Jincho. Sincerely, thank you. I wouldn't take kindly to the loss of my brother dearest. It isn't definitive proof, but it is more than we have now. I'll ensure that you're properly rewarded for your aid. Before she could say anything more, Jincho stood up, walked around the table, and then, without hesitation or the smallest crumble of shame, reached with his arms around her, hugging her tightly while she remained seated. The blue-haired woman stared openly at the display, a hand gripping the handle of her blade instinctively, while the princess blinked in confusion. The awkward moment lasted for several seconds, until Jincho let go, patting Clara's head 2 times before stepping back. What was that supposed to be? Clara asked, confused, bewildered, and surprised all at once. Emotional support embrace, Jincho declared in his usual cheerful, unserious tone. Different for Ykanti and humans. Not expert. Don't pay much attention. Not worth paying attention to most of the time. But not now. Pretty eyes and hungry eyes are friends. Helped? He asked before turning to Cynthia. Want emotional support embrace? Can give, just promise no broken bones? Suddenly Clara burst out laughing as Cynthia let go of her sword and looked at Jincho as if he were a particularly unpleasant stain on a silk curtain. Eventually, though, her lips morphed into a tiny smile as Clara tried her best to control herself. Taking her smile for an answer, the blue-haired woman begrudgingly allowed the Ykanti to awkwardly embrace her, also ending with 2 pats on her head. No repayment needed, Jincho declared. Let me work. Is all I ask for. Happiest when I do. Regaining her control, Clara smiled, offering a fist to Jincho. The Ykanti's vestigial wings flapped happily before bumping fists with her. It was a sign of friendship for all Ykanti, with the one initiating it announcing that the relationship was strong and mutual if accepted. Need more of my genius? More projects to work on? Jincho asked. Not at the moment, Jincho. You can return to your work, declared the princess. Then she watched as the rambunctious ball of surprises and uncontrollable energy quickly drank the rest of his juice, stored the rest of his offered snacks in his available pockets, including the wriggling worms, and then left without her giving the door the command to open. Her smile widened as she moved closer to Cynthia, enough to rest against her slightly. Then she let out a long, tired sigh. I had hoped that he didn't know anything, leaving us blinded to what lurks beneath murky waters. What is worse, Cynthia? To wish for ignorance or contemplate the realization of your fears made manifest so you can act to defend yourself from the horror? Willful ignorance is always the greater evil, Clara, Cynthia replied sincerely and firmly. A few moments later, she let out an empty, dark chuckle. Being a princess never gets easier, does it? The totem must remain strong yet flexible to allow change to come. A rigid totem can only fall, the blonde woman replied, shaking her head. I miss my father. My brother dearest wishes to carry on his dreams through blood and strife until they are realized. She clenched her hands into fists. Damn him, Cynthia. Damn Uncle Cornelius. Why?
Every speech, every lesson, every deed, now empty and devoid of meaning. You have to stop thinking about him, Clara. It hurts me too, but he's a traitor. His forces nearly killed us. He won't hesitate to eliminate Redford, you, me, or the prince if given the chance.
Whatever drove him to treason, it is beyond your control.
There is no need for you to carry such a heavy burden, the blue-eyed woman said with a soft, tender, pleading tone. Clara rested her head on Cynthia's shoulder, a familiar gesture sorely needed. I know, Cynthia. I know. Yet I can't help myself. I can only promise to try, she sighed. It won't be a difficult task focusing on other problems. Tamarin and Andrew Cayston will respond to the humiliation they suffered. Tamarin is the most dangerous and simultaneously the most predictable and difficult to counter. We need more allies and forces to call upon. We still don't know who is behind the black ships. I was so assured of my victory that I failed to properly read Felicity's hidden intentions, resulting in the traitors spreading the unaltered footage of the Gallant Venture. At least they don't have access to Wyatt's incendiary remarks. And now it is revealed that the headless viper spawned another head and is ready to strike my brother dearest? She sighed again dejectedly. I hate this with a burning passion that threatens to burst out of my chest, and there's so little I can actually do.
There you go again, Clara. Not everything can be within your grasp. You're neither omniscient nor omnipotent.
Be thankful that you aren't, she said before gently resting her head against her friend's.
Her princess replied with a soft hum. Long, silent moments passed in a comfortable calmness until she broke the peace, noticing that Clara's breathing had returned to normal. You know you can speak his name, Clara. There's no one but us to hear it, and no ill repercussions will follow.
I know, Clara replied with a tiny smile on her lips. But I won't. He's the prince. He renounced his name. It wouldn't be proper of me to utter his name even in private.
Cynthia matched her smile. What's this? No joking remarks or playful prods trying to coax me into uttering his name?
Maybe another time, countered the princess.
Now stay still. Your armor makes for a terrible pillow, but I like it. The blue-haired woman chuckled but said nothing in return, choosing to let her friend relax for as long as she needed it.
Eternal Garden Retrofitted Communication Lounge.
What more must I do for you to be pleased, Tuzia? Salazar Reed asked as he stared at the neutral face of his wife. However, her eyes were burning with displeasure. I've received commendations for my participation in the battle. The shame I've brought upon our house will not be mended so easily, but it is a start that few can boast about. Tuzia Reed pursed her lips as her gray, cybernetic eyes narrowed with contempt. You flatter yourself too much, Salazar. Everyone received commendations and notes of distinction. Even the floor-licking commoners. She made a displeased clicking sound with her tongue before continuing. And you didn't receive any singular medal or distinction of merit. You call this a victory? Salazar's eyes narrowed slightly, containing the urge to yell at his wife. His volatile temper had gotten him in trouble many times in the past. He could now see his past mistakes clearly. It was an uphill battle, but one that he was more than capable of climbing. I call it a first step. My shame cannot be fixed nor forgiven so easily. Vassort isn't an easy man to please, but he recognizes effort when he sees it. That's why he ordered you to call me, did he not? He asked, watching with satisfaction as the stunning features of his wife contorted before she was forced to nod once. Be that as it may, Salazar, you're far, far away from earning the forgiveness of Vassort or Vashakati. Our sons refuse to hear your name, but the shame they feel toward their father has diminished, Tuzia sighed, shaking her head. By the will of the first prince, Julius Astor himself, my efforts to quell the rumor mill and the poisonous words whispered behind our backs have resulted in success. Only the lower rungs and unimportant rabble-rousing incompetent idiots speak of your blunder with any volume now. Even then, their voices are dying out. What would you do without me, I wonder? Grovel? Cower? Or perhaps you'll shout at the problem, thinking that will solve it somehow? Salazar straightened his posture. I'm glad that my wife is a caring and capable woman. Tuzia was momentarily stunned by his response, but the moment passed quickly. Flattery was never your forte, Salazar. Regardless, seeing you was the least of my concerns. Vassort's command gave the excuse to tell you this. Forget about Wyatt Staples. Don't seek further conflict with him. Salazar sighed tiredly. Didn't I tell you before that I wouldn't entertain the idea of plotting against Baron Staples' life? The duel marked his victory, and our grudge was settled. His gaze intensified as he focused on his wife's face. However, why do you make such a request now? I know how vindictive you can be, Tuzia. For you to back away from your previous claims, he said, letting the unfinished implication hang in the unmeasurable space between them. Tuzia's left eye twitched slightly before closing her eyes for a moment, leaning back on her seat. What do you take me for, Salazar? A blind fool, perhaps? She scoffed. I've seen what that man is capable of. Everyone has. I will not allow a greater humiliation to befall House Reed. A mocking smirk appeared on her lips. Now I understand why that man was able to beat you. Salazar hummed deeply, wishing to counter his wife's remark, but chose against it. Instead, he frowned, earning a laugh from the brown-haired woman. My, where is that fiery bravado of yours, dear husband? Tuzia questioned, each word rubbing salt on the wound. Has he truly reduced you to this vestige of the honorable and dignified man I married? Was that man an illusion, and now I see you for the pathetic man you were always trying to hide beneath an armor of fake posturing? Salazar remained silent for several seconds, his gaze held against his wife's until she sneered at him, and with one last disgruntled click of her tongue, ended the call. Standing up, he straightened his uniform and stepped out of the communication chamber. To his right, he spotted a 10-year-old child wearing a simple auxilia uniform. His extensive burns had healed, his face was fixed, and his damaged eye had been restored. There were some minor scars on his neck and face, but they would be gone with minor treatments in the coming weeks. More importantly, his black hair was starting to grow back. Ungal, let's go, ordered Salazar as the kid eagerly nodded and came to his side. They exited the busy lounge only to find themselves in an ample hallway, one clearly neither built nor by humans. It felt disgusting stepping on a filthy Drazzen ship, even if it had been captured and liberated from the Xenos infestation. Eventually, they reached an elevator, eager to return to the Noravio and check on his unit's progress. The doors opened, revealing a menial commoner operating the controls and two uniformed men already inside. His eyes widened for a moment before saluting. Wyatt and Galt stepped out of the elevator, the former holding a datapad. Salazar, Wyatt greeted, returning the salute. Galt followed in his example, and soon their hands lowered. His eyes moved to Ungal and raised an eyebrow. I see you decided to stay, Ungal. Ungal nodded energetically. I don't want to leave Ship Mother. My place was earned. Galt forced himself to smile at the pirate kid, reminding himself that he wasn't a pirate anymore. Won't you miss your friends? Ungal shook his head. Many others remain with Ship Mother. They want to stay behind so they can. He turned to Salazar with a vibrant smile. Sergeant is strong. I want to become strong like him and make Ship Mother proud. Wyatt turned his attention to Salazar, intrigued by the child's revelation. Ungal is enthusiastic, Lieutenant Commodore. He is young but is eager to learn. With the program imposed by First Lieutenant Galt Tirome, he and the older adolescents will remain under my care and training. They'll be fine auxilia forces, Salazar explained. As you were, Sergeant, Galt said, dismissing the man. Salazar offered a salute, followed by a poor imitation from Ungal. Then they left. After the elevator's doors closed, he turned to Wyatt. Do you truly believe it is a good idea to let those children stay in your barony, Wyatt? Wyatt nodded. Didn't you say that they were unlikely to embrace the pirate lifestyle after experiencing a better life by their already low standards? I did, Galt admitted, sighing deeply. Forgive me, sir. I spoke without thinking. Wyatt put a hand on Galt's shoulder, ignoring the look some passing nobleman gave them. In your place, I would share your worries, Galt. I'm surprised that Salazar took Ungal under his protection. He doesn't seem to be a man terribly fond of children. I don't understand completely why he made that request, but he's so far demonstrated to be competent in his role as their overseer. At first, I thought he was a socialite officer, but now I believe he earned his previous rank, or at least did most of the work to earn it, Galt confessed. Wyatt retrieved his hand and returned to his datapad as the two resumed walking. Where was I? Yes. I've noticed that all my requests and delivery drops for Newtown are being dispatched with a priority mark, he said, presenting it to Galt. The red-haired man scanned it for no less than a few seconds before a deep ah rumbled from his throat. It would seem that the head officer of the logistical division, Sabraska Kaspars, has been aiding you in whatever capacity she can. She's constantly expressed her approval and admiration for your actions, Wyatt. In that case, I should thank her personally. She's made Elizabeth, Ano, and Rachel's work easier.
Wyatt said with a tiny smile. The effort you've put into your provisional barony is exceptional, Wyatt. Not many would bother to invest half as much time at the best of times, Galt chuckled. Not that House Ferentis will do anything to apply the provisional part any time soon, or at all. Wyatt raised an eyebrow in confusion. Lord Istanel is immensely pleased with all the Drazzen subjects at his disposal, although victims may be a more suitable descriptor. That alone is significant. But with the return of Hastrung and everything in it, House Ferentis will do everything in their power to maintain such an amicable relationship. Congratulations are in order, my Lord Baron, he exclaimed with a practiced bow of his head. Wyatt grimaced at the gesture. Please, Galt, don't. I can barely stop Declan from calling me Lord or Baron half the damn time. And I still don't know what to do with him. He can't stay guarding our quarters all the time, can he? Galt smirked before crossing his arms. Perhaps you should ask Commander Redford for aid in that regard, Wyatt. He is of high nobility and head of House Kalen. Perhaps you're right, the pilot replied. Rightful honor, Duke Cornelius' private quarters. Nothing, Cornelius said as he sat before his desk, his expression unreadable while his daughter, Veronica, stood silently next to it. Her expression was stoic, cold, and uncaring. No trace. No clue. No path. My Lord Father, mayhaps grandmother has aided Gabriel, Veronica proposed coldly. Cornelius didn't deign himself to entertain the ghost of the possibility that that was the case. No. Dinah wouldn't aid your brother in hiding or escaping. Among all my supporters and allies, she was the first to join me wholeheartedly. She loves her grandchildren, but loyalty and duty come first. Always have. Taking a deep inhale, he pinched the bridge of his nose, trying to suppress the forming headache. How did he do it? How was my son able to escape Camram? Cornelius asked himself for the 20th time. As before, no answer came to him. The hoverbike and his discarded clothes were found, but nothing else. His general initial path was easily deduced, and Dinah acted accordingly from there. He had been so certain that Gabriel would make a mistake, enact his authority over commoners, desperately try to board a ship, or, bereft of options and cornered, divulge himself in public, proclaiming his loyalty to his cousin, the prince, as he renounced his father, that finding him would be a trivial thing. Yet he didn't. He found a way to elude patrols, fool security protocols, and leave Camrim. How? 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 Cornelius shouted as he slammed his fist on his desk, cracking its surface. He ignored the worried glance of his daughter, unable to leave that question unanswered. Indeed. How? How had his predictable, short-tempered, uncreative son managed to leave the planet? Discarded was the possibility that he was dead, or worse, hiding in some refuse hole just to spite him. Gabriel was capable of spite, but his spite was always measured and calculated. How was it that the most far-fetched option conceived in his mind turned out to be the correct one? He had failed miserably to stop his son. Now he's out there alone and vulnerable, he said, his rage replaced by guilt and regret. Send me to find him, Father. I promise to find Gabriel and bring him back to you on his knees. He'll beg for your forgiveness, Veronica exclaimed as she knelt before her father. Rest assured, my daughter, your brother will be found, Cornelius declared, dismissing her request with a hand gesture. Once she was on her feet, he continued. I need you by my side, Veronica. I'll order every jump point leading to Arnav territory to be heavily monitored and every ship to be boarded for inspection. His steps are still predictable, he said, then stopped himself, humming deeply. Underestimating his son had cost him dearly once already. Peterson's words rang loudly in his head. Was Gabriel truly not as helpless as he thought? Did he not know his own son as well as he believed? His eyes narrowed as possibilities ran through his mind. Duavani, the same order shall be employed to every jump point leading to Duavani territory. Understood, my Lord Father, Veronica replied with a smile. I live only to serve you. Command me as you wish. Cornelius stared at his daughter for long, silent moments until he stood up. Veronica made no attempt to follow him as he walked over to a counter filled with his favored beverages. He poured himself a large cup of the strongest wine in his collection. The almost black liquid, aptly named Black Dragon, burned his tongue and throat, dealing both satisfaction and pain in equal measure. With an exhale, black, twisting smoke danced past his lips, vanishing mere seconds later. He refilled his cup and sat on a nearby couch. Minutes passed in silence, only occasionally taking a sip of Black Dragon, trying to halt the hundreds of issues he needed to tend to. When he was halfway done with his drink, he reached into his suit, pulling out a slightly wrinkled letter. He'd read it multiple times already, yet that didn't stop him from doing so again. Dear Uncle Cornelius Draymore, it is my sincere hope that this letter reaches you in good faith and in good condition. The man handing you this letter is Captain Ciro Ortega. I implore you that if there is a remnant of the man I admired yet lives within you, you allow him to retire in peace and with the honor he deserves, not in disgrace or labeled as a traitor or coward. That being said, Uncle, I wish I could know what has driven you to launch a coup against your nephew. Are you truly content with my death or that of any of my siblings? Cynthia's? Redford's? How many are you willing to kill to achieve your goal, whatever that may be? What has driven you to such extremes? The Council of Nobles captured and bound. Many of my siblings, your nieces and nephews, are firmly in your clutches. Was I always a liability to your plans? I can't help but wonder. Please, Uncle, stop this madness. I will go to my knees and implore my brother, your nephew, the prince, to spare your life and forget this ever happened if I must. I beg thee, Uncle, stop. And if you won't, then I'm so terribly sorry. For I will not stop nor rest until you capitulate or your cold, dead corpse lies on the floor and your blood stains its carpet. For I promise you this, as long as I live, you will not see victory. It shall be no more than an illusion outside your grasp, a promise unfulfilled, a goal unattainable. If this conflict must end with your demise to prevent greater suffering, then with all the pain in my heart, I shall aid in that outcome for the betterment of the principality. Do not believe that my threats are empty, Uncle. You've seen him by now, the man who saved my life and countless others. The White Periton, the Wraith, the Wolfhound. He is someone I cannot fully control. Spare your forces the ill fate that awaits them if they cross his path. Finally, give my best wishes to Gabriel, as I hope you're treating him kindly, for I doubt he sits by your side, unlike Veronica. With sincerest regret and love, Clara Astor, 2nd Princess of the Astorian Principality. P.S. I believe you will enjoy a baked good called Veshkom. Within this letter there is a small data chit with the recipe. Enjoy it. It pairs most wonderfully with tea and sweet juices. Cornelius folded the letter, safely storing it as a sad smile spread across his lips. If only Joseph would have accepted my proposal to adopt you, Clara, he muttered to himself, barely loud enough for him to hear. He was about to reach for his cup when the doors to his quarters opened. A single servant entered carrying a tray. Resting on it, a blue ribbon with a white dot at each end could be seen. Drink forgotten, he stood up. Noravio, composter's barracks. Anyone else feel like we shouldn't be wearing this? Leopold asked as he inspected his new armor with visible amazement mixed with disbelief. It's soft and comfortable and not as heavy as I thought it'd be. How much did it cost you, Wyatt? He asked as he marveled at the high-quality piece of equipment that covered his body. The armor was of a dark gray color, polished to such a degree that the metal surfaces reflected the light nicely, and it fit him like a glove. What drew his attention the most, however, were the white peritons resting on his shoulder pads and the pair of small carved symbols at the end point of the armor's neckguard. The symbols were the same, a scythe with a golden handle that ended on a purple blade taking the form of a feather. Try as he might, he couldn't stop gazing at his reflection. He couldn't deny it. He looked good in it. About the same as mine, Wyatt replied matter-of-factly, before cracking his neck whilst sitting on one of the communal couches. Idly, he reached for a jar he'd set before their scheduled simulation training began. Opening it, he reached for a Lakoa and began to eat it with gusto. "How can you eat that, sir?" Gregor asked from his seat on another couch to Wyatt's right. His leader's response was to present him with the jar, offering him one of the tasty, dried insects. The rotund man winced and felt his stomach churn for a split second. "I would rather eat a scrag before corrupting my lips with a disgusting insect, Wyatt," he replied, making Wyatt shrug and mutter, "What's a scrag?" before taking another bite. "No, sir, Gregor? Where's the cordiality, Undaj?" "That's how you know he's serious, Wyatt," Noltar commented from his spot next to Gregor. Placing a hand on his friend's shoulder and duly ignoring his judging glare, he turned to Leopold. "Will you stop looking at yourself already?" "I'm sure your armor hasn't changed since yesterday, Leo," the man said with a smirk that felt heavy. "But you're right. It feels wrong for me to be wearing this, Wyatt. What did I do to earn it?" He shook his head once, his expression growing somber as his eyes set upon the symbol on his chest. The symbol of House Olkara, a white lotus. His gaze drifted from his chest to Gregor's, finding a snaking river coming from top to bottom, adorned with a boulder resting at each side of the river's banks, the symbol of his house. Similarly, his gaze landed on Raquel's chest bearing the symbol of House Otilo, 3 stars with a flare surrounding them. The bronze-skinned woman must have caught his wandering eyes as she fixed her gaze on him. What did any of us do? We somehow managed to survive against damned Drazzen, outnumbering us 5 to 1, burn their filthy xenohides, and then beat a force of damnable traitors. Oh, and the defeat of a lone wolf, Raquel countered, crossing her arms. She's right, Wyatt said after swallowing a mouthful. We did it all together. I'm a good pilot, we all are, but we all contributed to those victories. Boss, you're too damn humble. Take credit once in a while, Leopold countered as he moved next to Wyatt, sitting down and reaching for a Lakoa. He took a bite and chewed on it a few times before continuing. Tangy like dried meat. Surprisingly tasty. If you close your eyes, you can't forget this is a bug, he proclaimed before taking another bite. Wyatt smiled, eyeing Noltar and Raquel quizzically for a few seconds. Sighing, Raquel gave up and reached for an offered treat. Noltar, shrugging, followed suit. They each took their respective bites while Gregor looked upon them with mild disgust. Not nearly as horrid an experience as I imagined, Raquel was the first to speak. Speak for yourself, Noltar said, wincing as he set the Lakoa on the table. Sorry, Wyatt, my palate is too refined to enjoy this monstrosity, he said with a smirk. I bet Tristan would have liked it. He could eat anything, even those terrible common Miars. Gregor and Leopold nodded in agreement. Raquel swallowed another mouthful before making her voice known. You've mentioned that name several times before. If I recall correctly, he was your precious squadron leader, was he not? That he was, Leopold replied, his expression dropping slightly. Damn Abacus, that whore son! He exclaimed before eating the rest of his Lakoa. After a few angry chews, he turned to Wyatt. Surprised you haven't asked about him, boss. It was neither my place nor right to ask something so personal. You said it repeatedly. Abacus caused Tristan's death because he was envious of his position, Wyatt replied, recalling the few times his teammates had spoken about the matter. If you don't mind me asking, how did he die? Raquel asked from her seat. Tristan was a good man. Harsh in our training sessions, but dependable, Gregor began. He had a massive ego and loved to boast about everything he did, but he wasn't an asshole. Most of the time, Leopold continued with a distant smile on his lips. He was a good squadron leader. He and Abacus never saw eye to eye, but we worked together well enough. Noltar frowned. Or so we thought. He sighed deeply. What infuriates me is the unglorious death Tristan got. He deserved better. What happened? Wyatt asked, intrigued. Before this whole succession dispute began, we were part of a small task force sent to deal with a gathering of pirates. When we got to them and deployed, the pirates were more than ready to face us. We lost 2 ships because their forces were greater than the intelligence reports mentioned. Gregor paused for a moment, frowning as he collected his thoughts. It happened at the closing moments of the battle. Our entire wedge got ambushed by suicidal pirate fighters and drones. Leopold, Noltar, and I were too far away to provide support to Tristan, but Abacus was with him. And that piece of shit left him to die, Noltar growled. Had he stayed to support Tristan, they would have lasted long enough for us and the rest of the wedge to aid them. But he ran away, knowing Tristan's damaged fighter wouldn't be able to outrun the enemies. And he died. A drone smashed his fighter, turning it into slag and debris. He thought that by kicking Tristan out, a mere lesser noble from the leadership position, he'd be promoted to squadron leader, Leopold scoffed angrily. Everyone knew he ran away with ulterior motives in mind. But he got away with it because he's part of a powerful minor house. Well, not quite. Duke Draymor's coup happened before a suitable replacement was found, and then you happened, boss. The heterochromatic-eyed man frowned slightly. I didn't do anything. Abacus Reed ended his ambitions all on his own. Honestly, were it not because he got 2 innocent pilots killed alongside his worthless carcass, I would celebrate his demise. Bastard whoreson without worth, he said as a familiar rage burned in his gullet with the name of another damnable blue blood etched into his soul and heart. True enough, Noltar agreed as his 2 old squad mates joined in agreement. What about you, Raquel? What made you join the Royal Navy?
Wyatt and Raquel shared a quick glance, with the former nodding once. Taking a deep breath through her nose, she answered, "There's not much to tell. My father, the head of House Otillo, only ever saw me as a chip for him to exchange in his ploys of political intrigue. House Otillo is just a lesser house, not at the bottom, though. His games and manipulation were too much for me to continue tolerating. He never saw me as a daughter, but among my siblings I was the only one to walk away. I want to carve my own path." Then she turned slightly to Wyatt and smiled. "Our leader has demonstrated to me that such a thing is possible, whatever our selfish reasons may be." Then a playful smile painted her lips. "Oh, and Wyatt is the first squadron leader who hasn't tried to exert his authority on me to warm his bed." Leopold and Nultar sputtered while Gregor nodded in approval and Wyatt frowned slightly. "So that's what you meant when you said the red marks in your record were only partially due to your tenacity in battle?" Wyatt asked, wanting confirmation, which Raquel gave with 2 quick nods. "What about your reasons?" Raquel asked in return. "My reasons are simple. Since my combat skills are lackluster in melee, I opted to become a pilot. My goal was to become a captain and hopefully serve the rest of my service time doing patrol runs with minimal action until I could retire, using my prestige to gain a good position in a field of intellectual acumen." Gregor was the first to answer, his gaze shifting to Wyatt. "But now, I'm not sure anymore. Perhaps if I survive this conflict, I'll consider a lifelong service in the Royal Navy. Many surprises may be ahead of us." "Some of us aren't as noble as you are, Gregor," Nultar jumped in. "It's no secret what happened to House Olkara. I joined because I had no other option. I was originally going to be a Marine, but I moved away from that path. So far, I've been seeking an honorable death," he chuckled darkly. "Failing that, I was thinking of reaching retirement and then living the rest of my life in irrelevance until House Olkara faded from memory and records." "Ain't I the life of the party?" he asked in grim humor. "And then you have me!" Leopold joined in with a laugh. "Joining the Royal Navy sure beats staying on Rastuji work under the fat bellies of House Bitofo. Would the crumbs be plentiful if I worked hard enough? Absolutely, but I always wanted to see more of the Principality. See more worlds and wonders beyond my home world," he chuckled. "That and meet new people. Mainly beautiful women. Okay, I wanted to meet beautiful women for the most part and enjoy good experiences, be it drink, parties, food, or the occasional indulgence of carnal indulgence." "Oh, I guess you can add that to my reasons, too," Nultar said, joining his partner in escapades. Raquel rolled her eyes, unamused, while Gregor let out an exasperated groan. "And our fearless leader over there just wanted to see the void and retire in peace. Though, if you don't mind me asking, Wyatt, I've noticed that you have an explosive temperament when it comes to the Drazzen. I hate those things as much as any other, but you really sound like you hate them with a burning vendetta." "That's because I hate them," replied the black-haired man bluntly, but refused to elaborate past that. Then he stood up. "We should get ready for our physical training," he said, leaving for his room. The rest of the composters exchanged looks, but chose to respect their leader's privacy, knowing he had his motives to keep his reasons to himself. Instead, they went to their rooms in preparation for the tender mercies at the hands of Cynthia Winfield. Wyatt wished he could tell his squadmates more, but he didn't feel he was quite ready to relive those memories again. He knew the moment he started, he wouldn't be able to stop. Besides, while he liked them all, especially Leopold, due to their shared commoner background, he still didn't consider them his friends. Close and trusted allies? Most assuredly, but not his friends. Not yet, and certainly not as close and significant as Clara and Cynthia were to him. Perhaps once they were closer to how he felt about Jincho, Galt, and Milcades. Perhaps. "I'll tell them, eventually," Wyatt thought, as Cynthia finished putting Leopold on the ground. His defeat marked the end of their training session. They were dismissed a moment later, and his eyes narrowed. The blue-eyed woman's stance felt off as if she wasn't entirely there. With a deep exhale, he stood up, signaling his squadmates and Declan that they could leave as he made his way to Cynthia. His muscles were still burning, his stomach hurt, and his back was in pain, but nothing that he couldn't handle or disguise under a curtain of normality. Joining her side, he was greeted by a raised eyebrow. Wyatt was about to open his mouth, but decided to keep things more private as they walked. He'd run the first tests in the morning, and his second venture into accessing the network fared only a little better. For a split fraction of a moment, the world around him seemed to come to a halt.
His vision was filled with enhanced reality virtual parameters that simultaneously flooded his brain with information and provided understanding and direction. He couldn't move his body to interact with it. Or rather, his physical body took too long to respond to his commands. It was a disconnection that felt unreal, unnatural, and inhuman all at once. Yet his sense of self and perception remained intact. No, that was the wrong way to describe it. It was whole yet fragmented, united by invisible threads much like a scarf, sweater, or a simple sock was woven together. Divided, segmented, but united as a whole thing. Disjointed but functional, and in that odd sensation he could still operate with a virtual sensation of his limbs as a fragment of his consciousness was allowed to peer into a realm of flowing information given meaning and form he could understand. Accessing the Noravio's network, he quickly found Cynthia, requesting to create a private channel between them. It was like speaking through their helmet's communicators, but without the helmets. In his altered perception, the wait felt like minutes until it was accepted. Then everything shifted back to normal, with the difference that at the corner of his field of view, a small icon signifying the link was active. Wyatt shook his head before he spoke, not with his voice, but with his mind. "I wonder if I'll get used to that feeling. Do you always go through that when accessing a network?" he asked with palpable discomfort. "You'll get used to it. It becomes easier the more you do it. I've been doing it for as long as I can remember. It is like second nature at this point," Cynthia replied in a serious yet relaxed tone. "What do you wish to discuss, Wyatt?" "You, in fact," Wyatt answered, earning a glance from his blue-haired friend. "Are you feeling all right? You're not hurt or sick, are you?" "What brought your concern, Wyatt?" Cynthia asked, genuinely surprised by his questions. "During today's training, you seemed distracted for some reason. Less you, in a sense. Not nearly as intense, more forgiving with your demands," he pointed out, returning her glance with one of his own. Cynthia smiled for a brief moment before replying. "Of course you'd be able to tell. It was a fool's dream to think you wouldn't notice those minor lapses in my performance and attitude. Let me assure you, Wyatt, that I'm in perfectly good health. I've never known disease and likely never will. My fatigue comes from another source." "Clara?" Wyatt asked, concerned. Cynthia nodded once. Her health and life aren't at risk, but the stress of her duties, current events, and recently revealed truths have taken a toll on her mind. Normally this wouldn't be of too much issue, for I know how to aid her in similar cases. But at the moment, all my usual avenues of choice are closed off. Except for trying to take her mind away from focusing on issues beyond her immediate control, she said, her tone strong and almost trembling with impotence. "Do you think she'll feel better with a knitting session?" he asked, trying to help his friends. "That will be useful, but she needs something more powerful than that. Offering her to watch a fighter race or a competition would be much better. Live performances," she clarified at the end. "More powerful, eh?" Wyatt muttered back. It took only a few seconds before an idea began to take form in his mind. "I've seen that glint in your eyes enough times to know you're conjuring madness, aren't you?" Cynthia asked, more intrigued than worried. Wyatt smiled with a devilish enthusiasm that tickled his innermost rebellious side most pleasantly. "Perhaps. Last time we broke a few bars of that gilded cage. Would you like to help me break a few more, Cynthia?" Cynthia's eyes narrowed. Her expression turned serious and determined. "If it is for her, I'll gladly help in whatever manner I can, Wyatt. What must I do?" "I'll need Milcady's help and Commander Redford's permission to actually do this," Wyatt replied. "I'll convince the old man. Milcady's will help, if for no other reason than to find amusement." "What do you want to do?" the blue-haired woman asked, now fully committed. Wyatt turned his head to face her, killing their connection. "She'll fly." Rightful honor, Duke Cornelius' private quarters. Cornelius Draymore sat at the head of his desk, alone. He'd dismissed Veronica moments earlier, and now his quarters were sealed. Before him, the blue ribbon with white dots rested peacefully. He eyed it in silence for what felt like a short eternity before he cleared his throat. "Alpha Protocol Starman enabled. Authentication code LGNK017BNH. Codename Inti." Suddenly his quarters resonated as an energy field distorted the enclosed space to create a true zone of silence outside the confined bubble around the Duke. Immediately after, the terminal on his desk came to life, vomiting erratic words, distorted noises, and scrambling static until the screen settled on a blue background with a singular white dot in the middle. "Good day, Duke Cornelius," the synthetic voice greeted calmly. Cornelius touched his throat, regretting choosing his strongest wine, as the uncomfortable rumbling rasped against his throat, even before a single word escaped past his lips. "Greetings. To what reason do I owe the pleasure of your call?" "Please, Cornelius, we're allies. We both want what is best for the Principality. There's no reason for you to be disgruntled," the voice said in a calm, gentle, collected tone. "It is not your request that causes my discomfort. It is another matter of a personal nature which brings displeasure into my voice," Cornelius replied truthfully. "Ah, understandable. We hope this won't cause issues in your efforts to be recognized as Lord Regent, now will it?" the voice asked in that same tone. The blond man straightened up. "My conviction is absolute. I will honor our deal to its fullest extent. My personal issues are but a minor distraction set in my private time. Nothing more." "We are pleased to hear that, Cornelius. For the sake of the Principality, you must succeed. We applaud that you're doing everything in your power to avoid shedding as much blood as possible. Truly, it is commendable. Regardless, if you must be cruel and ruthless, then be so, Cornelius. Don't make the same mistake your predecessors have repeated ad nauseum for over 3,000 years. If you must sacrifice hundreds of millions to save hundreds of billions, then make that sacrifice without hesitation." The voice paused for several seconds with only a pulsating static cutting through the silence. "War, true war, requires sacrifices that you cannot begin to fathom. Steel your heart, Cornelius." Cornelius narrowed his eyes as he intertwined his fingers tightly. "I'm fully aware of that. Sacrificing countless lives means nothing. But ruining infrastructure, resource-gathering forces, and ships needlessly is an outcome I wish to elude. That will only cost years in repairs. Years that could have been spent in far more productive means." "Then we are in agreement, Cornelius," the voice agreed, pausing for another brief moment before continuing. "Allies that we are, we issue 2 warnings, Cornelius. The Drazzen Collective is stirring far more than we predicted. We aren't sure what caused this unforeseen outcome. Be wary. They are unlikely to remain idle for long. Yet another incentive for you to achieve success." The Lord Regent closed his eyes, taking a deep breath as yet another problem was put on his shoulders. "And the second?" "Chaos stirs within the Arabian Commonwealth. Our eyes and ears can't find much more than that. Pray, if you know how to, that such chaos is the product of internal conflicts and not something more dire. Be ready for anything. The future of the Principality is within your hands. Remember that, Golden Raven," the voice said as the screen began to distort again. "Our time is at an end. We'll be watching and hearing the events unfold, Cornelius." A second later, the screen went black. "Disengage Alpha Protocol. Starman," the Duke said, and the uncomfortable bubble around him disappeared in an instant. Grabbing his throat, he sank into his seat, feeling exhausted and drained. For several minutes, he remained there, unmoving in contemplative silence. "In Julius's name, I will be victorious," he declared, his voice heavy and filled with the power of a man ready to claim his destiny. "Noravio, Clara's quarters." Clara watched as her brother, the prince, crossed his arms, absorbing the information she'd shared with him. Even through the enhanced reality reflection of his visage, she noticed the slightly marked furrow he was making, the tapping of his left index finger against his upper arm, and the telltale focus in his eyes that had become a far too familiar sight. She remained silent, waiting to hear her brother's response. It didn't take long for it to come. Lukac suspected that there could be more traitors hiding somewhere in plain sight. Of this I'm certain. Spies, secret agents, and mere opportunistic scoundrels waiting for the perfect moment to strike or open their mouths for the right price, said the prince in a focused, unshakable tone. But this? The possibility of a highly skilled, unknown agent with knowledge and means moving, scurrying, and slithering outside our records, estimations, and expectations. My sister dearest, even with you being the one who says so, it is hard to believe that such a possibility could be true. And yet, brother dearest, I speak not that this is factual in its totality. It is merely the most educated guess that could be provided to me at the time, Clara replied in a similar but gentler tone. Can we trust the intuition of a Yakanti, no matter how exceptional he may be? He asked, eyes focused on his sister's. Clara smiled openly. Whereas Wyatt is sincere and honest in almost everything he says and does, Jincho is simply unfiltered. He does not need to hold his tongue. Truly, I believe he is simply unable to contain himself, even to his detriment. It is an Enviable trait under the right circumstances. Her smile dropped, returning to her colder, focused expression. Yes, we can trust in his intuition. He may be wrong. I pray to any deities that may exist that is the case, but if he is correct to any extent... The prince nodded grimly. More strings are moving than we initially feared. Suppose there truly is an Arabian agent, loyal, traitor, or independent. In that case, it matters not. Set loose and working to favor our uncle or simply to cause mayhem and disharmony, then I must always remain alert. We don't know the capabilities of this theoretical agent. Ignoring this plausible threat would be unwise. Now you understand the fear which grips my heart and refuses to let go, brother dearest. Please take precautions and safeguard your life. Were you to fall, then our uncle's victory would be all but assured, Clara pleaded, unafraid to show her worry. The prince smiled, uncrossing his arms and leaning forward, resting his arms on his lap. If I die, Alexander and Giovanni are still out there. It worries me that we've yet to know anything regarding their whereabouts. I can only hope that they are safe within the concealing embrace of a neutral house, he declared in a longing, almost hollow tone, followed by a dark chuckle. Perhaps I should take precautions and ensure that, if demise is to claim my life, the totem won't crumble from the top. Clara joined in with a dark, dismissing chuckle of her own. Her hands trembled slightly, her heart pumped wildly in her chest, and that familiar, awful, revolting sensation manifested from her deepest, most reclusive part of her soul, threatening, laughing, and caressing her with sweet yet empty promises. She knew better than to entertain those thoughts. Brother, I beg of you, do not jest with such a thing. The Astor siblings locked gazes for several cold moments before the oldest exhaled through his nose. I'm terribly sorry, Clara, but I will take precautions. Cornelius mustn't be allowed to achieve his victory. He wishes to bring prosperity and strength to the principality, but what lies behind those excuses? What is his true goal? He shook his head, eyes focused, unblinking. Will you do it, Clara? If I were to die? Clara closed her eyes, managing to lock the monster in its cage once more. Opening them a moment later, she nodded once. I will, but only if your life is to be forfeited, my brother dearest. The totem will remain standing. I can promise you that much. I'm so terribly sorry for mounting such a monumental weight upon your shoulders, Clara. You, above even Alexander, I trust above all, the prince proclaimed, regret and relief evident in his posture and voice. Let us move past such morbid, distant possibilities. I've debated with myself about contacting you regarding a certain gift I've sent. His lips curled into a playful smirk, stirring Clara's curiosity and interest. If I must be honest, I was waiting for your call to commence with screaming and demands for an explanation. It seems fate has decided to rob me of a moment of retribution, he chuckled, shrugging, further drawing upon the blonde princess's inquisitive nature. Being cryptic does not fit you, brother dearest. Nevertheless, I am intrigued. May I know what this gift is? Or will you be so cruel as to wound me by presenting me with a shiny rock, only to take it away? Clara pressed on, only partially in jest, trying to hide her mounting interest as she was unable to read her brother's intentions. The prince's expression was now dripping with smugness, causing his sister to narrow her eyes impatiently. I've sent the 2 corvettes captured on Hastrung back under your command. They operate under no names, for I've decided to grant you the chance to give them a fitting name on your own, Clara. The princess's eyes widened for a moment before her head tilted ever so slightly. Brother dearest, you shouldn't have. I sent those ships along the Gallant Venture for experimentation, deconstruction, and reverse engineering projects back on Matcha. The Gallant Venture is no more. Finnegan technicians, scientists, engineers, and more were quick to dismantle it, eager to learn its secrets. Regardless, your worry is understandable but unnecessary. Although rare, black ships have been recovered through boarding actions or disabled husks captured and towed back. There have been no all-out battles yet, only skirmishes and minor incursions. My officers are aware of the risks and the value of these ships. We have more than enough to conduct examinations, the prince revealed. Very well, brother dearest. I shall receive your gift with applause and measured eagerness. Will you tell me what it is I can expect? She asked with a pleasant smile on her lips. Certainly. Both ships received minor retrofits. Heeding Lukács and Juliana's counsel, the first ship was enhanced with sensor arrays and cyber warfare capabilities. Furthermore, it will be able to provide additional medical and logistical support.
For such purposes, its fighter complement has been reduced to only 10 and replaced by drone-piloted Raptor fighters. In exchange, extra shuttles and probes have been loaded onto it. Your head officers will retain their positions, and their functions will simply expand in their respective fields. As I can't spare any more, illustrious personnel, my sister, the commanding officer of each ship, will fly under the care and direction of a lieutenant commodore, said the violet-eyed man. Clara nodded. And the second? Its retrofits are less significant as the major changes come in the form of the personnel and purpose. Despite its limited hangar space, it is now able to hold 2 wedges, bringing your total fighters to 120. This came at the cost of reducing its shuttle capacity to only 1. However, it now also has hot drop pods and 24 ROSF elements alongside substantial marine and auxilia elements and heavier-grade weaponry, explained the prince. Clara smiled widely. Juliana? Her brother nodded once, sharing her mirth. Splendid. Be certain to convey my thanks to her and to Lukacs. It seems that you've uncovered a notable, talented man, too, brother dearest. Who commands the ships? The commanding officer of the first ship is Tallulah Finnegan, one of Amelia's nieces. She's a flexible woman with a sharp mind, with a fondness for pushing the limits of what's acceptable under the rules of engagement, the prince revealed. Clara raised an eyebrow. I'm surprised Amelia didn't push for someone more experienced or right under her thumb to act as her spy. The prince hummed. Tallulah was a reasonable compromise. Amelia's eager to prove the value of her house at large without overstepping or overplaying her cards. She's a careful thinker, a trait I can respect, he chuckled to himself. Redford will retain overall control of your new fleet. Of course, with you at its head. Congratulations, Admiral Clara Astor, joked the prince. Mock me all you want. It will not wound me, Clara countered. Truly, terrific news. For the commanding officer of the second ship is Donato Lintar, the blond man confessed. Clara was unable and unwilling to hide her discomfort. Lintar? Please, brother dearest, tell me that this Donato isn't an insufferable ass the likes of George. I doubt my mind could endure the stress of having to contain a matching ego and conceited personality. Believe it or not, Donato is one of the most approachable and unprejudiced members of House Lintar. He is also Gerard and Gregor's grandnephew, and they do not see eye to eye in most matters. He sighed tiredly. Already there are factions within my advisors and officers. It is no surprise that George is at the head of the most traditional-minded faction. Hopefully this will diminish George's protests and demonstrate to Gerard that the loyalty of his house is appreciated and rewarded. Is that dullard hoping his house replaces one of our vassal houses? Clara asked tiredly. Gerard is ambitious, if nothing else. Though sister of mine, we must be grateful that he lacks the intelligence to be capable of performing chicanery. Even so, they will be properly rewarded and honored once this conflict ends in our favor, the prince commented. If, replied the blonde princess. A moment later, she smiled. It was good seeing you again, brother dearest. Stay safe, her brother nodded as the connection ended a moment later. With the QEC returning to its hidden compartment, the princess released a repressed sigh before she stood up and moved to her nearby table. Sitting down, she picked up her unfinished knitting project, a cute, chubby frog. She tried to focus on it, but failed miserably, making several mistakes. After undoing her 20th mistake, she groaned in frustration and simply set it down. Her mind was in chaos as ideas, thoughts, and plans flew freely, unopposed. The idea of summoning Wyatt to share a knitting session or simply to have her and Cynthia enjoy his company in tranquility crossed her mind. Perhaps she could now inquire further about his past and family. It was both frustrating and relaxing that Wyatt never felt the need to speak about himself, his achievements, his mistakes, or his family. He was honest yet reserved, and he was rarely inquisitive unless something truly caught his interest or needed clarification about a subject or another. Yet she set that idea aside, discarding it entirely. He was far too busy at the moment, not to mention that he was going to test Jincho's prototype. Yes, that will have to do, she muttered, enjoying the idea of watching live footage of him doing basic maneuvers and testing the fighter in open space. A few moments later, the door to her quarters opened. Cynthia entered, of course, followed by a concealed Milcades and— Wyatt? She asked, confused as to why he was present. The door closed behind them, but Milcades refused to uncloak just yet. She couldn't see him directly, but she could sense and read the unserious emotions the man projected. Something was happening without her knowledge. She stood up as Cynthia, smirking almost evilly, sat on her preferred couch. "Milcades, you can uncloak yourself." "Not yet, Clara," Milcades replied, humor palpable in his voice. "Wyatt here has come up with a most amusing idea. Once I heard it, I was defeated and convinced to help him carry it out. Do you know how hard it is to surprise you?" In response, she crossed her arms, staring at the empty space from which the voice originated. Looking closer, she could barely make out the edge distortion effect of the field surrounding the Royal Marine captain. "I am not amused." "You will be soon," Milcades replied in an annoying sing-song tone. "Wyatt," Clara said, turning to the pilot. "Explain." "You're going to fly a fighter," Wyatt said without hesitation as a smile appeared on his lips. "Not in a simulation. A real Raptor fighter." Clara blinked once, twice, and finally a third time before her mouth partially opened, but refused to form any word. Slowly, she turned to Cynthia, her best friend, sister in all but blood and bodyguard in search of an answer. All she found was a rare, smug, pleased, and satisfied expression on her face. Her lips curled into a nefarious smile while her piercing blue eyes reflected an unfathomable amount of joy. Blushing, realizing she had been somehow cornered and put at the center of her little amusing games, the target of teasing instead of being the instigator, the princess shifted her gaze back to Wyatt's heterochromatic gaze, finally finding her voice. But you can't! I can't, she mumbled awkwardly, her mind unable to conjure a coherent thought amidst the chaos inside her. "I can. I did." "You can too," Wyatt replied. Crossing his arms at the same time, he heard Milcades snickering, thoroughly enjoying himself. Clara took a step back. "I'm a princess, Wyatt." "Cynthia, you awful red demon, what did you do?" "Me?" Cynthia asked far too innocently. "I did nothing. I only told your elite fighter squadron leader that you were feeling stressed. Everything from that point is of his own doing." "And yet you gloat. Milcades, I can feel your merriment as if it were my own." "You white-haired devil, you dare mock your princess so?" Clara protested, her blush intensifying. Yet the captain remained cloaked. "Proper protocol and rules of decorum limit me. I'm a princess. The cockpit of a fighter is not my place." Peering into Wyatt's gaze, she continued. "You already gave me a chance to enjoy myself once, Wyatt. There was secrecy and opportunity." "Then let's do it again, Clara," Wyatt replied, his expression turning serious. "That gilded cage and my own. Let's break those bars open a little more." Clara's blush disappeared, her posture relaxed, but her bewilderment remained. "But Redford would never allow—" "I convinced the old man. He was far easier to come to an agreement than I thought," Cynthia interjected. "As long as you go out in an unarmed fighter, he will keep it as a secret." Desperately, she switched from looking at Cynthia and Wyatt several times before landing on the black-haired pilot. "I don't have any real experience." "I know you know the basic controls," Wyatt countered. "Saw it when you piloted the shuttle. And with how much you love fighters, do you expect me to believe you haven't memorized the control panels?" The princess swallowed hard as a smile threatened to appear on her face. I can't. I'm a princess, and I couldn't possibly degrade myself to do such a thing. A cockpit is not the place for royalty," she said as she felt 3 piercing sets of eyes upon her. "That's why you're just going to shadow my movements," Wyatt began. "Simulations are good, but nothing is better than real experience. And if you have problems, the onboard computer can engage autopilot whenever you want." He let out a chuckle. "Besides, space is vast. The debris fields are gone, and there aren't any enemies left in the system. No one will know that Princess Clara Astor went out to pilot a fighter just to have fun." Defeated and her will tarnished beyond recovery, her smile appeared. "I'll put on my armor," she said dryly, almost robotically, as she turned on her heel. But that's the moment when Milcades appeared, presenting a standard pilot armor and gear. Slowly, she turned again, staring at the low-quality equipment. "Ready to fly, Clara?" Milcades asked, with a broad, mischievous grin plastered on his face. Wyatt smiled under his helmet as the now-concealed Clara walked next to him. Her step lacked the fortitude and strength he'd grown accustomed to, but it was a welcome change. It helped remember that even royalty was but human. Above the rest and even above nobles, certainly but human at the end of the day. The plan was simple. To prevent any rumors or suspicions from erupting, Cynthia would remain in Clara's quarters while linked to her at all times as an extra precaution. For his part, he'd test Jincho's prototype,
but he'd also make sure to instruct Clara through the whole operation. It wouldn't be much, probably less than an hour, but the princess didn't care. "I may not have your strange, iconic implant, but I can almost feel how excited you are, Clara," he thought, amused. "What? I couldn't read that right. Are you enjoying watching me struggle to contain my excitement, Wyatt?" Clara asked through their private comlink. "Only partially," Wyatt confessed. "I can't imagine myself using that iconic—" "Psionic," Clara corrected gently. "Psionic implant of yours," the black-haired man finished as they neared the hangar. "It is quite useful if taxing," Clara replied, finishing with a happy giggle. "Wyatt, thank you for doing this. As a princess, even the idea of using a training chamber is not something I can simply do without repercussions. Royalty must forever maintain our reputation, standing, and the carefully crafted visage that everyone sees in us. There are certain liberties, but each comes with a dozen conditions and restrictions that are troublesome to curtail." "You're my friend, Clara. I'll always help you and Cynthia as much as I can," he chuckled. "If I were in your position, I'd try everything in my power to fly in the inky black. I may not like fighters as much as you do, but I love piloting. I lose nothing by giving you a little of that experience firsthand if I can." Clara laughed, involuntarily reaching for her mouth to cover it despite being hidden under the helmet that hid her identity. "You speak as if this is to become a regular occurrence, my dear Wyatt." "How about occasional?" Wyatt countered, slightly turning to glance up at her. "It is a comfortable dream," Clara replied simply. Wyatt narrowed his eyes slightly, barely detecting the pain and defeat in her voice. He said nothing, thought nothing, but he made sure to remember it. They arrived at the hangar moments later, where they found Jincho's prototype and a regular Raptor fighter ready for deployment. With Clara at his side, they inspected and walked around Jincho's prototype with their own eyes for the first time. At first glance, it wasn't that different from a regular Raptor, except it was slightly larger, bulkier too. It had less smooth edges, broader wings, and was thicker near the rear where the reactor was located. But their trained eyes noticed further than the initial differences. The wings carried dummy missiles, 4 as always, but instead of 2 coil guns, they found 3. The armor was polished and blended nicely, as if trying to imitate the aesthetic exterior of the Noravio. "Ah, Lieutenant Commodore. Greetings." Both Wyatt and Clara turned to face Lupin Lusanto, followed by 3 assistants, his red eyes set upon the prototype with a mix of mild admiration, jealousy, and disgust. "Technician-in-Chief," Wyatt replied, politely bowing his head. Lupin raised his left palm. "Please, Lieutenant Commodore, no need for you to bow your head," he said, his gaze shifting to Clara. "That one, however, is she a commoner?" "She is," Wyatt confirmed without hesitation. "There won't be a problem, I presume?" "Oh, certainly not, Lieutenant Commodore. I am merely observing that this commoner seems to lack even the most basic decency to greet her superiors," remarked Lupin with unveiled contempt. "I'll correct her attitude in private." "You need not worry, Technician-in-Chief," Wyatt replied, his voice neutral and expression stoic under his helmet. "Are our fighters ready?" "They are, Lieutenant Commodore. This prototype has passed all regular diagnostic tests and system checks. Its shields are 50% stronger than a regular Raptor's, and its 3 coil guns are functional. Several subsystems were altered, rerouted, or removed entirely to accommodate the expanded ammunition bays. The Akanti somehow managed to upgrade and improve the fusion reactor at the cost of making it slightly larger. Despite the additional bulk and tonnage, this prototype has an acceleration force 15% greater than a standard Raptor without engaging the afterburner propulsor, which in turn is more efficient and lasts twice as long." He paused for a moment, walking closer to the fighter. Putting a hand on its hull, he continued. "It also possesses a 10% greater deceleration and rotation speed, significantly increasing its maneuverability. The internal dampeners have been upgraded to withstand the increased strain threshold. The onboard AI has also been slightly improved to diminish response time lag. Every other parameter and armament remain at the same level as a standard Raptor. It is an ugly, uneven, crude thing, in my opinion, but one may yield interesting results." "It is but a prototype. An impressive one," Wyatt pointed out, unable to hide his desire to climb into the cockpit and run the needed tests. "Then you and your companion may leave whenever you wish." "I desire nothing but fortune in your endeavors, Lieutenant Commodore," said Lupin, barely bowing his head. Then he left to carry out another unknown task. "What an unpleasant man," Clara said once he was gone. "He's a blue blood," Wyatt replied, providing no further explanation. "Will you be okay climbing into the cockpit yourself?" "It can't be that difficult. I just need to climb the stairs." "I'm a princess, not a helpless moron, Wyatt," Clara replied in good humor. "Then let's go, Your Majesty," Wyatt prodded. The blonde laughed. "Shush, you!" Wyatt smiled, watching his friend turn around, barely resisting the urge to run for her fighter and go out into the black. It was an earnest desire he could understand very well. He waited until she was inside her cockpit and it sealed around her. Then he climbed into the cockpit, finding it was nearly identical except for a larger tactical display, a much more comfortable seat, and slightly more space to move. "I'll leave first." "Follow me 10 seconds later," he ordered and chuckled. "I'm giving orders to a princess, a royal noble." Mr. Warlow would either have a heart attack or laugh until he had one if he saw me now, he thought with a broad, toothy smile. Making sure everything was within acceptable parameters, he disengaged the security locks and slowly made his way out of the hangar, passing through the kinetic shield. A deep, happy sigh escaped his lungs as the screens displayed the empty blackness of space. He never understood why he loved space so much, only that he did, and that was more than enough. Moving his contemplation aside, he watched as Clara's fighter flew out of the hangar, following his trail. He couldn't help it. He smiled as he heard Clara's laughter.
"I'm piloting a fighter. A real raptor fighter. Cynthia? Cynthia, record everything. It shall join my collection."
"Don't get ahead of yourself, Clara," Wyatt cut through. Although space was vast, accidents could still occur. "Remember, you must pay attention to your sensors, your readings, and everything else simultaneously. You're not going to follow a set path, Clara. You're going to shadow my movements. We'll establish a distance of 5 kilometers between each other, and you'll strive to maintain this distance. We're not in battle, so we'll go in nice and slow, maybe perform an evading maneuver or two once you're comfortable with the controls."
"Yes. Yes, absolutely, yes. Whatever you say, Wyatt,"
Clara answered, unable to contain her excitement. As Wyatt turned his attention back to running the needed tests, he wondered how far he could push Clara's flying session. She needed to unwind, after all, and nothing was better than speed and quick maneuvers in a fighter to solve that. At least in his experience. Volantis, Fire, House Errante, Grand Palace. "Are you certain they are the ones?" asked Viscount Ukem Errante, head of House Errante, an imposing boulder of a man, a little over 2 meters tall with a gut to match. He was sitting on a massaging chair while a large parasol protected his form from the star's rays. 2 servants were on their knees, quietly massaging his feet. His cybernetic gray eyes lazily inspected the information before him as his wife, Baroness Mistra Errante, idly drank a strong glass of fine whiskey, her cybernetic eyes silently examining the report in more detail. "Yes, my lord," said a man kneeling before the corpulent Viscount. "We've confirmed the information 3 separate times. The name Wyatt is not a terribly uncommon name, but narrowing our options proved to be rather simple. Of the matching Wyatt staples in our records and systems, only one matches all our search patterns. Wyatt Staples, oldest son of Wirt Staples and Winona Staples, older brother of Weskull and Wham Staples." Mistra eloquently pronounced each name as her tongue burned with the pleasure of her favored drink. "I expected something more impressive for a man embraced by a princess of House Astor, one capable of such carnage, no less." "Commoners are commoners, my dear," Ukem replied, with a little laugh rumbling in his throat. "Though you must admit a step above the usual stock." Marginally better grades in his studies, unremarkable work in a woodmill, not a single complaint from the local overseers, or marks of misconduct filed during his time working there, soon after he turned 14, he passed the exam and requirements to join the academy in the Royal Navy branch, where he then would study and train to become a pilot. The Baroness paused to take another long sip from her drink. The cubes of ice clanging together and against the fine glass created a symphony she adored. "His family is no better. The father is a mid-level electrical engineer and mechanic. The mother is a social worker focused on teaching practical skills to underachieving young women, mere plebeians. The first brother is a notoriously exceptional Clixal hunter. It seems he failed to show for his final certification to become an elite hunter." Her eyes narrowed. The date matches with the broadcast reclaiming the Hastrung system.
Further evidence that they are his real family and not mere fabrications, Ukum commented lazily, fingers brushing against his brown mustache, the same color as his shoulder-length hair. He flexed his toes and legs, but his servants followed his movements with experienced tact, never ceasing or even pausing their job. Then a chortle escaped past his lips.
Commoners with tight familial bonds are a rarity, are they not, my dear?
Indeed so, dearest husband of mine, Mistra replied, her gaze fixed on the report. The second brother is an electrical engineer in training, and already showcases promise to be a step above his father and his peers.
Nothing stands out of the ordinary. Licking her lips dejectedly, she continued.
They are so mundane it is almost disappointing.
Looks and appearances can be deceiving at first glance, my dear, Ukum pointed out.
With a snap of his fingers, a maid approached, carrying a tray. On it, a glass filled with a sparkling blue liquid rested. Taking the glass, he drank half of it before putting it back on the tray.
The boy must have been blessed with superior intellect and cunning far beyond that of his siblings and parents.
Who knows? Perhaps these commoners are marginally more competent than the rest of the chaff. If the Reaper and the Prince himself have shown their favor, then they must have seen something we have yet to witness.
Perhaps, the black-haired woman replied, drinking the last of her glass before a servant took her glass, replacing it with another ready for her to enjoy. Using both hands, she caressed her naked neck and moved her braided hair out of the way as she hummed thoughtfully.
Should we make a move?
Ukum pinched his mustache, gaze wandering from the screen to the sight of most of his spawn playing in the pool. They were joined by some of their closest cousins and promising youths from their 2 branching houses. He could hardly remember the names of half of them without aid from his 6th assistant. He focused on his oldest son and second daughter. His son Neolo was tall, strong, confident, and capable, a reflection of himself a couple of decades ago. But unlike him in his younger years, Neolo took his role seriously and didn't seem to crave more power than what he had. A fine trait all on its own. His second daughter, Onira, was the spitting image of her mother when they met, but she inherited his hair color. She was obedient, cheerful, and had a sharp mind. Beauty, intellect, and talent for organization and commerce. She was also 20 years old, and an opportunity to seek alliances or political favor through marriage had, so far, eluded her.
"Marry our daughter to a commoner?" Mistra asked, knowing what was going through her husband's mind, her tone remaining more curious than indignant.
"He's not a commoner anymore. Not in title, at least."
"That's more than enough to overlook his shortcomings," Ukum replied.
"But in blood, education, upbringing, shall I continue?" Mistra countered, sipping from her glass.
"It matters little. What is important to consider is the value House Arante could gain from such a possibility. As far as we know, Wyatt Staples is unmarried. Think about it. An uneducated baron with no knowledge of complex interpolitical nobility systems is ours for the taking, one who is incidentally supported by House Astor. We would be true and complete idiots if we're not willing to sacrifice a daughter for the potential gains such a union could bring to our house, my dear." A laugh rumbled in his chest and gut. "I'm certain that hungry and clever ladies are already clamoring for his attention in hopes of snatching such a fresh kill for themselves."
"What you speak is indeed true, Ukum. However, I must object. How do we know this can indeed be a possibility?" she countered, setting her drink aside for the moment. "He could already be betrothed to a lady of the prince's choosing. If he isn't, then how long will it take for such a fool to be captivated by the wiles of women desiring his objective power and influence? Furthermore, my dear husband, where there are potential gains, there are also chasms and pitfalls of risk. What assures us he won't fall out of favor with his benefactors? Will he survive long enough for our proposal to hold any merit? Not to mention the Reaper herself. He is certainly within her inner circle at the very least. More than likely, nothing more than a capable pet or a lesser dog she can unleash upon her enemies, where the blood-rend can't. Wolfhound. Is it a threat, a joke, a promise, or an apt descriptor? Do we truly wish to step on the tail of such a beast? Life is full of risks, my dear. Taking them when you do not know where you are stepping is a foolish decision. But this path is only partially obscured, not permitted by the mist of the morning call in the forest, Ukum replied, as he called for the rest of his beverage. Drinking it, he let out a loud burp before continuing. "Do we tread the path?" Mistra drank her whiskey, nearly moaning after she downed the entire glass. "We wait. His family is here. Even if he is to be married or ensnared by a hussy, Volantis will benefit from being his homeworld. The path is too obscured for us to make a decision just yet. Agreed. Other houses are searching for his family with no success. They will find them soon, I'm sure, he said, quickly glancing at the servants around him. They had heard everything, after all. He could forbid them from speaking, but where was the fun in doing something so doltish? Before we move, let us see the other fish swim about. We'll act upon it if Wyatt Staples decides to reject or embrace his family in full. If trouble is to arise, Neolo will answer the call, Mistra noted. Onira will not object if the possibility exists to chain him to our house. Indeed so, my dear. Indeed so. Receiving a newly filled glass alongside his wife, he raised his hand high. May Baron Wyatt Staples' fortune be great and the favor he carries never dwindle. Cheers! Mistra joined in half-heartedly, clanging her glass with her husband's. Volantis, fire outskirts, Staples household. Winona entered her home with worry gripping her heart and stress mounting on her back. Closing the door behind her, she set her bag on the table before sitting on the couch, letting out a tired sigh. To her surprise, the voice of her youngest child called out to her a moment later. Long day, Mom? Wham asked from somewhere inside the house. Water? Please, Winona replied, and waited until Wham walked out of the kitchen a few seconds later carrying a glass of water. She received it as her son sat down next to her. With her throat refreshed after drinking half of it, she turned to Wham. I thought you'd be with your father all day, sweetie. Wham frowned slightly. Dad sent me back. Said I wouldn't be able to shut my trap at work. I mean, he's not wrong, but still, how does he expect me not to be proud of Wyatt? His hazel eyes suddenly gained brilliance as a smile spread across his face. Winona exhaled through her nose as she reached for her son's right cheek. She caressed it gently for a few seconds before finding her voice. There's nothing wrong with being proud of your brother, Wham. I'm also very proud of him. But we shouldn't speak about him lightly outside our home, dear. I know, said Wham, his spirit intact. But, Mom, Wyatt is out there fighting against the traitor Duke and kicking butts. He's a noble and is working for a princess. He's even a baron. He's my brother, and I want everyone to know who he is. It sucks that we can't. It's for his own safety, Wham, Winona added, leaning closer to kiss her son's forehead. Noble life is different from our own. When nobles figure out we're his family, they'll come to us. Wham huffed. What's so wrong about that? Wyatt's so great that other blue bloods want to meet him. That's precisely the problem, Wham. Noble society is different. They'll want to meet him not because they care about him, but because they think they'll gain something from him. I don't know how or why that works, only that it does. I've seen many lesser nobles do similar things among each other. And what if some of them don't like him? What if they want to hurt him? But he's not here. And if someone tries to harm him, then he'll kill them, right? Shoot them like he did on the ship, Wham replied, frowning. Winona winced slightly at the memory of seeing her oldest son butchering his way through the Gallant Venture. Both footage were starkly similar, but the second was far more brutal. More real, but even so, it churned her stomach. She disliked violence even though she understood the need for it. Imagining her son killing so casually felt so alien, yet it didn't surprise her. It was a baffling sentiment that she couldn't quite explain. However, it warmed her heart that Wham's first instinct gravitated toward his oldest brother. Wham had always seen Wyatt as a role model. Maybe as the youngest, he felt Wyatt's loneliness and wanted to help him. Whatever the case may be, his love and adoration for Wyatt were genuine. Even so, Wham was far too simple-minded to understand the risks Wyatt's elevation brought to them properly. Granted, she barely understood it herself, but it was enough to recognize the dangers. They don't need to harm him to hurt him, Wham. They could harm us. How many nobles suffer from accidents or are found dead? Winona asked, and realization seemed to dawn on the young man. But we're not nobles, he protested. We're commoners and we obey. Isn't that enough for them? It wouldn't matter to them, Wham, she explained. It's just a matter of time before they find us. I heard many ladies and servants gossiping about it. There was a man who claimed to be Wyatt's father, but he was executed shortly after for his deceit. Today, my supervisor asked me if I knew something about Wyatt, questioning me about him because they remembered Wyatt's name. I told them that I didn't know anything and that the last time I heard from Wyatt, he was in the lingering systems working as a hauler pilot. A shudder crawled up her spine. Then, Mom, what should we...
Wham began, but was cut off by a loud yet polite series of knocks at the entrance. "I'll get it," he said, standing up and marching to the door. Peering through the peephole, the sight confused him greatly. He expected to find Mr. Warlow or one of their neighbors on the other side. What he found instead was a finely dressed man with trimmed hair, a short mustache, and a goatee. His brown eyes stared at the door with a blank, unimpressed expression. The man wasn't a noble, but it was clear he was a servant of one. "Who is it, Wham?" Winona asked as she stood up, catching her son's surprise. "See for yourself, Mom," he said, stepping aside. Winona took her son's invitation, finding what he saw. Her heart skipped a beat, and she felt as if her stomach had suddenly dropped to the vicinity of her ankles. A shaking hand reached for the knob, only for Wham to grip it before she could. With a smile, he put himself between her and the door, shielding her from any possible threat. Slowly, he opened the door. Instantly, the man's expression softened as he bowed his head slightly in greeting. "Who might you be? Never seen you or people like you around before," asked Wham, while his mother stared at the man in silence from behind him. Now that the door was open, they could see a silver automobile parked under the shade of a tree next to the road. "Salutations. I'm a servant and envoy of his lordship, Baron Canaro Olegaste." The man presented himself with poise and cordiality. Reaching into his suit, he pulled a small letter and handed it over to Wham. "He sends his most cordial and sincerest congratulations to his lordship, Baron Wyatt Staples, on his elevation and his achievements. My lord wishes for your good health and the prosperity of Lord Staples in equal measure. Please be so kind as to inform his lordship, Baron Staples, of my lord's warm, genuine, and earnest greeting. Have a good day." With that said, the man bowed his head once more before turning away, walking toward the vehicle. Wham and Winona stared at the man until he boarded the vehicle. With a barely perceptible roar of ignition, the vehicle began to move, soon running down the road. Once it was way down the road, they saw Mr. Warlow making his way to their house. Wham swallowed hard as Winona closed her eyes, her fears realized. "What do we do now, Mom?" Wham asked, staring at the letter sealed in wax and bearing the sigil of a swan with its wings spread. The sigil of House Olegast, if they were to take a guess. Winona didn't answer in words. Instead, she reached for her son's free hand, gripping it tightly. Strung near the Noravio. "Now be careful. Put your fighter into a spin like I'll do," Wyatt ordered as he proceeded to put his fighter into a clockwise spin. Not too fast, but it wasn't gentle either. On his screen, he saw Clara's fighter imitate him. "This is harder than I thought," Clara called out, her voice strained yet intermingled with genuine mirth. Wyatt smiled, letting her experience the spin for 10 seconds before deciding it was enough. "You're doing great. Now stabilize yourself slowly. If you do it too fast, you'll injure yourself," he warned as he stabilized his fighter. Clara obeyed his command. "Wyatt, does it always get so hot inside a raptor fighter?" she asked, panting slightly once her fighter was stabilized. "Not always, but it is normal," Wyatt replied. "Adrenaline makes your body heat up, and it gets trapped in the armor and the cockpit. It's not what you expected?" "Wyatt, please. I've seen countless videos and read twice as many reports, but I never thought it would feel this good." "This is exciting," Clara replied, ending with a powerful laugh. Wyatt felt the same sense of pride and accomplishment he felt after finishing a task successfully upon hearing his friend's declaration. She could understand what her joy meant to her, after all. Marking the end of the tests he needed to run, he noted the small imperfections the prototype had, made a note of them, and secured all the data Jincho would need. Even so, the improvements were significant and something he couldn't have imagined on his own. If he can do this on a whim, then what will he be able to do with more information and data? I'll share Maximilian's teachings with him. He'll put the technical data to better use, I'm sure of it, Wyatt thought, making up his mind. The test run had gone without incident. Clara, as promised, shadowed his movements and imitated his maneuvers, always maintaining her distance. At first, her clumsiness was more than evident, as she hesitated at times or struggled to locate the proper controls from time to time, but she was not only a quick learner, she was an avid one. It didn't take long for her to handle the Raptor with the skill of an average cadet back in the academy, more than enough for Wyatt to feel that she could handle what he had planned for her. "If I get in trouble for this, it'll be worth it. At least I don't have to fear losing my head anymore." "I think," he thought with some doubt before clearing his throat. "Clara, I finished running the necessary tests,"
He paused, hearing a sad yet understanding sigh from the other end. However, before we return, I'm going to test your newfound skills.
Test me? Oh. Are we going to race? She asked eagerly.
Not quite, he said before manually locking onto Clara's fighter.
You're going to put everything you've learned to use.
Your goal is to evade the missile until it runs out of fuel.
What?
Clara asked, baffled. Wyatt, what do you mean by evade the missile?
What I just said,
Wyatt said, pressing the button that released one of the dummy missiles. It soon corrected its trajectory and launched itself at Clara's fighter. He heard the alarm going off on Clara's fighter, followed not by a scream of panic, but by one of excitement. He watched as Clara broke formation and ran into open space, engaging her thrusters.
Don't go outside the designated combat zone,
Wyatt ordered, causing Clara to adjust her trajectory as the missile pursued her. If it gets within 500 meters of you, it'll self-destruct. If that happens, you lose. If you leave the area, you lose. If you surrender, you lose.
And if I win?
Asked the princess as she weaved and moved in erratic motions. Hardly professional, but that wasn't the goal. The way she used what little she'd learned whilst moving way faster than during the test was the goal.
I'll do whatever you want,
Wyatt replied with a smile, keeping track of her and the missile while shadowing her movements, albeit at a reduced speed.
You're a knight banneret and a baron under House Astor's patronage,
she exclaimed before putting her fighter into a more violent spin as she made a hard turn upward.
You have to,
she huffed with difficulty,
do whatever I say already.
I can always refuse. I think a certain princess told me I shouldn't obey every order given to me blindly, Wyatt countered.
Two-faced demon.
Charlatan!
Silver-tongued liar!
Clara cried out as she tried to outrun the missile. Wyatt chuckled lightly, but he already knew what the result would be. Despite her implants, augmentations, and enhancements, Clara had no experience dealing with the strain of piloting a fighter. By her own confession, she had never done anything physically difficult throughout her entire life. She did her best, and that was more than enough. Besides, the goal wasn't to win, but for her to have a good time. It took the better part of a minute for the missile to cross the threshold. Once it did, it suddenly flipped around, decelerating at maximum propulsion, utilizing the rest of its fuel in mere seconds. Then, an explosion just powerful enough to shatter it and render it into a small cloud of debris marked the end of the run. Had she had more experience or proper guidance, she would have focused on making more tricks and quick turns, forcing the missile to exhaust its veering fuel. It was a basic training routine for emergencies in case you didn't have flares or weapons to use. Let's return. Decelerate as you approach. You'll land first, Clara, he ordered. How was it?
It was amazing,
Clara replied, her breathing hard, yet the pleased satisfaction in her voice was more than evident. Truly amazing.
And you get to experience this every time you go out?
Most of the time I'm getting shot at. This is far more enjoyable. Just me, flying in space with nothing to worry about, Wyatt countered. She giggled as she panted.
You make it sound as if you miss your compost hauling days, Wyatt.
Sometimes I do, he confessed. Nothing is better than killing Drazzen, but not having to fight at all is even better. Sure, it was an unremarkable role, but I still served the principality, and I got to fly among the inky black. A victory if there ever was one.
I believe I understand your point of view,
she said, pausing for a few seconds as her breath slowly returned to normal.
Regardless, my envy is greater than what you can fathom. For you to experience this immense, unexplainable thrill and joy?
She laughed a distant, sad but hungry laugh. You do realize that now that I've tasted this most addictive fruit, I will demand it at another occasion. Cynthia warned me that would be the case, but if I can make it happen again, then I will, Your Majesty.
Your knight banneret shall escort you diligently and protect you from all harm,
Wyatt exclaimed with the certainty that came from many repetitions.
Ah, I see that Redford has been giving you lessons in proper prose and social etiquette,
she pointed out in a teasing tone. Wyatt scoffed. Galt was right. Being an officer is more than giving orders. It seems that most of what entails being an officer has to do with social norms and other pointless things, in my opinion.
Such is the life of a noble, my dear Wyatt.
Now, are you ready to face Redford? He's been asking for a private link with me ever since the run ended.
I don't think he's all too pleased with you firing a missile at me, even if it was just a dummy, Clara warned.
Shit, Wyatt declared with a sigh, dreading the commander's punishment.
yet there was not a sliver of regret to be found. Matcha, Prince's quarters. "What would you do in my place, Juliana?" the prince asked as he moved a rook, taking a black pawn. "How would you repay a blood debt?" "It depends on the gravity of said debt, my liege. I believe House Winfield has paid that debt," Juliana replied, countering the prince's move by capturing his other rook with her queen. "What makes you think you haven't covered said debt, my liege?" The prince frowned, then sighed as he toppled his king, seeing his defeat was inevitable. Wordlessly, he began to reassemble the board. "What I've granted is nothing more than what loyal service and sacrifice have earned him. Worse, I believe I've only set him on a path most perilous, him and those closest to him, unguarded. Unprotected!" he spat in contempt. "Is that how I, the prince, reward those who serve me with loyalty? How do I repay a debt that wealth and power cannot cover?" "If I may, my liege?" Juliana asked as the board was set once again. This time she had whites. Picking up a knight, she made her opening move. "I suggest that, much like the knight, we strike where our potential enemies least expect it. Not in force, but in the shadows. Not overt, but ever watchful." The prince hummed deeply, matching Juliana's move. "A debt to be repaid in such a way? But who to send? I'll need ears and eyes present as well as the means to act if need be." "Allow me to make that choice for you, my prince," she said, moving a pawn. "Our agents are in limited supply, but I know one who will be suitable for such a task. With your permission, I'll dispatch him to Volantis within the hour." The prince nodded. It's only a matter of time before the eyes of many focus their gaze on that planet, regardless of intent. He hummed again. "Make it so, Juliana." Noravio, Redford's quarters. "You fired at royalty. At an Aster! A princess!" Redford cried out, his voice rough and firm as he stood before Wyatt and Clara, both of them unable to move as he glared disapprovingly. "Of all the thick-skulled, irresponsible, idiotic, senseless, and near-treasonous things you could have done, Wyatt, you chose to actively and willingly, out of your own volition, target a princess of the Astorian Principality. Do you have any idea what punishment would befall you?" Wyatt couldn't look away from the infuriated older man. Even if it wanted to, he wouldn't avert his gaze. After their landing, both he and Clara were summoned to the commander's quarters discreetly. The public reason was to discuss the finer details of the applied tests in private. In reality, it was exactly what he'd feared once the true realization of the consequences that would come for firing at a princess. But there was no regret in his heart as he gave the commander his answer. "Death!" Redford cut him off. "Your head served on a platter and exhibited as a warning for all to see." The veteran pilot narrowed his eyes as he continued. "I don't know if a higher force protects you, or if your luck simply transcends human understanding. Whatever the answer is, it will run out one day, and you've pushed it to its limits. Fortunately for you, I was able to file the incident under a targeting exercise." "I fully apologize for my rushed decision, Commander. I simply didn't think—" "Precisely!" Redford cut him off again, getting within an inch of his face and pressing a finger against his chest. "You didn't think. And for what? To fulfill some childish desire of rebellion? To give form to dreams of audacity without repercussion? I expected recklessness from you, Wyatt, not blatant stupidity. Do you even have the slightest measure of regret?" Wyatt stood firm, feeling Clara's gaze on him. "There is no regret to be found within me, Commander. Despite the truth being that I fired at Clara, at Her Majesty it was never my intention or goal to harm her." "Ah!" Redford pulled back, his stern eyes burning through Wyatt's will, nearly causing him to give in to his commoner instinct to lower himself as much as he could before the man. "Then should I feel reassured that you're not incompetent? Merely irresponsible and negligent in your duties?" he asked, exhaling heavily. "Perhaps I should demote you back to the rank of lieutenant for this gross display of rampant imprudence." Unable to contain herself anymore, Clara made her voice known. "Uncle, please, Wyatt was merely—" only to find herself cut off as the high-end cybernetic eyes of the man she loved as an uncle turned to her. "Clara, you will remain silent! As if you're any better than him!" Redford exclaimed, turning completely to face her. "You are as much at fault as Wyatt is for firing that dummy missile at you." "Thank Julius it was a dummy," he exhaled tiredly. "The second he targeted your fighter, you should have stopped it all immediately.
Instead, you gave in to your deep desires to go against tradition, expectations, and the very rules that protect royalty and the Astor bloodline. And for what? A momentary thrill? Some vain need to set yourself superior to all norms? Uncle, did I give you permission to speak? Redford pressed on, taking a step closer to her. Let me remind you, Clara, that the only reason why I agreed to letting you sit inside a fighter cockpit was because I felt that you needed a proper reward in a safe, secure zone devoid of potential dangers and under the care of a man who gained my trust. Tell me, was I wrong? Wyatt watched in silence, never before seeing the more serious, unrelenting side of his commander. He had to fight with every fiber of his being to avoid dropping to a knee, and he would have done that long ago were it not for Clara. It was the first time he'd seen her so helpless. She was always so in control, either distant and cold or playful and approachable. It was comforting, in a twisted sense, to see her reduced to a similar state to his, despite standing above Redford Kalen in rank, power, and status. Clara shook her head slowly. No, Uncle. I merely saw no reason to stop him. I was in no danger whatsoever, and it brought me immense joy. Truly it did. It was never my intention to worry you. Redford gritted his teeth tightly. Selfishness. Pure, unfiltered selfishness. Is the Astor bloodline cursed with it? Why must you risk your life without consideration? Clara frowned slightly, retaking her firm stance. My life was never at risk. There were no more enemies to be found. What is wrong with some minor indulgence after setting off the chains that bind my neck, even if for a blissful moment? Redford pointed a finger at her. There you are again, doing whatever you want, regardless of risks and uncaring of what I have to say. Is it so wrong to dream and forget the burdens of my position? She countered. What if you died? Redford shouted back, his gaze set on the purple eyes of the royal before him. Have you ever thought of that? What of our dream? What do you think we would do without you, Joseph? The room fell into a deep glacial silence as Redford realized what he'd said a moment later. Closing his eyes, he exhaled deeply. Slowly, he walked around his desk, sitting down and rubbing his temples with 2 fingers each. For what felt like an eternity, no one said anything until the blonde princess took the first step. Looking up, he found Clara's face, her eyes on the verge of tears, while his remained dry. Reaching out to grab her offered hand, he squeezed it tightly for a few seconds, then let go. I'll overlook this incident just this once, the commander began. I will not allow you to ever fly a fighter in anything resembling combat, Clara. For you to know how to pilot is a decision I will carry the consequences of. If the worst comes to happen and you find yourself in a situation where those personal skills will allow your survival, you will have a plausible option to take. Who would expect a member of the Royal House Astor to pilot a mere fighter or a shuttle for their own safety? He sighed again, shaking his head slowly. You can go, Clara. I have other matters to tend to with Wyatt. In response, the princess walked around the table only to give the gray-haired man a tight hug and a kiss on his cheek. I love you, Uncle Redford. I know, Clara. I love you too. So, for my sake, no more stunts like that, he pleaded. That is a promise I can't make, but I will try to endeavor to refrain myself, Clara said, letting go of the man. As she made her way to the exit, she paused for a moment to exchange a glance with Wyatt. Then she put on her helmet and left. Did that just really happen? Wyatt asked himself as he stared at the door for long, silent seconds until he slowly turned to face the aged commander. Had he witnessed such a scene before forming a friendly bond with the blonde princess, he knew he would have taken a sick sense of pleasure at seeing such vulnerability spawn from mightier-than-thou blue-bloods. But now there were no words for him to say, nor laughter to silence. Only questions and a gnawing sense of pity gripped his heart. An uncomfortable air settled between the 2 men until the commander cleared his throat. Are you not going to question what you've witnessed, Wyatt? Redford asked. His tone returned to that stoic, firm, immovable tone the young pilot had grown used to. Wyatt straightened his posture before replying. It's not my place to know matters that don't involve me directly, Commander. Family and personal matters are even less so. If it is your desire, sir, I will forget this incident. Redford nodded once, sighing deeply. Terrible and reckless decision-making aside, you can be sensible and wise beyond your standing in the most unexpected ways, Wyatt. I thank you for your discretion. His gaze suddenly turned stalwart. However, this doesn't mean that you won't be punished. It is high time I put your lessons to the test. For the next month, you will oversee the daily reports of our pilots, rate training scores, and review their recorded sessions. Understood? Internally, Wyatt winced at the dreaded prospect of facing his punishment. Regardless of his personal feelings, he nodded, never letting the commander see his distress. A suppressed "I obey" got stuck in his throat before his true answer came. Understood, Commander. Good, replied the aged commander before leaning forth. What I've wanted to discuss with you in private is twofold. The first issue is something that Cynthia has brought to my attention. It concerns one Declan Oakmoon, your oath-bound knight, and your confusion as to what to do with him and his servants. It seems you're struggling to find them a cemented purpose. Wyatt nodded, not too proud of himself. You are correct, Commander. I simply am at a loss. I can't dismiss him and be done with it. Or, well, I could, but I don't want the problems that could bring. I could have him guard the barracks and continue serving as a Marine, but what would he do under my service? Just be a guard? You should have brought this problem up before me sooner, Wyatt, Redford commented. The pilot nodded. I tried to, Commander, but I didn't know how to approach the subject. In that case, Wyatt, you can simply make him your seneschal, Redford countered, much to Wyatt's confusion. In essence, it is a ceremonial position, but one that carries significance and certain duties. If need be, a seneschal can rule in your stead over your lands, holdings, and businesses if you are unavailable or tending to other duties. However, in your case, Declan can simply serve as your intermediary in matters of noble protocol. His conduct and knowledge of protocol far surpass yours, and you can rely on him in that regard whenever social etiquette is required in your future ventures. My advice? Learn from him. The lessons I provide will give you a template to follow, and with Declan's help, you can polish them through example and imitation. Wyatt nodded, glad to have overcome that particular burden. Benefits aside, he didn't dislike Declan. Thank you, Commander. Redford hummed, then the air around him felt heavier as his gaze intensified. The second matter is far more important and pressing, I fear. It is another personal yet integral part regarding the future of your house, namely speaking, your commoner family. Wyatt felt his entire body freeze as every muscle in his body clenched simultaneously. Indeed, what of his family? His friends had made vague remarks in the past regarding the possibility of endangering his brothers and parents by mere virtue of being related to him. When he was just a knight banneret, the problem itself was far-fetched and distant, something he didn't need to worry about in depth. But now he was a baron, the head of his own nascent lesser noble house, House Staples. Which means more problems to worry about. Being a blue blood is such a pain in the ass, Wyatt thought with disdain. He wasn't blind to the dangers thanks to Cynthia and Clara's warnings and lessons on the realities of noble society and life. To get to him, other nobles and low-life commoners wouldn't hesitate to use them to achieve their goals. What are my options, sir? I want to keep them safe, Wyatt asked, his posture faltering slightly. Redford hummed before intertwining his fingers. 3 options stand before you. The first is, in my opinion, the safest for you and your family. Your inexperience, their vulnerability in a social sense, combined with them being exposed to the machinations, scheming, and plotting of nobles around them without proper guidance, will only attract opportunistic vultures, vipers, and vermin of all sorts at best, and perils to their lives at worst. Unscrupulous nobles more than willing to tie them into servitude, only to strong-arm you into compliance. Simply put, they are a liability any sensible man would throw away without hesitation. He paused for a moment, his eyes set on Wyatt's heterochromatic gaze. Your first choice is simply to reject your lineage and connection in blood, renouncing them as your family as you start your own noble house. A true new start, leaving your past behind and everything that entails. Wyatt frowned deeply. I would rather venture alone and unarmed inside a ship overrun by Drazzen before I do that shit, he proclaimed internally. After the momentary burst of rage that exploded in his chest passed away, he thought of Redford's words with more detail. He had to agree with the simple yet objective truth of what he proposed. If I truly want to keep my parents and brothers safe, I should reject them entirely. They don't need to deal with any of this blue blood nonsense. They can keep on living their lives. Besides, I should still be able to send them credits, right? It is the best option, he reasoned. But by rejecting them publicly, he'd renounce all connections with them. It'd be like shouting at the top of his lungs that he was ashamed of being the son of Wirt and Winona Staples, older brother to Weskel and Wham Staples, that he didn't love them, that he saw them as beneath him just because he was now a noble.
The answer was obvious. He should reject them. It would make everything so much easier for everyone involved, at the price of betraying those he loved and himself. Just like any true, arrogant, self-righteous, glory-hungry, honor-obsessed, purity-stricken blue blood would do. "I won't do it," Wyatt said firmly. "May all the demons take him. He wasn't going to be another damn blue blood. He was Wyatt Staples, for better or for worse." Redford's lips twisted into a ghost of a smile that vanished as quickly as it appeared. "I would have been surprised if you considered that option for more than half a second. Regardless, it is an option within your reach. Your second option is far more nebulous than the one you are currently sitting on. We call it a grace and waiting period. Simply put, this is the period in which a newly established head of the house ponders whether or not to embrace or reject their former commoner blood lineage. By and large, other nobles can approach your family, offering empty celebratory words and cordial greetings in an attempt to gain notoriety and some good graces. Many commoners who buy knighthood titles are quick and eager to marry or produce legal offspring as quickly as possible, so that the rules of the second generation may be enacted within scant years or less time. Ambition and the thirst for power are dangerous advisors when left unchecked, Redford explained, pausing for a moment to hum deeply. However, this grace waiting period is fleeting. Under normal circumstances, it may last no more than 3 months, in which, by the end of said time limit, if no decision is made, then rejection is considered to be the choice taken. After this time is concluded, no more windows may be opened to the former bloodline to join the new house. Most nobles won't bother to try to ingratiate themselves by approaching the commoner family after the first month has passed. For each day that passes without a final decision, it is assumed that rejection will be the final outcome, and thus, there is no point in wasting effort where no gains will be made. A rueful laugh rumbled in his throat. A scant few are those who don't reject their commoner origins. "And almost a month has already passed," said the black-haired man. "True, but your circumstances give you more time. Both because of this war and because tracking your family down, proving their relation and existence would be more difficult after your records were expunged from the Third Fleet's archives. Sincerely speaking, any information at the grasp of your homeworld's ruling house would take time to search through and verify as authentic with only a name and recent pictures to go from," said the commander with a deep frown. "I see," Wyatt replied, his posture faltering a bit more. "That means they're not entirely safe but won't gain too much attention, but only for a limited amount of time, which leaves the third option." "Adoption," Redford finished for him. "How does that even work, sir?" "I know what adoption is, but to adopt my own family?" Wyatt asked, genuinely puzzled. Redford offered him a sympathetic smile. "It is not as complicated as it sounds, Wyatt, though I admit it is slightly convoluted. My ancestors dealt with this issue during their time, after all." His smile dropped as he continued. "Adopting your family, Wyatt, means and showcases a level of care and love for them that is evident for all to see. A loud proclamation of both aspects, in essence. This brings your commoner bloodline into the limelight. It doesn't turn them into nobles nor direct members of your house. They may carry the surname Staples, but they are not members of House Staples by the simple fact that they do not possess a noble title of their own. However, they stand above all other commoners in matters of perceived importance." "Wait a moment, Commander. I don't understand. If adopting my family doesn't make them nobles or members of my house, then what are they?" Wyatt asked, as a headache threatened to form. Of course, blue bloods would like to make everything as overcomplicated as possible, he thought with mounting frustration. "A most curious conundrum, is it not? There is no official term or rank associated with such a position. Some refer to them as lordlings, an insulting praise if there ever was one. The vast majority simply refer to them as what they are, commoners. If you were to adopt your family, Wyatt, they would hold no claim to your lands, wealth, possessions, or titles since they aren't nobles and do not share the same gravitas that your house carries. They are, however, your family in blood, and that is where their potential power and the risks reside," Redford explained as he disentangled his fingers and proceeded to tap on his desk with slow, heavy thuds. "Politically and socially speaking, they have no power, merit, or influence of their own. But by being embraced so openly and stridently, it signals that they have your attention, ear, and most importantly, your care. They are seen not as people, less so than equals, but more than mere commoners.
Think of them as beloved servants or favored pets, in a sense. Now, this alone wouldn't be of great risk in most cases. But with House Astor as my patron, as a member of Clara's retinue, and with the favor of the prince himself bestowed upon me, Wyatt muttered, letting the unspoken conclusion trapped in his throat, searing his flesh as he suppressed a shout of frustration. You're in a most enviable position in the eyes of many, Redford pointed out, understanding the young pilot's turmoil. Equally so, thrice as many see you as not only a plausible threat, but as a real, palpable, growing one. You were elevated to the rank of Baron not long after your ennoblement as a Knight Banneret. How much further can your ambitions reach? How much more will your power and reach grow? What will you do with it? You're a destabilizing factor in the eyes of many, Wyatt. And believe me when I tell you that they're right. A single stone can cause a rock slide. One insignificant snowflake may start an avalanche. Who is to say they won't be caught up in its destructive path? So my only choices are to reject my family, driving them away and spitting on them in the process, or adopt them and put them at risk because I'm a selfish piece of shit, summarized the heterochromatic man. The commander made no comment. Closing his eyes, Wyatt went over the pros and cons of the three paths before him, offered with cold indifference. Rejecting his parents and brothers was out of the question. He wouldn't do it. He couldn't. No matter how much sense it made and how objectively it was the right option for everyone involved, he couldn't bring himself to entertain the idea of going through with it. Pursing his lips slightly, his mind tried to conjure a solution, but there was little else he could do. All things considered, he could play a waiting game for some time. It left a bad taste in his mouth, but he could wait until the very last moment to adopt his family into his house. That would drive off most nobles, for a time at least. But after that, what would happen? He couldn't be with his family. Not while conflict raged and Duke Draymore remained. Would they be able to stand their ground without him? Kind gestures wouldn't convince his father. He was too cautious, polite, and submissive. But if pressed, he was certain his father would crumble. He was, after all, a gentleman. His mother abhorred violence and was by far the most staunch, centered, and firm. Yet he knew she'd crumble if danger presented itself before her. Westcall was cold, pragmatic, and calculative, yet earnest, sincere, and practical in everything he set his mind to. He always saw himself as the de facto protector of their family. He wouldn't be easily swayed or intimidated. That only left Wham, energetic, wild, and always optimistic with boundless eagerness. He didn't know what to expect from him other than that he'd obey whatever their parents commanded him to do. They lived in neutral territory, so they were safe from Draymore forces. But how true was that statement? The more he thought about it, the less he liked their odds. What would they do? What could they do? He blinked, surprised, as an idea formed in his mind. What would they do? He asked no one, but it gained Redford's attention. Indeed, what would they do in his place? There he was, trying to decide what was better for his family by himself, without taking into consideration the most crucial component of the entire problem, their opinion. However, first he had to ensure it was permitted. Commander, may I ask them what their opinion on the matter is, and then make my decision? Redford nodded once, slowly and deliberately. The personal and familial affairs of my subordinates are outside my scope of interest, and say, do as you must, Baron Staples, for the betterment of your house. Wyatt smiled, then saluted, his posture reinvigorated. Sir! Eternal Garden, Communications Lounge. Talk about a Clixall trapped in a hollowed-out Lakoa hive hole, Westcall said moments after his older brother finished telling them the problem he was facing as a right and proper blue blood. It was made all the worse when their mother revealed that she's received 4 different letters from 4 different noble houses in the span of a few hours. So there's nothing else you can do about it, Wyatt? I can do something or nothing, Wes. Those are my options. That's why I wanted to ask you what you thought about it, Wyatt replied, crossing his arms in frustration as he focused on his mother. But if the houses on Volantis already know who you are and have begun contacting you, it's only a matter of time before they keep pressing you. All of you. Is it really that bad, though? Wham asked, his jaw resting on his mother's right shoulder. Won't that mean that we'll get treated better? I wouldn't mind receiving some free items or being able to spend more of the credits you sent us, Wyatt. There's this VR Deep Dive set I've been interested in, you know? Wham, please, now's not the time, Winona chastised gently before focusing on her oldest son. Wyatt, sweetie, will you get in trouble if you don't decide quickly? Is that how it works? From what Commander Redford said, that's not the case.
though he heavily implied I should make my decision sooner rather than later. If it were up to me alone, I would adopt you into my house, he groaned audibly. That will never not sound weird. You're my parents, yet I'd be above you in rank and social status as far as anyone is concerned. It feels wrong, like trying to put Goonie on a roasted piece of meat, he said, wincing at the memory when he tried to do that. The result ended on the floor shortly after he finished eating it. But that would put us in the sort of dangers we aren't ready to face, Weskel concluded. Will these letters turn into threats in the future? What if they just order us to contact you on their behalf or something? I believe we're all looking at this from the wrong angle, Wirt Staples said gently but firmly, finally making his voice known. You're all focusing on future dangers and too many what-ifs. Wyatt, son, you don't have to put yourself at risk just for our sake or feel like you've betrayed us by rejecting us. But, Dad, Wyatt tried, but stopped when his father raised a hand. Smiling that sweet, warm, tired smile of his, Wirt continued. You must do what you think will be best for your future, Wyatt. Like it or not, you're on a path we can't hope to follow. There's nothing wrong with being a little selfish, my son, and being too selfless can be just as damaging if you're not careful. So what if you reject us? That doesn't mean we'll be unable to provide for ourselves or, in your own admission, that you won't be able to help us with credits if we ever need them. Your duties to the prince and the principality at large must come first. Reaching for her husband's hand, Winona squeezed it gently as she smiled at her son. Your father is right, Wyatt. Your future is more important. I may not approve of everything you've done, but that doesn't mean I will stop loving you. For your sake and peace of mind, you should reject us. But in the end, it is your decision, not ours. Wyatt stared at his parents for the longest moment, his eyes scanning their faces, and found nothing but sincerity in their eyes. Slowly he focused on Wham and Westcall. What about you two? I think it'd be great to get some attention from nobles for once, Wham shrugged before his lips curled into a smile. And who knows, maybe I could meet a pretty noble lady. Wham! Weskel nearly growled at him. Hey, I'm just saying, Wes. I think it'd be pretty amazing to have a lady as a girlfriend. A beautiful one at that. And hey, if Wyatt adopts us or whatever, then we could become knights or get trained to fight just like he does. Then we could be with him, killing traitors and enemies of the principality. He chuckled. But hey, do whatever you want, Wyatt. You're the one with power, not us. Wyatt smiled, shaking his head slowly at the energetic antics of his younger brother. Silently, he turned to Weskel. For a moment, he focused on the line that divided his white skin from the heavy tan that covered his neck and face, a testament to the many hours under the starlight hunting for those giant, dumb birds. You, Wes? I'm not sure, Westcall replied, reaching for his chin. Mom and Dad are right, but I'm with Whams only so far as to see an improvement in our lives thanks to you, Wyatt. Truthfully, in your place, I'd be an indecisive mess. The only advice I can give you is that before you press the trigger, you better be damn sure that your shot will not miss. The heterochromatic-eyed man stared at his family in silence for several long moments that passed in the blink of an eye. Then, as he felt doubt and fear leave his body, he smiled widely and openly. Was it the right decision? It probably wasn't. Did it feel right to take it? Without a doubt. What more was there to it? Nothing. In that case, I've made my decision. I'll inform Commander Redford and seek guidance on the adoption process. Wirt leaned forward slightly. If that's what you've decided, Wyatt, then we'll respect your decision and we'll do everything we can to avoid causing you trouble. Weskel chuckled. Blue Bloods can leave their letters all they want. We don't have any obligation to read them. Fuck those high and mighty blue-blooded pricks. Wyatt laughed. Mr. Warlow would be proud if he heard you. Mom, could you please buy him something in my name? Make sure he's okay? Winona nodded. Of course, sweetie. That stubborn old man will try to reject your gift, but I won't let him. Do you want to give him anything in particular? High-quality painting tools, canvas, and paints. I'll leave the rest to you, Wyatt replied. Very well. I'll see to it. It'll be a good excuse to prepare his favorite meal and soften him up, Winona replied. Then her expression turned to curious worry. Wyatt, sweetie, perhaps you should look into changing your uniform. It looks tight on you. It does? Wyatt asked, taking a moment to inspect his uniform. He had never paid much attention to his uniform before, unless it was to ensure it was clean and presentable. But now that his mother pointed it out, he could feel it and see it. It felt tighter, smaller for some reason. I guess it does.
Thanks, Mom. I'll present an inspection request to the logistical division later. So, since we don't have to hide anymore on about that dive set? Wham asked, almost innocently, a second later. Wyatt stared at his younger brother while Weskel glared at him. You can do whatever you want with the credits I sent you. Mom, Dad, maybe you should think about buying books on noble social norms or try to find an exiled noble willing to teach you for a price. It won't be much, but maybe that way you can better protect yourselves from blue bloods trying to order you around. Now that you're going to be under my house service, you don't have to obey anyone except me or an Aster. Understood? I obey, my lord, Wham and Weskel said in unison, smiling when they saw their older brother recoil in disgust. And never ever call me lord. If I'm not letting the people of Newtown and the Screaming Forest call me lord, I'm not letting you do it, Wyatt proclaimed with a shudder, causing his parents and siblings to laugh at his expense. Oh, Wirt muttered, suddenly stopping as an idea popped into his head. Son, maybe we could travel to your land? Wyatt shook his head, frowning firmly. There are still Drazzen on the planet. Scattered, hiding, cowering. I'm not letting you near Hago until each and every single one of those carrion feeders dies in a fire. Taking a deep, calming breath, he continued. Besides, Hago will take a long time to recover. Hastrung was returned to the control of House Ferentis, who remained neutral in this conflict. Much like House Gimor is. As long as they remain neutral, you should be relatively safe. He paused for a moment. I would like for you to go to Matcha in Finnegan territory, but getting past traitor patrols. He shook his head, unable to finish that line of thought. Volantis is the safest place for you to be at the moment. If I could, I would go there and take you with me. But we have a mission to follow. I'm sorry for leaving you behind. You don't need to apologize for that, Wyatt, Wirt replied in that gentle but firm, reassuring tone of his. We love you, son. Just promise us you will take care of yourself. Don't worry about us. We'll make do, as we always have. I will, Wyatt replied with a nod. I love you all too. I'll contact you again as soon as I can. If you need anything, don't hesitate to contact me. We won't, dear, Winona said, staring into his eyes. After a few moments, she smiled tenderly. I miss your brown eyes, sweetie. But those new beautiful pearls of yours fit you so well. Farewell. A moment later, the connection ended. Alone in the communications chamber, Wyatt leaned back, closing his eyes. He felt content. Matcha, capital city. Life couldn't be better for Ilidor Feduli. He had never given much thought or care to the existence of gods, deities, spirits, and other unnatural figments of imagination, folklore, and myth in the past. But with how his fortunes had shifted, he was starting to wonder if such entities truly existed, or if his great good fortune was the product of fate itself, carving a path to glories and greatness that before the Duke's coup and the subsequent succession dispute had been occluded and denied to him. As the lowly seventh son of his unremarkable parents, his future was bleak indeed. But now, none of his previous laments and misfortunes mattered. House Feduli was but a middling minor house, that was all too true, but the winds of fortune had smiled upon him most generously. Once, not even a year ago, he was but a mere baronet in charge of a small textile complex. Then tragedy struck his family, delivered by the hands of a daring pirate group, extinguishing the lives of two of his older brothers. He pretended to cry, of course. Empty words of sadness and pain escaped his mouth as he celebrated their demise. Without them, their shadows no longer cover him. But it wasn't enough to secure himself recognition and glory. Then, the coup happened, and House Finnegan hurriedly declared its allegiance to the Prince and Royal House Aster. How fortuitous. A chance opened to display his genius, talents, and capabilities within the Royal Navy as part of the Logistica Division. Pressed for time and in desperate need of graduates, the Academy's graduation requirements laxed as applications for entry skyrocketed. He was welcomed, of course, but he was relegated to monitoring comm channels, supply routes, and cargo deliveries across Matcha's main starport. His role in service to the Royal Navy was almost worse than his previous position outside of it, but something deep within him knew he was destined for more. For greatness that so rightfully belonged to him, Ilidor Feduli. Once again, fortune smiled upon him when he discovered a discrepancy in the cargo among several shuttle rides. That alone earned him a promotion, a note of recognition, and the praise of his house's head. It didn't grant him the rank of Baron, but his second achievement did. This time he discovered a smuggling ring pilfering weapons in numbers enough to arm a militia. More accolades, more recognition, and another promotion within the logistical division. Then, he made his most significant discovery of all. An incredibly competent commoner who begged to be under his command. Nothing more than an opportunistic little cockroach trying to leech off his greatness, but one that he welcomed gladly once he saw his capabilities. He took notice of changes in numbers no one else could, small little errors that could be fixed easily, and pointed out lazy personnel for re-education and punishment. And, as it was right and proper, all the glory and recognition was his to claim. With the help of his loyal commoner, he had been recognized, at long last, by the prince's forces and invited to join them. Truly, life couldn't be better. "Cheers," Illidur said, raising a glass of a fine cognac usually reserved for his failure of a father. That was fine. He didn't need him. The head of House Feduli had personally praised him. That single gesture meant more to him than anything his mother, father, and the rest of his pathetic siblings had ever said or done in the past. Tomorrow, the legend of my greatness begins. My legacy shall echo throughout the annals of House Feduli. Who knows? Mayhaps I'll become head of the house in the future? He asked, before a morbid, ambitious laugh echoed in the room. The fireplace roared nicely. The fine suit he'd bought to celebrate his elevation to Baron fit him perfectly, and the comfortable couch he was making use of massaged his aching body with little tremors that made him moan from time to time. Taking a large gulp from his drink, he set the almost empty glass aside, choosing to enjoy the peace that he'd earned through toil and good fortune. If I believed in deities, I'd offer words of thanks, he said, closing his eyes. How about a sacrifice? Illidor's eyes snapped open when he heard the familiar voice of his faithful commoner aide. He opened his mouth, ready to admonish the impertinent fool for disturbing him when he felt something pierce his neck. There was no pain, yet his body failed to respond to his commands. As panic began to spread, he realized something. Why was his servant present? He hadn't invited anyone to join him in his time of privacy. Illidor tried to speak, but found himself unable even to babble incoherently. He could breathe, but he couldn't move anything other than his eyes. I thank you, my lord. You've played your part perfectly, the man said as he walked around the couch, revealing his form covered by a lightweight black armor, almost like a body glove. A moment later, he stood before the paralyzed noble. You need not thank me, Illidor. Every success of yours was never yours to begin with. They were done by my design as I scoured for the most useful face within my immediate reach. But now that I've reached my objective, you're no longer useful. Illidor's heart was pounding hard and fast, his breathing was ragged, and his eyes were fixed on his servant, barely able to hear him speak amidst his panicked mind. If the man before him took notice of his distress, he showed no interest whatsoever. Do not despair, Illidor. I will remember your proud sacrifice. Once his lordship finds ultimate victory, unseating the pretender prince, you will be honored beyond comparison as a hero of the principality. Rejoice, for I will carry your burden for a time. A martyr you will become once a better face is within my grasp, the man said with a cruel, uncaring smile as he opened a small briefcase. Illidor tried desperately to peer inside it, but couldn't see anything. He watched in complete impotence as his servant, as the traitor and charlatan before him pulled out a small vial. Silently, he filled a small syringe, only to then jab it into his forearm. Then, he refilled the syringe and turned to him, unceremoniously injecting whatever was in it. If he could have screamed, he would have done so at that very moment, for pain far beyond anything he'd experienced coursed through his body. He couldn't even cry. But the man in front of him didn't even flinch as he continued talking. I will ensure your body is properly disposed of and never found. Your loved ones and friends, enemies and rivals, servants and strangers alike will fail to see the difference. I thank you, Illidor, for your most noble sacrifice. He paused for a moment, then smiled. Illidor stared in horror as the man's face started to shift. Small ripples and bulbous protrusions moved under his skin, barely perceptible, but they were there. It took him almost a minute to realize that something was pinching, burning, and stabbing him across his entire face, right under his skin. Unable to do anything else, Illidor screamed inside his mind, begging for help that wouldn't come. As the process continued, Jade was already making plans to infiltrate the false prince's staff further. He pondered on what sort of mayhem and chaos would be the most destructive in order to aid the Lord Regent. Noravio. I don't think I'll ever get used to being transported around again. I'd much rather be the one doing the piloting, Wyatt thought to himself as he stepped out of the shuttle's bay and into the ship's hangar. After seeing his family again after what felt like forever, and being able to hold a long conversation with them, he felt more at ease. Perhaps he was simply imagining things, but that peace was real to him, and that's all that mattered in the end. Despite the new, unexpected troubles and all the nonsense, in his humble opinion, that noble society was so adamant in lumping on his back like so much timber and logs of wood, he was content with being able to actually give his parents and brothers a better lot in life. He didn't like the idea of them being beneath him, but he could live with that outward appearance for their sake and safety. "I just hope I made the right decision," he muttered to himself as he slowly walked away. There was no regret in his voice, and his decision had been made in that moment without doubt. Right or wrong, he concluded, he'd deal with whatever happened. He only made it a few meters before a vaguely familiar woman approached him with 3 aides following close behind. It took him a second to recognize the head officer of the logistical division, Lieutenant Commodore Sabraska Kaspars. In that moment, he recalled Galt's words and turned to her, politely bowing his head. Not too steep, not too fast, for not too long, just like Commander Redford had instructed him. "Head officer!" Returning his greeting in kind, but in a far more delicate and natural way, the purple-shaded-haired woman smiled at him in a friendly manner. "Lieutenant Commodore," she called, ending her greeting. "It is my sincerest hope that your day is going well." "It is," Wyatt replied, taking note that the usual empty pleasantries of other blue bloods were absent, replaced by something that could almost pass as genuine cordiality. "Have your duties brought you here?" he asked tentatively. "Partially, yes. But more so than that, it is a request that brought me here. One I couldn't refute regardless of any non-existent desire to rebuke it originating from me," Sabraska firmly stated. "I am to relay a message from Lady Cynthia Winfield." "From Lady Winfield?" Wyatt asked, puzzled, barely able to stop himself from just using her name casually. Something wasn't adding up. Why bother to send him a spoken message when she could have told him directly through the network? And why use a head officer to deliver it of all people? Still, he nodded once, pretending to understand. "What is her message?" "Lieutenant Commodore Wyatt Staples, meet me on deck H4. I'll be waiting." "Nothing follows, sir," Sabraska reported diligently. Confused, but unwilling to showcase it, Wyatt nodded again. "I see. I'll head there immediately. My thanks, Head Officer Kaspars." He paused for a moment, watching as her features shifted to a pleasant, wide, friendly smile. A second later, he continued. "Before I go, I wish to personally thank you for your help. Lieutenant Galt Tirome informed me of your efforts in directly supporting my requests, both personal and to my barony, with due diligence. Your actions directly made things easier for everyone across Newtown and the Screaming Forest. I hope such actions didn't come at personal cost?" Sabraska giggled dismissively. "Your words of praise are most welcome, my Lord Baron, but I assure you, the rest of my duties weren't affected. It was all but trivial work. I merely made such tasks my foremost priority, right beneath anything requiring my immediate attention." She paused for a moment and took a step back as she placed a hand on her chest and slightly raised her head. "Unlike many others aboard this vessel who do not see you with kind eyes and refute your contributions and actions as mere happenstance, I believe in your convictions and deeds. Words can be easily twisted, but actions rarely so. And your actions are worthy of applause and admiration, my Lord Baron." Wyatt hummed, taking in her words, judging them to be truthful. He wasn't yet convinced that she was being sincere. Besides that, he couldn't know what her real objectives or motives could be. But he couldn't dismiss her as just another petulant blue blood. She flattered her own ego slightly, but then again she was a noble. And if that was the worst she'd do, then he could easily tolerate that. "I simply perform my duty for the sake of the Principality, Head Officer Kaspars," he replied kindly. "I welcome your praise all the same, however. And, if you will, don't call me Lord Baron or Lord. Referring to me by my rank, name, or just Sir is more than enough." Sabraska nodded once. "Understood, Lieutenant Commodore. If there's anything you may need from the logistical division, please, do not hesitate to contact me directly. My support is within your reach," she said, then saluted quickly. "Have a pleasant day, sir. I must return to my duties." "Likewise," Wyatt replied, returning the salute. He stared at the woman as she walked away, half expecting to see her saunter or do something similar, but she never did. A few seconds later, he turned around, unable to make up his mind about the woman, but, at the very least, he didn't dislike her. Setting the short-lived encounter aside, he decided to make his way to deck H4, where Cynthia was waiting for him. He was half tempted to contact her through the network, but decided against it in the end. It took him several minutes and 2 elevator rides to reach the surprisingly desolate location. Some maintenance and automated cleaning drones were scurrying or floating about, but not a single soul except his own. Reaching the designated destination, Wyatt slowed his steps when he heard a stunningly beautiful voice, softly singing in the distance. For a moment he was mesmerized and captivated by it until he recognized the voice as Cynthia's. He'd heard her hum and mutter in sing-song patterns before, but this was new and oddly profound as he approached the red-armored woman leaning against a wall of a largely empty room. Tyrants rose, tyrants fell, so long ago that my memory fails. Yet the call never ceased to set sail for the black and drift among the stars. Wyatt came to a halt next to her, leaning against the wall as she continued to sing, undisturbed by his presence. The raven landed on an unknown land, guided not by wounds or unseen arms. We seek a life in the ocean black. Let us sail once more, to defend our home from the enemies of Aster. Cynthia finished, humming a few notes before letting out a long sigh. Wyatt raised an eyebrow. I didn't know you could sing like that. Or at all. You have a beautiful voice, Cynthia. Ha-ha, flattery won't work with me, Cynthia replied, turning to face him with a pleasant, relaxed smile. But thank you. This is the first time I've sung since before the coup started. Can't see why. Unless Clara doesn't like it? He asked pointedly. Hardly. She always praises me, no matter how many times she's heard me. There has simply been no time to enjoy such simple enjoyments in life. Brief visit to your Barony's beach notwithstanding, said the blue-haired woman. I take it that you've made your decision regarding your family? Wyatt blinked in surprise at her question. The old man informed us. Understanding washed over Wyatt, and then he nodded. I've decided to embrace them. His stare hardened as he continued. I'm not ashamed of them. Cynthia nodded approvingly. Family is important, be it by blood or by choice. Familial values and unity are cornerstones of many noble houses. Wyatt scoffed at that. Really? It doesn't seem like that's the case most of the time. Cynthia's blue eyes sparkled for a moment with merriment as a genuine laugh rumbled in her throat. A cornerstone doesn't necessarily mean that it'll be well tended. Much like the segment in a totem, if it crumbles, whatever is at the top will follow after. All nobles, to a lesser or greater extent, see the importance of such a crucial piece. Most only pay lip service and the bare minimum care to avoid collapse. For what is a noble without a house? Where does the lineage go if the bloodline is to be erased? Universally, all nobles understand that no matter how great or important they are on an individual level, it is nothing compared to the standing, power, and reputation of the house as a whole. She chuckled, crossing her arms. They may fight and bicker. They may even hate each other. Some go as far as to kill, incriminate, or disgrace themselves or their brothers, sisters, cousins, and more if it means gaining one more sliver of notoriety and power. Such are the tides that ebb and flow in the struggles of noble society. But in the end, they all want the same, the permanence of their house above all others. For as long as the house stands, their deeds, glories, victories, and honor shall live on forever. Her eyes hardened, staring at empty space. The foolish only see that aspect, the greed, envy, jealousy, and selfishness of furthering personal standing. A house must bring order, stability, and a just hand over those under them. All of its members may compete with each other, but they, ultimately, must work together to achieve greater things. Not divided, pretending to care, only to keep their totem standing. But truly united, she paused, allowing her a moment to relax. Then she offered Wyatt a caring smile. For what it is worth, I support your decision. Wyatt remained silent while his blue-haired friend talked, absorbing the information that gave him just a little more understanding and perspective regarding the convoluted hurdle that was living life as a blue blood. But while he could tell she was being sincere, there was something else there. He couldn't quite discern it. Do you think it was the right one? He asked. Cynthia shook her head. From a practical standpoint, it was the dumbest, worst decision you could have made. There are no laws, be they social, written, or unspoken, that would admonish you. But bringing unnecessary problems onto yourself for what many would define as a misguided sentimental attachment
will be seen as a vulnerability that many unscrupulous and underhanded men and women, nobles and commoners alike, will seek to take advantage of at best and harm you at worst. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Personally, Clara and I would have been disappointed if you had chosen to take such a route after everything you've stood up for and demonstrated through words and actions. Disappointed in me how? That I don't want to be like other blue bloods? Wyatt asked with a hint of humor in his voice. In personal convictions and how we perceive you, Wyatt, Clara sees in you the soul of a true knight. Not a silly romanticized illusion or a self-deluded sense of grandeur given by a piece of parchment granting you such a title, but a warrior that embodies the virtues of justice, honor, duty, loyalty, courage, mercy, generosity, temperance, and integrity, explained Cynthia. Ha! Wyatt barked out a laugh, shaking his head slowly a few times. Who is that guy and where can I meet him? Cynthia's lips curled into a cheery grin. I would very much like to meet him, too. Sadly, you're the closest approximation she has to see as an example other than the old man himself. Wyatt chucked again before continuing. And you said it wasn't a romanticized illusion? She nodded slowly. Indeed. To embody those traits doesn't mean that you're defined by them. Rather, a true knight actively chooses to act upon them rather than push them aside in favor of personal glory and selfish, indulgent desires. Yet simultaneously, he isn't ruled by such virtues at every waking moment. It would be impossible to do so and beyond moronic to try, the red-armored woman hummed softly. In the most simplistic descriptor possible, you fit that mold adequately enough. Me? Hardly. I do what I must to fulfill my duty. If what you say is true, then I think you, Milcades, or the Royal Marines fit those traits more than I ever could, Wyatt countered. We're different, Wyatt. To be a Royal Marine means to sacrifice much to achieve a greater good. Cynthia paused to look at her left hand as she slowly clenched it into a fist a few times. You don't have a choice in the matter? He asked, remembering the 2 babies entrusted to Milcades. Do you have a choice to be born? To select the name your caretakers bestow upon you? Cynthia asked with a gentle chuckle. There is no resentment to be found. To be a Royal Marine and protect the Astor bloodline is the greatest honor there is in the Principality. Wyatt stared at her for several silent seconds as he tried to discern her expression, but only found honesty. I've been meaning to ask you, Cynthia. Are you a Royal Marine? The short answer is yes. However, as many things are, it is far more complicated than that. My unique and pristine genetic lineage made me the ideal candidate to not only become a Royal Marine, but to be something more. To a regular Royal Marine, I am to one as they are to a baseline human, she smiled, turning to him. I'm a living weapon, crafted since before I was an embryo inside my mother's womb. To list everything that was done to me would take numerous pages. I'm a sword and a shield, the hammer and the spear, the scythe and the arrow. She paused only to curl her left hand into a solid fist. I have never and will not know sickness. I'll see centuries past without withering or decay before my eyes. Once Clara renounces her bloodline, I shall leave her side to carry on with my duties elsewhere. A dark hum escaped her throat. I'm not looking forward to that eventuality, I confess. But you're alive. You're not just a weapon. You're Cynthia Winfield, Wyatt replied with a friendly, warm smile, surprising the blue-haired woman. I don't understand the weight of your duties, and I can't fully understand what being a living weapon means. But you're breathing and you can feel, you can laugh and sing. And I'll always be your friend for what is worth, Cynthia, he said sincerely. Cynthia broke into a laugh that lasted for several seconds until she reached out, gently grabbing Wyatt's shoulder. You've spent too much time with Milcades. That third-rate garbage philosopher with illusions of grandeur, she exclaimed, laughing a little more. I accept your sentiment, if nothing else. Wyatt narrowed his eyes slightly, looking past the almost empty laugh. You say that as if you didn't consider yourself human, Cynthia. Letting go of his shoulder, she responded. I know I'm human, Wyatt. To what degree? I don't know. I'm simply different. Many look upon me and see a creature wearing a human disguise. Others see a mask and a monster under it wishing to break free. What do you see? She asked, staring directly into his eyes. I see you not as a weapon, Wyatt replied, shrugging. You're my friend, Cynthia Winfield. That's all I care about. Cynthia continued to stare at him for several long moments until her expression softened and her lips curled into a small, warm smile. You truly mean that, don't you? I don't need Clara's ability to know that is true. Thank you, Wyatt. Be it naivety or sincerity, I welcome it all the same. Any time, Cynthia, Wyatt replied, returning her smile. A moment later, he let out a short, ah. Say, why did you order Head Officer Sabraska to give me a message in person? Cynthia's smile turned slightly playful. You can say it was a test. Wyatt raised an eyebrow. Do you think she'll try to seduce me or something? Cynthia chuckled. To Sabraska's credit, she's a step above other noblewomen in that aspect. She is far from lacking in terms of physical attractiveness and candid splendor. Instead of being blatant in her attempts at seduction, she has demonstrated to be sound of mind and, at the very least, knows that an exterior appeal is only part of her arsenal. She utilizes her wits, intelligence, skills, and position to her advantage within reason. She can make a good prospect for you to consider for marriage, Wyatt. Wyatt did a double take. But I thought you and Clara said... There's a difference between falling to the wiles of a lady and recognizing the value in those who have more to offer than ambition and a thirst for power. There are many factors to consider, and both Clara and I believe that Sabraska may prove to be a strong candidate to build a strong relationship with. House Kaspars is a relatively powerful lesser house in Gramont territory. It is a good prospect for someone in your position, rank, and underlying circumstances, Cynthia clarified simply. Then should I try to get her to be my girlfriend or something? Wyatt asked, unsure. Cynthia shrugged. You can start to court her if you so desire. She's merely an adequate prospect within your immediate reach. Not a terrible option, especially compared to others. A candidate to remember and keep in consideration. You don't have to do anything you don't want to in that regard, Wyatt. You're free to choose your wife, unless House Astor imposes one on you for political maneuvering and gains. I understand, I think, Wyatt replied tentatively. On matters of love, marriage, and everything of that sort, he was completely lost. If the prince ordered him to marry some lady of his choosing, he'd do it. Otherwise, marriage and starting a family of his own were the furthest things from his mind at the moment. That aside, is there a reason why you summoned me here? Privacy away from Clara, at her behest. After Redford's reprimand, she wished to be left alone. Milcades is guarding her room personally, answered the red-armored woman. Wyatt winced slightly and a jolt of worry coursed through his body. It wasn't my intention to cause her problems. Cynthia shook her head. Think nothing of it, Wyatt. Clara's antics rarely come back to demand retribution. Trust me when I tell you that she deserved that scolding. I love her, but she can be too much even for me to handle properly, she ended with a huff. Wyatt let out a hearty laugh. We've known each other for a few months, but I understand what you mean, Cynthia. So, you're not mad at me for shooting a dummy missile at her? He asked, hopeful. Oh, I am. But I can make you pay for your insolence during our training, Cynthia confessed with a devilish smirk. Wyatt let out a sigh as hope died within him and resignation took over. I guess I can count myself lucky only to receive that much punishment. Regardless of the consequences that followed, I appreciate what you did for her. It helped her more than you realize, Wyatt. Though now I'm afraid there's no way to keep her away from a fighter's cockpit now that she's gotten a real taste of the things she's loved since before she could properly talk, she said in a tone that suggested both humor and resignation. Happy to help, Wyatt replied, then turning to her. Hey, Cynthia, what was that song you were singing? It's an old song, written by the founder of House Winfield, Tobias the poet Winfield. Every Winfield knows this song by heart. It reminds us of our past beyond even the principality, our duty, and why we stand tall and ever watchful, replied Cynthia with a proud smile. You may not believe in it, but there is honor in the legacy he built and glory that followed in his example and footsteps. If it is important to you, then I won't say anything about it, Wyatt replied, surprised by the weight her words carried. It was more than obvious that she meant all of it and that the history of her house mattered to her immensely. Who was he to judge her for that? Instead, he focused on another matter entirely. Slumping to the ground, uncaring that he may dirty his uniform, he asked, Could you sing it to me? The full song. I'd like to hear it if you want. Cynthia smiled. Very well, she said before clearing her throat. For the next hour, she sang to him half a dozen different songs, and they both spent time with idle talk until Clara summoned Cynthia to her side. Satisfied, they left with their spirits lifted. Noravio, Composter's Barracks. When Wyatt reached the barracks, he found the members of his squadron with cards in their hands, sitting around a table with small piles of wooden chips stacked before them. Hey there, boss,
Leopold was the first to greet him with his free arm to casually wave at him. The noble members of the team nearly stood up to salute, but stopped themselves at the last moment. They gave their leader a more casual salute from their sitting positions. Leopold chuckled. "Care to join?" he asked, motioning with his head at the table. Wyatt smirked. "Sure. I'm in the mood to lose a few credits. But first I need to wash myself. I also need to inform you of something, but that can wait." "Understood, sir," Gregor replied with a respectful nod. "Ah, sir, your shipment arrived safely and is awaiting you in your quarters." "My what?" Wyatt asked himself internally, but outwardly nodded in response. Moving to his quarters, little had changed from his precious private bedroom. The main differences were the 2 security cases presenting his soul snatchers and his armor, and the small desk with a computer terminal for more personal uses. But there on his bed, 3 neatly placed, clean, and folded uniforms rested. "Computer, who delivered these uniforms?" he asked after the door closed behind him and he began to take off his admittedly tight uniform. "They were delivered by members of the Logistical Division 36 minutes and 41 seconds ago, current timestamp. They were accepted by the Auxilia and promptly placed where they now reside," answered the AI. Wyatt stared at the uniforms for a few seconds, wondering if receiving such preferential treatment was warranted or if he should be worried. On the one hand, he was accustomed to requesting what he needed directly through a clerk or an acquisitional member of the Logistical Division. However, even those instances were rare, and it often took them days or weeks to deliver. He was a commoner, and any request from a commoner always came last in their list of priorities. On the other hand, he was fully aware that such treatment was, well, preferential even above regular nobility. The more wicked side of him laughed snidely, wondering if other blue bloods were aware of it and hoping that they knew how he, a filthy commoner, got such attention over them. But the rest of him only saw it as an advantage despite the now clear intentions of one Sabraska Kaspars. In the end, he shrugged as he entered his bathroom. "She's not doing anything that Cynthia disapproves of, so I shouldn't be worried. And if I can get some good things out of it, why stop? Maybe I should make something for her as a thank you gift." Concluding the deal as done and over, he proceeded to take a much-needed shower. Once he was done and dry, he put on new undergarments and the first of his new uniforms, finding it fitted him nicely, neither too loose nor too tight. The difference was evident and welcomed. Stepping outside, he casually joined his squad mates as Gregor and Nultar made space for him to join them. The ongoing hand ended quickly, and he joined them, taking a stack of wooden chips for himself and noting that Gregor had by far the largest pile. Receiving 5 cards, he cleared his throat. "In a week's time, we'll begin a new training schedule," he said before putting 2 cards down and throwing a chip. "Please, boss, whatever you do, don't put me in more leadership roles," Leopold begged as he set 3 cards down, also throwing a chip in. The automated dealer dealt Wyatt 2 cards and 3 to him a second later. "You should be honored to be considered for such a role, even in simulated training, Dakar," Gregor countered, putting down a single card. "Our cohesion has increased substantially ever since Wyatt became our leader. It's almost unnatural the way we're doing things now." "I like it," Nultar commented, putting down 3 cards. "If the results we may expect to achieve match in any form what we've surpassed so far, then I won't object," Raquel said with a knowing, approving smirk as she set 2 cards down. "So, Wyatt, what are we going to aim for? Has that Ikanti friend of yours created a simulation training scenario using that modified fighter you tested earlier?" "That was just a prototype. I don't know what else Jincho is planning to do with it, only that more tests are to come," Wyatt revealed. "No. We'll be using a new set of simulated scenarios as well as using the free space training module to test formations, tactics, strategies, and see what we can learn and adapt to our benefit." "The free space training module? The same used by the Academy?" Nultar asked as he exchanged confused looks with his companions. "Isn't that for cadets and trainees, Wyatt?" "Yes, and we'll need it," he said, throwing 2 chips into the pile. "I've been studying Maximilian's data chits and everything from his personal notes, highlights, book of tactics, and a huge collection of simulations and more. Tomorrow, I'll give you all a copy of the data so you may study it yourselves before we begin our training." A collective choking noise caught his attention as Raquel, Gregor, and Nultar simultaneously began to cough violently, their eyes fixed on him, their cards forgotten. Leopold, for his part, had also let go of his cards but was instead laughing nervously and muttering, "He's trying to kill us, ain't he?" Noravio War Room. It is a shame that I was unable to properly deliver a banquet or celebratory ceremony befitting of your status, my princess, Istanel Ferentis said from his seated position. His charming, practiced smile seemed more sincere than when they met, Wyatt noticed as he shot a quick glance at the blonde princess. Her mask returned as if what had happened the day prior had never occurred. Dressed in a vibrant scarlet suit that mimicked a standard Royal Navy uniform but neatly decorated with purple wings running alongside her arms, legs, and stomach, the princess politely giggled before replying. "We've spent too much time as it is, Lord Istanel. Alas, I thank you for your and your Lord Father's hospitality, cooperation, understanding, and tokens of friendship toward me and Lord Staples in equal measure. Such gestures will not be forgotten easily," said Clara, in that slightly friendly but neutral tone that carried an invisible weight that permeated every word flowing past her lips. Istanel ran a hand through his iridescent hair, forcing shades to shift and change as the light reflected on it. "Verily, my princess, your outstanding victory shan't be mocked or ridiculed by mismanagement. The treaty shall be respected, for I shall remain to ensure that it will be so. May our dearest Baron Staples prove to be a most capable link when trouble arises," he said, sending a knowing yet friendly glance at the black-haired pilot. "I'm certain that he will address any issues with a steady mind, a just hand, and with great consideration of all parties involved," Clara proclaimed in agreement before her tone suddenly turned more serious. "However, Lord Istanel, I must ask, will your personal studies and ambitions collide with your self-imposed duties?" Istanel shook his head. "Hardly, Your Highness. I am beyond words incapable of expressing my boundless gratitude for your exalted cooperation and gift. I expected no more than a casual consideration and a token number of Drazzen for my experiments and studies. Now?" he asked as a deep, rumbling chuckle formed in his throat. "I have several hundreds of live subjects and 9.5 million saplings in cryogenic stasis. They will be a most useful resource and worth years, decades even, of study. A vast section of the Eternal Garden has been converted for my express purposes. Every security measure and more have been taken, and I assure you that the results of my experiments will be unpleasant for the vast majority of Drazzen." His eyes met Wyatt's as a dark understanding was formed between them for a split second. The black-haired man didn't hide the malicious, murderous smirk that formed as he nodded in approval. "Personal goals aside," Istanel continued, his voice shifting back to a professional, more neutral tone, "I will have little involvement in the matters of Hago's recovery. Tornell Swallowtail's efforts are his burden to carry, but supplies, relief, and aid shall be provided in accordance with the signed treaty. No direct military intervention will be dictated unless Swallowtail fails or makes a personal supplication." Without stopping, he shifted his gaze to Redford. "The recovered Drazzen ships will be retrofitted to serve as the system's primary defense force. Thanks to your Yakanti technician, the surviving fighters and small craft inside the Eternal Garden can now be easily controlled remotely or by drones, pending retrofits. It will be a long and arduous task, both in Void and planetside. The rebuilding process, clearing the remaining debris fields, fully repairing and restoring the orbital shipyard, void stations, satellites, and dozens upon dozens of little things that, frankly, escape my interest." Istanel sighed tiredly. "That being said, I will ensure that Newtown and the barony of the Screaming Forest will receive priority over anywhere else." "Most excellent to hear," came the princess's approval. "The economic and social revitalization of Hastrung will have a positive impact if managed correctly. I trust that House Ferentis will not be so aloof as to waste this opportunity." "Certainly not, Your Majesty. And as per the accord struck by my Lord Father, Count Genac Ferentis, the shipyards of House Ferentis are open to our liege, your most exalted brother, the Prince, and his cause. Aster loyalist forces have started to arrive with resources and vast freighters carrying components to our shipyards," Istanel explained with a wide smile before he stood up. "It has been a pleasure to have witnessed everything I did whilst in your most auspicious company, my princess. Further benefits may arise from a closer relationship between ourselves," said the handsome man before performing a particularly deep and respectful bow. "May your departure be without incidents, your travel swift, and glory shower your deeds."
With a curt, almost imperceivable nod from the princess, Istanel left the room escorted by 2 Ferentis honor guards. Once he was gone, Clara let out a sigh, followed by Redford clearing his throat. "Now that Lord Ferentis has said his piece, there is another matter that requires your direct attention, Clara," Redford said, as the holographic map came to life. On it, several dozen signatures could be seen, but 2 purple dots were highlighted, approaching from the edges of the system, near the Ben-Strung jump point. "Your brother, the prince, has dispatched back the 2 corvettes, now nameless, with a full crew complement to incorporate themselves into our forces, my princess." "I've been informed that we are to meet them at this point," he said, and a yellow dot appeared near the 7th rocky planet. Redford paused, seemingly expecting the blonde woman to say something, but at her lack of reaction, or rather, her only reaction being a sly, playful smile, the aged commander closed his eyes for a moment, barely suppressing a frustrated groan from manifesting itself. Instead, when he opened his eyes, he was greeted by that same almost innocent expression. It was made even worse by the disapproving and pitying glare the blue-haired bodyguard was giving her charge. "You knew." "Of course you knew. Your brother told you, didn't he?" "Of course he did. And here I thought I would finally have a chance to surprise you for once, Clara," Redford lamented. "If it serves to console your crumbled expectations, dear uncle, you did a most excellent job in hiding your thoughts and misdirecting me with ideas of protocol monotony." "Had I not known, it would have been difficult," Clara praised, clapping her hands twice. "I have the distinct sensation that your praise is anything but," Redford countered. Wyatt was slightly lost, but chose to remain silent. He knew, of course, of the captured black ship sent to Finnegan territory to be examined and studied. He wasn't aware that the prince had sent 2 corvettes back. A quick glance from Cynthia confirmed that the secret was, again, ordered by the blonde princess to appease her twisted sense of humor. "Since no clarification is needed, I assume that you have also decided on the names you'll give your new ships. Or will you simply decide on the most outlandish names that first cross that labyrinthian mind of yours, Clara?" Redford asked, seriously. Clara let out a loud fake gasp. "Redford, what do you take me for?" Naming a ship is a matter of utmost importance, not a thing that can be decided on a whim. Incidentally, however, after a careful deliberation, Cynthia and I have made our selections after a heated, intellectual, and fierce debate over pastries and tea. He could see it. Oh, by the prince, he could actually see the grimace on the commander's face as he braced himself for whatever he was about to hear. He, too, was curious to hear the name chosen for the 2 corvettes. "The first corvette under the command of Tallulah Finnegan shall henceforth receive the name Reaper's Eye, for its capabilities shall be our main scout and eyes before we engage our enemies," Clara proclaimed, her chest filled with good humor and pride. Redford's expression remained impassive, unamused. Grinning an impish grin, the princess continued, using an arm as if to present a very unbothered Cynthia before an audience. "The name for the second ship under the command of Donato Lintar was chosen by Cynthia Winfield herself. Rejoice, for henceforth it shall be known as Reaper's Blade, concealed and deadly, ready to claim the life of a wounded target," she exclaimed with all the flair and dramatization she could muster. Wyatt nodded slowly, giving his silent approval of the names. However, he noticed, Redford was less so. The commander inhaled sharply through his nostrils and exhaled slowly before making his voice known. "I shall relay to their commanding officers your decisions and how you've chosen to curse those ships with such atrocious names, Clara. Although at least they aren't as terrible as other naming conventions performed by a certain Lieutenant Commodore." Before Wyatt could say anything in his defense, Clara froze, then her eyes flickered for a moment, and the doors to the room opened, revealing a proud Jincho. "Pretty eyes," he announced even before the doors closed behind him. "Good news. Had to deliver in person. Data from prototype invaluable. Help me see more flaws, improvements, upgrades. We'll make beautiful and deadly fighter, you see. Better than any other. Better than Hierarchy. Better than Arabians. Better than carrion feeders. Many more tests to come. Wormbrain, don't die. Need you for tests. Push limits. See beyond, yes?" He paused for a moment, then blinked with all 6 eyes, rolling them around slowly as if to remember something. "Ah, yes. Remember, less important. All work done. Finished. Systems good. Reactor good. Engines good. Food good. All good. Ready to go on command of Pretty Eyes?
Thank you, head researcher engineer and master technician Jincho, said Clara with a satisfied smile.
Commander, make due preparations. We depart within the hour.
Understood, my princess, Redford replied with a curt salute as he stood up.
Wyatt, understanding the silent dismissal, stood up and turned to the energetic Ikhinda.
Jincho, could you come with me?
I have something to give you.
Something? Gifts?
What is it? Jincho inquired. Wyatt smirked a second before a pleased giggle from the princess reached his ears. Data. Noravio, Clara's quarters.
I've never seen someone's eyes illuminate like that before.
And he has 6 eyes! Exclaimed Clara, as her fingers deftly worked on her needles, working on crocheting a small, fluffy Ikhinda. Wyatt smiled as he worked on a simple scarf. It wasn't terribly complex, but it felt good to relax doing something he enjoyed. Now, wearing her more usual blue and purple-trimmed pseudo-uniform, Clara and Cynthia were much more at ease after yesterday's events. The Noravio departed from Hago, leaving it behind with 3 frigates dispatched by Istanel to act as escorts. An hour ago, they broke formation as they neared the meeting point with the 2 Corvus-class corvettes, the Reaper's Eye and Reaper's Blade. Peering to his left, he saw Cynthia work on a scarf too, following his example. Her skills had improved, marginally, but though the more complicated projects frustrated her, simple things were received in a much lighter mood. In her words, the process was relaxing. I must admit I may not be a pilot, but I'm intrigued with what that insolent creature may create.
That the mere thought of sharing Maximilian's treasure trove crossed your mind.
Cynthia shook her head slowly. Honestly, Wyatt, what are you aiming to achieve?
Now, Cynthia, don't be harsh.
Yes, his methods and line of thinking are, shall we say, outside the usual norm, but the results so far cannot be denied. Many can argue against them, push back and proclaim many things, but they cannot deny them, no matter how much they bark. Her lips curled into a smile as she stopped to reach for a cup of tea and a white powdered round cookie. After swallowing her treat, she continued. Can't you envision it, Cynthia? Fighter pilots trained and skilled beyond the standard threshold under my command? Led by an elite-named squadron that defeated a lone wolf?
Oh, I can hardly contain myself.
The better we are, the higher our chances of survival will be, Wyatt added casually, setting his needles down to devour a small cake. Licking his lips, he enjoyed every moment of the pastry's sweetness dancing against his taste buds, filling him with joy and a hunger for more. Choosing to show a modicum of restraint, he instead reached for a cookie, eating it whole before drinking some of that sweet orange-colored tea. Cynthia chuckled softly. Victory shall suffice. Wyatt shrugged. I suppose so.
Don't be so modest, Wyatt.
You should... Clara's words died in her throat when suddenly a low-pitch alarm echoed across the entire ship. A second later, the screen came to life with the words urgent transmission on it. Redford, Clara called, but it was unnecessary as a moment later the commander's voice came from every speaker. We've received a message through emergency broadcast. Everyone stop what you're doing and pay attention. Failure to comply will result in 20 public lashings, said the commander in a stoic, threatening tone. The emergency broadcast? Wyatt asked no one, his equipment forgotten. He didn't know much about it, only that if it was issued, then something really, really important, or something terrible had happened. The last time it happened, he'd been in the academy. The announcement was that the previous prince, Joseph Astor, died in a terrible and unfortunate accident. Unlike the normal wide principality network, in which news could take days to arrive at every corner of the entire principality, the emergency broadcast was meant to reach everywhere almost simultaneously, but it only worked for a limited amount of time. Instantly, the worst possibilities manifested themselves in his mind. Had the prince died? Had the Council of Nobles, hostages that they were, decided to support Duke Draymore? Had the civil war they feared finally erupted? He didn't know, but his heart quivered with anticipation and mounting dread. Looking at his friend, he found Cynthia, serious and ready for anything, while Clara made no effort to hide the same dread he was experiencing. The screen went black for a few seconds, then the heraldic shield of House Emerald appeared on screen. It was the same style of shield that he'd seen on the Astor and Draymore shields, an escutcheon, if he remembered correctly. It had a vibrant yellow background. The exterior trims of the shield were purple, and a beautifully crafted spear with a golden decorated handle and a tip made out of polished emerald was present at the shield's center.
Crowning it all, a small raven's skull sat above the spear's tip. It lasted for no more than 10 seconds before a strikingly gorgeous woman with fair skin, dressed in an exuberant and lavishly decorated yellow dress with embroidered gemstones and a long single blonde braid running across her chest and stomach, appeared on screen. Her eyelashes were long and black. Her eyes were intensely yellow, like molten gold or radiant amber, and not a single wrinkle or blemish could be found in her stunning visage. Next to her, a man similar to the prince, dressed in a heavily decorated purple suit with gold, red, and blue decorations, stood proudly, his violet eyes burning with the same intensity as the prince's when he first met him. His hair was longer and neatly composed into a short ponytail, while his left hand was covered by a yellow glove. His right index and middle fingers were covered by long, metallic finger guards, shaped like a raven's claws. He was taller than Clara and the prince, though not by much by his estimation, and the long white cape he was wearing waved gently on an unseen breeze. Both of them were standing before a throne that suggested an exorbitantly decorated room. "Alexander?" Clara whispered the name, confusion, surprise, elation, and worry all mingling together at once. The woman, Duchess Sylvia Emerald, slowly extended her arms forward. Then her voice resonated across the principality. "Great houses of the Astorian Principality, worthy nobles all, valiant warriors and soldiers, loyal subjects and hard-working commoners alike, fret not, for I, Duchess Sylvia Emerald, have seen and heard your distress, so-called Astor loyalists, so-called Draymore loyalists, so-called neutral parties. All of you have my attention as I have yours." Extending an arm to Alexander, she continued, "Fear not, for my nephew, the second Prince Alexander Astor, has come to me asking for aid. House Emerald has answered. I, Duchess Sylvia Emerald of Trinar, proclaim that Prince Alexander Astor is the legitimate heir to the principality's throne. House Emerald recognizes and supports his claim to the position of prince. Through his benediction and wisdom, I am to become Lord Regent, deposing my brother, Duke Cornelius Draymore, from his illegitimate position, to restore peace, prosperity, and stability across our beloved principality." With a gentle nod, Alexander took a step forward, his otherwise magnificent figure tarnished by the contempt reflected in his eyes. "Join me, true loyalist to the Astorian lineage and House Astor. My brother, a pretender and charlatan, claims to be the prince. The title is his, but he carries neither the blessing nor the will to enforce his position. A coup sprang under his weak leadership, and now we are more divided than ever. He offers nothing but ruination and war, death and empty promises to his supporters. I offer you strength. I offer you reason. I offer you peace. Together, we can stop the madness of my uncle, Duke Cornelius Draymore of Camrim, and prevent future devastation at the head of the despot clinging to power that doesn't belong to him. In the name of Julius Astor, join me, the true prince-to-be." The camera fixated on Alexander's form for several seconds, then it went back to the heraldic shield of House Emerald, only to then die off completely. A sudden cracking noise made him turn his attention to Clara, and his heart skipped a beat. Her face was impassive, ghostly, but her eyes were wide and open. Her entire body was trembling, and droplets of blood dripped down her left hand. The source of the cracking was found as the knitting needles had snapped under the pressure of her fist. His eyes shifted to the blue-haired woman, fearing what he'd see, but instead he found disappointment, anger, contempt, and a coldness he hadn't seen since their first encounters. He didn't know how much time had passed before the fear went away, replaced by worry and anger. The situation was tense before. Now? He was neither smart nor politically inclined enough to risk guessing at what the consequences would be. Clara muttered, her teeth grinding as she struggled to say anything coherent until her fury exploded all at once. "Alexander!" She shouted the name with fury and anger, a shout full of pain, betrayal, and pure hatred. Cynthia embraced her friend tightly as she shook, emotions overtaking her, yet her glare was intense, set on the black screen. That was enough to ignite the fire in him. Rightful honor, Duke Cornelius' private quarters. "My lord father, please, I beg of you, unleash me!" Veronica clamored as rage consumed her from within. "That woman has dared to insult and question the legitimacy of your claim as Lord Regent? She must pay with her life for this travesty.
Unleash me, my lord father, and her head will serve as an example to all those who dare follow in her treacherous steps." Duke Cornelius Draymore stared at his daughter for long moments as the words of his nephew and sister replayed in his mind. Next to him, Marquis Hadrian Tygan had chosen to remain silent as he, too, analyzed and deconstructed the message given by Duchess Emerald. Slowly, he reached for her and touched her face, gently caressing her right cheek. Even that gesture wasn't enough to quell the fire burning in her. "My sister has acted imprudently," he began. "With no preparation, her forces are limited and inferior. Yet a message must be sent, a lesson in blood. My daughter, I shall board the Draymore's hammer while you, my daughter, will remain on this ship and represent me in my absence. Admiral Natalian Wunder shall take overall command of a fleet of 30 ships. Go to Immortus territory. Teach them respect through battle, not butchery. Battle. Do you understand, Veronica?" Veronica's eyes illuminated before she clutched her father's hand, still caressing her cheek. In a reverential movement, she kissed the back of his hand and dropped to a knee, still holding it tightly. "Your will is my command, my lord father. Respect they will learn. I shan't come back to your side until 200 odious heads of betraying nobles I've claimed." Cornelius bit his tongue for a moment, but knew that was the best he was going to get out of her. "So it shall be, Veronica. Once the lesson is learned, come back to me." Veronica stood up, hugged her father tightly, then let go, turning to leave and prepare for the coming cleansing. When she was gone and only Hadrian and Cornelius remained, the former cleared his throat. "Forgive my audacity, my Lord Regent, but are you sure you wish to send her alone, unsupervised?" "Natalian is a competent man. He will not engage carelessly and will abide by the limitations we play in," Cornelius replied, frowning. "But my sister has made her move. I expected her to respond in some manner eventually, but this?" He shook his head. "A lesson will be learned. Both she and my nephew will be educated through bloodshed. War and conflict are not for those expecting fairness or an even playing field." "Wise words, my liege. However, our naval forces are stretched to the limit. Without more houses declaring their support, we must do with what we have. We hold superiority, yet with each passing day that margin is reduced. Operation Hammerblow is progressing without delay, yet that leaves meager forces rapid response vessels able to respond to any assault flying under the Duchess's banner." "We're not crippled, Hadrian. In-system defense patrols and forces will make do against such incursions." A deep hum resonated in his chest. "My sister has never been versed in the ways of war. I no doubt competent officers, commanders, and disjointed remnants of Astor loyalist fleets have found refuge within her domain. But they are not a real threat as they stand now. Had she had the strength, she would have launched coordinated assaults alongside Alexander's declaration," Cornelius countered, crossing his arms. "What of the network, my lord? House Emerald is charged with the safeguarding and continued operation of the Principality's wide network. They could cripple us instantly if they so desire," proclaimed Hadrian. "My sister wouldn't dare incite the ire of every house in the Principality. Don't overestimate her reach, Hadrian. She may obstruct us as we've done through the use of ghost AIs and interference, but no more than that. If she were to weaponize the network unilaterally in her favor, or worse, collapse it entirely, even her most loyal subjects and vassal houses would rise against her. The Fifth Fleet in particular wouldn't take to such actions kindly," he hummed deeply, eyes narrowing. "We proceed as we've planned." Hadrian bowed his head respectfully. "As you command, my Lord Regent. Honor prevails in strength." Cornelius's frown deepened. "The hammer of Draymore is strong." Matcha, Finnegan Palace, Grand Council Chamber. The message had come during a strategic meeting that would dictate the direction his void-born forces would take. As time had gone by, stragglers had found their way to Finnegan territory through various means. Their numbers were now substantial, but still inferior to those of Draymore forces at large. Skirmishers within Finnegan territory had been all but moved to the border systems with Caiston territory, liberating the crucial line between Farentis and Finnegan territories uninterrupted and with minimal risk of Caiston or Draymore loyalist forces. Everything was proceeding as in all previous meetings, until that message played out. Now the council was a cacophony of shouts, arguments, counter-arguments, veiled accusations, insinuations, posturing, and demands to take action. The prince wasn't hearing any of it. The words of his brother Alexander cut deep, but they were hardly unexpected. They never got along all too well, but he never expected Alexander to harbor such discontent in him. He was happy to see his brother alive. Despite everything, he was relieved to see him next to their aunt, Duchess Sylvia. But thanks to them, the succession dispute board he had, for the most part, gotten used to playing in had been all but destroyed in mere minutes, pieces flying about and shattering against the ground. Internally, the prince sighed as he felt strength leave his body for but a moment, long enough for him to consider capitulation, but that flash of weakness was extinguished the next. He wouldn't give up, not now. For the principality, for his parents, in the name of Julius Astor, he promised he'd succeed. In the chessboard inside his mind, however, he reached for a bishop and removed it from the board, now forced to play 2 matches at once. "My prince," Lukacs Ishtal called next to him, his expression a blanket of worry and confusion. "Speak, Lukacs," the prince ordered tiredly but not unkindly. "My liege, we've received a most peculiar communication. Encrypted and verified to be authentic. 2, in fact. The first is a request for entry into the principality as a whole. The second is puzzling," Lukacs explained, though words failed him. "It is a petition in kind words for an audience, my liege." "Requesting entry? Is it a diplomatic convoy from the Imperium or the Albion Federation?" the prince asked, intrigued and surprised. Lukacs swallowed hard. "No, my liege. The petitioners are representatives from the Diviners. They are formally requesting an audience with Her Majesty Princess Clara." The prince closed his eyes, wondering if he should set a third board or be ready to remove his queen from it. This is the end of Book 2. Book 3 will start on the 2nd of September after a short break. We look forward to seeing you all again soon.